This couple just stayed in a hotel for one night and abandoned their own son the next day. An 8-year-old child was forced to wash dishes for the hotel to pay off his parents' expenses, just when everyone thought the child couldn't reach the sink. I made a delicious dish of braised sea cucumber with scallions by stirring with both hands. This scene not only stunned the hiding parents, but also caused a nationwide uproar among netizens. Only because this is the hottest children's reality show in the Dragon Kingdom. Bring the child to the shooting location without the child knowing, and then leave. As long as the child can survive in an unfamiliar environment without parents for a month, the family can win a million-level prize. Countless parents of talented children are signing up, but the children can't even last half a month and end up sleeping on the streets. Just as the director was at a loss, a couple signed up for their 8-year-old son. The director thought that this family was here for showmanship, but little did he know that this child would increase the ratings by 20 times. I woke up in the hotel under the gaze of countless viewers. The 2 notes left by my parents are neatly placed on the bedside table. Honey, I have something to do at work. You take the kids and have fun. Darling, I have something to do at work. You take the kids and have fun. I saw the note, and the hotel manager quickly came in and said, Kid, your parents are not here. You have to stay and work to pay off the debt. They haven't paid the room fee for the past few days. If it were an ordinary child, they would definitely be scared and cry in this situation. And I was born again with extraordinary intelligence. If we talk about mental age, even my dad has to call me uncle. I just glanced at the corner of the hotel room and found a hidden camera flashing red light in the dark. There are at least a dozen of them. 2 identical notes. Plus, the hotel manager who is so ridiculous that he makes children work. I instantly understood my situation. Alright. You 2 really know how to have fun. Throwing me into this program that amuses children. Huing Jun, Wang Meili, wait for me to come back and settle the score with both of you. Suppressing the resentment in my heart, I looked back at the hotel manager and said, in that case, I'll go to the hotel kitchen with you to wash dishes. The hotel manager heard the words and the audience in front of the screen were also very surprised. Other 10-year-old children would hold back tears and look for their mothers. But this little guy, who is only 8 years old, how can he be so calm and even take the initiative to say that he wants to go to the kitchen to wash dishes? The program hasn't officially started yet, but the discussion area has already become lively. On the other hand, in the director's lounge, Big Beard is repeatedly emphasizing the safety of the show with Wang Meili. You 2 can rest assured that as soon as you feel that the child is not suitable to continue participating, we will immediately stop and bring him to you. Wang Meili nodded easily, while Huing Jun next to her couldn't hold back his laughter. The production team is still worried about the safety of his son, unaware of the terror of that kid. Don't talk about a children's reality show. Even if you throw him into the wilderness survival, he will be completely fine. Huing Jun looked at Wang Meili with a smile that was not a smile, and both of them recalled an incident from 6 months ago. At that time, the couple was arranged by the company to go on a business trip, thinking that the child could cook for himself and wouldn't starve to death. Who knew that half a month later, they came back. My son has set up a stall selling jianbing guozi at the entrance of the community and has earned over 20,000 in half a month. If only their business trips were a bit longer, that breakfast shop downstairs would be taken over by this kid. The reason why Huing Jun didn't explain it to Dahozi in advance is partly because it's too unbelievable and no one would believe it even if he said it. On the other hand, his wife does not allow him to brag about their son's achievements. Seeing that Huing Jun was about to lose control of his mouth again, Wang Meili pinched him hard on his thigh. However, Huing Jun still held his head high and muttered quietly, anyway, no matter what, my son, Ao Tian, has the potential to become a great emperor. After signing a confidentiality agreement with the bearded man, the couple began watching their son's performance on TV. In the scene, I was standing on a stool by the kitchen counter washing dishes. The guest invited by the program team is about to arrive, and a hotel waiter suddenly rushes into the kitchen to say something. Everyone hurry up and get ready. The popular actress Reba is already on her way. After hearing this, the people in the kitchen started to get busy. The head chef was stirring and frying the vegetables in a hot wok. The second chef was also cooking a pot of broth on high heat, while others were washing and cutting vegetables. Only when I finished washing the dishes at the speed of light and stood beside them, a beam of light flashed in my eyes. A saying of the heavenly Tao appeared in my mind. You are watching a senior chef cooking, feeling the exquisite Chinese culinary skills, triggering an extraordinary comprehension of banquet-level cooking. After a momentary daze, I noticed an old lady entering the scene and shouting at the chef, Wang Fatty, hurry home, your wife is about to give birth. The man referred to as Wang Fatty is the chef here. Upon hearing the old lady's call, he quickly responded, Mom, I'm coming back right away. After speaking, he immediately took off his hat and chef's uniform. He didn't care about being a national wife or a big star coming. The one who gave birth to his child is the wife he truly cares about. The incident happened suddenly. Before the hotel staff could stop him, Wang Fatty had already disappeared. The people left in the kitchen were all confused, and the hotel manager quickly arranged for other chefs to take over. However, some only know how to cook Western food, and some only know how to make pastries. No one in the entire kitchen can guarantee that they can cook Chinese food well. Just when everyone was at a loss, I stood in front of the stove with a small stool and picked up a big spoon in the eyes of everyone's surprise. "What are you doing, kid? Stop messing around. What's up? Can you cook? I bet you can't even lift a pan. Being so small. Stop fooling around. Child, you're not much taller than the stove. Can't you see everyone is busy?" No one would believe that an 8-year-old child can cook. The audience in the live broadcast also doesn't believe it. Is this little kid trying to be a show-off? What am I expecting? How could this child possibly know how to cook? In the hotel room on the other side, the bearded man was about to pick up the walkie-talkie to reprimand the on-site director. How can you let an 8-year-old child touch an open flame? Are you kidding? Who will take responsibility if there is an accident? However, Huang Jun next to him stood up and stopped him, saying, "Don't worry, Director Wang. My son can cook." The bearded man gave me a strange look instantly. 8 years old? Cooking? Are you the father? Is there something wrong with your brain? Even if it's cured, you'll still drool. Huang Jun also explained. Is it abnormal for children to cook? Since last year, my son has been cooking at home because he thinks my wife's cooking is not delicious. The camera returned to the kitchen, and I ignored the clamor of the people around me. Instead, I picked up the soaked and clean sea cucumber, stir-fried directly with hot oil. Watching the flames in the pot rise high, I skillfully used both hands to flip the pot, allowing the sea cucumber to boil in the pot without stirring. After thickening with starch, quickly remove from the heat and plate. Finally, pour the green onion over the sea cucumber. This is a traditional dish called scallion braised sea cucumber from the Shandong region. This seamless operation has left the onlookers amazed. This child is really good at cooking. I have been practicing flipping the spatula with the master for 2.5 years, but I still can't do it as well as the kids. Just by looking at the color and aroma of this dish, you can tell that it will definitely taste great. In just a few minutes, I have already won over everyone in the kitchen with my cooking skills. The barrage in the live broadcast room has also increased. This little brother has some skills. Who did he learn from to master the difficulty of Shandong cuisine? My child is already in their teens and still doesn't know how to cook instant noodles. But among everyone, the most excited one is the director with a big beard, completely ignoring the presence of the parents of the children behind, as if seeing the god of wealth, kneeling in front of the broadcast monitor. On the other side, as the onion-burned sea cucumber was served, I became the temporary chef recognized by the hotel. Immediately after, several dishes were served one after another, including kung pao chicken, steamed crab meat lion's head, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, longjing shrimp, and 9-turned large intestine. Each dish is bright in color and fragrant. At the same time, the guests have already entered the hotel lobby. The person has long hair, wearing a simple white t-shirt on the upper body, and light blue jeans with sports shoes on the lower body. Although dressed very simply and cleanly, she exudes a strong aura. The person who just walked into the private room is none other than the queen of the heavenly realms, Reba, with a proud look on her face. She was immediately attracted by the aroma of the dishes on the table. How is this dish different from usual today? Miss Reba, you have such keen eyes. You can taste the new chef's cooking skills. The waiter originally didn't want to say these words and wanted to pass it off. These dishes have such strong flavors that they make a remarkable impression even before tasting them. Reba nodded. She had seen too many extravagant dishes prepared by production teams, but there were not many that she truly found delicious. It all depends on her acting skills to portray a convincing appearance of deliciousness. Once the smell alone made her appetite open up, she extended her chopsticks and first picked up a bite of scallion braised sea cucumber on the temperature-controlled stove. With just one bite, her eyes lit up with excitement. This is too delicious. Then quickly pick up other dishes, kung pao chicken, crab meat tofu, squirrel guppy, longjing shrimp, 9 turns of large intestine, vegetarian version. This dish was just too delicious. At this point, Hotba couldn't even care about her image and started to feast. Miss Hotba seems to have had a really hard day, so I'll leave you to your meal. The waiter saw Hotba in this state and planned to just exit the private room. Slow down. Just then, Hotba suddenly called out to the waiter who was about to go out. The waiter paused. Anything else, Ms. Hotba wants? Get the chef here. I want to see him. After receiving Hotba's request to see Chef Lu Han, the waiter flamed out of the private room and rushed to the back kitchen. National Goddess Hotba wants to meet Chef Lu Han. At the kitchen door, the waiter shouted under his breath. What can we do about this? He's only 8 years old. What if this actress is dissatisfied with the change of sous chef's 3 things to scold people? Chef Luhan is still so young. I don't suppose it's the food that's not to your liking. The back kitchen was seething with tension. Luhan was calm. Take me there. What's wrong with stars? Stars are human beings. They need to eat too. Just like that, Luhan was led by the waiter to the dining room of Hot Bar. By now Hotba had finished the dishes on the table and wiped her mouth clean. Demurely, you're the chef today? How come you're a little kid? Luhan nodded his head toward Hataru, then walked straight to the table and pulled out a chair and sat down. After sitting down, Luhan said to the waiter beside him, please help me explain. Luhan himself is too lazy to explain. The whole thing is the more he thinks about it, the more angry he gets. It's like this MS. Hotba, the parents of the child Luhan, stayed behind to work part-time, and ended up becoming a sous chef. The waiter told the story of how Luhan, an 8-year-old, became the hotel's chef, of course hiding the recording of the program in the process. It can still be like that, kid. Your parents can't be reached right now? Hoder also felt a little distressed for Luhan in front of him after hearing this. No need to contact. I guess it's karma. Luhan was again on fire at the thought of this. Ataru? The live viewers, however, were nonplussed. Filial piety kills me. This kid brother just said his mom and dad are probably karma. He's really got character. I guess it's karma. Makataka outstrong. Holy shit, did the program's national goddess, Reba, invite a guest star? I love you. Reba, the kid is saved. I've been shooting over here lately. Did you just say your mom and dad are karma? Do you want me to call the police for you? Hataru hesitated for a moment and continued to ask. Luhan has been in a bad mood. Thought the hot bar is also the arrangement of the program group. Directly cannot strain to dislike. I said the old lady you have something to do? My mom and dad are in trouble. Can't you tell it's a gas? You want to really idle, you find a factory to go to work, okay? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Reba? Live. The audience burst out laughing at the scene. Fuck, this young man. Hot barb, old bitch? Hotba gets a factory to be a factory girl. Ha 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 ha. Why is your mouth like honey? Kid brother is too much of a program. If you can talk, talk more. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open from outside. It was Chief Director Wang Jeluan, who had rushed down from upstairs. He waved at the doorway to signal Hotba to come out. The two had known each other before. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Director Wang got up and walked to the door. Director Wang, are you eating here too? Hot barb is this. Director Wang told all the ins and outs of filming the program. So that's how it is. I said, what's going on? It took a moment for Hotba to realize. It is now. Now that you're in the picture, you have to keep going. I've already contacted the young director on the other side of your crew, and your scene is still 2 scenes short, and you'll be killed directly after all the shooting in the afternoon. I've also contacted your agent, so you'll go straight to our program next, and the boy will be in your hands. Director Wang is a famous program director in the circle, with a wide range of contacts and a wide path, and in just one meal, Hotba has been arranged in a clear way. Hotba didn't think she'd come out for a meal and change her cast straight away, and take on a baby. Gathering up her emotions, Hotba now went from eating to working, walking back into the booth again and saying to Luhan, little brother, I'll take you out to play in a while, okay? Hotba shook her hair as she spoke, trying to conquer Luhan with her airy beauty. What do you know? The next second. No time, I'm working to pay off my debt. Luhan had a displeased look on his face. Yeah? Hotba was dumbfounded by the whole sentence. Calling over a nearby waiter, Hotba asked, how much do his parents owe the hotel? Difference. How much worse? Fit? The waiter was stumped because it was all arranged by the crew. There was no such thing as a real outstanding room charge. Do you know that you are hiring child laborers? I'm taking this kid. Hotba also realizes that the script doesn't go that far, and just switches it up. Then he took Luhan directly out of the hotel, and no one from the hotel came out to stop him. Luhan looked at the clumsy improvisation of these adults with a helpless face. Thank you, big sister, I'm finally saved. Walking out of the hotel, Luhan said extremely deliberately for the sake of the program, it's fine. You must not have eaten yet. Go sister, take you to eat. Hotba was oblivious, and even a little smug, holding Luhan and heading toward the Kenkyo across the road. Inside the canyon, Reba and Luhan said, Luhan little friend, next you will follow me. I care about your food and housing. As for you, you will be my personal assistant. How about that? Okay, but would you be too stingy a boss to treat your assistant to a Kenkyo for dinner? Luhan thought to himself, being an assistant is at least this beautiful woman around. Better than soaking in the back kitchen of the hotel. You're not a kid. I thought you liked KFC. Say, aren't you worried that I'm a human trafficker? Hotba suddenly turned her words around and said with a milky fierce look at Luhan, You, a human trafficker? Luhan sipped his coke and looked at the hot bar goddess in front of him like a fool. Ha, what? Good-looking people can be human traffickers. Oh, I'll turn around and sell you. Hot Barb scares kids and doesn't forget to brag about it. My dad said that women with big boobs equals brainless, and it's true. If you're like this, it's not certain who's going to sell who between the two of us. Luhan held his chin and looked at Hataru with an expression of looking at a fool. Hataru? Bouncer. Kids, what else did your dad say? Come on, tell us. Goddamn big boobs equals no brain. Do you guys think Hotba should be happy or angry to hear that? Kid brother, if you can talk more. It's so much fun. Hotba run. You're not sure who's selling who with your brain and kid brother. Why do I feel like this issue's kid brother is going to be a god? With Luhan's continuous contribution of several waves of famous scenes, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room at this time dawdled. Upstairs in the room, because from the window to see the small hear the conversation, has been replaced with a cell phone to watch the live broadcast of Luhan's parents also heard Luhan said words. What do you usually teach your son? Luhan's mom, Wang Mei, squinted at Luhan's dad, Lu Sancher. Lu Sancher, I said your words. How come this kid learned them too? The next thing Wang Mei did was to give Lu Sancher a beating. Live feed. Hataru thought for a moment before reacting to the meaning of the words. Shit, the brat dares to dig at my stupidity. Quick, apologize. Say that sister I was wrong and I'll take you next, or else I'll even send you back to the hotel. Hotba gave a wicked grin and Luhan stood up at this time and got close to Hataru's face, then directly kissed it, then said, it's okay to apologize like this, pretty sister? Although Luhan was only 8 years old, he wasn't stupid. It's the goddess Hotba. So why not when you can get a kiss and an apology? Ha, he's so good at it. Shit, harpies, give back the goddess's kiss, give it back. The strongest kid in the world, he's only 8 years old, and he's already flirting with Lady Hotba. Fine, you're forgiven this time. Then say it again. Sister smart. Hotba actually felt a sense of shyness. Luhan, say this. Gotta add money. Hot bar. After dinner. Hotba took Luhan directly to the set in her luxury nanny car because there were still 2 scenes to be shot on the set. This has hurt the camera brother of the Strongest Kid Brother program. Past issues of the first day of the children are basically crying. Basically did not walk around. But Luhan this issue, the camera brother have followed several places. He was so tired of filming and hiding at the same time that he didn't die. Director Wang, hurry up and arrange a car for me. Camera brother walkie-talkie calling General Director Wang Jialuan. The car will be here soon. There's a miniature camera watching over Hotba now, and the drone is following it. So don't worry. Wang guide all kinds of mobilization and coordination. Busy. Inside the luxury nanny van, Luhan had just eaten his fill and was leisurely lying on the large sofa in the car to empty himself. Hataru stared at Luhan, thinking that this kid was handsome and cute, and how she liked him. Luhan little friend. A moment to the crew. I'm busy filming, you do not run around. Oh. Hotba didn't forget to cross Luhan. Luhan replied, well, with you as my meal ticket, I won't run around, just wait for you to wrap up. Hot bar. So I'm your meal ticket, then get ready. I'll let you fend for yourself next. As they spoke, the nanny van arrived at the theater. Sister Hotba is here. Did Sister Hotba eat for lunch? As soon as the car door opened, a bunch of people came up and complimented him. Well, this is my little cousin. Today followed me to visit the class. In a while please take care of it. Oh. As soon as Hotba got off the bus, she introduced Luhan to the cast and crew. Wow, what a cute little kid. What's your name? Handsome boy? The group of people looked at the 8-year-old Luhan. All of them looked as if they had seen a treasure. Hotba, come over here. Hurry up and finish your 2 scenes. You'll be killed today. At this time not far from the director Zhang Yimou called out Hotba. Okay, Director Zhang, coming. Luhan, be a good boy and sit over here. We'll talk when I'm done. After that, Hotba went off to shoot the movie. Because the staff next to him were trying to curry favor one by one, Luhan was a bit uncomfortable. He didn't like to be treated like a child. So he walked to the side of the shooting field and watched the shooting. The scene is a farewell scene between Reba and her own father. And the one who plays Reba's father is a veteran actor in the movie industry. Senior, Li Yujian. I have to say that the old man Li Yujian's play is so well acted that Hotba, a young actor, obviously has some feeling of not being able to catch it. You watch the performances of veteran actors and actresses. Feel the profundity of Hall of Fame performances. Trigger a counterintuitive enlightenment. And comprehend professional level performances. Cut. A scene ends and the assistant director yells click. This Sister Hotspur performance is a bit of a missed catch. Luhan stood at the edge of the field and muttered to himself. Not loudly, but it happened to be heard by a certain director, Zhang Yi, who was also deep in thought. Whose kid is this? Zhang Yimou asked the assistant director next to him, and he was surprised that Lu Han actually thought the same as him. Oh, he was brought in by Hotba, the program. The assistant director beside him looked at Lu Han and explained, oh, it's that show with Jiren Wang. Because director Wang Jialuan had greeted director Zhang, director Zhang immediately reacted and deliberately lowered his voice for fear that Lu Han would hear him. Come here, little friend, did you just say that your sister's play was a bit uncatchable? Director Zhang looked at Lu Han and said that he had just coincided with himself and came to be interested in him. Aha, it was a bit of a missed catch. Lu Han shrugged. So what do you think? Zhang Yi, a certain director, teasingly continued to pursue the question. Lu Han said, keep the first line of her line, Dad, I'm leaving. Just let Grandpa Liu Jian say the rest of the lines, and the camera will dislike my sister's face and film her crying. Assistant director, go and talk to the two actors as this kid said. Let's bail out one line and try it. Director Zhang listened carefully and felt as if it was good. Then he really arranged for the assistant director to talk about the movie. After the retake. Haha, kid, how do you know that works better? Zhang Yi, a certain director, saw that the effect of the outgoing movie was actually surprisingly good, and happily asked Lu Han, Sister Jiba young actor, line skills are not as deep as old Grandpa Liu Jian. A little bit of catching this is normal. Then the two actors will take the strengths of each. The old grandpa has good lines and says them, and Sister Hotspur is pretty and shoots her face, and a face that pretty is just as touching when it cries. Do you know anything about filming? Lu Han gave Zhang Yi a certain director and teased him after the speech. Zhang Yimou, live streaming pop-ups. Ha 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 ha, don't know how to shoot Zhang Yimou. Director Zhang is afraid that for the first time in his life, he has been told that he doesn't know how to shoot a movie, and the key is that the opposite side is still with a small child. Kid brother Cow is authorized. This is indeed a requirement for rivalry performances. Where's the assistant director? What's the next scene? Director Zhang was embarrassed, but he wouldn't have the temperament to be angry with a child. So he changed the topic and greeted the assistant director. The next scene is a chance encounter between the heroine, Hotba, with her son and the hero on the street in time. The assistant director clearly heard the whole thing just now, but now he's pretending like he just noticed this side. Ahem. Catch the shot then. Director Zhang tried to defuse the awkward situation. Assistant director, there's a bit of a problem. Director Zhang, what's the problem? The young actor who was originally scheduled couldn't make it because his car broke down on the road. So there's no one else to play the part of the son. There's a kid right in front of this eye. Let him come. Zhang Yimou once again looked at Lu Han. Wait a minute. Aren't you guys going to ask my opinion either? Lu Han rushed to speak out to stop. This came to visit a class, how let him act on it. Little friend. Didn't you just give me a lecture on theater that was head and shoulders above the rest? Are you just a paper talker? Director Zhang feels like he can pull off a comeback. Nah, I can act if you want me to. But, has to add money. Lu Han revealed a money-grubbing smirk. I can't see that you know how to ask for a paycheck. Our special little actor is 2,000 a day. You'll get 2,000 even for this one scene. Give him the assistant director. Seeing that it was just a matter of money, Director Zhang didn't seem to be a problem at all. Later, I act, of course I'll set the price. You guys are in a hurry. Surely that's not the price. I want $5,000. Lu Han held up his 5 little fingers. Shit, you brats are quite greedy for money. Director Zhang froze. I can't help it. That Hotba sister of mine says I have to fend for myself next. This is not lack of money. Lu Han laughed evilly. After the price was negotiated, the auction went straight on. The busy, noisy streets. The heroine, Hotba, is hawking tofu at a street stall with Lu Han. The hero comes riding a high horse with an entourage of attendants at the end of the street. Just around the corner at a street corner, the hero sees the heroine, Hotba, who is setting up a stall. The two men looked at each other in a bittersweet reunion. Lu Han's original mission was just to stand as a background, but at this time he actually improvised and changed the scene. Only Lu Han copied the knife on the tofu stand and looked at the male protagonist with fierce eyes. What kind of exorbitant taxes are you officials going to collect again? Don't bully my mother. By Lu Han this change of words, the male and female protagonists were stunned. Fortunately, the camera was then pulled by director Zhang to change the scene. Lu Han, child, that's your father. Reacting quickly, Hotba came back and picked up the play along the lines of the original script. Lu Han's expression changed rapidly at this time. Angry, surprise, then to anger, aggrieved, and finally hot tears. The hero rolls over and dismounts, and the family of 3 cling to each other. Cut. The assistant director immediately shouted click. Good, that's damn good. Zhang Yi, a certain director, directly stood up and applauded. See, now that's what I call a performance. That's professionalism. Zhang Yi, a certain director, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and praised one after another. Live stream. Oh, shit, the Kid brothers' improvisation. It's a godsend. Give the kid a cigarette. No, a lollipop. Mr. Zhang, I won't watch the next drama without the Kid brother. Shadow Emperor, it's a movie star. Lu Han's parents sighed. Lu Sancher, wife, our son is a movie star. Wang Mei, just how many other skills does Lu Han have that we don't know about? Director Wang Jialuan, this is a treasure. This season of A Strongest Kid Brother is sure to be a hit. The people on the scene of the crew also followed Director Zhang and clapped playfully, not selling Director Zhang's face, but completely and genuinely conquered by Lu Han's acting skills. Lu Han, why do you still perform? Hotba was also surprised by Lu Han's performance. Lo and behold, you're talented too. Learn acting from me sometime. Lu Han waved his hand lightly. After the crowd calmed down, that's when someone shouted, "Congratulations to Sister Hotaru for killing it." That's when everyone focused on the fact that Hotba killed this scene. Here, Hotba, here's your kill bonus. Zhang Yimou gave a big red envelope to Jiba. The crew have such a rule, to give a big red envelope after the killing. Thank you, Director Zhang. Hotba got the red packet and touched it, obviously feeling that this red packet was thicker than the previous ones. And in her heart, she realized that it was all because Lu Han's performance made Director Zhang very happy. Just then, Lu Han's small hand tugged on Zhang Yimou's coat corner and asked with a cute face, "Director Zhang, where's my kill red packet?" "Ha, your red bag." Director Zhang hadn't really prepared. "What? Isn't it said in the show business that there are no small actors, only small roles? Does Director Zhang want to favor one over the other?" Lu Han held his little head high. There, assistant director. Director Zhang this time can be considered to be racked. Rushed to call the assistant director again to save the scene. The assistant director appeared with an eye and gave Lu Han an impromptu big red packet of $10,000. "Thank you, Director Zhang. Thank you, assistant director. I wish you two great guides auspicious times and auspicious months as auspicious as the wind. Abundant years and abundant months as abundant increases. Increased blessings and increased wealth and increased longevity. And longevity in the mountains of longevity and longevity in the seas of longevity." Lu Han came straight to the paragraph of slamming thanks. Where had a character like Director Zhang heard of this, and was directly amused. "Little friend Lu Han, right, you wait for my next movie, I'll definitely look for you." Director Zhang directly agreed to cast Lu Han in his next drama. The Kid brother is going to take off. It's only the first day of the challenge. This Lu Han kid has a bright future ahead of him. On his first day, he's taken down two big names, Hot Bar and Director Zhang. Already looking forward to Director Zhang's movie with Lu Han. Finally, under the cheering of the cast and crew, Lu Han followed Hotba in the nanny car and left. "Brat, I was only supposed to drop in on you today. You stole all the limelight." As soon as he got into the car, Hotba spoke to Lu Han. "It's not like you told me to fend for myself before. Nah, it's just making money. Nah, here's the $15,000 we made today." Lu Han said as he threw the $5,000 he earned today for the show and $10,000 for the kill bonus to Hotaru. "Okay, let's go to dinner together tonight. With this money you've earned." Reba had wanted to pinch Lu Han. She didn't need this kind of money. Now she realized that she couldn't hold it at all. "It's excessive, big sister, that's all the money I have now." Lu Han felt bad when he heard that Hotaru actually planned to spend the entire $15,000 tonight. "So you have to work harder to earn money." "Oh, little friend Lu Han." Hotba looked at Lu Han with a bad smile. Next, Reba took Lu Han directly back to the daytime harbor resort. She had to go back to take a shower and change her clothes first. Entering the hotel room, Lu Han opened his mouth and asked, "Sister Reba, where will I stay at night?" "You'll sleep with your sister at night. Why aren't you used to it? Or get you another room?" Hotba didn't think much of it. "Don't. I'm afraid of the dark. I'll sleep with you. And do I have to take another room out of my $15,000? Lu Han decisively refused. Who would refuse to sleep with a national goddess? Lu Han was only a child physically, not mentally. "I'm going to take a shower then. You wait for me for a while." "Okay, Sister Hotba." Jia. The crew had set up cameras in the room a long time ago, so the live feed saw the scene. "Kids are awesome. You know what we like to see. Kid brother. I've never begged anyone in my life. Please go to the restroom and take a look. I think I forgot to turn off the faucet." "Old shibboleths, what are you thinking? He's just a kid. Let me do it." The restrooms in the hotel rooms have fogged glass, so you are able to see Hotba's blurry form in the restroom. At that moment, the old astringent batch on the air went straight to tautness, and a bunch of wolves howled. Lu Han knew in his heart that there was a live program, and after observing the location of the invisible camera, he directly pretended to sit unobtrusively in a position that just blocked the bathroom glass. Should I say no? Lu Han is still quite a gentleman, and then a person alone to enjoy this silhouette. the live feed immediately went off the rails. Kid brother, I really don't beg much. Uncle begs you one more time. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. My pants are off. I can't stand to watch this bunch of colorful characters on the pop-up screen. Lou Sancher, who was watching the live broadcast, good son, we're a real couple. You must have felt dad's joy. Quickly give the handle to get out of the way. Say, what? The announcement of MS Wang Mei's death came from the room. Wife, listen to my sophistry. No, explain. After Wang Mei finished speaking, she gave Lou Sancher another blast. A moment later, Hotba came out of the bathroom rubbing her hair. I have to say, Hotbar's body is really good. Front and back. Although the body has been called slightly fat, but all the meat is long in the place where it should be long. Brat, aren't you going to wash up? Hotba said to Lu Han as she blew out her hair. Me, there's no change of clothes. Lu Han said helplessly. Lu Han's parents even took his clothes away when they left. That's a problem. Let's take you to buy some clothes in a few minutes before we go to dinner. Hotba had come out changed into a white shirt and a black knee-length skirt. Nothing juvenile, so Lu Han stepped out of the way of the camera. Come on, let's go around the nearby mall first. After saying that, Hotaru left the room with Lu Han. The duo took a ride to Cheetah Plaza in downtown Seaport City. Sister Reba, can we change to a cheaper market? These clothes are too expensive. Getting off the car, Lu Han looked outside and said, here's how the clothing store a piece of big hundreds. Lu Han want to save some money. Little Scrooge Granger, sister is in a good mood today, so count the clothes as a gift from me. Hoda rolled her eyes at Lu Han. It's a deal. I want the sign. Lu Han got out of the car in a flash. Hot bar. Entering the interior of Cheetah Plaza, Hotba directly led Lu Han into a Paw and Paw children's clothing store. Paw and Paw is considered a luxury brand in children's clothing. With Hotba's vision, she picked out a small suit and dress for Lu Han, as well as a set of casual-style body shirts and sweatpants. Well, it's true that good-looking looks look good any way you wear them. Watching Lu Han come out of the fitting room, Hotaru exclaimed. Lu Han did look exceptionally handsome in his new clothes. Guide, please bring us a few more pairs of tiny panties and socks. Hotba had decided to take it and greeted the guide. Lu Han felt a little embarrassed about letting Hotba buy him little panties, but he couldn't afford not to, or he wouldn't have anything to change into. Nah, that little elephant one, and that little rooster one. Hotba was embarrassed to pick. Lu Han could not wait to find a crack in the ground now. This was a live broadcast, letting hundreds of thousands of people all over the internet watch themselves buy underwear. He died on the spot. Then Reba took Lu Han to several children's clothing stores such as Nike, Adi and TW to pick up some more. Boops bought too much. Women shopping is like this. Buy up body, do not care. But you said your treat. Lu Han still only cared about his little money. After the clothes shopping, Hotba took Lu Han this time and got ready to go to dinner. These little clothes are so cute. Hotba acted surprised with these little clothes. Sister, you bought all my clothes for a year. How can it be more? And these sunglasses, hats, watches, do I need them for a kid? Lu Han expressed his speechlessness. Little miser, it's not like I'm asking you to spend money. It's not good enough to buy you clothes. Hotba snapped at Lu Han. That makes sense. Where are we going to eat dinner? Big sister, I'm starving chest to back. Lu Han did not forget to remind the hot bar. Running around all afternoon, he was really hungry. It's already been decided. Slightly, little brat. The nanny van drove the duo to a live house restaurant. Not only can you eat here, but you can watch professional singers or bands while you eat. The lights were also dimmer, and Hotba was less likely to be recognized, because it was booked in advance. A waiter guided them into the card table just as they entered. Want to eat something? You send me clothes and I'll buy you dinner. Lu Han, in opening the menu to see the price is not too outrageous. His own money should be enough. Quite the gentleman. Now you're not stingy, Scrooge? Hotba also looked at the menu and began to order. When the food was served, the two of them chatted as they ate. Little friend Lu Han, what other skills do you have besides cooking and acting? Hotba asked. A lot. You'll see later. Che, bragging. In her opinion, Lu Han was only 8 years old, couldn't possibly know too much. At this time, the restaurant singing stage up a male singer sang Su Wei's Once You. The vicissitudes and magnetic voice immediately attracted the dinner audience. The audience applauded and applauded. You listen to professional singers singing. Feel the beauty of the voice, the music of the outstanding, triggered by the natural enlightenment. To realize master's singing skills, Lu Han was mesmerized by what he was hearing when the heavenly Tao proverbs came again. Thank you all for the favorites. Next we have a game flow mic session. How about the lighting master's spotlight sweeps across the room in a moment and stops on whichever table's guest is invited to come on stage to sing a song. The singer actually started interacting after the song. Little friend Lu Han, Didn't you say you know a lot of things? Then sing me a song today. After finishing her speech, Hotaru didn't wait for Lu Han to reply and directly took off her own hat. The spotlight began to sweep across the room, and when it reached the second floor card table, Hotba's stunning beauty mesmerized the lighting technician straight away. The music hadn't stopped, but the lights were locked on Hotba's table hadn't moved. Wow, looks like the lighting technician was completely captivated by the magnificent beauty of this beauty on the second floor. Then applaud and invite this table's friend to the stage. The host flirted with an invitation. Lu Han, hurry up and go. I'm a public figure. I'll be recognized if I go down there. Hotba hurriedly put her hat back on. I really can't do anything about you. Lu Han stood up helplessly and walked above the downstairs stage under the guidance of the waiter. Ooh, it's a handsome little friend. Was that your sister upstairs just now? The host handed over the microphone. No, it's my two milk, Lu Han said without a trace of anger. We're quite young for a teukaiha. Back to the point. What song are you planning to bring to the table today? The host was a little embarrassed and had to chat back to the singing. Give me a guitar. I'll play and sing. Lu Han looked like he was forced to do business. Soon the staff brought a high stool and a guitar, and adjusted the microphone pole for Lu Han. Live streaming pop-ups. Laughs. Hotba is too milky for me. The kid brother is still so toxic and ruthless. I can't believe he can still sing, and he plays. Don't be stubborn upstairs. Have you had enough of being punched in the face by the kid brother in today's broadcast? I think it definitely will be. It's still a great kind of beating. Lu Han nodded his head towards the band teacher and then began to play and sing. Small hands strummed the guitar strings slightly a few times, the traditional chords of a slow song. The band teacher quickly found the right tune. The winds of the night. Looking back at the past, it's the old me filled with rage. With just one line everyone knows what song, Silence is Golden by brother Leslie Chung. Live streaming pop-ups. Kid brother, once again. I'm so proud of you. How cool is the guitar playing? Guitar playing and singing, even in Cantonese. The heifer is turning over, the cow's head is in the air. Oh my god, the way he sings actually really has his brother's shadow on him. The second floor card seat of the hot bar also listened to the fascination. He thought about Lu Han really may be able to sing. Singing good can also be accepted. But now Lu Han he's playing the guitar and singing in Cantonese. Plus his brother Leslie Chung's classics. It's just awesome. HMHMMM. How nice it would have been if little friend Lu Han had been born 10 years earlier. Or if I had been born 10 years later. I would have wanted to marry him. Hotba was straight up mesmerized. As the song tastes its climax. You're destined to be rich or poor. Wrong is never right. True is always true. I'll do what you say, but I'll do what I do. Always believe that silence is golden. The audience at the scene people are numb. And before the singer's applause applauded differently. Lu Han is now singing in a state so that everyone cannot bear to make a sound to disturb. That would become a kind of blasphemy. Some of the live audience members were directly in tears as they muttered to themselves. Brother, is that you? Are you back? Live streaming pop-ups. Solved the case. Lu Han. The kid brother must be the older brother reborn. He's awesome. The kid brother must sing a few more times in future programs. What if I can't hear it later? Don't talk and feel it with your heart. Expression/intoxication. Hotspur, oh my gosh, it's hard not to love that. Finally the song ends. Teenagers, be spontaneous. Keep walking and spilling the beans. The music ended completely before all the audience dared to all stand up and applaud. The singing was really great. Lu Han walked back to the card table amidst the crowd's warm applause and adoring gazes. Both Cantonese and guitar playing abilities were accidentally acquired by Lu Han's anticlimactic enlightenment in the past. And today, having been given a master's level to sing, he went straight to a Cantonese strumming song. Little friend Lu Han, you're so awesome. Sister loves you to death. Hot but directly a big hug. In front of the two groups of soft tightly squeezed Lu Han. Sister Hotba wait, I can't breathe. Lu Han was really muffled and breathless. Getting back into position. Sister Hotba should we order a meal for that camera brother in the back? He's been following us all day today. Lu Han suddenly came to the rescue. So, you know that there's been a taping. Reba was also shocked. Not realizing that Lu Han actually knew all along. Okay, recording a program is fine. It's not just a challenge anyway. I'll just participate. By the way, remember to talk to my unreliable parents. When I go back I'll settle the score with them. When Lu Han said the last sentence, Lu Han was filled with righteous indignation. He thought about it. Instead of continuing to record the program like this pretending not to know but rather not being able to let go, it was better to pick a fight. If this reality show crew doesn't want it, they'll go straight home to their deadbeat parents themselves. The show is going to be willing to continue recording and just let go of the whole job itself. In front of the big brother of the camera in the corner who was still holding his position, the waiter brought a hot meal according to Lu Han's request. Camera brother, Thank you, Kid Brother. Woohoo! The live broadcast of the Strongest Kid Brother reality show stopped for the day after Luhan and Hotba left the live house. The crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room were feeling unfulfilled. But because the live broadcast room was closed, pop-ups couldn't be sent. A bunch of netizens started to turn to short video platforms, commenting frantically on the output under various live slicing videos of the day or Luhan-related videos. Under Hotbar's personal teaser voice account, Goddess Hotspur, please be sure to watch out for our kid brother. Don't fall. Right, you guys can't end up together. The age difference is too big. What are you thinking upstairs? I'm just a big sister and a little brother. Don't be so nasty, okay? Promotional video for director Zhang Yi's new movie. Mr. Jen, when will the next movie start shooting? Are you sure you're going to be in it? Don't worry about it. Director Zhang's personal official number has responded and confirmed that the next movie will definitely invite kid brother Luhan to act. I heard that director Zhang's next movie is called Heroes of Dunhuang, a story about Dunhuang during the Great Tang Dynasty. I wonder what role kid brother will perform in it. Looking forward to the new movie. Looking forward to kid brother. The Harbor Resort teaser account posted a video of kid brother's stir-fry today. I'm a teacher from New Oriental Culinary School. May I ask where this child is from? We would like to invite him as a guest professor. Upstairs New Oriental teacher. This is the strongest kid brother this year. Friendly advice excavator professional visiting professor also gave our kid brother together. I guess he will certainly also. Crap, this young man, 8 years old with 2 hands on a spoon? He's so handsome, he's a future chef. A video of Luhan playing and singing Silence is Golden in Cantonese today, released by Live House Restaurant Merchant teaser, with the caption, God is chasing after the top little singer who feeds the food. This is not just God chasing after me, it's the Lord pouring food down the drain. I'm busy tonight. I didn't watch this. You still have this at night, kid? It's awesome. You've made a fortune. Kid brother is now a top streamer. Your restaurant has become a hit on the internet. I'm a passerby? Who is this kid? How come he sings so well? Follow the latest reality show, Strongest Kid Brother, and get in touch for a look back at today's broadcast. It's awesome. Am I the only one who thinks that kid brother singing Silence is Golden really shows his brother's shadow? Sympathy +1. Empathy +2. Sympathy +10,086. And at this time, Luhan, after following Hot Bar back to the Harbor Resort Hotel, it only took a few minutes for Wang Jialuan, the general director of the Strongest Kid Brother reality show, to approach him. Inside the room, Luhan, Hotba, and director Wang Jialuan were looking at each other with 6 eyes, none of them figuring out how to show their cards. Okay, I'm the youngest here. I'll go first. Let's start with the first thing. Where are my parents? Luhan couldn't help himself. Director Wang Jialuan looked a little embarrassed and said, They said they were too embarrassed to come see you and are now hiding. When he thought of that unreliable parents, Luhan gritted his teeth. Shit, they still know how to be embarrassed? Luhan, don't be like this. They are your parents after all. Nope, they raised you after all. And no, forget about explaining it. Reba still wanted to persuade, but after a few waves of thought there was no way to help Luhan's parents justify themselves, so she gave up decisively. Okay, so let's talk about the second thing. I know the show exists. Now are you guys recording it or are you recording it? Seeing that he couldn't catch his parents, Luhan jumped straight to the second thing. Kid Luhan. According to the rules you have to be unknowingly commenting on causing the living alone challenge in order to continue with the program, said director Wang Jialuan. Well then, let's go. Send me home now, I'll go and settle the score with that Lu Sancher and Wang Mei. Luhan said and got up to head out. Don't. Hear me out. But considering your intelligence, and the fact that you analyzed it on your own, and that no one cheated to warn you, after a discussion among the crew, and after consulting your parents, it was unanimously decided by all. The show continues. It's been a couple of episodes of the program, and it's not easy for director Wang to meet a kid brother who's so true to his kid brother. So how could he possibly give up? Cut it out. Don't give me a high hat. I'm relying on you guys to discuss it? You consulted Wang Mei and Lu Sancher? Then did you guys ever consult me? Luhan said in a stern voice. At this time, director Wang felt that sitting in front of him is not at all like a child. Bear up that kind of feeling as if his station manager. Yes, station manager. Not right, you're right. Little friend Luhan. Director Wang nodded his head vigorously. Since you guys don't want to send me back and you still want to continue the program recording, let's talk about the third thing, raise the money. Saying this, Luhan smiled wryly. Director Wang, you can choose not to agree to increase the money. Then I'll take the program group and my uncaring parents to court together, and believe it or not, I will definitely win the case. Little ancestor. I believe. I've seen all your skills today. I believe you when you say that you Sure Huang hit the money now. Add money if you want to add money. I'll admit it. Director Wang had also seen Lu Han's ability today. He could really do it. Lu Han actually did not want to really do not shoot. Go home and have to serve the couple. There is nothing to learn in school. Before there was enlightenment against the sky. Now the university textbooks are self-study finished. Without the program something was going on. He was planning a whole research project and a dissertation. But in hindsight, it would have been better to just live the whole time on this show and have a quick and fun time with Miss Hotspur. You've already given my parents the movie fee, want to recover it again? I'm afraid it's hopeless. So I won't take advantage of you. Promise them how much money as usual to give me a share again. Also, I heard that there's a $3 million prize at the end of a successful challenge. The money belongs to me if I succeed. And I'm not allowed to tell my mom and dad right now. I want to see the look on their faces when they end up empty-handed. Lu Han is ready to save their own money before it is too late to be economically independent, so as not to later be pitched by mom and dad. Okay, no problem. Director Wang decisively agreed that the kid brothers who participated in previous editions basically didn't spend out any money, and the program team is now well-funded. That's fine, Director Wang. We can continue filming tomorrow, and we can install a miniature camera on me as well, so that it's easy to film. In addition, and the camera brother to say a word. Pay more attention to the camera position and position. Some of the footage are wearing gangster. The fixed camera has captured the big brother. How can I pretend to be blind and not see? Happy cooperation, Director Wang. In the end, Lu Han got up as a teenager and shook hands with Director Wang. Happy cooperation, little friend Lu Han. Director Wang also reached out to shake Lu Han's hand. Then please return. The program will continue tomorrow. After shaking hands, Lu Han directly gave his expulsion order. He was ready to sleep with Miss Hotpa. Phew, can we talk now? Mr. Lu Han, it's time to help you take a bath. After sending Wang Jialuan away, Hotpa collapsed on the bed. Ha, don't. I'll wash myself. Reba. Look at hot bar, that means also personally hand to give Lu Han bath, decisively refused. Ouch, not only a little Scrooge, but a little feudal, too. Hotpa sensed that Lu Han's weakness turned out to be here, being shy and not letting others bathe him. I'll do it myself, Lu Han said as he grabbed his newly purchased clothes and rushed into the restroom and unlocked the door. He didn't want to let Hotpa wash himself. Think about it, who would want to let a stranger stare at them the whole time they were in the shower? Neither could Reba. Night. Harbor Resort hotel rooms. Lu Han took a shower and changed into the new children's pajamas he bought today and walked out of the restroom. What kind of handsome boy is this? Come into my sister's arms. By now Hotpa had changed into a silk nightgown and was lying on the bed in style. Luckily, Lu Han was still a child. Any other adult man would not be able to stand it. Ha, Hataru-san. You're so slutty. Little son of a bitch. What are you talking about? Hataru sat up violently from the bed when Lu Han said so. Now that the live stream is off, both are behaving more openly. I want a story, Lu Han said, climbing straight onto the bed into Hataru's arms. Then you say Sister Hotpa is beautiful. Having just taken a bath, Lu Han still had a child's unique milky scent on him, and Hotpa smoothly held Lu Han in her arms. It's a good thing I didn't come on the air, or else the old Shibuya batch on the air would be howling wolf again. Sister Hotpa, the most beautiful. Lu Han sat in the middle of Hataru's two slender legs, his body relying on Hataru's embrace, and his back could still feel a piece of softness. I'm still a little uncomfortable with my little mouth suddenly becoming as good as honeyed. I still like you as you were before when you were untamed and you recovered. Reba took a dry towel and wiped Lu Han's hair. Come on with the story. Old bitch, I can't sleep without a story, Lu Han said. Well, it's still the same flavor. Let me tell you a story about the Grey Wolf of Cultivation. After a day's time together, Hataru had already gotten used to the pattern of getting along with Lu Han. Both. After Grey Wolf got the sheep village's most precious treasure, the Nine Suns secret method, his cultivation directly broke through to the transformation god realm, and he is ready to return to Wolf Castle and gather his army to kill back into the sheep village's secret realm again. Lu Han was lying in Reba's arms at this time. So cozy. It was also the first time for Reba to take a child to sleep, and she was also very fond of Lu Han. Because of the busy day, both of them were also tired and just fell into a deep sleep. Have nothing to say all night. Old shibboleths. You don't really think an 8-year-old can do anything, do you? Day 2. Lu Han was used to waking up early and washing up. Today's episode of Strongest Kid Brother is also back on the air. After Lu Han finished washing up, he realized that Hataru was still not awake, so he prepared to trick her. After making a face for the camera, he picked up a full cup of hot water and poured it right over where Hotpa was lying, then sat and waited for Hotpa to wake up. 10 minutes or so later, Hotpa was awakened by a flurry of hot and humid discomfort under the covers. When she lifted the covers, she felt bad. You're awake, Sister Hotba? Luhan stood at the end of the bed with a sarcastic smile on his face. Hataru's brain was running fast. She wet the bed? How to break the current situation? The live broadcast had already started? She then directly lifted the covers and bellowed at Luhan. Brat, why did you wet the bed last night? Straight to Netflix. Here we go. Opening blitz. Hot Barb wets the bed. Ha ha ha, the kid is so good at this. No, I pissed this bed. I'm the one who's going to pee on Reba's bed from now on. How did the bed I peed on get to your side? Luhan laughed evilly. Oops, shame on you, but what to do? There are still people watching in the live room. Hataru held her forehead in embarrassment. Next, Hotarpa jumped straight out of bed and dashed into the restroom, pulling Luhan with her. Luhan, help your sister. Take the blame for bedwetting. It doesn't matter if you're a kid. I'm a public figure. My image will be ruined if people know I wet the bed. Sis, please, please. Hotar pouted at Luhan. Then next, you'll cover all my food, clothing, and transportation. Luhan saw that the effect was achieved. Okay, no problem, we're on the same page. What's the big deal? I make money, you can spend it. Hotba agreed dryly. The two of them walked out of the restroom. That's right, I pissed this bed. Last night I was pointing out the mountains and stirring up the map. So I drew this map of China. The camera gives the location of the water damage, and it really looks like a map of Blue Star China. Well, little brothers make mistakes and admit them. Learn from your mistakes. What's with the toothbrush water cup in here? Hataru was still trying to pretend to educate Luhan, but when she turned around, she noticed the cup of water for brushing teeth on the bedside TV stand. Live streaming pop-ups. Yesterday the kid brother said that Hotba's big boobs equals brainless, and sure enough, this IQ was crushed by the kid brother. I'm going to laugh my ass off. I'm gonna laugh my ass off. It's early in the morning. Another scene appeared. The combination of Hotba and Luhan is really thief interesting. Lock up, lock me up. Hotba also took out her cell phone to check the live broadcast in order to confirm, and after she was sure that she was really tricked by Luhan, she directly pounced on Luhan with a tigress's power. Stink, little son. Seeing that the situation was not good, Luhan immediately jumped onto the bed to avoid the hot ballet. Later, after keeping a safe distance, Luhan shouted. Then Luhan pressed his own little genius phone watch, which played out what had just happened in the restroom when Hotba begged Luhan to help take the blame, but after only 5 seconds of play, Luhan gave the press stop again. No hitting me, or I'll play the whole recording. Luhan shouted, pointing at Hataru. Ha, bastard. Hotba slapped his head. He really couldn't defend himself. Luhan was too cunning. He had no choice but to compromise. A fight ends with Luhan winning and Hotba signing an unequal treaty. Luhan, what are we going to do today? After getting up and washing up, Hotba asked Luhan. Director Wang said that the next program is still going to be about me getting money on my own. Today's mission is just one: get money. The original program outline has been revised after consultation with Director Wang yesterday. So have you figured out how you're going to get money today? Hotba asked. I don't know yet. Let's go out first. Luhan decided to go out first. After leaving the hotel, the duo made their way to People's Square. This side of the usual flow of people is relatively large. There are old men and women playing Tai Chi. There are children in the kite playing roller skating. There are also people dancing in the square dance. Is not lively. Luhan thought that he shouldn't have a problem finding something to make money here. Luhan, where's the money you said you'd get? I haven't even had breakfast yet. I'm starving to death. The plaza where Hotba followed Luhan all the way to. Look ahead, there it is. When Luhan saw a large group of people surrounding the front of the square, he had an idea and walked straight over with Hotbar. In the middle of the crowd was an old man who was holding a large 1-meter-long brush dipped in water and writing calligraphy on the floor of the square. The calligraphy was written in a powerful and majestic manner. It drew a crowd of onlookers to marvel at it. Luhan stepped closer to look at it for a moment. You watch the calligraphy master's ink treasures, and feel the subtlety of Chinese calligraphy, the handsome beauty of waving the brush and splashing the ink, triggering a heaven-defying enlightenment, and comprehending master-level calligraphy and painting skills. The old man finished an ancient poem in a single breath. I was not feeling well at night, so I drove up to Furuhara. The sunset is infinite, but it's just near dusk. After the old man finished writing, a gasp of surprise came from the people around him. Old Mr. Powerful. This character is strong and powerful. Immortal. Amazing. Amazing. A rare and good character. This is the real master. So much better than those calligraphy masters you see on the internet who ghost draw and still zigzag. The compliments of the crowd were very flattering to the old man. You're all too kind. The way of calligraphy is vast and profound, and I've only gotten a glimpse of its subtleties, the old man said as he stroked his white beard in a profound manner. The writing is okay, a small success. not quite the level of a cent. Just then, a discordant voice came from the crowd. The crowd followed the sound and looked at a half-grown child, none other than Lu Han. Lu Han has just realized the master-level painting and calligraphy skills. At this time to see this word is indeed different from the feelings of the crowd, although the word has a shape, but the charisma is still a little worse. That's why Lu Han said what he said just now. Whose kid is this? He's not big, but he's got a big mouth. I see that you're only 7 or 8 years old. I guess you can't even recognize all the words of this poem written by this old grandpa, right? Just dare to talk nonsense here. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Little doll, hurry up and apologize to old grandpa. Without waiting for the old man to speak, the other onlookers began to accuse Lu Han. Sorry about that, haha, my brother is small and mouthy. At this time, Hot Barb stood out to smile and tried to pull Lu Han away, thinking that let him earn a money to eat breakfast. How he came to attract public anger. Wait, it is often said that there is no precedence of learning and the master is the teacher. This little friend seems to have some insights and attainments in calligraphy as well. Little friend might as well write a character as well, so that I and all of you can learn and observe. With that, the old man directly handed Lu Han the large brush in his hand. The old man was just happy to be praised for practicing his calligraphy today, and he was a little uncomfortable in his heart when Lu Han said so, but his congeniality did not support him to do anything out of the ordinary. So they want to let Lu Han also write a picture. If Lu Han is really capable, they are not ashamed to ask. If it is the mouth is talking nonsense, then a moment they do not say anything. The surrounding spectators will not let Lu Han good. Live streaming pop-ups. Oh, my god, the kid's going to flip the car. I've seen this kid talk a bit tongue-tied before, and sure enough, he's going to be taught a lesson by the old man today. Why do I feel like the kid brother might actually be good? Really good at what? Really good. Think about it. He's only 8 years old. What's past is past. I don't believe an 8-year-old can recognize many words, let alone write a nice brush stroke. At this point in the scene, Hotba was also frowning, and now it was impossible to walk away. Watch this, grandpa. But at that moment, Lu Han directly took the brush in the old man's hand. The wind and rain send spring back, and the snow welcomes spring. The cliff is already 100 feet of ice, but there is still a flower branch pretty. The flower is not competing with the spring, but only reporting the spring. When the mountain flowers are in full bloom, she is laughing in the bushes. A great man's winged plumb line is completed. The font is firm, wild and powerful, and tough but not rigid. The momentum is more majestic, but also with a little bit of the attitude of the majesty. Comparing it to the Song Liu Yuan that the old man had written before, there was an instant judgment. It was obvious that Lu Han's words were several times better. The crowd of onlookers at the scene. Crap. This young man, he really met someone high up today. This character, TSK, can't pick a fault nah. Honestly, old sir, when compared, your words do show almost meaning huh. I've got groceries to buy. What are you looking at here? Go away, go away. The crowd that was slapped in the face was excusing themselves individually. At this time, the old man directly took out his cell phone and took pictures of Lu Han's words on the floor one after another, reciting words under his breath. Shoot it down. It must be photographed. This piece of writing has benefited me a lot. I feel like so many places have been enlightened all of a sudden. Reba, Lu Han, why are you so godlike? You know how to write. Lu Han, I practiced writing when I went to school to recognize characters. We are all Chinese. Why don't you know how to write? Hot bar. Live stream. I'm so uneducated. I can't believe how big my words are. Where are the ones who just spoke? Come out. I've been punched in the face by the kid again. I apologize for what I just said. Kid brother, please take my knee. Is there nothing in this world that can stop you? Kid brother? After taking the picture, the old man looked back at Lu Han. Don't go. Little friend, I still want to learn more about the subtleties of this calligraphy with you. My old man is in his 70s, and after years of dipping into this word, I've really gotten a glimpse of the door today. The old man's eyes reddened as he spoke, and he was indeed a bibliophile. Lu Han looked at the old man with an innocent face and said, Old grandpa, in fact, you are already very good. Didn't I say just now that although you haven't yet reached the level of the academy, you've also accomplished a little bit? Little friend, then is there anything else you can point out to me? The old man squatted down, his tone excited. I also know Chinese painting. Do you want to take a look? Lu Han said. Painting? You too? Good. Look, must see. The old man was also unusually excited to hear this. But what? The inkstone is dry. The milliard is dry. The pen is dry. How can I moisturize the pen without a penny? Lu Han came up with an ancient poem. The others around you look at me and I look at you not understanding what it means. But the old man understood at once. He is also a man of letters. This poem is from the mentioned painting to send road to resume the play need to run the pen translated into the vernacular. It means, not interested, not a penny run the pen fee do not want to write. Calligraphy and painting literati have such rules. I gave you a free to see a picture. Cannot continue to give you a free to see it? Otherwise, what do literati eat and drink? Well said. Little sir, all I have with me is $1,000. If it's not enough, my house is in the neighborhood in front of me. Follow me home to get it later. The old man couldn't contain himself with excitement at this point. Luhan took out his own little genius and opened the collection code and said, "Grandpa, we can pay online." In the end, the old gentleman transferred another $5,000 to Luhan online, a total of $6,000. Luhan turned his gaze to the audience again. What, do we have to pay for moisturizers too? I told you I was going to the grocery store. Let's go, let's go. A bunch of spectators. See the situation all dispersed. The original are the strongest king. Really wanna pay money when all ran away. Luhan smoothly picked up half of the broken bricks in the grass next to him. Oops, Luhan, people don't pay if they don't pay. You can't smash them. Seeing this, Hataru quickly pressed down on Luhan's arm. Sister Hotba, you are really busty. How could I smash someone? I was going to draw with a brick. Luhan was also speechless. This Hotba could never keep up with his own pace. Then, Luhan directly picked up a brick and started painting on the marble floor of the square's open space. Luhan used the bricks directly as chalk on the floor tiles to dragonfly and brush, drawing a scene of cold plums and snow. Then a small piece of brick was smashed into powder and lightly hand applied to the light and dark areas of the painting. Done. Luhan dusted the brick dust off his hands. A cold plum reflecting snow became available. After Luhan finished his painting, the old man looked directly dumbfounded when he saw the final effect presented. What a masterpiece for the ages is this, the pride of this plum blossom, reflecting the lonely cold of spring. Geez, why is it just drawn on the ground and not on paper? What am I going to do if I can't see it later? The old man had fallen straight to his knees and cried out in pain. Luhan, what's wrong with this old grandpa? The painting is indeed very good, but I can't feel this emotion from him. Hataru then came up to Luhan and asked in a small voice. She didn't understand. Didn't you hear what this old grandpa just said? He has been immersed in calligraphy and painting for many years, and can be called a bookworm and painting fool. You can't understand it naturally because you're not in the right realm. Luhan was mentally able to understand the old man's feelings because he had master-level calligraphy and painting attainments. Live stream. Leaning north. How could a kid use a broken brick to paint such an amazing picture? Is there any justice at all? How can a kid be so powerful? I'm an art student, and my class has stopped attending class. They're all looking at this, because I just showed it to our teacher, who said it was bad, and now he's squatting in the corner of the classroom, drawing circles. Yes, I am his classmate. I testify that the latest news teacher has smoked over. That old man knelt in front of Luhan's cold plum reflecting snow and cried for half a day before he suddenly stood up violently. No way, I have to keep this painting, it must be preserved. The old man seemed to make some kind of important decision, and after saying that, he directly took out his cell phone and dialed a call. You immediately arrange for some workers to come to People's Square. Seal up the one on the ground here with glass. I was right there, to the glass. The old man's phone call was to no one in particular. Luhan and Hotba? Young sir, it's truly an honor for me, Joe, to meet you today. Please be sure to go to my house later. After hanging up the phone, the old man pulled Luhan's hand. Excited. Old grandpa, you calm down. A painting is just a painting. Don't get too excited in a while and then karma over. Luhan had a bitter look on his face as he guessed that the old man must be a big shot. Forgot to introduce myself. My name is Johan Cohen, is the chairman of the Chinese Calligraphy and Painting Association, currently retired in and old partner in this hometown seaport city pension. The old man Johan Cohen introduced himself. My name is Luhan, a second-grade student at the experimental primary school in Magic City. Next to this is my sister Bouncing D. Gaba. Luhan and Hotba also passed their names to Johan Cohen. Not long after, a team of workers appeared at the People's Square and literally lifted a large piece of glass over Luhan's painting of cold plums reflecting snow, and then directly sealed it up. When the workers have finished dealing with the relevant matters, in Johan Cohen's repeated invitations, Luhan took people with him to his home, chatting on the road to know. Johan Cohen old man is the Chinese calligraphy and painting world titanic figure, just retired this year, and their own partners have just recently returned to their hometown of Harbor City. Master Joe's home was in Shangqing Yiping by People's Square, an exceptionally large villa with a small courtyard. Luhan also on the way to tell his recent participation in reality TV programs. Do not explain if a few people have been followed by a big brother carrying a camera is really a little embarrassing. Arrived at the old man's villa courtyard, the eyes of the ancient color, solid wood carving of the porch fence, The yard there is a one-person Haishoshan stone landscape. Mate, we've got a visitor. As soon as Zhou Lao entered the room, he called out to the house for his beloved. Elder Zhou, your little villa courtyard is so beautiful. At first glance, it's the residence of a literati. Hotba was mesmerized by the scenery of the small yard as soon as she entered it. Where, but is just attached to the elegance. Before always feel that they are really what calligraphy and painting master. Today met Luhan little mister. Only to know that before is just a laughing stock. What Zhou Lao said was sincere. At this time Luhan was simply the Wen Chu Xing descending to the heavens in his heart. Grandpa Zhou is too modest. Luhan said, come into the house and sit down. Elder Zhou, as the host, invited the crowd to enter the house and take their seats. Just after the crowd had sat down, the old Mr. Zhou Hankuan's wife rushed out of the house in a hurry and said in a panic, "It's not good, old man, there's a police officer calling me about a possible crime." What? Elder Zhou was also very nervous when he heard the word crime. Older people don't go online much so they know less about these things. But younger people know when they hear about it that it's the same old scam. Luhan stood up at that moment and took the phone from the old lady and made a shushing gesture. Then pressed the phone speakerphone directly. A heavily accented man's voice said over the phone, "Are you still there? MS. This is customs. We found prohibited drugs in your courier package. Now we need you to cooperate with me in the investigation and evidence collection." Hearing this, Luhan could already be sure that this would be fraudulent. Luhan spoke. "Tell me what's going on. What did she commit?" The atmosphere was tense, and everyone didn't notice that Luhan's vocal line changed slightly at this time. The man on the phone repeated what he had just said, and now the audience in the live broadcast room heard it. The pop-ups are starting to come alive. This kind of one is a scam call at first glance. It's so obvious. These scammers are just assholes. They're targeting the elderly. The old man is buying and selling drugs? How dare these people think of that? All be quiet and watch the kid brother operate. He'll be finished if you see if it's real or not. At this moment, Luhan came up with a bold idea. With his plan in mind, Luhan smiled wryly. He was going to start the whole job. With that, he covered his lip bar with his hand and spoke again. His voice already very different. "Fuck, how dare you check my Duan family's goods? Old meat sim sha sui Duan koan. I'm only going to say this once. If you want to live, tell me who ordered you." Luhan's voice line directly turned into an adult male. Arrogant, ruthless, the kind that sounds like a temperamental, random straw man. The audience couldn't help but freeze and when Luhan's voice rang out, the entire live broadcast instantly exploded. "Ha, I didn't catch that. Did that come out of the kid's mouth? Am I hearing things too? Whose voice was that? Camera brother's voice? No, the phone is in the hands of the kid brother. But how did this happen?" Luhan's the skill or before self-study junior high school course called Oral Skills of the Literary Text have a feeling. The Antipodean enlightenment to comprehend out of the Ventriloquism skills. Hotba was also stunned, and Cho and his partner froze. Everyone present at the moment was staring at Luhan with wide eyes, looking at him like he was a god. Luhan covered the cell phone microphone with his hand and softly explained, "Don't be afraid. This is actually my self-taught ventriloquism." The voice of the liar came from the phone again. "Sir, please correct your attitude. You'd better listen carefully to every word I say next. At present, we suspect that you are suspected of drug trafficking, and now we have to control the funds on your account. We will provide you with a safe account. Please transfer all the funds over immediately. When the investigation is clear, if this matter really has nothing to do with you, the police will naturally return the money to you." The scammer's tone was menacing and sold the show. He hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. "Hey, good. Very good." Luhan let out a sinister and vicious laugh. "You're useless even if I give you a chance. You wait for death. Do you think that? If you don't tell me, I won't be able to find out who was behind my betrayal. Do you think that? If you don't tell me, I won't be able to find out who was behind my betrayal." Luhan's voice was low and powerful, revealing an unquestionable majesty, as if he was a gangster in control of everything. Every word seemed to come from the depths of his throat, carrying a heavy weight that made people involuntarily want to listen to his command. The live audience listened with numbness, and the scammer on the other end of the phone was already getting weak. Is there really a gangster on the other side? Did he bump into him by coincidence? The liar also began to be unsure of himself. For a moment he forgot to say anything. The silence of the phone had allowed Luhan to guess what the opposite side was thinking, and with that he continued, "Where's Run? Tell him to come see me." Then Luhan pulled the phone away again and switched to the voice of a horseman. "Boss, I'll go get him." After an interval, Luhan imitated sound out of footsteps that, "You wanted to see me, boss?" Luhan switches out Run again. Next, ding click. Luhan simulated the sound of a loaded pistol. Luhan switched will the boss's voice. You're a ghost. Aren, I've been with you for so long and you doubt me. Boss, would I suspect you without proof? You've never been on the market since I asked you to deliver some goods. This time it went straight to customs. I have someone like that at the police station. Sir. Ha! At this moment, Lu Han was like a split personality, switching his identity back and forth. The entire room at the live broadcast was stunned. There is a good ventriloquist in Kyoto. I'm uneducated, so I'm just going to say fuck off. I am blind. Please kindly tell me which Hong Kong movie is this? The kid brother is too strong. How come he knows everything? Everyone was bowled over by Lu Han's mimicry. The crooks listened with even more trepidation. And Lu Han's performance is not yet over. Wasn't it Huang Sir who betrayed me? Shit, yellow dog. Aaron didn't resist the pressure. He admitted, of all the brothers, you're the one I trust the most, but you're going to be a ghost for the cops. Boss yelled hysterically. The voice was full of anger, sadness, the kind of pain of being betrayed by a good brother, all of which was portrayed by Lu Han. Next, bang, a shot rang out. By now, the scammer on the other end of the phone was shivering and sweating cold. The scammer hurriedly hung up, but in less than a few seconds of effort, Lu Han directly called the phone back. The crook subconsciously picked up. I've got your ID. Don't worry, you're next. Those who go against me must die. A city in southern China. A man rushes into the local public safety office in a flaming rage. Help! Uncle Cop! Someone's trying to kill me. I confess, I am a fraud. Today for his own safety, the crook decisively chose to turn himself in. Even crooks know that if you're in trouble, call the police. Only the Public Security Bureau is the safest in his opinion now. At this point, Lu Han sighed. After hanging up the phone, the pop-ups in the live stream went straight to a frenzy. The audience laughed their asses off. Really, cowboys? I can't believe there's this kind of operation. Laughing and crying / expressions. Imagine the crooks at this point, surely hiding somewhere shivering, probably no longer dare to cheat people. I'll be so real with the scammers next time I get a scam call. Can you do ventriloquism upstairs? And only if it's this awesome ventriloquism. Hello, I am the official number of the XX Public Security Bureau. Just had a person ran to our unit that someone wants to kill him. After understanding, now come to the live broadcast to understand the situation. Please backstage staff timely reply communication. At this time, the live broadcast appeared the pop-up screen of the official number named XX Public Security. And for a while the live broadcast room blew up again. Crap, that fraudster just now was scared and turned himself in? Ha ha ha, the official number is shaking. It's real. It's him. How do you think this guy will feel when he learns the truth in the kiln of agony? I guess I can even want to die and be laughed at by my cellmates. Ha ha ha. On the side of Lu Han's parents, Lu Sancher watched the entire broadcast. 2. After learning that Lu Han actually knew ventriloquism, Lu Sanchi's first thought was that he would eat chicken later and not be able to pick up the equipment. Still, it would be possible for Lu Han to use ventriloquism to impersonate Sweet Sister and ask his teammates for equipment for himself. Thinking of this, Lu Sancher couldn't help but let out a piggish laugh. Lu Han's mom, Wang Mei, who was not sure, went up and kicked. Let's go back to Lu Han's side of the story. After successfully helping Zhou Hankuan's old couple to solve the fraudsters, the old couple directly honored Lu Han as a god. Little Mr. Lu truly is the literary star descending to the heavens, so knowledgeable and with such marvelous skills in his possession. Someone Zhou was really impressed. Zhou Hankuan couldn't help his overflowing words. Egu, little baby, really too capable. If it wasn't for you today, Grandma would have been tricked by the bad guys. Old Mrs. Zhou was also fond of Lu Han, reaching out to pinch Lu Han's white and tender little face. Ahem, old mate, watch your mouth. This is my little mister. Elder Zhou had already placed Lu Han above himself. What little mister? He's just a cute, capable little baby. Mrs. Zhou was not amused. It's fine, Grandpa Zhou. I'm actually just a little kid. You're giving me too much importance, instead making me feel uncomfortable, Lu Han said in a very knowledgeable manner, so that the relationship would not be made awkward. That's right, Grandpa Zhou. Although our little friend Lu Han knows a lot of things and is very capable, he is indeed an 8-year-old. Hataru also pinched Lu Han's cheeks this time, and with extra force, as if avenging this morning's bedwetting prank. Alright then, I'll call you little friend Lu Han as everyone wants. Seeing that it's mealtime, little friend Lu Han and sister Hotba should stay for a casual meal. It's just the right time for our two families to thank Lu Han properly. Elder Zhou was also happy to have such a forgettable friend like Lu Han. That's a nuisance, Hataru said politely. Grandma, I want to eat braised beef. I want sweet and sour fish, Lu Han directly shouted. Anyway, he was a small child status. Good, little baby will follow you. Old Mrs. Zhou was smiling like a flower. Lu Han, you cook the food later. Grandparents. Lu Han is a great cook. He even worked as a chef at the Harbor Resort Hotel. Hotba couldn't stand the sight of Lu Han playing nice in front of the old man, and deliberately gave him something to do. What kind of food can you cook at such a young age? The old couple both had an incredulous look on their faces. It's okay, I'll do it. Lu Han, on the contrary, was not averse to cooking. But, Sister Hotba, you'll brush the dishes later, you can't eat for nothing. Finally, Lu Han added one more sentence. It wasn't long before a meal was ready. And, the old lady actually didn't bother to really let Lu Han cook anything. After all, it is the host family, which is the reason to let the guests cook. The Zhou family is a family of books, and still has a high regard for these manners. During the dinner conversation, Lu Han learned about the Zhou family's old couple. Their son's family is abroad, basically can't row back once a year. And Zhou was well respected because he was an important representative of the calligraphy and painting art circle. He himself was invited by local leaders to return from Kyoto to his hometown of Harbor to retire. Today he called to have the painting on the ground of Lu Han Square sealed with glass looking for the city's leadership. And Zhou Lao and his wife knew a lot about Lu Han. The matter of Lu Han's participation in the reality show had already been known to Elder Zhou before. Yesterday to now Lu Han's various skill demonstrations and divine operations had also amazed the old couple. After dinner at Chao's house, Lu Han stayed with the two old men for a long time longer and didn't leave until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. What a filling meal. Mr. Lu Han, what are we going to do this afternoon? Hotba said, holding her bulging stomach. Hasn't Grandpa Joe already given $6,000 in moisturizing fees for today? Is it not enough for today? Lu Han's daily program task now was just to earn a sum of money that could sustain him for the day. That would indeed be enough, but there's always something to do, isn't there? Hotba pouted, signaling that the live show was going to continue. Let's both go back to the hotel and give them a live sleep, Lu Han said. Lu Han's ambiguous words immediately made Hataru's face turn red. That hotel room is my sister's and mine, and it's not covered now. But the next second, Hotba spoke to find a way back. Lu Han saw it, but didn't point it out. Sister Hotba, you just said you were too full, right? Do you want me to tell you a digestive joke? Lu Han suddenly seemed to have thought of something. What's the joke? Tell it? Hotba was also curious. There were two men who were drunk and bragging about each other, and to prove who was the bigger bully, the two men competed. The first one picked up the spittoon full of spit beside him and took a sip, saying it tasted great. The other, not to be outdone, snatched it up and drank it down. Now the first guy was straight up convinced, and asked the second guy how he could do it then be such a bully. The second man stammered with a hard look on his face, the phlegm is too thick. I can't bite through it. Hataru was disgusted herself in a moment. Vomit, you're disgusting. Not only was Hotba disgusted, but also the crowd in the first broadcast room was disgusted enough. Shit, I'm in the middle of eating. It's disgusting. What kind of jokes are these? I feel dirty just listening to it. Where did the kid brother hear such a disgusting joke? It's so dirty. Sister Reba, are you pregnant? Is there a little baby? Lu Han was still flirting with Hataru at this point. Brother camera, you turn the camera around. I'll hit the kids. Hotba signaled the camera brother. And after saying that, the camera brother really turned the camera towards the side, pretending to be unintentional. It seems to have really sparked public outrage and the camera brother was disgusted. Lu Han turned around and ran when he saw the situation, and Hataru followed closely after him. The cameraman hurriedly turned the camera back to catch up at this point. At this point, Hotba running up, 2 waves in front of him, the photographer chased directly next to Hotba and locked the camera on the running Hotba. The broadcasting room all sat up in disbelief at the sight of such a scene. See, this is called professionalism. What a great choice of camera angle. The cameraman is a true brother. Watch it yourself and don't forget to share it with your brothers. Give a gift to the cameraman. The crew must give the cameraman a chicken leg, adding, let him eat, let him eat. Lu Han ran all the way to People's Square in the morning with Hotba in hot pursuit behind him. Hoo, brat, I'll see you today. Where can you run to? Hoo. Hotba was already huffing and puffing. Sister, are you thirsty? If I can't, I'll buy you a drink and forget about it, okay? Lu Han stopped at the mouth of a kiosk at this time. Good, get me a bottle of water quick. Hotba was gasping for air and didn't want to chase anymore. Lu Han entered the kiosk and saw a propaganda poster hanging on the wall. From now on, purchasing Kong Shui Fu branded beverages will give you a chance to get another bottle opportunity. You see a supermarket prize event, triggering a counterintuitive epiphany, comprehending the ability to see the winning rate of drinks. Lu Han just looked at it for a little longer. How about it, little friend? Want to try your luck? The kiosk owner saw Lu Han looking intently and opened his mouth. Lu Han smiled and walked directly to the beverage aisle. Sure enough, all the drinks in front of me showed the winning percentage. with only two 100% or 0%. Luhan took a bottle with 100% winning rate, walked back to the counter and looked at the boss and said, "Uncle Boss, do you believe I'm sure to win this bottle?" "Yo, the little guy's breath is not small. If you really win this bottle, I won't charge you, okay?" The kiosk was usually rather idle, and the owner was interested to see someone poking fun. Luhan directly unscrewed the drink in his hand, and sure enough, it really was another bottle. "Alright, little guy, go get another bottle." The boss honored his promise to forfeit the money and let Luhan take another bottle. The boss won again, but just then, Luhan directly opened another bottle. "Take it again." The boss was still just thinking that Luhan was just lucky. However, the next Luhan kept on taking and taking and taking, all with another bottle. "Is there something wrong with this batch? All another bottle?" Now the owner was a bit flustered, and he couldn't resist opening a bottle. And unsurprisingly, thanks for the patronage. Finally, Luhan took 50 bottles of drinks in a row and walked to the counter and said to the boss, Hey, sorry boss, little guy, tell me what the trick is exactly?" The boss asked curiously. Hey, business secrets." Luhan pretended to be secretive. You go to the one next door to me, they have a lot of another bottle at their place too." The boss had bad thoughts. "Yes, but you have to pay." Luhan revealed a bad smile. "What money?" The owner froze. "Keeping your secret for you and not telling the boss across the street about the money. Good for you, little guy. Where does it say how much?" The boss laughed back in exasperation. 100. Luhan raised a finger. The boss really did take $100 to Luhan in the end. Ha, thanks boss. Boss atmosphere. Luhan gleefully took $100. "Then boss me this drink?" Luhan asked again. "There are no caps. You have to take them away and dispose of them yourself. Don't spill it later. The whole thing's glued to me here," the owner said with a wave of his hand. "Okay, boss, this is what you said." Luhan had just finished speaking when Hotba walked in because she had waited too long outside. "Luhan, what took you so long?" "Came just in time to help me carry my stuff. You can have all these drinks in front of you." Finally, Luhan also asked the boss for several cardboard boxes before he could carry all the drinks to the door. Luhan didn't leave. Instead, they directly set up a stall on the ground. Come. Kongshui food drinks are $1 a bottle. $1. People passing by were instantly attracted to it. "You're cheap, but why don't you have any bottle caps?" a passerby asked. Hey, just won the lottery. Look, my sister is still drinking it. "Don't worry though," Luhan said and pointed to the hot bar still swirling wildly beside him. This put the crowd's concerns to rest and they started buying. "Sister Hotba, you help me sell here. I'm going to stock up." After saying that, Luhan went towards the next supermarket. "Bastard. I have to work for you to drink some of your drinks." Hotba grumbled, but pulled on the brim of her own hat and started selling drinks. Luhan entered the store next door the same as he did in the same way. Straight away another 100 or so bottles were moved. "Kids, go try the store next door to mine. They have Kongshui Fu in their house too." The owner next door actually said the same thing. "Yes, pay the money and keep your secret." 100. Luhan was also dry. "Good. Here. The supermarket owner gritted his teeth. Afterwards, Luhan carried the drinks back to the hot bar stand. Then he planned to enter the next store. But just then, the store owner actually walked straight out. "What's your name, little friend?" the shopkeeper asked, with a smile on his face. "My name is Luhan. What happened to uncle?" Adhering to the principle of reaching out, Luhan replied with a smile. "Oh, nothing, uncle just asked." But right after the store owner asked, he directly took out a cardboard behind him and added Luhan's name to the sentence that had already been written, then directly hung it up and walked back to the store without looking back. Luhan looked up at the words written on the cardboard. "Luhan and pets are all thankfully not admitted." Yeah, Luhan froze. He was being targeted. Turning his head again, the kiosks on the entire street had all put up the same "Luhan and pets are not allowed to enter." Luhan, this is becoming a public enemy. Being targeted squarely. Luhan didn't care, shrugged his shoulders and directly gave up on stocking up. The flow of people on the square is also limited. The sales volume is enough for this 100 bottles. Any more will not necessarily be sold out. In the end, after Luhan and Hotspur bought all the more than 100 bottles of drinks at $1 a bottle, they sold a total of $150, plus 100 each from the bosses on both sides of the fence, and they directly pocketed $350. In the face of such a tawdry operation, the live broadcast netizens exclaimed that they had learned. "What's this? I definitely don't believe that kid brother can suffer from a little bit of hunger during this challenge period. It's too brainy. But how did he do it? How can he hit so many? I have a friend. Before also buy this Kongshui food drink. Directly hit 12 bottles in a row. Spend a bottle of money to buy the whole class of boys a bottle. This person there's all this talk about luck. And from what I've seen on the air in the past 2 days, Brother Kid is definitely lucky. The live feed went straight to metaphysics. I don't know if it was because they drank too many drinks, but Luhan and Hotba both had some stomach pains at this time. At this point, the duo all darted towards the public restroom. Square on the public toilet squatting all are independent compartments. Luhan shows the most inward as start a diarrhea. But just as Luhan finished solving it and was about to get up, he suddenly realized that he actually didn't have any paper with him. After rummaging through his pockets, he had nothing but the bills he had just earned from selling drinks earlier. Money should never be used for that. Not by any stretch of the imagination. The restroom is a private space, and the camera guy for the live broadcast didn't follow him in. This really put Luhan in a difficult position. Outside the restroom, camera boy finally gets a break. After setting up the camera with a fixed camera position aimed at the restroom, he sat down directly on a park bench and rested, and without paying attention actually fell asleep directly. Not long afterward, Hotba came out and saw the camera boy napping on the bench and went up to him. Little brother, where's Luhan? I don't know. I didn't see him come out. Still in the restroom, I think. The camera boy was also stunned. Why didn't he come out in half a day? Well, hurry up and get in there then. Hotba was a little worried. After all, Luhan was only 8 years old, so she told her little brother to hurry and check it out. Women go to the toilet as will be a little longer than men. Hot bar cannot come out of the Luhan is still not out. Definitely feel a little wrong. The camera boy walked into the toilet at this time, and it happened that Luhan's Kong Shui Fu boy just now also drank a bottle, and now his stomach is also a little painful. After entering the restroom to make sure Luhan was in a cubicle, Xiao Xiao also entered a cubicle and started to toilet. Luhan heard someone coming from next door and immediately had an idea. How are you next door? Can you hear me? Luhan said in the innocent tone of a child. Little friend Luhan. It's me. Camera boy replied. Oh, little brother, it's you. Luhan also heard the camera boy's voice. Why haven't you gone out for half a day? The camera boy inquired about Luhan. In the toilet, just lost track of time playing a game on my little genius watch. Luhan made up a reason out of thin air. By the way, little brother, what brand of tissue paper are you using? It smells so good. Luhan started hitting on Zhao's handkerchief. Paper towels? It's just a regular hand towel. Let's see. It's J-Wounds. What's wrong? Little brother is not sure what Luhan means, but also put the paper towel to the nose and smelled it. It is quite fragrant. What's the brand name of Jiayun? I've never seen it before. Can you show me? Luhan said. Okay. Little brother didn't know what kind of medicine Luhan was selling, but he still passed the paper towel under the partition. Luhan got the paper towel. Look, just there are two. Not the slightest hesitation. Directly to their own use. When he was done, he lifted his pants, flushed and got up to go out. How are you, Mr. Luhan? Going out? Then give me back my tissue. The little brother was still honestly trying to get his tissues back. I'm sorry, little brother. I've run out of your paper towels. I'm going to buy them for you now and bring them to you. Wait for me for a while, Luhan said as he washed his hands. Squat a little longer, don't rush. By the time the last sentence was spoken, Luhan's person had already run away. Little friend Luhan? Kid brother. Luhan. Xiao called out several times in a row with no response. Only the sound of the toilet cubicle door creaking in response. The little brother froze right on the spot. What the two men didn't know was that while little brother didn't bring in a video camera, the radio mic was brought in his pocket. At this point, the conversation between the two was overheard by the netizens on the air. The netizens who heard the whole conversation of the camera boy Luhan directly laughed and sprayed. Ha, camera boy. What a tragedy for a guy. Doesn't kid brother have any defense? Little brother didn't come out of the restroom for half a day. What's the reason for not thinking? Nothing is too hard for a kid brother. Ha. I'm laughing. After Luhan left, the camera boy wanted to cry, but there was nothing else to do but wait for Luhan to return. But wait and wait. Have passed half an hour. Has not seen Luhan back. At this time the camera boy legs are squatting numb. He suddenly thought of a quote he had read online. You know why public restrooms have toilet paper baskets instead of just letting everyone flush the paper along with them after going to the bathroom? It's so that friends who don't have paper can answer an emergency. The camera boy couldn't take it anymore and hesitantly reached out to the pile of used toilet paper in the toilet paper basket beside him. Just then, Xiao suddenly heard the sound of another person entering the toilet cubicle. The youngest brother immediately changed his mind, and he opened his mouth like the kid brother. Big brother next door? What brand are your tissues? It smells so good. Next door brother, Luhan's little friend sighed. After exiting the restroom, he kept his word and ran straight to the kiosk by the square. Little one, why are you still here? Didn't you see the writing on the door? When the owner of the kiosk saw that it was Luhan, he directly stood up and prepared to shoo people away. Uncle, I'm not buying a drink. I'm buying tissues. Luhan directly stated the purpose of his visit. If he came back to buy drinks, he would probably really be blown out. Oh, paper towels. 100. The kiosk owner followed this Luhan's previous tone and actually tried to earn back his $100 from Luhan. Ha, you want me to pay $100 for a pack of tissues? Luhan also froze. Good guy, it's even darker than himself. Love it or hate it, the boss had the air of holding Luhan. Uncle, if you play like that, I'll call the price bureau. Saying that, Luhan raised the little genius phone watch on his wrist. Why are you looking for the price bureau? You little guy, our prices are clearly marked. You buy paper towels with 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes. It's called bundling. Once the boss heard that Luhan was actually going to call the price bureau, he said in a hurry. Nice guy, you buy cigarettes for kids? Now you don't have to contact the price bureau. You can contact the Public Security Bureau and the Tobacco Bureau directly. Besides, Uncle, I'm taping it all. Luhan pointed to the little genius watch that he hadn't put down since he raised his hand just now. Little friend, Uncle is joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? Really? Come and take the tissue. Uncle won't charge you. The boss then reacted that he had said the wrong thing again. That's fine. Thanks for the cigarettes and tissues, Uncle. Saying that, Luhan grabbed all the china and tissues on the bar and skipped off directly. Ha, got set up by this little guy again. The boss had an expression of wanting to cry. Just after Luhan exited the door of the kiosk, Luhan glanced at the door of the kiosk and saw a $100 bill on the ground. Anything that falls to the ground is unwanted by the original owner. Whoever sees it is the one who owns it. After Luhan finished speaking, he was just about to reach out and pick it up, but it so happened that a bald man slithered over. It was too late to pick it up by hand. Luhan stepped on the money with his foot in a swift manner. The bald man walked to Luhan's side and kept staring at Luhan's feet, looking left and right, and finally actually sat down on the steps without walking. Seeing this, Luhan directly stood still as well. 2 people just so frozen, each other on the boil. It was already close to evening. This boil day can be dark. Little brother, it's so late. Aren't you going home? The bald man couldn't hold it together first, sat down on the doorstep and stretched, and spoke first. There's no rush. There's nothing to do back home. Uncle Baldhead, it's mealtime, why don't you go eat? Luhan had also squatted down by now. Standing was just too tiring. The bald man did not answer, but hummed a song. I'm on the side of the road. Picked up a penny, handed over to the police uncle's side. Luhan, oops, I just realized why there's a $100 bill at my feet. People's bald big brother has taken this song to point Luhan. What else can we do? Ouch, little friend, you're such a good boy for picking up money. It's mine. It's mine. Big brother speaks to save face for each other as well. Uncle, don't brag about the money. It's not yours. Luhan thought that just now the big brother came over does not seem to be looking for something. Is the same as their own sees, so $100. The kids have gone too far. You've already saved each other's face. The bald man actually showed a fierce face at this time. Come, uncle, look at that. Luhan said, pointing to Hotba and the camera-carrying camera boy who happened to walk over to Luhan not far away. We're doing a street photography experiment to test people's integrity. Luhan started babbling again. Before Luhan could finish, the bald man directly covered his face and ran away. Kindly simmer with me. Luhan looked at the bald man who ran away, and then looked at the $100 bill in his hand with an unusually beaten expression. Brat, you're tough enough, you promised to bring me paper. At this time the camera boy came closer and said angrily, don't be angry, little brother. Something came up. Look, this is the compensatory cigarettes I bought for you. And the tissue paper too. Luhan wasn't going to be honest and say that he was delayed in order to pick up the money. Yo, the kid is still quite on the ball. China, then you're forgiven this time. The camera boy was no longer angry when he saw China. Brat, when did you run over here? I didn't even think I'd see you, but you scared me to death. At that moment, Hot Aruba spoke up, her tone angry, but more concerned about Luhan. I ran out of the restroom just now. I was in such a hurry that I didn't have time to say hello to you, Sister Hotba, and you were picking your nose at the bench at the time, so I guess you didn't see me. As Luhan spoke, he very naturally pocketed that $100 directly. Nonsense, how could I? Hotba was made to feel ashamed and humiliated. Little brother, how did you get out? Luhan asked the camera boy again at this time. The same way you do. Yikes, bad, there's another big brother in the bathroom. The camera boy then remembered that he had also victimized a man in the bathroom. At this time, at the public restroom sink, a big man is carefully cleaning his right hand. After washing n times with hand sanitizer and even fingernail picking, sniffed it with my nose and it still didn't feel clean. Luhan walked into the men's restroom and looked inside. There was no one inside, and then turned around and walked out, looked at the big brother Han in front of him, and couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, you're so strong, may I ask what kind of work you do?" Luhan wanted to open the topic first. "Aha, I'm a fitness instructor at the gym over the square. What's up?" The big man turned to see it was a small child and said, not far away hiding in the haystack filming. The camera boy heard clearly, instantly feel the back of the cold. He actually pitched a fitness trainer. Luhan also sucked in a mouthful of cool air when he heard it and organized his language. "It's like this. Just now a brother asked me to come to the restroom to send paper towels to a person inside, but I saw that there was no one inside. Seeing you outside, I asked, what, is the guy who asked you to deliver the paper a skinny, extraordinarily creepy looking guy in this green vest?" The fitness instructor immediately came on fire. Pretty much what you said." Luhan felt the big man's anger value up close. "I'm sorry, little friend. I just remembered something really bad, so I didn't control my temper. I didn't scare you, did I?" The fitness trainer also politely said sorry to Luhan, not realizing that the kid in front of him was the cause of his unfortunate day. Luhan shook his head. "Where is that guy at right now?" the fitness instructor asked. "I see him heading west." Luhan casually pointed a finger in the opposite direction of the hotel. "Good, thank you little friend," said the fitness instructor, about to head west to find someone. Then, "Big brother, this paper." Luhan looked at the fitness trainer's back and wanted to say something. The man who had to wait for the paper is no longer needed. He left in another way. "Thank you, kid, you're a good person." The fitness instructor didn't even look back as he ran off to the west. Evening. Luhan, Hatba, and the camera boy found a restaurant near the hotel to eat. Didn't dare go west for fear of running into the anger-rated fitness instructor again, because today the camera boy has already entered the scene. So the evening meal, the little brother directly set up a fixed camera position, directly in Luhan and Hatbar table to eat dinner. It was only at the dinner table that Hatba learned from both of them about today's public restroom encounter. "Ha ha ha, you guys can have a whole job even if you go to the bathroom. It's really too funny." Hatbarb laughed her ass off. Not only Hatba, but the netizens on the air were also amused and laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, it's so laughable. I'll have to keep an eye out in public restrooms from now on. What brand of tissue paper are you wearing? It smells so good. I guess only a kid brother could come up with this idea. From now on camera boy has more enemies in Harbor City. Ha ha ha, I can't, I'm laughing out of my eyes." Imagine the state of the fitness trainer who is now hunting camera boys all over the west side of the city, straight from Olaf's head. At this time, the camera boy who was eating at the table, coyly lowered his head and said to the live viewers, "I'm really sorry. It's too shameful to meet everyone in this way. Blame it on kid brother Luhan." "Okay, I'm sorry, little brother. I didn't think you'd get out of it the way I did. And the target of your hand is still 1.8 meters or so full of muscles." Fitness trainer Luhan didn't know how to comfort little brother. "You two stop talking. Ha ha ha, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. Ha ha ha." Hatba was still laughing, completely uncontrollable. "By the way, little brother, all of us still don't know what your real name is. After all, they are the partners who are going to be together all the time for the next program." Luhan wants everyone to get to know the hard-working camera boy. "My name is a bit, how do I put it? My name is Audi Yuan, the Audi of Audi cars." I don't know if it's because of the behind-the-scenes work that the camera boy is doing, but he's also a bit more introverted. Does the name mean anything? Is it like Audi cars? Hatba adjusted at this point and joined in the chat. "No, because my father's name is Yuan Yuan, the source of the source, and my mom's name is also Yuan Yuan, the circle of the square." Both of their nicknames were round. And after they got married and had me, they thought round plus round would be 4 rounds. So let's call it Audi. And so, I was called Audrey Yuan. Little brother's coy tone, recounting the origin of such a hilarious name that the effect is the same as standing in a lazy wind talk show. How to listen to how funny. "Ha ha 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 ha, I'm sorry Audi-chan. I really didn't mean to laugh at you. But, it's really too funny. Ha 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 ha." Hatba was again amused to the point of tears. Live streamers also started chatting about the name stunt. If Yuan 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 and Yuan 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 are called Audi, then if mom is called Yuan Yuan Yuan, then little brother must be named Yuan 5 Rings or Yuan Olympics, right? Don't mention it. My name is Zhang Yugu. What an elegant name. Ever since an anime called SpongeBob SquarePants aired, my name has been ruined and everyone calls me Squidward. I hate SpongeBob. My name is John Lai. Our junior high school teacher told us, if you don't study hard now, you'll have to beg for food in the future. And he had an accent, so I became the beggar. You guys are all right with this? My sister and I both found inspiration for our names when my grandfather was watching a spring festival skit. My sister's name is Dandan. And guess what my name is? My sister's name is Dandan. And guess what my name is? That's right. I'm called Sketch. The names of the live streamers are also a race of strange names. Alright, Outie little brother. Little Outie brother. Outie brother. I'd better call you little brother. Does it balance out a bit when you look at the names on the net? Luhan tried to comfort little brother. Things like names really don't actually matter too much. Look at my name. It was changed by the author to Bouncy Hotbar in an attempt to prevent harmony. Hataru also spoke up at this point to comfort her. Talk about something else. How about we crack a joke? Luhan said it this time. Don't. There's still dinner to be had. Don't you dare tell that joke of yours. Hotba immediately objected. That joke from this afternoon was still hard for her to recall. So what do we do now? Stare? Say a brain teaser. I'll go first, Hotbutt proposed. Did you guys go to the bathroom today and wipe your asses with your left or right hand? Hotbutt asked. Camera boy Audrey Yuan even thought about it before replying. Right hand, with the right hand. Luhan. Hotba was already laughing her ass off. Little brother. We're using paper today, not hands. It's only the hands that Big Brother fitness trainer uses. Luhan woke up little brother in a flash. Oh, that's right. Little brother even pondered for a moment. It's my turn. A frog can fly because it stole the elixir of the Supreme Lord. A snake can fly because it ate the frog. So an eagle can fly. May I ask why? Luhan started to ask the question. It's because the eagle ate the snake. Hotba snatched at the answer and looked smug as if she had definitely guessed correctly. I thought as much. Audrey Yuan said. And on second thought, the eagle, it can fly. Luhan reminded the duo. Doesn't a snake-eating eagle fly? Oh, the eagle it would have flown. It took a moment for Hotba to respond. Then little brother came out with another one. Two people fell into the river. One of them was rescued and called Ming. What was the name of the other one who wasn't rescued? Called what? Called Red? Hotba snaps again. Naturally incorrectly. Call for help. Still in the water without being rescued. Of course you have to call for help. Luhan directly stated the correct answer. Called like that. I thought it was called something. Hataru dawned on her. Luhan, you're awesome. Guessed the answer in a flash. The camera boy also quite admired Luhan's intelligence. Then I'll come up with another one. I don't believe it's hard to defeat Luhan. Hataru was ready to zoom in. Say, Xiaoming was walking along the road, and as he was walking, a man in front of him dropped a piece of meat and a wallet on the road. Xiaoming went straight over and picked up the meat. Question: why did Ming pick up the meat instead of the wallet? After finishing her speech, Reba looked at Luhan with a smug look on her face, thinking that this was her own crushing brain teaser that he would definitely not be able to guess. Is it because the wallet is empty? Camera boy Audrey Yuan guessed. No, the wallet is full of money, Hotba explained. At this moment, Luhan smiled slightly. He already knew the answer, but didn't say it directly. So let me ask it another way. Ming is walking down the road and a man in front of him suddenly drops a meat bone and a wallet. But Ming still skips right over the wallet and goes to pick up the meat bone. Why? Hotbar has lowered the difficulty. Why on earth? Yuan Audi Jr. was puzzled. Forget it. I'll answer it. Because Xiaoming is a dog. It only loves meat and bones. It's useless to ask for a purse. Luhan had guessed the answer long ago, but just never said anything. You can even guess that. Are you an 8-year-old kid or not? Hadarub was surprised at Luhan's quick thinking. Faster than any of them adults. That's right, Luhan. You're the most kid brother since I recorded the program. Little brother Yuan Audi was also in awe. This seed is a spirit child saint body. How can a mere brain teaser be difficult for me? Luhan dejectedly tilted his head, and his hand even put out a finger trick in front of him, pretending to be a high-ranking person. Humph. I just complimented you twice and you're getting carried away, and you're still pinching the spiritual child's sacred body. Hataruba spoke out in mockery. Don't believe me? I'll read your fortune, Sister Hotba. Saying that, Luhan pulled on Hataru's slender jade hand. When Luhan took Hataru's hand, Hataru actually had a happy feeling. It was obvious that she was growing to love this little friend. At this moment, Luhan made an inscrutable stance, looking at Hataru's palm lines, surprised for a moment, staggered for a moment. Hisu ouch tsk. Hotbar. Brat, are you going to say it or not? Luhan continued to ponder for a while and finally spoke. Mountain man, I read your palm and divined that your father is male, mom is female, and they got married on the same day. With these words, both Hotba and Yuan Audi froze on the spot. Holy shit, how does this work out? Mom and dad gender is understandable, but this same day marriage, Hotba, did he do the math right? Yuan Audi said, his expression filled with incredulity. Hotba's reaction was different from Yuan Audi's disbelief. He was rendered speechless by Lu Han's such nonsensical speculation. Right. Hotba looked at Audrey Yuan with an expression of looking at a fool. And really guessed right, Master Tian. The kid's brother Lu Han is a half-immortal. Yuan Audi hadn't reacted yet and was still wondering how on earth he had guessed it. Little brother. You are sprinkling money. Hotba finally didn't hold back and just exploded into a foul-mouthed tirade. Have you ever seen anyone whose mom and dad didn't get married on the same day? If mom and dad didn't get married on the same day, they could have gotten married separately. Listening to Hotba finished. At this time the little brother Yuan Audi stopped thinking to look for a moment, instantly came to a realization. At this time Lu Han has been about to laugh off the gas. This little brother introverted character. Did not expect thinking is still half a beat slow. Ha, yes I thought Lu Han really calculated it. Yuan Audi's nature is really soft. And he speaks in an unhurried manner. Lu Han, where do you call this knowing how to tell fortunes? You're just a big liar. Hoder, on the other hand, was speechless at Lu Han's snub. Then I'll show some real skill. Little brother, you take your hand out. I'll give you a proper fortune telling. Lu Han said and took Yuan Aodi's hand. And Hot Barb's delicate and slender hand is different. The little brother's hand is covered with calluses. These are carrying the camera to pull the rocker arm for a long time. Grinding out. Lu Han looked at his little brother's hand and was pondering what to babble about when he looked up and suddenly saw a huge figure just coming in through the front door of the restaurant. That huge figure was no other than the fitness trainer from the previous strange encounter in the public restroom. Little brother, you take off the jacket you're wearing, and then your head goes down a bit more, and don't ever look around. Lu Han was afraid that little brother would be recognized by the fitness trainer and started to ask him to cooperate with him to change his appearance. I don't. You must be trying to set me up for something again. I'm not that stupid. Yuan Audi didn't know where the hard eyes came from at this time and didn't cooperate at all. Are you sure? The corner of Lu Han's mouth twitched. He had already seen the fitness instructor walking in their direction. Okay, you do the math. I'm not that gullible now. Little brother still looked confident. I count. Next, you have a bloodbath. Lu Han was helpless. Really good words are hard to persuade the damn ghost. A plague of blood and light? Where's the blood and light disaster? You're fooling me again. Kid brother, aren't you? Little brother was very pleased at this time with an expression of completely seeing through Lu Han. At this time, the fitness trainer had already walked 2 or 3 meters to their table, and had been playing with his phone when he looked up and saw Lu Han. You're eating here too, kid. The fitness trainer saw Lu Han and happily greeted him while walking forward. Brother coach, what a coincidence. Lu Han stood up and greeted the fitness instructor, and gave the little brother a handful of pressure so that he wouldn't look back. I didn't find that guy today after searching the west side of the city for a long time, so I guess he slipped away. But thank you. The fitness trainer spoke to Lu Han. Then forget it, and don't be mad at your coaching brother. Lu Han stepped out of his position and walked over to the table so that the fitness instructor would have to look the wrong way at the camera boy. Originally, the camera boy still didn't understand what Lu Han meant, and what he meant by pressing himself at the end, when he heard the fitness instructor's voice behind him. At first, I was wondering why the voice sounded so familiar. But then I reacted to the second sentence. I remembered that this is not today's public toilet next door to the big brother's voice it. Then little brother quietly just lowered his head as low as it would go. Then you eat here. I have friends over there. The fitness instructor finally left after saying hello. Who? Kid brother, is he gone? Can I look up now? Little brother asked, not daring to raise his head. Go away. Get up quickly. Let's get a grip and leave, lest the night be long. Lu Han looked at the fitness instructor who left and hurriedly greeted the camera boy to leave quickly together. The trio quickly made their way to the bar to check out. Just as they had just finished paying and were about to leave the store, the fitness instructor actually came to the door bar at this time. On the steps, the fitness instructor looked at the camera boy at the door, and the camera boy at the door just looked at the fitness instructor on the steps. The two of them looked at each other. Coach's brother, he's the one who asked me to deliver the tissues today. Just then, Lu Han shouted, Brat, I've finally met you. The next second the fitness instructor flew at the camera boy, who wasn't slow to react and turned around and ran for the door. Holy shit, that was fast. Lu Han and Hotba exclaimed at the same time. The camera boy is still carrying dozens of pounds of cameras on his body, and the speed he ran out just now was really as fast as lightning. Fitness trainers can't catch up. The viewer's perspective in the live room was the camera, and instantly felt the terrifying speed. Holy shit, that's speed. The photographer's version of Bolt. He's still carrying the live broadcast equipment on his body. It's horrible. People's potential to explode in a crisis situation is really huge. The speed that I just showed you could be compared to the top athletes in the Olympics. According to the number of flower beds that the little brother ran out of the hotel just now, It's about 50 meters. He only took less than 4 to 5 seconds. Even top athletes may not be able to run at this speed. The pop-ups are appearing and the data emporium is starting to measure up. Hotba and Luhan later also left the meal after the. Together they went back to the harbor resort and saw the camera guy on the hotel steps who was smoking a cigarette. Little brother, are you and the camera okay? Hotba asked as she greeted him. It's fine. The camera and I are fine. The camera boy elegantly and calmly exhaled a smoke ring. Only the hand holding the cigarette was still shaking, presumably a reaction after the rapid secretion of adrenaline. Little brother, you are truly blessed with a great life. Ha ha ha, this blood and light disaster has been broken by you. Luhan couldn't help but flirt as he looked at his little brother. Kid brother, you're a real piece of work. You didn't even hesitate to sell me just now. The camera boy still remembers the scene where Luhan at the bar betrayed himself for a second just now. You've already been seen. At that time you will not be recognized. This is called a dead friend of the road. Luhan was right. The result would have been the same just now even if he hadn't shouted that line. Go back to your room first. It's been a long day. Reba greets the two. Indeed, it was a day well spent. At the end of a day's filming for the program, the crowd went to bed early in the evening. As usual, Luhan still slept with Hotba at night, and the poor camera boy got a room next door to sleep by himself. You also have to keep an eye on the movement of Luhan's side of the room from time to time. And if something happens you still have to turn on the live broadcast at the first time. One night without words. By the time it was just getting light at 5 or 6 o'clock, in the plaza below the hotel, the square dance music of a group of older women woke up the crowd. Ouch, what time is it? It's already time to move. Hotba sat up sleepily. Luhan, on the other hand, directly yanked the quilt over his head and tried to go back to sleep. Whoever thought that the acoustics of the Amazons were really good and the noise was unbearable? Luhan also sat up straight away, opening his eyes drowsily. The two looked at each other, ready to go downstairs and find the Amazons to have a good talk. At that moment, the camera boy next door, who was snoozing against the wall holding a charged camera, was also awakened by the sound of the door opening next door. He had not slept in his bed at all this night, and was truly dedicated to his work. The two of them, Hotba and Luhan, rushed downstairs to the hotel in a rage. The camera boy chased behind them while opening the camera to start broadcasting live. The screen that had been grayed out in the live room came back to life. At 5 or 6 in the morning. I didn't think there would be anyone on the air. It's on. Today's breakfast. It's not right. Why did you start so early today? Look at this state of the kid brother and goddess Hotba walking in front. How aggressive. Going for a fight? Watching carefully, it feels like there are famous scenes again. The duo rushed downstairs to the front of the Big Mama's dance line. Auntie, hello, what time is it? Can we dance later? Hotba was still patient and polite in communicating with the older woman. Little girl, are we disturbing you? An older woman came up to communicate. Excuse me. Luhan stepped forward at this time, signaling Hataru not to speak, and said himself. This Big Mom was quite polite at this point, and was made to wonder how to continue by Luhan's dry reply. Su aping, what are you wasting your words with them? We ask you, is this your family's place? That's when another big, fat mom came over all huffy and puffy. No, but you're disturbing us. Hotba already had a temper, and when she was provoked by the Big Mom's broken voice, she didn't care about Luhan's obstruction. So it's none of your business if we dance here? That's funny. The older woman exploded right out of the gate. How do you talk? Auntie, there are still children here. Hotba immediately covered Luhan's ears with a look of disgust. What's wrong? I'm just surprised how lazy young people are nowadays. They get up early in the morning. It's not like when we were up at this hour cleaning the house and making dinner for the whole family. This little brat too, not even up to study at this hour. The big fat mom didn't feel at all that what she was saying was inappropriate for a small child to hear. Luhan? It seems that this big mom did not intend to properly say then their own will have to be no double mouth skills. Luhan, old lady, how is it that the crime of finding a loser to suffer when you were young is so remarkable coming out of your mouth? You little son of a bitch, what are you talking about? Uneducated thing. It was directly as if Big Mama had been poked and prodded. And I don't suppose your grandson is up studying at this hour? Luhan ignored it and continued. No, that's my own grandson. The little baby is growing. He needs to sleep more. Fat auntie thought of her grandson with a look of love. Luhan, also feeding the pigs well is one aspect, but also have enough sleep to ensure the rate of slaughter. The big fat mom stormed right off at that. You little bastard, what's it say? Uneducated shit. You see, after the successful farrowing, you have to let the adult pigs out for more exercise. Luhan continued. You little asshole son of a bitch. Something that has a life and no one to teach it. How dare you talk nonsense? I'll teach you a lesson today. The big mom said that she was going to hit Luhan, but fortunately the thin Big Mom next to her pulled. This noise directly alarmed the hotel's entire building guests. Many people directly grilled the windowsill and cursed. Big Mama started fighting the upstairs tenants again. This was the result Luhan wanted to see. When the conflict was irreconcilable, it was necessary to expand the involvement and get more people involved. After all the bickering, someone from the hotel finally came out to coordinate. But this bunch of Amazons have been here for more than a day or two, so how can they be cleared away so easily? There was nothing they could do, and in the end the hotel staff had to pacify the rumors. Seeing that it still didn't work, Luhan pulled Hotba out of the strife. Upon walking over to the speaker where the older woman was playing music, Luhan had another idea. Wow, wild speakers. After that, he just pulled the speaker and left. Seeing this, Hoder felt bad. Luhan, although they are over the top, it's not good to take other people's things, right? Luhan uttered that maxim again. Anything that falls to the ground is unwanted by the original owner. Whoever sees it is the one who owns it. After hearing this, Hotba didn't say any more and left with Luhan with a smile. Luhan did not go far, but found a hardware store on the street, and directly sold the speaker for $50. Then used the $50 to buy a Bluetooth RF jammer. Luhan, what did you buy this for? Hotba doesn't understand. You'll find out later, Luhan said mysteriously. When the duo re-entered the hotel entrance, the group of Amazons realized that the speakers were gone and took out another one while cursing and swearing. Looks like you don't usually get your speakers smashed. Jeb, come on, let's go upstairs and I'll show you something interesting. After Luhan finished, he pulled on Hataru, and no longer went to try to show off his mouth with the Big Mom, and directly went upstairs to his room. What are you doing, Luhan? Hotba doesn't understand. Give me your cell phone and I'll show you something funny. Luhan asked for Hotba's cell phone, then pulled out the Bluetooth RF jammer he had just bought and pressed it against the window, only to see that the speakers of the Amazons downstairs were instantly mute. And then Luhan immediately took out Hotba's cell phone to quickly connect. The fun begins. As he spoke, Luhan pressed his cell phone. There was a dirge, the great exodus, coming from Big Mama's speakers, downstairs. Just now, and Luhan cursed and grinned at the fat ant was originally up to check the speakers. Instantly frightened. A jump of 2 meters away. Ghosts, hit the evil, hit the evil. The big fat mom sat on the ground crying and shouting. The other Amazons rushed up to comfort them. Shouju, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It's just that the speaker is broken. Really bad luck. What kind of stereo is this? If it's broken, it's broken. And it's making this creepy sound. It's alright. Shouju, don't be blind. You haven't done anything unethical. And God won't find a good person like you. But just after hearing the words of the last Amma, the fat Amma cried even harder. In the end, only a few old ladies set up the fat old lady who was crying off her feet and left first. When the people left, the remaining Amazons still felt that they hadn't danced enough, but no one really dared to touch the speakers anymore. Let's pool our money and buy another one. It's not much, just $10 each. At this point, the big, skinny woman suggested. So what? It's time for my good grandson to get up for breakfast. I'm going home. It's not like I can't do this dance. Why do we still have to chip in? Then I won't dance either. As soon as the rest of the Amazons saw that they wanted money, they all made excuses and slipped away. What kind of people are they? Usually they call each other sister and sister. They're stingy even for $10. Really $10 to see through your human nature. Don't ever do this again. Finally, the only person left downstairs was the big skinny mom, who, seeing that no one was left, kicked the speaker in the face with a puff of air and left with her clothes as well. Upstairs from the hotel, Hotba witnessed the breakup of the Amazons' friendship the entire time, and by now was laughing her ass off. Ha ha ha. Luhan, you're too good. Just with such a small gadget, you've taken care of a bunch of big moms all by yourself. I guess it won't even come back. Early birds in the live room. Sure enough, this breakfast is really strong enough. It's so much fun. The strongest kid brother rectifies the square dance moms. Ha ha ha. Some old people really rely on old people, so you can't be too nice to them. This song, The Big Funeral by Kid Brother, is really absolute son. Like slash emoticons. What's the full name of the jammer the kid just used? I want to buy one too. It's called a Bluetooth RF jammer. And when that thing presses that, all nearby Bluetooth devices have to be paralyzed for a bit. Where can I buy it? I'd like to straighten out the square dancers under my house too. The guys were chatting, only to see the lower right corner of the broadcast room suddenly appeared a small yellow car, which is exactly the Bluetooth RF jammer purchase link. The internet era is all about flexible thinking. Recently promised Luhan's paycheck. The program group also wants to get money. The general director Wang Jialuan directly put up the link as soon as he saw it. Director Wang, it's already 2,000 orders. And it's still going up. In the studio, the staff said with director Wang Jialuan, Ha, this is too okay. From now on, Kid Brother will do this with anything that comes out. Director Wang was also happy. In the future, I can't specifically organize a live broadcast of the Kid Brother bringing goods. The effect is simply awesome. Back to Lu Han's side. After the aunt left, Lu Han bounced downstairs again, picked up that second speaker and ran towards the previous hardware store, selling another $50 for the same. And he returned the jammer he just sold for $40. Returned. It's simply too inappropriate. This way Lu Han arrived at a total of $90, and then went to the roadside pancake stand, spent this $90, ordered 3 full sets full of ingredients of the top of the mixed grain pancakes, then go back to the hotel and give one to Hotba, the camera guy, and have another one for yourself. Lu Han, how can you still return that thing to you? You've used it all. Hotba followed along. What? Refunded money for pancake nuts? It doesn't smell good? Can't stop you from gagging when there's food. Lu Han flaunted his pancake and lapped it up. Smells good. Hotaru looked at the topping pancakes in her hand, and all of a sudden she figured it out too. Just fragrant. The camera boy on the side shouted as he set up his camera and bit into his pancake. Live stream. That's too much. Yeah, doesn't he smell good when he buys pancake nuts? I haven't had breakfast yet, and watching them eat pancake nuts, I'm going to fix one of these toppers on my way to work later. Lu Han has kind of taken survival and self-reliance to the limit, not wasting every penny, using it all on the knife edge. After the pancakes, Lu Han wanted to sleep again and just lay back on the bed. Just then, Hotba's phone suddenly rang. Hello, boss? Hotba picked up the phone and the caller was the owner of Hotba's agency. I'm over here at the Harbor branch, and I hear you've been in Harbor City lately? Are you free right now? Come by the office and we'll meet. The owner across the street said. Really? There's nothing going on right now. I'm coming over. Hotba acted very surprised after hearing this and hung up the phone, ready to drag Lu Han there. Lu Han, go. Accompany me to my company and introduce someone to you. Hoder said to Lu Han. You were called by your boss. Why are you asking me to go on with you too? I'm not going. I want to catch up on my sleep. Lu Han didn't want to go. Seeing that Lu Han would actually not want to go, Hotaru began to pout at a child. Mr. Lu Han, you don't have anything to do today, so why don't you go with me? Are you okay? Hurry up and go. I'm good for a quiet nap. Lu Han was not moved in the slightest. Straight to Netflix. Go, kid. If Reba talks to me like this, I'll even go to the frying pan. If I don't know what I'm talking about, I'll go to the frying pan. Upstairs is really mean silver. I'm different. I'll have to carry the goddess on my back. Tell you what, my boss is a big beauty. Yang Mi, are you coming? Hotba gave her boss's name directly. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's Yang Mi or not. I'm simply here to keep you company. Get going. Lu Han said, directly sat up with a carp, put on his clothes and shoes, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and also combed his back hair in the restroom. Hot bar. Shit, the old lady's charm doesn't work. You're so aggressive when you report to Mimi. In fact, Lu Han was completely indifferent to meeting his boss, but he had heard that Yang Mi was also a great beauty, not even inferior to Hot Bar in terms of face value, so he decided to go and have a look. Downstairs, Hotba called his nanny car, before according to the requirements of the program, Lu Han to survive the challenge. The car has not been allowed to sit. It's different now. There's business now. Soon, the duo arrived downstairs at Joshing Media's Seaport branch. This branch of Joshing Media is located in the Seaport CBD building, which requires an elevator right up to the 18th floor. Just as Hotba was waiting for the elevator with Lu Han, outside the door whimpering came in a large group of people. Vaguely can also hear a woman's voice in the cry. I love you Hanagi-yu. Hanagi-yu. We're all your fans and will always support you. Hana, I'm going to give you a monkey. After a while, people walked into the hall to see, only to see 5 or 6 suits and sunglasses of security personnel to open the way. Among them clustered a flashy teenager also walked towards the elevator room. Hotaru and Lu Han were crossing their fingers to see who it was when a black-clad security guard actually pushed them away from the elevator door with one hand. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Can't you see the stars are coming? The security guards also heckled them both as they pushed and shoved. Hotaru's little tantrum came to a head and she pointed at the security and chided. Where are your eyes? Can't see who I am. As he was talking, the flashy-suited teenager had already approached the front surrounded by security. The teenager squinted at Reba and Lu Han, his eyes full of condescending disdain, but the next second he recognized that the woman in front of him turned out to be Reba, and immediately switched on a gentle smile. Hotba, it's you! The teenager smiled a pair of squinty eyes up at Hotaru. Who did I think was making such a fuss? So it's you. Flower. Hotba still spoke in a slightly upset tone. Oops. Not my intention. It's all the company's arrangement. Get in together. Get in together. Hana Songwoo had a good old-fashioned air about him. We waited for the elevator first. We should have said we'd ride together. After saying that, Hotba directly pulled Lu Han into the elevator. You guys wait for the next elevator. After Hua Changyu finished speaking to the group of black-clothed security, he directly followed into the elevator. Lu Han did not say anything from beginning to end, and had been observing this new generation traffic youngster in front of him. This guy could tell from his performance just now. He was definitely a seesaw, smiling villain. Yo, who is this little kid? So cute. Seeing that Hotaru didn't want to pay attention to him, Hua Chengyu bent down and said that he was going to pinch Lu Han's little face. If you dare to touch my face for a moment, I'll let you experience what grade 13 pain is like today. Hanagiyu was completely unprepared for the little kid in front of him to open up directly at himself. This little friend. Ha, that's interesting. Hanagiyu withdrew his hand in embarrassment. Hotba snickered imperceptibly from the sidelines, then continued to act as if she hadn't heard or seen anything. Soon, the elevator then went up to the 18th floor. After exiting the elevator and Hua Qingyu walked away, only then did Hotaru say to Lu Han, "Good job, little Lu Han. It's really too much of a relief. Sister Hotba, this guy is not a good person. You stay away from him," Lu Han said. He had a bad opinion of Hua Qingyu and felt that this person's character was really questionable. I know. This guy is also from our company, relying on the gold master behind him to keep running roughshod over them, often stealing resources from newcomers. Has also coveted my resources for a long time. Fortunately I have Sister Honey to take care of me. Otherwise he would have already had crooked thoughts about me. Hotba walked as she made her way to young Nini's office. The two stopped in front of a large glass door that said President's office, and Hotba knocked on the door. Come in. A sensual, imperial voice came from inside the glass door. Dang 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 honey, I'm coming. Upon hearing the sound, Hotba pushed open the glass door as soon as she could and bounced in cheerfully. You, when will you act like a grown-up? The company gave you the persona of a small family member, not a female psycho. Your persona is a bit skewed now. Inside the office, Yang Mi was sitting in a boss chair and was ambling around a large 3-meter-long desk busily. The words spoken to Hotaru were chastising, but the tone and expression were full of favor. Sister Honey, I'd like to introduce you to a little friend. Come Lu Han, Hotba said, pushing Lu Han to himself. So this is the little kid from your new program now. Ha, it's quite cute, quite suitable for the bowl of showbiz. Yang Mi, when changing careers as a businessman for a long time, see people have fixed thinking to consider the suitability of being a star. Then I'll count on Sister Honey to give me more help in the future. Hearing Yang Mi say this, Reba also wanted to help pave the way for Lu Han in the future. Maybe Lu Han would really engage in this industry in the future as well. Sister Hotba, you guys talk, I'll wait outside. Lu Han had never thought of entering the acting industry in the future. It didn't matter if he had a little fun, but his pursuit could be more than that, so he wasn't interested in the topic. Wait a minute, little friend, Yang Mi suddenly called out to Lu Han. I've got a box of velvet cake here that someone gave me. Take it outside and eat it. Yang Mi took out a box of gift box delicate cakes from under the table at this time and handed it to Lu Han. The cake didn't matter, but you could tell that Yang Mi also quite liked Lu Han. Thank you, Sister Honey. Lu Han's mouth is also really sweet. What field to say? A good and lovely look. Hey, go ahead. Hearing such a cute and understanding milky voice, Yang Mi also put away her imperial sister aura and smiled with an anti-smile. After that, Lu Han went out of Yang Mi's office and waited for Hot Bar in the rest area. Because the live broadcast has to continue, Lu Han and the camera boy directly came to a handful of cake evaluation. Come on, brothers and sisters of the live broadcast, let's unbox a handful of Yang Mi's cakes today and taste a handful of high-end food. And at that moment, inside Young Nini's office, what? Ask me to give up strongest kid brother to be on some bigger and bolder? When Yang Mi told Hoder about this news just now, Hoder was straight up nonplussed. Yes, Hua Chengyu has been getting more negative press lately, so he needs you to go to this program of his to set him off and help match his hype. Just now because there is a camera boy's footage in. Yang Mi did not have a good opening to say directly, but also fortunately Lu Han smartly saw that something was wrong, and directly find a reason to go out. I don't want to Michan. Although the program Kid Brother was taken over temporarily, it was only 2 days ago that the response was good, and I also like Lu Han as a kid, and I'm happy to do this program. Besides, that Hana Songwoo made it on his own and made so many lace news. Why do you need me to wash his hands of him? Hotba was 100 times more reluctant. Hotba, I know you definitely don't want to go, but it's the board's decision. So think about it. Would I be talking to you if I could turn it down for you? There's nothing I can do. Young Honey also has bitter feelings. Above the capital Iron Heart to hold Flower City U. All kinds of lace news flying all over the place. Paste curry of the phase or to hold. And the program kid brother is a temporary pickup. It's just a face we sold to director Wang Jialuan. Do you think that in the eyes of those bosses, is face or profit important? Yang Mi continued to persuade, and it was clear that there was nothing she could do about it. Sister honey, I don't want to make things difficult for you either, but can you let me go back after a while? I still want to shoot the program with little Luhan for 2 more days. He's only 8 years old. I don't feel comfortable just leaving straight away. Hotba eventually had to compromise. Alright then, give you 3 days. When it's over, report to the big brand program. It's okay, I know you're aggravated. Why wouldn't I feel bad? Yang Mi's heart also felt as hard as if she had eaten a fly. Just then, there was another knock on the office door. Honey, Hotba's here too. The person who came was none other than Hanagi Yu. You're here. Hotba, I've already spoken to her. 3 days after handing over the work from the last crew, and then going back to the big shot. Yang Mi also looked contemptuous when she saw Hua Changyu come in, but she was still very educated as she talked about the work schedule. Okay. Hotba and I are already good friends, so I'm sure we'll work well together when we get to the big time. Hanagi Yu was latching on without any self-awareness at this point. Who knows you well, but it's all about work. Hotaru had a belly full of resentment and didn't give Hana Songyu the slightest bit of face. Yeah, it's all about work. For work. Being disliked in such a faceless manner, Hua Changyu could only awkwardly oblige. But he was the kind of villain who was vindictive, and today he was disliked by Lu Han. And now Hot Bar was not giving face in the slightest. At this time, he secretly inched in his heart. Stinky woman, when my program comes, I will definitely make you look good. Hotaru didn't want to stay with Hanagi-yu for even a moment. She just pushed open the office door and left. She's a girl, with a straight nature. Don't you care? Go to the next program, watch yourself a bit. Hanagi-yu, this is your last chance. Yang Mi knocked Hua Changyu at the right time. She also knew how Hua Changyu was. Okay, honey, I'll make sure to work with Hotba. Hua Changyu was still selling himself in front of Yang Mi, but Yang Mi had long seen through him. Do you have anything else? Yang Mi asked. Oh, I'll leave now. Hanagi-yu grayed out and left the office as well. Reba sighed. After exiting the office door, she found Lu Han in the lounge area, letting out a deep breath and adjusting her emotions. Hotba then stepped forward. Little Lu Han, look what you've eaten. Lu Han's hands and mouth were covered in velvet cake cream at this time. Hotba crouched down, grabbed the toilet paper on the table and wiped him off. Look at you. You're still an 8-year-old after all. This cake is for you. Hotba ranted as she wiped. There you are, my full-time babysitter. Ha ha ha. Lu Han didn't know the situation and was still joking around. Who's your nanny? Little stinker. I'll leave tomorrow. See what you'll do without me. Hotaru feigned anger, but her hands didn't stop rubbing Lu Han. Live stream. Wow, so sweet. I've got a bump. It's obviously a goddess and a child. Why do I feel so jealous? Fantasize. Kid brother will definitely be a master of flirting when he grows up. Calm down, I'm only 8 years old. I can't think of a sweet favorite. After talking to Yang Mi, Reba was ready to take Lu Han away. After all, they would be separated soon and Reba wanted to spend more time with Lu Han. He was just about to leave when Yang Mi walked out of the office. Hotba, I've already called director Wang Jialuan on the phone. Don't rush off yet. Accompany me to a program in a while. It just so happens that director Wang wants the strongest Kid Brothers program to link up. Jan Mi and Hotba said. What program? Can we not go? Hotba frowned, not really wanting to go. Alright, don't get emotional. After this incident, you can take part in any show you want. Make any movie you want. Take your pick. Yang Mi also felt that this was very bad for Hotaru, so she still tried to coax as much as she could. Ask Lu Han. I'll go if he says go. Hotba threw the question directly to Lu Han. What's the program, Sister Yang Mi? Lu Han still had a face of innocence at this time. It's a music program, The Voice of Tomorrow. A program where Hua Changyu and I are the music recommendation officers. And Shui Jishuan, I heard that you're good at singing. Little friend, then how about you go and be a kickoff guest? Yang Mi squatted down and said intimately to Lu Han. So is it scripted? Or is it improvised? Lu Han asked, as he began to think about the whole job again. According to the previous program there is, but today it was added temporarily by your director Wang, so today it's all up to you to play on your own. There's no script, Yang Mi said. Ho, Fatty Wang is quite capable. Okay, I'll go. Lu Han was excited at the sound of it and readily agreed to go. Lu Han, you're really going? Hotba had wanted to use Lu Han as a shield and refused not to go, but she didn't expect Lu Han to actually agree. Sister Hotba, go on. I'll take you out of your misery today, Lu Han said mysteriously. After noon, Yang Mi took Hotba and Lu Han for a quick lunch and then went straight to the program team of The Voice of Tomorrow. Wow, what a cute little brother. Isn't this the strongest kid brother? Crap, is it linking up today? I've seen Kid Brother's program. He's a good singer. Coming to kick off the show today? There's a good show to watch. Backstage of the program studio, there are many people who know Luhan. Due to Luhan is too good at the whole job, the program is now very hot, and has become a major platform to dominate the hotspot. Hello, brothers and sisters? Luhan gave a wink to the crowd and was very good at his job. A bunch of adults all turned into anti-smiles, full of favor. Why don't you just leave it alone? You're an eye candy. Hataru squinted at Luhan and spat. Don't act like a jealous little daughter-in-law. Don't worry, I'm just having fun with them. Also, I'm saving up my character. Oh, you'll see in a moment. Luhan said, holding Hataru's hand. Old-fashioned as hell. Bah, little scumbag. Let me take you to the powder room to get ready. Hoder said on her lips, but she didn't let go of Luhan's hand. The taping of the program has officially begun. Guest of honor, the three recommending officers, Shui Jishuan, Yang Mi, and Hua Changyu, were neatly seated. Hello everyone, I'm today's host He Ling. The voice of tomorrow is now on. With the opening remarks of the host, Mr. He Ling He, the recording of the program officially began. We have a special kicker on the Voice of Tomorrow program today. I'm sure there are already many of you who have heard of him recently. He's our strongest kid brother, Luhan. Applause please, because it was an impromptu kickoff that was only agreed upon during the day. Even the host, Mr. He, only saw the script half an hour in, and the audience was completely unaware of it. Holy shit, the strongest kid brother is here. This is the program fantasy link. I've heard kid brother Luhan sing, and it's at a godly level. We're in for a treat today. Expectation. Looking forward. I'm still having a hard time deciding between Kid Brother's livestream and today's show. This is a dream link up. It's great. The audience was talking and the applause was very loud. Inside the Kid Brother broadcast room, everyone had already gotten excited because Young Mi had said she was coming in the afternoon, but the discussion was still heated at this point. Ha ha ha, Kid Brother, this is a link up. Don't be too hard on yourself today. What's going on here? You're still restraining yourself? That's my Kid Brother's character. Show them what we're made of. Give me a smack in the face to that Hanashiro Yu. There's been a lot of rumors about him lately. I heard she cheated on a young girl's feelings, and she's been in several relationships. Okay, what's the point of talking about that in this kid's room? Kid Brother singing has been shown before, and I don't know what kind of divine song he's going to come up with today when he comes to this The Voice of Tomorrow. The audience in the live broadcast room had been numbed by Luhan's show before, and had already defaulted to the fact that Luhan's shot would be a king bomb again. The three recommending officials on the scene at this time. Yang Mi is informed, so did not show too much surprise. Polite applause. Hua Chengyu also knew the news in advance, but because he had a bad experience with Luhan today, he saw that the scene had such a warm reaction and skimmed his lips, sticking his hands in his coat pockets and did not move. The most outrageous one was old Shui Jishuan, who directly stood up from his seat in excitement as soon as he heard that Kid Brother Luhan had come. Hoo, little brother, Kid Luhan is here. Big Mimi. Have you seen him live? It's so much fun. I watch it every day. Am I a big fan? Shui Jishuan pulled Yang Mi next to him and shook him desperately. He usually likes to brush the video, and he is also a loyal fan of the Kid Brothers live show. Old Shui, you calm down. I know Luhan is here, and his recommendation officer is me. Yang Mi was speechless as she looked at Shui Jishuan's reaction, and then at her own arm that was being pulled and thrown until it flew up. Hello everyone, I'm Luhan. Hello, Mr. He. Luhan put away the old six. A good boy look on the stage to greet the audience. This is the Kid Brother. So cute. I want to give him a squeeze. That's a good boy. What's with the Kid Brother? The uninformed audience at the scene was completely fooled by Luhan. The live broadcast room, however, has long known Luhan's nature began to spray wildly. Old six. It's an old six. Friends at the scene, don't be fooled by his appearance. Don't treat him like a child. He's a human being. Do you know that? Program stage. Ouch, what a cute little kid. What's the program for you today? The host, Mr. He, crouched down and said to Luhan. Came in a bit of a hurry. Just got the song ready backstage. I hope everyone will like it. Luhan replied. Good, then the stage we leave to you next. After that Mr. He stepped down from the stage, but at that moment, the band teachers at the scene were confused. What is Luhan going to sing? No one told them. Where's the director? What's our accompaniment? The band teachers shouted. Luckily, it was a recording program, and the director rushed to call a halt and question Luhan on stage. Uncle Band, do you guys know how to dunk a basketball player? Luhan said. He was not sure what the situation was. No one asked him when he came that until the end of the world? Will A professional band would certainly have no problem with this well-known tune. And the crew rushed to 7 to find the sheet music. The audience laughed while the program was paused. Oops, still little kids after all. Come up here and sing the cartoon song. It's so much fun. I said what a marvelous kid brother. But also just come up and sing a cartoon song? This linkage is not fantastic at all. No fun. But that's an island song. Can kids sing it? Learning pronunciation. Anyway, just listen to the whole thing and get it right. People won't be able to hear it, and the kids will be confused. Didn't he just say all that? The backstage just prepared it. So maybe he just learned the pronunciation on his cell phone. Soon the score was in place, and the lights went out on the entire stage. Only one spotlight above Lu Han's head was left. The musical intro plays. There was a familiar smell, and many of the boys in the audience instantly felt their DNA move. It reminds them at once of that summer afternoon more than 10 years ago. From that anime they met Rukawa Phone, Sakuraji Hanamichi, Mitsui Sho, Akiji Haruko. Enter the main song. Lu Han slowly lifted the microphone in his hand to open the song to In the Cold Forest. I have been traveling alone for too long. The freedom of childhood. A dream that has become a luxury. Just this opening. The audience at the scene. The recommending officials at the judges' table. And the netizens in the live broadcast room were all physically stunned. Mandarin lyrics? Not a Japanese cover? And the words? So deep. Who wrote it for him? He didn't really fill in the words himself. Did he? A series of questions appeared in the middle of the crowd's mind. Only one person didn't think there was anything unusual about Lu Han being able to sing this song. This person was Hotba, who had been watching Lu Han on stage from backstage, because she had just accompanied Lu Han throughout the whole process backstage, and watched with her own eyes as he lay on the bench backstage to fill in the words. This song, Lu Han chose the previous Life on Earth 0713 points reunion gold song Until the End of the World, but in the current Blue Star has not seen this song at all. He solo loved the opening storm of Chor Shang Chen's singing, so he remembers the song very well. The song continues. Sing to the climax. Suddenly, Lu Han turned around, pointed his finger straight toward the hot bar at the back of the stage, and continued to sing. To hold your head high until the end of the world. Longing hearts don't want reasons. The shining years of youth. Holding on to warm hands. Those tears that miss the view. Let me not stay. By the time the song was sung, the audience was all ablaze. After the calm, a mountain of screams hit. The live audience. The live broadcast audience, and the judges' table all went crazy. Backstage, Hotba actually couldn't help but walk out from behind the stage at this point, her brain blank, her expression stunned, her hands and feet tingling. Lu Han went forward and held her hand. His eyes seemed to be saying to her, "Don't be afraid, there is me." No one in the audience was paying attention to this. They were all immersed in the music. What a voice it is, so pure and clean, clear and bright. It hits me right in the heart bar. Who taught you to sing like that? It's good singing. Don't sing it again. Woo woo. No, sing it again in the future. I can't live without this song from now on. What do I hear? Why are my tears? It's coming down on its own. I think of that day when I was running in the sunset with my mom in hot pursuit with a broom. That was my lost youth. Longtime viewers of the live stream. Coach, I want to play basketball. Woo woo. I want to go to nationals. Which one of you beyond just called the cartoon music childish? That's my youth. That's my youth. 555. Thank you Kid Brother for fulfilling my youthful dream. I originally thought that Kid Brother was here to show off a little bit of the whole job. Who knew that his song had a knife in it? It's too hard. This adaptation. The Mandarin lyrics are simply amazing. Kid, take my knee. Guest of honor. Yang Mi's pupils tightened. He had heard that Lu Han could sing, but thought it was just that kind of child's voice is good. Whoever thought it would be this kind of clear and translucent, straight from the heart voice. Sign him, be sure to sign him. This kid has a great future ahead of him. To Yang Mi's left, Hua Changyu's expression went through 3 changes. From the contempt of watching a joke at the beginning to the shock of being faced with such a penetrating voice and such excellent lyrics, and then to the final eyes full of indignation and jealousy. Why does he sing so well for a kid? Shit, no, we mustn't let him catch fire. And to Yang Mi's right, Shui Zhishuan stood up again at this moment. At this moment, his fists were clenched and he was pacing back and forth, completely immersed in the mood of the music. The holy son of music. This is the music saint's son. What I've been chasing all these years. He was actually born with it. Above the stage, with the eyes of the crowd focused. At this time, Hotba had already been held by Lu Han to the center of the stage and Lu Han's big hand holding the small hand. Lu Han also sang the last line of the lyrics. Let me not stay. Let me never look back. The song ended and the band finished the final coda. Fuck, it was supposed to be a piece of cartoon music. How did I get an orgasm out of it? It's the heartiest I've ever accompanied. Cool. The band teacher roared with excitement. The music had been over for half a day, but the applause and cheers from the stage continued without any intention of stopping. Hotba directly put Lu Han in her arms. She thought that she was about to leave Lu Han, too, and could not bear to tell Lu Han. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. In the end, with the program under control, it still took 10 minutes for the audience to calm down, and the recording of the program was once again paused for several moments. Woohoo! I'll have to call you kid brother too. That's so awesome, Lu Han kid. MS. He Ling walked onto the stage as she spoke. Excuse me, do you feel good about your singing today? Teacher, he once again squatted down and asked Lu Han. Lu Han switched back to his innocent expression at this time and looked at Reba and asked, Sister Reba, did I sing well? Good too good. Hoder looked at Lu Han favorably. This is someone I'm sure you all know. Our popular flower girl, MS. Bouncy Hotba. Then there's a new question. Little friend Lu Han. What is she to you? Mister. He threw the question to Lu Han. That's my Hotba sister. The expression was very proud, as if it was saying, this is my daughter-in-law, showing off to the crowd. Great. Once again, I'll give a round of applause to our kid brother Lu Han and his Hotbar sister. Okay, mister. He drove the audience to give Lu Han another wave of applause. Next, we're going to hear what today's recommending officer has to say about you. After Mr. Ho's introduction, the camera went to the 3 recommending officers on the guest table. In order, Shui Jishuan started first. Brother kid, I'm your fan. Shui Jishuan was thrilled. My fans? Then let me quiz you. What are all those things that fell on the floor? Hearing Shui Jishuan say that he was also his fan, Lu Han asked about a classic stunt from his own live broadcast. All unwanted by the original owner. Whoever sees it is the one who owns it. Old Shui was really a true fan and answered straight away. You really are? Then you'll have to pass for me today. Lu Han looked at Shui Jishuan and said, Lu Han, you're only 8 years old. How come you're so powerful? I'm a specialist in words, and I've been studying words for 12 years. You write to me, wanted to bring you to your knees. And not only are you good with words, you sing so well, it just makes me so jealous. Now please tell us, did you fill in your own words? Shui Jishuan was still excited. Just wrote it on the fly just now on a backstage stool for the show. Lu Han shrugged his shoulders and said lightly. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Applause, cheers, and screams came again. What the fuck does that say about people? To get on the show, it was written on the fly. This fucking 8 years old? Not good. Old Shui's Dao heart is going to shatter. Which song was so blazingly sincere just now? You're telling me you wrote it on the spot? It's so bullying. Master Tian, did you lose your talent when you made him? Live stream. See, my kid brother is always the boss. It's just a song. Hey, from now on, I'm going to call our kid brother the king of pussy. Old Shui is so miserable. Look at the look on his face. It really hit him. Ha ha ha. Emotions are inciting me here. I've changed my sneakers to go play. And you're telling me to write randomly? Pass. After Shui Jishuan heard Lu Han say that the words were actually written by him on the spot, he was considered completely convinced by Lu Han. Without hesitation, he gave Lu Han a direct pass. Next, then it was the turn of the second recommending officer, Mimi Young, to speak. Little friend Lu Han, your recommendation officer today is Neo. I didn't even expect you to be so great. Yang Mi's face was already smiling into a flower at this time. She really had the intention of signing up Lu Han. But, I have a question. Why did you bring Hataru's sister on stage? As far as I know, you are not related by blood, but it's a sibling relationship on the program. Yang Mi suddenly threw out such a question. She is trying to point out that Lu Han and Hataru are nothing more than program partners, to set the stage for Hataru's departure. And likewise this is forcing Hataru to give in and not give up and leave the scene. The audience also began to whisper. Not a blood-related sibling. I thought it was really a brother in Hataru's family? Why? It's just for show. I'm serious. In Yang Mi's opinion, being able to have stable control over your own artists is the most important thing. Furthermore, Lu Han and Hotba would not have any negative impact even if their relationship was nudged. And he himself wanted to sign Lu Han subsequently, so he had to take advantage of the situation before it was too late. Lu Han at this time picked up the microphone and started to say, Yes, Sister Hotba and I just recognized our siblings on the program. Of course there's no blood, and I want to marry her when I grow up. With these words, the room was filled with gasps of surprise. Wow, that's so sweet. This kid brother is so good at it. Confessed to by the little posh man. Hotba is all smiles. Knock on wood, knocked on the head. This kind of sibling CP, lock me up. Unlike the sweetness felt by the live audience, the old fans in the live broadcast room went straight to hell. You son of a bitch, I could tell you had a heart of Cerberus, great mighty dragon. Fork it out, this thief, Reba is mine. Good, 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 brother kid. I'll send you some souvenirs. Kid brother, you have a way to die. And at this moment, Yang Mi instantly felt bad after hearing Lu Han's reply. He himself hadn't given a break and had given a push. And then look at the person in question. Hot bar. On the stage, blushing, she was actually really aroused by Lu Han. She hadn't expected Lu Han to be so bold, and was actually more happy than flustered inside. Hotba is really a national goddess. Oh, look, even our strongest kid brother was conquered. Ha ha ha. Let's now have our recommending officer, Yang Mi, give her final opinion on whether or not to pass. The host, Mr. He, saw this and immediately spoke up to round out the situation. I passed. Yang Mi's speech was a little stuttering. She was Lu Han completely will not be able to hold. This is a child? This is a child? How can he be so good at it? Yang Mi was still in a daze, but the camera had already been given to the last recommendation officer, Hua Changyu. Hanagi-yu had been holding back for quite some time, only to see him pick up the microphone at that moment and sulk for a while. This program is designed to test the contestants' ability to compose, lyricize and sing the whole package. Your lyrics and singing were great today, but what I'm trying to say is that I'm not going to net you a pass because you're a youngster, Lu Han's little friend, and I'm not going to give you a pass just because the lyrics and vocals are good, because your tune is plagiarized. Hanagi-yu had long ago thought of what to say, and even his current line breaks were rehearsed in his mind. Plagiarism, the word is not a casual one, and musicians who get their hands on the word don't end up well. Yang Mi and Shui Zhishuan, who were on the side, looked sideways at Hua Changyu with doubts in their eyes. Shui Zhishuan frowned and thought to himself, what is Hua Changyu doing? A passing guest for a program link-up is just a passing guest, and he may not even come to the next installment. You want to steal this kind of limelight too? And plagiarism, two words used on too much right. People on stage in a hurry did not dock the song, temporary and accompaniment teacher to coordinate the tune, and all named the Dunker theme song. Shui Zhishuan was puzzled. Hua Changyu's performance in the program had always been a scene stealer and a show stealer, but a child show stealer as well? And at this time, Yang Mi's expression was even colder, obviously angry. This joshing media rat shit recently caused her a lot of trouble. If not for the fact that some people in the board of directors were determined to hold him up, they would have already proposed to terminate the contract and kick him out of the company. This time, to add to the chaos, if this really becomes the negative news of Lu Han, this just discovered the music prodigy himself cannot be signed? Plagiarism is no small thing. Flower, don't be so uptight. Didn't Mr. Lu Han just say that he was in a hurry to prepare? And the band teacher openly said that the tune was from Dunking Master. So how can you say it's plagiarized? Angry to angry. Yang Mi still have to get through the scene. Looking at Hua Changyu, leather smile said, that's it, Hua Changyu, you're going too far with the word plagiarism. It's hard enough to fill in the lyrics and sing in one afternoon for an impromptu program. And he's only 8 years old. Shui Zhishuan also said at this time, he felt that Lu Han was very talented, and even had a feeling of Boyaziki himself. He didn't want to ruin Lu Han's musical path by slapping a plagiarism label on him for a single sentence, even though Lu Han hadn't indicated that he wanted to go down that path. I don't care. He didn't compose his own music today anyway, not at my place. Hanagi-yu had a treacherous expression on his face at this moment, his hands wrapped around his chest in a very pure stance of his own, completely ignoring Yang Mi's reminder of Shui Zhishuan's instructions next to him. The audience began to talk as well, only to automatically split into two factions. There's no doubt about Hannah's professionalism and expertise with the tunes. This kid is definitely plagiarizing. What the hell? Didn't the kid brother tell the band teacher at the beginning that he was using the Dunkers song? You call that plagiarism? Could our Flora have wronged him? Music professionalism is still stubborn here. Sorry, I graduated from the Kyoto Conservatory of Music. Professionalism I have. I think you guys are just brainwashed fans. You all feel the fragrance of Hanagi-yu's farts. That is, he, Mr. Hua, is just a paste cur. What's there to pretend? You guys don't even understand Flower's insistence on music. You know how hard he works. Fans on the scene were bickering, and the comments section of the livestream took a turn for the worse. The original live-long active looking for fun netizens are still jokingly because of the Lu Han program in public to tease the goddess Hotba various whole live spray. Suddenly came in a bunch of Hua Changyu's fans and started to bring the rhythm. The netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly unsettled. They have been treating the kids as if they were their own children. It's okay for them to make jokes and spray a couple of sentences, but it's not their turn to say anything about a bunch of brain-damaged fans. This is the live room of the copycat kid. Sisters, blast me. What the fuck? You think we've got no one behind us, don't you? 2nd Battalion Commander. Pull out your Italian cannon and let these pussies get a taste of salt. Copying kids, can't arrange music, you know how to copy. Foot in several boats paste curry. Why is there a servant girl washing the floor in the back of something that's standing up again? You guys are so unqualified in this live room. The anchor is so young to copy and steal. The fans are unqualified. Upstairs. I didn't want to say anything, I don't want to talk. But I'm not going to. I'm going to XX your XXXX. Fucking XXXX. I'm going to the morning bar. Dude, why are you all messed up at the back? Don't get it. It's all blocked by the platform. Look at the amount of blocking. The swearing is really dirty. TSK TSK. There was a flurry of chatter and a lot of noise on the air. Just as he was caught in such an impasse, Luhan spoke up. Hanagi, did you ride the elevator with me once this morning? He suddenly came up with such a 4/6 remark. Everyone, including Hua Chunyu, looked puzzled. What did it mean? Climbing relationships? Then this child is a bit too mercenary to be liked. Is that him, Sister Reba? Luhan turned his head again to ask Hataru beside him. His eyes parted. It's him. Hotba had just ghosted onto the stage and had been a little confused until now. It wasn't until just now when Hua Chengyu said those words against Luhan that she started to worry about Luhan again. At this time, Hataru didn't know what Luhan meant, but according to the usual practice of getting along with Luhan, she guessed that Luhan was definitely holding something bad again. Oh, is he? The flower judge is a small-minded person. It's just that he didn't say hello to you in the elevator today. A little bit of small things are also angry. TSK TSK TSK. Then Luhan said this, directly using childish talk to the extreme. You, what are you saying? How can a grown-up like me be angry with you kids? I didn't. Hua Chunyu face brushed a little red. This if really bystanders think because they are small-minded because of that little thing against Luhan, that can be too embarrassing. Originally, his own reputation was not good recently, and it was really very easy to be misunderstood. He was targeting Luhan, but not because of such a trivial matter of chicken skin but at a time like this, the more Hua Chunyu explained the more skeptical people became. Many viewers could tell from their expressions that they really believed it somewhat. Kid brother, he's only 8 years old. Can he lie? Alright, then this way. Isn't it true that I have to be able to make up an all-original song on the spot today and that's it? Seeing that the atmosphere had been coaxed into place, Luhan began his next move. I'll believe in your strength if you can make up a lyric that's all original out today. I'll give you a pass. Hua Chunyu directly stood up at this time. He felt too suffocated. Why didn't this kid follow the rules? He made himself so embarrassed. However, Luhan was still just a kid after all. Hua Chunyu absolutely do not believe that he can directly original another song out on the spot. Luhan is digging a hole for himself, which is exactly what Hua Chunyu wants. Wait, little friend Luhan, are you saying you're going to originate a song out live? At this point, the host, Mr. He, spoke up. Everyone knows that Mr. He is known for his high emotional intelligence, but today's situation is a bit worrying. Hua Chunyu clearly had a hard time with Luhan, and Luhan was also a child at heart and could say anything. The other two recommendation officers on stage, Yang Mi and Shui Zhishuan, can also be seen to prefer Luhan. Mr. He thought to himself that there must be something behind this. That's why up until now, he hadn't opened his mouth to make a round up, until this moment when he heard Luhan actually say that he wanted to sing an original song live. Luhan, do you know what you're talking about? Live originality? That's such a rare thing. It's not something you can just write and muddle through. Teacher Healing also quite liked the boy Luhan and didn't want to see him digging his own hole and jumping into it. Pen and paper, please. Luhan's expression was still so relaxed and calm, as if he really could. Offstage judge's seat. Hua Chunyu had a look of watching a good show. He thought to himself that a child is still a child. In the end, he still fell into the pit. How can he be original out on the spot? And Yang Mi and Shui Zhishuan both gently shook their heads. They also felt that Luhan couldn't possibly do it. Soon the staff brought paper and pencils and gave a table where you could lie down and write. The cast of The Voice of Tomorrow. The director of the scene did not call a halt until now. He thought it could be too much fun to play like this. Today the leadership of the station and the strongest Kid Brother program team decided to make a link-up on an ad hoc basis, which is a bit worrisome after all. Time is running out and preparations may not be adequate. But I didn't expect things to take a turn for the worse, unexpectedly creating a lot of drama. In hindsight, whether or not Kid Brother can deliver satisfactory results in the end, this link-up has achieved a good result. On the stage, Luhan picked up a pen with a thoughtful expression, and then began to write and draw. 10 minutes. It only took 10 minutes. Luhan then signaled the host, Mr. He, to take care of it himself. That fast? Mr. He wasn't too surprised, thinking that it must have been a temporary pile of words and music that wouldn't be too good. and I guess it was poorly done. But when he picked up the paper and just casually glanced at the contents, instantly his whole body felt like an electric shock. Did you just wrote it? Mister. His voice was trembling a bit. Yeah, you didn't watch me write it. Luhan shook his right hand at this time. His hand was a bit sore from writing too fast. Off stage. At this time, when Yang Mi and Shui Jishuan heard the words of the host, He Ling, they both felt that the song was definitely not well written. After all, it was too short. And Hua Changyu already couldn't help but snicker. This kid Luhan must have written a mess to make Mr. He asked something like that. Little friend Luhan, then tell everyone what the name of this song is yourself. After Mr. He asked. He even gave Hua Changyu a meaningful look. The song is called Dai. How's that for a name? As soon as Luhan said this, the stage began to talk again. The Dai? Holy shit? Isn't that the song of Hannah Song was recent flamboyant heroine? Did this kid have a plagiarism? Or is it just murder and punishment? He'd have to be really murderous to deliberately come up with a song title like that. Hua Changyu's expression was as ugly as eating shit at this point. Intentionally using the song of the actress he was having an affair with of the same name to disgust himself? And one can't bring it up now. Once you bring it up, it's going to be an extension of the amusement again. Good, then take over the stage to you. Let's have you sing this song Die for us. Mr. Ho finished and gestured for Hotba to join him off the stage. The band got the newly composed tune and began to work with the accompaniment. At the beginning of the prelude, the music is atmospheric and ancient. Luhan slowly raised his hand to pick up the microphone. Old clouds and smoke stained the letterhead, and morning frost fell on the eaves. 2 or 3 lines of moss, spreading to the bottom of my heart. Sighing at the years, stained with longing, and unwilling to slow down a bit. How old I am. How annoying I am. No one knows. He wrote this lyric? This rhetoric is so gorgeous and poetic. And it was written by an 8-year-old? The tune, is it starting high? Or does it start that high? Geez, is the tune that high? Look at this state of his singing. He's only so old. Where did he get this vicissitude of his experience? The song goes straight to the climax and goes up another octave. The world's ups and downs. The returns, the mountains and the seas. When I look back, it's already sunset. How can I tear down my nostalgia? I've been tossing and turning all my life. Forgot to look. When will you be stained by the wind and snow? Unlike the previous song, Until the End of the World, which saw a mountain of shouts and screams from the crowd. The deep and heavy emotion of the song Die and its melodious musical expression made the whole audience listen to it quietly, unable to bear to interrupt it. Just when everyone thought that the climax of the song had fallen, the music rhythm stirred up again, and Luhan came back with a rap. The world is a jagged place, and I'm going far away. For the sake of fame and fortune, he's put his life on the line. I don't want to be in the desert. I won't listen to you. Mistook the rootless duckweed for a beautiful landscape. I was so sure I'd live my life like a hawk. I didn't understand why you were worried. A candlelight through the window is your thin figure. I've been down 1,000 paths, but I can't get out of your eyes. When he sang, for half of the fame, all kinds of desperation, Luhan pointed at Hua Changyu. That kind of contemptuous mockery is not hidden. Where is it like a child? It was like a victor scrutinizing a villain. Is it rap? Rap! Holy shit, you can still sing like this? Didn't he just compose the lyrics in 10 minutes? How did he do that? Yeah, how did Kid Brother conceptualize that? It's just too dang good. You have to have life experience to write this song. Kid Brother, where'd you get that? The more the live audience listened to it, the better it sounded. And Luhan's song Die was a complete crushing of another artistic dimension. Since then, it has become art. The song draws to a close and ends with a sing-along. In the end, the world rises and falls, and returns several times. A stone's throw away from the mountains and the sea. I'll never grow up in your eyes. I'll always be a child. Only the love you give is spotless. Luhan sang and looked at Hotba on the stage with eager eyes, as if he had a lot to say. At this point on stage, Hotba murmured the lyrics. I'll never grow up in your eyes. I'll always be a child. Only the love you give is spotless. If you think about it. A song. The room fell into a long silence. And, then I don't know who screamed first, followed by a mountain of applause and cheering. Geez, at first the voice was low and magnetic, like Brahma filling the ears. Now the voice is clear and high, metallic and shocking. Double the pleasure in one song. Over the top. Chinese style plus rap, 2 completely different elements melted together. Why does it sound so good? It doesn't sound out of place at all. Kid Brother is great. The first part I'm listening to the point of enlightenment. Word for word. The rap in the back washes out the pathos straight away. And it's not dry at all. It's great. The audience's praises were endless. And everyone was conquered by Luhan's impromptu creation of this song. Shui Jishuan stood up at this moment and said, Little friend Luhan, You are the holy son of music. Your lyrics and singing are all top-notch. And I'm a fan of yours now. Can you please help me out with a song? Yang mi, Luhan, I'm going to sign you. You sing so well. I want to sign you. I want to release an album for you. At this time, Hotba was under the stage. Her eyes filled with hot tears. Her throat choked with a word could not be said. In her heart, she thought that Luhan, this brat, was too bad. Singing this song, she, as a sister, was made to cry again. At the end of the performance, the host, Mr. He, came back on stage and said with a smile on his face to Luhan, "This song is simply fantastic. I believe no one will still question Luhan's strength now. And don't forget, this is our 8-year-old Luhan's 10-minute lyrics and music creation. Finally, our Flower City U recommendation officer. You are willing to give Luhan a pass. Mr. He is also directly on Luhan's side. All out of this song. What else can be said? It's a god, right?" Hua Chengyu was sitting at the judge's table at the moment. His face red for a while and white for a while as he picked up the microphone with extreme reluctance. Open your mouth and give Luhan a pass? He was so reluctant, not to give it? He had come up with such a song. What other reason could he use to not give it? For a while, he was caught in an exceptionally difficult situation. Slow down. Just then, Luhan grabbed the opportunity to speak. I came on the show to link the two shows, so I won't be continuing on to the next installment of The Voice of Tomorrow either. The reason why I took the trouble to come up with the song Dai was to show you, Hanagi Yu, what a true original is. Speaking here, Luhan pointed his finger straight at Hua Chengyu, and that sense of contempt was almost overflowing the screen. What did you say? Hua Chengyu stood up angrily at this moment. Originally, he was already prepared to compromise, even if he was no longer willing. For the sake of face he was already planning to give Luhan a pass. But Luhan saying such words was a naked humiliation. His face now directly turned from red to green, his whole body shaking with anger. Save your breath, Fa Chengyu. I don't care if you give me a pass because you're not good enough. I'm declaring my withdrawal. After saying the last sentence, Luhan directly threw the microphone in his hand loosely toward the stage. Long dong. The microphone landed and blew up the mic with an ear-splitting sound. The ear-piercing blast instantly brought everyone on the scene to their senses. They all thought Luhan was just a kid, and they all thought of teasing the kid. But now who is teasing who? The boy is horrible as hell. Then Luhan jumped straight off the stage and walked over to Hotaru. Sister Hotba, this is so boring. Let's go. The tone of voice was still childlike, as if it were two people from the speaker on the stage just now. After saying that, Luhan took Hotaru's hand and left the program and went away. Holy shit, it's still the kid brother. This is not giving face at all. I've long said that Hua Chengyu has character problems. Right. Deliberately making things difficult for people's kid brother. This is good. After people show their strength they directly don't play. You don't have to come. You're the one who scolded our kid brother the most just now. Inside the broadcast booth. Originally, the old fans were still on the line with a bunch of flower fans popping up. But after Kid Brother came on stage and did a song called Die straight away, the pop-ups went straight to silence. Everyone was mesmerized by such a song. This song is so artistic. How high? It's at least 30 to 40 stories high. Originally in the strongest Kid Brother program live room of the Flower City, you fans all directly quit. Are now in this situation, and then in this impotent rage, and what is the point? Your own flower has been crushed by a power punch in the face. And you're still here to follow and lose face? Get out of here. Slip away. Sprinkles brainiacs walk away. Brothers, we've won. What kind of brainiacs like that kind of singer? It's the right thing to do. To be a fan of our kid brother. Just watch. You'll never hear the end of it. Brothers, open the champagne to celebrate. Victory. Spread the flowers. Sprinkle. Spreading flowers. Sprinkle. The old fans in the live broadcast room began to revel after the victory. After this battle, these old fans became Luhan's diehard completely. Back to the scene. Now that Luhan had directly left, everyone's gazes looked at Hua Chengyu in unison. You could see that Hana Songwoo was as uncomfortable as if someone had pulled him in the face at this point. Yang Mi looked at Hua Chengyu next to her, and her mouth wordlessly chanted, "Sprinkle." Xue Jishuan skimmed his lips and followed suit. "Sprinkle." Harbor Resort Hotel. Thud. Early in the morning, Hotba was squeezed out of bed by Luhan and fell to the floor. Little Luhan. Hotba rose from the ground and shouted at Luhan on the bed. Why are you sleeping on the floor? Luhan looked sleepily at Hotaru, who was sitting on the floor. Hotbar. Squeezed off by you. Hotba's yelling woke up the camera boy on standby against the wall next door and rushed over from next door. What episode is opening today? You guys do it again. I didn't get the shot. Luhan. Hotbar, get out. Luhan and the others went straight back to the hotel after attending the program yesterday and slept until dawn. Little did they know that yesterday's event had become a huge hit. Under the major headlines, the strongest Kid Brother program powerfully punches the face of fresh meat male artists. Violently cool. Kid Brother pushes the Voice of Tomorrow with 2 original songs a night. Kid Brother kicks off the Voice of Tomorrow and punches singer Hannah Songwoo in the face. The Voice of Tomorrow goes dark. Mentors judge unfairly. 8-year-old contestant strikes out and withdraws forcefully from the competition. Buckle music. Net depression cloud music new song chart dark horse until the end of the world. Die all from the strongest kid Luhan. Comments section. Kid Brother. Real man. No. Real boy. Last night he slapped Hannah's face with a splat. Last night's live broadcast of the Kid Brother was simply too powerful. The Kid Brother with the strength to give us to reveal the scandalous state of the music industry. What bullshit new generation flow of young students. It's all about the younger brother. The Voice of Tomorrow crew doesn't know how to edit this episode. And a good program was stunk up by that Hannah Songwoo. On The Voice of Tomorrow, the chief director of the program with the entire team was up all night. Tried multiple edits. None of them work. Tried to modify the plot by editing, but people saw it live. The general director also contacted director Wang Jialuan of Kid Brother by phone to ask for clarification. Accountability? Who the hell am I, Wang Jialuan, going to give an explanation to after so many years of directing? Director Wang spouted off directly after receiving the call. I haven't even come after your The Voice of Tomorrow program yet, and you're still coming to me to ask for an explanation? Luhan is such a simple kid. How has he been bullied by you? Wang Guan is now getting more and more shameless like Luhan. No reason can be stubborn 3 times, let alone now so dominant. Besides, Luhan is now everything in the Kid Brother program, and director Wang is close to treating him like a little ancestor. So of course he's talking on Luhan's side. But all of this, Luhan and the others were completely unaware of it, and slept soundly last night. Oh tiny human child, the wind and the water are rising every day you're just happy to be poor. After hanging up the other party's phone, director Wang looked at the live broadcast screen where the strongest Kid Brother had already begun and hummed a song. Director Wang, our program has now rushed to the top 10 of the variety show hit list. The assistant director looked at director Wang in a good mood and said another good news. Good thing, give me more effort, when we get this show to the top 5. No, we'll all get bonuses. Director Wang Jialuan is already thinking about the future. With Luhan strongest Kid Brother, the program is now living up to its name. Director Wang, we have a new plot arrangement. Today we plan to arrange a human trafficking test for Kid Brother. The assistant director spoke the new content discussed by the program team. It had been Luhan himself who had been developing the plot. The program team's stuff hadn't been used until now. Okay, is the human trafficker actor scheduled yet? The program got better and director Wang saw that everyone was motivated. Looking good is looking good. But the actor watched the day before yesterday Luhan hold people too hard. Afraid that they will be pitched. Want to add money. The assistant director said hesitantly. And what he said was true. The actor who originally played the trafficker promised well. But after watching Luhan's program for 2 days, this Kid Brother is really inappropriate people the picture was too hard. So he offered to add money and asked for an insurance policy. Well, just add it. It does make it scary to think about it differently. It's something you can just go and talk to the actors about. After thinking about it, director Wang did think that he should give people a raise. On Luhan's side, after the morning drama, the 2 of them got up and went out for breakfast. The breakfast bakery. Boss, 5 drawers of crab roe soup dumplings, 3 drawers of xiaolong bao, 2 drawers of steamed dumplings. Luhan ordered as if he was starving, ordering a whole bunch. I never should have told you breakfast was on me. Seeing this point method of Luhan, Hotba gritted his teeth and said, look at you. You're being polite again. We've got a little cameraman here who wants to eat too. Shameless Luhan said. Soon, the order of steamed dumplings buns are served. Luhan and Hotba in front of the camera to eat. Luhan also occasionally and live pop-up interaction. As if a food broadcast. Scouting the store DJ Much. I'm Kid. Today, I'm going to take you to the best breakfast bakery in the harbor. It costs $89 for 3 people. Luhan learned a certain scouting store Tang teacher paragraph opening in his previous life on Earth. The camera boy didn't eat in front of the camera because he had to keep an eye on the camera, but ate alone at a nearby table. I saw the camera boy. Yuan Audi. Take out a pair of chopsticks from the chopstick cage on the table. First scalded them with boiling water. Then turned the chopsticks upside down and used the end of the chopsticks to pick up a xiaolong bao and ate it beautifully. Little brother? Why are you using chopsticks the other way around? Luhan looked strangely curious and asked. Brother Kid, you don't understand this. This restaurant's public chopsticks with a lot of people have used. Can you guarantee that the people who have used before do not have any hepatitis A and B infectious diseases? The camera boy said it with a serious face. and it felt like finally something to educate the kid brother on. Wow. You're so smart, little brother, Luhan complimented. It's all life lessons, kid brother. You just learn them. It's all knowledge you can't learn in a textbook. The camera boy puts on a childish expression of amusement. Little brother, have you ever thought of something called disposable chopsticks? At this moment, Hataru brought 2 pairs of disposable chopsticks from the bar and handed 1 pair to Luhan while her eyes looked at Xiao Xiao. Yes, that little brother. It's so amazing. Disposable chopsticks. Luhan had a bad smile on his face. Yeah, so what? Disposable chopsticks are all smoked with sulfur. Not only is it unhealthy to use, it's also not environmentally friendly. Seeing that he was being punched in the face, little brother forced himself to explain. The 2 of them, Luhan and Hotba, snickered and said no more. They couldn't really let their little brother down. Just then, Luhan noticed that a new uncle who came in at the side table also used chopsticks in the reverse of Zhao's method, so he asked curiously, "Uncle, why are you using chopsticks backwards too?" The uncle at the next table put down his chopsticks and said to Luhan, "Little friend, you don't know that I have hepatitis A. I'm afraid of spreading it to others, so when I go out to eat, I always use chopsticks the other way around. So I always use chopsticks the other way around when I eat out. That way I won't pass it on to others." Uncle, you people are still strange. Good Luhan looked at the camera boy on the other side of the room as he spoke. The camera boy had also heard the whole thing, and his eyes were glazed over at this point. Quickly accompany me to the hospital. As he spoke, the little brother's face was turned green. The live audience got to listen to the entire breakfast conversation. Ha 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 ha, little brother is really out of blood luck. Being smart is not good enough. Shit, I use chopsticks like that when I go to restaurants. What to do? Upstairs is a smart person like little brother. Nah, ha ha ha, hurry up and go to the hospital to check it out. Give Master whole laugh. Little brother in the second layer, but did not expect hepatitis B in the third layer. Ha ha ha, it's still the kid brother. In the atmosphere. Hospitals. The camera boy went to get blood tests and see a doctor accompanied by Hotba, while Luhan continued his live broadcast alone in front of the hospital wearing a chest-mounted camera. On the small square in front of the hospital, there were many old people exercising. Luhan was bored, so he walked to an old grandfather who was playing Tai Chi, and followed along with Tai Chi in a decent manner. A large watermelon, cut in half with 1 slice, half for you and half for him. Luhan mumbled as he learned. You're playing quite well, little friend. Grandpa's here to teach you some more difficult ones. The old man said and changed his set of punches, which were fast and slow. It looked loose and fast, but there was also the sound of fiery punches ringing out during the quick strikes. You observe the old man of the national art heritage, practicing Tong Bei Quan, the fist way to put far strike long, brittle and fast 10 sound, triggering the heavenly enlightenment, comprehending the great success of the transmission of the martial arts Tong Bei Quan. Yeah, old grandpa is awesome. He also has Tong Bei Quan. Luhan clapped his hands and gave the old grandpa a burst of rainbow farts, coaxing the old grandpa to laugh non-stop. Yo, the little guy can I can actually tell it's Tong Bei Quan. The old man was proud of his own set of boxing style, did not expect anyone else to recognize it, and at the same time, he was also surprised that a child as young as Luhan actually knew Tong Bei Quan. I'll learn a verse for you. With that said, Luhan had the temerity to play a set of sets as the old man had just done. Naturally, Luhan had to stay his hand, or else there would be no way to explain the Gnosis reversal de Chang's Tonbei fist to the old grandpa. Bang! Bang bang! There's a crunching sound of crunching punches even as Luhan fights. Well, this son can be made. The old grandfather looked at Luhan with a smile. This kind of traditional national art is almost lost. How can he not be happy to have young people practicing it? And the seedlings are especially good. Just then, an old lady came by. Old man, go home and eat. It's noon. The old woman shouted as soon as she approached. Come on, don't yell. Upon hearing this, the old man hurriedly grabbed his own coat and prepared to leave. Kids, let's practice some other time. I have to go home. After the old man finished speaking, he hurriedly followed the old lady and left, looking at Luhan in a daze. Good fellow, all this kung fu and you're still afraid of the old lady? Old life, you rake your ears. Luhan chanted to himself. It was close to noon, and the people in the small square were leaving one after another. Luhan saw that Hotba and the camera boy hadn't come out yet, so he sat on the bench in boredom and waited. On the director's side, seeing Luhan finally alone, Wang Jialuan urged, "Where's the assistant director? Where's the human trafficker actor? Hurry up and take advantage of this time." The words. A woman in her 40s or 50s came over to the road, and from the lens of Luhan's chest-mounted camera, she could see that she was coming in Luhan's direction. Aha! The actors are in position quite promptly. Wang Jialuan didn't say anything more when he saw that the actors were in place. Only, what he didn't know was that the visitor wasn't arranged by the program. Her name is Pan Dongmei, a real human trafficker. She's known as Auntie Mei. She specializes in child trafficking. Pan Dongmei had been observing Lu Han from across the road for a while, and just now there were people around who didn't have the good sense to come forward. Now was the right time. Are you alone, little friend? The woman started probing Lu Han in a cordial tone. I'm not a man, can I still be a dog? Lu Han sensed that this woman was walking straight towards him, and was also looking around vigilantly. I thought to myself, this bitch doesn't look like a good silver. Pan Dongmei? No ha. Little friend. Auntie wants to ask you, why are you here alone? Where are your adults? Whose aunt are you at that age? Lu Han didn't give her a good face. Well, a big mom is a big mom. Kid, I'm from out of town. I'm not familiar with Harbor City. I want to ask you how to get to Xiafei Road? The woman walked away pretending to have a kind face. Auntie, you call a cab. Let the driver take you there. I guess $10 is almost enough. Lu Han said perfunctorily, feeling more and more that there was something wrong with the woman. Ouch, little friend. Look at me. I came from out of town to join my relatives. Where do I want to spend $10 on a taxi? Just take me there. The woman still won't give up. Lu Han looked up and down the woman. A plain cloth shirt. About 1 meter 5.5. Short hair, but looked always feel where it is wrong. Auntie, you follow the road from here to the west. Then turn right at the next big intersection and you'll see a Chanda Plaza. And then what? And then Cheetah Plaza is crowded. So go find someone there and ask them. Pan Dongmei, yay? Live viewers. Ha 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 ha. There's really no one else with this kid brother's brain circuit. Well, a Cheetah Plaza is crowded. You go there and ask. This brain circuit is simply. Friends, why don't I think this bitch is a good silver? It's okay, just really traffickers. Meet the kid brother who sells who is not yet certain. At this point, Lu Han had already stood up. He felt that there was definitely something wrong with the woman in front of him, and there was no point in wasting time. But Pan Dongmei can't just let it go. Little friend, you just help Auntie. Auntie is in a hurry to find someone on Xiafei Road. Pan Dongmei stopped Lu Han. Lu Han thought to himself at this time, since this bitch had to ask for trouble, it was not his fault. That paid service. $10 a time. Lu Han wanted to test the woman. Okay, no problem. Pan Dongmei didn't even hesitate for a moment and agreed directly. Lu Han was even more certain now. A person who couldn't even afford to pay for a taxi was willing to pay for himself to lead the way. It would be odd if she didn't have a cat in this. Lu Han intended to fix this woman. Auntie, I'm suddenly backtracking. I don't want $10. I want a toy. Lu Han tested the women's bottom line. Little friend, how about this? Is it okay if I go buy you something tasty? Forget about the toys. Pan Dongmei felt that this boy Lu Han was really insatiable. If you don't want to say yes, then forget it. Then you'd better go ahead and ask someone else at Cheetah Plaza. After saying that, Lu Han turned around and was about to leave. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Hurry up and take me afterward. Pan Dongmei was now gnashing her teeth at the kid Lu Han, but at least the kid had taken the bait. In his heart, he thought of cheating to the place later, directly break the arms and legs, and later thrown to the street to beg for food. Then Lu Han led Pan Dongmei towards the front. Inside the broadcast booth, the viewers, who had seen everything from the camera in front of Lu Han the entire time, all sensed that something was wrong and began to frantically send out pop-ups. Where's the crew? The kid has been cheated out of his home. You're still a kid. Where's the crew? Hurry up and stop them. This woman can't spare $10 for a taxi, but she can't spare it for toys. There's a big problem at first sight. Yes, there were so many adults on the road and he didn't ask for help. He had to find a kid to ask for help. There must be something fishy going on. Where's the crew? Hurry up and save the people. Or call the police. The audience was worried about Lu Han. And at this time, Lu Sancher and Wang Mei, who had been following the live broadcast, were anxious. They dialed directly to Director Wang's phone and were reassured only after asking for confirmation. Finally, the live administrator account posted a pop-up. Please don't worry. The program is conducting an abduction test on Lu Han's children, and what you are seeing are actually actors that the program has found. Please don't worry. The program is conducting an abduction test on Lu Han's children, and what you are seeing are actually actors that the program has found. It took a special clarification from the show to put everyone's minds at ease. Lu Han's parents, Lu Sancher and Wang Mei, why? We were scared to death. In any case, Lu Han is only a child. If he really needs a human trafficker, he may not be able to make it. The audience then let go of that, too, and scared the hell out of me. The entire director's team is 6 years old. Who came up with this test? You're a moron. Kid brother is still not vigilant enough. In the end, he's still an 8-year-old doll. On the other side, backstage at the show, Director Wang looked at the crowd that had finally calmed their concerns and said, "The assistant director found this actor who really looks the part and fooled everyone." "Yes, director, if I didn't know the truth, I would have thought the woman was a human trafficker," the man next to him chimed in. Just when the crowd thought it was over, the assistant director pushed his way in. "Boss, the actors have been negotiated and will be ready to go soon." "Wang director, huh? The rest of the studio, huh?" In an instant, the atmosphere in the studio dropped to freezing point, and the crowd realized something was wrong. It was really a human trafficker. You mean the person you're looking for hasn't gone yet?" Director Wang stumbled over his words. "Ha, not there yet. What's this?" The assistant director was filled with confusion. "And who the fuck is this?" Director Wang said as he pointed to the image coming back from Lu Han's chest camera on the screen, which was none other than the figure of human trafficker Pan Dongmei. "Don't recognize it? Who's this?" The assistant director hasn't reacted yet. "Wang Guan, it's finished. Something big has happened." Wang Guan's heart felt like it had stopped suddenly. If something really happened to the kid brother, all of them would be finished. "Quick, so fast to contact Camera Yuan Audi. Find the kid brother as soon as possible." After Director Wang finished speaking, the staff hurriedly took out their cell phones and dialed the camera boy's number. At this point, Camera Boy and Hotba got instructions from the director's team to leave Lu Han alone for a solo event, and the two are sitting in the hospital. As soon as I got the call, it was also a head-scratcher to understand what was going on now. "Quick, let's go find someone." Hotba was also around to hear what happened and was so anxious that she hurriedly pulled the camera boy outside. Along the way, he opened the live broadcast to follow the camera screen on Lu Han. And at this time Lu Han brought the human trafficker Pan Dongmei to Cheetah Plaza. Lu Han turned to Pan Dongmei and said, "Auntie, to the toy store." Pan Dongmei looked up and saw the toy store that Lu Han was talking about, and was immediately shocked. "Where is this a toy store? It was clearly an Apple store." "Kids, this can't be the toy store you're talking about." Pan Dongmei was incredulous. "Now the children take this as a toy?" "Right, I'll take an iPad. And an iPhone 15 Pro Max 256G Far Peak Blue, just the two. It's not too much. Auntie, you're so nice. You'll definitely buy me what you promised me, right?" Lu Han blinked his big eyes. At this time, the trafficker Pan Dongmei's face is going green with anger. The viewers in the live room were straight up tense. "I don't know how to ask for this. You need more than $10,000 to lead the way?" "Sure, is that you? Traffickers, are you thinking about farts?" "Big Mom, why don't you say anything?" "Auntie, you don't think you don't want to buy it, do you?" Lu Han's words came one after another, forcing Pan Dongmei to give in. Wait, I will." Pan Dongmei took out her own phone, walked a few steps away and dialed. "Hey, quickly transfer $10,000 to me. I need to spend money and I don't have enough in my hand." The other side of the fellow puzzled, "Not to bring back the goods? Why are you spending money? You stay out of it. This one's good quality this time, and it's going to cost you some money to fish it back." Pan Dongmei explained with her accomplice across the street, saying cryptic things and carrying Lu Han on her back. But how did she know that Lu Han was hearing everything at this time with his excessive hearing? It wasn't set up by the show? It's real human traffickers, Lu Han thought in his heart, and he realized it all at once. At the same time, he began to analyze the current situation. Observing his surroundings, there were now absolutely no hidden cameras around himself, which meant that he was now alone. Something had to be done to stall this trafficker. Pan Dongmei finished her phone call and walked back. "Little friend, Auntie will buy it for you. It's just cell phones and tablets. I'll buy them all." Pan Dongmei took Lu Han into the Apple store. "If you can't give up the child, you can't catch the wolf. The big deal is that you'll get it back later and return it." Into the Apple store Pan Dongmei really bought for Lu Han. A cell phone plus a flat total cost $17,000. "Auntie, you're so nice. My parents didn't even buy me that dry." Lu Han sold his good behavior and wanted to stabilize the trafficker Pan Dongmei first. "Okay, Big Mom, then I have a reward for you if you get me to the place later." Pan Dongmei thought Lu Han had fallen for the trap and threw out another temptation to lure Lu Han. Just then Pan Dongmei's phone rang again. "Hello, what are you doing?" "It's done. I'll be right back." Pan Dongmei was somewhat inexplicably annoyed to see that it was a call from an accomplice. "Are you at Cheetah Plaza now? That waif we caught the other day didn't watch and ran away. It's over there now." On the phone, the accomplice roared. This could be heard without Lu Han deliberately listening. "What do you think you're doing? I've been out here for a while and I let a girl get away. Where are you guys?" Pan Dongmei felt how everything is not going well today. Lying to this brat with one twist and turn, and now one of the goods at home has run away again. "We're looking outside the square. You look inside the square. Tell each other when you find it," the accomplice on the phone said. "Okay." After Pan Dongmei hung up the phone in annoyance, She switched back to a kindly smiling face to look at Luhan. Little friend. My relative just contacted me and said that his little girl ran away to this side of the mall. Why don't you accompany me to look for her? Luhan glanced at Pan Dongmei and answered obediently, okay. Big Mom, you have given me such a good toy, I will definitely accompany you to look for it. Next, Luhan then followed Pan Dongmei all the way around the mall looking for people. When passing by a cafe, Luhan took advantage of Pan Dongmei's inattention to quietly drop his newly purchased tablet computer on the table in front of the cafe. The cafe waiter found the tablet while clearing the table, but didn't see who left it here. But when she picked up the tablet, it displayed a string of text that startled her. Hello stranger? The woman next to me is a human trafficker and she has accomplices. Help me call the police. This text was left by Luhan when Pan Dongmei called just now. Pan Dongmei and Luhan searched all the way from the first floor to the second floor and didn't see the little girl. Just as he was moving further up the third floor, Luhan saw in the crowd a dirty, probably 7 or 8-year-old little girl running in a panic from the first floor and into the fire escape on the first floor. Luhan wanted to block it, but he didn't expect Pan Dongmei to see it anyway. Damn girl! Pan Dongmei shouted and was about to chase downstairs. Luhan yanked Pan Dongmei's leg at this point. Auntie, I accidentally lost my tablet over there just now. Please take me back to look for it. Get up. Later, Pan Dongmei stopped away from Luhan and hurriedly chased towards the stairs. Seeing that his move didn't work, Luhan hurriedly chased after him as well. Originally, Luhan's idea was to have the program or mall security take down the trafficker directly at the mall. But I didn't realize that there were other children in the hands of this trafficker. Luhan immediately changed his mind and decided to rescue these children. As it was meant to be now, one could only follow Pan Dongmei and then act when the opportunity arose. Damn girl, I see you. Hurry up and come out. Chasing to the fire escape on the first floor, Pan Dongmei shouted in a stern voice. Auntie, is this your relative's kid? Why are you so mean? Luhan was still pretending to be unaware of the situation. Well, little friend, you don't know this dead girl just loves to run around outside. Look at how dirty she is. We'll teach her a lesson this time. Hurry up and help me look together. Pan Dongmei watched Luhan continue to flounder. Oh, I wonder what your traffickers will teach this little girl. Luhan suddenly changed his face and looked cold. What did you say, my little friend? How am I a trafficker? Pan Dongmei didn't expect Luhan to suddenly come with such a sentence and wanted to continue pretending. Come on, Big Mama, there's only you and me here. There's no need to pretend anymore. Luhan moved 2 steps to position himself better to face Pan Dongmei. Little brat. You knew it from the start, didn't you? But you won't be able to escape me today. I'm going to take you and that little girl all back today, break your arms and legs, and throw you out on the street to beg. As she spoke, Pan Dongmei took out a bottle of potion from her pocket and poured it on her handkerchief. Yoo-hoo, you've got some ecstasy. Good for you. Wing Chun. Luhan. Luhan set up a Tongbei Quan starting stance, ready to try out the kung fu he had just realized today. The viewers of the live stream suddenly realized that something didn't seem right. That's not right, didn't we say actors? How come they're all on acid? Where's the crew? Come out and explain. What's going on? Shit, a real human trafficker. Call the police. Call the police. Just when the crowd was nervous as hell, the camera in front of Luhan suddenly went black. This caused everyone's hearts to go up in their throats. Then a sound of punches and kicks could be heard coming from the black screen. Ha clang clang. Oh, ouch. 1 minute. The screen relighted, and Pan Dongmei was now collapsed on the ground with a swollen nose. Yeah, what the hell? What the hell? The kid knows kung fu. That's impossible. An 8-year-old can beat a grown man? Everyone on the live feed was filled with confusion. At this time, only Luhan could be heard shouting from the screen. Thank you, Ottoman. Live crowd. Altman, do you really believe in light? Luhan saw at this time that Pan Dongmei was paralyzed and completely lost her resistance. Then he directly walked towards the depths of the fire escape. Little sister, are you there? Little sister, don't be afraid. The traffickers have been beaten down. Luhan walked all the way inside, shouting all the way, and finally met the little girl at one of the innermost corners. Brother, are you really a good person? The little girl's eyes were full of tears and her body was shaking. Don't be afraid, little sister. Brother is a good man. That bad bitch has been beaten down. Follow me. Luhan carefully approached the little girl, afraid of startling her again. Knocked down by whom? The little girl is still scared. Little sister, do you believe in light? Luhan said with a resolute expression. Very seriously. Believe? Light? The little girl was uncertain. Right, believe in the light. Just believe in the light and you'll have Ultraman to take down the bad guys. The bad guys that Ultraman rushed to beat down just now because I believed in the light. Luhan held the little girl's hand and walked out as he spoke. Is it really Ultraman? The little girl who was originally scared to death actually felt better after being held by Lu Han's hand and slowly walked towards the fire escape. When walking to the entrance, the little girl saw the trafficker Pan Dongmei lying on the ground and exclaimed in fear. "Don't be afraid, little sister. He's passed out," Lu Han said and walked up, rummaged through Pan Dongmei's pocket and opened the call log, edited a text message to the number he had just talked to and sent it out. "The little girl was found, and the little boy was shot by me. There are a lot of people out there. I can't go out with two. You guys come in and get it. I'm at the fire escape at exit B." After sending the text message, Lu Han directly put the cell phone into his own pocket and walked out of the fire escape. "Just as I came out, I saw a security guard looking around on the first floor for someone, and the waitress from the coffee shop just now. Big sister, the iPad you're holding is mine," Lu Han shouted right towards the crowd. The security guard and the waitress walked up quickly to inquire about the situation. "Little brother, you say this iPad is yours?" "Yes, it's mine. And I left that message. The trafficker is in the fire escape right now," Lu Han said quickly. After hearing the words of Lu Han, a few security guards quickly ran into the fire escape. A push opened the fire door to see the nose, face and swollen personnel unconscious Pan Dongmei. "It's like this. Just now I took this female trafficker's cell phone and sent a message to his accomplices. We're on guard here, and whoever comes here looking for him is his accomplice." Lu Han explained the situation to the crowd one by one. The security guards understood the situation and immediately all hid their positions around the fire escape at exit B, sitting back and waiting for the trafficker's accomplices to arrive. At this time, Lu Han and the little girl were taken aside by the waitress, who said, "Saw the writing on the tablet, but I didn't see that you left it. I contacted mall security first thing, reported it to the police as well, and the police will be here in a few minutes. Kids, you are safe. Don't be afraid." "Well, thank you, big sister. Little sister, we're safe. Don't be afraid." Lu Han also pacified the little girl next to him. The little girl was born white and clean, but her face and body are now covered with dust. At a glance, it is known that in the hands of traffickers suffered a lot of crime. Not long after, there were two middle-aged men furtively feeling their way towards the fire escape at exit B. "Little sister, is that them?" Lu Han asked the little girl, pointing at the two men. "Aha, that's them," the little girl said fiercely. After Lu Han heard this, he directly stood up, pointed at the two men and shouted, "Catch the traffickers." Hearing this, the security guards who were originally ambushed were first stunned, then quickly rushed forward and directly pressed those two men down. Originally, the security guard was afraid of the impact and wanted to make a quiet arrest, but he did not expect Lu Han to come with such a voice. Originally shopping mall people heard arrest traffickers were stunned, but immediately saw a large group of security guards rushed out and pressed down two men. Immediately understood what happened. For human traffickers, the masses are heartily abhorrent, and in an instant many people directly rushed forward to punch, kick and slap the two men who were controlled by the security guards. "Motherfucker, I hate human traffickers the most in my life. Lack of virtue and smoke, sons of bitches, traffickers, things that give birth to sons with no ass, beat them to death, shoot them." A whole bunch of people got their hands and feet on the two men when they could. Originally, the security guards wanted to stop it, but the public anger came too fierce to block it. In order to avoid accidental injuries, they just left it alone. The security chief also took out his walkie-talkie. "Surveillance room. Surveillance room, turn off all the cameras on this side of the B-port. Don't leave anything behind that shouldn't be left behind." The two-man traffickers had been beaten for about 10 minutes, when the police arrived late. "Everybody stop, hands off, give us the traffickers, we're the police." The police, too, just shouted from the sidelines and didn't even bother to stop them. That's how the two traffickers were beaten for another 5 or 6 minutes. A big brother with a big gold chain and a small watch is flying, kicking his beanies out of rubber. The two guys were left with their last breath before the police took over, along with the female trafficker, Pan Dongmei, who had long been under the control of the security guards, because the two traffickers were too seriously injured. The female trafficker Pan Dongmei has been unconscious, and finally the police humanely called an ambulance. The nurse came and asked what was going on, and the policeman explained. 3 child abductors, 2 fell while running away and 1 is unconscious somehow. The nurse understood and then began to give the trafficker first aid, hanging water and needles. A series of 7 or 8 times. Did not tie up. "Take it easy, MS. Nurse, take your time." The police officer saw the situation and comforted. "Aha, okay. Oops, it's stuck crooked again." The nurse said this on her lips, but her expression just couldn't control the smile all the time. "I guess it's too many times to tie it without being embarrassed." At this time, Lu Han, he was pulling his little sister aside to watch the fun, when suddenly a cry-filled yell came from behind him. Lu Han, it was the belated arrival of Hotba, her eyes red and full of tears at this point. Looking all the way to the live screen in front of Luhan finally led them to it. Sister Hotba, you're here. Luhan walked over with a relaxed face. Hotaruba hugged Luhan and cried even harder. Look at you. You're a public figure. It's too ugly to cry in public like that. And. Your makeup is all smudged. Luhan said as he wiped the tears from Hotaru's face. You're scaring the shit out of me. You know what? You can't risk your life alone like that in the future. Reba reached out to hit Luhan, but didn't bother. At this moment, she was crying. Where was she still a star goddess? The camera boy standing at the back had already reset up the camera, and the live broadcast screen was reswitched from the camera in front of Luhan to the lens of the boy's camera. Inside the booth, the Kid Brothers cow is a great one, fighting the traffickers. Have you ever wondered who actually knocked down that female trafficker just now? I told you there must be an Ultraman in this world. It was Ultraman just now. Believe in the light. When all other possibilities are eliminated, what remains at the end, however incredible, must be the truth. I don't believe that Kid Brother 8 years old can beat up a grown man, so I choose to believe in the light. Backstage at the director's office at this time, Wang Jialuan's whole body has been all wet with sweat, completely powerless and paralyzed in the chair. He watched the whole process of bravely fighting the traffickers captured by Luhan's chest camera. He was scared out of his mind. He was just a hair's breadth away from squatting in jail. If Luhan loses a single hair, he and everyone on the Kid Brother program will have to go in and step on the sewing machine. Director Wang, your phone is ringing. At this point, the assistant director breathlessly reminded him that it was obvious that the assistant director was also frightened. Hello, I'm Jaren Wang. Wang Jialuan, your grandma's ass. You said you were an actor. My son was almost kidnapped by human traffickers. Damn you. I'm not recording anymore. Let my son go home now. The call was from Luhan's mom, Wang Mei, and it was clear that both of them were also terrified. Luhan sighed. The little girl he rescued, after communicating with the police, told them that there were many more children being held captive in the traffickers' den the little girl had escaped from. So the police immediately drove the little girl to lead the way to the rescue. Because the little girl was not willing to separate from Luhan, Luhan was also brought along with her. Upon arriving at the traffickers' den, a dilapidated factory, and pushing open the door of the factory, everyone, including the police and Luhan, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. A dozen or so children were crammed into a few plank-built beds, and the children on the beds didn't even have decent clothes. Their eyes didn't glow. There was only fear and panic. What's worse is that some of the children had their arms and legs broken by human hands, and all they could do was squirm and cry in their beds. The cries were heartbreaking. Other children were poked blind and had no tongue in their mouths, so all they could do was whimper and whimper strangely. There's shit and piss all over the floor, and a bunch of little babies who should be growing up happily are being held captive by human traffickers like cattle. Holy shit! A young police officer couldn't stand seeing such a scene straight away. His eyes were red and his eyes were glazed over. Take the kids back. The captain, who was leading the team, greeted all the officers to take the child away, and there was anger in his voice. The children ended up being temporarily housed in community children's homes in Harbor City, waiting for their parents to be contacted to bring them home. Luhan saw the misery of these children at that time, and it touched him very much. Originally, he, the traveler, just wanted to be able to live this life quickly and comfortably, but now he had a goal. He wanted to help these disabled children. I have the skill of enlightenment against the heavens. If I study it in depth, I wonder if I can comprehend the legendary living death and birth of white bones, being able to bring these children's severed limbs back to life. Or maybe I could work on one of those mechanical prosthetic limb prostheses from the Marvel Comics movies? There's got to be a way. There has to be. Today's episode of Kid Brother is off the air for the day. There is nothing to do. Luhan sitting alone in the hotel balcony thinking about these have-nots. Luhan, your parents and director Wang Jialuan are here. At this time, Hotba came into the room and said with Luhan, "Oh, let them come in and talk." Luhan's mind wasn't on this at the moment and answered casually. Not long after, director Wang Jialuan and Luhan's parents, Lu Sancher and Wang Mei, all entered the room. Chill. As soon as she entered the door, Wang Mei cried and pounced over to hug Luhan. "I'm sorry, honey. Mommy and Daddy won't let you be on any more reality shows. Let's go home. You can do whatever you want at home from now on." Wang Mei, this is yesterday, was shocked. Until now has not slowed down. Okay, Mom, let's sit down and talk. Before, Luhan had thought of 100 ways to see his parents again, how he would be furious, but things were so changeable that he didn't think it would be because of a trafficker. Director Wang, you sit too. Luhan asked director Wang Jialuan to sit down again. That Luhan, although we have a contract in place, after what happened yesterday, we don't care about the contract now. If you don't want to continue filming, you can just go home. Director Wang is still particularly blaming himself for the human trafficking incident, and the show is responsible anyhow. Now that the show has been so well received, why don't you continue filming? Director Wang, if it's because of yesterday's incident that you blame yourself, then you don't have to. I'm fully aware that the opposite side is a trafficker. It's my own choice to follow. At this time, Lu Han said, "Chill, what nonsense, go home with mommy and daddy." Mother Wang Mei said angrily at this time. "Mom, you've got to be kidding me, you're not responsible for this? Don't be so unreasonable." Mr. Wang didn't want to meet the traffickers, and neither did you. Besides, for that matter, the top is going to reward me with the National Outstanding Young Pioneer Medal for what happened yesterday, Lu Han said at this time. What? Lu Sancher, Wang Mei and director Wang Jialuan were all stunned that this was something they didn't know. "Here, you see," said Lu Han, took out his iPhone 15 Pro Max 256G Far Peak Blue. That said, this cell phone was still bought for her by her trafficker, Pan Dongmei. On the screen of the cell phone, it was the official letter of commendation from Huaxia. It meant that someone would be sent to come and award Lu Han with the Outstanding Young Pioneer Medal. In addition to awarding Lu Han with the 6th bar, the national captain of the Chinese Young Pioneers. This, 6 bars, that's the National Young Pioneer Chief Captain. That Captain Chief kid on the internet 2 years ago only had 5 bars. Lu Sancher and Wang Mei were stunned. This National Outstanding Young Pioneer Medal just wasn't for just anyone. Now there's the 6 bars, that's the highest honor in China for children under 14. So Comrade Wang Mei and Comrade Lu Sancher, what do you think will happen if our program is suspended at this time? Awareness has to be raised. Lu Han said with an official tone at this time. That this reality show can't really be stopped. Lu Sancher compromised at this point. I don't care, it's still my son's safety that matters most. Wang Mei, as a mother, still loved her son at this time and couldn't listen to anything. The reason why Lu Han participated in the program was also that he could see where the ceiling of his son's ability, who had been fighting against the odds since he was a child, was, but now that not only did he not see the ceiling, but also something unsafe had happened. Being a mother surely didn't care about anything. Look, another rush. I'm not done talking. After winning the medal, I have to be honored with the 6 bars of the National Young Pioneer Chief of the Huaxia Young Pioneer Team. So what? I have to go to the school to shoot the subsequent programs before I can. After all, we have to go deep into the grassroots. Lu Han picked up a water cup next to him and gently took a sip, then poo-pooed the tea in his mouth back into the cup. So that means you're going back to school with us in Magic City, and film the program on the way? Wang Mei was a little shaken when she heard this. Well, Director Wang, do you think this is feasible? Lu Han shrugged as he spoke. But it's too good. This way Lu Han goes back to school. On one hand your parents don't have to worry. On the other hand our program can continue. Director Wang is also very happy to hear this idea of Lu Han. Kid Brother reality show is now so hot. He does not want to give up from the bottom of his heart. This method is the best of both worlds. Knock, knock. Just then, there was another knock on the door of the room. Look, you guys, here it comes. Lu Han said that he was about to get up to open the door, when Director Wang Jialuan rushed to the door ahead of him. I'll do it, I got it. Hey! Director Wang opened the door to the room, and in the doorway stood 2 people, a man and a woman, both wearing executive jackets. Is Mr. Lu Han here? We've come to give you a medal on behalf of the Young Workers Committee. The man of the 2 spoke first. The 2 of you, please come in. Thank you for the organization's concern. You see, also bothered the 2 of you to send it to me specifically. Lu Han also stood up at this time, instantly switching out of the Hall Air faction. Next, 2 staff members of the Huaxia Young Workers Committee put on that Outstanding Young Pioneer Medal for Lu Han. They also brought Lu Han the 6-bar armband of the National Chief of the Young Pioneers. Thank you both again. There is one more thing I need to trouble you with. After the ceremony, Lu Han said with 2 staff members, what else is going on with Chief Lu? Look at that. It's starting to call on Chief Rudd. Please don't announce this news that I've been awarded the Young Pioneer National Captain General yet. Is it okay to wait for a slightly later time? Lu Han said. Okay is fine, but I don't know why you're waiting. Lu team? The public official felt strange when he heard Lu Han's meaning. Oh, there are also some personal issues to deal with. After all, is the Young Pioneers National Captain well? Cannot leave a negative news and not. Lu Han thought of watching you. The last time. That kind of small-minded person would definitely not stop there. Plus, because of that guy, his own sister Hotba even left for a while. So what if I don't get my revenge? Then it's still him. Lu Han? Okay, Chief Captain Lu Han. We can announce it a little later, but only 3 days late like that. Thank you both so much then. Lu Han finally shook hands with the 2 public officials of the Junior Labor Committee and said goodbye. After bidding farewell to the two men, Luhan looked at his parents and director Wang in the room. At this time, they had been surprised by Luhan's state of leadership just now and their mouths so to be able to stuff down eggs. Well then, let's all go back and pack up, and go back to Magic City tomorrow. Ahem. Son, be honest with dad, did you secretly fuck a director or something? Lu Sancher directly exclaimed. Just as Wang Mei was getting up, she suddenly paused again and turned back to ask, Luhan, aren't you going back to your room with us? Do you still want to sleep with Sister Reba? What's that? I have things to talk about with Sister Hotba. Besides, who wants to sleep with you too? I'm not going to be a light bulb. You guys go back and pack your stuff. Luhan thought to himself that this mom is really no eyesight. After sending off his dad and mom and Wangguan, Luhan leisurely lay down on the bed. Hotaru walked into the room at that moment, hesitant to open her mouth to tell Luhan that she was leaving. Luhan. Hotaru was just about to open her mouth when Luhan violently stood up from the bed. He touched his index finger on top of Hotaru's vermilion lips. Stop it. There's enough going on. Luhan hegemony full model. This time let Hotba do not know what to say. Then, Luhan stood on the bed and wrapped his arms around Hotaru. You're beautiful, sister. After saying that, Luhan gently kissed Hotaru on her cheek. Hotaru blushed instantly, the words of farewell she had just tried to say long forgotten. A night without words. Day 2. Morning. Luhan was awakened from his sleep by a knock on the door, and this time he did not, as usual, favor Hotba to answer the door, for he knew that Hotba had left at the first light of day. Luhan himself got up and opened the door. Son of a bitch, I brought you breakfast. Eat it while it's hot. As soon as the door opened, Lu's mom, Wang Mei, came in noisily with food from the hotel's breakfast room in her hand. Mom, do you have any pancakes and nuts? Nope. Is it okay to have an omelette? I'd like to have pancakes and nuts, the kind that come with a full side. Luhan looked like he was talking to Wang Mei, and like he was talking to himself. After saying that, Luhan directly walked out of the room and came next door to knock on the camera boy's door. Little brother, accompany me to eat pancake nuts, Luhan shouted towards the door. After knocking for 5 minutes in a row, little brother Yuan Audi opened the door sleepily. It's you, kid brother, why don't you let me get some sleep? I haven't had a good night's sleep in the past few days of the program. The camera boy almost said goodbye to the bed during this period of time, and it was not easy for the program to stop broadcasting to sleep more, and then was gripped up by Luhan. Sleep order mother, get up and get high. I'd like a pancake cone, the kind that comes with a full side. Let's go. After saying that, Luhan directly pulled on little brother and went downstairs to find a pancake stand. Kid brother, immediately back to Magic City, your school shooting. Say you and the school interpersonal relations how? The camera boy was eating a full complement of pancake nuts as he held them. It's okay, why do you ask? What? You, a cameraman, want grouchy dragon in elementary school? Luhan was also gulping down the pie. No, with your nature, either the school is full of haters or you're a big shot at the school. I'm asking ahead of time so I know what to shoot for then. The camera boy spoke his mind. Don't worry about it. I'm in school format. Luhan took another big bite of the pancake fruit and replied. Magic City. Inside the headquarters building of Jiaxing Media Company, Hanashiro Yu was furious and slamming things in his office. Stinky kid. Shit. What right does he have as a kid? I blame that Luhan for screwing everything up. After the last program, the Voice of Tomorrow program group, under pressure to cut a knife without cutting directly to the actual images of that day's recording program to send out. Hana Songwoo's reputation had already suffered a lot because of the lace news, and writing about it was even more criticized for his character as well, actually deliberately bullying a child. All his recent announcements have been called off. It is expected that he will probably be snowed in next. At this time, his manager Wang Gue walked in. Brother Hua, don't be angry. The boss said your new album can still be released. But what? Hanagi Yu asked, looking at his agent. But this is your last chance, and if it still doesn't work, you might actually be snowed under. Broker Wang Gue's eyes were clearly averted as she spoke. Good, I still have a chance. There's still a chance. Wang Gue, you go find me a water army right now and say that strongest kid brother is all scripted. It's counterfeiting. It's capital operating behind the scenes. He can. I'll see how he turns around this time. Hua Chunyu was furious when he thought of the humiliation Luhan had inflicted on him in that day's program. Because of Luhan, the Voice of Tomorrow program group has suspended with him again. Host He Ling and recommend the official Shui Jishuan 2 people are directly state that stage as long as there is again Hua Chunyu they will never participate. A time Hua Chunyu from the flow of small students into a street rat everyone shouted. In addition to those a brainwashed fan simply still on his side. Hearing Hua Changyu's words, his manager Wang Gue's eyes also lit up as he hurriedly nodded his head in praise. Wonderful, Brother Flower, you're the one with more ideas. I'll do it now. This agent of Hanagiyu's is also in the same boat as him, and it's not the first time he's done something dirty like this. It's a truly vicious move, knowing that in the current online environment, people extremely hate capitalization. So even if Luhan can still sing flowers, as long as the hat of capital operation is deducted, it will definitely not get the audience's edge. Once the suspicion has arisen, then the charge has been established. With Wang Gui's operation under some operation, a large group of netizens and sailors who receive money to do things have acted on the web. Nowadays, there are a lot of hot phrases related to Kid Brother Luhan, and under these phrases, they are all praises to Kid Brother's amazing abilities or playing with some things about Luhan's whole life. But at some point, there was a change of pace, and a flood of comments washed over the comments section. What a Kid Brother! It's just a capital campaign. It's all just a script for the program to promote this kid. A child is so capable. Do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. It's not even if he does the whole job on the road, but he can still go to the Voice of Tomorrow program to create it live? It's clearly the program's script. Right, my second cousin's nephew in my third grandpa's family works on the show The Voice of Tomorrow, and he says it's a capital campaign, and the scripts are all set in advance. The teletext platform, a million fan V called Entertainment Discipline Committee, also received a brief message at this time. Target the strongest Kid Brother. Thoughts, capital behind the operation. The song Until the End of the World. Die depth of content does not match the age of Luhan. Is plagiarized, never original. At the bottom of the missive was a screenshot of a $50,000 transfer. This Entertainment Discipline Committee can't help but see the text message. The corners of the mouth can't help but rise. It's another day of chow lousy money nah. Brothers, come alive. Then the Entertainment Discipline Committee greeted their MCN colleagues and started all kinds of thinking, writing copy and organizing the language of the live broadcast, aiming directly at the strongest Kid Brother program team and Luhan. The Entertainment Discipline Committee opens live streaming family members. Today I'm going to explode a big melon for you guys. I might offend someone very powerful by breaking this story, but I thought about it last night and made a decision to go against my ancestors. My team all advised me to forget about it. We can't afford to be offended, but I'm going to stand up for what's right and bravely expose something, because it pains me very much to see you all so innocent and still being lied to. With some nonsense, he instantly fished the interest of the live broadcast audience, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was still rising. What's the big melon? Anchor, tell me. Shit, who are we afraid of? The Entertainment Discipline Committee? Anchor, just say it. We support you. What are we simply? Who the hell are you? We are not afraid. Anchor, speak up. Seeing that the atmosphere has been set in place and the number of people in the broadcast room has broken 10,000. The corner of his mouth lifted up and he started the show. Do you guys really think that kid from Strongest Kid Brother is that good? Too naive you guys. Those are all scripts. All capital maneuvers. They're just trying to promote that kid. And let me tell you according to the grapevine, that kid called Luhan is the illegitimate son of a big shot in the circle. This is the old man paving the way for his son. The news was so overwhelming that the pop-ups went crazy. What? Anchor, you can't talk nonsense. I kinda like the Kid Brother. Is it really a fake? Old entertainment, you're not saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them, are you? That kid is a great singer and songwriter. The program just hit Hannah Songwoo in the face a few days ago. Don't make things up. Old entertainment. People Kid Brother against the sky. You have to admit you can't talk nonsense without admitting it. Netizens are mostly not very convinced, feeling that the Entertainment and Discipline Commission is rubbing off on traffic and eyeballs. Moreover, the Kid Brother has already successfully hit his face when he encountered doubts, and it is indeed difficult to make people change their views with a few words. The Entertainment Discipline Committee live anchor continued. I'm rambling? I'm jealous? Families nah. You are truly simple. Didn't it ever occur to you guys that he's a kid writing those two songs that are totally inappropriate for his age? Let's start with the first one. Until the End of the World. Slam dunk is what we watched when we were kids. How many kids watch this nowadays? How many 8-year-olds around you have seen it? They're all watching Peppa Pig and Grey Sheep and Wolverine nowadays. How can any of them watch this? Plus the second song, Die. Do you think a kid could write the lyrics to that song? Does he have the life experience? He even wrote them live on stage. You guys really believe that? The Entertainment and Discipline Committee's set of words seems to actually have some truth to them. It also shook up the live audience a bit, having managed to plant the seeds of doubt. Hiss. To say that, it's really doubtful. You guys really don't say. There's some truth in what old entertainment said. Holy shit, is Kid Brother really packaged? He's the illegitimate son of a big shot in the industry? A deliberate hype? Shit, the capital of all evil. It's impossible to defend. The netizens spread the word. Plus the tempo below the headline hotspot changed, and everyone became skeptical. But also coincidentally, the program Kid Brother because the second day because of the incident of human traffickers stopped broadcasting, which now makes the netizens feel more intriguing. Are you being told? Too scared to go on the air? At this time, Lu Han, who had just accepted the Superior's Outstanding Young Pioneer Medal and the National Young Pioneer Brigade Leader's 6 bars, did not read the news on the internet at all. But it was also guessed by Lu Han that Hua Chongyu's revenge had really come. I just didn't expect it to come that fast. The Kid Brother crew has noticed a change in opinion on the internet for the third day now. The program team at this time had already accompanied Lu Han back to Magic City. Director Wang was also furious when he found out about this. It was hard to get Lu Han's parents to agree to the program continuing and get through the crisis of the human trafficking incident. And now this comes up again. However, Director Wang also had experience. And in case of uncertainty, he went directly to Lu Han. In the studio car, Director Wang told Lu Han and his parents about the network wins. Lu Han's parents were very angry when they heard it. And they kept scolding which asshole was actually bringing up the tempo on the internet. Lu Han, on the other hand, behaved calmly. Brother kid, you've got a lot of ideas. Think of something. Director Wang looked at Lu Han with eyes full of anticipation. Lu Han then took his eyes off the cell phone page showing negative news and looked straight at his parents. It doesn't look like it, old dang. You're still a big shot in the industry, aren't you? You're paving the way for my son. Quickly tell me how much you gave Director Wang? Ha ha ha. Ouch son, don't kid yourself. Your dad's on a dead-end salary. What kind of big shot is he? Lu Sancher was amused by his son's words. That would be you Wang Mei. What big shot in the biz is my real dad? Lu Han looked at his old mom again. What's this unlucky child nonsense? I only have your father for a husband. Wang Mei was also teased by Lu Han. It's okay, Dad. Mom. Director Wang, you all forget about it. Who else could it be? Who have I offended? It's just someone from the Voice of Tomorrow program. As for whether it's the program's team or one of the artists, it's up to you, Director Wang, to mobilize your contacts to find out in the circle. Lu Han didn't say the words to death, so that in the end, knowing that it was Hua Chongyu, Director Wang could also make more effort. It's so true. I'll find out now. Director Wang was awakened by Lu Han's words. Who can he offend as a child? It couldn't be the human trafficker from the day before yesterday. It was nothing more than that time on the Voice of Tomorrow. While talking, the studio car had already arrived at Lu Han's school, the Magic City Experimental Primary School. You grown-ups should mind your grown-ups business. I'm a schoolboy. I'm going to school. Little brother, on the air, said Lu Han greeted the camera boy out of the carriage, striding towards the school. Boys, Master Lu, I'm back. Lu Han shouted at the school, and during the school hours, the students at the entrance bustled and turned back to look at Lu Han. Who is this guy? Holy shit, Experimental Elementary School Junior Principal Lu Han. Ha, what little principal? Doesn't he look like a second or third grade kid? You're a new transfer. You don't know the great achievements of this Lu Han. He's an existence that the principal has to call his oldest brother. Some people started talking when they saw it was Lu Han. Lu Han was like a star enjoying the attention towards the school. Stop that kid. Where's your school uniform? Just then, a security guard at the school entrance stopped Lu Han, who didn't seem to recognize him. You, the new guy on the school security team? Lu Han surveyed the security guard suspiciously. What? The director said that no student will be allowed in without a school uniform. This security guard was indeed new, and he didn't recognize Lu Han at all. Big brother Lao Wang told you that? Lu Han asked with a smile. Big brother Lao Wang? Oh, just Director Wang of the Moral Education Department. That won't work either. Can't get in a bit. The director says no without the uniform? The security guards are not too old, and they are so shafted that they won't give face to anyone when they get an order from the Director of Moral Education. Hey, you're really that big brother security guard. It's just as well I'm weirdly missing them. Cough cough. Let's do business today. I'm representing the Huaxia Young Pioneers to inspect the work of your school today. Go inform Director Wang and the principal quickly. Lu Han wasn't in a hurry now, and pulled out the 6 bar cuffs and put them on directly. This is issued by the National Working Committee of the Chinese Young Pioneers, and according to the normal organizational relationship, Lu Han, the identity of the National Young Pioneers chief captain, is really qualified to inspect it. The security guard this also froze when he saw the 6 bars, and rushed to the communication room to contact the Director of Moral Education. The cameraman looks at Lu Han strangely when he sees this situation. Lu Han, didn't you say you're very good at school? Why can't you even get in? Hold your horses, Lu Han said and took out his cell phone and started to play. Not 2 minutes had passed when a middle-aged man in a polo shirt rushed out from inside the school. Where is it? Where's my brother? Oh yo, Lu Han, you're really here? Come on. Come on, go sit in my office. The visitor was none other than Wang Shuren, the director of the school's moral education department. Old Wang, big brother. I have not been back for this long time, and now the school won't let me in without my uniform. Lu Han raised his head to look at Director Wang. Ha, this? Security? Did you stop him? Remember, this is Lu Han from now on. He's not like other students. Don't ever stop him again. Director Wang looked twice and guessed what was going on, and caught the security guard and criticized him. Director Wang is not you let me. The new security guard got a bear's ass. What isn't? You're doing this job. You've got no sense of humor. Stop it. Learn to be flexible in your work from now on. Director Wang Bear finished the security guard and then turned his head to look at Lu Han with a smile on his face. Alright, I'm talking about him. I'm talking about him. Come inside with me. You have a cell phone? Come on. I'll give you a number. At this time, Director Wang saw Lu Han's 6 bar cuffs, thinking that this period of time does not see. Lu Han, this is on the career path? Just then the principal came running out of the school as well. Where's my brother Lu Han? You said you'd just come. You didn't say anything in advance. The Central Young Pioneers Committee has already informed the school privately. You're on your way to a career. He's become the chief captain. Oh yo, sure enough, those 6 bars. The principal actually addressed Lu Han as an old brother as well. Headmaster, I missed you guys, so I came to the school specifically to take a look. Lu Han and the principal also looked like they knew each other well. Principal, Director Wang, you are really? Lu Han came back and didn't ask me to come along to welcome him. Really? Yes. Look at our oldest brother, who is now a chief captain, quickly walked to the office to chat. After that, Lu Han, the director and the principal walked towards the interior of the school with a smile on their faces. At the entrance of the school, the students who witnessed the whole process were stunned. Is this the strength of the legendary little principal Lu Han? The security guard was completely messed up. This guy, what kind of student is this? He's like a brother to the principal. Inside the studio car at the school entrance, Director Wang and the entire program staff were also confused. Is that how your son goes to school? Director Wang looked at Lu Han's parents, Lu Sancher and Wang Mei, with a face full of disbelief. Now you know why we're sending him to the show instead of school. This child is not here to go to school. Just up to the 2nd grade, the entire Magic City primary education system's 3 old and 4 young people are almost finished being befriended by him. Lu Sancher said, scratching his head in some embarrassment, not knowing whether this was honorable or embarrassing. You may not believe me when I tell you, but my son has friends all over the Magic City education system. Wang Mei added at this time. Lu Han had separated from the principal and director upon entering the school, declining their many invitations to sit in the office. After all, if you really want to go too far, the impact is not good, and the principal and director will not be able to carry out their work in the school. Lu Han walked faithfully to his class. 2nd year, 3, class. Inside the live broadcast room of the Kid Brother, many water friends see the Kid Brother actually reopen the broadcast, and come up to the hole so format a set pop-up screen are brushing crazy. How can a kid still be on the air? Wasn't he faked? The body is upright and not afraid of the shadow. I've been watching Kid Brother since it started. Why don't I think it's scripted? Is it that hard to admit that people are good? Support the Kid Brother. If it's on, it's okay. Never mind what those internet spammers say. Let's watch it live. It's time for school. There's a new job. Holy shit, a kid? He's a socialite. He's greeted by the principal himself. It feels like Kid Brother is going to straighten out the bears. Ha ha, just love to see bear kids get cleaned up. In the live broadcast room, there are still a majority of old fans who are concerned about the negative news of Lu Han now. But now, since they can continue to open the broadcast, is the best payback. Lu Han also understood some of the news within the pop-up at the prompting of the camera boy, and said to the camera, "Don't worry people, I have school during the day and will respond to that thing at night." Then Lu Han directly pushed open the back door of the classroom and walked in. At this point, the classroom was a chaotic mess, comparable to a morning food market. Some of the students climbed on the podium and jumped on the electric shakes. Some students are chasing each other around the classroom. Some of the students are playing tug-of-war with the curtains pulled right down. It's like a bunch of monkeys on Mount May. Ha 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 ha. Is Kid Brother a dragon and Phoenix talent bred in such a classroom environment? Sure enough, Kid Brother is a special case, and a dog is too much for a child of the age of 8. Kid Brother, wake up. Hunting time. It was only at this time that Lu Han stood at the entrance of the classroom and did not say a word, only looking at the crowd of students with his eyes. Crap, Brother Lu is back. I don't know who said that. The students all saw Lu Han at the door. They were frightened and immediately returned to their seats. They sat down honestly, and were a far cry from the mischievous manner of a moment ago. Only, the 2 boys who were standing on the podium and dancing to the electro rock were completely immersed in the dance because they were wearing headphones. They were enjoying the beat of the music with their eyes closed and didn't realize that Lu Han had returned. Lu Han slowly walked up to stand next to the podium and reached out to pat the two electric shaking boys. Arabati, shake it up. One of the electric shaking kids even turned around and interacted with Lu Han. Yeah, Lu. But in the next second, he reacted that the person in front of him was Lu Han, and he directly froze on the spot. With that, he hurriedly tugged at the other electric shaker kid beside him. The two electric shaking boys all stopped moving and turned to look horrified. Okay, little brats. You Master Lu, I'm not around lately. You've turned against me again, haven't you? Lu Han's expression is serious. This class will have to be dispersed sooner or later without him. Can't you be human beings? If you keep this up, I'll get your parents to punish you. Lu Han angrily rebuked the little devils. Brother Lu, we're wrong. Don't tell our parents. I know you're familiar with them. If you tell them a word, we'll have to go back and get hung up and beaten up. The kid at the podium was on the verge of tears. These children in the third class of the second year are all elite people from all walks of life in Magic City, and the school can't control them at all. It was also fortunate that Lu Han's social skills had formatted the parents of the entire class, which cleaned up these kids. And don't you two love to dance the electric shake? Come on, stand next to the blackboard, face each other and shake each other until the end of school. Lu Han turned his head again to look at the two electric shaking brats and snapped. At this point, the students at the podium couldn't even laugh. They knew the good times were over. It's a lot of fun to watch live on the air. I love to see the kids get their asses kicked. Honestly, I hate the electric shake move too. It's so chicken neck ugly. Is this class always like this? Is Lu Han the only one who can calm it down? That's why the principal and director are so happy to see him. Just checked online. The Magic City Experimental Primary School, Year 2, Class 3 are a bunch of problematic teenagers. Their families are all the best in all walks of life. And the city's notoriously difficult children are all here. So this is where the kid brother comes from. Just then the homeroom teacher rushed into the classroom and directly hugged Lu Han's leg, whimpering. Lu Han, you can come back You all these little calves are how to torture me You can be sure to do for me Lu Han, alright, teacher, I'm not back. Don't cry. And at that moment, outside the door of the classroom, both the principal and the director peeked out of the doorway with a look of relief. You don't say, it's our brother. The principal looked smug. It wasn't that they didn't want to take care of it. The kids in this class were all dudes, and screwing up or offending their parents would be even more difficult. Just what was said. Then, principal, you go and talk to Lu Han about the leaders from outside the school coming to inspect in a while. The director brought up the matter of today's school orientation again. I say? How can I say it? You say it. The principal was also embarrassed to open his mouth again, appearing like they were counting on Lu Han for everything. Yes. So what? Off-campus leaders are here. I'll go pick them up in front of the school The director slipped right out after that. Old Wang. The principal was also speechless. And now he would have to do the talking. Just as the principal was hesitating on how to speak at the door, Lu Han walked out directly and saw the principal and said, Principal big brother, what's wrong? Old brother I have another favor to ask. That what? Is? The principal stammered and eventually said the thing about asking Lu Han to help greet the leaders from outside the school. Well said. Go, principal. It's the head of the education department. No, maybe I even know him. Lu Han's promise was so dry. Unsurprisingly, this time to come to the school outside the leadership Lu Han really know. After a round of pleasantries, the leadership also do not want to see what ledger material. Have to follow Lu Han to listen to the class. Just listen to the lecture and you still have to sit next to Lu Han. Luckily, Lu Han came back today. Or else if the leaders saw the way the second year third class looked just now, it was estimated that this inspection would have to be a disaster. Old man, what's up with those two little guys on the podium with the electric shakes? The off-campus leader asked, pointing to the two electric shaking boys on the stage who were being punished by Lu Han. Leader, you don't care. The two children are showing you welcome. Come leader, drink tea. Lu Han table did not put books, and put a whole set of tea table. Brew a tea and then serve to the leader. That shook pretty good. You really don't say. Before watching the children's electric shaking is annoying. Today these two shaking good looking actually not annoying. The leader sipped his tea while enjoying the performance of the two electric rocker boys. Buddy, I heard from the education committee that someone from your school has won the national captain of the Chinese Young Pioneers. Do you know who it is? Introduce me to them if you know them. The leader was reminded of another piece of news he had recently heard. Brother, is this what you're talking about? Lu Han said, taking out his 6-bar cuffs from the belly of the table, the dejected expression almost overflowing the screen. Live streaming room. You can't call me kid brother from now on. I'll call him kids bureau. Call the plant at work. Yes, kids plants. Quiet. The leader is speaking. At this time, the leader saw Luhan's 6 bars and instantly realized what it meant. Oops, older brother is you, haha, this guy, you'll be called Captain Lu from now on. What is big brother talking about? We're in a real relationship. We don't talk about these false names. Luhan hurriedly waved his hand and humbled himself. Sister-in-law's shells are fine. I'm fine. I was just talking about you at home the other day. Let's go to tomorrow. One day of class. Luhan did not take any serious classes. All in a variety of show contacts. The cameraman has been following the camera for days. And now he finally understands what Luhan meant when he said, I'm in a pretty good format at school. Luhan at the end of the school day ushered in. Luhan, today this school is considered to be finished. Not only did the leaders of the Board of Education come in the back, but the leaders of various units throughout Mordor came in a flurry. Everyone who came seemed to be familiar with Luhan. Back in the studio car where the show was taped. Oops, Lu Brigade, before it is I have no eyesight. I really do not know you, this 6 bar so hard. A lot of leaders came to see you this afternoon. Just after getting on the studio car, director Wang Jialuan excitedly shook Luhan's hand. Ugh, all friends, can't talk about it. Luhan spoke modestly, but the corners of that mouth were really harder to press than even AK. That's it for today's live broadcast then. Today's live show is kind of pulled full circle, and it's been a blast to read all the comments from the netizens. Director Wang would like to end today's broadcast on this note. No, Director Wang, we have to continue. It seems that I've asked you to find out who started the rumor. Luhan smiled evilly. This. One director is because he wants to chat with Luhan this, so he wants to end the live broadcast and then chat. After all, they are all in the circle, leaving a line good to see each other. Come on, Mr. Wang, they're riding our necks and shitting on us, and we're still thinking about them. The live broadcast continues tonight. Get him. Luhan had long ago made plans. Then it looks like you know who it is. Luhan, right? The King's Guide said. No, just give me all the information you found out. Watch me perform tonight. Luhan had a look on his face that said he knew what he was doing. Brothers, it's still on the air tonight. Let's go have dinner. Come back to the live mic tonight. I'll connect with all those who are talking nonsense tonight. Tonight's show is even better. Luhan directly put the message out on the air. The counterattack begins. At this time, on the side of Hanagi-yu, broker Wang Gue couldn't help but show a smirk of triumph at the corner of his mouth after seeing that online public opinion had been successfully incited. He said to Hua Chengyu, who was seated in the office, Brother Hua, it's done. That brat is now full of negative news. At those words, the corners of Hua Changyu's mouth also rose and he nodded his head. Well, things are going well. I'll be able to step on him for my new song release next. Ha ha. Just then, Wang Gue, who was swiping his cell phone to read the messages, suddenly realized something that instantly made his sweaty hair explode. Nope, Brother Flower, this strongest kid brother is actually still live today. And just now this kid brother said, and say what? Hua Changyu was also stunned, thinking how could this be possible? Shouldn't you be hiding at a time like this? It also says, is going to link up one by one with those self-promoters we paid for tonight. What Wang Gue felt might not be good. What? Where did he get the nerve? When Hua Chengyu heard this, he directly stood up from his seat in shock. This kid brother is that headstrong? Against the pressure of public opinion hard. Wait, we're going live today too. Steal the traffic with him. And then we're releasing the new song tonight directly as a live stream. It can't be delayed. This kid must have some bad moves. Hana Songwo had a bad feeling, so he decided to release his new song tonight. Otherwise it always felt like something would go wrong. It's still you. Flower, grab the traffic. That's a great trick. I'll get ready now. After saying that, Wang Gue set out to prepare. It's fine. It's definitely fine. That brat must have someone behind him to guide him. It's impossible for him to have the ability to actually come up with an original. Right, there's no way he's capable of putting out an original. I'm going to show him what it means to be an original singer live tonight. Hua Chanyu muttered to himself after Wang Gue left, as if he was brainwashing himself. He's going to use tonight to turn his reputation right around, announcing his new original song and taking his reputation to new heights, and then harvest a huge wave of fan favorites, and then suppress Luhan a bit more in plain sight. Soon Hana's song was live stream preview was sent out, and it was directly titled, Hana's new song release, live streaming tonight. As soon as the news came out, the brainiacs got all agitated and, my flower is going to release a new song, yay. One life, one flower family, another new original song, the talented Flora. Looking forward to the live stream, sit and wait. Before, that kid brother had the nerve to talk back to us. Flower, now he's been hammered for capitalizing on it. Flora is still great. Today, she's going to write a new song in her face. Hana Songwoo has been on the scene for a long time and his fanbase is still there. And the news did cause quite a stir when it came out. It hit the hot 100 in a flash. At this time, the kid brother live room. Luhan also knew about the news of Hua Changyu's new song live at the prompting of the director's team. Was worried about how to find him. This guy just took the initiative to stick his face up. Good. Line up one by one tonight. After seeing the message, Luhan thought in his heart and couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the clock at 7 o'clock sharp, the special edition of Kid Brothers Late Night Live officially began. Here it is, folks. Tonight is a special evening edition of Strongest Kid Brother. Luhan took the lead in greeting the netizens in the live broadcast room. Brother Kid, we believe in you. I heard that the battle for the name is tonight. The 358th troop will be here to help. I don't care what they say out there. I've seen you live since you were a kid, and I believe in you. Let's see you do a great job tonight. Oh, capital operation things you also believe? It's all a script. I don't want to see you upstairs. I just saw your homepage. You're just a fan of Hannah. Don't bark at me here. My Flora is releasing a new song tonight. What a kid brother. They can't compete with my Flora. There's a lot of noise on the air. Luhan, this is out of the mouth. This has been said to be the battle of the right name. There are still people who take the initiative to pick up curses? You Hannah Songwoo fans are not fighting back? Is Hua Changyu the one bad-mouthing people behind their backs? Luhan, just this sentence directly let those brainwashed fans shut up. Indeed. Now come to find things is not just do not fight themselves. Gossip aside, our streak has officially begun. After Luhan finished speaking, he directly started the connectivity. The first one to connect the mic is that Self-Media Entertainment Discipline Committee, which is the most fierce rumor monger. The Entertainment Discipline Committee was originally still in their own live room to continue to chat about Luhan behind the Capitol, behind the big shot in the circle script line touting things. Suddenly the live page shows the strongest kid brother applying to connect with you. This one dried him out and he subconsciously clicked reject, but the viewers of the live broadcast could see it. Old entertainment? Why don't you answer it? Yeah, the parties are here. Confrontation. This kid has a lot of guts. How dare he come to the mic? Entertainment. Teach him a lesson. Where can the live streaming netizens let? It's all a bunch of watchers who don't mind watching. That's something. It's about time for today's lecture. Or get off. The Entertainment and Discipline Committee anchor is starting to get scared. Something's not right. Old amusement? You're not scared. Are you? Are you really a paid mercenary to bring up the tempo like the internet says? Continues miking. What are you afraid of? We're on your side. The pop-ups weren't going to let him just slip away and racked him straight away. Bullshit. Am I the kind of person who gets paid to talk nonsense? I've got proof. Just connect the mic. As long as he dares to call and apply again. The Entertainment Discipline Committee colored. But in the next second, Luhan's application for connectivity called again. Luhan wasn't fighting alone now. The entire program team of Kid Brother was giving him backstage support. The live feed of Entertainment Discipline Committee was also being monitored by them. This time there was no recourse. The Entertainment Discipline Committee's back was sweating, and his hands were a little shaky as he connected to the connecting microphone. Hello, big brother from across the street. I'm Luhan, the protagonist of this installment of Kid Brother, and I've heard that you recently said that I have a father who's a big shot in the circle, so I've come to ask. Luhan said every word in a polite way, but in the Amusement and Discipline Committee sounds every sentence is so impossible to pick up. So what? Everything I said is backed up by evidence. I'm not afraid of the Capitol behind you. The Entertainment and Discipline Commission is now riding a tiger. Oh, evidence? I have some evidence here as well. Why don't we all take it out and shine today? Luhan still had a very polite look on his face, but every sentence left the other party with no way to pick it up at all. Entertainment Discipline Committee. Luhan took the pile of documents handed over by Director Wang at this time and began to read them. Yu Daeong, male, 35 years old, is now the legal person of the Golden State Recreation and Discipline Commission's online studio. 5 years in prison for selling citizens' information in 2018. Released in 2020, 15 days of administrative detention for visiting prostitutes again in the second half of 2020. Registered a self-media account Entertainment and Discipline Commission in 2021. Relying on fabricated celebrity news. Rubbing traffic to start the number. Stop. Halt. You slander me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I broke all the news, all the traces. Entertainment Discipline Committee anchor heard Luhan said these really feel scared. This kid from where to find out these? Could it be that he really has some marvelous backstage behind him? Slander you? Entertainment Discipline Committee. Now you feel what it's like to be rumored against. Remember that singer, Cecilia Wong, that you rumored about last year? She later committed suicide. Oh no, that's not a rumor I'm making. It's true. What Luhan said was word for word devastating. And all of this information was what Director Wang Jialuan had mobilized his contacts to find out in a single day. Luhan saw that there were quite a few of those rotten things that these moralistic self-media accounts like the Entertainment Discipline Committee had done. Moreover, this Entertainment Discipline Committee had indirectly killed a singer named Cecilia Wong, so it directly chose to take him to make this first cut. Me, I didn't. I wasn't the only one on the news at the time. It's none of my business. The Entertainment Discipline Committee had become hysterical by now, and seemed to be thinking of some bad memories. Right, you're not the only one. Let's do it one by one, Luhan said as he stared at the screen. As the broadcast went on, even the dumbest of viewers knew what was going on. Shit, is it true that Luhan broke the news? This Entertainment Discipline Committee turns out to be such a person? Looking at his reaction, it should be true. Then it's not necessarily true that he's the one who broke the news about Luhan. It's a master of cha lousy money. What cha rotten money? It's just something that eats people's blood. I'm lost. How come the more I surf the net, the less I can think independently? So easy to be incited. A rumor is a rumor. A rumor is a rumor. It's a real shame. The evil one has his own kid brother to grind. I'm sorry, kid brother. We were wrong about you. The comments on the live stream all turned vocal, and this Entertainment Discipline Committee began to panic. There's no evidence for what you just said. Don't try to bluff me. What Tsui Huang? I didn't say that. Didn't do it. I don't admit it. Entertainment Discipline Commission, such as the old man who has squatted in the classroom many times, is very clear about the red line of the law, as long as he does not admit that he will absolutely not have anything to do, or an obsession. Then let me ask you, you made up a rumor about me, and you're not afraid of me pursuing it? Luhan laughed in anger at his reaction. This was a true villain. What about it? At most, it's a lawyer's letter warning. I gathered those messages of yours from the internet too. The Entertainment and Discipline Committee did the hobnobbing. Where's the evidence you just mouthed? Luhan pressed on step by step. I choose not to take it out. The Entertainment Discipline Committee had no skin in the game. Come on. What evidence can a rumor monger have? If you really have any evidence, wait until you talk to the officer. Luhan finished this directly to the chair behind him, then looked straight across the screen at the Entertainment Discipline Committee. Humph, scaring me. It's useless. You think I'll be afraid of you? The Entertainment Discipline Committee sensed the scorn in Luhan's eyes and was still talking tough. Next, the door to the room behind the Entertainment Discipline Committee is pushed open on the live feed, and several uncle hats appear on the screen. Everybody freeze and put your hands on the table. You Daeon. You are suspected of intentionally using information networks and other media to spread rumors and false information, seriously disrupting the social order. Please come with us. Uncle Hat didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and after saying that, he directly took away Yu Daeon on the opposite side. The netizens in the live broadcast room were directly dumbfounded. Oh, my god, they're really checking the water meter. Good man. Door-to-door head pressing. The Entertainment Commission is cool. I'm numb. The kid is skipping the lawyer's warning letter and coming for real. Luhan is very satisfied to see the effect of the live broadcast room. Disconnecting from the Entertainment and Discipline Committee's mic. Time is precious tonight, so we have the next one. The Great Disinformer's Point. Officially. Then Luhan applied for some self-media entertainment live accounts one after another. Unsurprisingly, not many dared to accept. Most of them are all refused, and the ones that did come up were directly apologizing for their mistakes, mouthing off that his show has been done in a sloppy manner. He immediately deleted the video of his previous comments and publicly apologized, and most of them are now afraid to even pick up the mic, and some of them just go offline in seconds. But does it really work? It doesn't work. There's no escape. Luhan didn't call the police. It's an operation of the Chinese Youth Workers Committee. After awarding the medal to Luhan that day, the two public officials went back to report the situation, and the leaders immediately paid attention to the negative news about Luhan that appeared on the subsequent network. Huaxia Young Pioneers Working Committee. The higher-ups were very concerned about this situation regarding the rumor about Luhan. Think about it. The upper echelon has just awarded a medal to a good teenager, and then they turn around and say it's scripted and capitalized on. Times XX don't want to lose face? A special crackdown on online rumor mongering has begun straight away, and all these rumor mongers will be dealt with severely, from 3 years to 7 years. The live stream is going great. It still has to be the kid brother. There's no lawyer's letter warning session. Just pull out the knife. Those guys who brought the tempo, now they don't even dare to answer the mic. This is the best evidence. My kid brother has no capital operation. Not a script. It's all about strength. All rise, put the kid on the screen. After seeing just such a sentence in the live broadcast began to frantically brush up the gifts. Luhan froze. Isn't this a reality show live room? How come the gift function is not turned off? Luhan hurriedly looked at director Wang, who was also stunned at first, and then hurriedly asked the backstage to turn off the gift function. It turned out to be today's Kid Brother Evening Special Edition because of the need to connect the microphone. So switch to the live interface of the amusement sound platform. Everything is the basic settings of the platform. The program operation forgot to adjust. But in this short moment, the live broadcast directly received various gifts totaling $600,000 to $700,000. No dude. You guys are crazy. What are you going to do with the money you earn at work? Do you think I'm poor? Luhan really didn't care about the money. If he really wanted to make money, there were many ways. Tell you what. I'll donate all the swipes you guys gave me today to the abducted children I rescued earlier. Luhan thought of those abducted children before, who still really needed money to get better medical treatment and living conditions. Woo woo. Other anchors all just want to pull out my UNZ. Kid Brother is really treating me like family. It's obviously for my own good, but it's so hard to hear it coming from a kid's mouth. What I earn is just a couple of jujubes in the eyes of my kid brother. Tears/expression. Brother kid, no more. Just based on what you said today. I'll always back you up. You can't be capitalized and scripted. Capital has no conscience. As the broadcast went on, it was originally thought that the battle for the right name was almost over for the day. Brothers, for the next live broadcast, there's nothing much going on, but that Hua Chinese fans haven't been coming to our live room lately to bring up the tempo. I heard he's releasing a new song today. Let's go and congratulate him. But it's a deal. Don't be that unqualified. We're really congratulating you. Luhan's words were full of kindness, but the upturned corners of his mouth were now harder to suppress than even AK. Previously, the water users in the live broadcast room suspected that it was Hana Song-woo's doing, because there were always his fans to bring the rhythm, but there was no evidence. Now that Luhan had said this, everyone pretty much had an idea in their hearts. Understood, Kid Brother, we are all quality people. Bad joke/expression. Good lord. It's a new show. Bad joke/expression. The opposite side is not a good person. But we are good people. We won't make any trouble. Don't worry. Smile. Bad smile/emoji. Bad smile/emoji. Bad smile/emoji. On the side of Hana Song-woo, Luhan's live broadcast tonight, he watched the whole thing, and at this moment, his back was wet with sweat from fear. Brother Flower, are we still going live today? At this time, the agent Wang Gue has already prepared the live broadcast instruments, but he is now really afraid that Luhan will find over. Hua Chengyu live broadcast announcements are playing out. Now it is neither broadcast nor not broadcast. With those self-publishers, how are you connected? Will you be pointed out? All Hanashiro you wanted to do now was pick himself clean. We can't be traced. The contacts are anonymous. Wang Gue replied that he had a lot of experience after doing a lot of bad things. After thinking for a long time, Hua Chengyu gritted his teeth and made a decision. Broadcast. I don't believe what he can do today. He's got no proof. It's not just going to be broadcast. I'm going to step on his head. Shit. Immediately thereafter, Hanashiro Yu opened his live stream. Hello babies y'all. I'm Hanagi Yu. In an instant, Hua Chengyu changed into his usual smile expression that is unique in front of the public. And the number of people in the live broadcast room also instantly broke 10,000. Blossom, we love you. New song, we want to hear new songs. Flower's new album, I'll chart you for you. Those fans in the live room were like bewitched. Seeing the enthusiasm of the fans, the corners of Hua Chengyu's mouth couldn't stop rising, and he felt like he was good again. Pure and Simple doesn't have a long memory at all. New song this time. I'm going to sing it directly in the live broadcast, and later on, I'll connect to the kid brother Luhan, who I've had a bad experience with before. As a senior, I hope to teach that anxious kid a good lesson. Hua Chengyu was still thinking about pulling and stepping on Luhan. Hana Song-woo's live streaming fans exploded, smiley face. Oh, my god, new song, live on the air singing love love love. Live on air performing a new song. Flower is so powerful, she's so generous, she's willing to let that kid shine. It's better for us Flowers to be generous. Otherwise what right does he have as a kid? Doesn't know how to respect his seniors at all. He's still a capitalist. That's it. What a bargain. A little liar. But Flora is so simple. She's still willing to play with him. Fans were thrilled that Hua Chengyu was releasing a new song like this. They were still mocking Luhan in passing, not realizing that a punch in the face was coming. Luhan still hadn't had the chance to take the initiative to connect with Hua Chengyu, and Hua Chengyu's side actually took the initiative to send a connection request. Backstage message, Weizianjiu requesting to link up with you. Yoo-hoo, a generation of mages. No. A generation of singers has taken the initiative to apply for a connection. So let's say it's answered or not. Luhan flirted and interacted with the crowd in the live broadcast. Catch, Grandma, you're sticking your face out. I'm embarrassed not to fight. Catch, we can't kill him. We'll hit him in the face with our strength. Catch, I've long been sick of that coin spreader and his brainwashed fans. Luhan saw that the audience was all in the same mood and directly clicked to accept the application. Hello, kid brother. At that moment, the live feed appeared to show Hana Songwoo, in a pink fur coat, edgy, but unorthodox. TSK. What is that you're wearing? Seeing Hua Changyu's attire, Luhan thought of a dialect term, Aries. Originally, he had wanted to be polite first, but now he regurgitated and didn't want to say much at all. There's nothing else going on, because it just so happens that today is the release of my new song, and you ran away before the last show had a chance to talk about it. So this time it's just the right time to teach my brother what a true original you are. Hanagi-yu was smiling, but every word he said was clipped. You, teach me? Luhan laughed back in anger. Why is this guy still so brave? Well, really think your singing is really good. Original bad, do not rush. Want to learn, I can teach you. Hua Chengyu is still playing with his heart, and has been pulling the pedal. On the surface, it looks as if he is really enthusiastic for Luhan's good, but in reality, his heart can be punished. Luhan was about to hold back. Why was this guy so shameless? The two sides of the airwaves are drawing differently now. 2. Weizianjiu Live. Good loving Flowers. Flowers said it well. What's wrong with this kid? Flower has taken out the opportunity to help him with the release of his precious new song, and he's still not happy about it? Don't you know how to thank me? Humph, you're so rude when you're backed by capital. Aren't you? Ungrateful brat. Flora can't stand the thought of a kid being held hostage by capital. I'm really trying to help him. Brain-damaged fans are not able to think independently. They will filter out all the information that is not favorable to them. Just now the gang of rumor-mongering was taken away from them as completely as if they did not see Luhan at this time but want to open up. Naja is also Naja so a while. When the pop-up screen brush more. By then Hua Chengyu, the originator of the name. He wanted to get rid of, can not get rid of. Kid Brothers program live on the air. This is so shameless. He's really treating himself as a senior? I've never seen such a brazen man. And you want the kid brother to remember him? Disgusting. Disgusting. Shit, the rule of law really saved him. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death on the street. Everyone be at ease. Brother kid will have a plan. Hua Chengyu was still beeping when Luhan directly interrupted. Come on, let's just sing, Mr. Hua. No problem, little brother Luhan. I'll get ready and start singing my new song right away. Between the tone of Hua Chengyu was full of that kind of leaning on the old greasy feeling. By his own brainwashed fans to praise for a while, he seems to have completely forgotten his previous worry. Luhan have backhanded things. Weizianjiu Live. The scene lights change and Hana Songwoo lays down on a large, set-up platform, microphone in hand, nodding his head for the music to begin. Singing while lying down? Do you know what art means? This is a new artistic expression of our flowers. Turtle shallow. This is art. Listen up. At this point in the live feed, Hana Songwoo opens his mouth. Woohoo. Aha. The accompaniment is also not very melodic and doesn't seem to have much to do with his singing. The whole room is listening to his ghostly howls. Both sides of the broadcast room were all silent. This is so damn creepy. Next, Hanagi-yu's body also began to twitch as if he had touched something dirty. Woohoo. Aha. The lyrics don't have a single human word. No, I should say there's not a single lyric. At this point, Hanagi-yu was still intoxicated. His expression sometimes painful, sometimes sad, and that suffocating constipation filled the entire screen. Brainiac froze. Kidbro fans froze in their tracks. Luhan froze, too. Everyone froze. Then the pop-ups exploded. It's what? A ghost movie? Hiss. What the fuck am I looking at this for at night? It's so creepy. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is a new form of artistic expression. Art? Abstract art? Yeah, it's abstract art. Wild boars haven't eaten fine chaff, have they? It's a good artistic ingredient. How high? At least several floors have fallen down that well. Ha ha ha. It's a brand new art form called emotional expressive singing that dates back as far as the last century. Never mind, I can't make it up. I'm a friendly. This stinking sabi. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. At this time, Luhan was also unusually uncomfortable. In fact, the moment Hua Changyu's pink fur coat appeared, Luhan already felt something was wrong. In his previous life on Earth, there was a similar singer who was dressed in this outfit when he sang the Nerve song AI, and it really fucking corresponded. When Luhan accidentally brushed to that singing video, can have half a month did not sleep well? That kind of feeling as if recruited something drilled in the heart. It's as if the spirit and the flesh have been spoiled at the same time. The moment Hanashiro turned on the he was sure that this thing was the song AI. Moreover, now that Luhan had also comprehended master-level singing, His understanding of music was even more beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ordinary people who heard this would feel creepy and uncomfortable. Luhan now listened directly to the same avalanche spell. He's about to be unable to carry it. While singing, Hanashiro Yu was getting more and more involved. In a trance. All the time. Even so? Still writhing desperately? Imagine a pink hairy male flesh arching and writhing in front of your eyes. Hua Chengyu entered a realm of forgetfulness. And now he only had himself in his mind. Emotions were indeed abundant. But the look was like they were possessed by something dirty. Upon further inspection, it looks like practice again. It didn't matter that he was getting high like this, but it was bitter for the viewers of the live broadcast. Looking at Hanagiyu's writhing body and the noise that kept coming, many of the audience cried out that they couldn't stand it. One by one, all of them felt a chill down their spine. Even those brainwashed fans who had guarded Hua Chengyu in the beginning were scared pale at this moment and didn't know how to respond. Luhan really couldn't take it anymore. A surge of anger rose up in his heart. Luhan with this anger directly burst out. Inama, shut up. Stop the fucker. Luhan's angry roar just now seemed to have exploded into a heartfelt blow of masterful singing. The voice was so penetrating that it directly covered Hanagiyu's All the viewers in the live broadcast room were also physically and mentally stunned, awakening from that magical torment. It was as if everyone had just been taken in by that demonic sound and didn't know how to resist. Hanagiyu also broke away from his self-indulgence. His face filled with an unfulfilled expression. He walked in front of the live camera and saw Luhan's furious face, and his expression turned to dismay again. What? I'm singing my ass off. Wei Xianjia felt himself singing with such devotion that he had reached a state of oblivion. At this time, it was actually interrupted by Luhan, and as Luhan stepped forward and Hua Chengyu's voice stopped, my netizens breathed a sigh of relief. Crooked day, I almost went to the devil. Even if I did a lot of evil in my last life, I've paid for it now. God owes me 3 blessings from now on. Damn it, Wei Zhongwo, I'm the one you bought the water army for. Add money. Must add money. Nightmares for life. Luhan was really shouting them out. And the souls of the crowd were sort of relieved in general. Thank you, kid brother, for saving my life. I'm hugging you. That roar just now was really too good, and it helped me vent my grievances. The swearing is really dirty, but it's really cool. The crowd, whose hearts were immensely relieved, began to express their gratitude to the kid brother again, but at that moment, Hua Chengyu's gang of brainwashed fans were unforgiving. Singing is good or bad regardless. What right do you have to scold people? That's it. You're so rude. You have no manners at all. Uneducated little brat. How can you say that about our Flora? How can you expect Flora to promote you in the music industry with this kind of quality? Don't you know that you have to learn morality before you can learn art? Hana Songwoo felt like he could again when he saw that there were still fans who spoke up for him like this. Lu Han, I see that you're a child and won't bother with you, but you must apologize to me today. If you apologize now, I as a senior can still take the blame. Hua Chengyu had always looked at kid brother in a bad light, but in the live broadcast room, under the eyes of the crowd, he still wanted to show his generosity. As long as Lu Han bowed his head and apologized today, then he would always be able to stand head and shoulders above him and still show his generosity. The calculations in Hua Chengyu's mind snapped. Just see. Lu Han slowly raised his head, then spoke with a cold smile. Senior, are you worthy of that? The skepticism and contempt that radiated from his bones was unreservedly expressed. Hanagi, you don't treat us like human beings either, nah? The live broadcast, hundreds of thousands of viewers and I all take out our precious time, just to listen to you practice in the live broadcast? And you have the audacity to teach me originality? With your ghostly screams, do you deserve to be called original? Lu Han threw out several questions in a row to Hua Chengyu and directly froze. What's wrong with this little kid? Doesn't seem to be afraid of me at all. Doesn't he realize that he just swearing is a big no-no? Hanagi also muttered in his heart. To apologize? You should also apologize to me and to the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast. Weren't you just equivalent to spoiling our ears? Now it's my turn to teach you. The emotion of a good song is definitely not claptrap like yours. Lu Han remembered that he and his audience had just been insulted out of earshot. And now it was time to teach this mage what it meant to be original. You brat don't know how to respect your seniors at all. Do you? Hua Chengyu was disliked so much that he couldn't even organize his words properly. Come, surname Flower, didn't you say that all my previous songs were capitalized and not my own originals? Today you come up with a question live. I'll create it on the spot to see if the original I brought out is better than your ghostly howl? When these words came out, in the live broadcast room, the netizens instantly climaxed. Kid brother, coward, create your own question on the spot. Did I hear you right? A live composition? Is he that strong? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Today could be another famous scene of the century. If he can really come up with a composition on the spot, then it's definitely not some kind of capital operation. No matter how strong the capital is, it's impossible to come up with a great piece of work on the spot. Then it couldn't have been capitalized and scripted. It couldn't have been taken live on air with even the strongest guns raised. The netizens directly exploded at this moment. Originally most of them looked at Hua Chengyu in a bad light. Now they could see the kid brother directly hit his face. Naturally they were happy to see it. Arrogant, simply arrogant. Is this the strength of the really strongest kid brother? No more nonsense. Surname Hua, come up with a question. Lu Han directly asked Hua Chengyu to come up with a question. Weizianjiu. Hua Chengyu he hesitated. He didn't believe that Lu Han could really do it on the spot and make it up on the spot. But he looked at Lu Han's chesty look and was scared to death. After pondering for a few minutes, Hua Chengyu finally raised his head and said viciously, "Fine, I'll come up with a question now. I'll see how much you can do. Listen up, the title is my name, Hanagi Yu. Write a love song out with my name as the title. Kill and kill." Hana Songwu was killing people to kill them. He also knew that Lu Han looked at him with displeasure, but he asked Lu Han to compose a love song using his name. That's just too much. You want him to write a love song with your name on it when the relationship is so tense? It's too damn bullying. What's with the title? What's up? If you can't afford to play, don't play us flowers just like this. I've dreamed of writing a song for Flora, and I haven't had the chance yet. This is Lu Han's blessing. The live-streamed cursing continues. Okay, just give me 5 minutes with your name. Just as the crowd was arguing, Lu Han actually directly opened his mouth and agreed, and it only takes 5 minutes. My kid brother is confused. There's something wrong with the title. It should be changed. Kid brother, don't be impulsive. 5 minutes. It even took you 10 minutes to create last time. This time it only takes 5 minutes. Ha ha ha. Fans, the kid's been fooled. Let's just wait and see him make a fool of himself. At this time Lu Han also did not look at the pop-up screen. Directly from the side took a pen and paper and began to write vigorously. The team of the strongest kid all panicked. Once Lu Han agreed to this, how can this program be organized in the future? 5 minutes to take such a deliberately difficult topic to create. Put aside, no one has confidence. The chief director could barely hold back from going straight off the air. But just then, he realized that Lu Han was writing very quickly and went over to look at the words. Gosh, amazing talent. The netizens in the live broadcast room also noticed Lu Han's state, not stopping to think at all, but rather, the line of clouds and water has been spilling out writing. 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Lu Han then just dropped the pen and paper and said okay. Then immediately, he turned around again, went to a piano behind him, and began to try it out. Although the melody seems like it's still being choreographed, with occasional pauses, that melody still sounds very pleasant and good. Another 2 minutes. Lu Han turned his head to the screen and pointed at Hua Chengyu across the room. It's done. It hasn't been 5 minutes yet. Lu Han then has already taken care of the lyrics and arrangement of a new song. The live streamers were confused. Hanagi Yu was confused. Lu Han's parents, who were watching from the side, were confused. Even the general director, Director Wang, and the program team were confused. Director Wang saw it most truly. He read every word written in Lu Han's lyrics live. Lu Han is a wizard. Wizards, holy shit, this song is amazing to take out, except for the title. It's disgusting. Director Wang couldn't help but all out of the picture. Standing in front of the camera and yelling. Being told by Director Wang, all the audience were also looking forward to it, very eager to hear what Lu Han's song was really like. Hanagi Yu started to panic. Before he even heard the song, he had a feeling of great fear. He even wanted to directly close the live link to escape, but was forced to do so by the number of hundreds of thousands of people watching online in the live room, and did not dare to do such a thing. There's no use blowing it. Sing it out and listen to it. Hanagi Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with forced composure, "Don't be in a hurry. This love song is really spoiled with your name." Lu Han just looked at Hua Chengyu in the screen, his tone filled with mockery. Then moved Lu Han to have the staff move the house piano around so the audience could see him play and sing at the same time. It's a really good song, but giving it to you with the last name Flower does make me uncomfortable. I'm only going to play it once, and I'm definitely not going to sing it again. It's a shame. It's a great song, because the sight of your name makes me sick. After saying that, Lu Han started to play and sing. In an instant Lu Han switched his state, deep and focused. The intro is melodic, easy and sweet, like a fresh breeze on the face. Love is like on a blue sky, a piece of white space has you with me to imagine. The white horse suddenly stopped abstracting. The frog finally meets Cinderella, even if the road is still long. Instead, I had a hunch. I believe in the inspiration. Lu Han's look was all of a sudden full of youthful sweetness, as if a love-struck ignorant teenager, coupled with that masterful singing voice, which is clear and penetrating. It goes straight to one's heart and soul, like the summer breeze, and like the warm afternoon sun, full of softness and serenity. It's not like he's singing, it's more like a young teenager mustering up the courage to tell the girl he loves that he loves her. To hear such a beautiful sound, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room also stopped. The hostility of the crowd all disappeared. Stirred up the chaos of the mind to regain peace. The song depicts the kind of hazy, sweet, pure love that makes people swoon. He is sincere, brave, energetic and sunny, and she's clean, gentle, shy and holy. The touch of the fingertips of two young boys and girls in their flowery years was accompanied by a nervous heartbeat. This is the song. It's so beautiful. My heart is melting from listening to it. I've just been distracted. And at this point I'm thinking about my first love. Wang Lijuan, Zhao Chunying, Xia Xiaoli, Zhu Xiuli, Li Danny, Zhang Xiaojie, Feng Lily, Lu Jia, Xu Tongtong, Shi Shaochen, Zhou Yuma. Are you all listening? I miss you all. What the fuck? Upstairs, buddy, are you writing a genealogy here? This song reminds me of No. 17 at the Hyatt Landing, where I just casually remarked that a woman looks good with her hair up, and then whenever I go, she puts her hair up. So this is love. The song goes into the chorus. I painted you as a flower, an unopened flower. Take the thoughts a little further. Painted as rain falling. Whenever I'm not, please remember my love. Just under the same sky, distantly irrigated, waiting for the fall and the spring, waiting for the next bloom, a future at hand. At this time, Hatba, who was far away in Yuhang province, was also following the live broadcast. When I heard the song, the involuntary tears that flowed down my face had cried away my makeup. She is now very depressed. She has no way out. Forced by the pressure of the company, can only leave Luhan. She even directly wanted to impulse a hand. Regardless of the company, regardless of public opinion, regardless of the eyes of the onlookers, directly back to Luhan's side. Live on the air. Luhan's mom and dad also listened intently. Wang Mei whacked her husband Lu Sancher. Hubby, look at our son. How beautifully he sings. Is he singing about when we were young? Lu Sancher hugged Wang Mei. Dear wife, who else could our son be singing about? It must be us. This scene just happened to be seen by Lu Han, who was singing, and almost broke. Hardly relying on his master-level singing skills, he topped it off. These two, what a way to make a fool of yourself. That's right. Lu Han sang none other than Deng Ziqi's work painting in her previous life. And rumor had it that this song was exactly what she had given to that scummy guy. Putting it here fits right in. Lu Han's last scale was played until the aftermath dissipated, and that wonderful melody seemed to be imprinted in the minds of the crowd, still echoing and repeating. The lyrics are so simple and rustic, but they evoke the pure love and beauty of millions of people's first love. Silence. Silence filled the room. No one said a word, all still lost in the beautiful emotion of the music. It had been going on for several minutes before anyone had gotten over it first. Then, the pop-ups in the live stream started to go crazy. What amazing music. I can't stop the tears from flowing down my face as a fierce man. Is there any need to compare this music with that whatever AI? Brain-damaged fans, come out and die. So good music. Lu Han said only sing this once. The next will be permanently sealed. Really too bad. All blame that Hua Chengyu. On the talent of the kid brother. Hannah Songwoo, do you have the guts to say that again? Are you a senior? Are you really worthy? My first love is getting married tomorrow. No way. I'm going to find her now. Public opinion is now lopsided. All the voices of skepticism all disappeared, and all that remained was shock and praise for Lu Han. Even those brainwashed fans who are so tough-talking that they can't stand it, have now caved in and don't dare to say a word more. Brainwashed fans at this time, one face reddened, typed and deleted, deleted and typed for half a day. Frozen could not send a pop-up to retort. At first there were people who thought that Lu Han songs written so quickly must not be of good quality. Now this was clearly a masterpiece not inferior to the previous songs Until the End of the World and Die. What's a kid brother? It's fucking genius. No one still dared to question Lu Han's original creative ability. And no one still dares to mention that he's capitalizing on scripted hype. Which capital can do this? Make up questions on the spot. Make it up on the spot. Thinking back to what Lu Han just said about Hua Chengyu, are you worthy? There was simply nothing wrong with it at all. And it even felt like the swearing was really right just now. Lu Han, how else can you spray with this strength? Of course, at this time, no one was more excited than director Wang. Once again, Kid Brother proved himself in a solid manner. Lu Han is the god of our program. It's everything to us. My brother Cold is bullish. Director Wang was already jumping up and down with excitement. He had already foreseen that Lu Han would be a rising superstar if he engaged in the entertainment industry in the future. The next fear is that countless real capital will be thrown in every day. Seeing Director Wang's excitement, the crowd present also came back to their senses. This streak can be said to have earned the strongest kid brother program a lot of face. The process can also be a lot of fun. From the very beginning, when Luhan couldn't help swearing, they went from surprise and worry to shock and joy at the appearance of a new song. There were a number of music majors on the crew, and there was disbelief in their eyes as well. They knew better than to write a new song. From lyrics to score, and how hard it was in between. And the kid song took less than 5 minutes to do it all. And what came out was still superior. This kind of operation is just like what Xue Zhishuan said in the previous program. The holy son of music. With this kind of strength, there is no need to bother with any of the Hana Chengyu streams in the Chinese singing world. At this moment, the Hanagiyu in the live broadcast room was still wearing his pink furry jacket, and he froze there, muttering continuously in his mouth. Draw you as a flower that will bloom. Hana Song Yu, fall. The lyrics poked at his heart word for word, and just now he was thinking in his mind that this song was just a better intro, and the lyrics surely wouldn't have anything good to say. I didn't expect the lyrics to be so beautiful, so wonderful. Luhan didn't pinch and carry any personal feelings in the lyrics. His respect for music made him sweat. In the end, he was the capital's favorite. Without the capital's hard-hitting favorites, he would have been snowed under after the last episode of The Voice of Tomorrow. At this time, in the face of real strength he felt so powerless. He was just night and day. Looking at the entire Chinese singing world, Seizhoudong he could not do Luhan such a few minutes to create a good song so superior. This son is talented. No one can match it in today's singing world. Hanagi Yu, stop gawking. Did you hear me clearly? Now that's an original with soul. A good song given with emotion. I hope you won't sing that kind of claptrap in the future. Luhan resumed his previous childish voice and said seriously to Hua Chengyu. It really wasn't pretending. And the damage from the song AI that Hana Songwu had just done was really too damn big. He can't be allowed to use another weapon of mass destruction. Hua Chengyu's face was red at this moment. Then it turned from red to green. Unusually ugly. He stared at Luhan with a deadly gaze, wanting to say something, but in front of true strength, he actually couldn't even say a decent retort. A moment ago he was shamelessly presenting himself as a senior. But now he is just a guy who came to Lianmai to rub traffic to release a new song in the eyes of the audience. And he hasn't rubbed it well yet. Hua Chengyu will inevitably be reduced to a laughingstock in the Chinese music scene next. At this point, his manager Wang Gui directly closed the live broadcast with one hand. Hana, forget it, you lost this time. Wang Gui said as he looked at Hua Chengyu. Hua Chengyu sat dryly with his face ashen, unable to say a word. Also for your information, the big boss said that today you are your last chance. And if you still haven't stood up, then you won't have any resources next. Wang Gui continued. What did you just say? Hanagi Yu was afraid that he had heard wrong. Hana, tell me straight, you're going to be snowed in. Wang Gui said already picking up his own jacket and getting ready to leave. No way, Big Boss likes me so much, she's been holding me up, she should have always been praising me. Hanagi Yu couldn't believe that he was just being treated like an outcast. Come on, do you have to make it look so bad? Wang Gui also lost her previous good temper. You and the company boss in the end is used to make money. In the past you make money. How you want to make our people with you, now that you've gotten yourself killed? There's no one else to blame, is there? Wang Gui in fact, as an agent has also long been unable to stand watching you. Low emotional intelligence, and a work essence. He used to bring in some traffic and was very profitable and put up with it anyhow, but now that he's kind of wasted, there's no point in offering it anymore. It won't. My family has money. I can get my dad to talk to the big boss. I can still keep singing. It's a small matter of getting some water boys to wash it off. Right or wrong? You've got to be kidding me. Hanagi Yu had gotten a little hysterical. Speaking nervously. Your dad's money is probably still going to pay for the company's breach of contract. And there's no money left to let this play out again. To put it mildly, how much negative press have you gotten? Flower, you've gotten a bad reputation. After saying this, Wang Gui also left directly, leaving Hua Chengyu alone in the office. Hanasaji Yu was still frozen when his phone rang. It was his dad. Adverse son, I'll give you 2 ways now. 1. Either go home and stop dreaming of being a star. I give you hundreds of millions of dollars every year to buy traffic to catch up with your work. 2. You and I sever the father-son relationship, and you can do whatever you want in the future. That was all his dad said, and he hung up without even listening to Hua Chengyu's reply. At this moment, Hanagi Yu realized that he was completely finished. A generation of mages. This fell. Lu Han sighed. Finally the broadcast ended and it was after 11 o'clock at night. Lu Han did not rest, but hard-pulling director Wang Jialuan and camera boy drove away from Magic City in the night. They have a big job to do. Lu Han, tell me the truth. Are you really only 8 years old? In the car, director Wang really couldn't help but ask. Don't you have a copy of my family's account book? Lu Han said. Then I'll ask you another question. What exactly are your feelings for your sister Hotba? Director Wang is quite nosy today. Fatty Wang, you're perverted. Aren't you? I'm only 8 years old. What are you thinking? Hearing this, Lu Han looked at Director Wang Jialuan with a look of contempt. So you want the two of us to drive hundreds of kilometers overnight to pick up Hotba with you? Besides, where are you 8 years old except physically? The official spiel from the king's director. That's right. They drove all night to go from Mordor to Yuhang province to pick up Hotba. After this night, Weizong's coolness was a foregone conclusion. So counting on Hataru to promote him on that variety show was out of the question. Lu Han, after contacting Yang Mi by phone, directly and hard asked Hotba to rejoin the Strongest Kid Brother program. Yang Mi didn't refuse in order to get along with Lu Han. Then it was Lu Han who pulled the director and camera boy to drive to Yuhang province overnight. I'm doing this for our program. I worry about the program every day. Unlike you guys. Humph. This show will break up without me sooner or later. Lu Han's eyes looked out the window when he said this. Audrey Yuan, do you believe that? Director Wang looked to the camera boy. Unbelievable. The camera boy simply shook his head dryly. Lu Han also stopped talking much and dealt with both of them with silence. Magic City to Yuhang is not far. More than 3 hours of night road. Dawn. Lu Han and his entourage arrived at the hotel where Jiba landed. Lu Han carried the top-shelf pancake nuts that he had bought fresh from downstairs and came to the door of Hotba's room. Knock, knock, knocked directly on the door of the room. Several voices later, Hotba sleepily opened the door. Sister Hotba, I've come to take you back. Lu Han held up his own pancake fruit in his hand as he spoke, a full compliment. After meeting Hotba, Lu Han didn't rush to bring Hotba back to Magic City. The city of Yuhang in Yuhang province has beautiful scenery, and it is also home to the famous 5A attraction, Qiandao Lake. Since he came, Lu Han naturally did not want to miss such a beautiful scenery, so he took Hotba to the Thousand Island Lake to have some fun. Just recently also tired enough, all as a distraction. Thousand Island Lake is named after the 1,000 or so islands in the lake, and the scenery here is also very beautiful. At noon Lu Han and Hotba and Wang director, camera brother and his party of 4 people found a fisherman's restaurant to eat. When ordering food, Lu Han was not polite at all. Order all the Thousand Island Lake's lake delicacies. Anyway, there is one guy to pay the bill. Wang Jialuan director is now really Lu Han as a small ancestor for. Say dinner. This money for him is nothing. Lu Han point what is what. After the meal, Lu Han realized that there was also a fishing area over here, with quite a few anglers. Lu Han was still quite interested in fishing, so he unconsciously came over. In his previous life, Lu Han was also a senior angler. Only the fish fishing was really bad. He has a unique perspective on fishing. The Air Force is absolutely impossible Air Force. Fishing cannot catch big fish. Fishing small fish. Fishing cannot touch small fish. Shrimp. Touch shrimp to see if there is no nearby wild farm chickens or geese. And then know to see if there is no corn, peanuts, turnips and cabbages in the nearby fields. There is really nothing. Also have to drink 2 mouths of water in the pond and then go. You see thousands of people fishing by the Thousand Island Lake. Feel the angler's spiritual will. Trigger a heavenly enlightenment. And comprehend, master angler skill. Hearing the aphorism in his mind, Lu Han was instantly delighted. He walked over to an old man fishing and squatted right down to look at it. Uncle, how's the fishing going? Are there any bites here? Lu Han took the initiative to talk to Pan. It's okay, make do. The old man looked a little embarrassed. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Han directly picked up the old man's fish guard from the water, which was empty. Lu Han, old man, is okay haha, guess there's no mouth here. Lu Han was afraid of embarrassing each other in a hurry. Well, yes it is. The wind and humidity are not favorable today, and this fish isn't biting much. The old man's set of technical terms output in an attempt to save face. The scene is still awkward. I sense that there is work to be done. Director Wang, let's change our minds. Let's not do any traveling special edition today. Having spent a long time with Lu Han, the camera boy immediately sensed that something was about to happen and immediately spoke out to remind director Wang Jialuan. Director Wang was also sensible and immediately greeted Hotba as he retreated off camera, ready to watch the show. The more Lu Han watched, the more his hands itched, and he very much wanted to try this master angling skill. The live broadcast room, originally bored because of the live broadcast of the Thousand Island Lake tour. The number of people online is not large, and the pop-up screen is not active. Seeing that Lu Han seems to be fishing, in just an instant, the live broadcast seemed to come to life. I think it's coming to life. I feel that the kid brother is going to do something big again. I'm not surprised that kid brother can do anything now. But fishing. He doesn't have a fishing rod, eh? Lu Han walked directly to a stone step closest to the lake and stuck his index finger in to fiddle with it underwater. That little basher. Don't get so close to the water. It's dangerous. The old man from earlier kindly spoke up to remind him. Luhan turned back and looked at the old man with a smile, then put his other hand to his mouth in a hush and quiet gesture. Live streaming room. What's going on? What's my kid brother doing? Fishing with his bare hands. This? Kid brother. Not that I don't believe you. But, is too outrageous, isn't it? If you can catch a fish like this, that fish must not have a good brain to eat either. But just as the broadcasting room all felt that it was really impossible, a huge splash suddenly emerged from the place where Luhan's finger touched the water. Luhan saw the situation. The finger did not directly pull the lever, but directly to the fish's mouth to poke down, and then 5 fingers open, hard to gouge the fish gills. Then with a handful of strength he grasped a large carp of more than 10 pounds and threw it directly to the shore. This scene happens to be just now the fishing old man really see in the eyes. At this time he was shocked, eyes wide open. Director Wang and Hotba saw the scene and rushed forward to help Luhan catch the living carp. Wang Guide casually grabbed a hay 3 or 2 times, rolled into a grass rope, directly from the carp mouth through, and then just so a carry to control the carp. The camera boy recorded the whole process of Luhan's finger fishing, mumbling, I knew it, there must be a job. Live streaming pop-ups. This, what the hell? My cerebellum has atrophied, is that okay? Protective period for novice anglers? That must be it. Cunning fish. At this point both those who can fish and those who can't are silent. I'm sorry, from now on, I will never dare to doubt your ability again. At this point, and the old fishing man on the bank just now sprang to his feet. Blanche, the old man's roar drew all the eyes of the people around him. I'd been fishing for over 20 years now, except for the first time when I was 18 years old. I caught a big carp like this. Never caught another fish in my life until now. Woohoo! The old man was in tears as he spoke. In order to fish, I learned all kinds of fishing techniques on the internet. What rods, hooks, subline, mainline, bait flavorings. Also bought my family a garage, but it's just chicken feather useless. A title letter came from the Chintang River. Today I realize I am me. Fake, it's all a fish trick. Quit fishing from today. The old man turned around and walked away, laughing up at the sky as he went. Old man, your fishing gear. Luhan walked back down the stone steps to the shore. Don't want it, little friend, it's yours. The old man didn't even look back. Luhan was a bit embarrassed, so he followed up with, or else, I'll exchange this fish with you? Only for a second. The old man instantly turned around and rushed back to Luhan, then held Luhan's hand and said, Really, little friend, we've agreed not to go back on our word. No backtracking. Luhan feels as if the one who suffers is still the old man, and it should be the old man who wants to back out. But at this time, the old man walked directly over a hand from the hands of Wangguan and took the big carp, no matter dirty, directly to the back of a back, tugging on the hemp rope and turned to go. While walking, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, let's get together tonight. Nothing much. I caught a big carp today. It's 20 pounds. Let's have a drink tonight. Hey, wife. Oops, how do you know I caught a 20 catty carp today? Take out the big iron pot you bought 10 years ago. Prepare to boil the oil. Old cousin, quickly tell the village to gather at the village entrance. I'll be there in a moment. I caught a supersized carp today. Guess how much it weighs? It's 20 pounds. The old man just carried the fish on his back, making phone calls all the way out. Luhan looked at the old man's back, then directly sat down on the old man's original position and formally fished with a fishing rod. Although the old man was gone, the pop-ups on the live broadcast went crazy. Kid brother, old man, practice more if you're a vegetable. Ha ha, the old man's face is all swollen. But with this fish he can blow for 6 months. What am I doing here? I'm just an Air Force commander like the old man. I used to be able to catch fish even on noodle lumps, but now I can't even catch a chicken feather on all kinds of carbon fiber rods with Netflix baits. It's not right. No wonder the old man couldn't catch it. This carp is a carnivorous fish. That must be it. What the hell is a carnivorous fish? It has to be my kid brother. Luhan didn't choose the old man's position before after taking the fishing rod, but moved to the position where he had just fished with his bare hands. I guess it's too moldy for the old man's spot. Sit down. Luhan skillfully sprinkled materials in nests, hanging bait and throwing hooks in one go. A fish bites right after it hits the water. Luhan a hard pull to draw the rod. Swish. The line was instantly taut and straight. On to the big stuff. Luhan's body is still an 8-year-old child after all. Tugging on the fishing rod to slip the fish looks very strenuous. One moment it slips to the left, the next to the right. Luhan, let me help you. Director Wang, who had been watching from the sidelines, immediately ran forward to help Luhan. Having an adult's help did allow Luhan to save a lot of effort. Otherwise Luhan would have to rely purely on the technical skills of the master fishing skill in order to hook the fish up. After slipping for a long time, the fish was finally out of breath. A big head carp more than a meter long surfaced. Sister Hotba, help with the plunge net. Lu Han called out to Hotba, who immediately ran up and picked up the plunge net and greeted the fish. Nah, the fish was just too big for this plunge net to fit. Seeing this, Lu Han quickly ran to the side of the road and folded down a fresh tree branch strip, then ran to the water's edge again and quickly inserted the tree branch strip into the fish's gills in one hand, then directly through to the fish's mouth. With the assistance of the fresh tree branches, the fish could no longer escape. Lu Han also handed the fish over to Wang Wan to deal with it later. The commotion of Lu Han's side catching a big load attracted many people in the neighborhood. All the anglers around them looked sideways toward them. Little friend, awesome. Ouch, this big head carp is estimated to be more than 30 kilograms. That's a pretty big head carp. The anglers around us didn't mince words of congratulations and praise. Lu Han, we're here on a trip. What are we going to do with this fish later? The king's guide asked, dragging the fish that was as tall as his waist. There's no hurry. Enter the nurse first. Lu Han asked Wang Wan to throw this big head carp into the fish guard first. Earlier there was no reference and not much feeling. With Wang guide this person, the live screen can immediately see how big the fish is. Shit, a big head carp that big? There's something huge in this lake. Does this novice protection period really mean you can do whatever you want? This big head carp can't really be stewed in one pot. Good guy, just now, I specifically checked online. Director Wang is 1 meter 83 tall, and this fish is over his waist height, which means that this fish is at least 1 meter 3 or more. Lu Han returned to his fishing spot and prepared to continue fishing. Just then, a man with a red armband on his shoulder walked over, with a cigarette in his mouth. The red armband first looked around Lu Han and then kicked Lu Han's fish guard with his foot. Finally, he said, you pay. Lu Han was stunned. Paying what? Who is this guy? I'm the warden of this fishing area. Don't you know there's a fee for fishing? The red badge speech is chirpy. Lu Han looked at his red armband with a row of yellow letters clearly written on it, Thousand Island Lake Volunteer Service Team. You this? Volunteer team? How did you become an administrator? Lu Han asked with a puzzled expression. If you're told to pay you pay. It's a fishing area rule. The red armband did not expect Lu Han to actually say this, and said in annoyance, and how much is that? Lu Han just wanted to quietly catch a fish today. If it was usually not so easy to let him go. 500. Red armband reaches out and spreads 5 fingers. Just as the red badge finished his 500, the other anglers next to him couldn't stand to look at it anymore. That's not right. We're not all charging 50. Why are you so unkind? It's a child's pit. That's it. Seeing a little kid catch a big fish on purpose. Right. Seeing that he had been punctured, Red Sleeve Badge growled in irritation. What's all the noise about? You also collect 500 more nonsense. Love to fish. Kids pay. The red badge didn't realize that he'd kind of messed with the wrong person this time. Lu Han sized up the red armband and said, this money out is fine, but what about the fish I caught? You can either take the fish you catch yourself or we'll recycle them for $5 a pound. Seeing that Lu Han didn't dwell on the money and talked about the fish, the red armband smiled. That's fine then. Director Wang pays. Lu Han said towards Director Wang. I'm paying for it? Wang Wan froze. How Lu Han fishing, and finally became his own money again. What? Fatty one, you don't think I'd carry money on me when a kid goes out, do you? Lu Han said. Director Wang. Lu Han continued. Don't worry, I will definitely let you get this money back. In the end, Director Wang paid $500 by scanning the code on his cell phone, and habitually opened his mouth to ask the red armband for an invoice. How can there be an invoice for this kind of money that is received in an unorthodox manner? The red armband only gave Director Wang a handwritten receipt. Without the disturbance of the red armband, Lu Han officially began to play. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails. The rods were whirling smoke and kept catching fish. Next to the original fishing anglers all looked dumbfounded. And finally a lot of people directly do not fish. They all gathered behind Lu Han and watched the fun. Crap, this young man. I've been fishing this lake for a couple years now. Where are all the fish here? How come this kid catches more fish than he fishes? That's it. This fish situation. Is this kid's using some exclusive secret bait? No. This kid is using the same thing that the old man left behind just now. And there's nothing special about it when I look at it. The crowd was talking. By this time, Lu Han has already burst the nurse. The fish nurse has been filled to the brim. The last one cannot be loaded. Lu Han saw so many people looking at himself, and looked at this full of fish carefish, so he opened his mouth and said, Uncles and uncles, I have too many fish to take with me today. So if you want them, I can just sell them to you. Affordable. $50 a piece. How about big or small? Hearing Lu Han's words, the eyes of the group of fishing guys all lit up. Lu Han fish care and the smallest fish also have 10 pounds up. This is to be put into the food court. Wild lake fish only $50, how can I buy? Besides, the fun of fishing is not in having fish to eat, but in being able to waltz in with a big one, 3 times over, just so more people can see that they've caught a big one today. Row, little friend, I'll take 2, I'll go first. I'll take 2 too, nice guys are pretty big. Little brother is good enough, haha, I'll take 2 too. My family is large, I want 5. Everyone line up, come one by one, all of them. Lu Han's behind has already formed a long line. According to this number, today $500 fishing money can earn back more than 20 times. In one short afternoon, Lu Han fished and sold and then fished again. The fish guard is no longer full, but also never empty. All the anglers in the entire fishing spot went home early today, and all of them left with at least 2 big fish in their hands and smiles. Hey, wife, I came home early today. How did you know I caught 2 10-pound big fish? Ha ha. Wife, I'm He Chang. Ha ha. I don't need Shudao Mountain today. I'm coming home for dinner tonight, but before I go home I'm going to take 2 laps around the neighborhood. Hey, where are you guys? I just want to ask you if you've ever seen a fish half a man's height? Wait a minute. I'll take a selfie to show you. That's right. It's the one I caught today. A bunch of fishing guys were walking outside the Thousand Island Lake scenic spot while making phone calls in unison. As the saying goes, catching a big fish and not returning it to your home is like walking in the night with a brocade coat. Naturally, they want to find friends and family to brag about it, even if this fish is not their own fishing, but Lu Han's side of the purchase. But big enough to do. And who would know? The scenic entrance. Red Armband is in the janitor's lounge proudly looking at the phone today blackmailed Lu Han their $500. Thinking where to rub a meal at night. I head up. Looked at a large group of fishing guys, today all carrying large fish loaded away. Cannot help but read up, strange? Usually these fishing guys are not the Air Force Brigade Commander-in-Chief it? Today how to start a big cargo? And all up. No, I've got to go check it out. With that said, Red Armband exited the rest booth, mounted his small motorized bike, and hurried towards the fishing area. All the people we met along the way were carrying fish in their hands. Some more, some less, but the fish were really not small at all. By the time he reached the fishing area, the scene in front of him directly gave him a shocked scalp. Directly behind Lu Han's fishing position, a fish stall was set up, where Wang guides yelled and sold fish, hot but collected money, and Lu Han was in the lake feeding rod by rod. Come on, these on the ground are $50 a piece, whatever size you like. Any of them are 10 pounds or more, you can't lose or be fooled. Everyone can also choose to open a blind box. Lu Han's next catch, no matter how big, $100 of fish. Booked in advance. Pay first and line up first. The King's Guide yelled with vigor. You're the one who scanned the Weibo just now. Aren't you? You're number 36. Who just gave cash? Hands up. I forgot who gave it. Number 14. It's your fish. Prepare yourself to wear a fishing line or a handy bag. Hotba microblogging collection code open. Cash in hand is still collected, but also busy. Originally just a bunch of fishing guys in Lu Han here to sell fish. Now well, the scenic area of the tourists passing by all lined up long, just to be able to buy a big fish from the hands of Lu Han. Coupled with Lu Han's new idea of opening a blind box with the next fish, there were even more people in line. The netizens in the live stream are looking dumbfounded. How can you play like this? You've got your $500 back from fishing. It's more than $500. I've sold tens of thousands of dollars to fishermen today. The fishermen don't want to take advantage of the kids, so most of them pay more. Business is good here. Fish are sold right out of the water. So they're fresh, it's clean and hygienic. Guys, the Red Armband realized what was going on and immediately rushed over, stopping Director Wang and the others. This fish is not allowed to be sold. All belong to the scenic area. You just said I'd keep all the fish I caught. So what do you care what I do with them? Also, I've got a video camera here, and I've got everything I just said on tape. And you see this is the receipt you just gave me. And I also evidence. Director Wang said as he rolled his eyes toward the Red Armband. This, if I say no, I say no. What a waste of time. The Red Armband was dumbfounded, but stuttered for half a day and could not answer, and finally played a direct scoundrel. When the Red Armband said this, before the wine director could reply, the tourists next to him were directly anxious. What do you do? We're here on a trip. Can't we buy some fish? Be careful, I'll file a complaint against you. Allah, where did a scenic area administrator get such great authority? I'll go find your leader right away. What's wrong? I'm not allowed to buy Thousand Island Lake wild fish even if I didn't. I've been waiting in line for half an hour. I'm going to eat this fish today. And Jesus can't keep it. What's your name? I'll call your scenic customer service right now to complain about you. Queuing up, there was a bunch of Magic City over to visit the elderly tour group. That Magic City old lady's fighting ability is simply heavenly. While talking, but also take the finger to poke the red armband. In the face of this group of old ladies of the Magic City, the red sleeve badge was disliked, words did not dare to speak, and finally had to run away in the gray. And that's when Luhan didn't even look back for a second, for there was a strange sensation coming from the rod in his hand, and this time the anchor was unusually heavy with something in it. It was also fortunate that the fishing rod the old man had left behind for himself was carbon fiber, otherwise it would probably have broken long ago. Luhan rely on their own strength, hard fishing up completely insufficient, and finally directly inserted the fishing rod in the fishing bench support, and then hard to rely on the lever to pull up. Director Wang, come over and help, Luhan cried out. It was just too heavy, the strength of an 8-year-old really wasn't enough. Wang Jialuan heard Luhan shout and busily ran over to help. Then the two of them pulled the fishing rod together and finally fished what they had anchored, this time out of the water. It's a metal box, it's a metal box. That's when Hotba ran down to the river and plucked the box with a plunge net right up to the bank. Luhan then put down his fishing rod and walked over as well. It's a box, but it's hard to tell what it's for, Hoder said as he saw Luhan walk over. Let me see. Luhan came forward and crouched down to observe. The box is 45 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide, and the whole box is rectangular. The surface of the box also has various carving patterns, which is very exquisite at first sight. Luhan casually weighed the weight of the box and found that it was surprisingly heavy, so he ruffled up some more splashes of water and then rubbed it vigorously on the lid. This rubbing didn't matter. The mossy sludge on the surface was rubbed off in one fell swoop, revealing the original golden color of the box. Is it gold? Hotba was also shocked to see the gold color. It seems to be true. Guide Wang, call the police. Let's just say we caught something over here in the Sky Island Lake fishing area. Luhan determined at a glance that this must be some kind of artifact, and now in plain sight. It was impossible for him to take possession of it for himself. After all, it is a gold box. Afraid of any flashbacks, Luhan immediately greeted Wang Guide alarm, and when he spoke, he also moved the box into the water, so that the lake water will cover the box. Wang Jialuan was not sure what was going on, and in 3 steps he also walked to the water's edge to check it out. Luhan explained the matter of the box one by one, and Director Wang Jialuan immediately followed Luhan's advice to directly call the police. On the phone, also whispered to inform the police. The box's gold seems to be still some kind of antique. It is best to recommend that the professionals of the Department of Antiquities together to come to the scene. Everyone, good new year. This box is still made of golden wood and framed with gold. No wonder the water bubbles don't break. During the time he waited for the police to arrive, Luhan shuffled the entire box by hand, which made it possible to see the box in its entirety. The overall frame of the case is of goldenrod and then a gold laminated layer of gold flake was used on the outside. The style is very beautiful. I wonder what's inside. Sister Reba, do you think we can sell this box for a lot of money? Luhan pondered. You're a real torturer. The idea is very handcuffable. Hataru was thunderstruck by Luhan's borderline idea. Ha ha, I'm just saying. Of course Luhan won't really do such a thing. He is now the chief captain of the National Young Pioneers. He has to pay attention to the influence. Okay. Just as Luhan and Hotba were chatting, a convoy of cars drove by. Several police cars flashing their lights to open the way, followed by 3 black Volkswagens. The vehicle came to a stop and the police officers quickly got out, then skillfully pulled up a police barrier around the area, clearing out the tourists who were still lined up on the shore to buy fish in the meantime. If you didn't know, you'd think there was some big case. May I ask who called the police? At this time, a middle-aged police officer with an inch head walked to the edge of the lake and asked Luhan and the others. Hello comrade, I was the one who called the police just now. Director Wang raised his hand when he heard the police officer's words. Hello sir, I'm from the Yuhang City Bureau. My name is Chun Hai. May I ask where the box mentioned on the phone is now? The first thing the middle-aged, inch-headed policeman asked about was the case after introducing himself. The case is resting in my hand? I found it. Luhan walked over from the lake at this time holding a wooden box. Little friend, you found this? The policeman called Chung Hai looked at the tiny Luhan and asked. It was me, and I made him call the police. Luhan said. Okay then, we'll take care of the boxes next. Cheng Hai reached out and was about to pick up the box, but he didn't know that Luhan actually directly sidestepped it. Little friend, what do you mean? The policeman was surprised and didn't understand what the boy meant. I caught this thing by fishing, and the staff of your Yuhang Thousand Island Lake Scenic Area said that as long as I paid the money, all the ones I caught today belong to me. Then this box should logically belong to me. Luhan said with a serious face. Children, this uncle is going to talk to you. In public places in public areas, regardless of the soil and the water, pick up all the cultural relics do not belong to you personally, and all have to be turned over to the state. Hearing Luhan's words, this policeman Cheng Hai explained to Lu Han. He was a bit displeased with Lu Han in his heart, thinking how this kid wanted to take advantage of everything. Uncle Cop, you just said this is considered a public place, public area? Lu Han intentionally threw out a question. Aha, yeah, so, then what right do you Hang City, have to charge me for fishing in a public place? Not waiting for this officer Cheng Hai to put value on himself, Lu Han interrupted him and said, this, you mean, someone's charging you for fishing here? Well, I spent the money, so I have a contractual relationship with the scenic side, and it says in the terms of the contract that whatever I catch is mine. Lu Han said with a straight face, kids, the terms of a contract can't be bigger than the law, so this thing is definitely due. The catch isn't even mine yet, and I didn't catch a few this afternoon just to look at this precious box, so you'll have to give me back my fishing money. Okay, I'll give you the money, okay. Cheng Hai felt that further nagging early thinking simply out of pocket to Lu Han got 500. Lu Han directly extended a right hand. How much? Officer Cheng Hai had reached into his side pocket for his wallet, but was stopped in his tracks. 500, you don't believe me? I still have the receipt from the scenic spot, Lu Han said and took out the handwritten receipt that he had asked for earlier. When this Cheng Hai saw the receipt, he directly frowned. Scenic area indiscriminately charge people fishing money was out of order. Charge even if, but also charge people $500. Where's the head of the scene? Cheng Hai turned his head and shouted. Uncle Cop, where's the money you said you'd pay? Head, hurry up and get over here. Money, I saw it all earlier. The wallet was in your side pocket. What do you mean? Even the police uncle can't keep his word? Why are you like this? I'm sorry, kid. I'll pull the person in charge of the scenic area over and ask him right now. As we were talking, that red badge came running up to us. Officer, what's going on here? I'm in charge here. Little friend, is he charging you? Cheng Hai asked, pointing at the red armband. Just what he collected. Lu Han nodded in agreement. You charged this kid for fishing? And 500 at once. Who gave you the right to charge here? Cheng Hai turned back again and angrily questioned the red armband. That officer is sorry. I'll return it. Now. Red armband froze at the yell, certain that he had kicked the bucket today. Refund your money, then go to the city supervisor and tourism bureau to collect your punishment yourself this afternoon. You're discrediting our Hang, you know that? Finally, this red armband returned $500 in cash to Lu Han. Lu Han counted the money while not forgetting to taunt the police Cheng Hai 2 sentences. I thought the police uncle you high-minded really owned subsidies to me, but you're still letting people return it. Cheng Hai. At this time director Wang Jialuan came over. Lu Han. This money, I just gave it. What money? You're paying for fishing. I want my money back for catching this box today. What's it got to do with you? After Lu Han finished speaking, he directly put the money into his pocket. Director Wang. Lu Han just tucked the money away, and an old man walked out of a black sedan that had been parked on the side of the road. Cheng Hai also specially walked up to open the door to greet Professor Wang. There was a little situation just now. It's been resolved. Where's that box? Take me there quickly. The old man raised his hand to signal Cheng Hai not to say more. His expression was urgent and he was only concerned about the box right now. You come with me. Cheng Hai also no longer talk. Directly given the front to lead the way, leading Professor Wang to the lakeside box. Prof. Wang saw the box, still covered with water stains, lying on the floor, and excitedly and quickly squatted down to check it out. Heather gilt and gold wire filigree enamel. That's right, that's the case. Who found the chest? Professor Wang's hands were shaking a little. It's me. Lu Han had been standing right next to him. What position did you fish in, little friend? It was caught, to be precise, in this position over here, when the cast dropped the bait about 11 or 12 meters from the bank. Lu Han pointed at the lake and explained to this professor. Officer Chang, arrange for frogmen to prepare to go down to the lake. Salvage. The ancient lion city has been found. This should be the location. Math. Genus. Lion City. Capital of Queensland, Australia. An ancient city under the Qingdao Lake, known as China's Atlantis. It was built during the Han and Tang dynasties, more than 1,300 years ago. Qiandao Lake, also known as Xiananjiang Reservoir, is not really a lake, but a reservoir. In 1959, due to the policy planning arrangement, Qiandao Lake started to store water, and the original He-Cheng sank to the bottom of the lake. The remains of He-Cheng have been well preserved, sleeping at the bottom of Qiandao Lake. And according to later research and examination by experts, it was determined that during the Han and Tang dynasties, there was an ancient city in the same situation, Lion City, before He-Cheng, which was also submerged at the bottom of the lake. However, experts in the Yuhang area have not been able to find any trace of the Lion City after years of searching. This chest that Lu Han inadvertently fished up today could be the key to finding the Lion City. Professor Wang. The frogman divers have been scheduled to go in the water, and so far nothing has been found. Chang Hai said as he walked over to Professor Wang. Keep diving, there's no way, there must be a message. Or where did this box come from? Prof. Wang was sure that there must be traces of the ancient city of lions underneath, because he had just studied the box and was sure that it was in the style of the Han and Tang dynasties. Grandpa, have you ever thought about opening the box and looking at it? Lu Han, who had been sitting by the side watching the fun, said at this time. Since the police took over this area, Lu Han and his group all stopped what they were doing and sat on the shore to watch the fun, because they hadn't sold all their fish yet, and there was still a ton in the fish nursery, or they would have left long ago. It was only then that Prof. Wang saw Lu Han and the others, so he spoke. Little friend. First of all, thank you for your discovery today, but why aren't you guys leaving yet? Lu Han pointed to the fishing net fish protection tied to the shore, meaning that the fish were still there. Then he went on to say, Grandpa, that box of yours. Oh, little friend, you don't understand. The lock on this chest is a special machine lock that requires a special trick to open. It's not as simple as you might think to get specialized. This Professor Wang is looking like an old scholar to Lu Han said. Lu Han at this time directly walked to the box in front of the heel. The lock wedge a pull so pull down. What are you doing? Professor Wang instantly sweated. This is a cultural relic. Although this chest is made of goldenrod, it has been soaking in the lake for who knows how long. And the wedge that fastens the lock has long since soaked away with the wood. Lu Han put the wedge into Prof. Wang's hand. This, Prof. Wang was still a bit incredulous. Now that the case is unlocked, open it up. Lu Han pointed at the wooden box again. Professor, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what this kid is saying. Why don't we open it up and take a look? At this time Chang Hai, who was on the side, also spoke up. Open it. There is indeed a good chance that there is news of the ancient city inside. Seeing that the box could indeed be opened, Professor Wang said no more. Wooden box open. Inside the square placed a piece of iron coupon, originally wrapped in butter paper, has been broken. Iron coupon inscribed on the text is hidden. The green book and iron ticket. It's the green book and iron ticket. Professor Wang shouted excitedly, his trembling hands rushing forward to carefully take out the iron coupon, carefully opening the outside butter paper. It was only then that he could read the writing on the iron coupon. You hang Jiangnan. Rivers and mountains, dense thousand islands, a lake-straight realm, the misty clouds and smoke waves shake the Lion City. The period of the Tang Jing'an, the water flooded Jiangnan, in order to solve the livelihood of the people, breaking the tide of Jiangsu and Zhujiang letter, so migrated more than 300,000 people in Lion City. Lion City did not in Anjian Lake. The establishment of this blue book iron coupon, to remember the people of the Lion City 1,000 years of merit. Seeing the words on the iron coupon, Prof. Wang's eyes teared up, and the wrinkles on his face squeezed tighter because of the change in expression. Dense thousands of islands and a lake of the realm. The misty clouds and smoke waves shake the Lion City. Found it. Lion City really exists. Prof. Wang shouted as if he had nearly lost his mind. Just then video footage came in from underwater as well, with the entire Lion City intact just below these waters. Live feeds are also coming in from the divers' underwater cameras. A huge doorway pagoda, clearly written on the word Lion City. In front of the gate tower, two huge stone lions sitting quietly, as if 1,000 years has been silently guarding the ancient city. The houses in the old city are also very well preserved, and the diver could see how urgent the migration was when he entered a house where the dinner plates were still on the table, as if someone had just eaten them. Professor, this ancient city, Lion City, has finally been found. Seeing the images coming from underwater, the staff on the side said excitedly to Prof. Wang, yes, after searching for half of my life, I finally found it, which is enough to prove that we, the people of Yuhang, have sacrificed twice, once in the Shang Tang dynasty and once in the modern era. Professor Wang's voice was choked with emotion. Just when everyone was immersed in the celebration, Lu Han greeted Wang Guan and Hotba and directly fished out all the fish in the fish guard. Come, underwater ancient city specialty lake fish. It's on sale today, $500 a piece. This fish is not only delicious, it's monumental. If you walk by and don't see it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. If you see it but don't buy it, it's the same as not coming. The original scene of a jubilant atmosphere after finding the ancient city was directly broken by Lu Han's voice. All of the staff at the scene looked sideways at Lu Han, who was hawking on the shore. What are you looking at? Lake fish. The lake fish of the ancient city. Hurry up and buy it, or there won't be any left. Lu Han was not at all shy of the crowd's gaze. Ha, buy. This kid is right. This is the lake fish of the old city. Everyone buy it. Professor Wang was in a good mood and said with a bright smile. With Prof. Wang's words, all of the archaeological staff and police officers maintaining order at the scene ran to Luhan to buy the fish. But then the tourists, who had been isolated by the police barrier, weren't happy. What do you mean? Why should you be able to buy such a good fish? All this fish has to have collector's value today. If you kick us out and don't let us buy it, we'll still buy it. Then, a group of tourists also crossed the cordon and rushed to Luhan's stall. Don't even rush. Don't even rush. There's more. I'll go fishing again if I can't. Luhan yelled like an old shopkeeper with his hands on his hips. It was still the same as before. Wang Jialuan was in charge of selling, Hatba was in charge of collecting money, and Luhan was now in charge of yelling. The rest of the fish are estimated to sell for tens of thousands of dollars again. The live broadcast witnessed another of Luhan's feats today. The kid brother is really a lot of money. I found an ancient city on my trip. Shit, why do you think it's so easy for my brother to make money? I've got tens of thousands of dollars in my hands today. I've heard of the Lion City in Yuhang before, and I've been looking for it for generations, but I've found it so easily? God. I'm so sorry. Do you want to go to Lop Nur to have some fun? You'll help solve the unsolved mysteries there. 2. After leaving Qiandao Lake, Luhan and his group then drove straight back to Magic City. Luhan, you've earned so much today. Why don't you share some with us? In the carriage, Wang Jialuan director more and more angry, fishing $500 or their own out of pocket, and finally want to come back also directly into the pocket of Luhan. He sold the fish for a day, did not earn a penny, but also ride 500 into it. Yeah, Luhan, I want it too. I'm the one who collected all the money today. Hotspur also opened his mouth at this time. He regretted. If he had known just now, he would not have listened to Luhan, directly transferring all of today's collection to Luhan. What do you adults need money for? Besides, our family money is useful. Luhan does the grunts and is a dime a dozen. Director Wang, hot bar, whose money is useless. The two of them asked for so much all the way, but they couldn't get Luhan to spit out the money. In the end, Luhan just promised to pick up Hatba after arriving in Mordor and treat the whole program team to a midnight snack. In the evening, the group arrived in Mordor. The program team arranged a hotel, and Luhan still slept with Hatba at night. Late night, Luhan is holding his own cell phone playing Peaceful Elite. An operation is another 40 kills to eat chicken. It's no fun. The opposite side is too good. Luhan mumbled to himself and turned around just in time to see Hatba looking at something with her tablet. The green light on the screen shone on Hatba's face, which was also green and miserable. Sister Hatba, what are you doing? That's a scary thing to do on a big night like that. Luhan was genuinely taken aback. Alas, a few days ago bought a stock of Tenjo Pharmaceuticals. Our listening to the experts said recently medicine should be good, but directly lost more than 30. Hatba's face got harder and harder as she spoke. Hot Barb usually in addition to acting work will also speculate on their own stocks, before following a what expert professor to buy, but also some profit. But this second half of the year, almost by which loss. Looking at the lush greenness of her stock on the flatbed, Hatba wanted to cry so badly. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door of the room, and Hatba got out of bed and opened the door, and at the door was the crowd from the Kid Brother program. Dang, the entire late night snack tonight will be paid for by Mr. Lu. Director Wang walked in with a large bag of food and a bunch of program staff in his hand. Hatba had just lost money and wasn't in the mood, so she opened the door and went straight back to sitting on the edge of the bed. What? This? Director Wang sensed that the atmosphere was not right and asked Luhan. Stocks lose money. Luhan spat out his tongue and explained. Hearing Luhan's reply, Director Wang immediately felt a little embarrassed. I was thinking of celebrating the return of Hataru, but I didn't think this was the time to touch Hataru. Hatba, this meal today is Luhan's treat. It's a relief for us today. It cost a total of $20,000. Does that make you feel better? Wang Director Night Order is really dead hand. What lobster? Abalone? All greeted once. Magic City's famous roasted durian directly the whole crew each a whole. Yeah, Fatty Wang, you just live. Who can live past you? In fact, Luhan didn't really care too much. Mainly to coax Hataru to be happier. That way. Can be better. Ha ha ha. Hatba didn't want to spoil the fun either. So he said. And he was also happy to see Luhan eat his words back. Shit, can I renege on this money? Luhan stood up and shouted. This late night meal totaled 21,018. Assistant Director, if Luhan doesn't pay, it will be deducted directly from the performance fee next month. After staying with Luhan for a long time, Director Wang has also learned the ropes. Okay, the Assistant Director said yes that fast. Come on, I'll give it to you now. Discount, $20,000. Luhan was also helpless and directly took his cell phone and swept it to Director Wang. Okay, discounts don't give invoices. Finally took advantage of our kid brother for a while. Director Wang said, and also took the interface of the successful collection of money to the live camera and shook it. The crowd was seated directly on the carpeted floor of the hotel suite. It's okay, Hotba. Losing money on stocks is all temporary. It should get better later. That is, I invested $1.5 million in stock speculation the year before last. In this everyday a whale in the stock market to fight his usual profit of 258,000. Unfortunately my principal is gone. Well, I count a little better. $100,000 to enter. Fell 50,000 cannot stand. Cut meat out. Take the remaining 50,000 to massage parlor recharge. Just in time for the event. Charge 50,000 to send 50,000. Flat account. Hey, a penny no loss. That's right. Don't panic, Hotba. Catch it tomorrow and maybe it'll go back up. A bunch of the show's staff members also speculate in stocks. So they empathize and all speak out to comfort Hotba. Lu Han was holding a skewer of mutton in his hand at this moment, pondering in his mind. Stocks. He and Hua Chunyu before his considered completely torn face. Do not know his back joshing shareholders will not come to find their own trouble. Now he needs money to fight a risk. Maybe stocks can help themselves to build up faster. Thinking, he opened his mouth after a moment's reflection and addressed Hataru. Sister Hotba, show me your stock software. Nah, here. Hotba was now also concentrating on jerking off the skewers, and directly gave the tablet to Lu Han. You watch the stocks of Hotba that are losing a lot of money, and gain insight into the treacherous nature of the stock market, triggering an unbelievable level of enlightenment, and realizing stock god skills. After watching for a while, Lu Han suddenly looked up and said to Hataru, Sister Hotba, you cut this Tenku Pharmaceuticals, tomorrow it will still fall. You consider the Ring of Energy, should be able to have a good harvest. Lu Han gave his own idea suggestion. Hotba, if he can make money, then naturally it is also equivalent to him to make money. It was only when these words came out that all of the people present looked stunned. Reba's heart stuttered. The king's director gave a lurch with the drink he was going to drink. The camera boy's camera also shook. Inside the room, everyone's eyes were all on Lu Han. This is kid brother. Everyone has been conditioned to do what he says and does now. The kid brother opens his mouth. Then things won't be that simple. The assistant director spoke up at this time. Our kid brother, this stock you also understand? Isn't it true that you've just seen the ring energy? Tell you what, the water of stocks is very deep. New energy in the first 2 years is okay, but these 2 years, outbreak of momentum in the past has been slowing down. The assistant director is also a senior stockholder, with deep insights into stocks, and when he heard Lu Han talking about Huanya energy just now, he was also stunned by reflex, but after thinking it over again, he shook his head. The assistant director felt that no matter how good Lu Han was, he couldn't really know everything. It was possible that Lu Han did know something about stocks, but it was definitely not too deep, and it was probably just skin deep. The hardest the assistant director's stock has ever made was energy, when he relied on a new energy stock to make a lot of money, but as the market retracted after the outbreak, it has now been slowing down, almost to the point where anyone who buys it loses money. Lu Han at this time actually give a piece of energy stock recommendations. That can be directly determined that he does not have enough insight into the market. No, certainly not much. All the footage of the crowd gossiping was broadcast live on the camera boy's equipment. The netizens also heard Lu Han's words throughout. Kid brother scared me. If it wasn't for the assistant director's analysis, I would have believed him. We should not invest blindly. I'm the stockbroker. What kid brother said about this ring energy is really not good. It should be something he just said casually after looking at the computer. The veteran is still discussing. The novice has now downloaded the speculation software. Full position dry in. So am I going to vote or not? Every time I don't believe in kids, I get hit in the face. If it's true this time, it'll be a fortune. Upstairs brother, think about it. Picking up money pick up bad, but we'll lose all the principal. Be careful. Some of the netizens believed. Some are still hesitant. And some directly analyze and think it is impossible. All kinds of opinions. Originally, when everyone in the live broadcast room heard Lu Han recommending stocks, their hearts were also shocked. The kid brother's never missed a beat in anything he's done so far, like he's really all-powerful. But after a number of experienced users analyzed the situation, everyone then calmed down. But there are still people who really believe in it and get right in and go for the jugular. Alas. Let's listen to Lu Hanyu. I directly threw away the original medicine. We Huanya energy directly pull full. Hotba took Lu Han's tablet at this time and operated it directly. She trusted Lu Han too much. Furthermore, at the moment, the medicine she had bought before was equivalent to dying a chronic death, so she might as well listen to Lu Han and try it out. Hotba, you really believe nah? Don't reconsider? The assistant director has just said that new energy source is unstable. So convinced of our kid brother. As soon as the crowd heard what Hataru had to say, they all opened their mouths to advise. Luhan shook his head at this time, but his gaze was serious as he shook his head. This is what I recommended to Sister Hataru. And you've all heard it. So copy the answers when you have them. Don't regret it then. The others looked at each other in disbelief. But in the end, no one really went along with the purchase. Just then, a sound of a cell phone rapidly pressing its screen was heard from where the camera was. It was the camera boy, who snapped and snapped and snapped and snapped at his phone before looking up. Luhan, I've put all my savings into it. Ring your energy, right? I believe you. The camera boy was the one who had spent a lot of time with Luhan, and like Hotba he didn't know why. He just firmly trusted Luhan. Luhan gave a thumbs up towards the camera boy. Yuan Audi, how much did you vote? $200,000, my entire savings now. Then you can really drive an Audi this year. Luhan spoke with great certainty. Kid brother, this is really no joke. This $200,000 is little brother's wife's capital A. You don't want to end up losing your own yachty if you don't get the Audi. The assistant director still doesn't believe Luhan's words. And now there are people who really pay real money. Assistant director, take it easy and listen to me. Underestimating the new energy and circa energy, you guys are making a big mistake. Not to mention the fact that the decline in new energy is only temporary. Even now in the entire new energy industry in the downtrend. Hwanya energy with products, technology, customers, resources, production capacity, scale and other aspects of the advantages. Realize the counter trend up is not a problem at all. And this up pull up is certainly not a star. Saying that, Luhan even did a little mental math in his mind before continuing to speak. The timing should be about right. It should be tonight. He who had just acquired the stock god skill would naturally have a much deeper understanding of this stock, and it felt as if he could easily see through any market direction, and the entire market was as if it was transparent in front of him. The stock market, if everyone can see through the results, then why is it that only a small percentage of people make money? It certainly takes careful observation and a sharp eye for headwinds to make big money. This Loop Energy stock would be a good example. Once Luhan's passage was said, the entire crowd froze. To ask if I heard it or not, it was a total miss. But they just inexplicably felt awesome, especially the assistant directors who already knew something about stocks. To put it this way, according to Luhan, it seems like it's not impossible at. In fact, the deputy director of the 2 years, because the market environment is bad, the stock is no longer in before is crazy to earn money, now did not lose even good. Luhan's words just now, it was estimated that he was the only one who understood them, as if he had been enlightened. Circle energy, the assistant director chanted to himself. So he took out his cell phone and started searching for the stock. Finally, he found it in a large plate. He was still debating whether to buy or not, when he only saw the K-line chart, which was already starting to bubble up. Then, he immediately and quickly operated to buy $100,000, thinking that even if he lost, it would not be too painful. Others saw this and took out their cell phones, trying to catch the last train. Up, it really went up. Just see the curve of Ringier Energy stock pulling up like crazy. The stock of the Blue Star world is still different from the original world. There is no stop, so to speak. See that the curve is almost vertical. It's going up at the speed of fire. The assistant director's breath caught in his throat as he watched. Before, everyone still had a relationship with the strength of the kid brother. But now this Hwanya energy is a real example in front of them. Originally everyone is not optimistic about the stock, but really, like the kid brother said, not only realized the counter-trend turnaround, but also a straight line upward. At this point in the live broadcast, the comments section directly exploded. Holy shit, I just saw it. It's really up. It's not right. It's not right at all. I'm an immortal. Hiss. Off the mark. How long has this been going on? It's just a few minutes after I finished speaking. No way. Absolutely impossible. It must be a coincidence. Or it's outrageous. La 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 la. Guys, I'm the one who just fucked a full barn. The wave of little kids. I finally ate it. Believe in me. Gain eternal life. Kid brother. From now on we'll be on our own. I'll call you brother and you call me uncle. You must tell me when you have news like this again. The netizens were also shocked by Luhan's divine prediction just now. Many netizens went out to check out the stock software and came back with the full screen already painted with stock god, kid brother. It's just that they just don't even look at the ring of energy. At this time, suddenly rose to the entire broader market on the list of gainers. And what's more detailed is that the stop was only a moment after Luhan had just finished speaking. That means Luhan wasn't a horse's ass. He didn't peek at his cell phone first and then talk about the ring energy later. There are still netizens who are convinced it's a coincidence because this is really so unscientific. How can you say one thing and mean another? A kid who can do anything? How can a bunch of adults live with a kid like that? Seeing the crowd all holding their cell phones in shock, Hotba immediately took the tablet and logged back into her speculation account. The page opened to a reddish color that met Hotba's eyes. Red. I'm seeing red. Hotba stood straight up in excitement. It had been too long since she had seen her stock turn a profit. Look how much it's gone up, the assistant director asked excitedly. Hotba looked at his account. He had just bought in all $500,000, and he had added 5 times leverage. The stock is currently up 10% and still rising. When you do the math like that, Hotba made over $250,000 back in a few minutes. Want to sell it or not? Hotba has seen the money being made and immediately wants to throw it out. Don't worry, sister Hotba, it won't go down now. Just put it on. What about you, little brother? Luhan looked at the camera boy again. Mine's up over $100,000. Ha. Audi down payment is just around the corner. The camera boy stood behind the camera, the corners of his mouth grinning with his back teeth showing. The stock went up several more points just by talking for a while. At this time, the assistant director looked at his cell phone screen chagrined and slapped his thigh. Why did I not believe it just now? If I had known, I would have bought more. Assistant director, you shouldn't be greedy either. If you close your position at the high end at the end of the day, you should be able to make a little over $200,000 as well. Luhan's head came up to the assistant director's cell phone and saw that he had bought $100,000. According to Luhan, it's more than double. That's a 50% plus increase. Luhan spoke in a bland tone, but the content was definitely not bland. One day time to double more than 2 times the investment really is not an easy task. The children brother Luhan actually looked at the tablet letterhand. Holy shit, the assistant director's entire body slumped in his chair. Think about their own so many years have been camping speculation, but also earned $1 million. The current environment is not good. They have been losing money now. But Luhan, this 8-year-old child casually looked at 2 eyes, actually directly picked out a stock that immediately doubled or tripled. That said, he actually understands the stock market so well that making more if he wanted to wouldn't be a problem at all. And to think he's only 8 years old, this man-to-man comparison is fucking infuriating. Learn a little bit and come here as a presentable bag. The assistant director now thought back and just now thought that Luhan was now learning to come out as a presentable bag, and now he felt his face burning. Of course, the most shocked were the netizens in the live stream. They really have a lot of people because of Luhan's sentence to buy this stock, more or less have made money. Now think about it, is simply picking up money. I've been speculating in the stock market for 10 years and I'm still losing money. But this kid just doubled it. Don't say it. I'm on my knees. Me, $1 million entry. Also 5 times leverage. I've made over $2 million so far, thanks to my kid brother. Right, I've earned it too. Thank you, kid brother. I hesitated just now. I'm so sorry now. Can I recommend another one? Upstairs wants to eat a fart. I'll have more, but I want a fart too. Let's have another one. Can't keep coming back. Brothers, wait until you get a chance. Luhan saw the pop-up screen in the live broadcast back. Old to come? If you are old, you have to go in and drink tea yourself. After that, seeing that it was about time, the crew decided to end the day's broadcast and went back to their rooms to sleep. Midnight. After Reba fell asleep, Luhan quietly climbed up, opened the tablet, and typed in Hotbar's stock account. He had memorized the code when he operated it before the hot bar. Then a meal operation. First of all, let Hotba just earned $1 million or so funds to the United States stock market. All the way crazy, catching up and down. Successfully 1 million snowballed to more than 24 million. Then it pulled all of the 24 million or so into the futures market, with 20 times leverage pulled full. Just like that, this money had rolled up to over $1 billion by the time the clock had just passed 3 a.m. But all this was known only to Luhan himself. After finishing his work, Luhan retransferred the funds back to Hotbar's stock account, and then went straight to bed. Day 2. Luhan was on his way to school. I'm going to school. Why are you following me? Inside the studio car, Luhan asked Hotba, who was on the side. That's out of your hands. I have my business, Hotba said mysteriously. Soon, the studio car stopped at the entrance of the school. Luhan walked into the school with faith. First Sergeant, good morning. The guard took the initiative to warmly greet Luhan. After what happened last time, he now knew how powerful Luhan was. Good morning, brother security. I also greeted the security guard out of habit. Today's live stream officially begins. Come on, Daily must see the strongest kid brother. I can't live without it. Ha. I wonder how Goddess Hotspur will be organized in school when she returns. When Luhan and Hotba were together, the effect of that program was called pulling full stop. Looking forward, expectation. Early in the morning, The title of the live broadcast of The Strongest Kid Brother was changed to Hotba Returns. The classic sibling duo reappears. Live on the air. The netizens have gotten excited. The greatest kid brother has officially begun. The screen went black and then gave way to a pair of sexy black silk legs in a campus hallway. Then the camera unfolds a panoramic view of the black silk legs of none other than Hotba. Today she is wearing a teacher's professional outfit that looks both sensible and elegant. The white shirt paired with a black wraparound skirt was simple and competent. Coupled with a pair of black silk, it not only adds a touch of sexiness, but also makes her long legs even more slender. The overall look is simply awesome and a sight to behold. Opening blitz, Hot Barbie Goddess Black Silk Teacher's Edition. Camera boy, add a chicken leg, more drumsticks, plus must be added. The director couldn't stop it today. I said so. Wow, the goddess Hotspur, the woman I'm destined to marry. She's so beautiful. Upstairs, the Golden Toad family. Right? Get the hell out of here. Hot Barb is mine. Then, Hotba walked straight into the second year, 3, class. Luhan's class. Hello class, I'm your new music teacher. My name is Bouncing Hotba Amorati. You can call me MS. Reba. Hotba was beaming with a sweet smile and wanted to make a good impression on her classmates. Luhan off stage with a cup of freshly brewed tea said, "Shit, you really let her be a teacher. Fatty Wang. You idiot, can't you arrange another job for her? Cleaning ants, cafeteria ants, or if not, janitorial guards are all quite suitable for her." Luhan didn't forget to spit out a couple sentences about Fatty Wang. But what Luhan didn't expect was that his casual spitting was seen by those two electric shaking boys from that day. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, thinking that they had to give their big brother Luhan a long face. So the two quickly wrote a note and passed it around the class. And after everyone read the note, "Rise. Hello sister-in-law." The students all stood up and neatly greeted Mr. Hotba. "Well, that's very nice of the class. Hold on, what did you guys call me?" Hotba laughed halfway through before reacting to the fact that what the student had just called out wasn't, "Hello teacher." It seemed to be, "Hello sister-in-law." The whole class neatly looked at Luhan, who was sitting at the very back of the classroom. "Shit, what are you looking at me for? I didn't make it." Luhan himself was confused by this, "Hello sister-in-law." Luhan looked around the entire classroom and immediately spotted the two electric shaking boys who started it all. Kid brother Kawa. In the end, it's his home turf. "How's your sister-in-law? How's your teacher? I'm sorry, if you don't keep an eye out, you'll be called by that name." Whose idea was it? Hotba slaps the table and performs a 1-second face turn. The whole class turned back to Luhan, which is hard to find. "Yeah, you guys are crazy. What are you looking at me for? It was Nyogo and Ma Lan's two brats' idea. I had nothing to do with it." Luhan looked up and realized that he was being stared at by the whole class again. And then he froze. He can't really take this pot. "Luhan, get out and stand." Hotba didn't know that Luhan was thinking about this and ordered directly, "Luhan, and it's just as well to be good enough to go down the hallway." Had to set her up as a substitute teacher. Which one can't be a cafeteria ant, a janitor, or a security guard? In the corridor, Luhan spat helplessly. At this time, Director Wang just passed by from the corridor. Looking at Luhan, took the initiative to go forward to greet. "Hey, what are you doing?" Director Wang. "So what? I came out to get some air." Luhan smiled awkwardly. In school for so long, this is the first time to come outside to stand for punishment. It is too embarrassing. "Oh, then Luhan, you're busy. I'll go over there and have a few more things to do." Director Wang saw what was going on at a glance and didn't break it down, smiling as he tried to walk away. "Big brother, wait. Do old brother a favor." Luhan is ashamed to open his mouth. "Cannot always stand here by more people to see that is not more embarrassing." "How, older brother? And when you begged me for a favor?" Director Wang came to his senses. "That's new today, this teacher just threw me out. You help me say let me in." Luhan stiffly explained the situation to the director. "What new teacher? Isn't that my sister-in-law? I watched your kid brother program, brother." Who knew that the director would come up with such a sentence at this time? "What the fuck? What is this? Forget it, pull yourself together. Find a way to get me in today anyway." Luhan is also lazy to explain again. The faster you go in, the better, or in the corridor by more acquaintances to see. Their face in the school can still want it. "Okay, good point, just give me a minute With that, Director Wang directly entered the second year 3rd class. "Mr. Hotba, let that student outside in. Our school doesn't advocate standing still." The director came out with his hands behind his back as a director. Okay, right, chief, let him in then." Hotba also didn't want to make things difficult for Luhan, and had a step down, which knows that this time the director actually came to the hot bar in front of, whispered, "Younger siblings, this do big brother will have to say you 2 sentences." Little two quarrel do not expand the influence. There are things to say at home. Oh, Reba, yay? Finally, the director left a meaningful smile that turned away. Luhan also re-entered the classroom, and Hotba gave Luhan a blank look. In fact, when she heard this, Hataru actually felt a twinge of joy in her heart, a feeling that could not be named. Hotba slowed down to re-switch back to class. Let's play something a little different in music class today. Come on, let's go to the concert hall, said Hotba as she greeted all the students and headed for the concert hall. Brother Lu, the two of us are just trying to give you a long face. Lu, you're not mad, are you? On the road, electric rocker kid Nyogo and Malan came up to Luhan to beg for mercy. Live, who can live without you two? Get away from me. Luhan was afraid of these two unwhat moths, causing Hotba unhappy, chose to hurry away. Class, look, these are musical instruments. How about each of us pick one of our own instruments to demonstrate today? Having just entered the concert hall, Hotep pointed to the racks of instruments near the wall and to the students. Teacher, can we use any of these instruments? At this point, a student asked. The concert hall has everything from fiddles, tuba, trumpet, drums, swona, guzheng and dongbura. All of them. Take your pick. You're in second grade and all of you have some foundation in music. Get ready, and later on each of you will perform a PK on the instrument of your choice. Hotba said. The students acted quickly to pick the instruments they were good at. Most of the children chose the onstage piano, and some chose the guzheng, drums, and other common instruments. All the children at Magic City Elementary School come from very good families and receive a very good education. Everyone has an instrument that they are good at. At this time, Luhan walked up and looked at some of the remaining musical instruments, all of which were cold and not easy to learn. Luhan casually grabbed a swona. Live stream. What's this one that the kid brother picked out? Una, still know this? Thinking of that day in Harbor City when the square dance ladies were dominated by the fear of the Great Exodus. There's a wooden fish next to the kid's brother. That's the best one. Doesn't my kid brother play the violin, or play the piano? Why did he choose a swona? You don't get it, do you? Musical instrument rogue. The oboe is the strongest. Lu, are you sure you want to use this? I chose the harp. Should I switch with you? I'm better at mixing this one. Marin, one of the electric shake boys, came over and said, go go go, harp octopus. I'm not switching with you. What about this one for me? Do you want Lu? The cow song is awesome. He's got a gong. Here, you tell me. What program are you going to perform later with a single gong? Luhan had a black line on his face. Just, choke 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 choke, Nyoga said with a serious face. Luhan rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of something and whispered to the two of them. At this time, Hotba also noticed Luhan, who chose the swona, and came forward to ask, you, know this? I only know you know the piano. You just watch, I'll give you a big job today. Luhan checked the oboe reed and decided to moisturize it first. Once all the students had picked and practiced, Hataru called everyone to a sitting position. It was ready for everyone to perform in order of their school number. I have to say, Mordor Elementary School, these kids really all have great skills in them. Whether it's playing the drums, the guzheng, or the piano, each one of them is very good at performing on stage. What's outrageous is that there was a little girl who actually knew the horsehead fiddle. A song horse racing pulled the crowd's blood boiling. At the end of the song, the little girl bowed to the crowd and stepped off the stage. Then came the loud applause from the stage. Whoa, had to really pull it off very well. What kind of demons exist in the third class of the second year of Mordor Elementary School? I've really had enough of these days when I'm not as old as I am, and I'm not as young as I am. Another kid's sister has blown up? The kid brother is going to be robbed of the limelight today. What's this little beauty's name? Ataru asked Luhan, who was beside her. While clapping, Li Yutong, from a musical family, chose the horsehead fiddle presumably to make instruments for other students. Luhan told Hotba. Hearing this, Hotba stood up. Ms. Li Yutong played the horsehead cheen very well. Next, Luhan. At this point, Hotba deliberately let Luhan go first, just to try to see what kind of cards he actually had today. Luhan got up and went on stage, whispering as he passed Hotba. Woman, you're playing with fire. Hotbar, you're only 8. Why are you so greasy? Hotba spat breathlessly. At this point, Luhan just happened to brush shoulders with the little girl on the stage. Brother Lu, I'm going to steal your thunder today. The little girl poked her tongue out at Luhan. It's not enough that you're like this now. Look at brother. After saying that, Luhan leapt onto the stage. Take out the oboe you have pinned to your waist. You will be able to touch the swona, the national instrument of folk music. Feel the profoundness of the intangible cultural heritage, and trigger the natural enlightenment to realize the skills of the swona masters. Gnosis against all odds. Here we go. Above the stage, Luhan didn't rush to start playing straight away, but waved his hand to signal electric rocker Kid Malan and Nyogo to come on stage as well. After the two guys got on stage, they tied two white cloths to their heads that they found somewhere. Luhan assembled the swana in 3 tries, then put it to his mouth. Kneel, Luhan shouted with a loud voice. Then Nyogo and Malan simply knelt down on the stage, then took out 2 bowls each from their waists and put them on their heads. When the two of them knelt down, Luhan, filial son, beat the bowl. The West receives the guide. Whoa, dad, go all the way. The brother and sister then dropped the bowl directly on their heads to the floor and just started bawling. Luhan's swana music. Up. In an instant, Luhan's entire aura changed. The notes of the swana were like a cry and a lament. An invisible, sad, depressing mood instantly filled the classroom. The students in the room were dumbfounded, eyes wide open. Ooh, I want to cry one for my dad too. No, my dad isn't dead. Let's cry one for my grandfather first. One student actually cried along, and it didn't matter. The other kids in the class followed suit. Reba was also there at this time. She was first shocked by Nyogo and Malan's filial beating bowl, and was just about to open her mouth to stop it when she was interrupted by Luhan's swana solo. This music, cry well, live on the air. The netizens are going crazy. Filial son bowls, Western reception. My mom, this is a non-legacy. Why do I want to cry so much when I listen to this swana? The atmosphere has been baked here. Why don't I give you all a GA? Lying down and listening is the most basic respect I have for the oboe. I'm sleeping. Someone cover the cloth for me and I won't get up. Of all the instruments, the swana is king. Either we ascend to heaven or we worship. Just as everyone was immersed in an unusually sad scenario, the door to the concert hall was suddenly pushed open. Stop, stop it. The visitor was none other than the principal, who cried out with tear-filled eyes. Luhan saw that it was the principal who came and stopped, and then when he looked at the students around him who were crying, he immediately felt that it was not too good. Is this sensationalism over the top? Your music is so sad. Can't we change it? I can't stand listening to it. The principal was in tears. At this time Luhan suddenly remembered that Principal Bai's old father had just left half a year ago, and he was embarrassed in his heart. Here's the deal, Principal White. I'm going to re-blow a come on for everyone. Luhan didn't care if Principal Bai wanted to listen or not when he finished speaking. He directly started the whole thing. A song called The Spectre. The song comes up with a crescendo that goes straight to everyone's heaven. The crowd that had been crying a moment ago came to life all at once, all shaking their heads uncontrollably. It's on the upswing. It's on. Just now I want to cry one for my dad. Now I want my dad to call me dad. I always thought the oboe could only be used in times of trouble. Today, I can dance to this song. Live streaming room. I won't play without this song in the disco from now on. The oboe can also be used for bouncing. I wanted to GA just now when I heard it. Now I've kicked my ox away and plowed 2 acres of land myself. Swana, I've seen it all before. If I let you cry, you cry. If I let you have fun, I'll have fun. Bidding, it must be applied for. My kid brother's hand is a legacy of intangible cultural heritage. The live chat was hot, and at this point, inside the Wachovia Conservatory of Music, old Mr. Ji Shuin, a well-known traditional folk music titan in China and a professor at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, looked at the 10 or so students sparsely seated in the staircase classroom. Ugh, really? How come young people don't learn folk music anymore? Prof. G looked at this year. Only 10 or so students enrolled in the folk music. Thinking of the traditional culture of this withered in the heart of 1,000 feelings. Holy shit, coward. Just then, a student off stage exploded. Who was that just now? Professor G, who was already upset, turned his head towards all the students with a stern face. He'd rather have a student who doesn't learn properly than a student who doesn't learn properly, even if his folk music is in decline. Look, teacher. At that moment, the student who had just taken the initiative to run to the front of the podium with his cell phone, not attending class properly, playing with your cell phone. What's wrong with you? Professor G reprimanded with a cold face. No, teacher, look. It was then that the boys realized that their headphones were not disconnected and Professor G could not hear the music at all. He immediately disconnected his Bluetooth and let the music come out of his phone. That's right, the screen on the cell phone is the live feed of the strongest kid brother. Teacher, this kid is called Luhan. He's only 8 years old. Listen to the swana tune he plays. The boy was afraid that Professor G would misunderstand again and rushed to explain. Stop talking. Professor G had already heard the swana tune coming from his cell phone and hurriedly interrupted his student. His face paled. The oboe song that entered his ears was anticlimactic. Prof. G's body was completely frozen in place. The whole person focused without any extra movements for fear of missing a single note. This oboe playing, a master of the Hall of Fame, and a blend of young people's favorite tunes. There's a way out for Chinese music. Professor G listened while thinking in his mind. You were saying, what's the name of the kid playing this? How old? The professor half-heartedly slowed down and opened his mouth to ask his student. Lu Han. He's only 8 years old. The netizens call him Kid Brother. The student immediately replied to Prof. G's words. 8 years old. Geez, how is his playing technique so pure? It's already reached the point of perfection. It's even better than mine. Professor G looked like he was talking to himself and to the student in front of him. What? You're not kidding. Teacher. The students originally thought that Lu Han's Swona performance would definitely be praised by the teacher, but they never expected that the praise would be so high. Right, this kid can be said to be the first person in China now in Swona. Prof. G restated it again. Oh my god, that's the most marvelous compliment ever. The student didn't realize that the live stream he swiped on because it was related to his major slipped in a couple of extra glances, and he didn't expect it to be so highly rated. Talk to you later. Listen to the end first. Don't miss a single note of his. Just as the students were about to ask further questions, Professor G waved his hand, signaling to be quiet for now, and to wait to hear everything. And this time in the school concert hall, Lu Han was playing with vigor on top of the stage, and the music had reached its climax. Everyone just stood up and bounced. Even Principal White, who was teary-eyed just a moment ago, couldn't bring herself to participate. Hotba was off stage at the moment, one hand resting on her chin, her eyes never leaving Lu Han. Well, not bad for him. School entrance. Inside the studio car for the greatest showman. Ha, good. The number of people online in the live broadcast room has doubled again as a result of this oboe played by Kid Brother. Director Wang was so happy to see that Lu Han had pulled off another big job. The staff in the studio car couldn't help but follow Lu Han's oboe song and jump up and down. There's no way this song is too high. The whole thing shook, attracting sideways glances from pedestrians on the road. Huh, what a guy. Car shaking in front of the school. Nasty. Injurious. It's too much. Rites of passage. Just, you move a little bit that way over there and make room for me. A group of pedestrians came up to the car and leaned over the window to look in. Just then, Director Wang, hearing movement outside the car, jerked the side door of the studio car open. You guys, what's going on? Inside the car, Director Wang and a group of staff looked at each other with the spectators outside the car. The side of the car turned out to be a studio car, and not the kind of powerful scene that everyone had in mind. How do you sell beans? I don't know who uttered it. What's wrong with you guys? Do we look like bean counters to you? The crowd in the studio car instantly understood what was going on as well. The car was shaking so hard just now that it was hard to avoid thinking too much. Oh, it's not a beanstalk seller, so I'll still go to Second Auntie's house to buy them. The next second, a large group of pedestrian watchers quickly dispersed. The King's Guide reclosed the car door. Just then, a staff member alerted Director Wang that a message appeared in the backstage private message. Hello, I'm Prof. Ji Shuyin from Huaxia Conservatory of Music, and we'd like to invite Kid Brother Lu Han to visit our school as our guest professor. I look forward to hearing from you. After checking that the other party's account was indeed an officially certified account of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, Director Wang stroked his chin and thought, don't reply yet. Let's ask Lu Han's opinion later. After thinking about it, Director Wang still thought it would be best to ask Lu Han's opinion, which just as soon as he finished, his phone rang. Hello, who is it? Director Wang picked up the phone. May I ask if this is Director Wang Jeluan? I'm Prof. G from the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, who just left a message for you backstage. After Professor G's private message in the background just now, he has not seen a reply, and immediately searched for a large circle of relations to ask for Director Wang Jeluan's phone number. He couldn't wait. Traditional folk music had fallen so far, and it was hard to find Lu Han, who might be able to save folk music. He had to grab it. Hello Professor G, I'm Wang Jeluan, the chief director of the program. May I ask what's up? Wang Guan was pretending to be confused. It's like this, that little Lu Han kid from your program. Prof. G said what the copy editor had said again. Professor G Unet joke. Lu Han is only 8 years old. How can he be your visiting professor? Before seeking Lu Han's consent, Director Wang dared not commit to anything and made a lot of peace. No kidding, Director Wang. You don't know how important this kid is to our mill right now. He must be allowed to come. Let me put it to you this way. If you don't give me Lu Han today, I'll give up this old face to think of a trick. Professor G on the phone was so agitated that he had the attitude of not stopping until Lu Han today. Professor G, to be honest with you, if you really go to your Huaxia Conservatory of Music to invite, then, you have to line up. You also have a movie invitation from a certain director Zhang Yi in front of you, as well as a signing invitation from Jiaxing Media. Director Wang was forced by this Professor G of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music and had no choice but to move out the appointment that Lu Han hadn't agreed to before. I don't care how you line up, you can't help me. I'll think of my own moves. When Professor G hears that Jiaxing Media, which specializes in pop music, is involved, he is even more determined to get Lu Han as soon as possible. He thought for a moment and decided to use Lu Han's school and family as a breakthrough. Then he found a way to get Lu Han's parents' phone number. Hello, this is Lu Sancher. Who is it please? Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Professor G from the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, and I'm calling you mainly for the sake of your son Lu Han. Prof. Quarterly went over the purpose again. TSK. Professor. I'm afraid I can't help with this one. I don't know my son. Well, Lu Sancher actually came up with such a sentence. Are you playing with my old man? What do you mean you don't know your son well? Professor G felt like his intelligence had been insulted. Professor. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. Lu Sancher talked about the various situations since Lu Han joined Kid Brother, and in the middle of it, he also mentioned how Lu Han survived on his own as a child. That's why, Professor, it's useless for you to approach me. My son won't listen to me, and you'd better be able to find him in person. Pull back. I'll think of something else. Professor G hung up the phone after saying, this phone call one by one. More and more feel that Lu Han is not allowed. Then Professor G's call went to the Magic City Experimental Elementary School. Principal by just finished oboe bouncing, covered in sweat, dragging Lu Han just back to the office. He was about to make a pot of tea and chat with Lu Han. Ding 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 ding. The office landline rang at that moment. Hello, this is the principal's office at Mordor Elementary School. Who is it? Principal White picked up the phone. It's Mordor Real Elementary just right. May I ask if there is a student named Lu Han in your school? The principal was surprised and looked at Lu Han, then pressed the phone to external playback, signaling Lu Han to come over and listen together. We do have a student like Lu Han in our school. What's wrong? These words were in reply to the opposite side, and were likewise spoken to Lu Han. Great, that's the right place to look. What's the principal's name? The opposite side seems happy. My last name is Bai. What are you looking for Mr. Lu Han? The principal pursued the question. It's like this, I'm Prof. Ji Shuin from the Department of Folk Music at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. And we'd like to invite Mr. Lu Han to visit our school to instruct us, and hope that Lu Han will become our guest professor. Prof. G spoke very solemnly. You guys aren't kidding, right? Lu Han is just an elementary school student. How can he be a visiting professor at your academy? Principal Bai looked at Lu Han suspiciously after hearing this, and Lu Han also spread his hands at this time for unknown reasons. I just watched Lu Han's Swana performance on the live broadcast. His skills definitely qualify him to come and give lectures. Please. You must help us? Folk music needs him, said the man across the phone. You might want to ask the man himself for his opinion. Just happened to be right next to me. Principal Bai directly let Lu Han make his own decision. Hello Professor, I am Lu Han himself, on the other end of the line. Professor G was so excited to hear Lu Han's own voice that he was so old and tearful that he couldn't even speak. Lu Han. No, Mr. Lu, please, you must come to our Huaxia Conservatory of Music. Nowadays, the national essence is declining and there is no successor. Lu Han, your Swana piece directly blows out the new life of our folk music. Please you must come and help us. Professor G on the opposite side of the phone while crying, he said are sincere. He does not want a folk music national essence so broken in their own generation hands. Professor G, right. No more talk. I'm going. Lu Han, are you sure you really want to go to Kyoto, to the Huaxia Conservatory of Music? At the end of the day's live broadcast, in the evening, Director Wang specifically found Lu Han. Go, why don't you go? It's everyone's responsibility to promote traditional culture. Lu Han spoke impassionately, but the rest of his eyes glanced at Hataru. He really didn't want Hataru to be her teacher at school. But Lu Han, your parents said you have to be in school. Wang Guan was in a difficult situation. After all, with the previous experience of the previous human trafficking incident he was still very worried. What, isn't the Huaxia Conservatory of Music also in the school? Lu Han appeared indifferent. That's true, but what about your parents? Without the approval of Lu Han's parents, Director Wang really wouldn't dare. Wait Rohan said, taking out his own Apple phone and dialing his parents' number. Hey, Lu Sancher, is Wang Mei next to you? The call came through to his dad, Lu Sancher, and Lu Han opened the door. You'll call out to mom and dad properly one day. Brat. On the other end of the phone, Lu Sancher expressed his dissatisfaction. Mom, last year's World Cup, I helped my dad win the soccer jackpot, personal money hidden in the compartment of your wedding photos. Luhan still really wasn't used to his dad opening his mouth. Good son, Dad was wrong. Your mom's in the kitchen cooking, talk to Dad if you need anything. Hearing that Luhan was going to explode his gold coins, Lu Sancher immediately conceded. Who's calling? At this time the phone came back to Wang Mei's voice. It seems that just now was really not followed. Mom and Dad, tomorrow I'm going to Kyoto. The Huaxia Conservatory of Music is looking for me to run some errands. What? Can't. It's not safe for you to go out like that again. Wang Mei didn't even think about it and directly refused. She was really scared by what happened last time. Don't worry, alright? This time it's an official thing. It's going to be on the campus of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. There won't be any problems. Luhan comforted again. Indeed, what mother doesn't worry about her child? I'm still not sure if this is you. Wang Mei was still rambling. So be it. If you don't let me go, I'll go home tonight and tell my dad how much your donkey bag really costs. Luhan see good talk is not useful, or have to pinch the soft underbelly. In fact, I think going out to see more is also quite good. The old saying is not said, read 10,000 volumes of books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Plus, going to the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, that's an unattainable opportunity. Son, go, Mom supports you. Wang Mei staged a family version of the nationalist face. That's right, our family is so enlightened and harmonious. I'm hanging up. Getting agreed to answer, Luhan immediately put down the phone. As for the back of the two families how to solve the problem of donkey brand bag, it is not his business. Done. Luhan hung up the phone and looked at the crowd. Cow pies, that's okay. Worship, the two mouths are in your hands. Learned. The crowd was in a state of worship. It could still be like this. The problem that had just come to be unsolvable in Director 1 was so easily solved by Luhan. Good, tomorrow morning, let's go to Kyoto. Once the worries were removed, Wang Wan said happily. Tomorrow? It's leaving tonight. I just looked. There are still tickets. Let's go. Luhan was more direct. Leaving tonight? No sleep? What are you sleeping for? Get up and get high. I'll energize you with my oboe on the way. And make sure none of you are sleepy. Finally, under Luhan's urging, the program really went to the airport overnight. The Magic City Airport is worthy of being called an international airport bigger than Macau. And this big night is still crowded with people. Big sister, I want you to check. Not that uncle. The security checkpoint. Luhan topped a harmless childish smile. And a female security inspector pampered. Gee, little friend is so cute. Come sister, help you check. The security checker lady was obviously buddied by Luhan. Little slag. At this moment, the hot bar and the program's crowd at the back of the row spat in unison. Then looked at Luhan with a collective look of contempt. If they hadn't gotten along long enough to know what he was like, it would have been really easy to be mesmerized by Luhan's appearance. Thank you, big sister. There was nothing to check for small children. Luhan was the first to finish checking, and in between waiting for the others, Luhan felt bored and stared at the computer screen used by the security staff. On the screen was a fluoroscopic picture of someone's box going through the X-ray machine. Luhan looked and felt quite interesting. This guy, there were quite a few little secrets in the various suitcases. Uncle, Wolfsbane Luhan said, pointing to something in the X-ray fluoroscopy. The person looking at the see-through machine was a male screener who didn't have the heart to say anything. After all, he had to respect other people's privacy. Ooh, uncle, this longer. Luhan got more and more energized, even pointing at the screen. Kids, that Wolfsbane is a curling comb. This longer one is just a curling iron. Look, okay, hold your tongue, howl. The screener was a little too much to handle. The kid was too much of a social deaf. Just then, it happened that the security check arrived at a dark foreign bearded man, which was not a good person as long as he looked fierce. Luhan sized up the man and looked at the perspective view of his case. This look didn't matter. Inside was a perspective view of a pistol. Luhan's pupils were dilated. However, that male security officer did not react to anything, did not call the police or stop the man and the case, but with one mouse click the picture of the pistol just clicked and disappeared. After ordering, that security inspector even looked at Luhan with a bad smile. The picture is actually a kind of applet for airport security X-ray machines, where the picture of the gun appears randomly and disappears automatically when you tap it. It's just to check that the staff on duty are watching carefully. The male security checker wanted to tease Luhan, deliberately did not say anything, only gave Luhan a meaningful smile. But Luhan didn't know about all this. Luhan instantly brainstormed that the security personnel were in league with him, then pretended not to see it, and then disposed of this pistol, indulging him in going through the security check, and they were going to hijack the plane. Should we hurry up and call everyone to run? Now call the police? Will not call the police before he pulled out a gun and killed? At least, must not get on this flight of mine. delay the trip and airfare also to save their lives. Whatever. Lu Han's mind raced as he pondered these questions. Holy shit. And he realized I saw it too. Whatever. Lu Han made up his mind and directly shouted out. Someone hijacked the plane. That security checker originally just wanted to tease Lu Han. I did not expect this child really shouted nah. He got up and tried to cover Lu Han's mouth. But who was Lu Han? With his Tongbei Quan de Cheng's kung fu in his body, he only raised his hand and counter-restrained the male security inspector to the ground. Ouch. 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 Kids, take it easy. You listen to my explanation. Just now you did see a pistol, right? That is our security software system comes with. Test our security staff have no concentration to see the image. If there is no laziness, has been looking at the screen. If you see this pistol to point in time to point on the disappearance, so that it is fine. If there is no mouse point to let the pistol picture over, indicating that the work is not concentrating on the deduction of wages. The male security checker who was pressed to the ground rushed to explain that this was a big oops. Someone at the airport shouted hijacking that is not a small thing. Soon the airport public security bureau of the duty police rushed over. There's no way to characterize this after a quick look. What's wrong with Lu Han? It's even called bravery. What's wrong with male security screeners? It's all normal workflow for people. In the end, the airport also arranged a special ferry to send Lu Han's crowd to the airplane. Mordor is less than 2 hours away from Kyoto. At 12 o'clock midnight Lu Han and the others arrived at the hotel they had booked. A night without words. Day 2. Lu Han and his group then arrived at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. In front of the folk music department building, Professor Ji with a group of teachers had been waiting for a long time. Master Lu Han, thank you for having the honor of visiting our academy to guide us. As soon as he saw Lu Han, Professor Ji warmly shook Lu Han's hand. Prof. Ji, what are you talking about? Promoting traditional culture is the responsibility of every one of us Chinese teenagers. It's all due. Also, I'm young. You can just call me Lu Han. Lu Han said when he looked at the teaching building of the Department of Folk Music. And old and broken. Apparently in the academy is not valued. This can really be withered we this folk music profession now will really fall into this field. Lu Han, do you have any good way to save our folk music Professor Ji also noticed Lu Han's eyes and felt very helpless. It's not really that hard to do. Professor Ji, let's see what other folk music instruments we specialize in first. Lu Han wants to know what's going on first. Currently, the department also has guzheng, yangqin, eru, bamboo flute, shang, hulusi, suona, xiao, ruan and other such traditional folk music. When it comes to this, Prof. Ji is really as good as he is. It's enough. Professor Ji, how are these students enlightened now? If I come up with a new tune, how long will it take for everyone to cooperate and play together? Lu Han had already thought of a way to do this when he arrived. A symphony of pure folk music, coupled with the publicity of the live broadcast of Kid Brother, which could be considered a top stream at the moment. Now, all it takes is one good tune. It's hard not to fire out of the ring. You mean having all the students work together to complete a piece? Professor Ji didn't expect Lu Han to have an idea so quickly. That's right, and I'd also like to trouble Professor Ji to arrange a music lecture hall, and to have all the folk music students gather there. Lu Han arranged it straight away. The lecture hall is ready. The students are all waiting there. Lu Han, you guys come with me. Professor Ji was leading the way, and Lu Han could now be said to be his last straw. Anyway, nowadays, folk music has been in such decline that the academy even wants to stop enrolling folk music students next year. It would be better to let Lu Han give it a try. When they arrived at the lecture hall, all the students of the folk music department were all there. Lu Han was observing in the background. This folk music department now has only 100 students, which is pitifully small. Off stage, I heard the professor got an 8-year-old to teach our class today? That's a joke. That's the kid brother who's been on the internet lately. He played the suona yesterday and it was awesome. So what? Can you save folk music by playing the suona? Professor Ji is also old and confused. It's not like he's sick and desperate. People have traffic on their hands. Maybe. People who like to watch Kid Brother live don't necessarily like folk music. I still don't think it's reliable. The students also knew the purpose of the day's visit and were talking about it. Quiet. Classmates, we are honored to have the famous suona master, Lu Han, here to give you an open class today. Everyone applaud and welcome. Prof. Ji spoke out to quiet the students. The words were followed by sparse applause. It could be seen that everyone was rather pessimistic about folk music, nor did they think Lu Han could change anything on his own. Lu Han walked up to the stage and directly took the microphone that was set up from the lectern stage with one hand. After a moment of silence, Lu Han spoke. Have you as folk music students ever wondered why folk music has become what it is today? Lu Han threw out a question, and the whole room fell into deep thought. It's just that the music is too old to keep up with the times. There are no new, good tracks being created. Those who like to listen to folk music are older, and young people have no feelings for it. Off stage, a bold boy replied. In a nutshell, it's just that the tunes are too old and there's nothing new to accommodate the current youth preferences, right? Lu Han summarized. Right, that's right, the students on stage replied. Then I say today that our traditional folk music is poor. It's no match for those Western instruments. What will you say? When Lu Han said this, the anger of the students on stage was instantly ignited. What are you talking about? How is it that our folk music is no match for Western instruments? Folk music has a long history and has been passed down for thousands of years. Many Western instruments have evolved from us. You're a Cupid. Are you a Chinese? How can you denigrate traditional Chinese culture like this? Seeing the state of the students, Lu Han was very satisfied, which meant that they still had fire in their hearts. As long as these young people still have fire in their hearts, this folk music can be passed on. Lu Han raised his hand to signal the students to be quiet. Gentlemen, it is rare to dare to stand up and debate with me. But when you suffer taunts from your fellow Western instrument majors on weekdays, can you be as brave as you are today? One debate. You may or may not be able to do it, but can you be so brave every time? Good, you guys really do it every time. However, has the situation ever changed because of your defense? Remember, the weak only explain, the strong only prove. Traditional folk music, like an old man, is slowing down. Once, it was he who carried us forward on his back. Now, it is time for us to support him. Going back to the original question, the folk music repertoire is old and does not meet the preferences of young people. So, isn't it up to you to create new repertoire that meets the preferences of contemporary young people? So, listen up. Now, please pick up your instruments. If you can't come up with a new track, I'll give it to you today. Give me practice right here. You've got one day only. Tomorrow it's live on the whole network. This is your battle with me to do right by Monaco. At the end of Lu Han's impassioned speech, Prof. G on the stage was already distributing the sheet music that Lu Han had just printed out. The sheet music. Professor G read it when he got it, and he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This is what folk music looks like when it is young. It was not that folk music was old, but that this generation had failed to come up with something new. When the college students under the stage saw the sheet music, they were all dumbfounded as if they had been cast in a fixation spell. They were all music students, and they all knew intuitively how good or bad a tune was. All of them were completely bowled over by this tune that was customized for folk music. Followed by, all the folk music students all followed Lu Han's instructions and immediately devoted themselves to practicing the music without the slightest delay or nonsense. They began in the morning, continued into the afternoon, and continued from the afternoon into the late night. During this time, the students played the piece with no distractions and full concentration, even to the point of being wasted. It felt like getting the tune and not performing it well would be a waste, as well as the greatest disrespect to the tune. After all the folk music students have committed to practicing, Lu Han found Director Wang, who was still in the midst of the fervor encouraged by Lu Han's speech, along with the program's crowd. Brother child, I can't imagine that you have such a high level of awareness. This time, you've truly come to promote our traditional Chinese folk music. We are ashamed. Director Wang was moved to tears. Lu Han, then, Director Wang will do me a favor. He immediately greeted Mr. Wang. The director of the official number of the Kid Brother released the Chinese Music Academy Folk Music Symphony performance-related news. Good, if you've gone this far, I'm sure I'll give you my full support, so send it out now. Director Wang did not even bring a refusal after listening to the program. And the rest of the program team is also all the same, all and played like chicken blood, full of energy. Subsequently, Lu Han also called Yang Mi through hot bar. Hey, sister honey, can I trouble you for something? After the call was dialed, Hotba handed the phone to Lu Han after explaining the situation, and Lu Han's positive voice then switched. Little friend Lu Han, this favor of yours is actually very good, but what's in it for me? You honey sister? Young Mimi flirted on the other side of the phone. Sister honey, come on, I promise you everything except to marry you, for I have promised to marry sister Hotba. Lu Han saw that Hotba was again casting that look of wanting to get herself killed, and then he had a high emotion. The next second he saw Hotba's face change from anger to joy. Ha ha, little scumbag. Hotba was right about the mouth being too good at talking. So I want you to sign on as my artist, do you agree? Yang Ni, this is considered a test. Before also mentioned sideways. Lu Han seems to have been uninterested. Okay, then have all of your artists retweet it. Lu Han answered decisively. Oh, look, you still don't. Wait, you promised. You're making me unprepared for this. Yang Ni didn't react at first, but when she did, she had already stood up from her boss chair in excitement. There's no problem with signing. We'll talk more about the details later, but the favor I asked you to do needs to be in place today. Lu Han thought. You joshing media is almost mine. Sign or not sign, what can be? During this time he had secretly been using his Hotbard stock account to privately acquire Joshing's shares, and in a little while he would become Joshing's largest shareholder. Good. I'll go and arrange it now. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you the right publicity. Publicizing a folk music symphony performance at the Conservatory of Music is nothing more than a trivial matter for young me. After hanging up the phone he immediately arranged to have all the artists under his command all make videos to wish the show success and retweet that folk music performance message from the Kid Brother program account. And then Yang Mi also contacted her circle of friends to ask for help in retweeting. What Yang Mi was thinking now was that the more beautifully this matter was done, the better it would be to talk about signing Lu Han in the end. For a moment, the news of the Wasia Conservatory of Music's folk music symphony performance went straight to the internet, and everyone was talking about it. Folk music? Symphony? What's this all about? To be honest, folk music has been going downhill for the past few years, and now when a child learns an instrument it's piano, guitar, or whatever. Support the wave for the sake of folk music. My Aiden supports folk music. Wow, he's so elegant. I'll support him too. What's in folk music? It feels like it can still be seen on the white stage right now. Finally, someone has come forward to speak out for folk music. My great country's own traditional culture should be so The top 1 hot search terms on major portals all ended up being, support Min on Wave. Day 2. Music Hall. Because of the overwhelming publicity on the internet, the leadership of the institution had to take this folk music performance seriously. A bunch of school leaders came, and when they heard that there was going to be a live broadcast, they made a point of having the faculty and students attend. Elder G, what kind of a show are you pulling? The school has said that the folk music program will be discontinued next year. Look how many kids are still studying folk music. School leader Dean Zhang people came, but apparently not optimistic about the future development of Minal. Dean Zhang, there is still salvation for our Minon. Trust us, Professor G said with a sincere face. Oops, Minlu has only so many students now. What kind of revenue can it bring to the school? That's it. You should retire next year too. This dean's attitude is non-committal. It seems that the institution really wants to stop recruiting folk music. Dean Chang, we are the school. It's to do education, not a facade that just makes money. If no one learns, we won't recruit. The less people learn, the more we should continue. Otherwise, who will pass on the flame of folk music? Do you want to see traditional folk music lost in the hands of our generation? So please, give Minon a chance today. Give these kids who love folk music a chance. Sit down and listen before you decide. Okay? Professor G changed his usual gentle voice and roared out at Dean Zhang, who was also encouraged by Lu Han's previous speech. He had to contribute to the rightful name of folk music. Then, listen to it. I didn't say I wouldn't listen. Listen and then decide. Possibly stunned by Professor G's imposing presence, Dean Zhang, who had originally just come to go through the motions, was now sitting upright, ready to listen to today's folk music performance. A bunch of other conservatory majors in the audience chimed in. What folk music? It's all just a bunch of shit. That's just it. I don't know where we get this much traffic. If only we were given a Western instrumental performance major. Can those wooden and bamboo things be called musical instruments? Is it comparable to the symphony? The Western instrument we learned? Gee, I want to burn incense and worship when I listen to their music. The things of the old ancestors are outdated. It's natural to be eliminated if you can't keep up with the times. Funny, didn't they used to pee a little bit of time when they went on stage for the school reunion? And now, the whole show is pee time? Most of the audience on stage were Western instrumental performance majors at the institution, and a few were voice majors. Lu Han was also sitting on the stage at this time, and he was listening to all these sharp and harsh sarcasm and mockery. Lu Han was expressionless, and the netizens in the live broadcast couldn't stand it. What are these students talking about? Drinking foreign ink for a few days, and they've forgotten their roots? I want to curse right now, but my kid brother's fan light sign won't let me. You'll have to wait for me to change my vest. Shit, this is a cultural invasion. College students are like this. We have to take precautions. Family treasures are discarded as if they were worn out, and when you put a foreign label on it, you think it's a treasure? What happened to music without borders? You little brats, you've forgotten your ancestors. At this point, Lu Han didn't look at the live broadcast pop-ups, but as if he knew what the netizens would say, he turned his head to look at the camera. Is it angry? Brothers, see how I taught them to be men today. After saying that, Lu Han directly stood up and took a big step towards the stage. At the same time, the curtain of the stage was unfolded, and all the folk music majors were sitting on the stage, waiting for their turn. Thus began the battle to write the name of their folk music. Lu Han walks on top of the stage. I slowly swept over the faces of every folk music student on the stage. And at that moment, one emotion filled their faces. Pride. The pride that belonged to folk music. Luhan signaled the band to get ready to start. Opening track 1. The Big Black Sky. This was a Swana song from Luhan's previous Earth anime, Spirit Cage. In the opening, folk music instruments with electronic sounds start the intro, followed by Luhan's Swana blowing and Reba's chanting. Under the stage, Dinsu was originally thinking that today would definitely be some more cliched repertoire, but when he heard such an opening, he couldn't help but have his sweaty hairs explode. This is folk music? Electronic music can still mix with folk music. Nope, this oboe, it's so skillfully incorporated. Could it be that this online kid brother composed the music? And, if it isn't that star Hatba, always thought instruments accompanied vocals. This chant is now accompanying the tune instead. What kind of fairy tune? The opening of the first track gave Dean Chen 3 shocks in a row, and his mouth now hadn't closed since the music started. Dean Chen. Just then Professor G, who had been sitting next to him, suddenly called out to him, which roused him from his shock. Ah, Professor G. This, it's a new piece from your folk music. Dean Chen had begun to sweat. If the folk music major could keep coming up with this kind of repertoire, which one would dare to mention the matter of stopping enrollment? More than that, just watch. I only saw that at this time. Professor G actually opened his Swana instrument case, then picked up the Swana and stood up violently. What? Professor G is warming up. Above the stage now. It was time for the string section to play, and the constant bursts of melody from the staccato bow and shakuhachi techniques brought the music into another passage context. Then the sound of the Swana rang out again, and it was Professor G. The professor himself is on the stage, and by now Luhan had already put down the Swana and picked up the microphone. The opening was a low ethnic chant with Hatba, and instantly the track was filled with mysterious oriental elements. The harmonic soundtrack has both the grandiose epic feeling of symphony, the ghost of electronics, and the tension-rich national wave style, incorporating the Swana, Eru, Nanshao, and other extremely Chinese musical elements of folk music. The whole track has a distinctive rhythm, both highly graphic sensory impact, but also warm and soothing, full of barbaric power and the mysterious collision of water sprite-like elegance, so that people enjoy the eyes. With Prof. G's last oboe coda, the song Big Black Sky came to an end. The audience in the concert hall was still immersed in this new style of national wave music and had not returned to their senses. Professor G led the crowd on the stage in a shallow bow to the stage. Whoa! I don't know who reacted first, but the first to start applauding. The entire concert hall then erupted in uncontrollable cheers and applause. At this point, Hatba handed Professor G his own microphone. As of today, our folk music program is officially renamed National Music. National music is the music of a great nation, the music of a national tide. The corners of Professor G's mouth were still trembling when he spoke. He is 64 years old this year, learning the art since he was a child and appearing on stage at the age of 5. And the national music with 60 years, large and small countless. But not today, this song blowing freely. Wow, I can hear such good national music today. All thanks to our little friend Luhan. He's simply the holy son of our national music. With that, Professor G bowed deeply to Luhan again. Luhan hurriedly went forward to help up, then also picked up the microphone and said, "My great country of China has a long history, even in music. Let's say this yangqin next to me. It has already existed in the Ming dynasty, while the familiar piano originated in 1709, and the yangqin has existed in China for more than 400 years today. Have you guys ever thought that when you go abroad later, don't you want to tell foreigners that our own music is superb? Come to you guys and learn your instruments just because you like it. Wouldn't that be a cooler way to answer them?" Luhan's sentence once again set the scene ablaze, and the camera boy very cooperatively swept through the audience. On the stage, both the front row seated Dean Zhang and other leaders of the hospital, or the back of the audience applauded. Inside the broadcast booth, "Ha ha ha, I knew it, the kid's brother made a move. It's absolutely extraordinary. This song, it's great. National music, it's a national wave. I think it's going to be a national wave. The music of a great nation. The music of a great nation. The music of the national tide." The dean said it well. "Hello, strongest kid brother program team. We are a national anime studio in Huaxia, currently in the beginning stage, and we feel that this song fits very well with the theme of our anime. So if you can, please sell the song to us." Holy shit, a national comic book big shot has been blown up. Ad kid bro, hurry up and reply. I'm begging for a song. Just as the crowd was chatting away, suddenly a few discordant voices emerged from the stage. Just one song? What's the big deal? Exactly. I guess it's just a blind cat that meets a dead rat. What? Trying to save folk music with just one song? How can that be? It's a bunch of Western music performance majors on stage who came today to see the national music joke. This scene just happened to be captured by the little brother's dribbling mirror. The good program staff also deliberately pulled the radio effect to the highest. These words as if holding a microphone to say the general clarity. The whole audience heard clearly. The applause was also brought to a halt by these words. What? We're not saying the right things? I'm a piano student. What's a piano? It's the king of musical instruments. I don't know what you're learning this old stuff for. Perhaps annoyed or perhaps prepared. At this point, a small half of the concert hall stood up, and even those who had been applauding were told by their companions to stop and stand up. Dare I ask who this is? Luhan asked one of the boys in the lead. Just when I was worried that this wasn't going to be fun and I didn't have a chance to get in your face and turn it up, here's someone who delivers. I'm the student council president of the instrumental music major. My name is Yichen. Even Luhan couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard this name of the boy. Boy, this name isn't simple once you hear it. Luhan ventriloquized. Who says we only have one song? We're a folk music symphony show. Sit down and keep listening. Luhan turned around after saying that without even looking at that Yichen again. And then the second song. The same as in Kyushu. The beginning of this song is actually played by Reba, who is dressed in a red Viennese dress, holding the traditional Viennese instrument satar. The strings of the zither sounded like heavenly music, melodious and melodious, instantly bringing the audience into the vast desert. Following this, the guzheng follows with a rousing and majestic tune. Then, the flute sounded, clear and pleasant, like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, melodious and melodious. Finally, Luhan's swana sounded up, cheerful and exciting, making people feel infinite joy and happiness. Ensemble, rise. The four styles of music harmonize and resonate together, nicely illustrating what it means to be a great nation's music. The beauty of the world is the same. One song for all 9 states. One song for all 9 states. After the second song, the same as the 9 states, there was another round of applause from the stage, and the situation of the group of Western music performance majors led by the Yichen became very awkward. Just now, he was clamoring and mocking the folk music with only one song and he thought he could save the national music? How do you know that the next second he will come up with another song? And this song, Kyushu Ton, is actually more advanced in terms of both musical expression and what it's trying to say, and is an equally superior song, not in any way inferior to the previous song, Big Black Sky. Surprise and confusion were written all over their faces, and an unprecedented sense of frustration welled up in their hearts. The folk music students on stage were now looking at the expressions of the group of Western music students, and their hearts were filled with smugness and pride. All along, their folk music was looked down upon by the whole academy, as if everyone thought that folk music was outdated and only Western instruments were real music. After a long time, they themselves were a bit shaken. Is there really a future for folk music? But today, Luhan told them that folk music is not outdated. It just needs to be inherited and carried forward. And they themselves, the students of folk music performance major of Huaxia Conservatory of Music, are shouldering the mission to revitalize the folk music. Thinking of this, the folk music students on the stage rose together and bowed deeply first to the audience under the stage, then turned around and bowed again to Luhan on the stage. Luhan returned the salute, then turned his head back to the group of Western music students on stage. Chairman Yichen, did you just say that the piano is the king of musical instruments? So today the king of Viennese instruments, the king of stringed instruments, the guzheng, and the king of wind instruments, the bamboo flute, oh yes, and the oboe in my hand, which can play everyone's life, death and old age. Which one? Can't call yourself the king of instruments? As Luhan spoke, his eyes stared deathly at Yichen in the audience and the crowd of Xiangle students behind him. How is that possible? The folk music program wasn't like this before. How did they do it? Yichen didn't understand how a folk music student that he usually didn't give a damn about could play such a tune. And 2 songs at a time? It's the little kid. Yes, it must be the little boy. Thinking of this, Yichen snapped his head up to look at Luhan, who was only 8 years old, on the stage. What? You're not going to beat me up, are you, Yichen Gigi? Luhan saw that Yichen was still unruly and untamed in his eyes, and directly taunted La Man. Live viewers. Mud, the kid brother is so beaten up. I'd like to give him a beating. This kid is really tough, but he's also really angry. Kid brother is still kid brother. If I'm not mistaken, he must have written all this music. What was that song called? The same as the 9 states. It made my head spin. This is the inclusiveness of national music. And then there's more. The previous song, Big Black Sky, is also awesome. The first song Big Dark Sky expresses the plight of Chinese music, which is struggling in the modern era where Western music is prevalent. In the end, it found a way to combine with the modern trend of Chinese music and was able to break through the dawn and re-emerge. National music is the swana, and the swana is the rooster. The rooster is my huaxia. When the rooster crows, The World is White. The second song, the same in Kyushu, explains that after our country's music has re-emerged on the stage of history, we have not suppressed other music like Western music. We talk about tolerance and seek for the Commonwealth. This is the national style of a great country. The world is the same. The beauty is the same. Yeah, upstairs, Mr. Thriller, top reading comprehension. Brother, you can talk. You talk more. Hello, I domestic anime. This song, I also want. Back to the concert hall scene. The atmosphere at the scene was already tense. And just then, Prof. G stepped forward. When sound corresponds, it creates change. And change is called sound. The ancients told us long ago that this music is all about common communion. How about Western music? What about national music? Do we have to distinguish between them? Today's tracks are all from Lu Han's hand. He's already told you with a song called 9 States Together. And you bunch of students from the Huaxia Conservatory of Music don't even know it. He who knows the sound but does not know the music. The multitude is the same. Only a gentleman can know music. Are you not better than an 8-year-old child? Prof. G's impassioned speech instantly woke up all the students. Yes, since when can Western music and Chinese music not coexist? Those Western music students, including that Yi Chen, sat back in a daze as they pondered. Lu Han then turned to the stage and faced the students of the Chinese music program. Then play the music, and dance. Next track, Floating Light, The Wasteland, The Border, Breaking Dawn, The Promise, A Clear Breeze Swimming on the River. Each song is a brand new piece of national music, and each one ends with a round of applause. National music students are also inspired by a track, which is the way national music should go. That's the way it should be. Inside the live broadcast room, the netizens directly exploded. Did I hear you right just now? That old professor said that all the tunes today are from Lu Han? I didn't pay attention, and I heard the words. Are you worse than an 8-year-old child? Master, you can't compete with a child. If it's really all from Lu Han's hand, what's the point? New guy upstairs, right? Calm down. I've always been such an asshole. It's just, I'm numb with shock, etc. He had only accepted the invitation from the Huaxia Music Academy the afternoon before. Arrived at the academy yesterday. He's performing today. Where did he find the time to compose? Right, he's still got to shave off the time he has to practice for the Kokugako students. Preparing out on his way here? As the topic of conversation came to this, the crowd in the live broadcast room instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. It's too scary. A folk music symphony performance with 8 brand new tracks. What did Lu Han write with? The more the crowd thought about it, the more they felt that Lu Han was as terrifying as he was. This was really the saint son of Gwella. Li Bai can write 100 poems in a wine fight, and my kid brother can do it 8 times a night. No, 8 songs. Thoughtfully. I originally thought that Kid's previous musical maneuver of punching Hua Chengyu in the face was already unbeatable. This time it's even better. 8 songs. I take back what I just said. No numbness. Kid brother is still kid brother. I thought he was in the stratosphere this time. He's out of the Cayman row. The show was live. After the end of the show, Prof. G really gave Lu Han a hard appointment as a visiting professor from the school. Master Lu Han, starting today, I'll call you Master Lu. Professor G's face was all smiles. Make it so. Professor, I thought you said you were all 64 today. Lu Han said he couldn't understand. There is no before or after learning. The attainment is the first. Mr. Lu, you can afford it. It just so happens that this old man of mine is also catching up with the fashion of you young people. This Professor G said the communication zuzu. A set of things. Lu Han listened to the really not adaptable. Let's go, kid brother. In a moment, I'll introduce a few seniors in the art world to you. In addition, there seems to be an old friend of yours who is a former friend. My old friend and former friend? Without waiting for Lu Han to say anything else, Professor G directly pulled Lu Han towards the school cafeteria. Lu Han's crowd was led by Professor G to the cafeteria of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. Along the way, many teenage college students recognized the kid brother and chased after him, shouting for autographs and pictures. Lu Han naturally came to the rescue, and the good-looking ones will also be attached to an extra kiss. It was fortunate that Hotba was surrounded by male college students and had no time to look at him, or else there would have been another round of spitting. High school cafeteria. Generally the first floor and second floor are normal open for business fast food snacks, while the third floor will be more than a few elegant rooms, dedicated to teachers and students to use the banquet. Huaxia Conservatory of Music is so. Following the steps all the way up to the third floor, Professor G pushed open a large private room and guided Lu Han and the staff of the program to take their seats. Inside the private room, there were already 3 people waiting, and among these 3 people there was really an acquaintance of Lu Han. Grandpa Zhou, why are you here? This acquaintance is not someone else. It is the program at the very beginning, also in the Seaport City Plaza, painting acquaintance of Johan Ko, an old man, and later also help his old partner to solve the crisis of telecommunications fraud. Ha ha, little friend Lu, surprised or not? Surprised. Grandpa Joe was also happy to see Lu Han. Why did you come to the capital? Is grandma doing well? Lu Han was very surprised to see elder Joe Hankuan. Didn't I tell you before that I used to work in the Kyoto Chinese Painting and Calligraphy Association? This time I can say that I came back for work, but I can also say that I came specifically to see you. You don't even know that on the way here old Season was chattering to me on the phone about meeting a prodigy. As soon as I heard the name, it must be you who didn't run away. It wasn't convenient to bother you with your performance just now. Master Joe also had so much to say when he saw Lu Han. Ha ha, then Professor G is being overpraised. Lu Han acted very humbly in front of the old man. The crowd was seated. At this time, Prof. G and Lu Han said, Mr. Lu, let me introduce you to a few people here. This is old Mr. Han Sanming of the Chinese Literature Institute. Hello Grandpa Han. Lu Han got up and bowed in greeting to an old man with a head full of silver hair. I've always heard old Joe and old G recite that they've produced a talented prodigy, and I didn't think I'd be the last one to recognize it. Little friend Lu, nice to meet you. Elder Han Sanming was also polite and returned Lu Han's salute. This is Dean Zhang of our music academy. Prof. G continued his presentation. Ugh, the kids are really marvelous. I went to the concert today. Dean Zhang took the initiative to reach out and shake Lu Han's hand. Dean Zhang, why did you leave early later? It's going to be exciting back there. I don't know why. Lu Han always felt that this Dean is strange, but I can't say where it is strange. It's not that the two old gentlemen are here. I went out behind to meet them. I'm terribly sorry. Atonement. Dean Zhang spoke very politely. Resuming his seat, Lu Han took another look at this Dean Zhang, still with that indescribably wrong feeling. Just now I heard you call little friend Lu Han what? Old G? Mr. Lu, the newly recognized elder Han Sanming spoke up. Mr. Lu, there is no order of learning. The one who achieves is the first. It's okay for me to be called Mr. Lu, Professor G explained with a look of pride on his face. Then, I've always been on equal footing with an little friend Lu, so you'll have to call me senior. Ha ha. At this time, old man Joe Hankuan gagged and said, Go, let's talk about each other. Prof. G doesn't eat that either. I can't believe that you, little friend Lu, are also very knowledgeable about national music. After teasing Professor G, Elder Joe continued to chat with Lu Han. Slightly. By the way, Grandpa Joe, is there something going on in Kyoto with these great masters of national science of yours gathered here? Lu Han changed the subject. Oh, it's better for you, old Han, to tell Lu Han about it. Elder Joe forwarded the question to Han Sanming. It's like this. The Central TV station is planning a poetry-themed program and found us three old men to help with ideas. By coincidence, I met you here to help Professor G run this national music performance. I've also been hearing about your great name, little friend Lu Han, so I made a special appointment to meet here. Han Sanming told the story from beginning to end. A poetry theme? What kind of program would that be? Lu Han was also somewhat interested. I was just about to talk to you, little friend Lu, about this matter. Are you interested? Han Sanming asked. Ha, I only know a little bit about poetry, eh? Lu Han had intended it to be a modest statement, and it was true that he did not have much of a grasp of poetry at the moment. Not so much to the ears of these three old masters, whose slight knowledge directly saved the national music. That slight understanding carries a lot of gold. Good, then it's settled. Little friend Lu, I'll directly recommend you to participate in this poetry program. Han Sanming directly made the decision for Lu Han to go. Ha, wait a minute, how's that for a decision? I said I know a little bit about it, just not very well. Lu Han was a bit overwhelmed by the reaction. Little friend Lu, don't be modest. Calligraphy and painting you reach the highest level. National music you are also second to none. This poetry can still be difficult for you? That's right, Mr. Lu, the national culture is all common. You must be okay too. Elder Joe Hankuan and Professor G also helped out from the side. Wait a minute, I think I can see that you three old men have already agreed to let me go on this whatever program? Lu Han reacted at once. Aha! Only then did the three old men look at each other and then nodded their heads in unison, simply acknowledging it. Lu Han, can't go a bit. I have to go to school. Already spoke to Principal White at your school. Saying that, Professor G directly took out the leave of absence note that he had long ago done for Lu Han. Lu Han, I still have to continue with my kid brother program. I can't get away. Old man Johan Cohen, Wang Jialuan, I'm also from Harbor City. Do you sell my old man's face? What you say? Elder Zhou, our station manager just called to explain. Director Wang had been sitting on the sidelines and had just finished taking a call from the station manager. Lu Han, my parents demanded that I have to go back to the Magic City after I finish the affairs of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. Han Sanming directly took out his phone to call Lu Han's parents. Hey, son of a bitch, old mister. Han has told us that you're going to be on Central TV. You can stay in Kyoto as long as you want. No need to rush back. Lu Sancher and Wang Mei's voices came from the phone. Lu Sancher, Wang Mei, you guys, have you been paid for some program on the Central TV station? Just seeing the phone number Lu Han came to mind. The caller, no, didn't take much. Lu Han. The three old masters had blocked all the excuses of Lu Han, and they recognized him. All three of you old masters are masters of your hands and eyes. Alright, but in advance, you guys can't blame me if I screw up. By the way, what's this poetry program called? Lu Han had no choice but to accept it. It's called the Chinese Poetry Conference. It's the Poetry Flying Flower Order Challenge. It's hard to beat your Lu Han. Han Sanming saw that Lu Han had loosened up and explained the instructions with a joyful smile. Ugh, how can I get my own custody from my parents? Lu Han tilted his head despondently and chanted to himself. Business is done. The crowd began to eat. But it was during this eating process that Lu Han discovered something heavenly. The food was all home cooking for banquets. Nothing out of the ordinary. But it's strange that no one had a birthday at this table either. But a bowl of ramen was served. Someone's birthday today? Lu Han asked as he looked at the ramen. Oh, no, it's just that I'm usually used to eating ramen with rice when I come to the cafeteria. So I guess the back kitchen saw me coming and served it again. I'm very sorry. At this time, Dean Zhang, who had been smiling from the side and hadn't interjected, said, that's so, I take it Dean Zhang's birthday is today? Lu Han thought of a possibility, not quite daring to confirm it at the time, but the next serving on a watermelon fruit cut. This fruit cut is normal. Strange in the back of the kitchen actually to the watermelon next to some fine salt. Wait a minute. Waiter, what do you guys mean by a small dish of salt next to this watermelon? Lu Han chose to stop the waiter to ask what was going on. Dean Zhang has a habit of eating watermelon with a dab of fine salt. He's here today, so our chef served it with a bit as per usual. The waiter was a bit confused by the question. The habits of the school's big leaders were recorded in the back kitchen. Who told you to do that? Don't do it again without special orders. This is entertaining guests. What a shame. Take down the watermelon and get another one without salt. Dean Zhang said to the waiter with a cold expression. And after that, he picked up the watermelon and handed it to the waiter and let the people go down. Dean Zhang actually doesn't need to change it. It's all a small thing. Besides, the salt isn't spreading all the watermelons. It's really fine. Lu Han was polite with his mouth, but in his heart, he thought that he suddenly had a terrible conjecture. Rice eaten with ramen? China doesn't have such a regional diet from south to north. Eating watermelon with salt? Only in the small days of neon is that customary. Wait a minute, the Chinese Conservatory of Music will let the national music decline? Western music students and Chinese music students are rivals? There must be a push behind this. And it's certainly not a bad push. Figured it all out. All figured out why I've always found this Dean strange. Because of the accent. Chinese people, no matter where people speak, will have a little bit of folksy flavor. But this Dean of the Mandarin, completely no accent. Let a person strange point in grammar and the last kind of politeness. If one thing is a coincidence, are two considered coincidences? Then multiple things are coincidences? Thinking of this, Lu Han felt that he had to do something immediately. Lu Han observed for a while longer. This Dean and the ones here today didn't seem to be familiar with each other. They were just representing the academy to attend this meal. It could be ruled out that there was collusion with other people, and Lu Han decided to turn to the three old masters for help. It seems like Dean Zhang is familiar with the master of the back kitchen. Ha ha, Lu Han nodded at this Dean. I'm really sorry about that. I'll go to the back kitchen and turn in. This Dean really got up to go to the back kitchen for a bit. Right in Lu Han's face. As soon as Dean Zhang left, Lu Han immediately pulled the old man Zhou Hankuan by his side and said, Grandpa Zhou, you have a wide range of contacts. Do you know anyone from the national security? Someone from national security? It should be fine if you really want to get in touch. But, why do you ask? Master Zhou didn't understand what Lu Han wanted and was stunned by the question. I suspect that this Dean Chang is a small-time enemy agent. When Lu Han said this, the faces of the three old men sitting closer to him were all startled. What? The three old men spoke in unison. And if any other 8-year-old had said something like that, everyone would have been amused. But this is what Lu Han said. So there must be an original reason. Lu Han immediately made a silent gesture, and then told the various ends he had discovered one by one. Professor G, here the most familiar usually work has not found some end? Lu Han's words were also a test to see if Professor G had a problem. Didn't realize that. I usually have enough trouble worrying about how folk music is going to survive. But when you say it like that I do feel as if he'd like to see folk music disbanded as soon as possible. By Lu Han. Professor G also began to feel that there was something wrong with this dean. Lu Han carefully observed Professor G's expression. This kind of intellectual really does not have much of a city. What emotions are on the face? Suspicion can be ruled out. Good. Since this is the kind of thing that you and I are both responsible for, I'll contact the relevant authorities now. At this time, Grandpa Han Sanming said directly, the oldest of the three old men. He immediately made a decision. Just to make sure, Elder Han and Lu Han directly went out of the private room first, choosing to go to the rooftop of the cafeteria to make a call. Hello, Director Lee. I'm now at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, where I've discovered that the college's Dean Zhang is suspected of being an enemy spy. Elder Han said to the person on the other side of the phone. Elder Han, what is the basis of your suspicion? After all, the other party is the head of a hospital. We need reasons too. Across the phone was the voice of a middle-aged man with a thick voice. Here's the thing. We found him. Elder Han cleared the details of Lu Han's discovery one by one with the man across from him. Elder Han, wait a moment. We'll send someone over right away. Stabilize him first. Don't let him find out the end. The middle-aged man on the opposite side made an immediate decision after hearing this. Next, Elder Han and Lu Han immediately rushed back to the private room. I'm still worried about the gang downstairs. In case they show the slightest sign of abnormality, this enemy agent will find out. Came back and found that. Thankfully, Dean Chang wasn't much more than suspicious. Elder Han, where did you and Lu Han go just now? As soon as he entered the box, Dean Zhang opened his mouth to inquire. Oh, Elder Han is old and has trouble getting around. I just took him to the restroom. Lu Han grabbed the first explanation. So, come on. Today welcome all of you the titans of the national culture to lead my Huaxia Conservatory of Music. On behalf of the Academy, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. At this time, Dean Zhang lifted his wineglass and said. The others raised their glasses in response. Dean Zhang is a good drinker. I'll make a single toast to you. Lu Han is a child, drink is a drink. Said the end of the cup, a drink. Dean Zhang was a little embarrassed, looking at the full glass of white wine in front of him. Drink up. Dean Zhang, little friend Lu has done our academy such a great favor. Yes, Dean Zhang, you must drink this toast from little friend Lu. That's right, children's wine is blessed wine. As soon as a group of people saw Lu Han making a toast, they immediately understood what he was thinking. One after another, they urged him to drink. Dean Zhang had no choice but to take a direct sip, which had just finished drinking when Hotba stood up as well. Dean Zhang, we came with Lu Han this time, so I thank the hospital for their hospitality. I'll toast to you as well. This beauty's toast must also be drunk. Dean Zhang can't thin the face of a beauty. That's just it. Hotba helped a lot today too. Another drink was consumed with the uproar of the crowd. Next, Director Wang, Master Han, and Master Zhou also toasted. To say that this Dean of the Small Day Enemy Special learned so much Chinese knowledge, but just do not understand this table culture. Not a moment's effort was drunk. It was only a matter of 10 minutes, and the comrades from the state security quickly arrived at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. Director Li led a group of national security staff to push open the door of the private room. Elder Han, where is everyone? Once inside, Director Li was the first to ask Han Sanming where he was. Here, is drunk and lying down. Han Sanming nudged his mouth, signaling Dean Zhang, who was already unconscious at the wine table. After a search, we found a USB flash drive in this Dean Zhang's house, full of hostile forces' planned guidelines on combating and wasting our traditional culture. This Dean Zhang's background has also been investigated, and his original name is Taro Zhang Ben. It is certain that he is the neon enemy agent who has been lurking in our country for many years. Thank you all again for your reports. In front of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music cafeteria, Director Li thanked the crowd. This was all discovered by our Lu Han. If you want to thank him, thank him. Elder Han pushed Lu Han in front of him at this time. Uncle National Security, I heard that there is a reward of $500,000 for reporting. Is it true? My card number is 6230. Who knew that Lu Han had just stood in front and actually uttered the first sentence that was actually this? Crowd. Ha ha, there. Little friend Lu Han is a young hero and outspoken. I like your character. There's no need to give me the card number. We have access to all your information and it will automatically be credited to your card when the time comes. Director Li thought it was nothing. It was all due. Even if Lu Han didn't say it, it would be given later. No, I mean, the card I reported with this Wachovia bank card number is in my hand. The other cards are in my parents' hands, and if you call the other cards, the money won't be mine. Lu Han solemnly explained, as it was known to him, often, heavy, important. Now even Director Li was speechless. Alright, little friend Lu Han, I'll give a special explanation when I go back. See you all again. After Director Lee finished speaking, he got into the black commercial vehicle of the national security and escorted the still drunken Taro Zhangben away. After the crowd watched the vehicle drive away, Hotba gently poked Lu Han's little head with her finger and said, "Little Lu Han, which day can you not be a conspicuous bag? Such a serious and solemn occasion. And you still open your mouth without leaving money." Lu Han raised his head and looked at Reba. "That's strange. People think that their husbands don't make money. But you ladies think it's wrong for me to make money?" Hataru froze for a moment, and when she reacted her face instantly turned red, while everyone else in the room was amused. "Ugh, little scumbag, taking advantage of me again." After that, Lu Han said goodbye to the three old men and returned to the hotel with the film crew to recuperate. The day's program was a bit sensitive because of the issues involved, and it was indeed too tiring after a busy concert. So the program team decided to suspend the live broadcast for one afternoon. The show is on hiatus, but the online buzz hasn't stopped. The netizens, however, felt that they could not get enough of it, and they began to turn to the major video platforms and search forums under the news sites. The official number of the WACC bib is under. Is there any more enrollment for Gua music at the academy? I'm taking the college entrance exam this year, and I really want to learn Gua music. It's really fascinating. I also like Chinese music. When I was a kid, I told my dad, and he told me, if I really like it, I'll whistle it. Extra, extra, after promoting national music, kid caught an enemy spy. No wonder even the national music of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music has not developed. It turns out that there is an external force that is making trouble out of it. Check, it must be investigated. It's fucking hateful. Gnashing of teeth. Huaxia Conservatory of Music. We'll forgive you this time. For the sake of our national music, please polish your eyes in the future. You must do your best to keep national music going. Followed up by a statement released by HCMS specifically on the official multi-platform number. First of all, I would like to say thank you to all of you who care and support the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. And I would like to solemnly apologize. In the future, we will keep our eyes open and beware of external forces. We would like to make a special announcement that Huaxia Conservatory of Music will expand its enrollment of instrumental music students next year. Huaxia Conservatory of Music remains a happy place for our Gua music. The disease has been removed. Let's move forward together for the sake of national music. So much for the netizens being satisfied. Hot searches related to national music and national tide then quickly took over the list of major hot search platforms. The first 24 or so are almost entirely, all of them, either about Kokoro or about Kid Brother. The video slices of Lu Han leading the Chinese music majors to play on the amusement sound, Chopsticks hand. Then station and all major video broadcasting platforms have a huge number of clicks. And the comments section is also chatting like a fire. I already have a feeling that national wave music will become a new trend next. My Nima, Big Black Sky is simply too good. It's a great song. A great song. I don't agree with your opinion. I prefer the song Together in the 9 States. The values conveyed by this song are not exactly the spirit of our China. It is hard to imagine that this was created by an 8-year-old child. I feel like he's been sent here by our ancestors to convey the spirit of our country. No more talking. Kid Brother sealed in place. Huaxia Cowboys. Huaxia no. 1. Huaxia is a cowboy. Huaxia no. 1. Under the video update number of an unknown national manga studio. Are you the ones who asked my Kid Brother for a song? I just watched your anime and it's really good. We're going to support you. Don't worry. We've helped you along with a private message in the backstage of Kid Brother. I feel awesome just thinking about the tunes of the kid songs combined with this anime. Where did the director of Kid Brother, Fatty Wong, go? So far we don't know the response. We continue to press. Don't be anxious, ha. Visiting again. Reenactment. Extra. The Kid Brother in the strongest Kid Brother live number under the special release of a short video to explain the explanation. You're not a professional scout at all. What does it say? Tell me. Kid said all his songs and tunes are royalty free. So as long as they're used for legitimate purposes, they can all be used as they are. And there's his special account of giving the copyrights of the tracks Great Desolate Sky and Kyushu Tong to the unknown national manga studio for free. Holy shit. You guys are in for a treat. You're giving away these 2 tracks for free. You're going to take off with the rights to these 2 songs alone. I'm so glad to hear that. So we won't need to pay for membership to listen to Kid songs on the music platform anymore. Right? I'm so proud of you. Kid Brother not only does not accept our gifts. He knows we are poor. Listen to his songs are not charged. Woo woo woo. Brother boy is righteous. I don't want to talk about it. The Kid Brother is worthy of the temple. Shortly after the news was announced, an unknown national manga studio released an anime video made specifically for Kid Brother. The soundtrack was The Great Desolate Sky. In the video, the creators directly compared the child brother to the hero of this Chinese anime. with the 8-year-old body to fight against the evil in the world, and to uphold justice. And all of the studio's anime videos have a special note at the end of the credits that says, "Special thanks to kid brother Lu Han." With the start of this anime thank you video, a variety of new kakusai tunes continue to appear online. Although uneven in quality, the new trend of national wave and national music has begun to sweep across the network. Back to Lu Han's side. After the crew returned to the hotel, Lu Han and the crowd of program director Wang responded online to the netizens about the anime studio's request for a song, as well as the security issues following the spying incident. And then there was nothing else in the afternoon. Come on, chicken or pesticide? Chicken. I steal gun thief 6, pesticide. I leave by thief 6. Anyway, it was fine. Lu Han greeted the crowd and planned to play 2 games. The crew, mostly adults, weren't interested, so they all left on their own. But when he heard that, the camera guy got excited. He's an avid gamer. Little brother, come to the king. My top single Guan Yu stable a batch. Sister Hotba, you're with us? At this time, Lu Han also did not forget to greet a hot bar, the goddess online to play with. How can you miss? No, I'm exhausted from the last 2 days of rehearsals. I want to take a break. And you two get your asses to the camera boy's room and play and leave me alone. Hotba didn't want to get involved and eventually even kicked them both out of the room. She doesn't want to take her to the top. Little brother, let's play our own game. When I got to my little brother's room, I just clicked on the game. Hey, Lu Han, if we don't stop broadcasting in the afternoon, let's broadcast the game live. Little brother had a sudden thought. The kid brother live broadcast game immoderate energy. I guess the king director does not allow. Little brother or use your number live. Gift reward we 50/50ths to buy skin. Lu Han thought about it and decided to get some skins for his number. Tubular strength. The camera boy immediately set up his camera, but this time the account used was his own, and his name was Camera Boy Yuan Audi. Good, the strongest kid is not broadcasting live, but playing King of Kings here. You two are really good. Is this the live studio of the camera guy from Kid Brother? Seems like yes. I heard the Kid Brother's voice now, and the other voice does seem to be Camera Boy. Welcome to Camera Boy Yuan Audi's live studio. Brothers, I'm Lu Han, and the other one is our Camera Boy Yuan Audi. After Lu Han finished the sentence, he didn't even look at the pop-up screen, and directly started the game with Little Brother. What's your ID? Little Brother? I invite you. At this time, Lu Han had already opened the King's Friend search. Sweetheart Lori Sauce Heartsuit. Yay! Lu Han was filled with shock when he heard the camera boy's answer, and he was afraid that he had heard it wrong, so he asked again. You, what's the name? Sweetheart. Lollipop Heartsuit. Lu Han looked up and down after hearing this camera boy in front of him who had picked his nose after picking his feet with his fingers. Do you damn well think that name goes with you? Lu Han's brows furrowed as he felt goosebumps falling all over the place. Well, I think the name is a bit unworthy of me, too, Xiao said in a serious manner. Blanche, for the first time, Lu Han felt that his little brother was so beaten up. The viewers in the live stream were also disgusted by the camera boy's ID. Crooked day, did he just pick his feet and put them in his nostrils? Before I felt sorry for the camera guy being chased and beaten up by that fitness instructor in Harbor City, but now I feel it's not wrong to beat him to death. What's wrong? Can't a fierce man with a young girl's heart do it? To give you a cold knowledge of the game, in most cases, the game called What's Soft, Lowly, So-and-so Sauce, So-and-so Fairy. Most of the time, those who are called soft, lowly, So-and-so Sauce, So-and-so Fairy in the game are mostly big dicks and cute girls. What are the names of the real girls? I'm female. ID, I'm not in the line of fire. Upstairs, let's play together. You didn't listen to a word of the above. Lu Han and the camera boy's side. After successfully adding friends, the camera old man found Lu Han's ID is even more absolute. I milk Shanshan Zhaozilong. The cameraman found that Lu Han's ID is even more absolute. I milk Shanshan Zhaozilong. While the game waited, Lu Han habitually clicked on the camera boy's profile. I knock. That's a great number you've got there. Where did you get so many skins? Suddenly, Lu Han's eyes widened. It is no exaggeration to say that this is one of the game accounts that Lu Han has seen the most skins, and there are countless various out-of-print limited edition skins to look at. Sprinkle water law. To what it means to be a V10 player no. The camera boy finally had something to shock Lu Han with a very smug expression. You're not charging all the money I made last time I took you stock trading, are you? Lu Han looked aghast. That was his hard-earned money in disguise for the camera boy. How is that possible? Secretly, it didn't cost a dime. The camera boy said mysteriously. Didn't spend a dime? Then how did you do it? Lu Han heard for the first time that the king's skin could still be used without spending any money. The camera boy was just about to reply at this point when suddenly he received a private message within the game. The camera boy clicked away. and Luhan put his head over to take such a look and instantly understood. The private message was sent by a friend with the ID Master Pride. What can you do to me? He was sent by a friend of his. Good evening, baby wife. Got the new skin for you. Did you get it? Luhan. I just saw that the camera boy picked up his cell phone and typed a reply to the opposite side of the room. Thanks hubby. Hubby is the best. Chirp. In the face of this situation, Luhan's 3 views were shattered. Now there was no need to explain. He completely understood where all these skins in the camera boy's game account came from. This scene was also seen by the crowd in the live broadcast room, and all the netizens were all petrified on the spot. Crooked day, sloppy, no wonder he gave himself such a name. It turns out he's posing as a girl to go online dating to cheat on his skin. Little brother has won. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to die laughing. This dude who sent the skin could probably be pissed off alive right now if he knew that his cyber girlfriend was a keychain. There's one thing to be said for this. It's a very no-holds-barred move, but it's really practical. Learned. After learning this trick, who's going to pay for their own skins in the future? Are you sure this isn't fraud? Blanche, nyat, oh, my god, I'm the one who says, I'm proud of you. So what? Damn it. I just entered the live broadcast room and realized that I was being broadcasted live. The dog-eared cameraman cheated me out of my money, but he also cheated me out of my feelings. I've been talking to him for 2 years. What the hell? The main guy's been blown out. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to die laughing. Geneva refund. It's so fucking funny. Ha 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 ha. Luhan and the camera boy, who were in the game at the moment, didn't look at the pop-ups, but the camera boy's private messages for the game kept ringing off the hook. Hey, your boyfriend messaged you again. Don't you want to see? Luhan was a bit annoyed by the firing and reminded the camera boy. The camera boy clicked on it, and a barrage of expletives swiped right across the screen, with an extremely high amount of moments in them. Dead pervert. Cheating me out of my feelings. Cheating me out of my money. Why don't you get crushed by a camera? Get killed by a car filming a show? Geneva, give me back my hard-earned money. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing such a message made Xiao instantly realize that he was exposed. The camera boy scratched his head and wondered how the other person had found out. Backhanding the other person and deleting them. Refunds are impossible. Not in this lifetime. He's got a lot of boyfriends in his number. Welcome to the King's Canyon. The enemy has 5 seconds to reach the battlefield. The game has officially begun. Luhan, playing Li Bai. Cameraman, top single Guan Yu. Is brother kid ready? You and I are joining forces today. Gaga messy kill. The canyon will surely set off a bloody storm. Camera boy is ambitious. I'm in charge of messy kills today. You're in charge of Gaga today. Luhan's words were also spoken with great bravado. However, on the line of the first level group Luhan, camera little brother Wazin both perished down the river. Just now the words of bravado have not even fallen. The next second is such a scene, but the audience can be very happy. Teammate, there's an actor in this one? Ha ha ha. Good game. Next time you two don't play. I can't believe that 2 crouching dragons and phoenix chicks can appear in one game at the same time. It's an eye-opener. It's a blessing to have you guys. The 5 people across the street. Ha 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 ha. My nanny. Changshan Zhaozilong? It looks like your milk is the only one who plays with this number, right? The beginning of such a disadvantage. The camera boy immediately play their own stunts. Public screen typing, oops, opposite little brother. Don't be like this. I'm going to advance to the next level. Luhan first looked disgusted, and then spoke again. Fine. Play like this, right? Who wouldn't? Luhan directly launched the ventriloquism. Public screen petite sister voice, opposite to the field brother. Can you give me the blue ah? This is a sister's double row. At this point, opposite top road Arthur walked straight to the tower and gave the camera boy a hard head. Also went across the playing field Dharma set of operations to red into a crippled blood. Pulling the hate not to fight. Public screen text, Zhao Zilong beauty, you should be done with blue. Come get red. The game can be lost. But meeting 2 girls at the same time, who can say no to that? At this time, the opposite side center single, Dryad Moxie, couldn't take it anymore and also sent a message on the public screen. Can you two have some face? This is fucking king. It's not Lily's web. And the 2 players across the street. You guys are dead. What's wrong with women? It's okay to not be Marshall. Apparently, the opposite centerfold is a straight man. At this moment, Luhan and the camera boy looked at each other and directly began to output madly on the public screen. Dryad, do you have a corkscrew in your mouth? You just open your mouth and poop? Rubbing chicken feathers on a bat, what kind of a bird are you? What's it got to do with you? If you're pushing for existence here, I'm afraid you're not doing as well in reality, right? Got a girlfriend? How much money have you saved? Big men just know how to play games every day. Instead of holding the line in the center, you came to the field to brush your WeChat steps? Oh, catch me? Do you know where I am? The two of them had a voice and a text frantic output, directly messing up the opposite side of Dryad's mentality. Bouncer. Tail plug corkscrew open mouth and pull. Coward. Brush your WeChat steps, laugh it up. It's so fucking descriptive. These two bitches are the cancer of kings. The young man has no manners and no martial virtues, but so useful. Both of them cursed words that were not high in moments, but extremely insulting. Camera boy typing 10 lines a second. When really's one pianist. Camera boy's hand speed. I'm a girl. Love love love. Upstairs. You're not right. The two of them sent 10 sentences opposite the middle single. Can only barely return a sentence? Such a continuous bombardment. The opposite side of the middle single directly broke the defense. QNMD. What do you care if I have a girlfriend? Luhan, yo yo yo. Looks like we got it right. Otherwise you wouldn't be so excited. Camera boy, definitely. I guess I've never even touched a girl's hand in reality. Blanche, you guys have the guts to report your address. I'll go over and hack you to death now. The opposite centerpiece went up. Luhan, come on. If you don't come, you're a grandson. I'm in Kyoto. Opposite center, I'm in Kyoto too. Detailed address. Camera guy, Kyoto Hilton Hotel 7th floor 8705. Are you crazy enough to really give out your address? Dear Luhan gave a start and looked at Xiao Xiao suspiciously. Just went to the top. Little brother also realized something was wrong. Game screen, Dryad Moxie has quit the game. Xiao looked at the message and froze, turning his head to ask Luhan, him, won't really come, right? What are you afraid of? Which one of us is a girl? Just tell me we got the wrong girl when we get here. Luhan shrugged indifferently. Xiao Xiao thought about it after hearing this. The audience in the live room is laughing all the way to the bank. No wonder the kid brother is emboldened. Scratch that, I forgot they both have a disguise. If the opposite mid laner really comes and realizes that it's not the one he's looking for, will his mind fall apart? You two be individuals. Don't worry about it. Usually these kind of people in the game are heavy-handed on the internet and coy in reality. Basically, they're not likely to come. They're all mouthy. Afterward, Luhan and the camera boy continued to play for more than an hour. Knock, knock. Just then there was a knock on the door of their hotel room. Who? The camera boy stared at his cell phone and asked without looking up. Hello? Mission takeout. Please open the door. A man's voice came from the door. You ordered takeout. Little brother? You who? Still know how to buy something to honor me? Luhan thought that Little had ordered it. No, could it be that someone else ordered it and sent it to the wrong person? Little brother looked puzzled. Then why don't you hurry up and open the door? It's a good thing to take advantage of this. Luhan's thinking was always different from normal people. Oh, yes, yes, yes. With that, little brother bumbled his way towards the door. Dig the groove. What are you doing? When the door to the room was opened, the scene outside the door startled little brother. What's wrong? Luhan was also attracted by little brother's voice and walked to the door. That's when both of them could see a spirited young man outside the door, wearing a set of tight t-shirt, tight pants and legs, a pair of beanies on his feet, and carrying a kitchen knife in his hand. The mental boy also looked up and rechecked the room number. Do you guys know two women named My Milk Changshan Zhao Zilong and Sweetheart Lolita Sauce Heartsuit? Spirit guy asked. Luhan and the camera boy shook their heads together. Wow, the center single Dryad was really looking for the door. I'm sorry then, I may be looking in the wrong place. I didn't realize the mental boy was quite polite. Right about this time, Luhan saw three black-clothed men at the end of the hotel corridor behind the mental boy walking towards their side of the room, while also pulling out a pistol from their arms and pointing it straight in their direction. No good. Luhan pulled the mental boy into the room with one hand. Immediately following the snap, a series of several shots all hit the door of the room. This sudden turn of events directly stunned all three of them. Holy shit, what guy? The camera boy looked at Luhan. I don't know, but it seems to be coming right at us. Luhan was still thinking. No, it's not at you guys, it's at me. I just had a date with two people in the game. The place the other party reported was this room number. I didn't expect them to send a killer. Just then, the spiritual boy winced and said, Luhan, little brother. Just then, Luhan's phone rang. The phone showed an encrypted number, and Luhan immediately picked it up. Hello, can Luhan hear me? The voice on the other side, Luhan heard it at once, and it was Director Lee of National Security, whom he had only met today. Can you hear Director Lee? We're being attacked at gunpoint right now. Luhan immediately replied, acting fairly calm. Are there any injuries? Is there anyone else with you? Director Lee immediately opened his mouth and asked. No, but we're stuck in the room at gunpoint right now. I'm next to the show's camera guy and A delivery guy. Lu Han's words were as concise as possible. This was the time to communicate most effectively. Good. Now listen to me. The ones who attacked you are from the Neon Spy Organization. It's here to retaliate against you for reporting Taro Harimoto earlier. Make sure you keep yourself safe. Now go find something heavy and barricade the door. Just hold on. We'll be there soon. Director Lee on the other side of the phone gave a quick explanation. His tone very tense. Okay, got it. After saying that, Lu Han hung up the phone. The content of the call was heard by little brother and the spiritual boy. Lu Han quickly commanded and led the spirit boy and the little brother together to carry the hotel closet to the door to block the door of the room. This was followed instantly by having little brother send a message to the show's workgroup that everyone must not go out now. At this time the netizens in the live broadcast room also heard what was going on through the live broadcast. It happened suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. Shit, what's going on? Wasn't the enemy captured? How come they're still coming for revenge? The kid brother and the cameraman must take care of themselves. Nothing can happen to me. We can't let anything happen. Do you have any friends who live in the neighborhood? Go over there and see if you can help. Call the police. Everyone, call the police. Didn't you hear the national security's already gone? There's no point in calling the police. The live stream was also panicked into a frenzy. Just then, shit, Lu Han, who had just finished his busy schedule, suddenly thought of something. Hotpa's in her room by herself. Thinking of this, Lu Han immediately took out his cell phone to call Hotpa in the next room. It was obvious to be able to tell that Lu Han's hands were shaking a bit. Hello? Just as Reba picked up the phone, the sound of Reba opening the door was clearly heard on the phone. In addition to Reba's hello, Sister Hotpa, don't go out, Lu Han shouted over the phone. Oh no! Lu Han! Hotpa stepped out of the room and was hijacked by them. The camera boy saw everything outside through the cat's eye on the door. Lu Han inside, get your ass out here and die. I'll only count to 3, or this woman will die immediately. Outside the door, the leader of one of the 3 black-clad men held Hotpa at gunpoint as he walked to where the cat's eye lens could see him. The doorway is blocked with a cabinet. I'll move the locker and get out, Lu Han shouted to the outside through the door. Lu Han, you can't go out. They're here to kill you. Going out is a death. Little brother's voice was already a little choked up. After spending so much time with Lu Han, he also treated Lu Han as if he was his younger brother. But Hotpa has them now. What do you say? Lu Han's eyes were wide open. Reborn for 8 years. This time was the biggest crisis Lu Han had ever encountered. Just then, Lu Han looked up and saw the central air conditioning vents on the ceiling of the hotel, and suddenly had a bright idea. Lu Han whispered to his little brother, "You two move the cabinet a little bit, try to make a commotion. Just let the outside hear it. I'll climb out of the upper vents and go around behind the 3 of them. I'm sure I'll finish them off instantly." How is that possible? An 8-year-old kid. But there are 3 adult males out there? Even if you're the kid brother praised all over the internet, you couldn't have done it. Little brother didn't approve of Lu Han's plan. He didn't believe that Lu Han could do it. Attach your ear. Lu Han asked little brother to bring his ears closer to him, then whispered in little brother's ear, "Do you think the traffickers were really beaten down by some Ultraman in the first place?" Hearing this, the camera boy felt the cold hairs on his entire body rise. He re-examined the Lu Han in front of him once again. In the end, he wasn't in opposition to Lu Han's plan. In the end, the camera guy and the spirit guy worked together to send Lu Han up through the ventilation ducts. Then the two began to dawdle and move the cabinet. As soon as he entered the ventilation duct, Lu Han immediately tightened his body and gently moved forward. And it was fortunate that Lu Han was only 8 years old with a small body. Otherwise, there was no way to pass through the ventilation duct. Lu Han walked all the way to the other side of the corridor. All the way to the other side of the corridor. And circled around behind the 3 men in black. "Hurry up, don't dawdle," the lead man in black roared at the door. "The cabinet is too heavy, can't move it." "Wait a minute." You can also hear the camera guy inside the door answering. "I'll say it again. I'll count to 3 or this woman is finished. 3, 2. Right at this moment, Lu Han leaped down from the ventilation duct to the ground, tightened his body, and did a forward roll. Not only did he muffle the sound of the landing, he also shortened the distance between himself and the 3 men in black a bit. Then, Lu Han quickly used the Tongbei fist in a lightning-fast manner, mobilizing his entire body's strength. His fists attacked their death points with every move. First move covering hand in chopping the mountain to break the center door. Lu Han hit the kidney point of the nearest person. The force threw the muscles straight to the spine. The sound of the fist accompanied by the sound of broken bones crunching. That person is like a cotton that has been drawn to support the instantly paralyzed on the ground. Move 2, upright push mountain double out palm. After knocking down the first person, Lu Han swiftly stepped up to the second person behind. Double palm force. Directly hit the person waist in ribs. the same as the sound of broken bones. Several ribs have pierced into the internal organs. The third move, a series of turning and splitting force through the palm. Lu Han, such as through the back of the ape general, directly jumped up. After several punches directly hit the person's ceiling. Only a few times the skull has been sunken. Then Lu Han added a white ape offering peach, holding the man's chin with both hands from the back and moving upwards with the cervical vertebrae completely disconnected several sections. Although the text was long, Lu Han's 3 moves had been completed in just an instant. The 3 men lay on the ground almost in no particular order. Lu Han held the frightened and paralyzed Hotaru in his arms. Sister Hotba, are you okay? It didn't hurt anywhere? Lu Han eagerly scanned Hotaru's body from top to bottom, looking for any injuries anywhere. Lu Han? I thought I'd never see you again. Whoa. Hotba had been scared to the point that her mind had stiffened and she was no longer able to think. But when she turned her eyes and saw Lu Han hugging herself, right next to her, the fear in her heart instantly turned into tears. Okay, it's alright, it's okay. I'll help you to your room. Afterward, Lu Han helped Hotaru back to his own room. After settling Hotba down, Lu Han drilled into the ventilation ducts and returned to little brother's room, and wiped out all traces of everything from within the ducts altogether. Just after this was done, the national security people arrived just in time, and all they saw at that moment were 3 corpses in the corridor. After the NSA crowd arrived, Lu Han came out of the room, not caring about anyone, and ran directly next door to find Hotba. Sister Hotba, besides some bruises on your body, is there anything else that's uncomfortable? Lu Han had worry written all over his face. No, it was just a shock earlier. Much better now. Hotba's mood stabilized a bit. That's good. Did you see anything out there just now? Lu Han asked again at this time. It happened suddenly just now. I had opened the door to go out in a sleepy daze, and my mind went blank after I was held up at gunpoint by that man. And then later, it was your sudden appearance that woke me up. Hotaru tried to remember as best she could, but her mind had just been stressed and she couldn't think of anything right now. Well, then don't think much about getting some rest. Lu Han held Hotaru's hand and spoke in a harmonious voice. At that moment, Director Lee of National Security also approached. Lu Han, you're here. Is anyone hurt? The NSA crowd was also confused when they saw the 3 bodies outside, but they all guessed that there must have been a fierce battle. Director Lee, it's okay, it's just that Hotba's sister is in a bit of shock. Considering that Hotba needed to rest, Lu Han got up and Director Lee was ready to go out to talk. Did you take care of those 3? Just as he walked to the door, Director Lee suddenly changed his expression, his eyes staring at Lu Han like a falcon. You think too highly of me, don't you? Director Lee, I'm better at some things, but do you think I can take down 3 armed adults with an 8-year-old body? It's too much of a pipe dream. Lu Han had long ago worked out how to respond verbatim in his mind. Ha! Yeah, well, you're just a kid anyways. And did you see who did it? Director Lee thought about it and also felt that what he had just thought was a bit unrealistic. These 3 men were no more than enemy agents in charge of assassinations, and even had some skill. An 8-year-old certainly couldn't do it. It must be someone else. The whole door was blocked by a cupboard and we couldn't see the cat's eye, so we could only hear the sound of fighting outside. This set of sayings, Lu Han had also explained to the camera boy. As for the mental boy who was scared and confused, he didn't know anything. That's going to be hard to investigate. These guys are acting sophisticated, and the hotel surveillance was destroyed by them before they went upstairs. There's no video footage from the hallway at all. What in the world is it that is stepping in from the shadows to save you? Director Lee felt that things were becoming a headache. As a member of the National Security Bureau, he felt very uneasy about the existence of such a powerful but unknown enemy or friend around him. After all, it's helping us. It's certain that it's not an enemy. Director Lee doesn't need to consider this for now. Tell me how this neon spy dared to retaliate so blatantly? Lu Han tried to take Director Lee's thoughts. Right, forgot to tell you. Later, after our investigation, this Taro Harimoto wasn't just an ordinary spy. He was the chief commander of the Neon Empire's cultural infiltration efforts against China. Lu Han, you've accidentally helped us catch a big fish. Suddenly the swarm of insects have no hands. The spy organization is desperate, and their best option is to take revenge on you. Director Lee narrated the whole thing. The more Lu Han listened, the more he felt that it was not easy to get this $500,000. So what's next for my safety? Director Lee? No one can stand that every day someone is plotting to take their life, can they? Lu Han thought of this step. Rest assured, now that we have fully grasped the information of this batch of spies, the Japanese will not stop dying for us. This time, we'll directly give them a clean sweep. Collar heard Director Lin's words, and Lu Han was able to put his heart down. The two were talking. Only Han Sanming, Zhou Hankuan, and Ji Shuin stumbled into view. Lu Han, little friend Lu, Mr. Lu, nothing happened to you. The three old masters just saw Lu Han in the corridor and shouted before they even approached. Three old masters? I'm fine. Why did you guys even come here specifically? Lu Han greeted the three old masters who came closer. You don't know the internet is going crazy. It says you were retaliated against by enemy agents. You're not sure if you're alive or dead. The three of us were scared out of our wits when we heard about it. So we rushed over. It's okay. Nothing happened to you. Come on. Let's see if you're hurt anywhere. The three old men spoke in your own words. It's okay. I'm fine. I've got a hard life. Lu Han felt the genuine concern of the three old men. Because of the fact that Lu Han happened to still have a live stream on when he was attacked, such an exceptional event was quickly spread like wildfire. Grass Mud Horse's little life. Not only do they engage in cultural infiltration in our China, they engage in cock and bull. Now you dare to shoot people. What? The neon scum dares to retaliate for the assassination of Lu Han. Does anyone know if Kid Brother is okay now? I'm dying of anxiety. I don't know. The live feed at the time was interrupted when gunshots appeared. Gunshots? I don't want anything to happen to you, kid. Nearby netizens gathered directly to the Kyoto Hilton Hotel, which was surrounded in front of the hotel. In the end, Lu Han had no choice but to walk out of the hotel to meet everyone. Brothers, I'm okay. I'm fine. Everyone calm down. Go back first. Due to the fear of chaos, Lu Han immediately went back to the hotel after only saying this. The gatherers now also dispersed in an orderly manner, guided by the officers. Did you get a good look? Is that Kid Brother? It looks like it should be. People are indeed fine. The Kid Brother is blessed with great fortune, then we can't let them off lightly. Go! We should do something too. With practical actions, we'll show our solidarity with Brother Kid. Immediately afterward, a wave of boycotts of Japan began on the internet. Netizens have taken to the major platforms to express their views, expressing their dissatisfaction and anger over the small days. Damn it, I'm still remembering the past, and now you're engaging in cultural infiltration. We found them out and they dared to retaliate with guns. Do you really think we're so easy to bully? I've never seen such a despicable people, with their nasty behavior, always doing that kind of shit. Brothers, let's take action. Let's show the Neon Empire the consequences of violating our country. At one time all the official numbers related to the small days were all shocked to close the comment section directly. Then the boycott of the products and services of the small days began, refusing to buy small day cars, electronics, clothing and other goods, and some even called for a boycott of small day culture and tourism. All of the stock of Little Days Company went straight down, and someone deliberately shorted it. Some netizens also produced posters and videos of boycotting the small days, which were widely disseminated on the internet and aroused more people's concern and support. Some radicals even went straight to the Yasukuni shrine with gasoline bottles. On the set of the program Hua Xia Poetry Conference, 2 minutes until the show starts. Host, contestants in position, lights, camera ready. The field manager's voice rang out in the program's studio. Today, it's the third day after Lu Han's attack. 3 days. Lu Han never appeared in the viewer's field of vision again except for one appearance in the hotel that night. The internet has exploded with speculation about Lu Han's recent situation. There was talk that the Kid Brother was actually injured, and that he was holding on for dear life when he finally showed up that day. There's talk that Kid Brother is now in a life-threatening situation and is being treated by the top medical team in Huaxia. Some say Kid Brother has since joined the NSA and started specializing in fighting enemy spies. A fairy said that the Kid Brother flew to Neon to take revenge, and that he was the mysterious hero who burned down the Yasukuni shrine. In short, public opinion is pouring in. Center TV. The 2,000 square foot Chinese poetry conference studio was filled to capacity with 1,200 viewers. Television, webcasting teaser, chopsticks hand, then station, small sweet potatoes and other platforms totaled a staggering 10 million people online as well. Now the whole nation is very concerned about Lu Han's situation. All want to see the Kid Brother Lu Han at the first time. Don't let anything happen to the Kid Brother. Pray for blessings, as they say on the internet. You're in Tokyo, so don't worry about it. We're going to MT. Feudo next. I've heard that this little wave of losses is approaching trillions of dollars, and that someone is deliberately shorting it. Neon Prime Minister Kishi is ready to apologize. Humph. Believe in nothing but the apology of a small day. It's just a matter of touching your upper and lower lips, and you won't change it even if you say it. Backstage at the studio, Lu Han was currently holding a copy of the 300 Tang poems and carefully flipping through it. I don't know what the reason is, but this time the reverse gnosis never appeared. This was almost on stage. Lu Han was still looking through it. Ooh, little friend, you're not just going to fight us today with a copy of 300 Tang poems, are you? At that moment a middle-aged woman's voice came from the shadows backstage. The woman walked up to Lu Han. Lu Han took a look. The woman had long hair draped over her shoulders, but her face was a conical face, full of artificial traces. But the pair of headlights in front of me are nice and tidy. Luhan just smiled politely and slightly without saying much. Humph. I thought it was some kid brother, but it seems it's just a packaged thing with a false name. Seeing that Luhan didn't reply to his words, the woman spoke again in an extremely disdainful tone. The words became hard to hear, and Luhan glanced at her again, only then recognizing that it was Jin Deep, a female writer who relied on her great literary father to write shit. Luhan was unmoved. This bitch had a bad brain. It was better to stay away from her. At that moment, just as the program was about to start, Luhan walked onto the stage. 3, 2, 1. The program has officially begun. In an instant, countless lights went on at the same time, and, on the gorgeous 3D three-dimensional stage, a volume of three-dimensional books slowly unfolded. Thud. After the flood of bells and whistles, the grand opening music plays. Within the unfolded 3D scroll, a stream of golden light flew out from the pages. Where the golden light passes, a poet of all dynasties, or bold and graceful, or elegant and handsome, or worried about the country, all of it was on display. Then the lights regrouped back on the stage. The elegantly dressed host, Cecilia Chen, takes the microphone. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Every person who loves poetry is a spark with the mission of spreading culture and passing on the classics. Let's use the flame of poetry to ignite the dreams in our hearts and let the light of poetry illuminate our future. Here we will witness a feast of poetry and feel the burning passion. Let's go into the world of poetry together and realize the beauty and power of it. Now, it is my great honor to announce that the Huaxia Poetry Conference has officially begun. Let me introduce you to the contestants in this field. The lights moved in the direction of Cecilia Chen's hand. Academician of the Institute of Chinese Language and Linguistics, Central Plains University, Han Sanming, Jinling Institute of Literature. Writer, Su Yuran. Famous author and literary critic, Jin Shen, Kyoto Sunrise Elementary School student. Poetry talent, Xia Lingqin, Chief Captain of the Chinese Young Pioneers, Honorary Professor of the Chinese Conservatory of Music. Kid brother, Lu Han. There was also applause when the others were introduced, and when it came to Lu Han, the thunderous applause was even more intense, and the pop-ups on the live streaming platform instantly brushed the screen, showing that his popularity was as terrifying as it was. My brother is fine, he's fine. We've seen the kid brother's previous skills in calligraphy, painting, and music, and we'll see how good he is in poetry and literature in the next few days. This ancient poetry is not as good as a handful for a kid brother. Sit back and watch the kid brother open the show. Just as the host was trying to continue the proceedings of the program, the producer hurried on stage and handed the host a note and had a brief exchange with him. The rules of this game are now temporarily changed due to special circumstances. Chen Cece paused, seeming to be a bit tongue-tied. This match has been changed to a wheel fight, and the player Lu Han will be the ring keeper. The other 4 contestants challenged the ring keeper in turn. When these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Lu Han, ringmaster? I don't think I'm mistaken. Kid brother can't be that badass even if he's badass. 1v4? I recognize that kid brother is indeed strong, but how good is his poetry? We haven't seen it yet. Come up here and fight in a wheelchair. At this time, Lu Han was also stunned. He has gazed to the player's seat across from himself, Elder Han Sanming, just in time to see behind Elder Han, the two standing, Zhou Hankuan and Ji Shuyin. The 3 old guys had bad smiles on their faces and were also staring at Lu Han. Crooked day, these 3 old guys, are they trying to trap me? My poetry is not working right now. Enlightenment against all odds hasn't appeared all this time for some reason. Lu Han spat in his heart. No need to think it must be the idea of these 3 old guys to temporarily change the rules of the game. I also sized up a few more of the other contestants' expressions, and, only to see this time Jin Deep today's mockery of fantasy, estimated that the heart is planning to see Lu Han's joke in a while. That talented girl Su Yuran was expressionless, as if none of this had anything to do with her, and that Xia Lingqin, who was the same elementary school student as Lu Han, smiled at Lu Han at this moment, and turned to Lu Han, comparing a heart shape with her left thumb and forefinger. Ah, this little beauty isn't a fan of mine, is she? Lu Han thought to himself, and at the same time, he also stretched out his hand and waved it towards Xia Lingqin. All the instructions were arranged by the group. The host Chen Cece did not care about the comments of the audience, and continued. The title of this game, Pi, Circumference. It's about following the circle, 1 digit each, and saying the old poem that contains that digit in order. Pi, flying flower order? This is too damn hard, isn't it? What's pi again? I just remember 3, 141, 5926. Who knows the rest? The order of the flying flowers is in the end a test of everyone's poetic reserves. But it seems that these contestants should all have similar strengths. Now that we're using the circumference, more of a test will be on the spot adaptability and composure during the sparring match. Flying flower order we also played me. But like this pie flying flower order is too difficult. Already nervous. Once you can't think of the number, then immediately the brain will go blank. The match officially started, and since it was Lu Han who challenged the wheel battle, he was the first to speak. That's the number 3. At this time, Lu Han has been unable to appear because of the enlightenment against the heavenly path rumors, so now he can only rely on himself. Sunken for a long time. The pop-ups, full of question marks. How's that? Kid brother is not good at poetry? Shit, we've been watching him act like a pussy and forgot to find out. How's his academic performance in school? I don't know. The program hasn't talked about it. If it hasn't been talked about, then it must not be good, right? Why am I not worried about kid brother at all? On the contrary, I'm looking forward to him failing in his pretense and getting punched in the face. Ha ha ha, that's how I feel too. There's finally one thing he's not good at. Me too, Ha ha ha, but we're all true fans. Just as everyone was talking about it, Lu Han jerked his head up and he moved 2 or 3 miles away. 4 or 5 houses in Smoky Spring. Number 3. 2 or 3 miles away. 4 or 5 smoky villages. The first old poem in an elementary school textbook. The simplest one. It's not obvious yet. This poem should be able to be thought of even by ordinary people. A poem that children can memorize. Did he learn it by reading the 300 Tang poems? Moving on. I have a feeling he might actually not. Go for it, Brother Lu Han. Brother Lu Han is great. Just then little talent Xia Lingqin suddenly jumped to her feet and cheered for Lu Han. The crowd in the room smiled at the sight of a feeling of 2 small children. Only that Jin deeply skimmed her mouth, thinking to herself, I'm the daughter of a literary hero. And this Lu Han just dared to ignore herself backstage. After holding back, I answered one of the most basic old poems. It seems that the online rumor is not true. Humph. Kid brother. In vain. Lu Han's turn ended, and it was the turn of the great talent Su Yuran. Number 1. The falling sun and the lonely ducks fly together. The autumn water shares the color of the long sky. The answer was fantastic and still off the cuff. Wow. Su Dekai 2 is Su Dekai 2. She doesn't even need to pause and think when answering. I'm sorry, I'm going to defect. Goddess Su is so beautiful and so talented. When it was Lu Han's turn, he actually paused again and held his tongue for 8 seconds before saying, Number 4. April on Earth is over. Peach blossoms begin to bloom in mountain temples. Another one from the 300 Tang poems, which really made the crowd a bit skeptical if he had really just crammed it in the past 2 days. It's my turn. It's my turn. Number 1. The sound of firecrackers marks the end of the year, and the spring breeze sends warmth into the tusu. After the big talent finished, it was time for the little talent, and Xia Lingqin spoke very slowly, as if she was deliberately leaving time for Lu Han. It was a little thought that everyone could see at once, but none of them said anything. Lu Han didn't stop arguing for too long this time, probably because the little talented girl Xia Lingqin had left him time to think about it already. Number 5. The city is aided by the 3 Qin, and the wind and smoke look out over the 5 Jin. After Lu Han finished, it was Jinshin's turn to stare at Lu Han. I write shit and the literary world has to smile and give me a book. You're a stinky kid who doesn't give a damn about me. It's outrageous. Number 9. It's common to see it in the mansion of Ji Wang, but I've heard it a few times in front of Chui Zhou's hall. Kids don't know what the numbers at the back are, do they? It's no use just memorizing 300 Tang poems. You need to brush up on your math. In front of so many viewers, Jin deep words said very gentle. In fact, the heart is full of ridicule, which Lu Han immediately replied. Number 2. Stop the car and sit in the maple forest late. The frosty leaves are redder than February flowers. Another old poem from an elementary school textbook. I can kind of see that he's just memorizing the 300 Tang poems. Well, kid brother would. But, not much. I can count on one thing that kid brother doesn't cowboy up on. Not necessarily a good boy brother good whole life. He wants to deliberately pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? This time I really don't believe he's going to win. I'll wash my hair upside down, and I'll poop upside down at the same time. Upstairs, I'm writing this down for you. At the program site, the flying flower order was still in full swing. At this time, it was the turn of old man Han Sanming. Number 6. 6 quills floating in the air in private pity. A departure from Beijing and Luo for more than 10 years. Wait, little friend Lu. I want you to say one too. An ancient poem containing 6. Elder Han Sanming looked at Lu Han with a bad smile on his face. Stream batch, academician Han. This is intentional. There are very few ancient poems with 6s. They're not easy to find in the 300 Tang poems. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how kid brother responds now. Lu Han skimmed his mouth at Han Sanming and spat in his heart. This old man really wants to test me. Number 6. 6 or 7 pavilions and 8 or 9 or 10 flowers. Number 5. 800 miles are scorched under the banner, and 50 strings are turned over to the sound of the outside world, which knows that Lu Han not only answered the ancient poem with 6, but also the 5 he should have said later. Just kidding. You have thought of 5, why not say the 3 behind it can't be thought of yet? TSK. Kid brother has something, but it doesn't feel like much. Isn't this the one that goes 2 or 3 miles? That's clever. But he also picked up the back 5 as well. I don't know if he's a bullshitter or not. After a round of fights, it's my turn for the great talent Su Yuran. Number 3. The 3 guards frequently trouble the world's plans, and the 2 dynasties open the hearts of old ministers. A talented woman is a talented woman. Not affected at all. Su Yuran followed up with the verse for the number 3. Lu Han, the poplars have fallen and Zi Gue is crying, and I hear that the dragon marker has crossed the 5 streams. Unsurprisingly, it's still from the Tang dynasty. Brother Lu Han, go for it. Number 8. The winds of August and autumn rage and roll up the threefold thatch on my house. Xia Lingqin, the little talented girl, is still cheering Lu Han. Now everyone can see that he must be the little fan of the kid brother Lu Han. The number 9. To die is to know that all things are empty, but to grieve is not to see the 9 states. Lu Han looked at Xia Lingqin. The little talented girl, or rather the little lowly, was also very smooth, cute and pretty, with a pair of big eyes flickering. Jin deeply furious, because with her knowledge base, the number behind is a few he himself does not know anymore. At that moment, Lu Han spoke up. This big-breasted sister, is it that you don't know how many numbers are at the back? I'll tell you it's 7. Lu Han had a positive tone that made him feel harmless, or was he being kindly reminded? I know, you don't need to remind me, Jin deeply said with a somewhat irritated and reddened face. Even the tone of her voice forgot to control it. Number 7. On the 7th day of the 7th month in the Hall of Eternal Life, at midnight when no one is whispering. This poem actually really gave Jin deeply thought to match. The number 9. It's my turn. Huang Chao's chrysanthemums after failing to get a place. When autumn comes on September 8th, I will kill 100 flowers after they bloom. The fragrance of the sky rushes through Chang'an, and the city is filled with golden armor. Lu Han raised his head fiercely, and his mouth was full of staccato verses, and his poems were impassioned and majestic. A kingly aura of great talent and greatness leaked out of the entire scene. Crooked day, he's reciting? This one is not in the 300 Tang poems. Leaning north, the kid is good at poetry. Come on, where's the guy who said he'd wash his hair upside down? Come out. Ha ha, we all remember it too. Hurry up and come out. The kid brother has never let anyone down. He's always good. Number 3. Beishan, Chu Shui, a bleak land. 23 years of abandonment. Elder Han Sanming replied. This I will. The mountains, the water, the bleakness, the respectability. I'm not going to be able to do that. Ask the man who can have a few sorrows. Easy come, easy go. There are tall buildings in the northwest. Too young, too simple. Eat apple every day. Number 2. The great talent Su Yuran. The new year has not even been fancied, and the grass buds were surprised to be seen at the beginning of February. Number 3. Lu Han. The old man left the yellow crane tower in the west, and went down to Yangzhou in March. Number 8. 28 beautiful women on thin horses. 10,000 fine wines and songs of Weicheng. When she reaches the phrase a beautiful woman, Xia Lingqin, a talented young woman, shows a shy face. Number 4. Lu Han. Tough times start with a scripture, and the stars fall all around. Number 6. It's time for Jin to go deep again. He's now completely unaware of how many numbers it is. Lu Han now opened his mouth with a smile on his face again. It is said that big boobs are brainless. Are fake boobs also brainless? Brat, what did you say? This really? Jin deeply roared in exasperation. Sister Big Tits, let me tell you what the next number is, okay? The next number is 2. Lu Han didn't even care what Jin Shinshin said and said with a smile. It's 2, that. The grass grows and the warblers fly in February, and the willows on the embankment are drunk with spring smoke. Jin deeply immediately grabbed the answer. Unfortunately, contestant Jin Deep, your answer has the wrong number. You are eliminated. The moderator, Lissy, spoke up. No, didn't that kid just say that? It's 2. Jin Shin was furious to hear that he had been eliminated. How dare you trick me, bastard! Jin deeply turned his head towards Lu Han. His eyes rounded and he said through clenched teeth. Jin deeply, you misunderstood. Just now Lu Han was talking about the next digit. What he told you was the next digit after you finished speaking. That is, his digit was 2. What he said was right. After Li Cixi explains to Jin Shinshin, Jin Shin realizes that she has been tricked. He slapped his seat table in anger and then left the room angrily. She didn't have the good sense to do anything about it in front of all those people, but this was a grudge she took down. Not even a moment after the start of the game, Lu Han had already managed to eliminate a player, so there was no doubt about his strength now. But Lu Han himself knows, Tang Poetry 300 if he can still make up the top. In addition to that, not the first after the end of the chrysanthemum is his own memory of his previous life will be. Up to now all rely on their own memorization of the Tang Poetry 300. Gnosis against all odds doesn't come. At this moment, behind Han Sanming on the other side of the stage. Old Han. I told you this kid was good. He's got something. Han Kuan bowed behind Han Sanming and muttered in a low voice. Mr. Lu has studied the ancient and modern worlds, and the way of poetry is surely a piece of cake for him as well. Ji Shuyin also expressed his affirmation at this time. He was an authentic old fan of Lu Han. What I said too is definitely okay. Ha ha. Old man Han looked at Lu Han across from him and became more and more interested in his talent. In fact, the three old men didn't know Lu Han's caddy before. Anyway, this program group was short of contestants. The only thing they could think of was Lu Han, and Lu Han had performed far beyond normal no matter what he was doing. So I pulled Lu Han in, and I didn't expect it to be quite good. At first, Lu Han's pause and hesitation showed everyone something, but subsequently, he relied on his intelligent mind and still persevered even without the added benefit of his heaven-defying enlightenment. After Jin Shen went down, no one said the number 6, so it was passed to Lu Han to say 6. Number 6. Smile back and 100 winks are born. The 6 palaces have no color. Lu Han was now panicking about a batch that tested his poetic reserves more and more the further along he went. Number 2. Don't you hear of the 200 states east of Han's mountains, where 1,000 villages and tens of thousands of villages are born of Jingxi? Unlike Lu Han's panicked one, at this time, Su Yuran was still a steady one. The next digit is the number 6 again. Lu Han began to pause and hesitate again. 6, which is not in the 300 Tang poems. Just then, Xia Lingqin, the little lowly next to Lu Han, quietly said, Brother Lu Han, there's still the long hate song. The sound is not big. Lu Han just heard 3 words long hate song. Immediately remembered a sentence. There is nothing to be done if the 6 armies do not send out their troops, and the wandering moth eyebrows die before the horses. Number 4. It was Xia Lingqin's little lowly's turn, and she too began to hesitate. The host, Li Sisi, opened her mouth and said, Xia Lingqin, what's wrong? I don't know the number on the back anymore. Forget it. No more games. I surrender. Go brother Lu Han. Xia Lingqin directly stopped playing, but did not leave, but stood in place, hands on her cheeks, blinking her big eyes at Lu Han. It's the turn of Senior Han Sanming in line. Ha ha ha. Good. Not only did we see a wonderful flying flower order today, but we also got to see such a talented man and woman. I quit too. Let the great talent Su Yuran go one-on-one with Lu Han. Old Mr. Han Sanming also chose to withdraw, and he had originally come to make up the numbers. Once again it's the turn of the talented Su Yuran. April 17th? Exactly the same day last year, when I left you. From Wei Zhuang's Lady's Crown, April 17th. MS. Su's talented daughter just matched the verses and also explained the source. The stage applauded. This is a real hard power. Goddess Su. Goddess Su. The belly is full of poetry. Look at Goddess Su's temperament. It's incredible. In front of the real hard power. This kid brother can't eat it either. Number 3. The pressure is on Lu Han again. Just then, you will be able to experience the elegance of poetry and the elegance of literature with a talented woman of Chinese literature who is the best in China. You have triggered a heavenly enlightenment and realized the national treasure of Chinese literature and history. Coming. Lu Han was delighted in his heart. Unraveling the leaves of 3 autumns, can bloom the flowers of February. Verses off the top of my head. Number 3. A long way to the land of who is 3,000 kilometers. And that's a good way to send a bright king at once. Almost in the next second after Lu Han finished speaking, the talented girl Su Yuran was instantly right out again. Number 8. A letter was sent to the 9 heavens in the morning, and was relegated to 8000 on the Chaozhou Road in the evening. Lu Han is not far behind. It's the number 3 again. Now Su Yuran paused for a moment and 30,000 miles of river eastward into the sea, and 5,000 measures of lake up to the sky, but there was only a pause to pair off again. Goddess Su's way of poetry is really the best in China. Number 2. It was Lu Han's turn once again, and Lu Han stopped with a pang in his heart. It wasn't that he couldn't get it right. It was that it occurred to him what would be the point of winning against his opponent if he relied on Goldfinger. The talented Su Yuran must be a lifelong study of the way of nationalism. If you rely on the golden finger to win, to the state of mind of the leading experts in the field of nationalism to leave a bad influence, bad heart, it would be too unworthy of it. Besides, What would be the point of winning this poetry competition by oneself? One didn't care about this at all. So Lu Han waved his hand and said directly, "Admit defeat. Admit defeat." I can't remember either. Everyone in the room was dumbstruck when these words came out. They couldn't believe their ears. You know, he's the strongest kid, he's always the one who beats everyone else. There's never a time when he admits defeat. It was overwhelmingly surprising to people. Ji Shuin, what's going on? Mr. Lu shouldn't be. Jo Hankun, Lu Han's strength must be much more than that. Han Sanming, you two are still shallow in your ways. Can't you see this? Elder Zhou and Elder Ji shook their heads at the same time. Full of doubts. Little friend Lu is letting up. Yes, the top prize of this poetry competition doesn't matter at all to him, but it's very important to Su Yuran. This girl, Su Yuran, is usually high-minded and proud. If she loses to Lu Han today, then her mind will definitely collapse, and she might not be able to study Chinese studies properly in the future. As Han Sanming spoke, he looked at Lu Han across the room again, his appreciation growing stronger. So that's how it is. So Lu Han he actually let go of the water. Elder Zhou Hankuan and Elder Ji Shuin came to a sudden realization. But how did you know about Su Yuran? Old Han? Zhou Hankuan pursued. Han Sanming, nonsense. That's my disciple. You student. Zhou Hankuan and Ji Shuin spoke in unison. Lu Han's sudden admission of defeat also surprised the audience. No, did the kid admit defeat? My kid brother is invincible. How could he lose? The kid brother wouldn't be looking at the beauty of other Goddess Su's face and losing on purpose. Would he? Nonsense. Goddess Su Yuran's strength is also very strong. Okay. It's hard enough to be right up to this point. Circumstantial flying flower order. Consider more than just poetic reserves. Just now, I really wanted to see kid brother embarrass himself for once. But how do I feel a bit unable to accept it now when I really see kid brother lose? I've been watching for a long time and I've taken it for granted that the kid brother would win. So I'm really not used to this all of a sudden. The host, Li Cc, saw that Lu Han had conceded defeat and the winner had been decided. She picked up the microphone and was ready to announce the result. Wait. Su Yuran suddenly spoke up. Lu Han, I don't need you to let. When these words came out, the audience all involuntarily exclaimed in shock. Lu Can? Jean? No way. No way. This kid still has reservations. I can see that. Look at how the kid brother is still full of energy and sharp-eyed even now. How can he not have any more poems? Lu Han didn't even seem to be firing. The rate at which he answered the questions behind him were all exactly the same. Like an automatic retrieval in his brain. It never lagged. Su Yuran continued. The two dragons fight to determine the male and female. The red cliff buildings and ships sweep the ground empty. Li Bai's red cliff song for farewell. The east wind is not with Zhou Lang. And the bronze sparrow locks up Tu Chiao in spring. Du Mu's red cliff. 3 mountains hath fall beyond the green sky. And 2 waters divide the white heron continent. Li Bai's ascent to the Phoenix Terrace in Jinling. All of these are in the 300 Tang poems. And so is number 2. And you're telling me you can't get it right? Do you think I believe it? Lu Han was also shocked in his heart. It was true that playing smart with smart people really didn't work. This Su Yuran really wasn't an ordinary person. I am trying not to think of the number 2 down there. Lu Han thought about it and that was the only reason. You are looking down on me? Goddess Su didn't even give a hitch to Lu Han's lying. This beautiful sister, do you value the outcome of this match? Lu Han saw that he couldn't get past the perfunctory, so he changed his tone and asked very seriously. Su Yuran didn't answer again, thinking very seriously about Lu Han's words. Do you value the results of the competition? She does not value? Why must she pull Lu Han to distinguish between the two? What does she value? The idea of national education emphasizes the understanding of the heart. Not to be happy with things, not to be sad with oneself. If you value this fame, what have you been studying for so many years? I see. Lu Han, thank you for your enlightenment. After half a day of contemplation, Su Yuran spoke again, and taking half a step backward bowed 90 degrees to Lu Han and performed a thank you teacher salute. This made her heart character and cultivation take another step forward. Sister CC, you can announce the results. Lu Han turned his head to Li Cc and said, the little scum in the mouth of Hotba is really half true. As long as it is a beautiful woman, Lu Han is bound to open his mouth and call his sister. Oh, the winner of this round is Su Yuran, the talented daughter of the Jinling Literature Institute. The host, Li Cc, was originally listening to the conversation between these two people and was pondering, but when she heard Lu Han's words, she immediately reacted and announced the results. Moderator, a poetry conference Flying Flower Order has immersed us in the boldness and elegance of Chinese poetry and its beauty. On this stage, we not only enjoy the charm of poetry, but also feel the humility between the players. The competition was a good mix of tit for tat and back and forth. At the same time, It also showed us the camaraderie of glue and paint. This feeling of humility shows us the true meaning of the poetry conference, not just a competition, but a cultural heritage and exchange. The applause under the stage once again rang. This one flying flower order, then in the end is not just than the poetry reserve. It has been sublimated to the spiritual realm of nationalism. Under the stage, Han Sunming looked at his beloved disciple, Su Yuran, who was able to break the shackles in her heart due to a single word from Lu Han, and nodded with great joy. Then he turned his head to look at Lu Han again. At this time, this kid brother that everyone called had already walked off the stage, and was chatting with the little lowly Xia Lingqin. The applause from the audience continued unceasingly. Not only the live ones, but even many of the viewers who were watching the webcast couldn't help but applaud at the screen. Sublimated. This program is sublimated. Is this the legendary gentleman's friendship? Terrific. I didn't expect the kid brother to have such a temperament. I used to see him strong after strong, but today I actually saw that the heart and temperament are also so extraordinary. At this time, Lu Han, who had already gotten down to the stage, didn't care about the things on the stage at all. He pulled the little lowly Xia Lingqin there and chatted. Aya, this enamorada has grown to be really cute. How old is sister Xia? Lu Han also needed Xia Lingqin's small pink face as he spoke. Brother Lu Han. I'm 12 years old. I just look smaller. Actually, I'm older than brother Lu Han. Oh. Xia Lingqin bounced as she spoke, her twin ponytails bouncing up and down. Ha, you're 12? The little lowly in front of her was as tall as herself, an 8-year-old child, although Lu Han was far taller than his peers, at 1 meter 4.5. But it doesn't matter. I'll still call you brother Lu Han. Lolita's attraction to men is extraordinarily powerful. Okay, brother Lu Han. You know what? I've liked you since the opening of Brother Kids. The table you cooked on your first day live, it really smelled so good. I want to eat that 9-turned large intestine. Xia Lingqin excitedly pulled Lu Han's arm and shook it around. That 9-turned sausage is beef sausage. You shouldn't be able to eat it. Lu Han said. Ha, why cow intestines? Xia Lingqin had a strange look on her face. There is no such thing as a 9-turned large intestine that doesn't use pig intestines. It was changed because my Hotba sister is not eating pork. At the mention of Hotspur, Lu Han suddenly remembered that she was still alone in the hotel. Nui. Suddenly I remembered that I have something to do, so I'll make an appointment some other time. Lu Han said and was about to leave. Then let's add a friend. Saying that, Xia Lingqin held up her phone watch. Lu Han thought about it. This is good, eh? By using a phone watch plus Lori instead of a cell phone, you don't have to worry in case Hot Barb sees you. After the addition, Lu Han rushed back to the hotel at a rapid pace. Hotba did not follow the crew to the center TV station for the recording of the show today because she was frightened the day before and is now staying alone in the hotel to recuperate. Said to be recuperating? At this time the hot bar is holding a large pile of snacks. Sitting on the bed to watch the TV, Lu Han in the program scene and Xia Lingqin chatting hot it. Ugh, little scumbag. As she spoke, Hotba exerted too much force and tore right through a bag of mythical Crispies. Whoa, because of the force, the whole bag of mythical Crispies spilled all over the bed. With that kind of stamina, I'm guessing there's nothing left to do for a long time. Lu Han, wait for me. Lu Han had just run out of the building of the center TV station, and behind him, the camera boy Yuan Audi chased after him carrying a camera. Why did you follow me out? Lu Han wondered. I had a feeling you had another job today, so I immediately followed it out. The camera boy ran out of breath. Lu Han, what kind of job could I have taking a cab back to a hotel? My senses have always been accurate. Ask the audience master if you don't believe me. The little brother simply ignored Lu Han and reached directly to the curb to summon a cab. Live streaming room. Right, camera boy was right. Every hunch is spot on. Camera boy is dedicated. Camera guy. This dude can handle it. He's really on the show. I declare that Audrey Yuan will be our brother from now on. Got to. The car just so you pay. Just as a cab came, Lu Han got right into it. Camera boy but also did not resist, and Lu Han went out and wanted him to pay out too much effort. So also directly into the back row. Master, Kyoto Hilton Hotel. Lu Han car directly reported the address, but did not see the vehicle move. Lu Han looked up at the driver strangely. What, master? Only to see the master looking at Lu Han with a surprised face. Then spoke. I recognize you. The driver pointed at Lu Han as if in thought that. I forgot. You forgot too, right? Lu Han's expression lurched. This sudden greeting gave him a whole won't. I just saw the cab driver's voice system seem to be all messed up and off and start babbling. Right, ice house. Right. Come to think of it. Lu Han immediately covered his neck when he heard the words good friend ice room. Shit north, what do you want? Mr. Driver? Lu Han suddenly wondered if the enemy still had a leak. He had gotten himself into the car of thieves. No, I hear me. You're the kid brother, aren't you? Think up. I'm a fan of yours then. Look, said the driver, took out his own cell phone and opened it, in which was the live screen of the strongest kid brother. I'm on TV too. The driver was so excited that he waved at the screen first, realizing something was wrong. He turned his head back to the camera lens of the camera boy and waved again. Then I have nothing to do with TM Rio Yo Ice House. Luhan was all set to use his little genius to call the police. Is your live room shared in one of our driver groups? The group is called Good Friends Ice Room. Saying that, the driver opened his WeChat group, and the name of that group was really called Liang Yu Ice Room. Forgive me for laughing unkindly. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, kid. I couldn't help it. Laughing on the table/expression. I can see. The camera little brother for the program effect. Do not care about the children brother dead or alive. The camera did not shake a little. Ha ha ha. The cab started traveling up the road. Kid brother, when you get off the bus later, can you put a handprint on my shirt? I want to keep it as a souvenir. On the way, the driver master spoke up in order to break the awkward atmosphere that hadn't dissipated just now. Lu Han. Line. He was still in shock over what had just happened. Kid brother, I heard that you fought 3 armed hostiles in the hotel? You know Kung Fu, don't you? Well, yes, with my height advantage. I crushed 3 thugs' cows with my bare hands, Lu Han said and extended his right hand to show it. Ka-chow. The driver master took a picture of Lu Han's right hand and sent it to the Liang Yu Ice Room group. Then the voice said, "See, I pulled a kid brother today. I told you he knew Kung Fu. You guys see, this is his golden right hand that crushes the enemy special cowboy. Uncle driver, since you're so interested in this hand, how about I let you experience what it's like to be grabbed by him in a while?" 2. Lu Han saw that the driver really believed it and opened his mouth to flirt, which the driver's expression lurched. Then his face was embarrassed. I think we should keep this item. Next time for sure. The netizens in the live stream went crazy with laughter. This nifty driver brother is so much fun. Kid brother with his height advantage just catches the enemy special's oxen. Ha ha ha. Master driver, I would call this hand the golden right hand. Stop it. I'm laughing my ass off. So, kid brother, do you have any other specialties? The driver asked again. Well, I've got a pretty good head on my shoulders, and I'm pretty quick at math. Lu Han's eyes rolled. Really? In that case, can I test you on the spot with questions? The master driver offered. Lu Han directly agreed in one mouthful. No problem. Feel free to ask. 45/68. The master driver casually popped 2 numbers. The words, equals 2810. Lu Han directly reported the answer. Holy shit. Cow punching. This is too damn fast. The driver's master once again raised the level of difficulty by rephrasing the question. What does 639 times 282 divided by 18 equal? Equals 9761. Lu Han replied, still not blinking an eye. My nifty prodigy. Sure enough, hearing is better than seeing. A kid is a kid. At this point in the broadcast. God, this is too good, isn't it? My brain hasn't reacted yet. And the kid brother has already come up with the answer? In the end, it's the kid brother who has to be convinced. No, wait a minute, is he right about this answer? I took a calculator and figured it out. How come it's nothing like what he reported? It was at this point that the crowd on the air reacted, and some of them actually went and got a calculator to do the math. The answer was completely different from what Lu Han had said. Geneva, liar. How the hell can this be? It's too much. This is a joke on the driver's brother. In this way, little brother noticed the change in the pop-up screen, so he spoke up and said, Lu Han, was what you just counted nonsense? How come the live broadcast is saying that what you said is wrong? Lu Han wasn't the least bit impressed. What do you care if he's right? Just tell me if I'm fast at counting. Right? Camera guy. Live stream. Geneva. When will the teasing sound come out with the first line fend off death function? ITM. Feel like my intelligence has been insulted. TSK. You don't say. You really don't say. Indeed, howling. People just say they count fast, but they don't say they count right. I knew it wasn't that simple. This kid never plays by the rules. Who wouldn't be confused if they listened to such a play? Pointed out by the camera boy. The big brother driver also realized that he had been tricked. Kid brother, let's talk about your hobbies. Speaking of hobbies, I like to sing, dance, rap, basketball. Does that count? How does this count? Lu Han, well, how does it not count? Classic Hosi UN style smile. The corners of this big brother's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Thank you for this cab ride. It was a very pleasant ride. Don't take it next time. Yay, uncle, if you want to say. This way then I can give you a bad review. Luhan's expression was serious. You're here, get out of the car and get off. I'm not charging you any more money today. And don't you dare talk to me about bad reviews. Bye bye bye. Just after the driver finished speaking, Luhan quickly scurried out of the car and gave the driver a young pioneer salute outside the car. Thanks for the free ride, uncle. Brothers, give Yoshitomo Icehouse some attention. The driver didn't even bother to take a ride. One foot on the gas and went straight away. Upon arrival at the hotel, Luhan quickly arrived in front of the door of room 1508 of Hot Bard. The camera boy was still following closely behind. Luhan turned around and pointed at the camera boy. You, still following? What's wrong? Go into the room to continue the live broadcast. The camera boy didn't understand Luhan at all. TSK. This unattached guy really doesn't know anything. Sister Hotba just got a shock. What if you scare people with your ugly face? Let's go outside. Luhan finished knocking on the door of the room. The camera boy was about to plead his case, and the words were just on his lips when just in time Hotba opened the door. Then only saw a jade hand from the room outstretched. Clenched enough strength a Luhan's small body pulled into the room. The camera boy didn't even get a chance to say anything before the door to the room closed. Live streaming room. Yay! What's going on? Is that hand a hot bar? Camera boy, find a way in. What's going on in there? What's going on in there? Isn't Reba uncomfortable? Isn't that a strong pull? The netizens in the live broadcast room are very concerned about Luhan's safety, and at this point in the room, Luhan was lifted and thrown directly onto the bed by Hataru. Little scumbag, having fun today. Ha! Even if you're eyeballing with that little loli on stage, you're still pinching her cheeks off stage. Hataru spoke to Luhan with an angry look on her face. What are you going to do? Are you going to mercilessly destroy such a delicate flower of my country? Luhan said as he lay on the bed pretentiously. Hot bar, come on, don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. Then Luhan directly lay flat on his back in a big shape. You, have some face. Hotba can't take it anymore. There's really no comparison to this kid in terms of downward mobility. As soon as he heard that Hotba's tone had eased up quite a bit, Luhan sat up from the bed with a hairier roll. Alright, you've had a shock for me, and you need to recuperate more. Gas big also hurt the body is not. Luhan pulled Hotba to sit back on the bed. Then, lifting the covers and preparing for Hotba to lie down, I realized that the covers were so lifted that I realized the comforter was full of snacks. Luhan looked at the pile of snacks under the comforter and then at the pouting Hataru. Hataru also looked at the snacks on the bed, then pouted and looked out the window. Luhan, TSK. Aren't all frightened women with good appetites? Brat, what did you say? Hotba reacted instantly, raising her hand to punch. Luhan grabbed Hoder's raised arm, then said with a gentle face, How beautiful are you, sister? Hotba paused. Oops, it was ruffled. Then, Luhan directly helped Hotarub to lie down on the bed, and the quilt was left uncovered. If you're not feeling well, just lie down and rest. Let's talk about beating me up when we recover. Luhan sat down in the chair next to the bed, leaving the entire bed to Hataru. So what do you say? Did you go pick up that little loli named Xia Lingqin today? Hataru asked laying back, her tone no longer so fierce. No, that Xia Lingqin is my fan. People are just expressing their admiration to me. What to do? I can't refuse someone's kindness, can I? Don't you think so? Luhan explained. Really? Really, I'll send for. Luhan said raising his right hand properly. Hot bar. But you swore it was the middle finger. All the same, let's not talk about it. Sister Hotba, tell me a story. Luhan's face was full of smiles, and it still really made it impossible to get angry. What kind of person lets a patient tell you a story? Hotba frowned in confusion. Luhan didn't say anything, looking at the pile of snacks next to the bed before looking back at Hot Bar. Hataru blushed, then said, Okay, so still telling that tale of the cultivating gray wolf from before? Aha! Luhan was intrigued and squared his chair upright. The people of Sheep Village heard that Wolfie was coming back to take revenge. Lazy Goat coughed lightly and opened his mouth. What is Boiling Goat's opinion? Lao Lazy, don't have any opinion. But how to stop Grey Wolf? Who has obtained the 9 Suns secret method? You say to the gang to listen. Now, the top priority is to set up the Sheep Village defense array. Boiling Goat said without thinking. It's better to let me do it. I have the wolf slaughtering sword in my hand, and I'm in the transformation realm now. Just then, Wesley grabbed it. No way. Wesley, in the last battle to protect the village, you were already deeply wounded internally, so don't hide it from everyone anymore. Before Wesley's words left his mouth, Mayanjiang hurriedly shouted. Enough. It's better to let me do it. I, old sloth, will fight for my old life and ask that Grey Wolf to die with me. The Lazy Goat slammed the table, eyeing the table. Just then, a voice came from behind the crowd that, I don't know if I can top that. This paragraph is a big thank you to all the readers for the brainstorming solitaire. The story was being told in the room and outside the house. The camera boy was very curious to know what was going on in the room because he couldn't stand the urging of the crowd of netizens. So he ran straight to the top floor of the hotel, where he found a scaffold outdoor elevator used by workers. Without the slightest hesitation, the camera boy jumped straight onto the elevator and pressed the button, letting the elevator slide down the exterior wall all the way to the 15th floor. Coward! The camera guy is dedicated. Camera guy is a god. I will vote for you as the most dedicated staff member of the year in the photography industry this year. Camera guy. From now on, camera boy is my real brother. The heifer goes to the mountain to bask in the sun, and the cow shines brightly. When the facade elevator landed on the 15th floor, the camera boy disliked the camera directly on the glass filming that, and at this point in the picture, the room was filled with people. Han Sanming, Zhou Hankuan, Ji Shuin, the three old masters, the great talent Su Yuran, the little lowly Xia Lingqin, and everyone from the entire program team were there. It turns out that just now, all the people who participated in the recording of the program have returned to the hotel and have made a date to go to dinner in the evening. Lu Han went to the window and opened it a small opening. What the hell are you doing? Lu Han and everyone else in the room had question marks on their faces. I wanted to give the fans a different angle to shoot. The camera guy is numb. What the hell is going on? At this time, Director Wang Jialuan also walked over and looked at little brother with a strange face. Yuan Audi, what are you doing? Didn't you read the work group message? Ha, director. I was too busy shooting to care. Xiao said, rushing to pull out the cell phone in his pocket. Come on, don't you look away. Hurry up and get off your unlucky machine. Go to dinner later. Celebrate tonight. Director Wang is also speechless to this cameraman of his. Dedicated is really dedicated. Just a little naive. The camera boy was amazed and rushed to push the button to try to ascend back to the roof as quickly as possible. But then he realized that the button was out of order. Malfunction. It's gone. On the roof of the hotel, several workers came to the roof to look at the exterior elevator that had been lowered was also stunned. The exterior elevator is broken. The work was stopped today to offer the elevator. And that sprinkler lowered it back down? Follow up. The crew found the hotel and spent another $500 on workers to manually churn the wheel before rescuing the camera guy. Hey, little brother, it cost me $1,000 to hire workers to save you just now. Are you on WeChat or Alipay? The camera boy just came up and Lu Han said. Ha! The camera boy looked helpless. In the end it was Hotba who couldn't stand to look at it. Little brother, don't listen to him fooling around. The money is given by Director Wang, and it's only 500. Thanks Hotba, otherwise we'd have fallen for the kid's tricks again. The camera boy immediately thanked Hataru and turned his face to stare viciously at Lu Han. But he said, it comes out of your paycheck. Before Xiao could finish thanking him, he heard this sentence after Hataru's and instantly his face dropped again. Come on, let's go eat. Let's go eat. We've got a big day ahead of us. Lu Han leaned over the little brother's ear, whispered for a while. The little brother listened to a moment to remember the big event of the day immediately followed. The place to eat was set at the famous seafood restaurant Tang Palace Sea Banquet in Kyoto, and by the time the crowd arrived after a lot of fussing, it was already almost dark. Under the guidance of the restaurant's receptionist, they entered a private room called Pearl Pavilion. The private room was not lit, but was filled with candles that waved and flickered. Wow, it's beautiful. Hotba couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Next the lights went up and the whole house was covered in various balloon decorations. There was also a banner on the back wall. Happy birthday to Goddess Reba. How did you guys know about my birthday? Hotba's nose was moved and tears came to her eyes. Don't cry. At that moment, Lu Han pushed a big cake half a man high in and put on a birthday crown for Hotba. The camera boy inserts a candle and lights it. Let's sing a birthday song together. Happy birthday to you. Ready to sing. Millions of viewers in the live stream are watching this heartwarming scene. Oh, yeah, today is June 3rd. It's Goddess Reba's birthday. Thank you for celebrating my wife's birthday. Upstairs you're thinking of Pete? I pee yellow. I'll nourish him awake. Get in the back. Don't wait in line if you're diabetic. Don't let him get a taste. After all was said and done, netizens found the scene very heartwarming. After a few brief skins, the pop-up screen was quickly, Happy Birthday to Goddess Hotba, dominating the screen. After the birthday song, Hotba was ready to close her eyes and make a wish. Just then, the camera boy came up and licked his face and said, That, hot bar, can you give me a lift when you make a wish? Ah, how does this carry? Hotba was full of doubt. In this case, you say, I hope that Yuan Audi wakes up and becomes a high-flying handsome man, with a face value that exceeds that of Daniel Wu, with a girlfriend that exceeds that of Wang Tue Onion, and a girlfriend with white skin and long legs, who is rich, beautiful, and clingy, and who is dead set on loving only me. Ah, Those words were heard loud and clear by the crowd in the audience. Doesn't a wish not work once you say it? Luhan blinked a pair of big eyes and said a sentence that went straight to Yuan Aoti's heart. Pust. The crowd in the room couldn't help but burst out laughing. At the end of the wish, Hatpa smiled beautifully and blew out all the candles in one gulp. Since the serving of food would have to wait for a while, Luhan jumped straight onto the stool and prepared to perform a program to cheer everyone up. Come, come, come. This next song is customized by me for little brother Yuan Aoti. The title of the song is called The Song of the Single Dog. The camera boy was stunned and just wanted to stop it, but Luhan had already started singing. Two orioles singing in the green willow. You don't have a girlfriend yet. Camera guy, yay? You don't have a girlfriend. Camera guy, leaning north. Are you polite? A river flows eastward. And you don't have a girlfriend. Only so many lines into the song and the camera boy is already completely overwhelmed. One hand gripped Luhan off the stool. In fact, not only the camera boy, even the many single dogs in the live broadcast room were also black with question marks on their faces at this time. Why do I feel like this song is talking about me? I'll sue you for libel. What else? That he didn't talk about you? Geneva. Blanche. When Elder Han heard Luhan's song, he couldn't help but praise it as well. Combining an ancient poem with a pop song? Creative. Yes it is. I also think brother Luhan is so great. Lori Xiaolingqin has been in a state of land blow. The great talent Su Yuran also looked at Luhan with an appreciative face at this moment. Next, the wine and food were served, and the party went on with a lot of laughter. The party didn't end until after 10 p.m. When it's over, Reba and Luhan were in no hurry to go back to the hotel, so the two of them were going to stroll around together to see the night view of Kyoto. Of course, there must be a camera-carrying camera boy following behind. The three of them wandered all the way to one of Kyoto's commercial centers, the CBD. Entering the shopping plaza, I found that the place was packed with people. When I asked about it, I realized that a day's contest was being held here today. Rules: of participants can only hold a position without moving, can close their eyes, cannot fall asleep. The slightest movement will be regarded as a violation of the law, and then eliminated. Registration fee, 100 RMB. Final winner's prize, $100,000. Upon hearing that there was this good thing, Luhan's eyes lit up. $100,000. It just so happens that although there was a birthday party for Hatpa, there was no gift, so you can use the money to buy her a present. I want to sign up. Luhan went directly to the registration desk and took out 100 yuan and slapped it on the staff's table. Sorry, kids, no minors allowed. The staff member was an older sister with a smile that made her two eyes into crescent moons. Then I'll sign up for him. Luhan didn't even think about it and yanked the camera boy over. The camera has the little black question mark face? I'm not getting on. I can't carry it if I don't move for that long. The camera boy shook his head straight. I wanted to be on it myself, you know, but they don't take sign-ups for minors. And did you think about the fact that Sister Hataru's gift hasn't been bought yet? Luhan tried to follow the advice, and his eyes glanced at Hataru, who was probing not far away to see what was going on. Not on, no, on the high and the low. I have a live broadcast to do. Camera boy still insists. Leave the cameras to me. I'll do the live broadcast. Just ask the netizens if they want to see it. Live stream swipe. Look, definitely look. I want to see it. Want to see. I want to see it. The camera boy is still acting hesitant. Luhan was inspired. Hey little brother, I have a cousin who is beautiful, gentle and cute. As long as you are willing to go up for the competition, I will introduce my cousin to you as your girlfriend. It's not that I'm bragging. My cousin is good in the hall, good in the kitchen, good at beating up mistresses, and good at fighting hooligans. If you can marry her home, it would be a blessing in your past life. How about it? Little brother, do you want to consider it? Not waiting for Luhan's words to fall, the camera boy's attitude changed 180 degrees. Deal. The camera boy finished and glanced at the field again. The number of participants is a bit large. There are 100 people. I feel that I can't win. Indeed, there are so many people that it's hopeless to expect the camera guy to rely purely on his strength. Just get on and leave the rest to me. Luhan revealed a bad smile, then greeted the camera boy and bent his ear over. In a moment let's, so and so, hear me? Pipe. The camera boy was pleasantly surprised to hear that. The crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room looked dumbfounded. What's the situation? What are these two thieves up to? Son thief, why don't you tell us all about it? I'm dying of fucking curiosity. The kid brother has a lot of ideas. Let's just wait and see what happens. There's no need to think about it. When a kid brother produces, it's bound to be a damaging move. New fans are still curious, and old fans are already ready to watch the show with their melons. The first floor of an indoor shopping plaza. The vacant circular field in the center had been circled by a row of barrier tape. 100 participants entered the venue one after another, ready to compete for the $100,000 prize. Men and women, young and old, tall and short, fat and thin, all kinds of people. Some even prepared pillows, quilts, and bedrolls in advance. After Luhan and the camera boy both conspired, the camera boy had a winning expression. Lay back. I'll take the C on this one. After saying that, the camera boy directly took his shoes off and walked to the center of the field. I don't know. Who the hell has feet that stink? Nope. Who's up here with a can of flying fish? Not really. I feel like whoever brought the shit straight up on their body. I can't open my eyes. The camera boy was not ashamed, but had a proud look on his face. Vomit is not right. That's the smell of feet. I can't. I feel like I'm having trouble breathing. This is the same foot that stomped on the old pickled beef noodle, isn't it? The venue was already small, and with 100 people crammed in, the number of people who couldn't stand the smell and complained grew. At this moment, Luhan's small body was carrying a camera right in the center of the playing field. Crap, so cruel, crap, ruthless. Ha 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 ha. These players are in for a rude awakening? Did you see the camera guy's socks? The soles of his feet are yellowing. More than yellowing. Look at the gas on that foot, it's dripping down. Not floating up. I feel like I can smell it through the screen. To participate in a competition, is it necessary to play with your life? Finally, it was the female staff member who couldn't look away. She walks over to the camera guy wearing a mask and holding her nose. This comrade, will you put your shoes on? No shoes. Lost them. The camera boy is straight up skinless. Then I'll just have to evict you from the field. With the staff is also very speechless. This beyond shameless. On what basis? Do you have a rule that says contestants must have shoes to participate? You don't say. You really don't say. This is a reasonable statement. The female staff was topped no fuck say. Also because two stink really cannot stand. Finally only have to leave resentfully. Seeing the staff wearing masks, many people asked the staff for help. Masks. I want a mask. My airways are burning. Get me a mask. Faced with the field, the crowd's loud cries for help, the staff came to see that there wasn't any more in the drawer. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I don't have any more masks, and it doesn't seem to be working. Whatever, I must have the mask now. Can I go out and buy it myself? Walking out of the grounds now will result in immediate elimination. The staff member answered as required. The crowd of players on the field received unprecedented despair. At that moment, a shout came from the sidelines. Who wants a mask? I've got some for sale here. The contestants looked around and saw a child holding a camera in his right hand and grabbing a pack of masks in his left hand and holding them aloft. Needless to say, it was precisely the profit-oriented and all-powerful Luhan. How could he miss such a good opportunity to make money? So he greeted Hotba and bought a few packs from the convenience store outside. How much for one little friend? I'll take it. It's a man in the middle of the field. He's got tears in his eyes, snot in his nose and drool in his mouth, and he's probably going to be pouring froth in a little while longer. $50 for one, second one half price. Child and old man. Luhan directly opened his mouth and quoted. You're too shady. Right. This stuff is only $10 a pack when you buy it outside. And now you're opening your mouth and asking me for $50 a piece? The man was stunned by the astronomical price of $50. No bargains for children. No bargains. Thank you. Luhan blankly glanced at the man, then gave the camera boy a wink sign. The camera boy immediately knew to stick his sweaty foot out toward the man's position. The results are truly remarkable. Bye. I'll buy it. The others then stopped hesitating and all bowed their heads and admitted to the slaughter. But all bought only one to save money. Soon, Luhan's several packs of masks were all sold out. $50 a piece. A total of 3 packs of 60. A proper $3,000 into the account. The people thought that with the masks they could resist this biochemical weapon. But they didn't realize that it was completely useless and couldn't be blocked at all. Kids, the second one is half price. You can give me another one. Another person asked for help. The second half price is for the newcomer event. You already bought it. You can't be considered a newcomer. Now 100 for a mask. Luhan waved another newly acquired pack of masks in his hand. Buy. I'll buy it again. More than half of them ended up biting the bullet and buying. They would have thought that the use of a double mask would have protected them from the odor of their feet. Yet again, it turns out that this stuff doesn't just attack the mouth and nose. It's also fucking hot in the eyes. Abstain. No more games. No more games. I'll have to die here if I hang on a little longer. Before the game even started, someone couldn't hold it together and raised their hand to quit. One thing leads to another. And in no time at all, a third of the field was missing. With that kind of start, camera guy was very happy. Just as he was looking around at the opponents still remaining, he realized with a start that there was a bull lying beside him. It was an old man who looked past his prime, not far from his location, but the man didn't even wear a mask. And the man didn't even have a hint of expression on his face, and his eyes stayed open. That's a tough one, nah. Camera boy reads in his mind. Hey, old man, can you stand the smell? The camera boy whispered and chimed in at the person next to him, but to his surprise, the other party simply ignored himself and didn't even have a single reaction. Old man, why don't you say something? Seeing that the other party did not respond, the camera boy was a little worried. The old man is not young, will not be smoked out by himself, right? Hey, old man, are you okay? Hello? Savadika? Ani Hazio? Kulich wow? After successive greetings, the other party never had any response. The little brother began to panic in his heart. Just then, a very small voice came from beside him. Don't you waste your breath, he's fine. Yeah, how did you know? The camera boy glanced at the man who had spoken. This is my dad. I brought him to the competition. How could I not know? The man responded in a small voice once again. Your father? Yeah, that's my dad, who had a stroke last year and went straight to a vegetable. Oh, you're stuck here with a bug? The camera boy was stunned. He utilized the rule loophole. People, this is also considered to utilize the rule loophole. There is no way to refute. There was no way around it. And little brother could only keep his seated position peacefully. The game is officially on. I have to say that everyone who can still stay at this time is a ruthless silver nah. At least all of them held up against the effects of camera guy's biochemical weapons. On the playing field, the players were in different positions, some sitting cross-legged, some lying on the ground. What's more, it was one of the female contestants, who sat directly on the ground in the splits, and her high buttocks attracted the attention of a crowd of watchers. At this point in the live broadcast, all the netizens are guessing how long the camera boy can actually last. And that was when Lu Han suddenly turned the camera on himself. It was time for him, the third person outside the arena, to show his true skill. There were also quite a few people gathered around the field watching this interesting game. The clock is ticking, and more than 10 minutes have passed since this day's match. Days is something that, although it sounds simple, it's actually a skilled job. The referee defines this by whether or not you're going to have excess movement. In normal times, it is not difficult at all to be dazed and empty, such as the class at work. These specific scenarios, the head only needs to be a distraction. Think of those strange and bizarre things. You can effortlessly enter the state of daze into the state, but now it's in the middle of a race situation, and it's hard to avoid mental stress. Plus camera guy's bioweapon is still in play. Some people have to close their eyes to fight off the hot eyes, but once they do, they are especially sleepy. And from time to time, the judges will come over and ask to open their eyes to check if the contestant is asleep. Some didn't last too long and already had tears and snot coming down their noses. Who can concentrate on letting go and thinking about things in such a hostile environment? I can't stand it. Dog thief. I can't believe I'm using such a bad trick. Eventually someone couldn't take it anymore and quit the game with a curse. It was as if this was the last straw that broke the camel's back, and all of a sudden more people stood up and chose to withdraw. Many of them deliberately passed by the camera boy for a moment before going off the stage. Then the whole group chose to greet the camera guy by mouthing out 3 words. That's what, Mom. This wave is over. There were less than 20 people left on the field. However, the air on the field didn't get any better. It still smelled strong. The match was a scorcher for a while. And as you can imagine, everyone left was a top player. By the way, there's another plant. The little brother at this time did not panic. After all, he was the only one who could stand the odor of his own feet. He now had nothing to do and began to ruminate in his head, remembering the $500 that had been deducted today. Remembering the more than $200,000 that Lu Han stock had helped him earn the day before, and remembering the interesting story of borrowing paper from the public restroom in Seaport City on that day, the camera boy was not bored because he had spent some time with Lu Han and had a lot of interesting stories. At this point, the one-horse female contestant just now suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, stayed in that position too long and Naylor got into a position it shouldn't have been in. She unconsciously wiggled her ass a little to try and get her insides to change position. The next moment, the staff caught a direct hit and eliminated him from the game. And so another hour passed, and one by one, another person couldn't take it, and was eliminated miserably by a muscle memory reaction like an itch or a yawn on their body. There are still 10 people left on the field, and the camera guy can't carry it a bit. What's going on? Kid brother, why don't you implement the next plan? The camera boy thought anxiously in his mind. Meanwhile, Lu Han on the sidelines seemed to have heard his heartfelt voice and, he, started to move. Lu Han chose to run behind a large column, sneaking around and looking around. Seeing him like this, the netizens in the live broadcast room became curious. I feel alive again. It's starting. It's starting, it's finally coming, isn't it? What does the kid want? He's not going to steal anything, is he? Front row peddling beer, peanuts, porridge, melon seeds and mineral water. Melon seeds are ready. Let's watch the kids plan. The audience in the live room expects all the values to be pulled full. Just then, the corner of Lu Han's mouth lifted up, unleashed his ventriloquism, and shouted in an old auntie's voice, "Fire! Fire! 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 Fire!" The players and spectators on the first floor of the mall's competition arena were all originally concentrating when they suddenly heard such a voice. The audience reacted most quickly and started running outside the mall in droves. The contestants participating in the match on the field first looked at each other. Then they also stood up in unison and ran towards the outside of the mall. Just then, the manager of the mall appeared in front of the mall. "What are you running for? There's no fire." "Ha? Didn't someone just yell fire? What old bitch just yelled?" "You heard it too, didn't you?" It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. The crowd was talking. "No, the security office said they didn't see any fire on the monitor and the fire alarm didn't go off." The mall manager was also confused. That's when the crowd reacted to the possibility that the prank had gone awry. At this time the initiator Lu Han is hiding in the crowd crunching and sneering. You're just full of ideas." Hotpa poked Lu Han in the head with her finger again from the sidelines. "It's called winning with intelligence." Lu Han smiled sarcastically. The crowd then confirmed that there were indeed no fires and made their way back to the playing field. But then, the event staff said to the middle runner who had just run away, "You have been ruled eliminated because you left early before the match was over." Inside the broadcast room, the netizens went crazy with 666 swipes as if they were hot and crazy. 66,666. 6 flipped ah. Convinced. Kid brother, please accept my knee again. This move is damaging and brilliant. 666. My baby. Eating onions in the toilet is not a normal dipping sauce, War General. Ah. At this point the only people left on the field were the camera boy and the old plant man. When Lu Han and Hotpa also returned to the scene with the crowd, Lu Han was ready to count his money. But he suddenly realized that there was actually another person on the field besides Audrey Yuan. The game is still not over. The live feed is making waves again. Strong as a kid brother. There are times when he miscalculates. Ha 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 ha. Roll over. It's over. Look at the fun. Don't panic in case of fire. Stay and hold out until the next one first. Ha ha ha. The highest level of gawking is this. With no distractions. Ha ha ha. See how kid brother responds next. Funny slash emoji. In the face of such an unexpected situation, Lu Han skimmed his mouth, then said to the live broadcast, 5 words floated in the sky. That's not even a thing. Just a little bit of thinking. Lu Han on the line and came up with a way to deal with it. Ahem. Only at this moment, Lu Han coughed twice and cleared his throat. I'm looking away. Lu Han coldly opened his mouth and sang, "How many wants float free above the moon?" A spectator uncle on the sidelines triggered a physiological memory and sang along directly, but the tune was very serious. The plant on the field didn't see any reaction at all. Lu Han was puzzled. How could it be? A 60-something-year-old man actually didn't react when he heard this song? He turned his head again and said to the man who had just picked up the song, "This uncle, if you want to sing, can you start by yourself? Also, you sang very well. Don't sing next time." That uncle was blushing with shame at the words, silently lowered his head, turned around and didn't go into the crowd. Then Lu Han sang again, "The pale end of the sky is my love." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A full 5 seconds had passed, and there was still no reaction from that player on the field. Lu Han was stunned. What the hell? How can any old man tolerate the Phoenix Legends? These brainwashing lyrics are familiar to everyone. It's impossible to have no reaction when one line after another comes out of your mouth. You're my little apple. You love me. I love you. Honey Snow Ice City Sweet. What is the best excavator school? Palace Jade Wine. No gifts this holiday season. The surrounding spectators all cast strange glances towards Lu Han. Whose kid is this? He's not very bright. Is he? Someone whispered. A series of failures. So Lu Han also realized that something was wrong. The player on the field is really like a dead man. This kind of operation is magic damage. Just now even the camera boy several times reflex, almost open mouth out. Inside the live room, the audience laughed their asses off. Kid brother, do you want to try this line? Hello, I'm an idol trainee who has been practicing for 2.5 years, and my specialty is singing and dancing rap. How much does Snow Ice City pay you for advertising? Gu Ming. Double it. What's the next line of the Palace Jade Wine? Please? Enemy upstairs. 500,000. Report it. Ha ha ha. Kid brother was so funny I couldn't help but sing along for a few lines. Lu Han, how to know camera little brothers last that opponent. He is a vegetable. The other party remained indifferent after such a flirty operation. Luhan even thought to himself, has he ever quit drugs? Is he that tolerant? In any case, he was bound to get this 100,000 bonus today, no matter what method he used. Suddenly, Luhan pointed to the second floor of the shopping mall, yelling out at the top of his voice, look the second floor has a hay silk lady. Man, no matter what age, what kind of a person doesn't like to see Heath? Fruitfulness. After Luhan shouted, the vegetative player on the field suddenly moved his face. Then the vegetable player's eyes snapped open. Where's Heath? Help me up. I want to see. That voice revealed 7 parts weakness and 3 parts strength. Yes. Seeing his efforts, finally succeeding, Luhan jumped up and down. The one who was most shocked was not Luhan, nor was it the camera boy who was already wide-eyed at this point. Instead, it was the son of the vegetative player in the crowd. No way, absolutely impossible. The many spectators turned their heads to look at the man, their gazes filled with doubt. What was impossible? Why is it impossible? The boy was looked at by the crowd, but the thought of his old man can recover and wake up. That can be more valuable than $100,000 in prize money. This man is my father. So the boy stammered and spoke. What about your father? The crowd of onlookers wondered. Would you believe me if I said he was a vegetable? There was silence in the room. Crowd. Ugh. Yo. As a wave of amazement went through the crowd, the planted player on the field grunted. The guy couldn't be bothered to explain any more to the group and immediately ran up to them. Father, you're awake? Father. The boy looked up and down his father's body. The vegetative state has been too long, and the old man's speech system has not yet recovered after he has just turned awake. Father, it's me. I'm your son. Wang Gusheng. I'm your son. The guy was thrilled and in tears, but at this time the old man did not pay attention to him, but struggled as if he intended to get up, but the body is too weak. Just climbed up a little bit and lay back heavily on the ground. Hey, where's MS? Hayes? Sis resting? I want to see. Old man. This says it all. Crowd. After a few seconds of dead silence, then the whole room gasped. Aborted. A vegetable is stimulated to wake up by a word, and he wants to see Heath. The crowd at the scene was shocked as hell. The pop-ups in the live room had also blown up long ago. No way. No way. Is this okay? What a word. What kind of words are these? Shocked/expressed. It's outrageous. I wouldn't dare to write a novel like this. Dr. Come, kid brother, look at this vegetative patient in the future. I'll quit my job and forget about it. Hey, Silk's charm is unstoppable. A man is a teenager until he dies. Humph, unless you men are hanging on the wall, you'll be a vegetable, and you won't even stay paralyzed. I haven't seen much of the world. I don't know what is called Hey Silk, so live room there is no kind young lady. Can give me consent a few? Let me look and learn. Calling brother, I've got a website here to share with you. Brothers, let me talk to you. Brother, let's borrow a step, part, to talk. Meanwhile, the crew took center stage and announced the results directly. Camera boy becomes the ultimate winner. Yuan Audi, right? Please hurry up and put your shoes on. I can't hold it much longer. If I pass out, there's no one to cash in your prize. The female staff member's face was starting to turn green. No problem. The camera boy was also dry. At this time he looked at Luhan, ready to ask for his shoes back. Kid brother, where are my shoes? Ha, I was too busy broadcasting to see that? Crooked day, where are my shoes? Who the hell threw my shoes away? After hearing Luhan's words, the camera boy hurriedly ran outside the field to look for his shoes left and right, but where there was still a trace of his shoes. The crowd at the scene, Grandma, I'm kind of out of a bad mood. What are you talking about? No shoes, the stench is still there. Hurry up and help him find shoes, or we'll all end up here today. That's when someone reacted and everyone started looking down and around to help him find his shoes. The camera boy's foot kills so much. His shoes must not be underestimated. I guess they have been thrown away a long time ago. At the end of the day, it was the son of the old plant man who, as a token of appreciation, bought his little brother a new pair of shoes on an impromptu basis. When it was over, the camera boy met up with Luhan. Does what you told me before still count? The camera boy couldn't wait to ask the question. Which sentence? Luhan's expression was a bit surprised. You're the one who just told me before the contest that you'd introduce your cousin to me if I entered this day's contest. The camera boy hurriedly reminded that he was afraid that Luhan would renege on the bill. This thing Luhan's face was furious. You're not going to cheat, are you? I'm telling you, it won't work. I just recorded it. After spending a lot of time with Luhan, the camera boy also learned to be smart, and he even took out his cell phone and played the recording he had just made. Having suffered so many losses, the camera boy has grown at least 100 more minds. Just introduce him, Camera boy has been single for so long. It's quite sad. On the sidelines, Hotba laughed at the living couple. Little did play good defense this time, but this time he was completely out of his depth. I Lu people talk a spit a nail. Live so many brothers watching it. How can I back out? Lu Han said it righteously. So you've really agreed to introduce your cousin to me? Camera boy can't wait. Of course, as long as you're willing. I raise my hands in favor of this marriage. The corners of Lu Han's mouth lifted, and at a glance, he knew that it would not be a good thing. I have a feeling you're going to screw me over again. The camera boy has developed a conditioned reflex. My cousin is 40 years old and still single. Older brother. A person like you is called a single dog. Do you know what a person like my cousin is called? Lu Han smiled sarcastically. Called what? It's called doggy. Holy shit, you're punking me again. Why didn't you say so earlier? The camera boy froze in his tracks. And you didn't ask nah. Lu Han, /o %. A powerful string of mouthfuls of output. The crowd of netizens in the live streaming room were already about to laugh their asses off. You guys look at the photographer's face. Textbook hysteria from North Shadow. Ha 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 ha. IQ suppression. Pure IQ suppression. Camera boy never wins. It is rare to see the car like a little brother to learn smart. A backer used to record. Did not think that Tao is 1 foot tall. The devil is 10 feet tall. Ah. Cousin, I do. I'm willing. Ruhua picks her nose/expression. I'd like to say that it's actually not impossible to have a 40-year-old cousin. Ha. Upstairs. You haven't had any good food either. You guys just don't know what you're talking about. Young women are good. Young women love people. Is that chicken hair a young woman? Is it an old chick? When the bonus arrived, Lu Han took the $100,000 and bought a Gucci bag for Hot Bar directly at the mall. But it made Hotba so happy. It's a birthday day, and the happiness of a birthday party. Another show with 2 living treasures, and finally a Gucci bag gift to round things off. Hotba lovingly touched her newly acquired Gucci bag. Although to her, he didn't lack these, but this was from Lu Han, and it meant something completely different. Thank you, Lu Han and little brother. Hotarub stroked Lu Han's head and expressed her gratitude to the duo. Usually always feel that Lu Han smart is smart, not never know to please yourself, but this time, he was actually so considerate, and was really warmed up. If Hotba and him didn't have such a big age gap, then she could all just marry Lu Han. But that's not realistic. It's just like the saying, I was born before you were born, but you were born when I was already old. Just verbal thanks again? Nothing practical? Lu Han said it this time. So what do you want to be thanked for? Hotba asked. Come give your future husband a kiss. Saying that, Lu Han directly raised the side of his face up towards Hotaru. I think you have an itchy ass again. Hotba tapped Lu Han's head with a finger, pushing his face away. Hey, that's too much. You said you'd spank my ass, and you patted my head? Lu Han felt that his face was being talked about as an ass. Hey, it is. That's the ass I'm shooting. Hotba grinned wickedly. You play like that, don't you? Believe it or not, I'll beat up your father? Lu Han said after keeping a distance of 2 steps away from Hotaru. Hit my dad? Hotba didn't quite understand. Her own dad was still in Sun River. Snap. As soon as Hotaru's words left her mouth, Lu Han rushed her face and gave her a gentle blow. The fight is over. My good girl. After saying that, Lu Han directly ran away. Hotaru instantly reacted and chased after Lu Han with a huff. Netflix laughed at it. Believe it or not, I'll beat up your father is very spiritual. If I were a comedian with a mouth like this, what would happen? Skyfall live dad, ha ha ha. The price for taking advantage of the situation was that Lu Han received a couple of brain crashes. Hungry or not? Do you want to go get some late night snacks? Let's go. The 3 of them had been busy for a while and were planning to go for a late night snack. 10 minutes later, the 3 came to a large stall. Boss, an order of noodles with sauerkraut from the old world. When ordering, the camera guy asked for a straight-up beef noodle with pickled vegetables. Holy shit, you're eating this? I'm getting a headache from that smell today, and now I'm getting sick just hearing about old-fashioned sauerkraut? Camera boy, today's food is an indiscriminate attack, and Lu Han and Hotba are actually not spared. Isn't it all the more important to sniff a little too much to get through? The camera boy is thinking clearly. Lu Han and Hotba ordered some more barbecue, and some side dishes. The snacks always smelled good, and the meal left a few people sweating profusely and screaming in pain. Boss, get a beer. At that moment, Hotba shouted at the waiter. Lu Han on the side of the concerned advice to suggest that you do not drink. After drinking alcohol we sleep at night, easy to get into trouble. What can go wrong? Hotba was foxed at the thought. Will pee a lot. Hotarub's face instantly turned red. So he was the one who thought wrongly. Then he thought of the last bedwetting incident. But in the end it was all because he was pitched by Lu Han. Lu Han. When are we going back to Magic City? You haven't even gone to talk about the signing you and Sister Yangmi talked about. Hotba sheepishly began to change the subject. Also, then let's ask Director Wang tonight to see if there's anything else, and go back tomorrow or the day after. Lu Han thought about it. After a late lunch, the trio prepared to head back to the Hilton Hotel where they were staying. It was already the middle of the night, and as I walked down the road, a small wind whooshed and blew with a slight chill. Save lives. Ah. Suddenly, the three heard a faint call, coming from a distance. Did you guys hear anything? Lu Han was the first to speak. Yes, it seems to be coming from that alley over there. The camera boy heard it too. Go over there. The three of them headed towards the next alleyway without a second thought. The lights inside the alleyway entrance were so dim that it was almost impossible to even see the road, and several figures were seen ahead in shadow. Inside the alley, a schoolgirl wearing a short skirt is now surrounded by 7 or 8 mental boys. The schoolgirl cowered in the corner shivering, a small whimper escaping her lips. Stop screaming. No one will come to save you today even if you scream your throat out. A yellow hair at the head said with a lewd smile. The female student looked to be just 16 or 17 years old, with the characteristic childishness of a student still on her face. I beg you to let me go. I can give you all the money I have on me, the schoolgirl said, pulling out all the change from the pile of 10s and 20s she had on her, her tear-stained face clearly stunned. What are you thinking, little beauty? Even if we don't let you go, the money will be ours as usual in a while. Ha 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 ha. The yellow hair in the lead continued to smile lewdly. Cooperate honestly, or the dagger in my hand will leave something on your face that won't be good. Behind yellow hair, another mental boy pulled a short dagger from the waist of his pants and gestured at the girl's face. At this time, Lu Han's trio had already touched the alley, and the scene just now was all seen. Originally, Lu Han and his trio were hiding behind a large dumpster, and when they saw such a scene, of course they had to make a move. Lu Han is still trying to figure out what to do. Hataru's sense of justice instantly exploded. Without saying a word, she rushed straight out. Stop it, what are you doing? Hotba crossed her left hand and pointed her right hand aggressively forward. Hurry up and let go of that girl, stinking hooligan. In the face of such shameless behavior, Hotba's sense of justice instantly exploded. Lu Han people numb. The opposite side, but there are 7 or 8 people. This sister usually do not see out so reckless. Hotba, a woman, herself an 8-year-old, plus skinny as a monkey camera boy. Although he had kung fu in his body, it was simply inconvenient to show it to so many people. This situation is not going to work. So what should we do? We're going to love these little spiritual guys? Well, we'll just have to take one step at a time. Lu Han and the camera boy then stepped forward along with Hataru. Those mental boys at the entrance of the alley first froze when they saw Hataru, and then their eyes glistened one by one. Hotspur's body and face value appealed to them even more, and each of them was so spermatic that their eyes were as green as those of a hungry wolf. Brothers, this one's good, eh? This one's better than a schoolgirl. The leading yellow hair was drooling as he spoke. You go first, big brother. We'll follow. A couple of other mental boys behind him chimed in. The spirit guys instantly lost interest in the schoolgirls in the corner and all turned to face the direction of Hotba. You, get lost. You're lucky today. I'm switching girls, one of the punks said as he waved his hand at the schoolgirl. The schoolgirl was overjoyed and immediately stood up and ran towards Hataru and the others. As she passed by Lu Han and the three of them, the female student wiped her tears and bowed at the three of them to thank them. Thank you guys. You're good people. After saying that, the schoolgirl ran away in a huff. Lu Han, yay. Hot bar, yay. Camera guy, yay. The crowd at the live stream, yay. The schoolgirl acted in such a way that the crowd on the air was furious. This girl just left? It's too chilling. Shit, I saved a white-eyed wolf. I'm so angry. What kind of humanity is this? Ugh, good people don't get rewarded. It's over. Kid brother and goddess Hotspur have gotten themselves into this mess. Lu Han, we're a spiteful species. Reba, my great-grandfather lived to the ripe old age of 100. Do you know why? The camera boy gazed at Hataru with a grimace. What do you mean by that at this time? Reba didn't understand what Audrey Yuan was trying to say, because his old man never minded his own business. The camera boy said in a no-nonsense manner. Alright, this is not the time to talk about it. There are tricks to think of quickly. Lu Han was actually quite speechless, but it was useless to say more now. Next, Lu Han suddenly opened his mouth and rushed at the spiritual young man across from him. Handsome guy across the street. Right now that means I'm just a passerby and don't know either of them. Is it okay if I leave now? Reba? Camera guy? Originally, the atmosphere was quite tense, but by Lu Han's sentence, the crowd was instantly messed up. Camera guy, you just live. Who can live through you? Mana is boundless. Teammate sacrifices to the heavens? Reba, wrongly attached after all. It's still a kid's brother, there's no limit to what I can do. Luhan originally thought of an excuse to hurry up and get out of the way, and then attacked him. Do you think we're sprinkles? Not a single one of you is allowed to leave. All of you stay put. Kiddo. And don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Empty your body of anything of value. And then that bitch, take off your clothes for me yourself. Opposite the spirit, the boy said and flashed the dagger in his hand. Luhan stood in front of Hataru at that moment, staring straight at the spiritual young man in front of him. How dare you touch us? Do you know who my big brother is? Luhan's face showed a vicious expression as he let out a cold snort through his nose. Who is it? Hearing Luhan say this, the few spiritual boys also had hesitation. My elder brother, General Yu, Jianghu nicknamed Shrimpline God of War. You dare us to try? Believe me, a phone call. My big brother minutes to call on 100 or so people to hack you to death. Luhan spoke as if it were true. What General Chicken Chitwa? Never even heard of it. Spirit boys, looking at each other. Humph. You know you're scared, right? Knowing that you're afraid. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Leave before it's too late. Luhan spoke in a serious manner. Chicken Hair Shrimpline God of War, I'm the bearer of this street. If you have the guts to call that General Yu over right now, I'd like to see how much he weighs. Yellow Hair swallowed saliva. He was a little bluffed, but the brothers under the hand are watching it. He is not good to admit defeat now. Got guts, huh? You guys wait. Don't regret it when my big brother comes later. Luhan's tone was strong. I don't know how to write the word regret since I was so old, the spirit boys said, and directly surrounded the trio. Luhan took out his cell phone and pretended to make a call, but in reality, he turned to face the camera in the hands of the camera boy and muttered in a low voice. Are any of the brothers on the air from the capital? Are you in my neighborhood right now? Help me out in the jungle. Brothers who are coming, remember to report the code word Heavenly King over Earth Tiger and Chicken Stewed Mushroom later. There are really quite a few Kyoto netizens on the live stream. This guy, the breeze is holding the willow. Dare I ask if it's due on you? Wait for me, I'm at the CBD bar. Not far from your place. I'll be right there with my men. The 358th troop is here to help again. I'm sure I'll give the kid brother face. We're just having a little FaceTime. There were quite a few people who responded to the live stream. 10 minutes or so later. Kid, where's your big brother? Couldn't have been too scared to come, could you? A couple of mental boys scoffed. My big brother would be afraid of you? Think of the time when my big brother held a watermelon knife in his hand. From the South Heavenly Gate all the way to the East Road of Penglai. That valor NB again Lubu. You wait for death you guys. Luhan knew that he must not wimp out at this time. Humph, all come out to mix and mingle. Do you think I, skinny monkey, am scared? The mental boy became more and more wild, and he even gave his name. Then this yellow-haired skinny monkey lifted his shirt and pointed to a scar on his stomach and said viciously, see, this is what I left behind when I went up against someone and chopped them up back in the day. That alone wasn't all. He rolled up his own sleeve again and pointed to the 10 or so smoke scars on his arms. See these scars? I usually leave one on them for every person I cut, and now there's over a dozen. Big brother is bullish. Big brother is mighty. A bunch of minions beside him started rainbow farts. My big brother is known as a ruthless man in Kyoto. When he's ruthless, he even cuts himself. Luhan. Come on brothers. No more waiting. Brothers, strip this chick's clothes for me. Yellow Hair became more and more inflated by a burst of blowing up from his minions, and directly tried to make a move on Hataru. Luhan clenched his fists. As long as these grandchildren dared to move Thermopylae a little bit, Luhan would definitely not stay his hand any longer. But at this time, after these punks heard Yellow Hair's words, none of them dared to go forward. What are you afraid of? There's no cameras here. Guys, go. Yellow Hair looked at his little brother, actually hesitated and opened his mouth. And where were these punks because they were afraid of some camera? They were because they saw a large group of black figures appearing at the end of the alley. The Heavenly King covers the earth. Luhan also saw it. Chick-fil-A. The figure at the end of the alley replied. Dropping. Drops. Then several cars honked their horns and their headlights instantly turned on, illuminating the entire box as bright as day. Buns? Luhan asked tentatively with a happy face. Ow. A wolf howl cut through the silent night sky. What the hell? This? The spiritual boys all panicked at once. A silhouette followed the light of the car toward the alley. A huge piece of eyeballing really hundreds of people. In an instant the already narrow alley was packed to the rafters. I don't know what internet user it was, but he also had the car music on. Shouting at the winds and clouds I'm allowed to break through. And all the people look up to me. That storm clouds I never need to look back. A kooky theme song soundtrack. Instantly, all of the mental boys were scared out of their wits. They were originally weak and fearful, not being able to get on the stage. Where have they seen such a scene? The leading Yellow Hair was pale at this time, his body leaning against the wall. Otherwise he would have to sit on the ground. See, my big brother brought someone. Luhan raised his eyebrows this time. Meanwhile, the netizens who had originally helped had come closer. These webmasters are all well-built. Just like my great readers. Just what the fuck is your name? Skinny monkey? A big man with a full body of tendon meat took the lead to walk forward and picked up the yellow-haired meat monkey's neckstalk like a chicken. Slap. In the next second, a loud slap rang out. The punk next to him jerked his body at the sound. Big brother, knew it was wrong. Knew it was wrong. Yellowhair's face instantly swelled up. Knew it was wrong. Weren't you a bully just now? Try another hard one for the master. Slap. Another slap. Yellowhair had received 2 solid slaps, and by now was dizzy. The feeling of this pumping was so pleasurable that the big man wanted to continue. The others on the sidelines were not happy. Dude, we all came all the way over here. You can't just let you have a good time alone. It's our turn, right? Hearing this, the big man could only let go of his hand fondly, and Yellowhair snapped and fell to the ground. Then we saw the crowd fell lined up and very orderly went up one by one, and one person gave this Yellowhair a slap. Big brother, don't just hit me. There are still 7 brothers on my side. Yellowhair's face was already swelling into a pig's head. Did I fucking tell you to talk? Slap. Another slap. Being reminded by Yellowhair. The people who had just lined up and already finished punching immediately organized themselves into a new queue and lined up in front of the other spiritual guy. The people in line I kinda keep to the rules. Afraid that this lean Yellowhair can't carry just 1 slap per person. Not too old to learn how to be social. Slap. I think you're a little unconvinced? Slap. Under what circumstances does 1 + 1 equal 2? Spirit guy, huh? Slap. Why don't you answer when you're asked a question? Slap. Why did my girlfriend leave me? Slap. Spirit boy, brother, this is on me too? Who the hell told you to talk? Slap. Where do the netizens look for reasons to beat people up? They are purely looking for excuses. Yellowhair, the head of the spirit boys, was about to go crazy. It's the rule of law now. You can't do this. Yellowhair said with his face swollen into a pig's head, with a snotty nose and tears in his eyes. The crowd was a bit hesitant by Yellowhair's remark. Don't be afraid. This beyond just said himself that there are no cameras here. Luhan, who was originally watching from the side, leisurely opened his mouth. Scared the shit out of me. Fuck. Slap. Yellowhair just couldn't take it anymore and just bawled his eyes out. Whoa. Have mercy. Big brothers, if we keep fighting like this, I'll have to GA this, and then you'll be legally responsible. Yellowhair is really unable to top hundreds of people a slap. Is really unable to carry a. Hotspur was originally watching with relief, but after watching too much she also felt a bit bloody and violent and turned her head away. Luhan, is this really all our audience? And what's the meaning of what you just shouted about the Heavenly King covering the earth? Naturally, they're all our audience. As for what the King of Heaven is, you don't care. Luhan was looking up, and mysteriously returned Hataru's comment. Half a day later, it was finally the last man's turn. Yellowhair felt like he finally saw the hope of relief. At this point, Luhan walked to Yellowhair and squatted down in front of him. Now you know how to write the word afraid? Chickens have gone to. Mao Mao's face was completely swollen into a pig's head, and his mouth was slurring a bit as he spoke. Sister Hotba, what do you think we should do with him now? Luhan turned his head to Hataru. At this point, Hataru covered her eyes with her hands and then watched it all through her fingers. Yikes. So cruel. So cruel. Ask me not to ask me. Let them kneel and sing their conquests. Hottie talks about being scared, but it's not a subtle move. Thanks for the ride, big sister, woohoo. Hearing this, Yellowhair felt relieved. After all, it was the fact that he didn't have to be beaten up anymore. It was at this time that a little brother who had also been beaten up violently stood up from the ground. Enough, he yelled at all of them. After being beaten for so long and now having to humiliate him again, he couldn't help but explode straight away. A man can be killed but not dishonored. I just called the police. They'll be here soon. None of you are going anywhere. I remember everyone who beat me. That little brother shook his cell phone. The screen was displaying the call logs, on which he had really just called the demon spirit. At a glance at this situation, the netizens on the scene were a bit hesitant. At this point, suddenly there was a ringing of a cell phone. Hello? One of the black men in the group of netizens called and pulled out his cell phone and answered it. Well, I'm here. Well, leave it to me. The black-clothed man's expression was a bit strange. The phone hung up, and the man looked up at the little brother who had just called the police with a wicked grin on his face. What? Do I have to be asked to work an extra shift? What does SH mean? The little brother looked confused. He had a very bad feeling about this. Then the man in black answered him with practical actions. To the puzzled eyes of the crowd, he took off his black jacket, revealing the police uniform he wore underneath. Hello, This is the police of XXXX police station. I received a report from the public that someone here is provoking trouble and filing a false police report. Turns out the man in black was the police. Crap, dude, bullshit. That's a solid wave. You're still a bully, aren't you? Who is in the hall? Dare to sue this official? The crowd felt good. What's there to be afraid of? So, then you just punched me too. I'm going to report a police beating. That little brother was also dumbfounded. It could still operate like this? What are you barking at? Slander our police uncle who serves the people. Do you know what the consequences are? At that moment, Lu Han stood out again. Don't turn black and white upside down. Me and these little brothers of mine have been beaten up. We are all victims and witnesses against each other. The yellow hair that had just been lingering at this point actually felt like he could do it again. But Lu Han couldn't help but laugh. Oh yeah? There's about 100 of us here. When did we see this officer hit you? Doesn't everyone? Lu Han turned his head to look at the 100 or so netizens behind him and asked. I didn't see anything anyway. Sprinkle, have you been drinking? Where did anyone beat you up? Didn't you fall on your own? Is it my eyes that are bad? Didn't this officer just arrive? When did he beat you up? Yes. That's what happened. There was a bad laugh from the crowd. Here, see, what 7 or 8 of you are saying is different from what the rest of us are seeing. Ha, that's what you call a witness. Lu Han shrugged his shoulders and said to the spiritual guy in front of him. Put. Yellow hair spat out a mouthful of old blood, not knowing whether he had been punched hard or his breath had not come up. How could I have gotten such a bad bruise on my face from a fall? These people blocked me and my brothers in the alley and beat us up for what could have been half an hour. And I'll admit it, even if you, the officer, just came, what about them? But he still wouldn't die, he said, pointing to the wound on his face. What are you babbling about? How can you say that people assaulted you when these are good citizens who saw a couple of you committing an assault in an alley and stepped in to stop it in time? The officer said, pulling out a pair of silver bracelets from his back. Hearing this, Yellow Hair's mind completely exploded. It had been so hard to finish the beating, and I was looking forward to leaving. That's good. It's a big mess. It's a big mess. The more Yellow Hair thought about it, the more angry he became, and he turned his head to look at the little brother who had just called the police. What the fuck do you think? Who's going to believe people like us when we call the police? Can I die if I just take a beating and carry it to the end? What's the point of kneeling down and singing Conquest? Why did I take you stupid ass for a little brother? Whoa. Saying that, this Yellow Hair actually cried again. Just then, Lu Han tugged on the officer's coat. Police Uncle Dan, I want to report that Yellow Hair. Lu Han also has a detrimental trick up his sleeve. Hearing Lu Han, I want to report myself. Yellow Hair suddenly had a very bad feeling again. Then, with a sardonic smile, Lu Han pointed at him and said to the officer, this Yellow Hair, he just said that he had chopped people before. Yellow Hair, yay. Put your hands on your head and crouch down with your face to the wall. Hearing Lu Han's words, the officer's face instantly became serious and he pointed at Yellow Hair and yelled, give me an honest answer. When did you cut someone? Where? Who was it? Officers are starting field questioning. I just bragged about it. Yellow Hair felt like today was a waste. Uncle, he just said himself that he's chopped people. Just before you came, he also said he chopped against someone and left a scar on his stomach. Lu Han pointed at Yellow Hair and said what Yellow Hair had just bragged about. Hearing this, the officer walked straight forward and lifted Yellow Hair's top off. Yellow Hair's lean body was on display, and there was a real scar on his belly. You're not honest, are you? Don't give me a confession yet. Tell me the truth. This Officer Bear Man is a professional. A sentence directly scared Yellow Hair through the guts. Uncle Cop, let me explain. Who the hell is your uncle? Give me an honest answer. Yellow Hair glanced at the little brother behind himself, clenched his teeth and said with a heart, actually, this scar was left over from an appendicitis operation. When I was 8 years old, Yellow Hair's voice became more and more alike the more he spoke, and he eventually stumbled over the origins of scar. Hearing this, all of his minions looked at Yellow Hair in surprise, with an unbelievable expression. And what about it? Police Uncle, you're looking at his arm. He just said himself that every smoke scar on that represents a man he cut up. Lu Han once again made up for it. The officer stepped forward and rolled up his sleeve again. And sure enough, the smoke scar was there. How do you explain this now? Those words just now are also bragging. The cigarette scars are actually also my own perm for the sake of pretending, and has nothing to do with what chopping people to death at all? Yellow Hair at this time also no longer care about the eyes of the little brother, all of them, and disclose the truth. The officer still looked at him with some skepticism. Officer, you must believe me. This person is actually very timid. Simply do not have the guts to cut people. At home on New Year's Eve, I don't even dare to kill the chickens. It's all my mom who kills them. Our gang only dares to bully women and children. All that whatchamacallit chopping just now is my nonsense. This yellow-haired mental boy, fearing that the police would not believe him, tugged at the police's pants leg, desperately explaining, I knew it. How can a guy like that have the guts to cut someone? Well, today was a real knife-pulling ass and opening eyes. With such a little chicken shit skill, you're still learning how to collect minions? You are also too good at pretending. The cut of appendicitis also have the nerve to say that it is cut by hacking. Why don't you say that it is cut by cesarean section? Follow up. With the help of hundreds of good citizens, all 8 mental boys were transferred to a nearby police station. Despite the fact that Yellowhair's chopping up of people was bragging, the attempted robbery of Lu Han's trio and the desire to do something untoward to Hot Patch by those of them were all true. The robbery alone is enough to send these punks in for a drink. After a brief statement of questioning, the officer personally escorted them out of the police station. After tossing and turning all night, it was 3 or 4 o'clock and nearly dawn. The 3 of them went straight to a breakfast stand and prepared to eat breakfast before returning to the hotel. Take your seat. Audrey Yuan, do you still use chopsticks backwards? Lu Han looked at the camera boy and teased. Go, 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 go. Can't you get over this one? The camera boy was speechless for a while. Since the last time, he used disposable chopsticks when he went out. Don't worry about it. We're eating pancake fruits today, so we don't have to worry about using chopsticks. This was just in time for the owner to bring up the pancakes and spicy soup. His tummy ache. Going to the bathroom. The camera boy suddenly had some internal urgency and stood up and ran towards the public restroom. Both Lu Han and Hotba didn't take it seriously and continued to eat. A few minutes later, the camera boy came out of the restroom and walked back to the booth. He found the seats empty and there was no sign of Lu Han or Hot Bar. Shit, these two aren't going to run away from the order, are they? He was silent for a moment, thoughtfully picking up the pancakes in front of him and continuing to eat. Once seated, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. Brother kids, are you too much to ask? You're skipping out on me even for a pancake fruit, so I'll pay for it. The camera boy used WeChat voice to send a message to Lu Han. As he was eating, a middle-aged ant came up to the camera boy and looked at him with a very strange look. The camera boy looked up and thought to himself, what's wrong? This big sister doesn't have a crush on me, does she? With my temperament, I'm a middle-aged woman killer. As he thought, he shook out his greasy hair. Guy juice? The middle-aged ant hesitated for half a day, but she opened her mouth. Big sister doesn't date. We don't date. The camera boy hurriedly waved his hand in reply. About your sister? I meant to ask you, why did you eat my pie? The middle-aged ant was speechless for a while. I'm afraid I didn't meet a psychopath today. Ha, your pie? The camera boy was taken aback for a moment, and just then a voice came from the table behind him that he had just sent. What's the matter with you two? You're skipping out on me even for a pancake fruit. I'll pay if I have to. The camera boy turned around and turned back with one turn, realizing that Lu Han and Hotba were sitting at the table right behind him, looking at him with a look of stupidity. What are you doing, little brother? Lu Han snapped. He had just been in a position where his own pie was still sitting nicely. Shit, it was too dark to see. I sat in the wrong seat. The camera boy immediately got up, which was embarrassing. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong seat. Big sister, I haven't touched that pie of my own, or you can have mine. He rushed to explain to his big sister. Who wants your pie? What bad luck in the morning. Meeting a psycho. The middle-aged ant walked away cursing and not wanting the pancake fruit. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Behind them came 2 merciless jeers from Lu Han and Hotarub. Stayed up all night. The 3 of them went back to the hotel and were just getting ready for bed. At that moment, Hotba's cell phone rang, and it was a call from young Mimi. Honey, Hotba happily picked up her cell phone. Hot Barb, no? Is kid brother there? I didn't expect young me to open her mouth and ask about the kid brother. Humph, don't you miss me at all? Honey, I was going to ask that brat. Hotba was obviously a little jealous. Young Mimi didn't used to be like that. Gee, miss you. It's the signing of the kid brother now. It's been dragging on for too long. When are you guys going back to the Magic City? Yang Mi's main concern was to hurry up and sign Lu Han up. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. Little scumbag, come pick up the phone. With a reluctant look on her face, Hataru handed the phone to Lu Han. Humph, really, with Yumi-san doesn't even want me now. After the phone was handed over, Hotba followed up with a tirade. Kid brother, when will you return to Magic City from Kyoto? When are we going to meet to talk about the signing? Just by the sound of the voice, I could imagine Yang Mi's anti-smile on her face across the room. Well, it has indeed dragged on for too long. This side of things is sort of busy, so we'll go back to Magic City today to meet up and discuss in detail. Lu Han thought for a moment and replied to Yang Mi over the phone. Well then, What time is your flight? I'll pick you guys up when we get there. Yangni's happiness is almost overflowing from her cell phone. The tickets haven't been finalized yet, so I'll ask Director Wang. If it's confirmed to be okay, we'll go back today. Lu Han had originally planned to ask yesterday, but then he got busy and forgot because of last night's events. After hanging up the phone, Lu Han directly found living in the hotel on the same floor. Wang Director determined that the things on the side of Kyoto is basically over, so they directly booked tickets for the afternoon, and together with the program team, they prepared to return to Magic City. The morning was spent not on the air, but directly on catching up on sleep. Afternoon, Kyoto International Airport. The strongest kid brother crew arrives at the terminal. After the plane tickets arrived, the crowd waited in the waiting room for the plane. Hotba hadn't caught up on her sleep yet and had just sat down and fallen back to sleep. Lu Han was very energetic, looking east and west, when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Brother Lu Han. Not far away a tender lowly voice shouted. Not others, it is Xia Lingqin, little lowly. Why are you here? Lu Han was also surprised to see her. I snuck out of my teacher's place, and I want to go to Mordor with you, Lori said quaintly. How did you know about our flight today? Lu Han was puzzled. I didn't go back last night. I just stayed at the hotel. But I didn't see you all night last night, and I heard it all this morning when you were in the hallway talking to the fat uncle director about going back to Magic City. Xia Lingqin said with a smile. So that means you just secretly booked your own ticket and followed it straight here, right? Lu Han was stunned. This girl was really thinking out of the box. Nah. Xia Lingqin replied with a proud face, seemingly not realizing the gravity of the matter of her coming out alone. Aren't you just fooling around? I'll hurry to contact Grandpa Han Sanming, Lu Han said and took out his cell phone to prepare to call Han Sanming. There's no need to fight. The teacher said he's comfortable with me following you. Xia Lingqin spoke with great complacency. As he spoke, Lu Han's phone had already dialed out. Hello, Mr. Lu Han, what's up? Han Sanming on the other side picked up the phone. Old master, we went back to Magic City today, but this little disciple of yours, Xia Lingqin, ran along with us. Lu Han made the situation clear to Han Sanming. Well, just go. Then you can take care of her for me for 2 days. Han Sanming didn't seem very worried. How am I supposed to take care of her? I'm still an 8-year-old myself. Lu Han was surprised. Little friend Lu is being self-effacing. Can you be the same as others at 8 years old? I'll leave my little disciple to you, just so she can study under you for 2 days. That's it. I'm going to class. Bye. Doodle do 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 do. After Han Sanming finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone, leaving only a blank busy signal. What the hell? The old man is just dumping Lori on me. Lu Han stayed speechless throughout. Subsequently, Lu Han sought Wang Guan's opinion. Director Wang actually wasn't surprised at all and stammered for half a day, meaning as if Han Sanming had already informed him in advance. Lean north, you guys talked it out, and then just dump her on me? Lu Han felt trapped. Program effects, you're on alone, too, and wouldn't you have more fun with a little Lori? Director Wang began to brainwash Lu Han in peace. In the end, there was really no other way, so Lu Han could only accept it. I just wonder how Hataru will feel when she wakes up and sees that this little loli has actually followed her. Upon resuming his seat, this Xia Lingqin didn't know what was going on, and kept walking around looking very uneasy. Nui, what's wrong with you? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Lu Han looked at Xia Lingqin and asked. No. Lori sat back down next to Lu Han, rubbing her hands against each other. Don't want to go to Magic City? That's just right. It's not too late to regret it. You can go out now and take the subway back to Old Man Han's place. Lu Han didn't know what the hell was going on and thought she didn't want to go. Not really. I want to go, but I'm scared. Xia Lingqin's hand rubbed even more aggressively. Scared? Well, this is the first time I've ever been on an airplane, and I feel scared just thinking about how I'm going to be flying 10,000 meters in the air in a while. As Xia Lingqin spoke, her eyes began to redden. Is that all there is to it? Lu Han thought something was wrong. Little sister, don't be afraid. I'm familiar with this airplane ride. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. At that moment, the camera boy carrying a video camera on the side interjected. The camera boy also stayed up all night last night and didn't get enough sleep in the morning. If you don't find someone to talk to for a while, I guess I can fall asleep carrying the camera in a while. Really? Then uncle, can you help me see if this ticket of mine is a soft seat or a hard seat? Xia Lingqin blinked with a pair of big eyes and handed the ticket to the camera boy. Little sister, there are no hard or soft seats on airplanes. And, don't call me uncle, call me big brother. The camera boy was speechless. But you look like an uncle, Xia Lingqin said weakly. No wonder Xia Lingqin said so. The camera little brother last night stayed up all night face thief bad. Plus the beard also did not shave. Looks really very disheveled. Little sister you listen to me after you get on the plane in a while, you can just go and grab a sleeper ticket. The sleeper on the plane is by grabbing. Being choked by Xia Lingqin, the camera boy suddenly wanted to mess with this little lowly. Really? Xia Lingqin listened with a naive face. Well, yeah, if you can't grab a sleeper, I'll teach you a little more. You can just sprint to the very front of the plane where you have a good view and you won't get airsick. The camera boy continued to flounder. Hearing the camera boy's nonsense, Lu Han's eyes widened. And also, after boarding in a while, if you feel stuffy, you ask the flight attendant to open the window for you. When you're almost at the place, you have to tell the driver in advance, or you'll sit through the station. Camera boy, this is fooling people to death. Aha, big brother, you're still weirdly nice. Xia Lingqin listened very attentively, almost taking notes directly with a pen and paper. Yuan Audi, what are you babbling about? Lu Han really couldn't listen anymore at this time. What's wrong? This time when we came to the capital. Didn't we do this when we were on the airplane? The camera boy said with forced composure, just when the audience thought that Lu Han was going to directly demolish the camera boy. You're misremembering. Where does an airplane stop to let you off when it arrives? Obviously, it's only right to hand out a parachute bag to each passenger before boarding the plane, and then pull open the hatch when you get to the station and jump right in yourself. Lu Han spoke again. Xia Lingqin, huh? The netizens in the live room were straight up laughing. It still has to be the kid brother. I thought he could be kind for once. If that's the case, won't we all be playing chicken? We'll just parachute in? A small program team can actually have two great smarts, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. This is my first time on an airplane, and I'm about to go through security. What else do they say to look out for besides the kid brother? Upstairs, take off all your clothes ahead of time when you go through security. You'll be checked later. If you are looking for a flight attendant on an airplane, don't call the waiter. You will look like a turd. Remember that the airplane is a high-end place to call the flight attendant waiter. And there's also the fact that it's $20 a picture to get a flight attendant to take a group photo. And you can haggle if you want to pretend to be a familiar customer. All brought astray by kid brother. You guys. At this time, Xia Lingqin, after learning so many do's and don'ts from Lu Han and the camera boy, she was much more solid in her heart. After chatting for half a day, Lu Han suddenly felt a little thirsty, so it went straight towards the vending machine not far away. The camera boy didn't know what he was up to, so he carried on and followed him. What would you like to drink, little brother? Lu Han ordered half a dozen bottles from the vending machine, ready to give one bottle to each of the program's people, and when he was done, he turned around and asked the camera boy, Red Moet, I feel so sleepy. Camera boy thought about answering. Well, in two, come scan the code and pay. Lu Han pressed the Red Bull again, then pointed to the payment code on the machine and said to the camera boy, Yay, didn't you buy me a drink? The camera boy was shocked. I'm a little kid. How can I have money in my Microsoft? Lu Han spoke as a matter of course. I won't drink it then. I have money to save for my wife. The camera boy said and was about to leave. What's the point of having a daughter-in-law? A woman will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. If you really want to find one, I can introduce my cousin to you. Lu Han said behind the camera boy. Fuck off. Your cousin is not a dog. The camera boy didn't have a good time. Forgot I already told you that. Lu Han then remembered that he had already used his cousin's routine with the photography boy last night. Don't say anything. I refuse your KTV today. No. UFO? And no, SUV? Right, it's the SUV that rejected you. Such a little brother thought for half a day. Then called a PUA. Lu Han is really speechless. Anyway, it doesn't matter how much you say. My money works. Camera boy came down hard on this one. Then I have a cousin I can introduce you to. Lu Han said. Stop trying to fool me. I don't believe you. Jin Xiao was truly scared by Lu Han's pit. It's true, don't believe me. This cousin of mine is in her early 20s this year. She is beautiful, kind-hearted, hard-working and thrifty. And the main thing is that the family doesn't want a dowry yet. I'm still talking about scratching my head when your phone flipped up a picture of this cousin of his in his circle of friends. Holy shit, it's actually real this time. The camera boy man was dumbfounded. Lu Han's cell phone screen showed a really beautiful woman. What do you want to drink, kid? My treat. Let the little brother did not hesitate to take out his own cell phone to directly scan the code to pay. That's right. Lu Han said, taking out all the drinks from the vending machine. Come. The entire consumption today will be paid for by Mr. Yuan. Lu Han took the drinks and started distributing them to the program's crowd. Yuan Audi is atmospheric today. Has the sun come out of the west? Little brother's treating us today? Yuan Audi has always been an iron rooster, not a dime a dozen. But today he actually bought drinks for everyone. The show's crowd was also surprised. You're welcome, it's all chump change. Everyone, feel free to drink. There's not enough to go around. Yuan Audi waved his hand bashfully. When the water was finished, the camera boy pulled Lu Han to the side and couldn't wait to ask after him. Kid brother, this time you don't want to swindle me. I feel like I'm a good match for this cousin of yours. Of course, only. Lu Han spoke after a pause. You have to wait. Wait for what? Hearing Lu Han talk like this, the camera boy's heart thumped. I'll let you know when my cousin is done divorcing her husband. Lu Han's words were like a bolt from the blue. Oh yeah, by the time my cousin is a divorced young woman with 2 babies, I don't think you'll mind, right? You just said that you guys are a good match. Your cousin is married? The camera boy froze. Well, it was 2 years ago. Lu Han took a sip of his drink and nodded. So you introduced her to me? And why didn't you just say so? The camera boy was on the verge of storming out. You just didn't ask, nah. And I see you're in such a hurry to find a date, so I'll go ahead and line you up. Lu Han said, having finished the drink in his hand. Little brother, let's have another bottle. I don't have enough to drink from one bottle. Camera guy. Geneva, refund. The netizens in the live room were already laughing. Good guy. I see the camera boy's expectant expression just now. Then now full of disappointment. So heartbreaking. Ha ha ha. But sorry. I just can't help but laugh. Ugh. Why does camera boy never learn? Taken to death. Cousin's husband, kid brother. Do you want to see what you just said? But I listen to feel so look forward to a cousin, young woman, wife. Upstairs you've triggered the keyword. Young people do not know the good mistakes of young women. The young girl as a treasure. Just as the crowd was talking and laughing, the airport staff informed the boarding of the plane. Get on the plane. Reba listened to Xia Lingqin talk about the flim-flam that the two of them, Lu Han and the camera boy, had just told him about the airplane ride. It took a lot of effort and persuasion to stop Xia Lingqin from going to the cockpit of the airplane. You two don't have a square every day? Hataru rolled her eyes at the duo and held Xia Lingqin down directly next to her seat, not letting her do anything embarrassing. No words on the way. In the evening, the group arrived in Mordor. The two of them, Lu Han and Hotba, said goodbye to the show's crowd and prepared to make a trip to the office. I'll follow you too. At this time, Xia Lingqin Lolita pulled Lu Han's arm. You go to the hotel with Director Wang and the others first. I'll meet you later. Lu Han and Charlotte said. No way, I'm going to play too. Lori spilled the beans. Xia Lingqin's sister, we're going to the company in a while to talk about something serious. It's inconvenient to take you with us, so you go to the hotel first, and we'll go find you later, okay? At this time, Hotba opened her mouth. She thought about going to the company with Lu Han. It was indeed inconvenient to bring this little loli with her. Well, that's fine. Hearing that Hataru had said that, Karoli could only stop. Say goodbye to Lori. Lu Han and Hotba had just exited the airplane terminal when they saw Yangmi standing on the roadside of the airport, waving at them. Hotba, kid brother, come on over here and get in the car. Across the road, Yangmi waved her hand vigorously and shouted at the duo. Honey, I missed you so much. Hotba sprinted across the road in one strong stride, then hugged Jan directly. I know. At least you're a big star. Take care of your image outside. Young Mimi mouthed the words, but didn't see any let up in her hold on Hataru. Sister Yangmi, you've gotten prettier again. Lu Han followed and greeted Yangmi. Little Lu Han, what a sweet mouth. Come on, get in the car with your sister. Let's go to Jiaxing Media. With that, the door of the business car on the side opened automatically. The three of them had just gotten into the car. And just then, the camera boy ran over as well, shouting under his breath, wait for me, kid brother. Then the camera boy was seen scurrying into the commercial vehicle as well. I thought we agreed to take a break today? Lu Han saw the camera boy and asked. Director Wang said that I should follow you. In the morning, I slept and didn't go live. Not enough hours today. The camera boy said, turning on the camera. Lu Han, hot bar. Luckily, Yangmi didn't mind, directing the driver to take off and drive towards the city. Sister Yangmi, is the signing that urgent? After sending the car, Lu Han asked. Anxious, it's urgent. It just so happens that the board of directors is meeting at the company today with a full complement of people. And after we finalize the signing, I'll stop by and introduce you. Yangmi was really in a hurry. The matter about Lu Han signing had been dragging on for quite a while, and it had to be finalized today. All in. Ha, that's just in time for the announcement. Lu Han chanted to himself. Ha, what did you say? Lu Han's voice was not loud enough for Yangmi to hear. Nothing, let's go to the office first. Luhan also wanted to keep a suspense first, pretending to be such a thing of course until the end to show strength. The effect is the best. The vehicle arrived at Jiaxing Media's head office in the Magic City district. Just get out of the car. Luhan then caught a glimpse of an old grandfather selling sugar gourds on the side of the road. The old man's sugar plums were of the made-from-scratch variety. The red iced gourds stuck on straw sticks went up to the top and were very tempting. Luhan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Little brother, I want to eat a candy cane. Buy it for me. Luhan looked up at the camera boy. Not buying, trying to screw me over again. The camera boy is still holding a grudge against Luhan for twice saying that introducing himself to someone is a ruse. Luhan, forget it. Let's go upstairs first. Yang Mi spoke up at this time. Upstairs, but the company's major shareholders were waiting. Then I'll go by myself. As if he didn't hear it, Luhan walked alone in the direction of Master Sugarloaf. How do you sell sugar plums, Grandpa? And asked the old grandpa the price of the sugar plums. Hey, little Luhan. Hotbo was speechless at the sight and just followed. $3 for a string. $5 for two. Gramps replied. Grandpa, let's put it this way. Do you think if I buy 10, you can give me one extra? Luhan asked tentatively. That's fine. No problem. After hearing this, the old grandpa thought it was no problem and agreed to it. Well, then you can start by giving me the one you gave away. Luhan looked at the old grandpa with a childish and cute smile on his face. The old grandpa directly gripped one and handed it to Luhan. Luhan took a bite and bit down. The syrup was dense and the hawthorn was sweet and sour. Yummy. Kids, pay up. You're going to give me 25 total. The old grandpa asked Luhan for money as he made the ice candy gourds. Don't be in a hurry. Wait until I finish eating. Luhan said and jerked another hawthorn ball hung with syrup. Inside the live broadcast room, the crowd feels that Luhan is going to organize something again. He's not trying to eat for free, is he? Combined with Kid Brother's previous behavior, I'm now very worried that he'll eat and run, and then leave camera Kid Brother to wipe his ass. My analysis above. I agree. Agree +1. Agreed +2. The netizens in the broadcast room were all guessing what Luhan was going to do next. Little did they know that this time they still hadn't guessed correctly. In a moment's time, Luhan directly finished showing off a whole candy cane. Kid, do I pack the remaining 10 for you, or do you continue to take and eat them? The old grandpa opened his mouth and asked. There's no rush. Grandpa, let's do some math, huh? Luhan smacked his lips. At $3 a stick and $5 for two, 10 should be $25, right? Grandpa. Luhan finished smacking his lips and began to seriously give the old grandpa a reckoning. Yeah, ha. You're pretty good at math for a little kid. The old man also did the mental math to make sure it was okay. Then, Grandpa, is it okay if I don't take away these 10 sugar gourds and leave them here for you to sell? When Luhan said this, he directly gave the old man a dry spell. Ha, how so? The old man scratched his head straight. It's just a trouble for you to help me sell them. But Sensei came to charge at $3 a piece for how many people buy, and even if they buy more, there is no discount. The old man was completely messed up after hearing this. I'll buy you $3 a root, and no discount? Moncler Outlet Store baffled. He broke his fingers, calculating it in detail. The crowd on the live feed was also stunned. What a talent. 666, 6666. Put this card on bugs again. Moncler brain buzzing right at CPU is almost dry burning. Cover face laugh / emoji. I was just confused, too, and did the math several times, and almost didn't get around it. There's nothing a Kid Brother can't do with empty gloves and iced candy canes. Poor Moncler. To be a slave of capital. I didn't buy a single one, and I still have to take one when I'm done. Now I'm a part-time worker. The old man pondered for half a day and finally figured out what it meant. Then, he only saw the old man take out $5 from his pocket and hand it to Luhan. 10 ice candy gourds. I'll sell them all for you for a total of $30. Kid, you still owe me 25 just now, so if you do the math, I'll find you another 5, right? The old man looked at Luhan with two sincere eyes. Let's forget about the $5. This ice candy gourd is not $5 for two. Then you bring me 2 more strings. Moncler Outlet Store listening to this. He reached down and pulled 2 more sticks from his straw stick. At this time Luhan waved his hand again and said, better don't take it. I've eaten almost all of it. Or else I'll put these 2 here for you to sell for me as well. The usual rule. $3 a piece, no discount. Moncler Outlet Online. This time the brain turned fast. Directly took $6 to Luhan. Hey, here's another $6. Did I count right? Well, then you'll give me 1 for now, and that 5 will be replaced with 2 more candy canes, which you'll continue to sell on my behalf. Luhan smiled and took the dollar. Okay. The old man recovered his $5 and felt he had even made a profit. The live audience froze. Good man. It's never ending, is it? No condoms. Sure enough, capital is all evil. I wonder when the Grand Master will respond. Mom, my tears are coming out of my eyes. Kid brother is really never beaten. If we keep this up, I'll lose my pants. Inappropriate son. I sympathize with Moncler Outlet Store you so much. Where is this magic city? I also want to go to take care of Moncler Outlet Store business. Talk is talk, laugh is laugh. It's hard enough for an old man to come out and set up a stall at his age. Luhan also, simply for the sake of the program's effect, had long thought that he would compensate the old man later. The netizens couldn't look away. Hotba and young Mimi on the scene couldn't look away either. Can you even have a face? Hataru crossed her eyes and looked at Luhan, getting angrier and angrier as she thought about it. Sister Hotba, give the old man $1,000 for me. I'll give you a 10,000 times rebate later. Luhan said to Luhan in a small voice that only the two of them could hear. 10,000 times the rebate? Don't you mean you don't have any money? Hotba knew that Luhan wouldn't speak in an empty voice, and wondered what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. I, Lu, am a gentleman's man, never swindle anyone, Luhan said with conviction. If you hadn't said that, I might have believed it. Just forget about giving it, said Hotba directly. WeChat swept $1,000 to the old man, finished and pulled. Luhan left. The old man collection code is paper, and there is no voice broadcast, so do not know that the $1,000 in the account. Walking out for a long way, that grandpa still shouted at them. Thank you, for taking care of my business so well. Look what you've done. Hotba felt good and funny when she heard the older man's words. Master, you're welcome. Your ice sugar gourds taste really good. Luhan also waved back toward the grandpa and said, just a few steps out, Luhan saw another stall selling meat buns. Boss, how do you sell your meat loaf? Luhan took 2 quick steps and walked over. $6 a piece. Cheap, Lu. The owner replied with a smile on his face as he saw a customer come to his door. Can it be cheaper? Luhan asked with a shy face. It's a small business. Thanks for the counteroffer. You heard Luhan actually return the price, and the boss's face instantly pulled down. Boss, how much for me to buy a single serving of meat? Only Luhan's eyes beat up and then said, $4 a serving. What? The boss didn't understand what he meant. What about if I buy a single piece of white GI? The buns are $1 a piece cheaper. Good. That's done. Give me 2 separate portions of meat and 2 separate buns. Seeing that there was another bug to drill, Luhan gave a bad smile. That's no problem. The owner agreed straight away. Then please do me a favor and stuff all my meat into the bun I bought. Luhan added. Little things, no problem. Here, you take it for a total of $10. The boss packed the meat sandwich and handed it over. And just halfway through the action, he suddenly realized something was wrong. What? It's not right. Very wrong. 10 out of 10 has to be 12 out of 10? The owner mouthed the words. You boss, didn't you say 1 bun and 4 pieces of meat? Luhan added. $10. But these are 2 normal meat loafers. They should sell for 12, yeah? This. The owner chanted in his mind as if trying to make sense of what was going on. Half a day. Oops. Holy crap, there's a bug. The owner slammed himself in the head and figured it out all at once. But at this time, where was Luhan still visible? The live feed. The netizens are laughing out loud with tears in their eyes. After going to the ice cream boss, a victim is reproduced. Ha 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 ha. This boss is okay, at least reacted to it. A little better than the Ice Cube Moncler outlet. The city set is deep. I want to go back to the countryside. Boss, bastard, stop, don't run. Next time I'll try and get a meat loaf like this. I advise you that this is not something you want to imitate. If you don't do it, you'll be greeted by the national art of Swona. Cover your face and laugh / emoji. If I were the owner of this meat loaf and met such a customer again, I would spit high and low into the meat loaf. The pop-up screen was so bristling that you could barely even see the screen. Luhan saved 2 more pieces with this wave. Kid brother, 2 meat sandwiches. You can't finish them, can you? At this time, the camera boy beside Luhan looked at Luhan holding 2 meat sandwiches, not to mention how much he was craving for them. Meat loaf, $10 a piece, no bargaining. UTM. The camera boy was directly rendered speechless by Luhan, but he didn't dare to go back to that meat sandwich stand. And in the end, he just had to pull out $10 and give it to Luhan. In the end, Luhan is equivalent to not spending a penny, and directly hoard out the meat sandwich again. Luhan ate his meat sandwich and followed Yangmi into Joshing Media's office building. Little Luhan, through my great efforts, Joshing is ready to sign a top contract with you this time. Come on, how are you going to thank me? Inside the elevator, Yangmi looked at Luhan with a very smug face. The other shareholders have no opinion? Luhan looked up at Yangmi. He was wondering what Yangmi's reaction would be when she knew that Hot Bar had become the largest shareholder. There was some resistance, but I took care of it. Yangmi said this and suddenly remembered something. By the way, I have to talk to you first before going in. There are a total of 3 major shareholders of Jiaxing Media, Yao Fumi, me, and Chen Jia, respectively. Yang Mi introduced Lu Han to the company's shareholders. Yao Fumi, the one wearing the leopard print dress inside, is it? She's the backer behind Hua Changyu, and you've offended her because of what happened to Hua Changyu. Chen Jia, the real helmsman of Jiaxing, the biggest shareholder, sitting right in the middle of the conference room. There's me at the end. When Yang Mi finished, Lu Han opened his mouth and asked, "No more? No more?" Yang Mi looked at Lu Han somewhat strangely, not understanding why he asked. "Well, that's okay." Lu Han heartspit. This Jiaxing really a little business crisis awareness or not? They're on some time ago when the market crazy sweep, have got more than 51% of the shares. They are not at all aware of awe. Speaking, the crowd had arrived at the door of the large conference room. Because it was an internal meeting of people's shareholders, the camera boy stayed outside the door and didn't go in. "Sister Chen, Sister Yao, we're here." As soon as she entered, Yang Mi greeted the 2 women at the head of the conference room. "Well, Yang Mi is here. It's been hard work. Have a seat." In the very center position, a competent woman in a small black perfume jacket responded to Yang Mi. It was Chen Jia. "Humph. I thought how big a wrist. Wait until now. When did Jiaxing ask for someone to sign?" At this point, to Chen Jia's left, a middle-aged woman with a leopard print dress in big waves rolled her eyes toward Lu Han and the others. The leopard print dress is none other than Yao Fumi, the legendary big baby behind Hana Song Yu. Lu Han stared. "Good guy? This bitch really has a grudge against herself. Come up to start spraying. Ha ha ha. Sister Yao is in a hurry, right? We'll start now." Yang Mi smiled awkwardly, and then immediately led Lu Han and Hotba to their seats. "So this is the kid brother. It looks pretty cute. Young Mimi will do as you say. Sign on the top contract." When Chen Jia saw them sitting down, he spoke directly. "Slow down." But just then, Lu Han put up his hand. "Little Lu Han, what's wrong? Don't make a scene like this." Yang Mi reminded on the side. She was afraid that Lu Han made something wrong. "Suddenly I don't see any point in signing. Why don't we just forget about it?" Yo, that's not satisfied with a top contract, is it? As soon as Lu Han finished speaking, that leopard print dress Yao Fumi sneered and opened her mouth. "Little friend Lu Han, this contract is indeed the best offer we, Jiaxing, can give you. For that matter, it's still Yang Mi's face that helped you to raise the grade." The CEO of the company, Chen Jia, frowned and looked at Lu Han. Inside the conference room, in addition to Yang Mi and their 3 shareholders, there were quite a few administrative staff, and now without exception all of them were looking at Lu Han sideways. An employee is whispering, "This kid, he's really relying on the fact that he's a bit famous. Probably wants to sit on his ass to get a Jiaxing contract, or a top one. How many people can't even beg for it? This kid is really, I'll see what happens. I guess I can just refuse to sign him later." The conference room was not just the staff. Everyone felt Lu Han. "Little Lu Han, stop it. You know how hard this contract was to come by." Hataru also pulled Lu Han, trying to get him to stop talking. "I don't think there's any need for another contract in my current position." Lu Han didn't care about the eyes of the bystanders and continued. "Your identity?" Chen Jia looked at Lu Han in disbelief. She had followed Lu Han's kid brother live broadcast a little bit, and felt that this kid was shaking his head again. Playing smart at a time like this was definitely an attempt to raise the price, and it didn't look too good for Lu Han. "Mr. Chen, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? Since he's so shameless, just kick him out. When have we ever been short of people in Jiaxing?" Leopard print dress Yao Fumi twisted her waist and said as she favored Chen Jia's position. "Lu Han, don't fool around. Do you know how much effort I went through to get you this top contract?" Yang Mi was now panicking, and he also felt that Lu Han was just trying to sit on his hands. At this point, Lu Han looked around and waited until everyone in the conference room had quieted down before Lu Han continued to speak. "How come Jiaxing Media has no sense of crisis at all? Do you guys know who the biggest shareholder of the company is now?" The statement was met with laughter from the entire audience. "Saying this nonsense, the biggest shareholder is of course our Mr. Chen Jia Chen, otherwise it would be you?" Yao Fumi rolled her eyes, the disdain on her face not hidden. "What if this largest shareholder is really me?" Hearing Yao Fumi's words, Lu Han turned his head towards her with a shallow smile. "If it were really you, I'll give you all my shares for nothing." Yao Fumi slammed the table and said boldly, "Really? Then it's a deal." Lu Han was overjoyed when he heard this. He was worried that he didn't know how to take advantage of something. "Mr. Chen, do you know that as the company's major shareholder? If you don't know, why don't you go and check it out now?" Then Lu Han looked at Chen Jia. "No need to check. I know the recent changes in the company's shares. But, You're the one who just recently acquired over 51% of the company? Chen Jia had already thought of it as soon as he heard Lu Han mention the matter of the company's shares. He was going to stop Yao Fu Mei from opening her mouth, but she picked up the words too quickly. It should be hot bars to be exact. I took his stock account and bought Joshing out. Ha, mine. The original hot. Barb just listened in awe. When she heard this last sentence, Lu Han said that he actually bought it with his own stock account. He immediately took out his cell phone to check. The stock software opened, and he saw that he had more than 3 billion shares of Joshing Media stock on his trading account. Hotba, is he telling the truth? How many? Yang Mi also nervously came over to Hotba's cell phone to catch up. $360 million. Hotba stuttered a little at her words. Yang Mi couldn't believe it, directly grabbed a handful of Hotba's cell phone, which made it clear that it was really more than 6 billion. Everyone in the conference room went numb. Mr. Chen, after comparing the business data, Hotbar's total shareholding is over 51%. He is now the largest shareholder of our Joshing company. At this time, Joshing Media's financial director walked up to Chen Jia with a PAD. I've said there's no need to sign any artist contract. This company is all mine. And that leopard print ant. You go back to the CFO and sign the equity transfer agreement, Lu Han said as he was about to leave the conference room. Ha, Mr. Chen, what to do? Kid brother. I was joking just now, don't take it seriously. Yao Fu Mei began to panic at this time. He said nonsense, did not expect this result. I have hundreds of millions of shares in Joshing. I can't really lose them just because of one sentence. At this moment, Yao Meifu tugged Chen Jia's arm and shook it vigorously, hoping that he would help him. If you're so tongue-tied yourself, what can I do? Go to Lu Han yourself and apologize. Perhaps the kid brother is a generous man. I'll let it go. Chen Jia knew that Yao Fu Mei had always had a bad breath, and this time she deserved it, although it was a bit too big a price to pay. Brother kid, I was wrong. We were just joking. It doesn't count. Yao Fu Mei immediately ran to hug Lu Han's thighs and directly knelt on the ground. I'll tell you what. You'll transfer all of your equity to Sister Hotaru, and the money will be given to you at market value, because I don't want to see you in the company anymore. Lu Han thought to himself that if this woman really does not honor the renegade debt, there is not much he can do. Anyway, Hot Bar still has more than 2 billion in his account. Just collect the stock. Just kick this Yao Fu Mei out of the company. Thanks, brother kid. Thanks, Mr. Kid. Yao Fu Mei is full of thanks. Equity lost, but at least the money is not lost. Follow up. Because Hotba had to deal with the company's equity issues for a while and couldn't get away. Bastard, finding me such a big trouble. You're on your own with your money. Hotaru looked at the pile of papers to be signed in front of him and yelled at Lu Han. I'm only 8 and underage. I can't do it. I can't take it. Think of it as a birthday present for you. Reba. Lu Han finished speaking and directly slipped out of the conference room. And behind him came another curse from Hotba, so he probably couldn't leave for a while. The camera guy at the door of the conference room heard Reba's cursing and felt strange. What's wrong with Reba? Pissed off by a leopard print ant. She can't leave for a while. Let's go. Lu Han finished pulling on the camera boy and was ready to escape. Leopard print. Where's the leopard print? The camera boy probed excitedly at the sound of the leopard print and looked into the conference room. Let's go. There's nothing to see in a regular anti-payback. With that, Lu Han dragged like little brother away. Downstairs, camera boy reopened the live feed. Little brother, are you still hungry? On the road, Lu Han had nothing to do and decided to tease the camera boy. Was a little hungry. That meatloaf I just had wasn't stuffed enough. That's a good one. Saying that, Lu Han pointed with his hand right in front of the road. In front of the two there was a little chubby guy who looked about the same size as Lu Han and was holding a big bag of green shrimp strips in his hand. You go to, and grab the shrimp sticks out of his hand. Ha, me? The camera boy was flabbergasted. Just as the two men were speaking, the little chubby guy pulled another hamburger out of his own book bag. Go on, just grab his book bag. There might be more goodies in it. Lu Han's eyes directly glistened at the sight of another burger. The camera boy was really hungry, and for some reason incited by Lu Han, he really walked towards the little chubby peer. Hey, little fat ass, why are you wandering around on the road alone? Where are your adults? Camera boy tries to emulate Lu Han to see if he can coax it. Ha, my lord is at home. Tubby was confused by the question. Once he heard that the parents weren't around, the camera boy was much bolder. Bring it on you. The camera boy grabbed the kid's book bag. Open it up. There are really a lot of snacks inside. Chips, cookies, shrimp sticks, Snickers. The camera boy gave a heartbreaking smile, and before he left, he didn't forget to snatch the burger from Tubby's hand along with it. Tell you Howl. No one else. The camera boy threatened with a vicious expression before he left. Little Humpty Dumpty was so frightened that he howled on the spot. The live viewers witnessed this heartless behavior of the camera boy the whole time. A big man steals a kid's snack just after the show starts? Shame on you. Doesn't shake Birin. Camera guy doesn't shake Birin. Little chubby, first of all, I didn't mess with any of you. Damn. This is a robbery, isn't it? It's a bit much, though, but I look at it so much I want to laugh. Backstage of the Strongest Kids song program. At this time, Director Wang and all the staffs from the main control desk also saw this scene. Director Wang, this is a live broadcast. Is it okay for Yuan Audi to rob a child like this? It's not good, is it? The assistant director man looked dumbfounded. TSK. This is helping the little chubby peer to lose weight. The little chubby peer parents know. May also thank. Damn. Forget it, can't make it up. The assistant director arranges for someone to go and find the little chubby guy. Remember to give the money to the others. By the way, it's a program effect. By the way, the money comes out of the camera boy's paycheck. Director Wang is also speechless. This camera boy has been staying with Lu Han for a long time. More and more, no lower limit. At this point, the camera guy's side of things arrived and was about to leave. Suddenly an adult male roar was heard. What's going on? I just had to go to the bathroom? Who the hell bullied my son? At the sound of the voice, the camera boy underneath was stunned. The camera boy slowly turned around, only to see a big bald man with strong limbs and a face full of flesh. Obviously, this is the chubby little guy's dad. Oh, Dad. That's the guy in front of me grabbing my snacks. The little chubby guy sat on the ground and cried, suddenly raising his hand and pointing at the camera boy. No, why are you lying? When I asked where your adult was, he said he was at home. Camera boy is going to run after that. He wants to recreate the speed of the original Bolt. In the next second, I, like my little brother, felt the back of my neck collar being gripped by a hand, and my feet directly left the ground. Just you bullied my son? The big man's face was full of anger. Not, big brother, that what? You listened to me to give you a cunning defense. Not, explain. The camera boy was so regretful that he looked sideways at Lu Han, who was close by, hoping that he could imagine saving himself. Why are you looking at me, Uncle? I'm testifying that he's the one who just robbed that little kid. Lu Han hurriedly spoke out to clear the air. Camera guy, yay. The crowd at the live broadcast at this point was laughing their asses off. Damn it, let him rob a kid. The camera boy was never expecting that the adults were right next to him on the toilet. Ha ha ha. Kid brother. This old six immediately pretends not to recognize him. Is it possible to have a seat? Big brother, listen to me explain. I'm from the program. Working on a show. Look at the camera on me. It's all program effects. Seeing that the kid brother couldn't be counted on, it was like the little brother immediately started to excuse himself. Look at this big brother's body. If he gets punched, he'll suffer a lot. Fortunately, the crew of the show arrived just in time. An explanation was given, and the camera boy only got a punch in the eye, and was spared. And that's just for giving back the snacks and ending up paying out another $200. After the little chubby peer father and son left, the staff and camera boy said, Yuan Audi. Wang director, let me tell you, this money is still deducted from your salary. Ugh, that's better than taking a beating. The camera boy said, chagrined. At that moment, Lu Han walked over to the camera boy. Where did you just go? How come I didn't see you? Lu Han spoke as if it were true. Say that again. Didn't you see it? I was just about to get my ass kicked in front of you and you said you didn't recognize me. The camera boy was so pissed off that he could have turned his back. Getting your ass kicked? What did you do? Lu Han spoke as if he really didn't see it. What do you think? Didn't you see me robbing little Tubby? Then his father came. You say you're quite a big boy. You have hands and feet. Why do you go to rob other people's little fat snacks? Ah, yeah, you're not the one who put me on. The camera boy was about to explode with anger. This kid brother really didn't have any face at all. I told you to go? No way. Absolutely not. Am I that kind of person? I'm the chief pioneer, a socialist successor. Lu Han denied it, admitting no point. You're just pretending to have amnesia, aren't you? The camera boy gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Han. Believe it or not, my Lu family has a genetic disease where the male members of the family suffer from transient memory loss, so sometimes they suddenly don't remember people and things. Lu Han said with a face, strict, solemn, I'll believe the hell out of you. Hearing Lu Han's words, the camera boy raised his hand and was about to give him a headbutt on the head. Okay, no teasing. Go, come home with me. I'll treat you to a nice meal. With that said, Lu Han stood up and decided to go home first with the camera boy. Then I'll have steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's tail, roasted flower duck, roasted fawn, roasted sun goose, chicken in sauce, bacon, Pine flower tripe. Little brother. Come up for a while to announce the name of the dish. Lu Han, well, there's also the jiangmi stuffed complaining seed. I suspect you're connoting me again. The camera boy looked at Lu Han with a strange look. Ha, did I just say something? Lu Han lost his memory again. Camera guy. The netizens in the live broadcast room are laughing their asses off. Good man. Amnesia strikes again, doesn't it? Cover your face and laugh. These two living treasures, with Hotba away and no one to control them, have completely let themselves go. Just now my neighbor came knocking on my door and told me he was going to file a complaint if I laughed that loud again. I showed him the live stream and he's laughing with me now. Don't mention it. I just peeked at the live broadcast in class, accidentally laughed out loud, was found by the teacher. The phone was confiscated. Fortunately the confiscation was of my deskmate's cell phone. I don't know what his reaction will be when he wakes up from his sleep. Your tablemates will send heartfelt greetings to your entire family when they wake up from their nap. The two of them took a cab back to Lu Han's home in Magic City. Wang Mei, Lu Sancher. I'm back. In front of his home, Lu Han shouted as he knocked on the door. Ka chow. The door to the room was opened, and the one who opened the door was actually the little lowly Xia Lingqin. Yeah, why are you here? Lu Han froze. Just now I asked the fat director uncle your home address. Directly over. Just auntie at home. As soon as Xia Xiaolalai finished speaking, Wang Mei walked over. Gu, good son. You're back. You're such a handsome little girlfriend. Wang Mei put her arms around the little lowly and loved it. Or else, I go? Lu Han looked and thought they were more like a family of three. Brother Lu Han. Don't. I came all the way here to let you cook for me. Little Lori pulled Lu Han and was about to enter the house. Right, Lu Han, you can cook on the program last time. We haven't tasted it yet. Hurry up and cook for your little Nui Nui. As soon as Wang Mei heard Xia Lingqin say that she wanted to eat Lu Han's cooking, she immediately remembered that she hadn't tasted Lu Han's handiwork until now. I want some too. Camera boy, carrying a video camera, also squeezed into the room and raised his hand. Son is cooking? Hurry up. Let's make a sea cucumber with scallions. Your mom and I have been wanting this for a long time. At this moment, Lu Sancher, who was originally wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen, also poked his head out. Lu Han, I've been home for a long time, and now I'm a cook? That's just it. It's a rare day when I'm in a good mood. What do you all want to eat? Helplessly, Lu Han took the apron Lu Sancher handed over and tied it himself. Sea cucumber with scallions. 9 turns of the colon. I'll do anything. The last sentence was from the camera boy, who was really not a picky eater. Dang, don't run. Wash my dishes. Lu Han stopped Lu Sancher, who was about to escape from the kitchen. He could see at a glance that Lu Sancher was lazy. Lu Sancher. Then Lu Han found the small stool he had previously dedicated to himself and stood on it. Skillfully, he grabbed a clean rag, wrapped it around the handle of the pot, and then held it in one hand, using the stovetop as a pivot point. I kept flipping the pot up and down. The camera boy of the hour carrying a video camera was also standing inside the kitchen, recording the scene. Although the netizens in the live broadcast room all knew that Lu Han could cook before, they couldn't help but exclaim when they saw it again. Ooh, Xiao hi brother, this cooking skill seems to have been refined again. See that little stool? That's all for his exclusive use. So you can see that kid brother didn't used to do much at home. I've hung my son up and beaten him half a dozen times and he hasn't admitted he can cook. The way the spoon is turned upside down. I, a 10-year veteran chef, can't help but be impressed. Inside the live feed, pop the little ingredients and drop the main course. Then he saw Lu Han using his small hands to forcefully braise the chicken pieces that Lu Sancher had chopped up next to him directly into the pot. Prickly. Phew. The fire rose in the pan and the chokes were beautifully choked. Facing the fire that was taller than his own size, Lu Han did not panic at all. A pair of tiny-looking arms pressed hard on the handle of the pot and used the stovetop to continue to turn the pot upside down. The fire in the pot didn't disappear either, but kept rolling like waves along with the dishes. At this time, Lu Han's parents and the little lowly all looked dumbfounded. Used to watch in the live broadcast, this time witnessed. Really more shocking. Smells good. So fragrant. Brother Lu Han is great. Lori couldn't help but clap her hands and applaud. Come, everyone look. This is my son, kid brother Lu Han. Is he good at stir-frying? Double-click 666. Lu Sancher, at this time, took his cell phone and actually shot a short video. Family members, look, my son Lu Han is back. He's stir-frying vegetables for me to eat. I told him not to, but he insisted on frying it. Wang Mei opened the WeChat, Lu Family Compound, family group and took a video to show off. Lu Han spat in his heart his parents, but the hand action does not stop. Burning vegetables is a fire and pot gas. This time to stop the dish can be no soul. The ingredients are cheering and dancing with the flames, and it's a proper feast for the eyes. There are many netizens in the live broadcast room who were originally chefs, and at this moment, their hearts are also greatly shocked. No, the chef class lessons of the new Oriental have stopped, and the whole class is watching the live broadcast of Luhan's stir fry, and the teacher is still explaining and commenting. Phew, this body's limit is up to here. It's still inconvenient at a young age. At this moment, Luhan felt his arms a little sore and muttered to himself. Even though he had the cooking skills of a master chef of the state banquet, he still didn't have enough physical strength. Gather the juices out of the pot. In a few moments, a fried chicken was ready. The aroma of the chicken then wafted through the room. Wow, it looks and smells so good. Lori couldn't help but cry out in shock, unable to move her eyes from staring at the fried chicken. She was already prepared for this, but she really saw that the dishes fried by Luhan were really colorful and fragrant. Xiao Lingqin, such a big lady of the capital, she had eaten not less delicious, but he had not seen such a tempting dish. This fried chicken has an oily appearance, bright and full color, and the taste attracts people's mouths to salivate. Worthy of being my Lu Sanchi's son, this dish, honey, our son is the god of cooking. Lu Sancher and Wang Mei exclaimed exaggeratedly at this time. Although they knew Luhan could cook, but after such a long time, they could tell that Luhan's cooking skills had refined a lot more. The netizens in the live feeds had their eyes glazed over. I'm begging you to open a restaurant. I can feel how good that fried chicken smells just through the screen. I didn't believe it when I heard you guys say that Kid Brother's stir-frying skills were top-notch, but I really kneeled down when I saw it live this time. Is there a lawyer on the air? I'm asking for advice on how to take custody of a child from a stranger. Teacher, are all of this Kid Brother's cooking skills this good? In a new Oriental chef class, a student points to his cell phone screen and asks their instructor, Teacher, why don't you say something? Is Kid Brother a better cook than you? The student didn't have an eye for follow-up questions at all. What words? What kind of talk is that? How can I possibly be no better than an 8-year-old? The teacher's face flushed red and white. It was hard for him to accept, even though he'd seen it with his own eyes, that the boy's cooking skills could really be above his own. The teacher's expression was stunned. Then she smiled and shook her head. You guys, you're still too young. It's live reality TV. I think, right, it's hard enough for kids to stir fry. The odds are that something was done to the ingredients. The teacher found a step for himself. But, teacher, the student wanted to say something more. After all, Luhan's skill in turning the pot upside down was there. Don't you talk, don't talk. The teacher couldn't help but tap the student's shoulder 3 times in a row. Why didn't the student have any eyesight at all? Keep looking down. The teacher didn't have the heart to say. At this point in the live feed, Luhan scanned around the kitchen ingredients and saw another piece of tofu. After a little thought, he came up with a new dish. Then with a little push of his little hand, whoosh, lift the tofu straight out of the water, followed by spreading your palms out and gently lifting the tofu. Here's a chrysanthemum tofu dish for you, Luhan said as he looked toward the few people gathered in the kitchen. Inside the booth, chrysanthemum tofu, that requires peak-level swordplay. You need to cut the tofu like a chrysanthemum, thin but constant, floating but not falling apart. I've only heard of it in legends. This is as difficult as climbing a mountain. Then he saw Luhan holding the tofu in one hand and picking up the kitchen carving knife in the other, and his whole body fell into a meditative state. Although he possessed national banquet-level master cooking skills, he had not yet mastered this carving, and hoped that enlightenment against all odds would help him. The 4 people in the kitchen, looking at Luhan's sudden change of appearance, were all a bit confused. Brother Luhan, what are you doing? Why aren't you moving with the block of tofu? Lori couldn't help but ask. We don't know either. Luhan's parents didn't understand what was going on either. Don't talk, he's meditating. Just then, the camera boy spoke up. Although he didn't know exactly what Luhan was up to, as a golden supporting actor, holding up the comic relief was his first priority. I am a chef, and in my early years I heard from my master that some of the top chefs would communicate with their ingredients before cooking. What the fuck, are you that good? I can still communicate with the ingredients. I'm not sure, although it sounds esoteric. There is indeed such a thing as communicating with ingredients and then reaching a certain realm to make dishes that are more flavorful. Stop talking, concentrate on watching. As long as he's a kid, he'll do whatever makes sense. It's gotta be in the chef's class. Nah, you guys, I told you it was a live effect. Fake it. The teacher finally found a groove. You guys just watch and communicate with the ingredients? The chef's class seeks to make you all learn to cook, not all this metaphysical stuff. Wait, teacher, he moved. Just then, Luhan's right hand holding the knife moved slightly. You touch the gourmet carving knife, realize the subtlety of the Chinese cuisine carving method, trigger an unbelievable enlightenment, and comprehend the grandmaster level carving knife method. Then in the next second, Luhan snapped his eyes open. his eyes revealed a brilliant light, and the entire aura on his body changed. Swish dash. With a soft sound of a carving knife, Lu Han's hand flew up and down, like a swimming dragon clearing its shadow. The carving knife kept skimming rapidly over the tofu. Swish 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 dash. The knife went back and forth across the tofu, and there was even a cracking sound. And Lu Han's left hand held the tofu motionless. At this time Lu Han had already become one with the carving knife. Then they saw the pots and pans in the kitchen start to tremble ever so slightly, and all the people present looked at Lu Han in horror. What's going on here? Why do I feel how all these kitchen utensils are shaking slightly? Lori looked surprised to see the pots and pans shaking. Earthquake? Lu Sancher looked around in fear. No, it's Lu Han. Do you guys know the human sword unification in martial arts novels? Lu Han is in this state now. Take a close look at Lu Han. Except for the right hand holding the carving knife, is there any extra movement? This is the unity of human swords. The camera boy had a, inscrutable look on his face. Inside the live broadcast room, the netizens were also shocked by such arcane words from the camera boy. Crap, a plot from a martial arts novel. The human sword is one. Are you sure this isn't a special effect? My hairs are all over the place. Miracle. This is a miracle. Look at the bowl move more and more. I feel the same. Divine blade technique. Just then, the crowd suddenly heard someone yelling downstairs in the neighborhood. Earthquake, everybody run. Before the crowd in the kitchen could react, the earthquake warning function of the TV in the house was triggered. Straight away, it went off. Crap, it's really an earthquake run. The camera boy was the first to react and directly ran out. Just now the image of raw visual inspection is gone. Then, Lu Sancher and Wang Mei also reacted. Wang Mei ran out of the house as soon as she hugged Lori and Lu Sancher in no particular order. Lu Han was the only one who was still immersed in his carving and did not perceive the surrounding anomalies. Done. Finally, the light of the blade in Lu Han's hand retracted, and he slowly exhaled. This chrysanthemum tofu was finally considered finished. Yay! Where is everybody? It's an earthquake. In the next second, Lu Han immediately perceived that the entire house was shaking and that everyone around him had run away. Yet. As soon as Lu Han dropped his carving knife, he also quickly ran towards the stairs. At this time, the camera boy, Lu Han's parents and the little Loli ran downstairs. Hoo, it's really an earthquake. Lu Sancher breathed heavily. Nope, where's our son? Lu Sancher, didn't you carry your son down? At this time, Wang Mei suddenly noticed that Lu Han did not come down. Ha, I thought you brought it down. Lu Sancher was dumbfounded. I was just hugging Nui. Thought you were holding Lu Han's. The moment Wang Mei said this, everyone's faces were shocked. Oops, forget about Lu Han. You old thing. If something happens to my son, I'm not done with you. Wang Mei's tears instantly came down, and she went up to grips Lu Sancher. Don't cry, daughter-in-law. I'll go back now to save my son. Lu Sancher beckoned Wang Mei's attack and turned around to go upstairs. Uncle, auntie, don't fight. Brother Lu Han is coming down by himself. At this time, the little Loli was the first to see Lu Han rushing out of the door of the unit building. Lu Sancher, Wang Mei, what kind of parents are you? Lu Han ran down the stairs is really not slow. Finally understand the camera boy in the beginning why can carry the camera to run through that fitness coach. People have so much fucking potential in life and death situations. At this point, the vacant lot under the neighborhood was full of people. After a while, the earthquake seemed to pass with only a slight tremor. Everyone realized it was just a false alarm. Lu Han's neighborhood was connected to a commercial center complex, and a lot of people rushed out of the hotel next to it. A tenant ran out wearing nothing but a pair of underwear. Just then, a few pairs of eyes in the crowd locked eyes. A woman wrapped in a towel actually saw her husband in the crowd. Beside her husband, who was wearing only his underwear, stood a woman who, like her, had a towel draped over her outside and was wearing only her underwear inside. Shame on you. Didn't you tell me you were working overtime? So you're here having a private meeting with this bitch. The woman immediately rolled her eyes and pointed at the man across the room and cursed. The man froze at first when the woman scolded him like that. Bitch, you have the fucking nerve to talk about me. Didn't you say you were going to your best friend's house tonight? Who the fuck is this? But there was only a half-second's hesitation before the man also pointed at the other bare-chested man beside the woman in question. The crowd around us that hasn't dispersed yet. Well, exciting. Earthquakes and whatnot don't matter now. Melon eating does. Yeah, this is my male best friend. And even though we share a room, nothing happened, believe it or not, the woman said tersely. If you want to put it that way, this is one of my female co-workers, and it makes sense for us to work overtime on the program at the hotel, doesn't it? The man also stalked. Then the two started bickering, and within half a minute they were straight up in arms. Stinking man, rotten DIAOs, whoring, Slut, shameless, screwing broken shoes, cursing at the mouth as they fought. The fight turned into a male versus male, female versus female doubleheader. The battle scene is exceptionally explosive. What hair pulling, stripping the bath towel, pulling the chest. The images are endless. Holy shit, brilliant. Did you record it, little brother? It's on tape. It's on tape. It's already on. Luhan and the camera boy transformed into a pair of melon eaters. The two of them staring at the fierce battle without looking at each other. Kids don't look. It's bad influence. At this moment, Wang Mei covered Xiao Lingqin's eyes, and Lu Sancher also reached out to cover Luhan's eyes. But Lu Sanchi's eyes had been staring at the fierce battle, and his hand simply did not cover the right one, covering Luhan's mouth and nose. Suddenly, a slipper flew out of the heat of battle and rushed in their direction. The god of wealth is here. Luhan's eyes lit up. He could have easily dodged it, but instead, he deliberately took a step forward, and the slipper hit him squarely in the head. Ouch! Luhan smoothly lay down on the ground, his movements pompous and contrived. Then, without waiting for the people around him to react, he started foaming at the mouth and his whole body convulsed. The four men and women who had just been beating each other up also stopped. What is it? This? What happened? Is there something wrong with this kid? People around them started talking. The next thing I saw was Wang Mei skillfully sitting down on the ground and was bawling. Gu, my son, what's wrong with you? Then, Lu Sancher directly picked up the hotel slippers next to him and pointed at the four men and women and asked, who just threw this thing? The woman of the two that cheated stepped forward, coming out and nervously saying, No, sorry about that, mine. Look what you guys smashed my son with. There's definitely going to be after effects on this head. Now you say what to do. Lu Sancher said with righteous indignation. This is embarrassing. Is it okay if we pay for it? It was the man who also stepped forward and offered to pay for it. No, honey, I have a feeling they're bumper stickers. Blackmail. The woman was quick to react at this point. Next, he saw Lu Han, who was originally lying on the ground and twitching, suddenly sit up. Lu Han stood up. His left hand compared to 6. His right hand compared to 7. His left foot drew a circle. His right foot kicked. The way his eyes were dull. His mouth was drooling. And he couldn't speak clearly. Movie star level acting skills are used by Lu Han to play the second fool. Gu, my son, I was kicked in the head by a donkey when I was a child. And now I'm probably having another attack. Then listen to Wang Mei cry even harder. You guys are out of luck. My son already had a problem with his head. And now the after effects are all smashed out by you guys. There's no need to talk about losing money. Wait for the lawsuit and jail time. Lu Sancher pointed at his father across the room with an expression that looked like the real thing. Lu Han's acting was superb. And that Ron couple really felt scared now. Hey big brother, I'm sorry, I'm a woman with a bad brain. You just say how much. The man began to beg for mercy as he pulled Lu Sancher down. What do you mean how much do I say? Is this a money thing? Lu Sancher spoke while glancing out of the corner of his eye at the actually lying on the ground, only to see that the 7 in Lu Han's right hand at that moment instantly turned into a 5. Lu Sancher saw it, pulled a long note. $5,000. Good, I'll go get it now. Brother, we don't have to meet the officials. With that, the man ran all the way to the bank ATM not far away. A few moments later, the man returned with a thick pile of $100 bills. Big brother, here's $5,000. Let's leave it at that. The man put $5,000 in cash directly into the hands of Lu Sancher, and then pulled his wife to escape as if running away. The crowd of onlookers also slowly dispersed. Lu Sancher hugged Lu Han just as he walked back inside the unit building. Lu Han immediately jumped down from Lu Sanchi's arms, and even took the $5,000 that Lu Sancher had stuck in his back-ass pocket. How about that, son? So did it work out great with you this time? Lu Sancher had an inviting expression on his face. What a lantern good. I'm really convinced that I'm stretching out 5 fingers to make you ask for $50,000. $5,000 and you're just going to get rid of me? Lu Han counted the money while counting Lu Sancher. Then I also cooperate with you to perform always have to point us both. I just cried so hard. Lu Sancher and Mrs. Wang Mei immediately came to Lu Han and wanted money. Inside the live broadcast room, the netizens were stunned. TMD, repeat offender. Definitely a repeat offender. This family looks like old hands. They work so well together. Hello, 110? I want to call the police. Finally, I know why the kid brother is always so chicken thief. I guess he still follows his parents. Only to see Lu Han pull out 2 bills from a pile of bills at this time and hand them to Lu Sancher and Wang Mei. That's the price for you 2 groupies. And I haven't even settled your score for the earthquake that just ran out without me. After saying that, Lu Han directly went upstairs. The little lowly Xia Lingqin who was watching from the side couldn't close her jaw in shock. Little sister, don't be afraid. After spending a lot of time with kid brother, there are a lot of such operations. The camera boy seems to be used to it. The group is back in the kitchen again. The chrysanthemum tofu is still cooking in the pot. Well, the fire is just right. Lu Han uncovered the lid of the pot as soon as he did so, and in an instant, a stream of steam carrying a refreshing aroma rose up. Instantly the whole kitchen smelled fresh and clean, and the crowd couldn't help but lurch. Before they could react, Lu Han picked up a transparent soup bowl and directly served this chrysanthemum tofu. Look everyone, the golden chrysanthemums are in full bloom. As soon as Lu Han's words fell, he only saw the color of the chrysanthemum tofu in the soup bowl change from white to yellow. The piece of tofu that had just been carved by Lu Han slowly stretched out. That tofu really turned into a blooming yellow chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum tofu gently swaying, stretching and blooming in the water. The crowd all stared in disbelief. Kid's dad, you're not blind, are you? Such a piece of tofu, it can really bloom? Wang Mei rubbed her eyes and tugged on Lu Sancher next to her, unable to resist opening her mouth. He had seen a lot of fried tofu, stewed tofu, and stir-fried tofu. It was the first time he had seen such a new and beautiful way of doing things. This is not cooking, it's a work of art. At this moment, Lu Sancher was similarly filled with shock. It's blooming. Tofu, it's blooming. Lu Sancher froze and nodded his head. This scene was too stunning. Even he, a brown man, looked surprised. Thinking back to just before running out, Lu Han's knife-like operation, he instantly realized that this tofu was what Lu Han had just carved. The netizens in the live room were originally still chatting about the interesting incident downstairs just now, but at this moment, the attention was completely drawn to this chrysanthemum tofu dish by Lu Han. Oh, my god, tofu? It's blooming. The flower was carved by a kid. What's still cooking? It's become an art. It's also amazing. A simple piece of tofu can actually make this kind of effect. Kid brother is really something. Look at the tofu chrysanthemum in the camera. The petals are so fine. There are thousands of thin threads. And the tofu didn't break at all. This is really top-notch knife work. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. Meanwhile inside the new Oriental chef class, watching the golden chrysanthemum bloom on the air, the teacher's body couldn't help but shake a little. Chrysanthemum tofu. How is this possible? The teacher said, his face reddening and breathing heavily. This was a dish that could only be made with top-notch knife skills that were only found in legends. Then, the teacher suddenly felt weak all over, and his knees went weak and actually fell directly to his knees. Sensei, are you okay? A student immediately stepped forward to help the teacher up. I, Juan de Bayo, have been a chef all my life, and this is an eye-opener today. Mr. Juan muttered. He'd actually heard of this dish before. The chrysanthemum tofu was made with a master's knife technique, which engraves tens of thousands of threads on top of the tofu, and the tofu remains in place without fluttering or floating. The soup is like a golden chrysanthemum in full bloom. Just now in the live broadcast, Lu Han made it exactly as described in the recipe. An eye-opener. It really is an eye-opener. It was me who was narrow-minded just now. Those who can use the master blade technique are bound to have the appearance of a kitchen god. Thinking back to his earlier questioning of Lu Han, Juan de Bayo was so ashamed that he even wanted to give himself a mouthful. And as Juan de Bayo's words finished, the surrounding students were shocked. Mr. Juan, but the new Oriental number of chefs, he actually have such a praise. And these students have also studied the culinary arts knife work, naturally understand the gold content. And at this time, Juan de Bayo seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Shivering, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, opened his address book, flipped out a number, and dialed it. Dodo. A few moments later, the call was quickly answered. De Bayo, what's the matter? It was an old man's voice on the other side of the phone. Juan de Bayo's voice was still a little shaky, and he took 2 deep breaths to adjust his emotions. Master. The master's long-past patriarchal blade technique has appeared. Know what? Despite the emotional adjustment, it was still emotional to say that. On the opposite side of the phone was Bai Jianghe, the top chef at the national banquet level of today's Huaxia country. It can be said to be the absolute authority in today's chef world, with addresses all over the 5 lakes in the world. And, of course, Juan de Bayo is also from his door. Master, are you listening? Juan de Bayo finished the phone call, and there was a long silence on the other side of the room. The patriarchal blade technique is out. Are you sure? I'll come to you now. A moment later, a voice that was also somewhat agitated came from inside the phone. At this time, in the Magic City's Thompson's first district, inside a villa, an old man with graying temples and a long beard was holding a cell phone, his face agitated. As the chef of the state banquet, Bai Jianghe, who has been immersed in the way of the chef for a lifetime. There are naturally a lot of chef-related stunts, but uniquely, he had failed to master the patriarchal knife skills of this culinary art, because this patriarchal blade technique had long been lost. Even if one wanted to learn it, there was no door to explore. But, today, he had actually gotten the news that the sword technique had come out again, and he had to learn it no matter what. No matter what kind of conditions the other party offered, he agreed to them, only seeking to be able to learn this strange skill. Hearing his master's agitated tone and words, Juan de Bayo hurriedly explained. No, sensei, the sword technique is not with me, but I saw it inside a live broadcast. Juan de Bayo was very understanding of Master Bai Zhenghe's reaction. After all, this lost patriarchal knife technique is back in action, and any chef with some skills can't afford to be calm. Live? Are you sure there's no mistake? Bai Zhenghe was a bit surprised. For the legendary stunts like the patriarchal blade technique, the information couldn't be collected much, let alone bringing it to the live broadcast. Bai Zhenghe and Juan de Bayo had the same idea at the beginning, afraid that it is not a flimsy. After all, the internet can pee anything out now. No, I'm absolutely sure my eyes are not mistaken. I'm going to share the live feed with you right now so you can see the replay. Juan de Bayo said with certainty. How could it be fake? At first, I may have been blind myself, but the further back he looked the more convinced he became that the kid brother could even make chrysanthemum tofu, so it was bound to be a patriarchal sword technique that hadn't run away. After saying that, Juan de Bayo immediately shared kid brother's live broadcast with his teacher, Bai Zhenghe. After the phone hangs up, Bai Zhenghe went to the sofa and stroked his beard, thinking back to what Juan de Bayo had just said. Juan de Bayo was his own disciple, and was at least a 5-star chef. His vision should still be there, and there was no need to swindle himself, calling himself specifically about this. Could it be that the patriarchal blade technique had really appeared in a webcast? When he thought of this, Bai Zhenghe's cell phone just flashed. It was Juan de Bayo who sent over the link to the live broadcast he had shared. Bai Zhenghe clicked on the screen inside the live broadcast to show it, and at once he was brightened up. This is chrysanthemum tofu. Inside that glass bowl in the live room, there was a golden-colored soup, and floating inside was none other than a chrysanthemum tofu. It was too late to think about it carefully, and Bai Zhenghe quickly pulled out the live rewind. Continuing down the page, he couldn't help but suck in another breath of air, his eyes widening. 10,000 million wisps of filaments. This can only be done by a grandmaster-level sword technique. A national banquet chef of Bai Zhenghe's caliber could tell at a glance that this chrysanthemum tofu was definitely not that simple. The 10,000 strands of fine chrysanthemums, swaying in the broth. The texture is clear and the veins are intact. Which Chinese chef's handiwork is it? Why didn't I know before? Bai Zhenghe's face was horrified. It really was a grandmaster-level sword technique. Bai Zhenghe envisioned that if he were to make this chrysanthemum tofu himself, he would only be able to achieve a maximum of 1,000 strands of filaments in his extreme state. And now the chrysanthemum tofu on the live screen in front of you actually reaches 10,000 strands. This kind of situation that was also only one possibility. It was the patriarch-level sword technique that could do it. Which chef is it? Which one? Bai Zhenghe's tone was urgent as his eyes began to search through the live broadcast screen. He now eagerly wanted to know who the user of this patriarchal blade technique actually was. In the next second his eyes were drawn to the pop-up screen, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Little kid brother? The live streaming pop-ups kept flashing, all in praise of an 8-year-old. The meaning of this is obvious. The chrysanthemum tofu is from the child holding the tofu in this picture. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Zhenghe dismissed the idea in his head at the first moment, thinking that he was afraid that these netizens weren't being weird and amusing and were deliberately talking nonsense. He didn't bother with the pop-ups anymore, but continued to pull back the replay of the live stream. The screen pulled all the way back to the very first image of Lu Han upsetting the pot. Is this spooning and fire mastery? Really, this 8-year-old kid? And the color of this fried chicken has reached the national banquet level. The conclusions he had just overturned in his mind began to emerge again, but he still found it hard to believe that this 8-year-old child could have a grandmaster-level sword technique. If that's the case, it's ridiculous. He couldn't resist his hand, pulling the progress bar that played the replay forward again. This is it. Bai Zhenghe's live replay screen. It stopped at the moment when Lu Han had just held his breath and executed the patriarchal blade technique. Looking at the constantly flickering blade light in the screen and the state of the main character Lu Han, Bai Zhenghe was now just having a hard time accepting it, but there was no way to refute the facts in front of him. This is Zhongshi-level sword skill. This time Bai Zhenghe couldn't sit still at all, and he violently stood up from his position. Already his breathing had become rapid, bringing his long beard to tremble. He could be sure that it was a Zhongshi-level sword skill, even though it was performed by an 8-year-old. but that's exactly what it was. He couldn't figure out how an 8-year-old could learn such ghostly dowsing, but he had to meet the kid. This kid is only 8 years old. So what a terrifying existence is the teacher behind him. I must pay a visit now. With this thought in mind, he didn't hesitate at all and directly picked up his cell phone and started to check the location of the live broadcast, and then his eyes lit up. The boy is in Mordor. Bai Jianhe quickly descended the stairs, greeted his driver, and rushed directly in the direction of Lu Han's house. At this point, Lu Han sighed. He carried this plate of chrysanthemum tofu and dangled it in front of the crowd for half a day, reaping gazes of amazement and admiration. Well, this dish is upscale enough, isn't it? The corners of his mouth were harder to press than AK now. Son, you're too good at this craft. Where on earth did you learn it? Wang Mei couldn't help but praise. Brother Lu Han is awesome. I've never seen this dish before when I watched you live. It must be delicious. Xia Lingqin, the little lowly clapped her hands, her eyes full of adoration. Kid brother, make it quick. I'm so hungry. At this point the camera boy suddenly interjected that he was really hungry, just as Lu Han was preparing the third course. Ding dong. The doorbell of the house was suddenly rung. Greetings, my humble self, Bai Jianhe, here to pay a visit to the little kitchen god. Outside the door a middle heavy voice came in, and the people inside the house were all stunned. Who is Bai Jianhe? Is the child's father from your unit? Who else is the little kitchen god? Wang Mei asked, looking at Lu Sancher. I don't recognize it. I don't know, but could he be talking about Lu Han when he just said the little beast? Lu Sancher was dumbfounded, and he didn't recognize who Bai Jianhe was. The visitor is a guest, so I'll introduce him first, and then we'll see who he's really looking for. With that, Lu Sancher walked to the door and opened it. Hello, this gentleman. My name is Bai and my name is Bai Jianhe, is a Chinese national banquet chef. I just saw from the live broadcast that there's a little kitchen god here who just made chrysanthemum tofu, so I came to learn from him. As soon as the door opens, Bai Jianhe explains his reason for coming to the door with Lu Sancher, who opens the door. Lu Sancher looked up and down at Bai Jianhe in front of him. With gray sideburns and a long beard, he was a very spirited-looking old man. Attracted by the sound from the doorway, the people inside the kitchen also walked to the doorway, and the camera boy's lens just happened to be pointed at Bai Jianhe's face. Immediately, someone in the live stream recognized Bai Jianhe. Isn't this Mr. Bai Jianhe, the famous national banquet master, the head chef of the chef world? Holy shit, am I reading this right? I have to call him master in terms of seniority. Come to think of it, this is the famous state banquet chef from a while back, who was also on China on the Tongue. I said, why does it look so familiar? This Chinese food, the ceiling of the chef world. What's the point of coming to the kid brother? Just then Bai Jianhe saw Lu Han coming out of the kitchen and directly greeted him. Little kitchen god, I can finally see you. The people were all puzzled by this old man, running into someone's house at night, when everyone still didn't know him. What did he want? This is the camera boy also noticed the content of the pop-up chat and exclaimed, holy shit, you're a state banquet chef. Chef Bai Jianhe Bai. With a gasp from the camera boy, the original were all somewhat confused. The crowd's emotions turned back into a big shock. State dinner chef? That's the character who cooks for the heads of state. Little kitchen god. I apologize for the intrusion. I'll introduce myself again, my humble self Bai Jianhe. This time I came to get acquainted with the little kitchen god and to learn from you about this patriarchal knife skill. Bai Jianhe didn't pay attention to the gazes of the crowd, but said straight to Lu Han and him. Oh, so it's Grandpa Bai. Quickly please sit down. Lu Han immediately figured out what was going on and invited Chef Bai to take a seat. Little kitchen god, I've already seen your cooking skills in the live broadcast, but I'd like to ask you now, which one is your master? Who taught you this patriarchal blade technique? Can you tell me a thing or two? Bai Jianhe was not polite, and when he saw Lu Han's invitation he directly sat down to chat. The words came out of the crowd also realized that it was the chef who came to the door to ask for advice. Live stream. No wonder even our national banquet level chef came here. So it's for the knife skills just now. It seems that the knife skills are really extraordinary, as you can tell by looking at the human chef's attitude. You don't have to tell me. I'm also curious as to where exactly kid brother learned all these awesome skills. Curious +1. Curious +2. Juan de Bayo, the new Oriental teacher who was also watching the live broadcast at this time, was also curious. After all, Bai Jianhe knew that this news was still given by him. What exactly is Lu Han's teacher? Lu Han looked up and down at the white-haired state banquet chef in front of him, and he didn't really know how to answer. After a moment's reflection, Lu Han revealed a polite smile and said to Bai Jianhe in front of him, I'm sorry old grandpa, I don't really have a master in this method. It's just something I worked out on my own out of a preference for cooking. To put it mildly, Lu Han wasn't exactly lying things but accurately speaking, it was indeed like this. It was only Lu Han's reply like this that caused Bai Jianghe to be stunned again. His face turned red, feeling that Lu Han was teasing him. Why are you talking like that, little friend? Even if you're not willing to reveal who the teacher behind you is, you can't swindle me. Do you know what this grandmaster level sword technique of yours means? How could you, an 8-year-old, have researched it on your own? It's simply a pie in the sky. Bai, am vainly seeking advice, but I'm not stupid. Bai Jianghe's brows furrowed, obviously a little exasperated. And the more he spoke, the more emotional he became. The skills of the chef have a long history in China over the past 5,000 years. The emergence of each of these techniques is a non-heritage treasure that has been perfected through the research efforts of countless people. For a chef, these techniques, the creators of these techniques are the ones who should be remembered for generations to come. But now this 8-year-old child in front of him actually said that this patriarchal blade technique was something he had researched on his own. Bai Jianghe couldn't accept it. To him, this was an insult to the patriarchal blade technique, an insult to the chef's heritage. The others were not chefs and could not understand Bai Jianghe's state of mind. And they were all stunned at this moment. This old man came to the door for no reason. Why is he starting to get angry? But the crowd was also curious because they saw that Lu Han's ability was more than just cooking. Lu Han really researched this on his own? The 7 or 8-year-old kid brother has too many surprising things about him. Can kid really be self-taught? Ever since I've watched him live, there's nothing he can't do. The kid brother is indeed smart against all odds. But for people like this chef, every chef's skill is the previous person's hard work and dedication to pass down, which learned to say that their own creation is not good. Right. Are you new here? I've never seen a kid go to a master to learn from a master. I think he's just studying on his own. But I'm also curious. How did the kid brother know how to do it? Chef Bai, don't be angry. You'll get used to watching kid brothers live broadcasts more often in the future. There is no other way but to be smart and highly intelligent, which is really hard for ordinary people like us to imagine. Inside the live broadcast room, the views of the netizens varied. Some felt that kid brother was holding back, while others felt that kid brother had always been like this. Why is this kid like this? He doesn't know the rules at all. If it's not convenient to talk, just don't talk. Why do you have to lie to people? At this time, the new Oriental chef class, Juan de Bayo, is also a face of anger. As a professional chef, he is also very respectful of the inheritance of skills. In the face of what Lu Han had just said, he couldn't accept it either. Lu Han was in a bit of a bind at this point, and he was telling the truth. It is true that he came to be interested in the cooking carving, and then had an epiphany, triggered by the anticlimactic enlightenment. Indeed there is no teacher. How to become their own swindling others. Tell you what, Chef Bai, if you really can't do it, I can perform it again for you to see if I look like I have a master. Lu Han scratched his head helplessly. It just so happened that he still needed to use his knife skills again for this next dish as well. You kids. Bai Jianghe was exasperated, and his anger was so great that Lu Han actually still insisted that he was self-taught. Good. Then I'll see how you actually taught yourself your sword technique today. Bai Jianghe's face was unhappy as he entered the kitchen along with Lu Han. What you see on the live feed is certainly not as direct and careful as what you see in person. He was now going to see with his own eyes what this kid's Zhongsher level sword skill was really like. Lu Han didn't say much, but glanced at him, and Bai Jianghe signaled that he was going to start on his own. Just make another squirrel guppy. With that, Lu Han took out one of the cinnamon fish from the ingredients. Squirrel guillotine fish is a famous Huayang dish with a long history. This dish is made of osmanthus fish as the main ingredient, cooked through various cooking techniques such as deep frying and stir frying. The dish has a bright red color, crispy outside and tender inside, sweet and sour taste, color and flavor. The chef fries the fish to a golden brown color and then pours the marinade over it. At this time, you can only hear squeaking, as if the squirrel is screaming. Because of its squirrel-like shape, crispy texture and sweet and sour flavor, it is named squirrel guifu. Hearing Lu Han's words, Bai Jianghe also couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Are you sure you want to show your method with a fish? He was genuinely surprised that the kid was so tough. What you need to know is that this fish meat is not like tofu. More than that, the meat is tougher and there are fish bones in it. So the requirements for knife skills can be even more demanding. It's just geometrically more difficult to choose more difficult fish, especially guppies that are still very spiny. This statement was also a big surprise to the netizens, who had thought that the soft tofu was the hardest, not realizing that the fish was actually even harder. However, at this moment, Lu Han just smiled faintly and didn't care too much about this. He picked up the fat mandarin fish and gently rubbed it. Watch this, Elder White. Then he suddenly fired his hands directly at the fish and kept pounding on it. Crackle. Lu Han. His hands sometimes push, sometimes pull, sometimes soft, sometimes red. There are thousands of chapters and techniques that dazzle people. There seemed to be some pattern to that maneuver, but it was inscrutable. At this time the insider by Jangha. However, he could see some clues. A strong force constantly slapped on the body of the fish, and the structure of the skeleton in the fish's body was quietly changing. The tiny scales began to tremble gently, and the bones and spines all over the fish's body slowly shifted and wriggled. It was as if this gutted fish had come back to life. As he watched, Luhan kept on slapping, hitting, pounding and rubbing the body of the cinnamon fish in various ways, but the overall flesh structure of the fish did not deform. The uninitiated among the live viewers were a little confused as to what he was doing. What's this? Spa? I didn't realize the kid brother knew how to get foot care? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. People are cooking here. You compare the ingredients to that stinky foot? I can't understand it anyway. Any of my chef friends who know what they're doing come out and explain it. I just asked my teacher, and my teacher said it's a chef technique. The split tendon hands. Splitting tendon hand? Isn't that something only found in martial arts novels? And the chefs who know what they're doing have been dumbfounded with amazement. This technique, splitting tendons and bones hand, it seems to be an ancient chef's technique that is even more difficult than knife work. Bai Jianghe at the scene could not help but murmur, how can this child know everything? As the bout of tapping ended, dense beads of sweat began to emerge even on Luhan's brain. After 5 minutes, he finally ended the movement of his hands. Then his right hand violently raised up to turn his fist into a palm and slapped down hard. Flesh and bone, Luhan's voice shouted. The moment his palm touched the cinnamon fish, the fish scales on the mandarin fish's entire body were like snowflakes that clattered and began to fall down on their own. That's not all. Luhan followed up by picking up the gills of the fish and gave the fish a gentle shake. And the fine little thorns that were already coming out of the flesh on that fish, it also began to swish down. That fish's entire body was like a silver-white flower blooming after the spikes fell off. Unlike the previous soft and soothing chrysanthemum tofu, this flower bloomed more wildly and exuberantly. The moment he saw the cinnamon fish blossom, Bai Jianghe's eyes instantly widened and his face was all horrified. No way. How is this possible? Just tapping makes fish scales and spines detach themselves. This is really the long-lost tendon-splitting hand. At this moment, Bai Jianghe, what was on his mind was no longer Luhan displaying his patriarchal blade technique. The skill in front of him shocked him even more. Tendon-splitting hand. This kind of stance that one had only heard of in the canonical books. This was no longer as simple as just cooking. It was as if he had seen a miracle. The image of the fish scales falling off and the spines being expelled just now is so beautiful. Bai Jianghe did not expect. He is nearly old, actually able to see 2 chef skills in one day. Bai Jianghe stumbled as his feet went weak. Luckily, he reached out and held onto the kitchen doorframe. How is it possible for 2 great chef stunts to appear on the same person? Bai Jianghe was in old tears. It was important to realize that both of these stunts were already in a state of being lost, and no one in the chef world had seen them for a long time. Not to mention the 8-year-old kid in front of me. Is this kid really what the internet says he is? The title of kid brother is well deserved. Bai Jianghe himself didn't even realize that he was no longer suspicious of Luhan now, and was more longing and amazed by him. He really comprehended it on his own. Bai Jianghe couldn't help but make such a conclusion in his mind. At this moment, Luhan's hand movements didn't stop. He picked up the thin knife that he had just used to carve the tofu. Miso. A cold light appeared. Luhan once again displayed the same aura on his body that he had earlier when he carved the chrysanthemum tofu. The movement was as quiet as a virgin, and moved like a rabbit, with each blade going down as powerful as it could be. By this time the hot oil in the pan is also just about heated to the right temperature. Just see without hesitation. The recut cinnamon fish stood on top of the frying pan, and then with his other hand, he scooped up a spoonful of hot oil and drizzled it directly onto that fish. I don't know. The boiling hot oil made a fierce deep-frying sound as soon as it came into contact with the tender fish. A really squirrel-like chirp rang out. The whole fish instantly fluffed up all over like a squirrel blowing up. After a few spoons of oil, the guppy in Luhan's hand no longer looked like a fish at all, but more like a living squirrel. The fish's fine, silky fibers, like a single hair on a squirrel's head, are minute. This scene was not only seen by Bai Jianghe, who was onlooker at the scene, but also witnessed by the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room, which was really like a miraculous picture. Squirrel guppies, as it turns out, if the ordinary squirrel mandarin fish on the market just has a certain type, the squirrel guppy they are now seeing is simply a squirrel that has come to life. Not only was this fish meat divided into countless fine roots, like the real hairs of a squirrel, each of those hairs even glistened with oil, presenting a semi-transparent crystalline state, really in the shape of a squirrel. In other words, the knife work that Luhan had just demonstrated for the second time had not only sliced all of this fish meat into slender threads, but had also carved out the squirrel in passing. If they hadn't seen the fish scales and spines still on the tabletop, they would have even thought It was stealing a real squirrel. My god. At this moment, the little lowly who also poked her head in to watch the fun couldn't help but cover her mouth with a gasp of surprise. To him, it was as if Lu Han had cast a handful of magic spells, directly turning fish into squirrels. Before, he just saw Lu Han cooking and thought that it smelled good and should be delicious, but what he really saw today was more than just delicious. That wasn't simple. Wang Mei, hubby ni, am I blind? That fish really turned into a squirrel? Lu Sancher, my goodness. Daughter-in-law. Our son can make art out of rice. Camera guy, ugh. When the hell is dinner going to start? This second display of Lu Han's sword skill did not have any discounts, but instead was even more powerful than the last time. Combined with such a splitting hand, it simply brightened up the eyes of the live broadcast audience and by Jianghe. Crap, I thought he was just taking a random shot, but he managed to force all the fish spines right out. And that last knife technique, you guys see those fine hairs on the squirrel guppy? It seems even better than making chrysanthemum tofu just now. Which old man just wanted to press his foot? Now put your foot over and try to see if you can press out your growths. Kid brother is kid brother. Never let me down. Coward. 666,666. The netizens, this time, were completely convinced. Even if someone had just listened to Bai Jianghe's words and had just begun to doubt Lu Han, now they were completely convinced. Someone had just tried to advise Lu Han to be more polite to the old man and admit his fault if he couldn't. But now he thought it was fortunate that he hadn't said anything. Is this a matter of courtesy? It's about having real skills to regenerate. That master-level knife skills, and a set of split tendon wrong bone hand these two together. Look at the entire Chinese chef world. Which persons see not to pass a cigarette? Just now there are people who suspect that Lu Han is arrogant. Not to mention the division. Now it seems that the fear of the real founder is not too much. Just as the crowd was shocked at the superior cooking skills that Lu Han had displayed. Bang! Suddenly a loud bang appeared and the eyes of the crowd couldn't help but look to the kitchen location. In the kitchen, only to see Bai Jianghe's whole body trembling, his face full of snot and tears. He actually knelt directly in front of Lu Han. Mr. Lu, national banquet level chef Bai Jianghe has been taught. Bai Jianghe said with a sobbing tone in his voice, wiping snot and tears from his nose. How could he still not understand? The squirrel guppy can do this to the extent that it is so minute that it looks like a substantial hair. That has arguably surpassed the original chrysanthemum tofu's 10,000 strands of fine carving. 100,000 strands. No, it's even possible to say 200,000 strands. You know, as far as the canonical books have records of, the founder of the patriarchal blade technique only managed to do 200,000 strands. And he did it with pork with coarser fibers. And Lu Han, he actually did it on fish like this. Extremely fine fiber flesh did 200,000 strands and it didn't affect the overall shaped carving. Lu Han, 8 years old, grandmaster level carving blade technique, tendon splitting hand. Those words stacked on top of each other. That's not something a legacy can do. That said, while outrageous, the most plausible explanation for this is his own realization. Faced with such a culinary wizard, Bai Jianghe felt that he had no choice but to kneel down and earnestly seek instruction. However, he acted in such a way that scared the crowd at the scene and the netizens in the live stream. Old Mr. Bai, you get up quickly. How can a state banquet chef like you kneel on this little kid of ours? It's really inappropriate. It's really inappropriate. Old Mr. White can't afford it. Lu Sancher rushed forward and tried to help Bai Jianghe up. You don't have to worry about me. Just then Bai Jianghe raised his hand to indicate that Lu's father didn't need it. The way of the chef is the way of skill, and those who can do it are honored. No matter how old Lu Han is this year, as long as he is the first to be a day, then he is the head of the chef world, so he can afford to kneel as a white chef. But the others don't get it. The live broadcast room exploded directly with netizens because of this kneeling of Bai Jianghe. State dinner chef. Kneel. Could it be that kid brother's cooking is even better than the state banquet? He would actually say to the kid brother that he's been taught? Could it be that the sword skills and techniques Lu Han just demonstrated are really that powerful? Laymen watch the fun, but insiders look at the doorway. Let me put it to you this way. These two stunts that Lu Han has just demonstrated are even more powerful than those recorded in the canonical books. That Chef Bai is kind of a disguised admission that the kid brother's technique is really something he comprehended on his own. At the age of 8, you can comprehend two chef's skills. This is the chef's holy body. At this point, the pop-ups are going crazy in the live stream. All of the viewers watched with jaws agape at the figure of Bai Jianghe kneeling down in the live feed. What a joke! White River! What a national chef! Which state banquet can be without his figure? It can even be said that Bai Jianghe is the pinnacle of the culinary arts in China. But now, and yet he knelt down to his kid brother, who was only 8 years old, to ask for advice. So there was no need to say how great Lu Han's cooking skills were. At this time, Juan de Bayo, who was inside the new Oriental chef class, looked at his master kneeling there in the live broadcast screen. He also had trouble hiding his excitement. Tearfully, he said, "Two great chef divine techniques coming out at the same time. A superstar must be coming out of the chef world in the country of Huaxia." He could completely understand his teacher's move to kneel down and ask for guidance. After all, he was also a chef. He even regretted a little not going along. "Teacher, it's just two cooking masterpieces. Is it that much of a stretch?" At this time, a student on the side asked Juan de Bayo suspiciously. "You know when it just started. This Mr. Juan said it was hype. How did you change your attitude all of a sudden, and now so excited?" Hyperbole. Do you know the significance of the appearance of these two great stunts? This kid brother, he'll become the top culinary god in the entire Chinese chef world in the future. In Juan de Bayo's opinion, Lu Han was only 8 years old and already had two major strange techniques in his possession. And who knew if new strange techniques would appear in the future? Maybe even those chef world skills that were lost in China could be recreated by him. After Juan de Bayo's words were spoken, the students were all dumbfounded at this point as well. They turned their heads to look at the live feed again, and now the more they looked at it, the more they realized that this kid brother was scary as hell. "Teacher, do you think we can comprehend a divine skill ourselves in the future?" That's when one of the students suddenly thought of this aspect and just blurted it out. In his opinion, the kid brother was able to comprehend two at the age of 8, and he himself was now 18 and had comprehended one. The request was not too much, was it? Juan de Bayo first froze and looked up at the student, then scratched his head. "Why don't we wait until the next reincarnation and try again?" Juan de Bayo wanted to say some words of encouragement, but couldn't really say anything, so he could only try to say it in a soft tone. "Student." And at this point, inside the kitchen of the Lu family, facing this kneeling of old Mr. Bai, Lu Han was also stunned. He really didn't expect Bai Jianhe to have such a big reaction. However, Lu Han certainly wouldn't hide from such a request for advice. "Old Grandpa Bai, you're breaking my heart. Get up quickly." Lu Han immediately stepped forward and smiled as he assisted Bai Jianhe. "Mr. Lu, you must pass down these two great skills of our Chinese culinary arts." Bai Jianhe was still in hot tears at this point, and hadn't slowed down from the emotions he had just experienced. "Well, let's put it this way. We happen to be on the air right now. I'll record an instructional video for you by the way. Do you think it's okay?" Lu Han didn't have any mental burden, and this thing wasn't much of an inheritance for him. At the top, it can only be counted as one's own chance. If one can give a little help to the chef community, why not? When these words came out, Bai Jianhe's eyes widened, somewhat in disbelief. He looked at Lu Han. "Mr. Lu, are you saying you can give us the video directly?" This was a lost divine skill of the chef world. I didn't expect Lu Han to agree so easily. Lu Han didn't even say that he needed a ceremony or offered any material conditions. A chef's best skills are generally not passed on, and at most will only be taught to his or her close disciples. I didn't expect Lu Han to be so generous and willing to record video teaching. Everything was so beautiful that Bai Jianhe felt like he was dreaming. "Yeah, I'll try to record both techniques in as much detail as I can later," said Lu Han towards the camera boy. I signaled. The camera boy gave a thumbs up in response. Mr. Lu, what's wrong with old Grandpa White? What else is going on?" Lu Han looked at Bai Jianhe in doubt. Bai Jianhe looked at Lu Han's clear eyes. He seemed to be overly concerned, and was all too embarrassed to open his mouth and ask more questions. "Mr. Lu, you should be tired from demonstrating your chef's stunts several times in a row. Otherwise, I'll take care of all the dishes for the rest of the day." Bai Jianhe immediately changed the topic. And himself, the chef, come all the way, just happened to also show two hands. As he spoke, Bai Jianhe had already rolled up his sleeves and started packing up the ingredients. Lu Han looked at Bai Jianhe's behavior like this and was first stunned, followed by a slight smile. He understood. After cooking several dishes in a row on his own, he did get a little tired after all, being in the body of an 8-year-old. "Then I'll be grateful to old Grandpa Bai." The next moment Lu Han directly waved his own hand and walked out of the kitchen. "Dad and Mom, since Chef Bai has said so, we'll just sit outside and wait." Going out to the living room, Lu Han spoke to his mom and dad. At this time, Lu Sancher and Wang Mei, their eyes kept looking at Bai Jianhe in the kitchen, their expressions shocked and somewhat numb. "The state dinner chef is cooking for our family?" Wang Mei felt that it was all a bit unreal at this time. "Son, you are a real bully." Lu Sancher, on the other hand, sat down next to Lu Han and whispered, and finally not forgetting to have a high five with Lu Han. The crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room, too, were so surprised that their jaws couldn't close. "My kid brother Cao enforced it. The state banquet chef willingly cooks for him personally. The first time I've seen this kind of ashes like this. It's really an eye-opener today. How high must the standard of this meal be? It's another dish that Lu Han made with his best skills and a national banquet chef. This is a national banquet. Tell me where the kid brother lives. I'll take a cab over there and pay for it. I'll eat anything I want. First, there is a national banquet chef by Jung Han kneeling, and then he volunteered to ask to cook for Lu Han's family. Lu Han today's platoon that is directly full. What level is this to be treated? It's a top-level bigot. It really raised the view of Lu Han by another notch in everyone's mind. Half an hour later, in the living room, serving. Don't look at Bai Jianghe's age is quite old, but the voice that is full of vigor. He only saw Bai Jianghe walking out from the kitchen of Lu Han's house carrying several dishes and wearing an apron. After a few trips back and forth, the table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes. The meat and vegetable combinations at this table look particularly well thought out, and even the plating has been done with great care. Forgive me, gentlemen, it's really a curt favor to come uninvited today. This meal is considered as a way for me to express my apologies and my gratitude to Master Lu. After the dishes were served, Bai Jianghe didn't take a seat, but stood by the table. Grandpa Bai quickly take a seat together. We're really embarrassed that you're like this. Lu Han immediately went forward and invited Bai Jianghe to take a seat with him, thinking that this old man was quite good at face. That's right, Chef Bai. You should sit down too. You are the oldest here. We are really embarrassed that you are like this. At this time, Lu Sancher also spoke. I'm sorry. Bai Jianghe, full of politeness and a hint of embarrassment, also sat down. He had come this time originally uninvited, which was indeed a breach of etiquette. Plus, earlier, he had questioned people's Lu Han's techniques, and Lu Han didn't mind in the slightest, and in the end, he even directly taught the two divine techniques to himself. Shame. A senile old man is less virtuous than a child. Chef Bai, you don't have to be so formal. You're the elder to come to the house as a guest. We didn't have the hospitality, but also let you personally cook. To say that we should be embarrassed, you are as welcome as if you were in your own home. This made Wang Mei, as the hostess, also spoke up, and some words instantly brought the relationship much closer. Come on, people, let's get cracking. Lu Han directly greeted the crowd and opened the table. At this time, the camera boy has long set up a fixed camera position. Heard Lu Han announce the opening of the table, quickly began to devour mode. The day itself has not eaten any serious meal, but also carrying the camera running around the day. Physical exertion thieves, he is really hungry. Others raised their chopsticks and feasted. With this food, all the eyes of all the people all lit up. This is too delicious. My goodness, what have I been eating before? Now that's what I call a dish. Delicious dishes. Wait, don't even grab it. There's more, there's enough left. The wafting aroma had already stimulated everyone's fingers when they were cooking just now, plus the impact of this deliciousness on their taste buds now after they had entered their mouths. It smells so good. It's just so good. The speed of the crowd, that's getting faster and faster. Luckily all of them are a bit educated, or else they would have gone straight to the top. Among them, the camera boy is the most powerful, and the little lowly Xia Lingqin is the second most powerful. Watching the crowd eat with gusto one by one, Lu Han and Bai Jianghe looked at each other and smiled. As a chef, it would have been a matter of pride to make a dish that is recognized by diners. Eat more if it's good. I'll make more later if it's not enough. Bai Jianghe stroked his long beard, his face smiling like a chrysanthemum. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. His daisy smile froze on his face, for it was only then that he realized that the table was indeed dwindling as the crowd chucked in their food. But the reduction is basically the 3 dishes of Lu Han in the center. The other dishes around it seem to have been chucked just once or twice. In this way, Bai Jianghe was completely embarrassed. What's his status? Chef. He's a national banquet chef. His dishes are usually eagerly sought after. But today, his dish became a companion. The crowd that was wolfing down their food also felt the irregularity in the reduction of dishes at this time, and their eyes glanced at Bai Jianghe, who was showing embarrassment. But there was only a pause of a second or two before the crowd widened their target and started sweeping all over. After all, people are also national banquet level chef. Cooking no one clip that how hurtful. It's not that Bai Jianghe's dishes aren't good, but the 3 Lu Han's dishes in the middle are too good. The chrysanthemum tofu was soft and silky, the popcorn chicken was fresh and tender, and that squirrel guppy was crunchy and tender, and even better. Phew! Seeing that everyone had finally gotten their hands on their own dishes as well, Bai Jianghe let out a breath. Bai Jianghe suddenly realized another problem at this time. The 3 dishes in the middle were about to be left. He hadn't even tasted Lu Han's handiwork until now when he was just looking at it. Wait a minute, nobody move. Swish! Bai Jianghe stood up at once, and the crowd was all called to a halt by his words. Then he saw Bai Jianghe clip a bit of each of the 3 dishes with lightning speed and put them into his bowl. Without that shout, he probably wouldn't have been able to eat. The 3 courses were brought to the mouth to be savored in turn. The first bite of the chrysanthemum tofu, that mouth-filling fresh flavor of chicken broth flowing in your mouth with the smooth and tender tofu, was not at all cloying, but rather exceptionally refreshing. The second bite of the popped fried baby chicken had a springy, smooth texture to the chicken that wasn't too dry or too faggy. The third mouthful of squirrel guppy, that taste can only be described as heavenly superb, crispy with tenderness, fresh and flavorful, and no fish thorns. It's not like Bai Jianghe hasn't had squirrel guppy before, but compared to this one now, what was that before? That was bad. That's a waste of the finest cinnamon fish ingredients. While eating, the live broadcast remained uninterrupted. Netizens watched the crowd wind up and devour the food, enjoying themselves and craving it at the same time. Ha 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 ha, it looks like it's really so good that the chopsticks are getting in the way of the camera boy's play. Which one of you just said you wanted to eat Zorro? I don't think there's anything left, judging by the state of it. Other things lie, but human nature doesn't. You guys, look at those 3 plates of food from Kid Brother. They're definitely better than Chef Bai's. Chef White almost got embarrassed. That dish would have been unattended if it weren't for the human condition. Ha ha ha, you don't say. You don't say. Chef Beck himself didn't even eat much of his own food. Is this the first time I've seen such a high-profile dish being eaten in such a manner? Looking at the instant noodles in my hand is really tasteless, and it's a pity to discard it. The scene amused the netizens to the point of laughter. State banquet-level delicacies, that have to be savored. Which people have seen such a scene? The food is really buried. And while the state chef's dish went almost unnoticed, the children's dish was snapped up. The netizens also understand more and more how awesome the Kid Brothers' cooking is. All the food on the table ended up being wiped out. Was not a single bit left. Eventually even the plates were grabbed up and licked clean by camera boy and Lori. It's all finished. I'll clean up and make us all a cup of tea and we'll all have a chat. Watching the crowd all eat their bellies, Wang Mei smiled and stood up to clean up the mess. Then let's all chat. I've already bothered you all enough this time, so I'll take my leave and come back to visit our master Lu some other time. Hearing this, Bai Jianghe also stood up, ready to take his leave. This big night would have been a nuisance, and it was indeed not good for people to stay on their own. It's no trouble for Chef White to stay and chat for a while. Out of politeness, Lu Sancher spoke out to stay. Better to pay a special visit at another time. After saying this, Bai Jianghe and got up and bowed to say goodbye to the crowd. When the people saw that the old man insisted on leaving, they did not force him to stay. After being sent to the door to say goodbye, he returned to his room to continue his tea and small talk. Not 5 minutes later, that's when the door to the room was suddenly knocked on again. Lu Sancher opened the door and it was actually Chef Bai who was back again. Chef White, what are you? Lu Sancher looked at Bai Jianghe suspiciously. It's like this, since I'm addressing Lu Han as Mr. Lu today, it's only natural that this thank you gift is indispensable. Only after hearing Bai Jianghe's words did Lu Sancher realize that he was holding a calfskin purse in his hands. Mr. Lu, please do take it. Bai Jianghe walked directly into the house and handed the small cowhide bag to Lu Han. Grandpa White, why are you doing this? Lu Han looked at this old man's appearance. It was neither right for him to take it, nor wrong for him not to take it. It's a copy of the One Wu double blade, which was gifted to me by my leader when I was cooking for him 30 years ago. I am passing this blade on to you, Mr. Lu, today, as I feel that you are the only one worthy of it now. As he spoke, Bai Jianghe opened the calfskin bag, and inside were 2 polished knives. The 2 One Wu double knives had a shiny and illuminating appearance. The blades were glistening with cold light, and at first glance, they were very well maintained. Lu Han saw that the sword was also very beautiful and drew out his twin swords to admire it. One style knife light and sharp edge thin, good at cutting vegetables. For the Yin, the Wushu style sword is thick, powerful and fierce, good at chopping bones, and is Yang. The One Wu double sword is a symbol of Chinese cuisine and the holding sword of Chinese culture, consisting of a One Wu and a Wu double sword. What a great knife! Even Lu Han couldn't help but praise it. Mr. Lu, take it. Bai Jianghe's attitude was sincere, and this pair of twin swords also meant a lot to him, and the gift was enough to prove his recognition of Lu Han. Old Mr. Bai, I'll take it then. Lu Han directly then accepted the pair of One Wu dual swords. Seeing that Lu Han didn't refuse, Bai Jianghe was also happy and left directly. When Bai Jianghe left, Lu Han went into the kitchen with the double knives again with great gusto. Lu Han, what are you doing now? Wang Mei shouted from outside the house. I'll try the knife, so you don't have to. The next thing he heard was Lu Han clanking and bustling in the kitchen. Half the time, Lu Han came out of the kitchen carrying a packed food box. You are? The crowd looked at Lu Han in disbelief. This is the soup I made for Sister Happa. And there's more in the pot if you want it. Luhan had just finished speaking when a knock came from outside the door. Hello, mission runners at your service. Luhan opened the door and directly handed the food box in his hand to the errand boy. Our son is quite good at caring for people. He still knows to bring food to her hot bar sister this late at night. Wang Mei flirted with Luhan while high on melon seeds. The others also laughed out loud. But Luhan didn't say anything. A night without words. Early the next morning, Luhan then took the little lowly Xiao Lingqin out. I had just walked downstairs when the camera boy suddenly sprang out of some nook or cranny. Kid, what are we going to shoot today? The camera boy excitedly turned on the camera in front of him to start today's live broadcast. Why are you such a Grinch? Luhan gave him a blank look. Hataru has to be busy with her company lately, so there's no way she can continue to participate in the shooting, and it just so happens that we have a new member, Lori, joining us, so we'll definitely have another job today. The camera boy didn't even bother with Luhan's taunts. Yo, did you change your camera today? Luhan saw that little brother was actually carrying a chest-mounted lens today and wasn't carrying that bulky camera like before. Hey, Director Wang said he saw that I've been really tired lately, so he gave me a new type of neck lens. In fact, the main thing is that Director Wang watched the camera boy at Luhan's house yesterday, and the way he ate that nonsense was too embarrassing. I guess I was too tired to carry the camera, so I solved the problem at its root by replacing it with a miniature camera hanging on the camera boy. Okay, we're on a weekend too, and we don't have to go to school. So let's go out on the road and sneak around, and maybe we'll get a job. After saying this, Luhan took Xiao Lingqin's hand and walked directly towards the outside of the neighborhood. Just a short distance out of the neighborhood, the trio's attention was attracted by a clamor ahead of them. Not even thinking about it, Luhan walked straight over. Would have been a hoot, and there just happened to be a live stream looking for material. Come closer. Luhan knew what was going on after just a brief glance. A red sedan crossing the road accidentally scratched a black SUV in a curb space. That's when the door of the little red sedan opened and a tall beauty in a pale pink dress stepped out of the car. Wow, it's still a pretty girl. Sure enough, it's still a female driver. You can have an accident on a road this wide. TSK. Don't look. This wave of female drivers red car full responsibility. The crowd of onlookers spoke up and ruled the accident outright. But the black car was parked on the side of the road. There was no owner of the car on the side. Is the owner of the car there? Whose car is this? The female driver of the red car asked with an anxious face towards the crowd of onlookers, but no one in the crowd replied to him even after he asked. The female driver's brow was furrowed. She still had some urgent matters on her person, but now there was a car accident and the owner of the other car was still not there. Now it made her very anxious. Just then, Luhan, who was in the crowd, stepped forward. The owner is sitting here. Luhan raised one hand high and pushed the camera boy out with the other hand. Yay! The camera boy was a bit confused by Luhan, and looked at him with a puzzled look in his eyes. Shut up and follow my lead if you want to eat something delicious later. Luhan responded to the camera boy's look with a very small sentence. Ah, yes, this car is mine. The camera boy didn't even pause. He just went right to it. Then make me an offer, sir. I am indeed responsible for the accident and I will pay you. The male and female drivers actually had a happy face when they heard it, where it looked like they didn't look like they were compensating people for their money. The camera boy, not expecting things to go so well, asked Luhan again with his eyes. He didn't know how much should be appropriate. Inside the broadcast booth, the netizens were again shocked by Luhan's tawdry maneuver. Crooked day. So that's what this is all about. These two bitches don't have the guts to do anything. The owner of that black car wasn't there, letting the two of them pick up the slack. Penalty, cuffable. Black car owners received the wrongful species designation early in the morning. The female driver across the street has really white legs. What are you thinking about upstairs, old man? No. All I can think about is, Luhan quietly put up 5 fingers. The camera boy would immediately extend 5 fingers towards the female driver across the street as well. It's 500, right? Yes, no problem. The female driver, Master Dao, agreed painfully, and said that she went to her bag to look for her wallet. That's when she realized that she didn't have her wallet with her when she left the house that morning. I wanted to take out my cell phone again, ready to scan the code for the camera guy, but then I realized that I forgot to charge my cell phone last night as well. And it just happened to be turned off as well. The beautiful driver slapped his head, and it made a mess. This big brother, do you think this is okay? I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. Why don't I leave you my contact information and come back to you when I'm done with my work and pay you? The beautiful driver said to the camera boy in a consultative tone. That won't do. You can't leave without seeing the money. Camera boy decisively refused. This is not really their car. Hurry up to mix the money, so that the bugger is right. Yeah, What if you run away? Luhan chimed in at this point. This little friend. Who are you? The beautiful driver was again attracted to Luhan, thinking that this little kid is really good looking, just extra long mouth. I'm his uncle and he's my great-nephew. Luhan pointed at the camera boy and patted his chest again. Camera guy? Luhan is saying too fast said wrong, but this time and not good to change the mouth. What? My mom is old enough to have a son cannot? Beautiful driver. Tell you what. Here's my business card. I'm not going to run. It has my job and personal information on it. The beautiful driver took out 2 business cards from his body at this time and handed them to Luhan and the camera boy respectively. Luhan glanced at the information on top of the business card. This beautiful woman's name is Bai Jie, and she's a makeup artist. Look further down to his company name. Upper Paradise Funeral Service, Inc. Luhan, camera boy. The two of them looked at each other and were shocked. Feelings are mortician. Not only the two of them, even the viewers of the live broadcast saw the information on the business card from the camera. Crooked day. How can such a beautiful lady be doing this kind of work? What's wrong with this job? People make money with their hands, and they're building up their own virtue. It's not easy to do this job. Those who are not brave enough to do it can't do it. Admiringly, the industry is actually quite remarkable. Now you're not worried about me running away, are you? That's when Bai Jie opened her mouth and asked, but Luhan still shook his head and said, no. What if your business card is fake? Kids, who keeps fake business cards on their person every day? My mom told me growing up that the prettier a woman looks, the less you can just trust what she says. Bai Jie was directly speechless for a moment. This child. The words are quite good, but I really have something important on my mind right now. You guys, said Bai Jie as she opened the back door of the car. A large blonde was lying on its back in the car. This is the dog I have who swallowed one of my rings last issue out of greed. I thought I'd just wait until he went to the bathroom and pooped it out, but it turns out he's actually stopped defecating after so many days, and nothing I give him works. I'm going to take it to the hospital and see a doctor now. Luhan saw that this big golden hare's belly was big and round, just like being pregnant. The dog wasn't in the best of spirits either. His eyes were dull, his ears drooped, and he was wilting. Your little chicken hare, this problem looks quite serious. Go to the doctor, at least to spend a few thousand, Luhan said as he observed the dog. Or how about this? I'll just heal it for you. You, I see you're just a little kid, and you're going to treat a dog? Bai Jie looked Luhan in front of her up and down, her face full of disbelief. To tell you the truth, my family's ancestors have been veterinarians for 3 generations, and I grew up with a good understanding of the ways of pet pathology. Luhan looked inscrutable and started to grin again. The audience in the live broadcast room heard Luhan start talking nonsense again and frantically swiped question marks in the pop-up screen. Kid, it's a matter of life and death. Don't mess with it. What are you bragging about? Kid brother? I won't say anything else. Which veterinarian is in your family? I've gone too far. Don't jeopardize the dog for a free car repair. Chicken shit is innocent. Dogs, it's really bad luck to meet Luhan. The scene. Bai Jie looked at Luhan, and will be convinced to finally make a decision. So, how are you going to cure it? It's simple. You go get me a Coke and a small bottle of scented oil. Luhan said mysteriously. Paige, go on. Your dog is no longer in the right state and needs to be treated as soon as possible. By the way, the Coke needs to be cold, and the flavored oil is whatever. Luhan saw that Bai Jie hesitated and hurriedly urged with his voice. After hearing this, Bai Jie quickly went to the roadside convenience store and bought a bottle of Coke, plus a bottle of scented oil back. Only Luhan unscrewed the cap of the bottle after getting the Coke. Gobble 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 gobble. Dried most of the bottle straight in one gulp. Ha hiccup over the top. After drinking it, Luhan even burped. So you made me buy a Coke to drink for myself and it had nothing to do with curing the dog, did you? Bai Jie froze this kid. Too pitiful. Of course not. Watch and learn, said Luhan and unscrewed the cap of the bottle of fragrant oil. Holding the open cap of the bottle of scented oil, Luhan walked to the dog. Sip sip sip. Come on doggy, open your mouth. In the next second, Luhan poured the scented oil directly into the dog's mouth without saying a word. Page, camera guy. Netflix. Chicken shit was pinched in the nose and a whole bottle of scented oil went almost entirely into the dog's stomach. The netizens in the live stream were dumbfounded. Good guy. The old saying goes that a dog's stomach can't put 2 tails of sesame oil in it, which doesn't pull the blame. Is there anyone who understands that it's okay for dogs to drink scented oil? You see the little blonde shivering with fear at him. I'm a vet, and it's true that dogs aren't meant to drink flavored oils, but they are also a good physical treatment for dog constipation. This kid's brother understands all this? The scene. Let's wait for the effect next. Luhan clapped his hands together, then rubbed all the saliva from the chicken feathers on his hands onto the camera boy's pants leg. 5 minutes later, all that could be heard was the stomach of the starting chickadee, rumbling, "It's going to pull. Get him out of the car." Lu Han immediately shouted when he saw the golden hare's condition. Hearing this, Bai Jia immediately went forward and prepared to carry his dog out of the car. But, it's already too late. Put. Wow. Just a flurry of golden hairs. Baby, just hold on a little longer. The moment Paige picked up Goldie, Goldie had started to squirt. The next thing the crowd saw was a beautiful woman holding her golden hair as if she were holding a bared water gun, sweeping across the road. Lu Han was prepared in his mind and reacted in time, pulling the camera boy and the little lowly with him, ducked behind the scratched black car. The other people watching on the road weren't so lucky, and many of them were covered in nuisance. In just a little while, the entire road was like a dung field. The passers-by who had been spectating also fled in all directions. After a few more minutes, seeing the chicken shit's stomach was back to normal as far as the eye could see, Bai Jia also found her ring in a pile of foul-smelling excrement at this point. She fought back her nausea and took out a tissue. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside wrapped the ring. See what I'm talking about? 3 generations of veterinarians? Medicine to the bone. It was Lu Han poking his head out from behind the black car. Paige, Bai Jia scanned around the road a piece of filth. It was called a stench. Well, with the dog problem solved, let's talk about the car repair bill, Lu Han said and patted the body of the black car. But just then, before Lu Han's words fell, a voice came from behind himself. Hey, who the fuck scratched my car? Not far down the street in an alleyway came a man. Bayou. The man pressed the key in his hand. The car made an unlocking sound. This moment, a hush fell over the scene, and the air is full of embarrassment and stench. Lu Han, camera guy, the live feed. The audience fell all over themselves to gloat. Ha 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 ha. Pretending half a day wave 1. I did not expect people's rightful owner to come. I think the kid is going to be a disaster. Luckily, the owner came back in time. Or let these two goods have their way again. Watch the show. Watch the good show. Front row selling melon seeds, drinks, mineral water. The netizens must be watching the fun. And if they were there, they would probably all be up in arms. The camera boy and Lu Han locked eyes, wide-eyed. What to do? The camera boy quietly asked Lu Han. Don't panic. Lie back and watch me operate. Lu Han was still acting calmly even at this point. At that moment, the white beauty also realized that something was wrong. She glanced at Lu Han and the camera boy, and then at the man who had just appeared. The eyes of the great beauty Bai Jia were filled with doubt, and she was about to open her mouth to ask for clarification. But Lu Han came to the main face before her. X said seriously, Uncle, this car is definitely yours, isn't it? Aha. The man was also a bit puzzled, and nodded at the question. Uncle, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Immediately after that, Lu Han said, What do you mean? The more the man listened, the more confused he became. Here's the thing. This sister across the street hit your car and was about to run away when my great-nephew and I stopped it for you. Lu Han said and pointed to Bai Jia, who was standing opposite him with a serious expression. Camera guy, huh? Yeah, that's it. Great white beauty, huh? The netizens on the air went crazy with laughter. I'm Nima. Shower. Too much show. Good man. What a thing to say. Beautiful driver, live. Who can live through you two? Ha 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 ha. I knew kid brother never disappoints. Beautiful driver, are you guys still human? Cunning villain. So sad a woman. Lu Han's show isn't over yet. Uncle, we negotiated the repair bill for you before you came. $500. Lu Han, communicating with the owner of the car in a serious manner. Little friend, you're quite nice. Thank you. No thank you, no thank you. This is all what we pioneers should do. By the way, what's your name? Little friend? Please call me Red Scarf. A few minutes later, Paige had her cell phone charged in the car. According to the previously negotiated 500 yuan to the mail car owner's WeChat transfer, things come to an end. The owners and passers-by also left, yet Lu Han and the cameraman didn't leave. By common sense, it should be a good idea to leave at this time, but Lu Han had no intention of bailing out. Brother Lu Han, go now. It's too embarrassing. The little lowly on the side really felt too humiliated and tugged on Lu Han's sleeve. Wanted to leave. Don't worry, I've got you. I also patted Laurie's hand back and gave a Yuan Hua-style smile. Both of you, one big liar, a little liar. Bai Jia crossed his waist, his head is angry out of a well, began to ask for punishment, which is how the words came to be. Lu Han suddenly cried in aggravation. Whoa, I'm not saying anything here. Why are you crying? Paige was confused. Lu Han began his performance, substituting himself into a pitiful role. Sister, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have lied to you. Actually, my great-nephew and I came from the country to the city to join our relatives. This sister of mine is weak and sick. Originally wanted to find a relative to the hospital to give him medical treatment. Who had thought that the relatives also did not find? The wallet is also lost. We have not eaten for 3 days. Lu Han's acting skills that since there is no need to say more. Acting as if it is real. This time, Bai Jia was confused. I know what we did was very shameful. We deserved it. You call the police. Let the police uncle arrest us. You must not sympathize with us. Never. Lu Han was blaming himself. And now Bai Jia was even more at a loss for words. 3 days without food. This is too pathetic. Don't cry, little friend. I won't call the police. Tell you what. How about I buy you guys dinner? Bai Jia looked at Lu Han crying with some heartache. Coaxed and said. This scene made the camera boy and the little lowly man beside Lu Han look numb. Nice guy. The tears came when I said they would. Really? Lu Han wiped and spilled a tear as he continued to perform. Actually, I didn't mean to blame you guys in the first place. Besides, your little friend helped me cure my chicken hair, which saves a huge amount of medical expenses. So it's only right for me to treat you guys to dinner. I don't know if Bai Jia was trying to comfort Lu Han or if she genuinely thought so. The tone of her voice was so gentle. You're a good person, sister. In the next second Lu Han put away the tears, completely managing to do so. The netizens in the live room were looking numb. What's wrong with you? This pretty girl is so pretty. Is her anti-fraud sense so weak? The kid brother is really too good at acting, isn't he? It's another day of 800 hard eyes. Beauty is confused. He never blinks when the kid brother speaks nonsense. If I hadn't been watching him live, I guess I would have believed it. When will I be as good as him? In another life. Where are we going to eat? Sis? Lu Han had stopped playing pitiful at this point and was concerned about going to dinner. Go eat anything. But you'll have to wait for me for a while. I'm taking chicken shit out on vacation and I have a client waiting over there. Bai Jia is a mortician. He said the customer that is naturally the deceased. No problem. Sis, why don't you take us to where you work and then we'll meet you there. Lu Han was really shameless and really expected people to invite him to dinner. Kid brother, why don't you forget it? You're one meal short? At this time, the camera boy quietly pulled Lu Han. Yeah, brother Lu Han, let's not go. I'm a bit scared. After all, Xiao Lingqin is a little girl, here to see the dead heart very fear. Don't worry about it. We're doing it for the show. Lu Han turned his head to pacify the two. In fact, he was just idle and looking for something to do. Okay then, just follow me and don't mind. After thinking about it, Bai Jia also thought it would be most time efficient to let them follow. Then Bai Jia took out the phone and called for someone to tow his car to be cleaned first. That car now stinks so bad that he can't sit in it at all. Then he placed an online order for an errand boy to help deliver the chicken shit home. After everything was disposed of, Bai Jia called a car, and the three of them followed Bai Jia directly to his place of work. Upper Paradise Funeral Service, Inc. The company is still located in a relatively remote suburb due to its unique nature. It was also the first time for Lu Han and the three of them to come into contact with this kind of place, and they didn't know if it was for psychological reasons. As soon as they entered the doors of the funeral service company, they felt the temperature drop a few degrees. Sister, as a girl, don't you get scared when you deal with the dead every day? Corridor Inland Cold curiously asked Bai Jia. It's not really that big of a deal. Every deceased person is a loved one that the living miss but can no longer see. You wouldn't think anything of it if you thought so, Bai Jia said faintly. There are no ghosts or monsters in this world. The person is gone. Then all that's left is a cold shell. Speaking of this, Bai Jia's expression actually had an emotional look. Only the camera boy suddenly interjected. But I've heard that there are a lot of taboos in your line of work. I've heard it said that when you put makeup on a guest, you have to light a candle in the southeast corner in advance. Did it also say that once the candles go out, we have to leave quickly? Bai Jia added after listening to the camera boy. Ah, yes, that's what it says. The camera boy was in a serious mood, and it looked as if he had experienced it himself. Put, you've read too many Tomb Raider novels. Be a staunch materialist warrior. Bai Jia couldn't help but laugh. There was no such thing as metaphysics in real life. Hey, pretty girl, said your staff here is quite small. Walked for half a day and did not meet a person. To diffuse the awkwardness, the camera boy took the conversation elsewhere. Normally, our profession is viewed by many people with colored eyes, so basically there are not many practitioners, Paige said with a nod. Speaking here, Bai Jia suddenly gave a start, as if he had thought of something. Hey, young man, are you out of work? Why don't you come here and work? Bai Jia looked at the camera boy and felt so sorry for these three that out of the goodness of her heart, she wanted to arrange a job for him. Ha! The camera boy's scalp tingled as he listened. I don't know anything. I'm sure I can't do it. Due to Lu Han's lies, There was no way for the camera boy to reject it outright. If you have the strength, we're short of bodies to move. Seeing that the camera boy was still hesitating, Baijia directly stated the salary package. I'm talking about a portering job. 800 for the day shift and 1200 for the night shift. Oh, a month? That's not much of a paycheck, is it? It's definitely not a month. It's a day. Who'd be happy to work for $1,000 a month? Yay! The camera boy's eyes went wide when he heard the salary was so high. Honestly, he's really moved. Who wouldn't be moved by 1,000 or 800 a day? At this moment the crowd of netizens in the live broadcasting room also heard this attractive price. And for a while the discussion became intense again. Don't stop me. I'm quitting my job and going to the funeral home. Reporting leader. I volunteered for the night shift. I'm not greedy. I'll work both day and night shifts. So I'm asking if I can work the day and night shifts? I'm not taking a break. Only those who are useless to society should rest. I want full-time work. I want to go too. If I don't make the grade, I'll just lie there and make up the numbers. Upstairs. You're a tough guy, nah. Are all the brothers in this studio so brave? Aren't you guys afraid of ghosts? In case you swindle a corpse or something? What are you afraid of? It's 1,000 or 800 a day. What's worse than being poor? I'm still a bachelor because I'm poor. If there's a ghost, meeting a female ghost can still solve my personal problems. That's right. As long as the money is there. Don't mention the fraudulent corpse, or the corpse is alive and running. I'll hold it back. What a great job. There's no corporate hookups yet. And it's a boon to me as a social terrorist. I meet clients who are lying down and don't have to interact with them at all. The crowd was led through an obscure long corridor by the beautiful Baijia, coming to the door of a room. Baijia opened it. The room has a couch, a TV, and a water dispenser. This is the family lounge. Just wait for me here. Don't run around. I'll come over to you when I'm done. Baijia finished explaining to the crowd, turned around and went to work. Camera guy turned on the TV and headed for the couch. Come on brothers, tomorrow I'll give you a taste of working in the funeral industry. The camera boy said to the camera. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf is playing inside the TV. At this point in the picture, American Sheep was talking to Boiling Goat. Boiling Goat, can you eat a bit more civilized? It's okay for Wesley. Boys need to be bolder with their food. Boiling Goat, don't be like this. If you can't think of it, don't think of it. Wesley should be brave enough to try. If it doesn't work this time, it will work next time. Boiling Goat, I hate you. Wesley, you're awesome. The camera guy couldn't watch and immediately had to find the remote to change the channel. This sheep whore is so double standard. Oh, does it remind you of your ex-girlfriend? Luhan made up for it at the right time. Camera guy. After searching for half a day but could not find the remote control, finally the camera boy could not stand to watch. Directly turned off the TV. The three were bored in their room, wide-eyed. You can only pass the time by drinking water. But the more you drink this water stuff, the more your bladder can take it. Brother Luhan, I want to go to the restroom. Too much water. Lori said at this point. I want to get on too. Little brother, do you know which way the restroom is? Luhan looked at the camera boy. I don't know, hey. Just came here and Baijia didn't say anything. Since they didn't know where the restroom was, the three of them could only continue to hold back, hoping that Baijia would be able to finish sooner. After another 10 minutes or so, all three reached the limit of their patience. The three unanimously decided to go out and find a restroom. After half a day of searching, I finally found the public restroom at the other end of the hallway. When all three were settled, they were ready to return to the lounge. That's when I realized the door to the lounge wouldn't open. The three stood dumbfounded in the doorway, not knowing where to go from here. Just then, Luhan felt as if he heard some movement, like the sound of some kind of music. Where's the music coming from? Do you hear it? Luhan asked the camera boy next to him. Nope, didn't hear anything. The camera boy shook his head. Luhan looked at Xia Lingqi next to him again, and the little loli shook her head as well. Luhan. Subconsciously, he followed the direction of the voice. Luhan, what are you doing? Don't run around in this place. The camera boy was so full of confusion that he had no choice but to follow suit. You guys wait for me. Lori was also scared and followed along. After crossing the corridor and turning two corners, the three of them under the leadership of Luhan, came to a large iron door. Luhan moved forward and listened carefully. Well, make sure the music is coming from here. Luhan identified the direction of the sound. Big brother, do you want to look up and see what's written on it? That's when the camera boy spoke, his voice shaking a little. Luhan looked up and suddenly realized that the big iron door was directly above. There were three big words written, moored. Yay! Luhan couldn't help but take a step back. Let's go back. Kid brother, let's not run around in this kind of unit, the camera boy said. Yes, brother Luhan, brother camera, let's go back. It's too scary here. Lori chimed in. At this time, Lu Han did not speak, and did not know where the courage came from. He actually pushed the big iron door in front of him. Next to the big iron door, it was actually easy for him to push open a crack. This suggests that the door was supposed to be false. Lu Han bravely peeked inside. Next, his entire body, from head to toe, instantly went numb. Inside the morgue, there were about a dozen beds, all covered tightly with white cloth. These white cloth-covered shapes were vaguely humanoid in outline. It wasn't scary. What was scary was Lu Han seeing a man wearing sunglasses standing inside this morgue. The man in sunglasses stood in the middle of a multitude of corpses and there was no hint of fear shown, and even a ghostly smile at the corner of his mouth. And next to him was a stereo from which the music was coming. The man in sunglasses was gently twisting his body to the rhythm of the music. You are my baby. Thinking about what it's like to be you. Hidden sneak. He's nasty, it's bouncing in the morgue. Lu Han had already slowed down from the shock he had just experienced, and now his head was full of question marks. What are you looking at, kid? Let's get out of here. The camera boy saw Lu Han. Half a day after his head stretched in and didn't retract. He was puzzled and followed the probe in to have a look. Yay! In the next second, the camera boy's entire body went numb as well, because the camera boy's camera was hanging in front of him. The crowd in the broadcast room also saw the scene inside the morgue. The live feed instantly exploded. I don't know what I'm talking about, but it's a real scam. I'm sorry, I take back what I just said. I can't do this job. Bogiokarta Buddhas. Pineapple honey. Dawei sky. Unintentionally clicked on. Much offense. Sorry for the offense. You're all so useless. Isn't it just a scam? You just said you'd carry the corpse back. Tisk, it's a male ghost. Too bad it's not a female ghost. Pop-ups brushed all over the screen, and the audience was shocked out of their skulls. It's too scary. Let's pull out. The camera boy and Lu Han whispered, afraid of disturbing what was inside. Fear of chicken. Lu Han had already gotten over the panic he had just experienced. That's a live one. It seems to be traveling with us. Lu Han said with a finger pointing at the cell phone in front of the man, as if it was on live. It was only when Lu Han said so that the crowd saw that the man had a cell phone head in front of him. That's when I heard the man yell into his cell phone screen. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother, for the teaser one. Brothers morgue bouncing. Today the anchor is giving you the whole job again. Anyone who thinks the anchor has cowhide, please key in 666 on the pop-up. Anything else you want to see, everyone just mention it. As long as you can think of it, there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. Everyone click and follow. Little ADIAO here. Thank you all. With all this talk, everyone was also completely convinced that the man in front of them was a living person. The viewers of the live stream then exhaled. I'm a Netflix anchor, too, but it's also a real bullseye. Daring to go dancing in such a place. Fuck, scared the shit out of me. Isn't this kind of person afraid of attracting something dirty? That said, is the live streaming industry also rolled up now? TSK. Live streaming is really getting out of hand now. The dead are the most important. He's so disrespectful to the dead. What's the number of his live room? I'm going to report him right now. I'm going to report it. That's when the camera guy pulls out his cell phone. The keyword, morgue bouncing, was searched in Shakeology, and it was easy to find the live room of this sunglasses man. It's still a small netizen. More than 100,000 fans, and there are quite a few people in the live room. The camera boy tapped into the other person's live feed, then pulled the volume of his phone right down. I'd like to see what kind of people populate the live feeds of this number. It happened that at this time someone on the pop-up asked, Anchor goes into the morgue. How much did it cost? Spend money? Spend what? How can I spend money on something like this when my little ADIAO has to line up everywhere he goes? The sunglasses man was still wearing a smug look on his face. Then the sunglasses man walked over to a body and lifted the white cloth, then pointed the camera inside. In there was an old man who had passed away, with a head full of silver hair, and his eyes closed tightly, as if he were asleep. Look here, everyone, this is my great-grandfather, who died yesterday, and I took the excuse of saying goodbye with him to ease my way in. There was even some smugness and braggadocio in his tone. The pop-ups on the live feed were stunned. Are you 2B? That's your grandfather. You're not sad at all? You're still on the air? Is this son of a bitch a human being? Hurry up and climb. Your loved ones have passed away and you can actually use it as your money-making tool. Is there any lower limit? I really didn't think that netizens nowadays could be shameless to such an extent. Luckily, the viewers were still quite positive in their outlook, and all of them were blasting this anchor called Little Diao. The crowd was beyond furious, and many had already started clicking on report. But this Little Diao was not at all amused and yelled at the broadcast. Where's the administrator? Come out to work and ban those who curse. Is the big brother from earlier still around? You swipe me another teaser one, and I'll get my Taijin to get up and dance for you. The difference between human beings and animals is that human beings possess humanity, which obviously this anchor called Little Diao does not have at all. Next, this anchor actually lifted all the white cloths from all the bodies around him. Seeing that there was a corpse or a young woman, this Little Diao actually directly took the corpse's hand and shook it. Yoo-hoo! There's a little beauty here. Too bad I'm late, or I could have gotten it while it was still hot. You guys are right, old iron. Then the Little Diao actually put his hand on the body of the deceased woman and started mooching. Ha! A gold necklace. At this time he found that the waitress had a string of gold necklaces around her neck. He actually sneakily pulled the necklace off with one hand and put it into his pocket. The netizens in the live streaming room couldn't stand to watch it for a long time. You're still a human being. You're a fucking asshole. Don't be afraid of retribution. Wait for it. There will be present retribution. Did you guys report it? Why hasn't he been banned yet? That's where the official is. Where the supertube is. Hurry up and block him the hell. The live stream pop-ups were all cursing him. It was really too disgusting. Just then, a long pop-up appeared on the screen. You guys stop cursing and save your energy. I'm this grandson's neighbor in reality. That man is not his grandpa at all. He's just saying that to get attention. Originally, the old man had no children and lived his life by scavenging. Previously in the train tracks picked up this grandson, because of the heartache of a life to bring him home, and painstakingly raised him up. How do you know this grandson grew up stealing, pickpocketing, lazy? In the end the old man was old and paralyzed, and he starved to death alive. Crap, this is really fucking scum. The camera boy was shaking with anger at the sight of it. Brother kid, let's find a way to sanction him. The camera boy looked towards Lu Han's position, but this time he looked down but realized that Lu Han was not next to him at some point. At this time, the camera boy looked around, only to realize that Lu Han had walked inside the morgue at some point. Then he saw Lu Han quietly lie down on a vacant mortuary bed while the scumbag wasn't paying attention, and then picked up a white cloth to cover his head. The scene just got caught. The camera on the camera boy's body caught it, and the netizens in the Strongest Kid Brothers livestream were a bit confused. What's the kid brother doing? Why are you still lying down? Are you sleepy? Want to sleep here? Upstairs? What do you think? While all the spectators were making wild guesses, that anchor walked over to Lu Han's bed. Alas, here's another leak. Brothers, I'll uncover him for you too. The anchor doesn't notice that it's an extra body in the morgue. He uncovered the white cloth, and the jacket pocket he violently discovered actually held an iPhone 15 Pro Max. Gee crap, there's actually a cell phone. What a great day, said the male anchor and took the phone directly into his hands. Shit, how come there's still a password? Opening the phone, the male anchor actually realized that the phone needed a 4-digit password to open. Try 1234? No. The 4 8s? That's not right either. How about 4 zeros? Still not right. After tossing and turning, he tried every generic password he could think of, but unfortunately none of them were correct. Just as the man was still studying carefully, Lu Han quietly sat up. Are you stupid? You can't unlock it with your face. Lu Han reminded him in a raw, cold voice. Yes so. Thanks a lot, thanks a lot. Hearing Lu Han's words, the male anchor brightened up and subconsciously said thank you. You're welcome, sensei. Lu Han also politely returned his words. The male anchor went with gusto. Take the cell phone and pointed at Lu Han's face, ready for face recognition. Next, the anchorman just felt a buzz in his head. The hairs of sweat broke out all over his body, and his legs were so limp that he couldn't even stand up. You're a man or a ghost? He asked, shivering as his upper and lower teeth chattered. Guess what? This sentence, Lu Han said in ventriloquism. His mouth didn't move at all, and it was accompanied by a wry smile. At the same time, the Strongest Kid Brothers live room and this Little Diao in the live room, all the viewers got excited all of a sudden. I thought this Beyond had guts, so they know how to be scared. This pussy seems to have pissed its pants. Look, he's just a scum anyway. Just straight to death. Crap. I was taken aback by the last ventriloquism he used. Little Diao was so scared that at this time the legs simply do not have the strength to stand up, can only rely on the arms. Slowly crawled towards the door of the morgue. Just as he was crawling along, a small figure suddenly stepped in front of him. Where are you going? A childish girl doll voice. Little Diao looked up as a little Lolita-clad loli stared at him with a glowing face. It's the little girl, Charlene. She took her phone and put it to her chin, illuminating her face in a ghastly, ominous way. Aha! Aha! Help! There's a ghost ah! The male anchor didn't realize that the ghosts were still a pair of child boys and girls. He couldn't care less about anything, dragging a load of shit and piss with him as he crawled smoothly, trying to move towards the morgue door. But he didn't know that there was a camera boy guarding the door at this time. so how could he easily let him escape? Where are you going? Stay with us. At this time, Luhan walked slowly towards him and continued to use ventriloquism. In passing, Luhan also raised his hand towards the direction of the big iron door. Then he watched the big iron door of the morgue slowly close. It's the camera boy. He pulled the large iron door of the morgue from the outside with a deadly grip, giving Luhan a divine assist. Inside, the male anchor, no matter how hard that big iron door, always people do not move, and he is now scared, also have no strength. He turned his head to look behind him, and Luhan and Lori, a pair of boy and girl, walked towards him side by side. You took my stuff and you're still trying to leave? Luhan said at one point using ventriloquism, and the male anchor, faced with such a horrifying scene, the male anchor was so frightened that his face turned pale and his whole body trembled. Clunk! That's when the male anchor was seen, heavily kowtowing on the ground. Master Kid, little ghost grandma, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I deserve to die. I'll return my cell phone to you, little ghost master. Little ghost grandmother, you have the generosity to spare me this time. The male anchor put his cell phone directly in front of him, and then continuously kowtowed his head. Each head kowtowed so hard that the floor was kowtowed with a thud. But Luhan didn't intend to let him go just like that. Scum is not to be pitied, and he will be taught to be a new man today. I loved to play rock paper scissors when I was alive. Tell you what, let's play rock paper scissors. Win and I'll let you go. If you lose, you leave your life behind. The last sentence, uttered by Luhan in a loud voice, scared the male anchor so much that he didn't dare to raise his head. At this moment, both Luhan and Lori were a bit unable to hold back, snickering at each other. Master Kid, can I choose not to play? The male anchor's body was trembling. He really didn't want to play. Then just give me your life. Luhan performed with an ice-cold voice that did not carry a trace of the breath of a living person. This male anchor completely panicked. He didn't think that there were really ghosts in this world. Play, play, play. Little ghost master, I play. He had no choice but to agree to play rock paper scissors with Luhan. Rock, scissors, boo. The two of them struck at the same time, Luhan playing the stone while the male lead aired the cloth. I won. I won. Ha ha. I won. The male anchor was thrilled and felt like he had finally come back from the dead. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Luhan directly broke his beautiful fantasy with a single sentence. You're rejoicing too soon. Our rule is 2 out of 3. Hearing this, the male anchor's face instantly fell. The guessing game continues. The male anchorman cried out, rock, paper, scissors. This time the male lead aired the scissors and Luhan played the cloth. Master Kid, I won again. I should be able to let me go this time. Facing a 2-set victory, the male anchor has renewed hope of staying alive. 2 out of 3, and by the rules he's already won. But then Luhan spoke again. That didn't count. Let's start again. 3 out of 5 this time. Hearing this, the male anchor was directly dumbfounded. What the hell? You're a ghost, too? Pure and simple screwing with people's minds. That male anchor finally couldn't take it anymore and mustered up the courage to protest. Why doesn't it count? If I say it doesn't count, it doesn't count. Luhan opened his mouth leisurely, his words full of oppression. Once again, the male anchor wimped out. The camera boy was outside the door through the crack and broadcast the whole scene live. The netizens in the livestream were laughing so hard they were pumping over. Kid brother is too damaging, but there's no need to show mercy to this kind of scum. Ha 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 ha. Look at the despair written all over that little ADIAO's face. Laughing doesn't live. This guy's mind is directly screwed up, seeking the psychological shadow area of Shawa Diao. Good news, you guys. This pussy's live room has finally been blocked. His fans are all coming over. Good job. At this time, more than 100,000 people came in at once in the live broadcast room of the strongest kid brother. Inside the morgue, the guessing game continues. The male anchor's luck was probably at an end, and the next 3 games were all won by Luhan. Little trash. You don't hit the mark even when given the chance. GGGGGGG. Luhan let out an oozing laugh like the voice of a TV villain. Well, now your life is mine. Take it. Luhan reached out and pretended to ask for the male anchor's life, but the words just fell out. Ow. The male anchor wailed and fainted in direct shock. Seeing this situation, Luhan and Lori could no longer hold back, and the two of them laughed out loud. It's really too much fun to punish such villains. The pop-ups began to go crazy again in the live room. This grandson should have fainted from fear. Not GA. It's a bargain to just GA. Kid, help me go up and kick some ass. It's so fucking annoying. I've never seen such a fucked up thing. Relieved. What a relief. If I were to look at your grandson in real life, I could resist chopping him up with a knife. Upstairs. Don't get high. Don't talk nonsense. It's over when you're relieved. 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 When the camera boy saw that this little ADIAO had passed out, he opened the door to the morgue. rushing in to celebrate with Lu Han and the little lowly kid brother. Okay, you're really something. This is the time I admire you the most. The camera boy couldn't help but kick the unconscious male anchor twice as he passed by. Gee fuck don't six. Gee fuck don't six. Lu Han directly pulled full load. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room. After listening to the crazy 666 brush screen, who would have guessed that in the very next second? The camera boy's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth opened to the point where he was able to stuff another egg into it. He slowly raised his hand and pointed behind Lu Han. Faced with this strange and abnormal behavior of the camera boy, Lu Han asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Trying to scare me? Little kid brother. You look behind you." The camera boy gulped, a tremor in his voice, and uttered the first half of the sentence. But he didn't expect Lu Han to interrupt him playfully. "Audrey Yuan, come on. Your trick doesn't work on me. Don't think I don't know that you're just trying to scare me on purpose. No. There's a body behind you. He's sitting up." The camera boy's upper and lower teeth were chattering, and he couldn't even say all the words. Lu Han was thinking that the camera boy was trying to tease him, but he didn't know that the camera boy, in fact, was telling the truth. He didn't even have the idea of trying to scare Lu Han. At this point, the camera boy's lens was pointed right behind Lu Han. Therefore, it's not just the camera guy. The netizens in the live broadcast room also all clearly saw that one of the bodies actually sat up. Such a harmful scene instantly scared the netizens out of their breath. "I'm so sorry, it's a real scam. Let's not panic. Is there someone else in this room who's playing God? Put up a lantern. This is a real ghost. I'm not mistaken. The one who sat up seems to be the grandfather of that brute just now. Holy shit, it's true. Didn't you just say that the old man was killed by his grandson? Now he's back to settle the score with his grandson. Run, kid brother. The pop-ups are going crazy." The netizens in the live broadcast room were very worried about Lu Han and the others. However, these messages were not visible to Lu Han either. He had simply assumed that the camera boy was messing with him. "Trying to scare me? Am I that stupid?" Lu Han still didn't believe it. But just then, a soft grunt came from behind him. "Aha!" The voice sounded like that of an old man at first glance. The smile on Lu Han's face instantly froze. "Yay! Did we really hit a ghost?" Lu Han muttered in a small voice, then slowly turned his head. Just right. Met those eyes. Now, it was Lu Han's turn to be dumbfounded. "Igiao." Lu Han let out a sharp, violent cry. Next, he pulled on the still unknown lorry and raced toward the door. The camera boy froze for a second, then immediately followed suit. The three just ran right into the middle of the hallway. In the middle of the corridor, the three ran too fast and just walked over to Bai Jia, collided with a full embrace. "Why are you running away? I didn't see you in the restroom. Where did you go?" Paige asked them suspiciously. "Who? Ha! There's a ghost. The corpse in the morgue is sitting up." The camera boy stuttered as he gasped for air. "Told you guys to be staunch materialist warriors. Where the hell did that come from?" The corners of Bai Jia's mouth turned up. She had never encountered anything in all the time she had been here. Lu Han exhaled heavily at this time and adjusted his emotions. Then he told Bai Jia what he had just encountered inside the morgue from beginning to end. Bai Jia's frown tightened as she listened. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's all dead in there. How can it be a fraud?" Paige still didn't believe it at all. "It's true. I swear. If I tell half a lie, my great-nephew Yuan Audi will be struck by the heavens and not be allowed to die." Lu Han raised his hand and initiated a poisonous oath with the camera boy. "Camera guy. You damn swear, just swear. Why do you want me to die? And have you ever seen anyone swear with a middle finger motion on their hand?" Camera boy growled. If you don't like this way of dying, I'll change it for you. How about going out and getting traumatized by a car? This justice is sensational." Lu Han also pondered for a while before answering. "Crawl, does it fucking matter? This is important. That's enough from you too. Bai Jia and these two goods really cannot see." Out of the words to stop it then called the funeral home of another staff over the phone. Several people retraced their steps in the direction of the morgue, pushing open the door of the ajar morgue. Because of all the nasty behavior of that little ADIAO male anchor just now, it's made a mess inside. All the corpses that had been covered with white cloths, the white cloths were all lifted up and casually thrown on the ground. Some of the bodies were still being dragged around, and that culprit male anchor little ADIAO is still lying on the ground, unconscious. A few people didn't care about the male anchor lying on the ground. They saw an old man sitting on a mortuary bed directly in front of them glowing with wood. The old man's face was full of confusion and bewilderment. When he saw someone come through the door, the old man jumped straight out of bed onto the floor. Such a bizarre scene that even Bai Jia, who had been working in the funeral parlor for so many years, was surprised. "Congratulations, you don't need to be struck by lightning or hit by a car." Luhan takes a look at the camera boy and kinda feels glad for him. Camera guy. At this time, Bai Jia and the staff member walked over together. People like them, who have been dealing with the dead for years, don't believe in any kind of fraud, and can see at a glance that the old man may have faked his death. The two men went up to the old man and gave him a half-hearted examination. All of the old man's physical indicators seem to be normal, so it should just be a fake death. The staffer spoke up. Well, Moncler outlet online I heard when he was sent to his grandson was angry cardiac arrest, into a state of pseudo-death, but fortunately woke up in time or else pushed to the cremation furnace and then woke up. That can be the old sufferings. At this time Bai Jia had also opened her mouth. That expression was very flat. Hearing this, the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room all breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt very shocked. Good lord, there's really such a thing as faking death and being sent to a funeral parlor. Fake death? I thought it was something that only happens in movies and TV dramas? This is a passive skill, right? I want to learn it and turn it into an active skill to go out and blackmail people. Wouldn't that be invincible? The rules left behind by our ancestors, that people are not buried immediately after death, but have to rest their bodies for a few days, turns out to be all for a good reason. Figure out what's going on. It was then that the staff went to deal with the male anchor who was still passed out on the floor. Wake up! Wake up! The staff gave the man lying on the ground 2 slaps in the face and saw no reaction, so he just grabbed a bottle of rubbing alcohol used to clean bodies in the room and doused the man's face directly. Being so drenched, the man's eyes opened with a jolt. Ah! There's a ghost! There's a ghost! There's a ghost! Quickly, quickly save me! Quickly save me! I don't want to die yet! As soon as the man woke up, he started baring his teeth incoherently. What are you barking at? Shut your mouth and don't disturb the departed here. Bai Jia said with her hands crossed in front of her chest with a disgusted look on her face. What he had just done Lu Han had already told him. For this kind of sabi who doesn't know how to respect the deceased and even bounces around the morgue to get eyeballs, Bai Jia is not at all nice. The man finally came to his senses a bit more at this point, feeling his body and realizing that he still had feeling, certain that he wasn't dead. Ah! I'm alive! I'm alive! He actually had a happy smile on his face as he spoke. Just then, Lu Han also walked up to the man, revealing a bad smile on his face. Ah, a ghost! He's a ghost! Seeing Lu Han again, man was scared and started squealing again. Stop barking! I'm alive! The ones standing here are alive! Lu Han didn't give the man a good look either. Hearing this, the man could calm down. Living person, you just pretended to be a ghost to scare me, didn't you? Are you tired of living, you little bastard? Determining that Lu Han was alive, the man started to get hoity-toity again. Yo yo yo, you're pretending with me, aren't you? Not when you've got a pocket full of piss and shit in your pants? Remember the saying, if you don't do anything wrong during the day, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door at midnight. Being roofed over by Lu Han's words, the male anchor was even more irritated. How you kids talk? When did I do anything wrong? The man yelled as if his tail had been stepped on. Just then, the older man who had turned awake walked up to the man. Big son Smash, you're awake? The man looked up and saw his grandfather, who had been pissed off at him earlier, appearing in front of him with nothing wrong with him. Instantly, he felt his scalp go numb. Master, aren't you dead? The day's experiences were so bizarre that the men were in a bit of a trance. His grandfather was killed by his own living anger. He now saw his grandfather appearing alive and well again in front of him. There was no way to accept it for a moment. The fear that had dissipated surged up again. Ow. The man gave another voice and was once again stunned. Camera guy, nice one. It's gone over again. Lu Han, is it exciting? Is it unexpected? Lori, will you get used to it if you keep smacking it like that? Paige, pull back. I'll just call security. Follow up. The men were taken away by funeral home security to be processed. Bai Jia had also finished the work at hand and could take Lu Han and the others out for dinner. I've kept you waiting for so long. What are we going to eat? White Jacket was still feeling a little sorry for herself when it happened at her place of work. The camera boy didn't think twice about opening his mouth to make a comment either. This statement instead made Bai Jia suspicious. What do I think? The three of you are not even close to being as hungry as you just said you were for 3 days? Paige suspiciously surveyed the strange trio in front of her. Ouch. So hungry, low blood sugar. My hair is fuzzy. I don't know if it was due to the fact that she had spent a lot of time with Lu Han, but the little loli directly began to perform. Paige, the eyes are about to reveal themselves. Lu Han immediately stepped forward. If you don't believe me, sister, I can swear again. Unperturbed, he once again raised the middle finger of his right hand high in the air. I swear, if I am lying, I'll make my great-nephew for the rest of his life. Camera boy. Before he got halfway through his sentence, the camera boy sensed something was wrong and covered his mouth. But shut up. If you want to swear, take your own oath. The camera boy was still in shock about that previous vow. After all, they did lie to the others. The great beauty Bai Jia. What if it does come true? But just then, Bai Jia looked towards him. Why can't we talk about it? Could it be? Are you weak-minded? At this statement, the camera boy was instantly nervous. Me. No heart. How could I be weak? I mean this punishment. Too light. Right, that's it. I think it's too light. The camera boy stammered. Hearing that, Lu Han, who had been watching the show from the side, reopened his mouth. Too light? Aha, another one? Okay, if I lie, God punishes my great-nephew for eating instant noodles without a spice packet ever. Ice cream goes to the floor when you get it. Little toes and sandals must bump the corner of the table. Every time I pick my nose, my favorite person sees it. Connecting to Wi-Fi never has a network light signal. All the seeds downloaded are Hulu brothers fighting snake demons. Hiss. The camera boy sucked in a breath of cold air. The audience in the live room was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of their eyes. So mean, and it rhymes. Camera boy's back teeth are all clenched, but also had to swallow in his own stomach. Ha 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 ha. How much did the cameraman put up with for the sake of the program? The best meat tank in the game. Taking hard damage. The last one after all the seeds have been placed is the Hulu brothers fighting the snake demon. So cruel. Is it true that as long as the target of punishment is not oneself, there is no burden in initiating an oath? Learned, and from now on I swear, I'll take my brother's word for it too. With such a set down, it kind of fooled Bai Jia. Out of the funeral service company, the crowd caught a cab and retraced their steps back to the city. It's been a busy morning and I'm feeling hungry too. What do you guys want to eat? In the car, Paige asked. How about hot pot? I want to eat shabu shabu. Lori raised her hand at this point. I don't want to go after the hot pot smells all over me. When she heard fondue, Paige blushed. Then eat roast meat. Roast pork smells good. The camera boy just happened to see the car pass a barbecue restaurant and the harumphs were coming out of his mouth. But this offer was also rejected by Bai Jia. The barbecue is so smoky that when you're done eating, you'll be covered in grease and fumes too. And it smells awful. It wasn't that Paige didn't want to hire. She was stuck in a state of feminine dyslexia. Then no, let's go to KFC and have chicken fries and a burger. Lu Han said it this time. Bai Jia, no way. Fried food is so unhealthy and you'll gain weight if you eat it. Now all three of them were speechless. Why don't you decide? And we'll eat whatever you want? The camera boy looked at Bai Jia helplessly, and he hoped that Bai Jia would make a decision. Yet the response was, whatever, I'll do anything. As he spoke, he had a disinterested, let it be determined look on his face. Camera guy, Lu Han, Lori, you call that indifferent? The netizens in the live stream huffed and puffed with laughter. TSK. How come women are like this? This beauty is just like my girlfriend. I usually ask my girlfriend what she wants to eat and that's how he answers. Upstairs, shake my hand. My girlfriend is like that too. Every time she asks what she wants to eat, she says whatever. And then she's not satisfied with anything she says. Those two brothers up there, are your two girlfriends the same person? The two brothers at the top wake up. You don't have girlfriends. Great straight men. Tell you what, more like women's dyslexia. Well, it's just spoiled. My ex-girlfriend used to do that, and then I just gave her a big earful. Emphasis added. Ex-girlfriend. Circled the word ex. Meanwhile, the camera guy said he was tired. He'd gone autistic, scratched his head straight and stopped talking. Little handsome boy and girl, you two tell me, what exactly are you going to eat? Bai Jia watched as the camera boy stopped paying attention to her, and then looked at Lu Han and Xia Lingqin Lolita. At this moment, Lu Han cupped his chin. He had already thought of what to do. I want to eat steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, brined pig, brined duck, chicken in sauce, bacon, pine flour, tripe, air-dried meat, sausage, assorted soup presentation, smoked chicken with white tripe, steamed 8 treasure pig, duck stuffed with glutinous rice, Jared pheasant, Jared quail, brine shichi, brine subgoose, grouse, rabbit's breast, vegetable python, silver fish, and steamed hash ants. Lu Han backhanded a section to report the name of the dish, thinking to himself, I just don't believe it. There is nothing you are interested in. All gay men must remember one thing. Never leave it up to the girls to make the choice when it comes to what to eat. Learn to try to guide her. At this point, Paige's eyes widened. Now I'm sure you guys really haven't eaten in days. Lu Han's comedy slam is a set of food announcements. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room, 666, crazy brush screen. Good job, dang reward. That's a pretty good slam. Isn't there a smoked chicken white belly missing? One less is one less. You can eat it all or what? Reporting the name of the dish and hugging Ming Tsai? Why are you hugging Ming Tsai? Being guided by Lu Han like this, Bai Jie came to have an appetite and he decided to take the crowd to eat dry pot. The crowd then went to a specialty dry pot restaurant. You guys go ahead and order. I'm going to use the restroom. After being seated, Bai Jie got up and prepared to go to the restroom to wash her hands. Lori, let's go wash our hands too. Lu Han thought of today's contact with the corpse. Cannot just eat like this. And little Lori followed Bai Jie together in the direction of the restroom. The camera boy was the only one with a big heart who didn't even call it flipping through the menu. A waitress approached the camera boy as he ordered his food. What would you like to eat? Sir, we have dry pot potatoes, dry pot duck head, dry pot beef, dry pot bullfrog. The waitress was a young girl with a sweet and cute look, and the pair of big white rabbits in front of her was especially prominent. She aggressively marketed the camera boy with her words. The camera boy flipped through the menu halfway through the day and couldn't make a decision. Pretty girl, do you have any dry-boiled chicken? The camera boy suddenly looked up and asked. That's not a bad-sounding question to ask. But, I don't know what happened. But the waitress's expression suddenly became tense. The camera boy looked at the waiter. A little uncertainly. The waitress looked around carefully and realized that no one had noticed them. Then he put his head in the camera boy's ear and said, Brother, how do you know I've done it before? Is it hard to believe that you are my former customer? Camera guy, yeah? The camera boy was thunderstruck. And before he could say anything, the waitress took over again. Brother, sister, I beg you, don't mention this matter to anyone else here. The waitress closed her hands and begged pitifully, but he didn't realize that the camera boy had a camera hanging on him, straight from the booth. There are millions of online viewers right now, and they're all listening. The pop-up exploded again. What? I can't wait. It's too much information. I'm this educated and qualified person, but why am I second-guessing everything like this? I'm here to see the kid brother. Why are you driving the car? You don't say. This girl is quite good looking. Is she assured to quit? Don't say it. You don't say it. This isn't the bus to kindergarten. After Lu Han and the others came back from the restroom, the waitress beside the camera boy was seen to be blushing, and she looked as if she had a fever. Old sister, what I mean is to ask you, does your family have the dish of dry pot chicken? The camera boy and waitress gave a serious explanation, which when this statement came out, the waitress first froze for a few seconds, and then broke into a fit of rage. Do you eat oil cakes? The waitress turned around and walked away after cursing, looking annoyed. Oil cakes? What oil cake? Did I come here to eat pancakes? I'm just asking if you have any dry pot chicken. The camera boy was also yelled at by the waitress and came to a temper, standing up and yelling. This attracted more sidelong glances, and the waitress less quickened her pace and ran away. Yuan outie. What did you say to the waitress? Did you molest her? Lu Han squinted at the camera boy. I didn't. It was. Ugh, never mind. The camera guy was kind enough not to expose the waitress thing. In a few moments, a male waiter came over to retake their order. Eat what? The male waiter sounded a little less than friendly, presumably because he thought someone at this table was bullying his coworker. Lu Han looked up, and hey, it was a little fat guy. Seeing this little fatty, Lu Han was stunned. This face was too familiar to him. This chubby little brother? What's your name? He asked tentatively. My name is Yu Longzang. What's up? The little fat waiter thought Lu Han knew him and was also a bit puzzled. So what? Do you have a girlfriend named Swallow? Lu Han felt very shocked by this fucking parallel world. My god. The little fat waitress covered her mouth. That's the waitress who just ran in. Her name is just Swallow. So what? Is your girlfriend called Swallow preparing to study abroad? Lu Han felt right again. Yeah, how did you know? The little fat waiter Yulongzong was also curious as to how Lu Han knew about it. If I'm not mistaken, you've been with this Swallow for 8 years. Lu Han did not answer Yulongzong's question and continued. 8 years? I only remember 2,623 days. As soon as he mentioned his Yanzi, Yulongzong could not control the happy smile that spread across his face. Your nickname is Piggy, and this girlfriend of yours, Swallow, was your schoolgirl back in college? Lu Han continued. Yes, Yanzi was the school beauty when we were in college. I liked her for 4 years, and in the end, because of their dormitory once lost money, she was wrongly accused of being a thief. Yulongzang began to reminisce about his and Yanzi's past. Stop, I'm interrupting you. Realistically, that's not an injustice. The money was stolen by Swallow. Lu Han raised his hand, interrupting Yulongzang's memories. No way, I won't allow you to speak ill of Swallow like that. Swallow, she's not like that. Yulongzang is not happy. Saying that he is fine, saying that he is a goddess, he is definitely not happy. What makes you kids say the money was stolen by Swallow without proof? And who are you? How do you know so much about me? He began to question Lu Han. Lu Han didn't know how to answer. He couldn't tell him that he had traveled from another world, like parallel time and space? You used to know it from watching movies yourself? TSK. This licking dog, licking until there is nothing left at the end. After thinking for half a day, Luhan once again looked up at Yulongzong. Must remember in the future cannot do. Go to Kyoto to find a surnamed little black fat man to learn to say comedy. Luhan said meaningfully. And Yulongzong, what's wrong with you? I'm working as a waitress in this hotel now, and I'm getting paid as much as $3,000 a month. Another half year of work may be able to become a store manager. I have nothing to do to learn what to do comedy. That thing can earn $3,000 a month. Well, this time it was Yulongzong who interrupted Luhan. Pull back. Order. Hearing Yulongzong say this, Luhan didn't want to say any more. People are taught not to know a million times, but things are taught once. Let this lickspittle realize it for himself. Soon, a table of dry-cooked food came up. Between meals, Bai Jie's gossipy soul awakened and tentatively asked Luhan, "You know that chubby little waiter? How do you still know about his girlfriend? And what the hell did you mean by that nonsense you just said?" In fact, not only was Bai Jie curious, at this time, the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room also said that they didn't understand what Luhan had just said. Faced with such a question, Luhan scratched his own head as he didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, at this time the camera boy for Luhan got help a very clever answer. He can count. Camera boy starts talking about that previous afternoon when he borrowed paper from the restroom, as well as later in the evening at the restaurant. Luhan said he had a bloodbath. That incident was an indelible memory for the camera boy. After listening to the camera boy speak from beginning to end, Bai Jie instantly became interested. "Then help me out, little friend," Paige inquired tentatively. "What do you want to ask for?" Luhan looked at Bai Jie with considerable interest. "Let's see when that ex-boyfriend of mine gets traumatized by a car," Paige said with a spiteful face. "What kind of grudge is this? Why do you want to kill someone for being in love?" Luhan was shocked. "It's just that there's a deep hatred. Don't I look pretty? That dog of a man went and cheated on me while I was at work." As soon as these words came out, the netizens in the live broadcast room only felt astonished. "What's wrong with you, with such a beautiful young lady as his girlfriend? That scumbag doesn't know how to treasure her, and he's still going to cheat on her? Alas, drought kills drought and flood kills flood. Miss, do you still need a boyfriend? Let me do it. I promise I won't cheat on you. What's wrong with the world? Scumbags never lack girlfriends. And how come honest people like us can't touch true love? The scumbag has the scumbag's charm. My friend suggests you try being a scumbag too. Pull back. Handsome that is called scum. Not handsome like you called Pusheen male. Follow up dinner. Not much else happened in the story either. After dinner, Bai Jie walked the three of them to the entrance of the restaurant. She also kindly gave Luhan another $200 to show her feelings. "Little friend Luhan, you still haven't told me when my ex-boyfriend can be killed by a car trauma?" In front of the restaurant, Bai Jie thought again about the topic of dinner just now. It's not very probable to think that he'd be hit by a car, but if you think otherwise, you can try driving up to their front door and squatting him down yourself. Luhan shook his head. How could this stuff be that easy? After Luhan finished his words, he saw that the expression of the great beauty Bai Jie was obviously a bit disappointed, so he went on to add, "Tell you what, I'll teach you another way that can effectively increase the probability of your ex-boyfriend karma." "What way? Tell me quickly." Upon hearing that Luhan had other tricks up his sleeve, Bai Jie immediately became interested. "Everyone knows you can't talk on the phone outdoors when it's thundering, right? From now on, whenever it's thundering and raining, you call your ex-boyfriend and persistently always run into him answering outside." "Paige, that's a great idea." The netizens in the live stream were also shocked beyond belief. "This is a great way to get back at your ex-boyfriend, isn't it?" 666,666? Kid brother is full of condescension. Cover your face and laugh/emoji. There seems to be a bug in this approach. Isn't it true that one is on the phone when it's thundering and raining? Can't you just hide indoors and fight? And I think this is a good way to deal with not only ex-boyfriends, but any enemy. Warm tips. Not before the phone call first to the other party to buy an insurance policy. Remember, beneficiaries must write their own names. By the way, I am from XXX Insurance Company, so you can contact me if you need anything. Back to Luhan here. After chatting with Bai Jie, the crowd said goodbye. Luhan touched his stomach that was full of food. To the camera boy next to him, he said, "Let's go. Let's go for a walk in the square over there to cool off." "Not going, it's too bracing to walk." The camera boy headed straight for the curb and topped it off with a cigarette. "Lori, do you want to go?" Luhan asked Lori again. "Aha, brother Luhan. I want to go around the square too. Look, 2-1. Let's go." Luhan looked at the camera boy anew. "No, you two can go. I'll rest here for a while, and by the way, remember to bring the camera." Camera boy swings straight for the fences. Hey, why did I hear that square dances are saved for the evening? The young lady who performs has a cool dress to wear. Luhan pretended to speak to himself. Walk faster, this man still needs to be active. And when he's full he should go for a walk. Just to be clear, I'm not interested in any kind of saving up for a show performance. It's purely for exercise. Just after finishing with Luhan, the camera boy sat up directly from the ground, and his footsteps accelerated all over Luhan and Lori. Luhan, well, Lori. The netizens in the livestream were more than a little speechless. This camera little brother gold supreme single dog. See, women cannot walk the road of the Lord. We are not unclear. 10 or so minutes later, the three slipped and slid all the way to the plaza. The square has a musical fountain, stall vendors, dancing mothers, and old men playing Tai Chi. Everything is there, but there is no program to save energy and coolly dressed ladies. Kid brother, where's the show performance you just said you were saving up for? The camera boy's eyes swept left and right, never spotting any scantily clad performances. Didn't you just say you weren't interested? Luhan looked at the camera boy with a smirking expression. TCH, this comes all the way. The camera boy said it like it was kinda hard for him. Here, isn't that right there? Luhan pointed his finger not far away, to the Amazons who were dancing in the square. What are you talking to me about? Where is it cool to wear? Where's the lady? Where's the energy? The camera boy was speechless as he looked at Luhan. What's your hurry? If we wait a little longer, won't the older women take off their jackets and wear cooler clothes when they get hot and sweaty from dancing? What's wrong with a big mom, who isn't a missy anymore? Luhan replied in a serious manner. Camera guy. The netizens in the live broadcast room felt good and funny. Well, 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 well. How come this camera boy never remembers what he's been through? And how can you trust the words of a child? Keep the camera still. Stripping at this age, my grandfather just said he loves it. Day, I've got my pants down. I've got toilet paper. And this is what you show me? Are you taking a shit? Why are you taking off your pants and carrying paper? The camera boy realizes he's been duped and is filled with a look of displeasure. Lowering his head, he no longer wanted to talk to Luhan. Walked for a few minutes. Luhan realized that the camera boy was ignoring him, so he pointed ahead and suddenly said, Hey, look at the two big beauties in front. Still trying to trick me. Am I that stupid? The camera boy rolled his eyes. It's true. Hurry up and watch. It's all going away soon. Luhan pointed ahead and eagerly said to the camera boy. The camera boy was still a little rattled by the talk, and looked up ahead in disbelief. I can't believe it's true. Only directly in front of them, the two hot babes are walking side by side. One of them had long hair down to her waist and a white dress. The other was wearing a dopamine-colored t-shirt with denim shorts, revealing a slim little waist. Two completely different styles, put together to give a huge visual impact. It should be a couple of girlfriends, also out for a walk after dinner. Such a beautiful landscape. The camera boy did not mean to eat alone. He quickly adjusted the camera lens. I have to say that the camera guy is a pro at running the camera and capturing the beauty of the two beauties perfectly. At once, the pop-ups on the live feeds were on fire. I declare camera boy to be my blood brother from now on. Camera guy is a good guy, never eats alone, and thinks of us when he has something good. Little brother, I'm telling you, you deserve a long fucking life and a safe life. Whoa shit, I like this angle. Ha 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 ha. Good legs. Wow, that lady in the white dress looks like my future girlfriend. Come on, a hot one to give the upstairs some piss to sober him up. I've been on fire lately. Don't line up for the diabetic one. Don't let him get a taste of it. The distance between the camera boy and Luhan and these two beauties was not very far. The summer breeze blows through. They both could still smell a faint hint of the girl's scent in the air. Oh, I'm in love. The camera boy made a nymphomaniacal mistake. 26 years of golden bachelorhood harumphing all over the face of his foot. Ha, camera brother, you're disgusting. The little lowly on the side looked at the camera boy's expression of disgust. How can a little kid like you understand how hard it is for a brother? The camera boy looked at Lori with a sad face. Little brother, heart moved? If you're impressed, hurry up and ask for WeChat. Don't wait for them to go far away. Luhan reminded the camera boy at this time. What if these two are the back killer? Look at their backs to mesmerize thousands of soldiers and horses, and then turn around to scare away millions of soldiers. Then I'll be useless. Camera boy is actually obsessing about this at this point. You deserve to be single. Tell you what, you listen to me. You walk quickly to pass them. Then I call your name and you pretend to say yes to me, taking the opportunity to look back to see if it's okay. Lu Han gives camera guy some advice. Well, that's a good move, I'm going. As soon as Lu Han finished his words, the camera boy couldn't wait to run out. Needless to say, the camera guy's execution was pretty strong. The camera boy quickly stepped in front of the two young ladies. A few steps later, the camera boy muttered in his mind, "Why hasn't this Lu Han called me yet? Hey, Audrey Yuan." Just then the camera boy heard Lu Han calling him. Who's calling me? The camera boy turned his head very pretentiously, taking the opportunity to glance at the appearance of the two young ladies in the back. Oh, my goodness, it's really quite good looking. They're both big beauties. Just for a moment, the camera boy even thought of what to call his child in the future. After peeking, the camera boy quickly turned back around in fear of being found out. Clunk! In the next moment, the camera boy hit a utility pole on the side of the road head-on. A nosebleed instantly ran down his face, and the camera boy crouched on the ground covering his nose. Lu Han then took 3 steps and ran to the side of the camera boy. "Are you okay, little brother? What do these two ladies look like after looking at them? Are they good looking?" Lu Han squatted down next to the camera boy and asked directly. Lu Han's voice was so loud that the camera boy's scalp instantly went numb. The netizens in the live broadcast room were laughing like crazy. "I knew it, this kid's got no heart. What's the difference between this and taking a shit in public? It's too social. Ha 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 ha." Large social death scene. The camera guy is frozen in place, realizing that Lu Han's voice was loud. It immediately caused strange looks from the surrounding passers-by. The two young ladies that the camera boy had peeked at just now also happened to pass by at this time. Covering their mouths, they snickered and walked over. This was definitely one of the darkest moments in the camera boy's life. It's so fucking humiliating. The camera boy's face was bashful and red, and his nose was still bleeding. "Hey, I'm asking you, do these two ladies look good? Are you still going to ask for their WeChat?" Lu Han raised his voice again and said, "Lu Han, you at asterisk and $. The camera boy held his nose, his mouth stuttering inaudibly. Social death, really too damn social death. WeChat or something where he had the nerve to ask for it. His own face is now gone. However, life always takes care of the poor ones, especially one like camera guy." Unexpectedly, the two young ladies who had just passed by actually looked back at the camera boy and Lu Han and said, "Big brother, you don't want us to WeChat? Don't want us to leave? Ha! To be, I want it." The camera boy was a little flustered, but his mouth instincts responded immediately. He didn't know that Lu Han's wave of divine assistance had instead made the two young ladies think he was stupid and cute. The camera boy took his cell phone and quickly walked up to add the two young ladies' WeChat in turn. The happiness came so suddenly, he wasn't even prepared for it. And witnessing this live broadcast, the netizens were about to go crazy at this point. No way, that's okay. Is the director here? Hurry up and let the camera guy share those two ladies' WeChat. I need them too. I haven't begged much in my life. Little brother, this time I'm begging you to share WeChat. The camera boy, "Miss, WeChat is a virtual thing. You can't grasp it. Let me do it. I suspect that these two beautiful women are doing micro-business camera. Little brother, you do not add. Let me give you a gatekeeper to verify it." The two beauties' wee-wees have arrived. The camera boy was dancing with excitement. "No, let's call it a day for the show. Get back so I can talk to the ladies." With two young ladies, Microsoft camera boy at this time is not in the mood to care about the shooting. "I can't wait to fly back to bed right now and just lie down and chat with the ladies and pull the strings." "I don't mind. Can we go back? I just don't know if Mr. Wang can let you go." Lu Han so-called. There is a shoot on the shoot. No shoot to steal a lazy, also no harm. The netizens watching in the live room were not calm. "At Wang Jialuan, your cameraman is sneaking around. At Wang Jialuan, is that all you've got for us today? It's not fun. Come back when it's not fun. As long as we dare to end the broadcast early today, we dare to point out the report. Brothers report key go wave. Reporting, blocking, and unsubscribing in one click. At Director Wang Jialuan. At Wang Fatty." Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Director Wang's call came directly. As soon as the camera boy saw that it was Director Wang's call, his hands shivered in fear. "Hey Director Wang, are you going to die? The number of people online is so high now, and you're mentioning off-air to me?" Across the phone, Director Wang spluttered and sprayed. "No, Director Wang, on the effect of the program? Just to liven up the atmosphere." Camera boy rushes to find a fix. "You better keep me on the air." Director Wang dumped the last sentence and directly hung up the phone. Camera guy. "What? Director Wang must have agreed, right?" Lu Han looked at the camera boy with a gloating expression. Director Wang said to continue to broadcast. "Kid brother, what do we do next?" The camera boy had a bitter face. "I've come up with something that's both work and money, but I need you to cooperate with me." Lu Han's eyes twinkled as he thought of something. For some reason, Seeing the kid brother with such an expression, the camera boy had a very bad premonition. So tell me what's up first. The camera guy didn't just say yes. Too many potholes to step in. This is actually very simple. It doesn't even require you to do anything. You just stand. Luhan spoke vaguely. I can just stand still? The camera boy had also learned his lesson and asked tentatively. Yeah, how about just standing around and leaving the rest to me? Luhan saw that the camera boy had taken the bait and continued. Is it really that simple? TSK. Look at what you're saying. Can I still lie to you? The corner of the camera boy's mouth twitched directly after these words came out. Brother kid, you've been lying to me for a long time, haven't you? Saying that again. Is this the first day you've known me? Where did I get a conscience? Luhan directly took shamelessness to the extreme. After another half day of softening up with the camera guy finally gave in. Luhan pulled him to the most densely populated part of the square. This is it. You stand still, haha. Luhan told the camera boy to stand still, then turned to face the crowd in the square. The fans in the live broadcast room are also very curious. What kind of money-making method has this Luhan thought of again? Ahem. Audrey Yuan, do you have any idea why I dragged you here for a walk? Luhan coldly asked the camera boy such a question at this time. I don't know. Ha, you just said elimination. Camera boy, a little puzzled. Yes, it's just for you to consume. Luhan ignored the camera boy after saying this. Come on, look and see. Look and see now. Authentic Golden Bell Shield Ironcloth Shirt Air, performing live today. A human sandbag. To dissipate the anger and defeat the fire. To fight without fighting back. $10 a punch. Luhan yelled directly towards the passers-by. Camera guy, yay. Luhan's words came out. The netizens in the live room were all stunned. What the hell? What the hell? I thought there was a way to make money, but it turns out that the camera guy is being used as a human sandbag? Did he just say that camera boy knows the Golden Bell Shield and Ironcloth shirt? How can you believe a kid's words? Every day on a dang thing. Dang thing is different. Covering face and laughing/expressions. $10 a punch. 10 punches for $100. The cameraman will be killed. I finally understand what he just meant by taking a walk to eliminate food. Emptying the stomach a bit in advance, so that you don't just throw up when you get punched. I feel sorry for the cameraman for 2 seconds. Being yelled at by Luhan. A large group of people instantly surrounded Luhan. What does that mean? A human sandbag? Some good people have already opened their mouths to ask. See this little brother behind me. He's a practiced man. Don't look skinny. He's got meat in his bones. Today this little brother is here to show everyone what the authentic Golden Bell Shield Ironcloth shirt is. He's standing here today not moving for you to hit. If you're in a bad mood, if you're having a bad day, if you're feeling unhappy, you can take it out on him today. $10 a punch. Boy and girl. Luhan was quite jaded and explained the explanation to the onlookers. The onlookers understood what was going on even after hearing that. Just as he finished speaking, a young man pushed his way out of the crowd. I'll throw a couple punches and see what happens, said this young man. Took out $20 in cash and handed it to Luhan. Luhan took the money and emphasized again the precautions to take when playing. This fight is fine, but with the condition that you can't hit the face or kick the crotch, and you can do the rest as you please. The young man nodded in understanding after hearing that, and then he came to the camera boy. Sorry, big brother. The dude was pretty polite and apologized to the camera guy before he started punching. The words came out in a direct motion. I'm just going to the bathroom at work and you fucking call me a groper and say you're going to dock my pay. Fucking stinking idiot. Lousy as a program ape. I am not your lackey. The young man punched while still venting and spitting. At this time, Luhan stood next to the side while counting the money and said, alas. Right yo, to say it out. Let your emotions out. That's your boss in front of you. Give me a hard beating. Bang bang. The young man bonked 2 punches right into the camera boy's stomach. Ouch. The camera boy let out a wail and his body staggered, looking like he wouldn't be able to stand. The young man shook his hands after the fight, and sure enough, he felt much better. Luhan came to the side of the camera boy and checked his situation. What's the matter? Is it still holding up? Luhan looked at the camera boy so wanting to fall, and then looked at his thin body, worried that he might not be able to carry it. But whoever thought that the camera boy at this time actually opened his mouth and said, just now that guy should really program apes. That punch strength false. Hit me at all, do not feel. The camera boy said, with a cheap grin on his face. Then what did you just dog bark at? Luhan asked. If I don't pretend a little, won't people spend their money for nothing? You've got to give people a sense of consumer experience. The camera boy's eyes were wise as he spoke. And it's best to only charge girls for the next one. Their little pink fists pounding into me. It's fun to think about. You'll have to see what happens with the guys. In case a slugger comes along and literally knocks me out with 2 punches. There's no way to have fun. The camera boy just experienced 2 punches and his self-confidence is bursting. He now thought that human sandbagging was no big deal. He could take a beating. Camera boy is now not opposed to the whole being a human sandbag to go out and make money thing. It also talked about strategy, which couldn't help but make Luhan a bit impressed with this little brother. The netizens in the livestream were also shocked. Camera-chan, the big bad seed, seems to have gotten smarter? Did those 2 punches just now knock out his cerebral thrombus? Did it make his IQ take the high ground again? Camera guy, you guys always say I'm a melon, but I'm actually witty most of the time. Am I saying he's smart, or do I say he's not smart? After listening to the camera boy, Luhan also began to screen and filter the people who handed over money. Anyone else who wants to come? 10 bucks, 10 bucks, you can't buy it. You can't be fooled. Walk by without seeing it. Lifelong regret. Seeing but not buying is the same as not coming. Nowadays, people in our society are under a lot of pressure. The smallest thing is to play a game where you meet a pit teammate who gives you head and hangs out, and you miss out on the advancement rounds. Big enough to get fired by the company's owner and lose your job, or even their own bullseye. Remembering a thing, the more you think about it, the more angry you get. In the middle of the night you can get up and curse, sick. So there is still a market for these real-life sandbags. Seeing this novelty of setting up a stall and stuffing tickets towards Luhan, they all jumped at the chance. In a moment's time, Luhan had already collected money from several girls. The girl's little pink fist punched on the camera boy, just like scratching the general. The camera boy a few times but also actually show enjoyment expression. It's easy to get to several hundred in a while. Seeing that business is so good, Luhan yells more vigorously. And the camera boy also pretended to pose a few poses to attract people. Don't miss it when you walk by. Real life sandbag. Authentic Jin Zhongbu Taibu shirt traditional national art inheritor. Resistant to beating. Above the square. More and more people were attracted to the kid brother. It was a young lady with a wobbly walk who came out of the crowd with a bottle in her hand. She looked at the camera boy and her eyes lit up. The camera boy looked at him too, and actually had a heart attack. Hello miss. Vom. Who knew that the next second, this young lady suddenly spit out a mouthful. Camera guy. Luhan. This young lady. What do you mean, looking at me and throwing up? It's too hurtful. The camera boy's brow furrowed with displeasure. Seeing his face and throwing up? That's a great insult to him. He thought to himself. Is he that ugly? Can he be so ugly that he would throw up at the sight of him? Sorry, it's not your looks. It's my own drinking. After throwing up, the drunken beauty sobered up quite a bit and wiped the corners of her mouth to look up and apologize to the camera boy. This young lady? Human sandbag interested in learning more. $10 a punch. Luhan didn't care about this at this time and directly opened his mouth to solicit business. I want to play. Without saying a word, the drunken beauty directly pulled out a $100 bill and flung it at Luhan. Before Luhan could inform the rules, this drunken beauty went up and slapped the camera boy in the face. Slap. The sound was crisp and loud, and it looked like it had been used with full force. Camera guy? The camera boy covered his face as reddened slap marks quickly surfaced on his face. It's not. I'm Golden Bell Shield Iron Cloth shirt. Not Golden Bell Face Iron Cloth face. The camera boy was straight up fucked by this. Luhan also rushed forward to stop the drunken beauty. I don't care about any of that. You look too much like my scumbag ex-boyfriend, taking my money to pick up other girls. I'm going to punch you in the face. The drunken beauty's alcohol may not be finished yet. Regardless of it is going to pounce on. Luhan rushed to hold her. Missy restraint. Oops, what's with the scratching? Luhan's small body took a lot of effort. Was really unable to stop. Don't talk to me about useless things. I spent money. The drunken beauty threw all her bottles of wine while lunging towards the camera boy, and her mouth was still unrelenting. $10 can only punch one fist, not the face. Yuan Audi is my hand and foot brother. Beloved family friend. You engage in this way, have to add money. Camera guy? I'll give you another 1,000 bucks. You let me slap him 10 times. Hearing Luhan's words, the drunken beauty didn't even hesitate. Directly took out her cell phone, ready to scan the code to pay. Ding, WeChat arrived. 1,000 whole dollars. Next, Luhan put away his cell phone and with a smile on his face, he raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Luhan, you're still a human being? The camera boy was furious. Live. The netizens laughed outright. What a brother in arms. A beloved family friend. Thumbs up / expressions. Kachin Joshi reappears in the jungle. Camera guy, I'm really impressed with you. If the girl adds more, I guess Luhan can arrange for the camera boy to slap himself. Camera boy, and you still say you don't know how to Kim Jong face iron no face? 10 slaps in just 2 minutes. The drunken beauty who had vented enough shook off her already numb right hand in satisfaction. The injustice-seed camera boy rubbed his reddened cheek and crouched expressionless on the ground. his person dazed. At this point, Luhan walked over to the camera boy holding up his cell phone that showed the $1,000 that had just arrived. See, we made $450. Luhan couldn't keep his mouth shut as he laughed. That bitch hit me so hard. And he only hit the right side of his face. Now I can feel it in my hand. Right side high, left side low. Oh my blooming face, ooh. The camera boy's face is swollen and he's talking a little lumpy. You can pull it off. With this face of yours, the effect of these 10 slaps is equivalent to plastic surgery. I even feel that you are a bit more handsome than before. Luhan looked at the camera boy with squinted eyes. I'm a poor reader. Don't lie to me. Ask Lori if you don't believe me. Camera brother. Yes, it seems to look better than before, or at least much smoother. Lori wasn't lying. That's really what she had in mind. After hearing Luhan's words, the camera boy not only didn't get angry anymore, but he got happy instead. Next, the duo split the spoils on the spot. Luhan this time did not pit the camera little brother. The two split the money 50-50. After all, people really got beaten up not. Ding dong. Just finished dividing the money. The camera's cell phone suddenly rang. Pull it out. He was instantly beaming with joy and was filled with the image of a nymphomaniac. Little kid brother. Just now add me those two pretty young ladies. Among them the dopamine girl sent me a message. The photographer boy held his cell phone in one hand and pulled Luhan with one hand to shake excitedly. Stop. I'm shaking my brain to mush with you. What's that? Luhan hurriedly called off the camera boy. This young lady asked me if was there. Camera boy has a piggy grin on his face. That's it? No? 2 words You haven't eaten anything good either. Luhan had a black line on his face. It's just 2 words. Are you that worked up? I've been single for 26 years. How can I not be excited? This is the first time a girl has taken the initiative to send me a message. Camera boy looks up at the sky at 45 degrees. He has begun to fantasize about his successful breakaway and success in entering into marriage with this dopamine girl, and then the thought of the two of them having a child later. Kid brother, what do you think is a good name for our future child? Coldly, the camera boy turned his head to look at Luhan, his eyes serious and sincere. Luhan froze for half a day before coming back to his senses. You're thinking a little far ahead. Don't worry about that. I feel sure it will work. Luhan pondered for a while, thinking it wouldn't be a good idea to blow him off. He went along with it. You've asked the right person for this naming thing. I'm a professional. What type of name do you want? Luhan said with a serious face. I want a son. I want him to thrive and be healthy in the future. And the name better be a household kind of name. The camera boy spoke slowly. Good point. Your name is Yuan Audi, so your son is just one more round. Just call him Yuan Olympic. Luhan spoke very seriously. Gee, Olympics? Sounds thriving and a real household name. Good, that's a great name. The camera guy brightened up after hearing this and found it quite satisfying. But won't it be a bit rustic? Lori, you've got poetry in your belly. Why don't you try naming one for me too? The camera boy looked at Xiaolingqin's little loli again. Well, bearing the blessings of heaven, the vastness of the spirit. Let's call it Yuan Yuran. Lori thought for a moment and gave it a very nice name. In the end, you are a cultured person. Look at this name, and look at your Yuan Olympic. The camera boy instantly fell in love with the name Yuan Yuran. Abandonment of the previous Yuan Olympic Games. In conjunction with a look of disdain, he looked at Luhan. Like that, huh? Yes. Respect to the Songji, the moon dance spring and autumn. Ziden. Call Yuan Ziden. Luhan watched the camera boy despise himself and immediately took another one. Yuan Ziden? An atomic bomb? The atomic bomb. You're going crazy. Who's a good person to name a child that? The camera boy thought for a moment and reacted all at once. Well, that name sounds loud and dominant. But it's not loud. Back in the day, the small days directly rang without two cities, but also really domineering. But I wouldn't dare to use this name for my child. After comparing and contrasting, the camera boy still thinks that blessing of heaven, vastness and integrity Yuan Yuran is the best sound. Viewers are also contributing to Audrey Yuan's idea of a name for her child. Have you ever considered calling Yuan Hua? It's better for the child's watery nature. What about Yuan Zhou ratio? Ha ha ha. Yuan Ziden. Is the kid's nickname Boom? Is his English name Duong? Then, according to you, Yuan Zhou's nickname must be Pai? Gotta go back a little bit. I recommend calling Yuan Shen to start. A few people were studying the names of. At this point, the camera boy's phone rang again. Still a message from the dopamine girl. What are you doing? Got a minute? The camera boy only remembered at this time, focusing on chatting up the name, did not return people's messages in time. Yes. What's the matter, missy? The camera immediately farted and typed a reply. I'll tell you what, kid brother. Guess what, Miss Dopamine is looking for me this time. The camera boy giggled heatedly as he said it. I guess it's just that there's nothing going on right now to amuse you with. Luhan didn't think so. He didn't quite believe that people could really look at the average-looking camera boy. You're just jealous of my handsome face and strong heterosexual streak, camera boy said holding his chin high. Ah yes. Dopamine Miss just fell in love with you at first sight and is now taking the initiative to chase you. Luhan does not want to pull this calf with the camera boy. I guess a moment to know exactly what to do. But just then, Missy sent another message. I think, 2 words, followed by a truncated string of ellipses, made the camera boy float. Look, no, I, Audrey Yuan, am standing up today. The camera boy directly disliked his cell phone and shook it in Luhan's face. Swelling at this point, Luhan spat in his heart. What do you want? Want to buy grandpa's tea for you? Want to pull you to the sexy beauty online licensing? Want to take you to invest money? Anyway, Luhan felt that it just couldn't be anything good. Pretty lady, what do you want? Whatever you want, I'll follow you. The camera boy immediately typed a reply, biting his lip and smiling obscenely as he edited the text. The mind fantasizes that a sweet love of its own is coming. After the message is sent, the camera boy was getting more and more apprehensive. 10 seconds later, ding dong. The sound of the message alert sounded again. The camera boy tapped his Twitter feed on the fly to check, but after clicking on it, the camera boy was directly dumbfounded. The young lady sent me a link to a spelling Yuletide actually. I'd like your online booster to cut me a break, please. Camera guy, Luhan, Lori, Blanche, thinking that God is merciful, to give myself a sweet romance. What I didn't expect to wait for was a slash from Spellbound. The cut didn't go to the software, but knuckled down in the camera guy's heart. The camera boy at this point is a far cry from his demeanor just a few moments ago. Luhan and Lori glanced at each other, and the two of them forced themselves not to laugh out loud. Lori, oofed. Luhan, oofed. In the end, I didn't hold back. The camera guy looked up at the two of them with a serious face and asked, what are you laughing at? I remembered something happy. Luhan hurriedly said. He didn't want to hit the camera boy again at this time. What's the pleasure? That cousin of mine is having her 3rd child. Put. The little loli was so broken by Luhan's whole defense that she directly laughed out loud. What are you laughing at again? The camera boy turned his head to Lori again. So what? My cousin is having her 3rd child too. Lori replied with a forced smile. Camera guy, are you two talking about the same cousin? Lori, yes. Luhan, pfft. No. It just happened. Luhan hurriedly looked for a remedy, but holding back a laugh like this was getting harder the more he held it in. Put. Now it's all about holding back. No way. Even if you're ridiculed, this message still has to be returned. The camera boy picked up his cell phone and typed a reply. Sorry Missy, I don't have a spelling Yuletide on my phone, which was just sent out on Monday. But the dopamine lady on the other side of the room replied with even more excitement. That's really great. You now hurry to download a. New users cut up the amount doubled. Oh, camera guy, I'm really convinced. The camera boy slapped his head straight in chagrin. No way. Out of courtesy. Camera boy still downloads a Scrabble Yuletide and goes to help this young lady chop it up. It's done. Camera boy replies to Missy after chopping. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Playful/expressive. The young lady replied along with a playful emoji. Still not satisfied. The camera boy sent another message to try to get another shot. Isn't there anything else you'd like to say to me, young lady? He fantasized that it could be that Missy was thin-skinned and embarrassed to say it outright, and wanted to use spell shio to cut a sway then open up the conversation. After all, it's a girl. Maybe she's thin-skinned. Soon, the dopamine lady across the room replied to the message. There is. See Miss Dopamine's reply. Yes. Hope was renewed in the camera boy's heart. Missy, you said. The camera boy's face showed joy, as if he had grabbed a lifesaver. Ding dong. The news came right after. I need to collect 30 likes for my first friend circle for a cup of milk tea. Thanks. Help me click. Camera guy Jr. Tapping into the girl's circle of friends made the little man give his first one a like. After the kudos, is there nothing else? No thanks. You're a really nice guy. Not only did the young lady not say anything about liking it, as the camera boy had hoped, but she also directly backhanded a good guy card. The camera boy froze on the spot in the face of such a situation. At this time, Luhan leaned over and asked with concern, how do you mean? That what girl's thin skin did not have the nerve to say to me. Estimated next time. Next time we'll be able to say. The camera boy closed his cell phone and said vaguely, well, I'll introduce you to a good one later. Come on, let's go for another walk. It's hard for people to break up. Looking at the camera boy like this, Luhan didn't have the good sense to say anything else. Love goes too fast like a tornado. At this time, Lori actually sang a song. Zapped. Sister. The camera boy was a hard case. Inside the broadcast booth. I didn't see that camera boy is still a lover. Why bother? Is this sweet? Sweet love over before it even begins? Actually, I don't think it's necessary to rise to the level of love for something like this that can be solved with a few $100s, right? I agree with the brother upstairs. So can a brother recommend a good place with good service and high quality? I'm the same. The three of them crossed the square. An old man with gray hair was seen dipping a huge brush in water and writing. Kid brother. I remember you're pretty good at writing this character too. That's how you met Master Joe last time, right? The camera boy suddenly thought about what happened in Harbor City. Come on, go over there and take a look. In his excitement, Lu Han walked straight over. On the ground, the old man is using a large brush dipped in water to write a sentence, suddenly like a spring breeze. Thousands of trees and thousands of pear blossoms. Gee haw. Nice word. The camera boy praised loudly. Camera brothers, watching the word. Lori made a silent gesture of caution. Can't you even praise him for being good? Gramps, what are you going to write next? Probably because of the reason that Sweetie's relationship ended without any problems. The camera boy was not in a good mood, and his voice was still uncontrolled when he spoke. And the old man who wrote didn't say a word. In a flowing stream, the pen wrote another word roll on the ground. Hey, why are you still cursing? You old man? The camera boy saw this and froze at first. Before he finished speaking, he saw the old man write the word roll on the ground again. You're still coming on strong, old man. Aren't you? Already upset. The camera guy was straight up pissed off. He's gonna kick the old man's ass. Seeing this, Lu Han hurriedly pulled from behind. The camera boy still kicked the old man even though his own hard tug had released a lot of strength. The old man went straight to the ground. This was a big deal, and the live audience went crazy. Yuan Audi is confused. You can't beat up an old man even if you have a grudge. You don't have enough Audis to pay for it. Yuan Audi's previous money saved from stock speculation to buy Audi is expected to be all spit out. This old man is also. People ask a question, what's wrong? If you don't say anything, just don't say anything. And you even wrote the word get out on the ground. Maybe the camera boy is too noisy and the old man is annoyed with him. You can't hit an old man. You can't tell someone to get lost. Old man, young people do not talk about martial arts. Come to cheat, come to sneak attack. An old comrade of 80 or 90 years old. This is good? This is not good. I advise this young man to rat tail juice. When the old man gets up later, he'll give little brother a set of lightning 5 lashes. As the pop-ups were discussed, the old man lying on the ground spoke. What's wrong with you? Young man, why did you hit me? You're the one who cursed me first. Old man. Camera boy followed up with a retort. I don't even know you. When did I curse you? The old man was confused, thinking that he was afraid that he had met a psychopath today. The camera boy pointed to the 2 rolling words on the ground and yelled. Look, I asked you what you wrote, and you wrote me 2 rolling words in a row. The old man was also speechless after hearing this. You fuck off. I'm trying to write rolling Yanksy. Look, and tell me to roll. Ha, wait. You mean you're writing about rolling? The camera boy was dumbfounded. It wasn't aimed at him. Young man, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble. My old arm and leg were almost broken by your kick. I'll tell you what. You give me $5,000 and it's over, or I won't be able to get up today. The old man slumped to the ground and started blackmailing. Master, aren't you blackmailing me? Camera boy is confused. $5,000. I've only earned about $1,000 today after taking half a day's beating myself. How can this be? He quickly looked towards Lu Han and blinked his eyes towards him. While it's true that people are kicked by camera boys, but the force just now had been mostly dissolved by Lu Han, and it was impossible for the old man to be injured. The odds are that this old man is just blackmailing. Lu Han pondered for a moment, walked up to the position behind the old man when he wasn't looking, then coldly shouted out, Oops, there's a snake, there's a snake. With these words, the old man who was originally lying weakly on the ground popped up directly from the ground as if he had been electrocuted. That's right, it just popped up. A complete violation of Newton's laws of mechanics. Holy shit, where is it? Where's the snake? After popping up, the old man quickly checked the ground around him. The old man's body and bones are quite tough. On this reaction speed, the general young people are ashamed of themselves. Lu Han, who was standing behind him, spoke quietly at this time. The old man knew at this point, even if he was stupid, that he had been tricked, was about to sit on the floor again. The camera boy rushed forward and gave the old man a direct princess hug. Master, there are water stains on the floor. Beware of wet and cold air. The camera boy's eyes are sincere, and his gaze is even flowing with love, as if he is holding that dopamine lady. Can't let him lie down again. Put me down. You're lucky. The old man, seeing that he had no chance, got down from the camera boy's arms and left, cursing. With such a sentence, Luhan directly helped the camera boy save $5,000. Inside the broadcast room, the netizens were excited that, what the hell, I actually saw love in the camera guy's eyes when he looked at the old man. The old man, feeling violated, cursed and withdrew from the battlefield. Kid Brother's tricks are now getting more and more out of bounds, making it hard to defend. I was on the subway and laughed my ass off, ha 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 hiccup, watching the old man's figure walk away. The camera boy then relaxed and exhaled. It's still you, Kid Brother. Don't be too happy. I helped you and saved you such a huge amount of money. Don't you want to repay me properly? Hey, it's true that there's no such thing as a free lunch with Kid Brother. How do you want me to repay you? The camera boy's head was also dry. After all, it saved him so much. That depends on your sincerity. Luhan had nothing to say. I'll treat you to a massage and bath all in one. The camera boy thought about it and blurted it out. Seriously, if Luhan's current body wasn't only 8 years old, I guess he would have just agreed. Luhan pointed to the lens in front of the camera boy, signaling that he was broadcasting live. Oh, the camera boy immediately realized that he had slipped up as well. Next, his WeChat then rang. Unsurprisingly, it was Director Wang, who was chopped up. Why don't I pay for it and treat you to a seafood dinner tonight? The camera boy tried to find a patch. Holy shit, camera boy, you're so stingy you can actually treat yourself to a seafood dinner? Luhan couldn't even believe his ears a little. Walking. I know an affordable, delicious and inexpensive one. The camera boy was right up front. The three of them cornered their way to a restaurant called Affordable Seafood Restaurant. I believe you. I don't know how the camera guy found such a nook and cranny of a shabby restaurant with a shabby front door. Luhan felt like he had fallen for the camera boy's trap. Seafood? Nah, I'll just eat it. The camera boy was unimpressed and walked right in after that. Boss, have a set of your poor man's seafood set. As soon as he entered the door, camera boy yelled at the back kitchen. Okay, here we go. A middle-aged man's voice came from the back kitchen. Luhan surveyed the hotel. The environment could be said to have no environment at all. Brother Luhan, can we get seafood here? Lori was also skeptical when she looked at the decoration of the restaurant. Can. Eat on. It. Luhan didn't have a clue in his heart. In a few moments, a bearded, middle-aged uncle covered in grease walked out of the back kitchen carrying a large basin. Poor man's seafood dinner. Enjoy. The uncle directly placed the large basin towards Luhan's and their table. The large metal tub was full of mussels. No, you call this a seafood dinner? Luhan looked at the large pot of sea rainbow mussels. His eyes went wide. Note, sea rainbow mussels are $1 or $2 a pound at the market and are claimed to be the cheapest seafood. Not even necessarily worth more than kelp. What? This mussel, just tell me if it's seafood, right? The camera boy said it as a matter of course. Luhan. Lori. Don't worry. There are other dishes. Probably feeling too shabby as well. The camera boy added. So what else? Luhan rekindled his hope. There's 2 pounds of seaweed in the package. I just can't figure out where you find restaurants like this. Luhan is very speechless. This kelp can also be called seafood? The group meal on the teeming sound. That's not all. There will be oysters and a prawn later. As the camera boy was talking, the owner brought out a plate of maybe 10 oysters and a prawn from the back kitchen. The seafood set meal is served. Please enjoy your meal. Several of you. Luhan stared at the oysters in front of him. 10 oysters were only as big as the palm of his 8-year-old child. The prawn, on the other hand, was a small green dragon with a zigzag length. This little green dragon is an adult. Lori said as she looked at the green dragon that couldn't be any smaller. Come on, you on Audi, you tell me how much is this seafood dinner group buy? The word well was coming out of Luhan's head. 88. Hey, it's a bargain. The camera boy said as he peeled the sea rainbow. Half an hour later, the three of them managed to finish peeling a large pot of sea rainbow. Looking at the front of the 2 pounds of kelp, as well as the small oysters and small green dragon, Luhan directly gave up. Give up. No more food. My hands are sore from peeling. For the first time, Luhan felt powerless in the face of the seafood dinner. Finally, the oysters and the little underage green dragon all went into the camera boy's stomach. The live streaming room got the netizens to live in the bungalow a long time ago. Good lord. I've seen stingy. I've never seen this stingy. This seafood dinner. Finally, I know why camera boy can't find a date. It's good to have something to eat. Ha ha ha. Look at the camera boy who can show off those 2 pounds of kelp too. For the first time, the kid brother has felt the terror of the poor man in the camera boy. Beat the old man to pay $5,000 is estimated to be enough to put this seafood restaurant disc down. Ha ha ha. Walking out of the restaurant, the camera boy aided, licking his mouth and tongue and belly. On the other hand, Luhan and little Lori had ugly faces, especially Luhan. He was a chef of sorts. not overly picky about his food, but not so bottomless. Eating a seafood dinner, eh? Why don't you two smile? Are you born not smiling? Camera boy asked. Smacking his lips, Luhan returned a blank stare. He is now dead worried camera little brother later to still be so stingy. How to find a partner. Don't be a crybaby. Tell you what. I'll tell you both a story. You're both guaranteed to laugh when you hear it. In fact, the camera boy knows that this is too stingy and is a bit embarrassed. Joke story? I'd like to hear them. As soon as Lori heard that there was a story to listen to, she immediately put the unpleasantness of the meal she had just eaten behind her. Listen up. Once upon a time, there was a kid named Kong Rong. One day, his mom and dad quarreled over something, and the quarrel was very fierce. When Kong Rong saw him, he spoke directly to his mom and dad and said, "What are you two quarreling about every day? You can live with it, but you can't leave it." This is the story of Kong Rong letting go. Lori, Luhan. The pop-ups froze and, is the story I learned in school about Kong Rong giving up his pair a fake? Is it a pirated copy? Kong Rong, filial piety is powerful. I suspect camera boy is insinuating kid brother. That's funny, isn't it? I'll tell you one. Xiao Chong and Xiao Pai were walking around the military camp when they suddenly saw a naked man running out of Xiao Pai's daughter-in-law's tent and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Xiao Pai was furious and asked Xiao Chong if he looked like our father. Xiao Chong said yes. Ha 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 ha. Sooner or later, I'll die laughing in this live room. It was also dark after dinner, and the three of them were ready to head back. Right about this time, Luhan's eyes glanced toward the roadside and found that there was actually a cell phone in the grass on the side of the road. Wow! Wild cell phones. Luhan went forward to pick up the phone. Is an Apple 13. During shiny phone shell. Light screensaver is a look kinda wow girl. It looks like it should be a selfie of the phone's owner. The camera boy's eyes glazed over and he moved on. Why don't we sell this phone, and then we'll have a nice dinner? You can still eat after all that dazzle just now? Luhan was very shocked at the amount of food the camera boy could eat. It's full, and there's still more to eat. 2. Camera boy swears by it. But in the end, the offer to sell cell phones was rejected by Luhan. So that you this person, right, awareness needs to be improved. When you went to school did not learn to pick up money not to hide? Of course we have to return what we find. How can we keep it for ourselves? Luhan said righteously, and whoever let the little brother listen to it was even a little bashful. Not only the camera boy but also the pop-ups on the air were greatly surprised. What's going on? Has kid brother grown a conscience today? Kid brother has changed. He wasn't like this before. He's very unethical. I'm new here. Is this little friend always so kind and positive? Doghead/expression. Don't worry. The kid brother always has a backhanded way of doing things. Let's just watch. Upstairs correctly. At this point, Luhan added after lecturing the camera boy. It doesn't really matter if I return the phone or not. I'm doing this mostly to help you. Help me? The camera boy was a bit confused. Yeah, the phone looks like it's owned by a young lady at first glance. And it's probably the one on the screen. If you can return the cell phone to the person at this time, it's not unlikely that something will happen between the two of you. And if it just so happens that the young lady is single, won't your chance come? Luhan is really anxious for the camera boy. This golden bachelor is still so stingy. How can this person problem be solved later? After hearing Luhan's words, the camera boy was moved to tears. So what do we do next? Take the phone to the police station and get help from the police uncle? The camera boy's eyes were full of reverence when he looked at Luhan at this moment. There's no need. Just wait for the owner to call now. Luhan's words had just fallen. The phone rang on the found cell phone. I guess that's the owner calling. Behave yourself. Give you a chance you have to catch it. Saying that, Luhan directly handed his cell phone to the camera boy. The camera boy took the phone and hit the connect and speaker buttons. Hello? A woman's voice immediately came from the other side of the phone. Hello, Missy, hello. The camera boy immediately returned. Hearing that it was indeed a woman's voice, he couldn't help but be pleased. Stinking thief, dare to steal my cell phone. Give me back my cell phone. But before the camera boy's beautiful fantasy could unfold, the woman's voice on the other side of the room growled furiously. Camera guy, yeah? No, you're mistaken. I just picked up this cell phone on the side of the road. It's not stolen. The camera boy also patiently explained to the other person. I thought I'd just make it clear. Which the other side acted as if they hadn't heard. Don't think I'll believe you just because you say so. I'm telling you my cell phone has a locator. If you don't give it back to me, you're screwed. The woman on the other side of the phone had a menacing tone and a bad attitude. You pussy don't understand human language or what? I told you I picked up the cell phone. After being flushed so twice, the camera boy's temper came up. The caller on the other side of the phone didn't expect the camera boy to recoil back, and there was a few seconds of silence before he rejoined the conversation. Then send me back my cell phone now. My address is Baoshan District Shiman Street. The woman spoke in what felt like a deservedly cold tone, with no manners whatsoever. It felt like a command. The camera boy was a little pissed off. This person can be really interesting. I picked up your things, do not say thank you even if, but also let me give you back. I should you ah? The camera boy is still trying to lay out the facts and reason with the woman. Cut the crap with me. I'm calling the police if I don't see my cell phone in 10 minutes anyway. Let the police arrest you then. It looked like the woman on the other side of the phone wasn't really a reasonable person. Then you call the police now. The camera boy hung up the phone straight after that. The netizens in the live broadcast room were likewise very surprised that there was such a person. Crap. Are people who lose things so hardcore these days? This little fairy is probably spoiled. Seeing him like this, the cell phone is not wanted. I'm so far away from the original. I guess she's one of those fairies who thinks so highly of herself that everyone should lick her. I'm a woman too. But let me be clear. I also find this cell phone hostess to be a real fucking pain in the ass. Isn't this just a donkey's ass? She's going to call the police? Return her der? If I were you, I'd just throw it away. I wouldn't return it to her. Luhan had originally wanted to try and arrange a marriage for the camera boy. But this had just been a call. And he'd heard it all. Why did you meet such a stupid bozo? If a normal person encounters this kind of thing, a kind person picks up his cell phone, and the person also indicates that he is willing to return it, then at least be grateful and say thank you. Not to talk about giving a red packet or buying a carton of milk or something after meeting, but at least it wouldn't be like this, right? Now this can really be a validation of the old saying, the same rice raises 100 kinds of people. At this time, the call from the other side actually came back again. Camera boy is temporarily connected. How dare you hang up on me? Ever since I was a kid, no one has ever dared to hang up on me. Stinking thief, I command you, now, immediately, bring me the cell phone. Ah, camera guy? Luhan? Netflix? Otherwise, let's give the phone to the police. Brother Luhan, my teacher told me that there is a class of people who are trash people, don't get too involved with them. Even Lori was a little too much for her now. The guy across the street was too diabolical. Live streaming pop-ups. This bitch is talking too hard. How dare you curse? The cameraman is really good-tempered. If I were you, I'd have said key. I would have keyed it. What the hell is going on here? Camera boy dislikes it. Ha! It's all because of all that feminist brainwashing. The fairies are stacked with buffs now, and no one can afford to mess with them. The netizens can't really watch this. But the camera guy didn't even bother. Didn't want to blather with her much. Was about to hang up again. It was Luhan who took the phone from him. Next, Luhan faintly smiled. Not slow to say, this young lady you don't angry well. With you say oh. Fortunately as I picked up your cell phone. Otherwise, hear this. Or what? Not only the woman on the phone, but the netizens on the air, the camera boy, and Lori all froze a bit. None of them understood what Luhan was trying to say. Next, Luhan followed up with, it's lucky that I picked up your cell phone, or else if it was someone else, I might have actually returned it to you. Ha ha ha. Slightly. Are you angry? Are you angry? Oops. So angry, but it can't be helped. The woman on the other side of the phone was about to go crazy with anger and really wanted to break into a rage. But how could Luhan give her a chance? After saying that, he directly hung up his cell phone. Evil people have their own evil people to grind. Like this kind of impolite little fairy. Of course, it should be handed over to a kid brother like Luhan who has no lower limit to clean up. The netizens were all amused to the point of laughing madly at Luhan's such an act. Put. I can't stand it. My jaw almost dislocated from laughing at me. Ha ha ha. The kid brother, this wave of talk, big gasp. Almost I thought he really grow a conscience to return the phone to the stupid wave one. It's true that the wicked have their own wickedness. And it's still the kid brother ah. This part of Luhan is so relieving that I guess the little fairy on the other side is already angry and confused. I told you so. I'm going to die laughing in the booth sooner or later. And now my stomach is pumping with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Don't even know if the live broadcast died of laughter. Does the live broadcast manage to pay for it or not? Hi everyone. I sell insurance. If you're worried about dying of laughter, you can buy an accident insurance policy from me first. Being taunted by Luhan like this, the fairy who had lost the phone was also anxious, frantically calling into her own cell phone. Luhan definitely wouldn't give her a chance to talk back. He hung up once the phone call was made. Seeing that she couldn't get through, the fairy changed tactics and began a text message bombardment, sending dozens of them in one breath. At first it was all about swearing and threatening to call the police. Luhan had originally thought that the other party's attitude would remain this bratty, but the fairy didn't last a moment before the content of the text message changed. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Can I have my cell phone back? How about this? I'll transfer you $300 and you give me back my cell phone. Okay? It's my bad. I shouldn't have cursed. the little fairy gave in. But how could Lu Han let her go so easily? TCH, you don't hit the mark even when you're given the chance. Just cursed so fierce. Lu Han made up his mind that this cell phone will not be returned to her even if it is thrown away. So that no matter what kind of message content the other person sends, he will never reply again. The fairy across the street had stormed off in a hurry. And what she had just said about calling the police was merely meant to scare people. As for what positioning, he merely heard people talk about cell phones having this function, and pressed the point of not being able to use it. The reason why Faye was in such a hurry wasn't really all because she was hurting for her cell phone. The main reason was some photos in her cell phone album. Who doesn't have a little secret in their cell phone that they can't tell? This little fairy has it too. Moreover, his cell phone had not set a password. If Lu Han and the others found those photos in the cell phone album, it would be a big problem? Handsome. If you're not satisfied with $300, you can make an offer, right? And don't ever open my cell phone, that's all my privacy in there. The fairy panicked and actually mentioned the photo album herself. Hey, don't open the album? I'll have to check it out then. Wasn't really interested, but being told that it was a no-brainer. Lu Han quickly opened his cell phone album, and what came into his eyes was a large pile of selfies of various shapes. Don't say. This little fairy's picture skill is quite good, and it's quite pretty in the photo. Keep scrolling down. Crap. When they saw the sliver of photos at the bottom of the list, Lu Han and the camera boy exclaimed in shock at the same time. Lu Han was stunned and dumbfounded. The camera boy was more direct, with his nose blood bared. What picture of brother Lu Han? Xia Lingqin Lolita still wanted to come over to look at it, but was stopped by Lu Han. Don't look at it if children can't. Lori? Because the camera guy's lens was hanging off his chest the whole time. So the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room saw those photos just the same. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room directly exploded. Is this something I can watch without paying? In my lifetime, I finally caught up with you on the air. I can't believe there's something so powerful in the album. Out. The figure is quite good. Just a little dark. Evil smile/expression. Omega. It's so powerful. It's so powerful. The netizens have gone completely crazy with. The albums even have videos in addition to photos. Without hesitation, the camera boy reached out and clicked on one. But in the very next second, the live feed was suddenly interrupted. A line appeared on the screens of online netizens at the same time. This live room is suspected of violating the rules, and is in the process of rectifying the situation for a limited time. The pop-ups are even crazier. And at this point, the staff backstage at the Strongest Kid Brother show are also completely flustered. The assistant director hurriedly found Director Wang, who was leisurely brewing tea. Director Wang, something big has happened. When are you going to be a little deep like me? Deputy Director, come and have some tea. Director Wang didn't know what was happening in the live broadcast room and calmly gave the assistant director a handful of tea. Scrape the froth, rub the tea, shake the fragrance, enter the sea, and show the tea, all in one go. Director Wang, don't drink. The live broadcasting room has been banned by the supervisor. The assistant director now where there is still in the mood to drink tea. Also regardless of what the tea ceremony said directly. Yay! Director Wang, who had just acted like a Tarzan without changing his color, was so excited that he directly bounced up from his seat at this time. Sealed. How? Just Kid Brother picks up a cell phone and the assistant director told the story from beginning to end. So what? Bring me the live footage so I can look at it. This kind of photo. After hearing this, instead of being too angry, Wang Guan acted unusually excited. Assistant director? Cough cough cough. All I'm saying is that I have to bring in pictures like this one that are so offensive that I have to critique them. Next you go and edit a video explaining the explanation. Then contact the official platform to say it was an accident. Unblock it and be done with it. Realizing the slip of the tongue he had just made, Director Wang immediately changed his words and wrenched them back. Then I'll go contact the platform now. Director Wang, remember to share a copy of the video with me later. The assistant director is also of the same ilk and sees through it without saying anything and continues to be a friend. Good point. Director Wang waved his hand. A few minutes later, the live feed came back with a flash. Nay, at this time, the camera boy and Lu Han had already finished viewing the contents of the album and returned to the desktop of the phone. Such a great video to miss. The netizens in the live room immediately wailed and complained. I'm really impressed with the supervisor. I'm not going to wear pants with a drawstring next time. Next time, I won't wear pants with a drawstring. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your fucking Italian gun? I'm gonna blow up the super pipe. My 40-meter long machete will cut down the super pipe today. Super tubes, you honestly, will you still be able to see the video after the live streaming stops? Is there no spirit of sharing on the internet? Ugh. Never mind. I'm going to study. Is there any kind person willing to share some study materials with me? Calling out to the righteous father, 10 terabytes of seed sharing for self-pickup. Righteous father, good father. I wish you all the best and a long life. The pop-ups died down for a while because of that, which means that 2 minutes later, the pop-ups start going crazy again. Geneva, fooled, don't download. 10 terabytes all TMD Zhang San Law exam lecture video. I suspect you're a trumpet from SuperTubes. I suspect you're a trumpet from the supervisor. Give me your home address and I'll send you some souvenirs. Noisy chatter in the live room. Back to Lu Han's side. Lu Han and the camera boy discovered another new continent from the cell phone. A Microsoft pop-up window appeared and the camera boy's hand slipped and clicked directly into the WeChat page. It doesn't matter if you turn this on, the content inside can be even more explosive than the video. Several notes at the top of the chat homepage instantly caught the duo's attention. Current boyfriend, first love, ex-boyfriend, man's best friend, next door to Wang, licking dog, and the best one of all is this one. Sleep with me for 3 days and buy me an Apple 13. Lu Han, camera boy, live. Lori, the notes are already a big deal. The chats between this cell phone hostess and these men at the top of the list that is even more wow. Lu Han and the camera boy were surprised to find that the woman had sent a group message to everyone. I'm pregnant. What's even more intriguing are the replies from these people that, current boyfriend, honey, I'll be responsible for you. Just in time for us to get married. Ex-boyfriend, you die. I bring TT with me every time I'm with you. First love, I don't think it's mine. Didn't you say it was safe last time? Male BFF, just tell your boyfriend it's his. Or else what? Next door brother Wang, your boyfriend shouldn't know yet, right? Will you go to your house or come to mine tonight? Licking dog, aren't you getting married? Is he not treating you well? If that's the case, I'll raise the baby if you have it. And I can take the baby's last name. I've been with you for 3 days. And I bought you an Apple 13. Are there no rules of the road anymore? I've bought you a cell phone. You still want to blackmail me, don't you? Brother kid, here's a world problem for you to solve. Whose baby is it anyway? The camera boy was flipping through the chat logs, and his entire body was confused. Not yours anyway. Lu Han also felt his scalp tingling, and for the first time, he felt that his brain capacity was not enough. Both of them felt their 3 senses shattering. No wonder this woman was so nervous about losing her cell phone. There's a bunch of complex and brain-burning information in there. Looking at it all the way down like this, the worst offender is his current boyfriend. Looking at the chat logs of the two of them, the woman who owns the cell phone is already talking to her current boyfriend about getting married. The bride price of 88 million. 2 sets of houses. 1 set also to the woman's brother. BMW 5 Series A. What other 3 gold and other miscellaneous items is also the same not less. The corner of the camera's mouth twitched when he saw this and said, "That's a fucking vampire, isn't it?" Lu Han, I don't understand. It's a bit of a mess. Lori, wow, this is much more interesting than the dog-blooded soap operas I watched before. Surely movies and television are still too conservative. And reality is the best? Lu Han, camera guy? The netizens in the live broadcast room were also shocked by these chats and their 3 views shattered. And the pop-up screen was frantically swiped. What exactly did her current boyfriend do in his past life to deserve such retribution? The green hats are stacked several stories high. I want to fend this bitch off. Brothers looking for a date must keep their eyes peeled. None of you cared about that lickspittle, did you? It's also a big wrong seed. I still think the current boyfriend is the worst. Married this bitch but spent real money. Damn house to buy 2 sets. 1 for the bitch's brother. The world is in shreds. Sympathy. Sympathy +1. Empathy +2. Eventually the current boyfriend, deservedly voted by the crowd of netizens as the biggest injustice seed. Lu Han also felt in his heart that in his lifetime, no, strictly speaking, it should be his 2 lifetimes. The most shocking thing he had seen was this. This is too much bullying. Do honest people deserve to be slaughtered? Honest people can't dig up anyone's ancestors' graves? Fuck, kid brother, we have to make a move. The camera boy was somehow subbed in and pissed off. Lu Han actually hadn't had much of a good feeling about this cell phone hostess. Plus after knowing something so bottomless, he had a great idea to learn from Lei Foam to help people. Darkness covers all things. And I will be the last ray of light in the darkness. Lu Han pounded his chest mid-sentence, then pointed his finger back at the camera boy. The camera boy stood at attention and answered in a very middle of the roadway as well. Me, shatter the darkness with thunder. Immediately afterward the duo began a tawdry maneuver. Open the fairy's WeChat. First choose the current boyfriend. Sent to a message, let's break up. It only took a few seconds for the other person to reply. Honey, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Lu Han and the camera boy, 2 people also do not talk much. Directly all the chat records, all screenshots, and then a piece of not fall all sent over. Inside the broadcast booth, the netizens, who were already on the same page, had an instant orgasm. This job is done. Yes, Kudos to kid brother and camera boy. Kudos, kudos. This wave is a great virtue. Saving the youth of a great young man. Good man. Now sit back and watch the fairy die. The screenshots were all sent, and there was no timely reply to the message from the current boyfriend's side. Anyone else wouldn't have been able to accept it for a moment, would they? It would have been too much to bear if it had happened to them. Immediately following, Luhan didn't let the little fairy off the hook. He again in his WeChat circle of friends, family group, work group, classmates group, all everything that can be thought of group. The chat screenshot all sent again. Then it's teasing sound, chopsticks hand, scarf, Zaya Hongshu, posting, see who, where there is a social software on the phone, all sent, but also with a small fairy selfie, selected front wearing clothes of the kind O. Otherwise it cannot be sent out. The live feeds are going through the roof. It's really cool to watch. It's a relief. This pussy's all over the internet society died guess. I guess I'll have to live on a different planet. Holy shit, this wave of full network exposure. But this little fairy is so thick-skinned. I guess Jade syndrome is going to come to an end. Fairy killed will not think of losing a cell phone only. Direct collapse of the persona. The whole network community death. I can't wait to see Faye's reaction when she realizes she's been exposed now. Compared to this bitch, Pan Jinlian is a saint. By the time this was done, the camera guy originally wanted to just throw his cell phone away and forget about it. But it was stopped by Luhan. Don't you want to see the look on this woman's face when she finds out about this? Luhan smiled and said to the camera boy, Sung, listen to you. The camera boy immediately understood what Luhan meant. So the two men gave up the idea of throwing their cell phones away and instead sent a message back to the woman. Tell her to leave her cell phone on the bench on the north side of the plaza. Then the three hid a short distance away and waited for the woman to arrive. It was only about 10 minutes later. A heavily made-up woman with revealing upper body clothing appeared at the bench. She purposefully searched around the bench for half a day and finally found her cell phone underneath it. I couldn't hear what she was saying from a distance, but it felt as if she was glad the phone was found. Within seconds of getting the phone in my hand, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, there are constant messages popping up. What's going on here? Suspicious. Faye opened WeChat to take a look. He's straight up stupid with 99 plus unread messages on WeChat. Current boyfriend, I'm going to hell. Stinky X sub, at and hashtag $$ smiley face is not equal to hashtag at. Dad, I don't have you as a daughter from now on. I'll consider you dead. Mom, your father was so angry that he was hospitalized with a heart attack. And all the neighbors and relatives know about it. We're ashamed to see anyone. Don't ever come back to this house again. Company manager, come to the office within the day and pack up your stuff and get out. Ray, enemy honey, playing high enough sister. This wave on the big score. Go check your necklace. You're on the hot spot. Neighbor Wong, you're fucking sick. What's the point of sending this out? My wife knows now. Licking dog, goddess. I'm going to go scold them for you. They're all bad reviews. Don't read them. Shangshang Ruwashue, acquaintance. Faye's entire body froze. She was just exposed. He quickly boarded his social software and frantically deleted those message dynamics sent by his own number. But where is the time now? Oh, who the hell did this? It's so bad. The little fairy sat on the bench and bawled. At this point, northwest corner of the square, in the grass of a flower bed, there were two old sixes with a little Lolita who were looking at the scene and braying and laughing. The camera lens was pointed right at the little fairy, capturing the whole scene. The live streaming netizens are also having a great time watching. Sharp this is more exciting than the movies and TV dramas. Has this little fairy not eaten? Cry louder for me. Rectify the bad social atmosphere. Kid cow is great. That could be a sanction for this bitch. The netizens are all watching the fun. That little fairy cried for what could have been about an hour or so before she left resentfully. Luhan and the camera boy also watched the whole thing for more than an hour, and only came out of the bushes when they saw the little fairy walking away. This bitch is also a strange one. She can actually cry for over an hour. Luhan rubbed his chin and said, exactly. It's so boring to just sit here and cry. Camera boy adds, I think the most boring thing is you two. People cry for over an hour and you guys actually get to watch for over an hour. The flower beds are still full of mosquitoes and I'm getting bitten to death. Lori rolled her eyes at the two of them. She now kind of regretted coming out with these two goods. This day down experience was too bizarre and twisted. It's too late. Let's go home then. Luhan glanced at his cell phone. It was already 10 p.m. Another day full of positive energy. The camera boy was quite accomplished about punishing the scheming green tea lady today. Nothing to say on the way. The three of them returned to Luhan's neighborhood. Just arrived at his home unit downstairs. Luhan saw his dad Lu Sanchi's car parked in the parking space in front of the unit building. It seems that people are still in the car. Why don't you two go up first? I want to remember something. Luhan signaled the camera boy and Lori to go upstairs first. and tiptoed over to Lu Sanchi's car himself. That's a provincial key project. We are not qualified enough. I don't think we can get it. Hey, forget it. Lu Sancher is on the phone. It seems to be a work matter. Old Den, is there someone else out there? Why don't you go home now that you're downstairs and call my little mom from the car? Seeing Lu Sanchi's phone hang up, Luhan directly climbed into Lu Sanchi's passenger seat. Son is back. Bullshit, I'm a good man. I would never do anything to wrong your mom. As soon as he saw that it was Luhan, Lu Sancher immediately changed into a relaxed smile. Tell me, what's wrong? Luhan went straight to the point. That, you know Suzhou Meiyu Airport? After a moment's thought, Lu Sancher decided that it would be better to talk to Luhan. He knew Luhan's character. Since he was asked, what was the use of hiding it? He always had a way to know. Suzhou Meiyu Airport is not a terrier. Suzhou Meiyu Airport is a terrain for netizens to tease Suzhou about not having an airport, which Luhan knows something about. It's not a terrier anymore. It's going to be real. The top has already confirmed it. The project mentioned on the phone just now is the construction of an airport highway from our magic city to Suzhou Shirhu Meiyu International Airport. Lu Sancher reached for his cigarette out of habit, but when he saw Luhan beside him, he dropped it again. That's a good thing. Then, seeing this, Luhan directly picked up his cigarettes and lit one for Lu Sancher. What qualifications does my company have to participate? This is a key provincial project that no one else can take on. Lu Sancher hesitated for a moment, but still took the cigarette from Luhan, and the conversation opened. Luhan, what's the resistance? People have to look at money, background, strength and also connections. I'm sure it's for nothing. And the site is in Shirhu village in Gusu, which involves resettlement, which is even worse. So you want to take the job? Why wouldn't I want to? Whoever can take this job next will be the first brother of the industry in Mordor and even the Yangtze River Delta. The more Lu Sancher spoke, the more excited he became, and it was clear that he really wanted to take on this project. Otherwise, I'll run the operation for you? Luhan's mind moved and he thought that he could help his dad. Count on it, son. You can't use those contacts of yours for this. Lu Sancher thought that Luhan was going to go and ask for those connections he had in Mordor and hurriedly stopped it. In Lu Sanchi's opinion, his son is now a public figure. You can't just use those leaders' connections because of your own little thing. As he was talking, Lu Sancher received another message on his cell phone. Alas, tomorrow the Finance Bureau's Lin Bureau to organize entrepreneurs to go to your Magic City Real Primary School to do what the June 1st activities. We do business as the grandson, but also have to accompany to go. The cell phone shows the very same WeChat group of companies under the Financial Services Bureau. This Lin Bureau is? How come I don't recognize it? Luhan felt like he had caught the point of something. The one who manages the corporate funds is a newly transferred leader recently, so it's normal that you don't recognize him. Pretty hard on this guy. Lu Sancher didn't look up and replied casually. That's a done deal. I'll take care of this. Luhan immediately had an idea. What are you doing? Lu Sancher froze, not knowing what his rebellious son was trying to pull again. Get ready to turn around and take the job on the highway from Mordor to Suzhou Meiyu Airport. Luhan answered with a certainty that he was already 10 out of 10. After hearing Luhan's words, Lu Sancher was filled with incredulity. He didn't know what this son of his was going to do, but since Luhan said it, it must be a sure thing. It's not right. Lao dang, where's the money you guys got for selling me to the Kid Brother program and the Chinese Poetry Conference before? Luhan suddenly thought of all this. Logically Lu Sancher shouldn't be poor in money. That what? Project investment? Well, the return is not so fast. Lu Sancher stumbled over his answer. Pull back. You don't do business, maybe our family money can still be spent. When this business is done, you and mom can just retire and enjoy life. Luhan said and got out of the car. He could guess that his dad Lu Sancher must have trapped the money in the project. Wait a minute, son, don't tell your mom when you get home. He'd probably be able to kill me if he knew I'd gone all in on the project again. Behind him, Lu Sancher shouted at Luhan. Good, go home. Luhan didn't even turn around. He thought in his heart that his mom and dad are not suitable for business. It would be better to let them be economically free, and then go to enjoy life. I don't care about money myself. Before I got money purely for entertainment purposes. Now it's time to help my parents organize something. Nightfall. Luhan nestled in his room alone, looking at the pile of documents related to the company's project that he had gotten from Lu Sancher. Lu Sancher said, right. Want to take over the Suzhou Meiyu Airport high-speed. Capital. Background. Strength and relationship with 4 things cannot be less. For background, maybe think of something from the Mordor Chamber of Commerce. The Finance Bureau manages corporate funds, and if you want a bank to approve a loan you have to get the Finance Bureau's nod. Then this FCA's LAM is a great entry point. Then go to school tomorrow, just in time to meet this Forest Bureau. Luhan made up his mind in his mind. Day 2. Luhan came to the school with Lori and the camera boy. The school gates. The previous security guard saw Luhan come over with 2 people in a flurry of wind and directly drilled into the janitorial room. He was afraid of the kid brother. Big brother busy now? Luhan saw the big brother of the security guard from afar, and walked to the guard room and directly grilled the window toward the inside to greet. It's kid brother. Why are you free to come to school today? Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, the gatekeeper's older brother smiled sarcastically and picked up the conversation. Is it okay if I bring a friend along today? Luhan pointed at Xia Lingqin's little loli beside him. No one else can do it, but the people you brought with you, kid brother, are sure to be fine. The security guard smiled and walked out of the door guard room. After what happened last time, he was really afraid of Luhan. Kidding aside, the student that the principal and the director of instruction both called old brother, that was really not something one could afford to offend. Kid brother, inside please. The security guard made a gesture of invitation. Luhan smiled and nodded as he walked towards the school while talking to the big brother security guard. Big brother security is dedicated to his job. I'll have principal Bai promote you to head of security later. Thank you kid brother. Security guards stand at attention and salute. After walking for a while, the camera boy asked suspiciously, kid brother, isn't he the only one in this school security? Does it make sense to be promoted to head of security? This you do not understand. Let's say, if Wang director to you changed to the strongest kid brother column camera chief, you listen to happy? Bracket, a penny of salary does not increase Luhan and the camera boy explained. It doesn't add up to a penny, but why does it sound so good? The cameraman thought about the title of chief camera operator, which was quite exciting. It's really the equivalent of putting a fancy collar on a donkey. Camera boy shocked. Straight to Netflix. What the fuck? Who are you insinuating here? I've just been getting promotions and no raises lately. And it turns out I'm the donkey who changed the flower collar. Woohoo! It's real on Earth. I'm a good guy. I'm directly a good guy. Listening to the words of the kid brother, the Earth is awake. Inside the school. Sure enough, there really is a June 1st event today. The atmosphere of the event was everywhere in the school. It was beautifully decorated with colorful balloons, ribbons and banners hanging from every corner. There was also a makeshift stage set up in the playground. Lu, you came to school. Just as Luhan was skulking around, the pair of cowhorse duo in the class, Nyogu and Malan, saw Luhan and ran over yelling from a long distance. Wow, pretty girl eh? Just as he walked closer, Nyogu was attracted to the little loli. Be honest, this could be the sister-in-law too. Marin poked the cowgirl and whispered a reminder. Nyogu looked at the kid brother after hearing this and immediately collected himself. Is there an event here at school today? Luhan saw the duo and happened to ask about the situation. Aha! It says that some kind of financial bureau came to our school to give us a warm welcome. It's still just a matter of the leader taking a picture. Nyogu and Malan replied one after the other. Any idea which head of the FSA it is? Luhan then asked. Looking at the bulletin board it looks like the director of the finance bureau named Lin Zhengdong. This cowhorse combo of brothers knows everything about school except that they don't care about their studies. Then, you two do me a favor later. Luhan revealed a smile. If you ask me, brother Lu, I'm sure we'll do it for you. Nyogu patted his chest. Being able to do things for his big brother. These two brothers can be very positive. In a minute you two will do this. And then that. The cowhorse combo immediately understood what was going on and ran towards the classroom. Brother Luhan, are you a student? How come it feels like everyone gives you face at school? Lori had been wondering this since she entered the school. Kid brother at school that's called a format. Before Luhan had a chance to speak, the camera boy interjected urgently. Just then, he saw that on the other side of the playground, Principal Bai accompanied a middle-aged man all the way towards the side of the stage where Luhan was. There was also a group of people clustered behind him, and the director of instruction was among them. Gee, I'm really very grateful to the city leaders for their attention and concern for our school, Principal Bai said to the middle-aged man next to him as he walked. I'm here today mainly to organize some local businesses to give warmth to the children. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back and watched as he walked along. Just then, from the direction of the school building came out to help the students with flowers in their hands, chanting in unison. Welcome, 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 a warm welcome. The voice was loud and emotional, and it immediately captured the attention of the leadership line. Thank you for the enthusiasm of the students. Principal Bai took the trouble. Middle-aged men are still very receptive to this routine. It was all spontaneous from the students. Principal Bai was also confused. The program list he arranged only had stage performances, but not this one. At that moment, the gang of students with flowers in their hands came forward, led by none other than Nyogu and Malan. Lin Bureaus, can we take a picture with you? Said the lead Kaosong Marinami after laying flowers. Ah, can. Classmates together. This middle-aged man was exactly the Lin bureau that Lu Han was looking for, and he was happy to greet his classmates as they went up for a group photo. At this point, Lu Han, who had been on the side, walked straight up and stood beside Lin bureaus. The other students also tacitly left the center position to Lu Han. Obviously, all of this was arranged by Lu Han, who had just asked Nyogo Malan to arrange it. It was only then that Principal Bai saw Lu Han, and he instantly realized that this set of welcome ceremonies must have all been arranged by Lu Han. Dude, when did you come to school? Okay, you're still thoughtful. Principal Bai stood next to Lu Han and gave a thumbs up to secretly talk to Lu Han. But Principal Bai only knew what he knew, not what he didn't know. It wasn't true that Lu Han had arranged the welcome ceremony, but the purpose was more than what he thought. Keep a low profile, Principal White, let's talk later. Lu Han also responded to Principal Bai with a sideways glance. Then he saw Lu Han suddenly turn his head and blink his big eyes at Lin bureaus and said, Uncle Leader, I'm too small. Can you hold me for a picture? That clear eyes, childish voice, and harmless little expression made Director Lin feel that the more he looked at the child, the more adorable he felt. Okay, I'll hold you and shoot you. Little student, ha, said Lin bureau without any sense of defense. A hand picked up Lu Han, and that's when Nyogo and Malan ran to the front of the formation and Zile clicked a shot. The camera was all over Lu Han and Lin bureaus. When it's over, Nyogo gave an okay gesture, and Lu Han understood. After the photo shoot, Nyogo and Malan found Lu Han and gave him the photos they had just taken to look over. Well, these are the ones you send directly to me. Only he and Lin bureaus couldn't see anyone else in those photos Lu Han had chosen. Anyone who doesn't know the situation will see the photo and think it's a picture of the elders holding the family child in their arms as they play. The netizens in the live broadcast room were a bit confused as they watched Lu Han's set of maneuvers. I'm pretty sure the kid brother is up to something, but I can't figure it out in this head of mine. I also suspect he's going to do something. Is there a king of understanding on the air? Come out and read for comprehension. Feeling that this wave is going to be a whole big job. Watch carefully how kid brother operates. Can the camera guy see the pop-ups? Do you know what he's up to? The camera boy, who happened to be following the live stream pop-ups at this point, ghostly drawled back. I don't know. I'm also looking for Strange. It's been a long time since I've been to school, and today I'm suddenly dragged to school, but I also think there will be work today. After the photo shoot, Lu Han then hoofed it and pulled the camera boy and Lori out of the school. Master, go to the Wachovia Bank. Caught a cab on the side of the road. Kid brother, you just got to school and you're already skipping? In the cab, the camera boy asked Lu Han in disbelief. Something's come up. Come back another time. Lu Han took out his cell phone at this time and set the photo of him and Lin bureaus that Nyogo had just sent as a screensaver. What kind of show are you singing today? Where's the audience basher in the live broadcast asking? The camera boy relayed the questions from the live stream viewers to Lu Han, who himself was curious as to what Lu Han was up to. It's earning a pension for my old den. Lu Han put away his cell phone and came in lightly. Camera guy, huh? Live streamer? Never mind. It won't hurt to tell you. So, Lu Han carefully talked about the project that he had talked to Lu Sancher about last night downstairs. After hearing this, the netizens on the air were not calm. The kid brother is a bit of a joke. Can he handle what his dad can't? Even if kid brother is a bully. I don't believe he can handle this. That's a key provincial project. If you're so powerful, who else can sell you face? I admit that kid brother is usually brainy, but this small thing, I don't believe he can handle it as an 8-year-old kid. I don't know what I was expecting. It's obvious that it won't work, but I feel like there's a chance that the kid brother will be able to make it work again. Most of the netizens are not convinced that Lu Han can help his dad Lu Sancher in this matter whatsoever. The camera boy relayed the words of the pop-up to Lu Han as well, but he was not the least bit impressed. Then he took the camera boy's chest camera and yanked it to face him. Brothers, today I'll teach you a set of fox falsehood, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. It's best to take out a pen and paper now to memorize and learn well. Oh, as we were talking the cab arrived at the Wachovia Bank. Lu Han took the two men directly up to the loan manager's office on the 6th floor of the Huaxia Bank, responsible for Lu Sansi Enterprise loan manager surnamed Wang. The office is on the 6th floor. Listening to Lu Sansi said quite bad talk. Knock, knock. Lu Han came to manager Wang's door. Enter. About half a minute later, a voice came from the office. Hello manager Wang. Lu Han pushed open the door and a woman walked out of the office while organizing her underwear sling and rolled Lu Han's eyes when she came out. Aren't you the kid brother from the internet? Inside the office manager Wang was sitting in front of his desk, and he actually knew Lu Han. I didn't expect manager Wang to recognize me. I'm here today to help my dad with something? Lu Han also ignored the woman and walked directly into the office and sat down opposite manager Wang. Your dad? Who's your dad? Manager Wang looked Lu Han up and down. He didn't realize that Lu Han was Lu Sanchi's son. Oh, my dad is Lu Sancher, and I've been trying to find you for a project loan before. Lu Han smiled and explained to Manager Wang, putting his own cell phone on his desk in passing. Lu Sancher, then you go back. This can't be approved. As soon as he heard Lu Sanchi's name, Manager Wang directly issued an expulsion order. Obviously this project loan wasn't that easy to do. Please forgive me, or I can't explain to my father. Lu Han was not anxious or annoyed after hearing Manager Wang's words, and continued to speak to himself. I can't really accommodate you, so go away. Your father's company isn't qualified enough to handle a loan of that size. After listening to Manager Wang's words, Lu Han finally understood what Lu Sancher had said about how this person was bad to talk to. TSK. Then it's a deal. I'll leave first. I won't bother Manager Wang. Lu Han directly stood up at this time, which intended to leave. The live bloggers are starting to troll. Is this it? I told you a kid couldn't handle it. Hey, no matter how good a kid is, he's still a kid. He doesn't know anything about grown-ups in the mall. Embarrassed by a nosebleed? Kid brother can't make it. La la. In the end, I'm still too self-righteous, and I've always done everything smoothly, so it's good to have some setbacks. Today is the day to teach kid brother how to be a man? Just as Lu Han was about to go out, Manager Wang suddenly called out to him again. Ugh, wait a minute little friend, you don't have your cell phone here. It turned out to be Lu Han, who had just dropped his cell phone on the table. Oops, forgot. You pass me. Lu Han turned his head and reached out, but didn't mean to walk back. Manager Wang skimmed his lips and thought, what the hell is this kid doing here? He picked up his cell phone and handed it to Lu Han, just as he accidentally pressed the phone's bright screen button, and the cell phone screensaver was a picture of the Financial Services Bureau's Bureau Lin holding Lu Han. Manager Wang saw it and froze with it. In the photo, Lin Burea hugged Lu Han, and that expression was as affectionate as it could be. Wait a minute, is that Bureau Lin on your cell phone? At this moment, Manager Wang's expression changed. The mind was frantically thinking about what kind of relationship this Lin Bureau had with Lu Han. This Finance Bureau's Lin Bureau is a big leader of the higher jurisdictional unit. If it really was some kind of kinship himself, he was afraid that if he refused the loan, he would not offend the Lin Bureau. And at this moment, Lu Han got his cell phone and was about to walk towards the door when he heard Manager Wang's words. The corner of his mouth twisted. It's done. Ha, you mean Uncle Lin? Lu Han slowly turned his head and said to Manager Wang with a smiling face, this is the Forest Service Eastwood? His mind was spinning so fast that Manager Wang's mouth hit the scoop a bit. Oh, this Uncle Lin is my dad's brother-in-law. He usually likes to take out. This picture was taken before when Uncle came to visit me at school. Lu Han scrutinized the photo on his cell phone, his face full of smiles as if he was reminiscing. Professional level performances used to great effect. Put, bro, brother, your father, Boss Lu, and Lin Bureaus still have this relationship. Why haven't I heard anything about it before? At this time, the manager of the King's Eyes stared at the boss. He is now very terrified. How he did not know this matter earlier. Hey, to avoid suspicion, Lu Han replied lightly. Oh, understanding. Manager Wang was nervous at this time. His brain was sweating, and he was in the habit of picking at his palms. Oh, this matter must also trouble Manager Wang. Must keep it a secret. Oh, Lu Han didn't forget to add on. He just looked at Manager Wang's expression and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Oh, that's a sure thing, Manager Wang replied with trepidation. Alas, that young master of the Lu family you ate. Lu Han hadn't even taken a step yet when Manager Wang hurriedly got up and called out to him. What? Manager Wang still has something to do? Young Master Lu family, this is the approval slip. I will sign and stamp it for you now. You get it downstairs and withdraw the money directly. Manager Wang moved quickly and signed the approval sheet directly, then took out the seal from the drawer and stamped it and handed it to Lu Han. This wasn't just said not to approve it. Lu Han got a bargain and acted with a face of surprise and amazement as he took the approval slip. Young master of the Lu family, your company's strength still counts in Magic City. This payment is actually something I've wanted to approve for a long time. It's not always going through the process. Yes, go through the process, Manager Wang said and clapped his hands, looking helpless himself. Ugh, then I'm really thankful to Uncle Wang. Lu Han was still spot on with the scene. Ha ha ha, not bad for a kid on a reality show. Really good at talking. Go downstairs and help your dad bring this loan back. Right. Turn around and ask Boss Lu to make sure to help put in a good word in front of Lin Bin. Speaking here, Manager Wang rubbed his hands together again and said with a sarcastic smile, all friends, good talk. That's one hell of an operation. The netizens in the live room were numb. I'm knocking. This, you got it? I said I had to make a special trip to the school. The photo with the leader is so useful. Chinese human relations. This set of kid brother is kind of playing understand. Convinced? Really convinced this time. Please accept my knee. Kid brother. I'm so sorry. Guys, is this what the kid brother calls a fox pretending to be a tiger? Pretending to be a pig eating a tiger? Every time I think it is impossible. Every time I was hit in the face. In the future, the children brother again do what? Where I say the word no I karma this. Upstairs. You said the same thing last time. Leaving Wachovia Bank. Luhan rushed back to Lu Sanchi's company with the approved project loan check. Old Den. The project loan is done for you. When he arrived at the office, Luhan threw the check directly onto the table in front of Lu Sancher. That's it? Lu Sancher looked at the long string of zeros on that check, was dumbfounded. How is this more money than I applied for myself before? Son, didn't I tell you not to use those contacts you have in Magic City? It's all favors to be returned. Lu Sancher immediately thought that his son must have used his connections in the Magic City system. Don't worry, promise you won't use those connections and you won't. Old Den, get up and get me a glass of water. Luhan headed directly next to his dad Lu Sanchi's seat. Good son. Sit down. I'll get you some tea now. Lu Sancher immediately got up. He can get such a son. He wondered if the old Lu family ancestral tomb is under the big chimney of which chemical plant. Every day, the smoke comes out straight. After Lu Sancher got up, Luhan went straight to the boss chair and sat down in the old god. Come son, drink water? Lu Sanchi's face was on the verge of a smile. Luhan picked up the white water in front of him and took a sip, then gave it down again. TCH. You so big boss, we lose so big business. Our company has no long jing. Tidwanyan. Viluakan no? Lu can yamba up yet. Son, don't make me slap you when I'm at my happiest. Lu Sancher glanced at the camera boy's lens and then at Luhan. In the end, it is still a real father. If it is really by Luhan to put this wave of force to pretend their own in front of the people of the country can have no face at all. Hey, old man, and you fooling around with it. So don't eat to tease it. Come on, dad, you sit. Luhan is also take dad Lu Sansi Sika happy. Cannot really in the face of millions of viewers refute their own dad face it. Tell me son, what the hell did you use? I've been running back and forth for almost a year now and it's not even approved. The son gave the step down. Lu Sancher did not drag his feet, and the relationship between father and son was subtle. I have a plan for the mountain man. I can't tell you. Luhan shook his head. It was better for his father not to know. I told you my son has the stature of a great emperor. Lu Sancher directly shouted with a thumbs up to the live camera. You can shut up now. Am I still your own son? Luhan rushed to cover Lu Sanchi's mouth. This is not a good thing to say. Not this funding, we're flush now. I don't have anything else. Lu Sancher scratched his head again at this time. Don't worry. It's just getting started. By the way, Dad, what's the name of that chamber of commerce you've been mumbling about wanting to join before? Luhan asked again at this time. The Magic City Entrepreneurs Association. Keeps giving me the word that it's in the queue. And this year it's all about electing the vice president. And I haven't been given any news about joining the association yet. Lu Sancher said. In fact, Lu Sanchi's business was just average in Magic City. And his business was slow to pay back. That's why it's never been able to get into the eyes of the Magic City Entrepreneurs Association. Okay, leave it to me. I'll make a trip this afternoon. And you just wait for my good news. After Luhan finished speaking, he left the office with a wave of his hand bringing along the camera boy and the little loli. The address of the Magic City Entrepreneurs Association is located in the Asiana Convention and Exhibition Building by the Magic City Bund. Luhan went straight up to the 18th floor of the building according to the address provided by Lu Sancher. An entire floor of the 18th floor is devoted to the Magic City Entrepreneurs Association. Hello beautiful sister. I'm here to see President Kim of the association. Coming to the front desk, Luhan topped a clear smile and said to the front desk, Kid, do you have an appointment? You can't get in without an appointment. The female receptionist looked at Luhan's cuteness and answered Luhan in a fine voice. Then trouble sister to help go in and say, just say that the Magic City Lu family has arranged for someone to run for vice president of the association. As soon as Luhan said this, the female receptionist's expression lurched. The Lu family in Mordor? Holy shit, what a big mouth. Which Lu family? Is this the plot of the Dragon King? Not only the female receptionist, but the little lowly and camera boy behind Luhan also looked aghast. This Luhan nonsense up really not red in the face and not jumping. Hold on then. I'll go in and report back. There was no way for the female receptionist to determine if Luhan's words were true, but there was also no way to determine that it was false. Might as well just go in and report back myself and leave it to the bosses to decide. It didn't take long to get in and the female receptionist came out. Chairman Kim has invited you in. Please follow me. The woman at the front desk greeted me with a smile on her face and even changed her address to you. Looks like the people inside were bluffed too. Lead the way. Luhan said and tugged on his collar, following the female receptionist and heading inside. Kid brother, that's okay? Behind him, the camera boy incredulously whispered to Luhan. The whole point of the existence of such associations is to meet more people and expand the circle. As long as I said that, they're definitely interested. If I were to say the truth, they would gladly accept it as long as it was profitable. If I'm going to say it's false, they're entitled to a laugh. Of course, Luhan explained with the camera boy, but looking at his expression it was clear that he didn't understand. Aha, I understand. A real businessman does things only to see if they are profitable or not, and never talks about good or evil. Brother Luhan's words just now made them feel that it's profitable, surely they are willing to try it out. There's nothing to lose anyway. That's when Lori took over. Yeah, the little girl has a lot to teach you. Luhan was rather surprised by this understanding of the little lowly. It's not what I understand. These are words spoken by the elders of the family. I'm just grinding my ears to hear them. Xia Lingqin was also happy to be praised by Luhan. Never asked you, what does your family do? For the family to have this kind of ideological insight, it was evident that Xia Xialila's family was definitely not an ordinary family either. Well, not really. The family does some business, but I'm not really sure what exactly. The three were chatting when they were ushered into a large parlor by the front woman. At this point, several people were already sitting in the parlor. Sitting on a couch right in the middle was an old man who looked to be about 60 or 70 years old with gray temples. On either side of him were two other middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s. You're the one who's applying for the job of vice president of our Magic City Entrepreneurs Association? Little doll, you say you're from the Lu family in Magic City? Which Lu family? The old man at the head looked at Luhan, who walked in, and asked. You must be Chairman Kim, right? Long time no see. It's not me running for vice president. It's my dad. As Luhan spoke, he found a seat for himself. Your dad? Who's your dad? President Kim was puzzled. Lu Sancher of the Magic City One Beast Construction Group. Put. Just as Luhan finished speaking, two stifled laughs came from the two middle-aged men on President Lin's side. This President Kim touched his nose, obviously wanting to laugh as well, but did not laugh out due to his elder status. Looking again at this moment, Luhan was not the least bit surprised, and even picked up the refreshments on the table and ate them. I thought it was some kind of Lu family. Lu Sanchis like that is now called the Lu family? Ha 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 ha. For his kind of unprofitable business is not even enough to enter the threshold of our association, but also let a child come. Shame on the individual. The two middle-aged men beside the old man were full of contempt and directly opened their mouths to mock. Little friend. Your father's One Beast Group, I know. Pull back. You go back and wait for news. President Jean didn't say anything too harsh, but the look of contempt wasn't hidden at all. Humphan letting a half-grown boy come, who has no shame to come himself. The middle-aged man sitting on the left made another sarcastic comment. You just said that there is a threshold for entering the association? What kind of threshold, tell me? Luhan turned his head to look at the middle-aged man who spoke last. Not to mention other things. First of all, into our Magic City Entrepreneurs Association need to check the capital. Just your land family 10,000 beasts construction, that little cash flow is not enough to get started. The middle-aged man said as he picked his index finger and pointed at Luhan in a very humiliating manner. Slap. Luhan pulled out a document from within the folder and directly dumped it on the desktop. That's the approval for the project loan that we just got from manager Wang of Huaxia Bank. That President Jean and the two middle-aged men all changed their faces. The two middle-aged men were about to lash out, but President Kim raised his hand to stop them, because President Kim saw that the document was a loan approval. It is? President Jean was afraid that he had misread the document, quickly picked up the document and scrutinized it, and the cover was clearly written with a notice of approval of loan approval for engineering projects. This Suzhou Meiyu Airport is not to our Magic City through a highway. We One Beast prepared some funds. Luhan leaned toward the back of the sofa chair and spoke lightly. The airport highway? That provincial key project? Lu Sancher gave it next? President Kim flipped the document over. And that's when he saw that there were 7 or 8 zeros in the amount of loan approvals inside. What else? That's what the loan was authorized for. Luhan said. And with another hand, he took the document back from Chairman Jin's hands and reloaded it back into the folder. Pull back. Our Magic City Business Association temple is too high. Our Lu family 10,000 beasts can't really enter your eyes. It just so happens that the Kyoto Business Association is being approached over there. So let's try over there. Luhan said as he got up and pulled on Lori and was about to head towards the door. Little Nui, help me tell uncle that our family is willing to accept the invitation from the Kyoto Business Association. Luhan talked to Lori as he walked. Okay, I can talk to dad about it. Lori's words were also cleverly picked up. Wait a minute, little Duke of the Lu family, don't go it doesn't say no. That President Jean, who was originally sitting at the head of the table, stood up at this time and jogged to stop in front of Lu Han. It was Uncle who was rude just now. Tell me properly how your family got this project? And this little Chen Jin. I wonder which big shot in the capital your father is. President Kim was originally full of wrinkles, and now the folds accompanying his smile could pinch a mosquito. President Kim, I'm talking to you. You can't tell anyone. My father's ancestry is Suzhou Stone Lake Village has been in the Stone Lake Village committee hanging job. The airport high-speed project started in the Stone Lake Village. There's also the fact that Bureau Lin, who is in charge of corporate funding and project approvals, has a great relationship with our family, and I call Bureau Lin my uncle. It just so happens that my dad is the one doing the project, and it just happened to catch up, and no one is better suited to take on this airport highway project than my dad isn't, Lu Han said in a flat and calm tone, while President Jin's heart was already in the wind and waves. Gee, Boss Lu is really great. Now he's taking on projects and contributing to grassroots services. In addition, I don't know what to call this friend of yours. Young master of the Lu family? Which family's daughter in the capital? After President Jin complimented Lu Han, he looked at Xia Lingqin again. My last name is Xia, and my family is in business, too, and my other dad won't let me talk about it. Xia Lingqin replied with big blinking eyes. Lu Han couldn't help but give Lori a thumbs up. This answer, top-notch white space. After listening to the little lowly's words, Chairman Jin's mind worked frantically. The high families in the capital all had some special backgrounds, so they were unwilling to let outsiders know. Hearing Xia Lingqin's words, Chairman Jin's heart became a little more convinced. Little son of the Lu family, the position of Vice President of the Magic City Enterprise Association is none other than your father. President Jin took Lu Han's hand and had already made a decision in his heart that he must maintain a good relationship with Lu Sanshur. Joking. Can take this project later in the Magic City that is the leading business, and now also seems to be hitched to the capital of a big family, which cannot help but not let people think more. Then thank you Uncle Kim. I'll have my dad come to you later to report the arrival. Fox and False Entrepreneurs Association background became. Boss Lu has a lot of time on his hands. How can I let Boss Lu personally run a trip? That Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhang, turn around and you two run a trip. Send the letter of appointment to Boss Lu's residence. Chairman Kim hurriedly greeted the two middle-aged men beside him. Okay, President Kim. We will deliver. The two middle-aged men's attitudes also made a 180-degree turn. And these two are? Lu Han looked at the two and asked President Jin. Oh, these are the two executives of our business association, Zhang Yu and Zhao Biao. President Jin hurriedly introduced the two to Lu Han. I still like the way you two started out when you were bratty. You two try to recover. After Lu Han finished speaking, he left straight away, leaving President Jin and his trio alone to mess up in the same place. The netizens in the live stream were also dumbfounded that, sooner or later died laughing in the live broadcast, or like untamed look, but also let people recover a little. This operation is just great. I'm really taking notes with a pen and a notebook. It's more serious than when I was in school. I've learned. That's a good one. All that I wanted was given to the kid brother, and the pussy was done with him. What are you blabbing about? We haven't won the project yet. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The funds and background are there, but this strengthened relationship is to be seen in the real world. It's not over yet. It feels like Kid Brother's big move is yet to come. Keep watching. At this time, Lu Han and his party exited the Asia building and came to the Bund. You've really done a great job with this operation. Kid Brother, where are we going next? The camera boy had followed the entire operation and watched Lu Han's operation, and now he had a few more points of admiration for Lu Han. We have to make a trip to Shirhu village in Suzhou. Lu Han had long ago thought of his next plan. That far? Take a cab? The camera boy also didn't expect Lu Han to go to a place as far away as Suzhou. Ask our old den for the car. After all, you're doing him a favor, said Lu Han. Took out his cell phone and called Lu Sanshur. Hey dad, help me arrange $1 million limo. Don't ask. To ask is to help you get it for the project. Arrange for a driver to pick me up on this side of the Bund. Lu Han briefly and concisely explained his needs to Lu Sanshur, and Lu Sanchi's side didn't have any nonsense, and directly went to make arrangements. Half an hour later, a Lexus LM pulled up to the road by the Bund. It's Mr. Xiao Lu, isn't it? Mr. Lu asked me to pick you up. The driver got out and opened the door. Holy shit, Kid Brother didn't see that your family is rich. This luxury car. The camera guy couldn't help but look at the $1 million Lexus LM and gasp. Where in my house is this car? I guess it's the old den rental. Lu Han got on the car, thinking that Lu Sanshur was quite generous this time, which also shows that he really trusts Lu Han. After getting on the car, Lu Han and the driver said where to go. The vehicle went straight to Suzhou Shirhu village. Nui, your divine assistance just now was really great. In the car, Lu Han praised Lori's performance at Chairman Jin's just now. No, Dad is really in the Kyoto Chamber of Commerce. Brother Lu Han, if you are interested, I can let him pull you in. Lori had a sincere face. Lu Han? Camera guy? Sitting up in shock from a dying illness. The clown is actually myself. Little Nui Nui, are you really the eldest daughter of any family in the capital? Lu Han was boldly surprised, and then thought carefully. The little lowly could become the close disciple of the capital's literary master Han Sanming. How could the family not have some background? That makes sense all of a sudden. It's not a big lady. My grandpa and uncle are both in the public sector, and it's just my dad who runs a small business. The little lowly doesn't seem to take this seriously, but to Lu Han and the camera boy, this is not a proper X second generation. The live streamers were also shocked. Leaning north, I knew that little talent Xia Lingqin wasn't that simple. I knew she wasn't making it up when she said that at the Magic City Enterprise Association. I've overlooked the fact that Lori, as a disciple of Prof. Han Sanming, is so young. Before all ignored the little lowly as Professor Han Sanming's close disciple. So young to be on the Chinese Poetry Conference in the capital is certainly not simple. But how come I haven't heard of a high family with the surname Xia in the capital? A true family of the world will not and does not care to make itself known to ordinary people. It's a real deal. Miss Kyoto, an hour and a half's drive. Lu Han and his party then arrived at Suzhou Shehu village. Gusu has been rich and fruitful since ancient times. This stone lake village is a village. In fact, the development and construction that is quite good. Community-based village. All a faction of white walls and black tiles. Arches and eaves of the Soviet-style architecture. The village hall is directly a garden and looks rich and elegant. Lu Han and their Lexus LM had just stopped in front of the village committee and attracted the attention of the staff inside. May I ask which one of you is Director Jiang of Shehu village? Lu Han asked as soon as he got out of the car and walked to the intended person in front of the village hall. That's me. May I ask who you're looking for? At this time, an old man over 50 years old came up, his eyes looking at Lexus for a while and Lu Han and the others for a while. Hello Director Li, my surname is Lu. My family's ancestry is from the neighborhood of our Stone Lake village. I heard that the village will have a general election soon, so I've come to recommend someone for our hometown. Lu Han went forward and took the initiative to shake hands with Director Jiang. Director Jiang was a bit confused and his eyes looked at the Lexus LM again before looking at Lu Han. Oh, it's the village sage. I wonder who you recommend. Although Director Jiang does not know the identity of Lu Han, but look at their seats and temperament. And even a reporter followed. The heart guessed that it must not be ordinary people. This person, is the Vice President of the Magic City Entrepreneurs Association. Magic City Entrepreneur? Vice President. Once Director Jiang heard that it was actually the entrepreneurs of Magic City or the leading vice president among them, he was even more certain that Lu Han and the others were not simple. I thought that with the support of him and the Mordor Entrepreneurs Association behind him, we should be more able to make our Shehu village's economy prosper. And I don't know if Director Jiang has heard that this upcoming new Suzhou Mayu Airport to Mordor Highway is being built right here in our village. Lu Han said it all, adding all those titles that had just come to Lu Sancher with empty gloves. And he's also the person in charge of this project. He'll definitely be able to get more for our village when the time comes. Lu Han said while observing the expression of Director Jiang, who was obviously getting happier the more he listened. Ouch, that's great. So who is this guy you're talking about? Director Jiang clapped his hands happily when he heard this, and then gripped Lu Han's hand tightly. His name is Lu Sancher, the owner of Magic City's 10,000 Beasts construction, and also my father, whose ancestry is from the vicinity of our Stone Lake village. Lu Han saw that Director Jiang was happy, and he also held Director Zhang's hand tightly. Quick, come inside the village council and sit down. You just said that your family's ancestry is from the neighborhood of our Shehu village, but I don't have the impression that there are any villagers with the surname Lu. How close is this neighborhood? Director Jiang led the way for Lu Han, walking in front while he would ask later. Near as close as 80 or 90 miles. It was a question that Lu Han couldn't answer well. Forget it, doesn't matter. For the sake of the development and construction of our Stone Lake village, we'll arrange a by-election for the village committee this afternoon. This Mr. Lu Sancher Lu will be a part of our village's village committee. Director Jiang was also unable to answer by this answer from Lu Han. But these are not important at all now. The important thing is to have such a big boss to support the development of Shehu village. Anyway, the many things that followed were much smoother. In the afternoon, Lu Han then managed to help Lu Sancher get an appointment letter as a member of the village committee. Then immediately, he said goodbye to Director Jiang and rushed back to Magic City. Upon returning to Mordor, Lu Han directly pulled Lu Sancher towards the finance bureau. Son of a bitch, is this really going to work? Lu Sancher still felt jittery in the car. You take this and add this to it, and then we'll go to the forest bureau. And it'll work out anyhow. Lu Han said and handed over to Lu Sancher the appointment letter of the vice president of the Magic City Entrepreneurs Association and the appointment letter of the member of the village committee of Shirhu Village, which he had just gotten his hands on. But I still feel unsure. After all, it's such a big program. In the end, Lu Sancher felt that the whole thing was done by Lu Han as if it was a mirage. Just like that? Relax. I've got everything covered. Just go in there later and watch my eyes and just talk less and smile more. As we were talking, the car arrived at the finance bureau. Lu Han took his dad, Lu Sancher, and found his way directly to Director Lin's office. How are you, Director Lin? Pushing the door in, Lu Han took the initiative to greet him. Aren't you the kid from Mundo Elementary School from this morning? Why are you here? I didn't expect Lin bureaus to recognize Lu Han at a glance. I didn't expect you to remember me. Director Lin, my dad is with the Beast Construction Group, and I'm accompanying him here today. Lu Han said and introduced Lu Sancher to Director Lin. Hello, Director Lin. Lu Sancher adhered to what Lu Han had just explained. Less talking and more smiling. You guys, what's up? Director Lin looked at Lu Sancher and was aware of what these two masters wanted. It's like this, Director Lin. My dad wants to find out what's going on with this project. The airport highway from Suzhou Meiyu Airport to Magic City. He wants to undertake this project. Without waiting for Lu Sancher to speak, Lu Han directly picked up the conversation. It's still in the process of selecting project undertakers. But, honestly, you, One Beast Construction, are in a position of strength. Director Lin took a sip of his tea. He now understood what these two gentlemen had come for. There's definitely no problem with strength. My dad is also the vice president of the Magic City Entrepreneurs Association. Not waiting for Director Lin to finish, Lu Han hurriedly picked up the conversation. Vice president? Your dad? Lin Bureau was also very surprised to hear this. And Lin Bureaus, my dad is also a member of the village council of Shirhu, the village where we started the site of this airport highway. Lu Han added immediately afterward, but he couldn't let the words fall to the ground. True or false? Hearing this, Director Lin also felt that it was too bizarre and was obviously a bit disbelieving. Of course, this fools no one but you. You can ask around if you don't believe me, said Lu Han. Put the two appointment letters on Director Lin's desktop. Director Lin flipped it open and looked at it, then immediately pulled out his own cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, how are you, Director Lin? The phone has been connected. Without waiting for Director Lin to speak, the opposite side took the initiative to greet. President Kim. Hello, this Lu Sanchi. Lin Bureaus just opened his mouth to mention Lu Sanchi's name. Oh, Mr. Lu is our vice president. Don't worry, Lin, in the future, with this relationship, we'll have to work together more often. Without waiting for Director Lin to finish his sentence, the opposite party directly snatched the answer. Okay, I'll be sure to. In the future. Director Lin then hung up the phone and looked up to see Lu Han smiling and bringing his head over. That's the thing, isn't it, Lamb? Director Lin looked at Lu Sancher again, and there was only a smile on his face, as if everything had nothing to do with him. That kind of calm and collected confidence made him instantly feel that this Lu Sancher could definitely not be an ordinary person. The reporter, Director Lin, put in another call to Director Jiang of Shirhu Village. Hey, Director Jiang, Lu Sancher is? Again. Lin Bureaus was just halfway through his sentence and got snatched up again. Oh, Mr. Lu Sancher Lu, he's the village sage who supports the development of our grassroots work. The village headman, topping off his less than standard Mandarin, shouted back over the phone. Oh, okay, got it. Director Lin's ears were shaken to the point of body pain, pulling the phone away from him and hurriedly hanging up, then looking up at Lu Sanchi. Mr. Lu, you turned out to be so powerful, it's my eyes that are clumsy. At this moment, Lu Sancher still didn't say much and waved his hand with a smile. Lin Bureau, you see, on the one hand is the vice president of the Magic City Enterprise Association. On the other hand is a member of the village committee of Shirhu Village. This people and money can hold. You can rest assured that the project to my father's 10,000 Beasts group. Why do you worry about the project is not stable? The two phone calls just now, coupled with this output from Lu Han, directly dispelled all of Director Lin's concerns. Good, I'll leave this project to Mr. Lu, signed the contract. Director Lin clapped his hands happily and stood straight up. It's also heavenly for him to have such a capable person take over the airport project. Stability, above all else. In order to help his dad, Lu Sancher, take the matter of the airport highway project, Lu Han ran around all day. By the time it was finally finalized with Director Lin, it was already evening. It also happened to take advantage of the dinner spot and invited Director Lin to join them for a casual dinner. Director Lin was also willing to befriend someone like Lu Sancher, so he readily agreed to go as well. In the eyes of Lin Bureaus, Lu Sancher was now an inscrutable, hand-to-mouth business giant. When we get to the hotel, the congregation took their seats. Please sit down. Please sit down. Lin Bureaus. It was only at this time that Lu Sancher got a look from Lu Han signaling that he could let go of his speech. Well, let's not be formal. All sit down. Mr. Lu is really not an ordinary person. He's a vice president. He's serving the grassroots. And now he's got this big airport highway project. It's all about the wind and the water. Lin's words sounded polite, but they were actually from the heart. That's not thanks to the blessing of Lin Bureaus. Lu Sancher also complimented Director Lin. At this time Lu Han came in with 2 bottles of mineral water bottled maize, just in time to hear this conversation. Bureau Lin, since you and my dad are so in tune with each other, why don't you guys just worship each other? Lu Han ended up trying to close the loop on the whole thing. Tisk, how does this kid talk? What is the status of people's Lin Bureaus? Lu Sanchi's hairs exploded in sweat when he heard this. He hurriedly spoke out to stop it. No. To say this status, it would have to be Mr. Lu. Maybe in the future I'll really have something to trouble you, Brother Lu. On the contrary, Director Lin showed no rejection when he heard the proposal of worship. Dad, this is the last step. Hurry. Lu Han poured wine for Director Lin at this time, and then walked over to Lu Sancher to give a whispered explanation. Oops. This comes to Big Brother Zhangdong. Lu Sancher immediately understood after hearing this, although he didn't know what was going on. But if my son said that, then he must have his reasons. Come, Brother Lu. Director Lin was also happy to raise his glass. Closing the loop is complete. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Both Director Lin Zhangdong and Lu Sancher drank a lot. At this point, Director Lin's phone suddenly rang. Hey, Bureau Lin. Sorry to bother you so late. Are you busy now? On the opposite side of the phone was the bank manager Wang, who had approved the loan to Lu Han during the day. Manager Wang thought about it all day and always felt that something was wrong, and whether the kid brother had set him up. So he wanted to make a call to Director Lin to seek confirmation. I'm having dinner with my brothers at home. Why is something wrong? This sentence Lin Director is deliberately said to the opposite Lu Sancher, equivalent to the statement really treat Lu Sancher as a brother. Come, Brother Zhangdong. I, Lu Sancher, will toast you again. Manager Wang suddenly heard the voice of Lu Sancher on the phone. He heard it clearly. Really called the big brother. Oh, some work stuff. I'll check in with you tomorrow at work then. Manager Wang chose to hang up the phone. Glad he was lucky he didn't ask out. Thinking about it, he felt that Lin Bureau was knocking himself out. When things are done, don't call over to take credit. Now he was completely convinced Lu Sancher was Chief Lin's brother. The netizens in the live broadcast room watched all of Lu Han's operations throughout the day from beginning to end. They're all numb now. This operation, it's just like hanging. This last worship is a godsend. Everything all forms a closed loop. There won't be any more problems. Holy shit. This reminds me of the story of the World Bank and Bill Gates' son-in-law. Both god-awful operations. There is another link in the middle of the problem, cannot even get it. According to the character of the kid brother, there must be more calculations behind the scenes. What we see is not necessarily the whole picture. Thoughts. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. This operation is quite explosive when put into the world of explosions. During the daytime live broadcast, who said kid brother couldn't do it? I want to tell you now, believe in me and you'll live forever. Convinced, completely convinced. I don't blame the road for being uneven. I only blame the people for not being able to do it. After dinner, Lu Han masters have been to the Lin Bureau to send the car. This is not finished. Phew, that's a lot of work. Watching Bureau Lin's car drive away, Lu Han exhaled heavily. Son, thank you, Lu Sancher said with the smell of alcohol on his breath. Who made you my dad? Lu Han inserted his hands behind his head and replied without thinking. No, today, Dad give you a kowtow. Lu Sancher was obviously drunk and said that he was going to jump in front of Lu Han. Old dang, you restrain. I've heard that if an old man kneels his son, he can lose his son's life. Lu Han was like an enemy, rushed to embrace Lu Sancher. If this is really knocked, still have to go? But the next thing I know, wow, Lu Sancher started throwing up straight away. Lu Han's eyes were quick, and he dodged Lu Sanchi's humanoid fountain with a sidestep. Good lord, Jenny Turtle, still flirting on his mouth, but afraid that Lu Sancher would fall. Lu Han hurriedly stopped and wrapped his arms around Lu Sancher. Yuan outie, what are you worried about? Hurry over and help. Lu Han shouted at the camera boy who was watching from the sidelines. Originally, the camera boy looked at Lu Sancher. Actually, a mouthful of jet out 2 or 3 meters away is surprising. Was Lu Han so shouted, rushed over to help. Just at this time Lu Sanchi's driver also came over. The 2 men and the driver combined their efforts to get the vomiting unconscious Lu Sancher into the car. Brother driver, Go home. Okay, Mr. Lu. Moving car. Lu Han looked at his dad, Lu Sancher, who had already fallen asleep beside him, and pondered in his heart. This makes Dad lose fancy business work. See him like this kinda hard. If we just let them both retire early with financial freedom, we are afraid that they will be directly out of touch with society without their careers. Thinking about it, the best thing to do would be better to start your own company and let Mom and Dad do some casual work. What's the best thing to do with a company? Lu Han muttered to himself. Brother Lu Han, what are you thinking about? That's when Lori came up to him, blinking her big eyes and asking, Nui, you've worked hard today. Accompany me for the whole day. Lu Han saw the little loli come over and touched her head. No way, I feel so much fun. Lori didn't feel anything but happy. Shit, Lori's the only one who's tired. But I'm not, I run with you every day. The camera boy yelled overhearing their conversation. What's wrong with you, you old man? Or I'll really ask Director Wang to promote you to Chief Camera Operator? Lu Han squinted and stared at the camera boy in the back row. Raise no? The camera boy asked, baring his large teeth. Didn't we all say it was for a donkey with a fancy neck cover? What do you want money for? You die. Just at this moment when several people were fooling around, Lori's phone suddenly rang. Hey, Dad. As soon as he heard the name Little Lori, Lu Han and the camera boy knowingly shut up. Aha, then I'll be back tomorrow. After the call was answered, Lori's expression went from her original smile to a somewhat sad frown. What's wrong? Lu Han looked at the little loli like this and asked with concern. Dad said that Grandpa was hospitalized with a sudden illness. Brother Lu Han, I can't accompany you. I have to go back to Kyoto tomorrow. Lori's eyes reddened as she spoke, her lips trembling softly. It's fine. The old man is important. You go back first. I'll go back to Kyoto to play with you. Lu Han comforted the poor little loli, a look that would hurt anyone who saw it. The next morning, Lu Han's whole family came out and together they sent Lori to the airport. Good little girl. You're going back now. Auntie is so sad to see you go. Although Wang Mei hadn't spent much time with Lori, she really liked Lori. Uncle Auntie, next time you can go with brother Lu Han to Kyoto to play with me. Lori was also upset. Come girl, Uncle bought some local specialties of Magic City for you to take back. Lu Sancher went out early in the morning and prepared a large suitcase of specialties for Lori. Thank you Uncle. The plane has arrived. So brother Lu Han, Uncle and Aunt, and brother Camera, see you next time. Preparing to board the plane, Lori took one step and turned back 3 times, not willing to say goodbye to Lu Han and the others. Go on. I'll see you next time I go to Kyoto. Lu Han shook the phone watch on his wrist towards Lori. Aha, brother Lu Han must go. Oh. Lori, who had already walked out far away, also shook the phone watch on her wrist towards Lu Han. After sending Lori away, many follow-up matters for Lu Sanchi's project have to be arranged, and Wang Mei likewise has to work. After they both drove and dropped Lu Han off at the entrance of the Mordor Experimental Primary School, they both left straight away. Kid brother, we're going to school today? At the school entrance, the camera boy asked Lu Han about today's shooting arrangement. Well, not really want to go. Come on, let's go to the park. Lu Han looked at the school gate, and without even bringing hesitation, he turned around and left. As expected, kids don't like school. Even Lu Han, a born-again kid, is no exception. The two of them didn't even take a cab and didn't know where to go, so they just wandered down the road. Just as the two were tightening up with boredom, Lu Han looked up and saw a familiar figure walking head-on. Camera boy, that woman at the front pillar looks like Bai Jie, Lu Han said as he pointed to the front. What woman with no pants and only shoes on? Camera boy has empty ears, and they're so obscenely empty. Lu Han, Lu Han, Yuan Audi, why are you guys here? Bai Jie saw them too and made her way towards them. Passing through, Lu Han casually explained. Just then, Lu Han noticed that Bai Jie was carrying a rope in her hand. Without further ado, Sister Paige, can I ask you a question? Lu Han changed the topic, while also being very curious. What's the problem? What do you mean you're walking a rope in the middle of the day? Is it fashionable to walk the air now? Lu Han pointed to Bai Jie's hand. Say what? I was out walking my dog. The words got stuck halfway through. Crap, where's my dog? Realizing that she was left with a leash in her hand, Bai Jie jerked back, only to realize that her dog was gone. This scene also instantly set off the live broadcast as well. Seeing the great beauty Bai Jie again is actually such a scenario. How come I didn't realize he had the attribute of a comedian before? Ha ha ha. The one that was lost was the golden hair that was sprayed before. I think, it feels like she's not fit to have a dog. Borrowing a quote from a kid's brother. Those with big boobs are brainless, and you can walk a dog and still lose it. Let's not talk about this. Where did the dog go? When it comes to things like this, Luhan and the camera boy, who were already bored, decided to help Baijia find the dog first. Don't worry, we'll help you find it. Sister Baijia, what's the name of that little chicken feather of yours? Luhan asked. Its name is Bully. Luhan? Camera guy? Netflix? I feel like you're taking advantage of me. Luhan was speechless. I didn't realize until later that there was something wrong with the name, but the dog had already recognized the name and couldn't change it. Baijia explained helplessly. Okay. The three began to split up to look for it. The process of finding. Luhan and the camera boy called the dog's name in extreme shame. Bully. Bully? Baha 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 baha. It's a really hard name to say. Walking and screaming along the way drew sideways glances from passers-by. Passers-by collectively gave them strange looks. Nuts. Right. Looking for your dad in broad daylight. I don't think it's a psycho. Are the youngsters playing with flowers? Are they playing some kind of truth or dare or something? It's not out of the question. Oh, there's also the possibility of playing the master and servant quest. Don't say that. Who doesn't have an old man in their family now? Also, oh, I guess it's an old man who got lost. Alas. How sad. Because Luhan had superb five senses. He could hear all these comments clearly. He couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching. When I find it later, I must find a way to force the dog to change his name. Nuts. Luhan gritted his teeth. It was too shameful. Don't scream. Camera boy. We're going to be taken for psychos if we scream like that. Luhan couldn't take it anymore and stopped the camera boy, who was still continuing to scream. I also think the people passing by just looked at us weird. What a shitty name for a dog. The camera boy was feeling hard too. But how are we going to find the dog if we don't name it? The camera boy thought about it and wondered what to do. Luhan stopped to think for a moment and realized that there were quite a few stray dogs around here. There. Did you know there is a way to turn to stray dogs to find lost dogs? Luhan suddenly thought of a great trick he had seen on the internet earlier to find lost pets. Maybe he could try it. What trick? Hurry up. I don't want to be called bully anymore anyway. So camera boy, you do a couple dog words to communicate with the strays. Luhan thought about it and said very seriously to the camera boy. Who knows that stuff? The camera boy didn't know what Luhan was trying to say. Singles are dogs too, Luhan said with a smile on his face. Fuck you. The camera boy was instantly enraged and chased after Luhan to beat him up. Inside the live room, the netizens were laughing their asses off. A good single dog is a dog too. Remembering the previous Luhan song for single dogs, two orioles singing in the green willow. You still don't have a girlfriend. The male and female rabbits walk along the ground. And you don't have a girlfriend yet. A river flows eastward and you don't have a girlfriend yet. Camera guy, are you guys polite? What are you guys doing here? How many of you have dates? Don't talk nonsense. I have a girlfriend. What? A dog licker is not a dog? Blanche, break the big defense. Back to business. Luhan bought a bag of ham sausages out from the convenience store next to him. Then just open all the hams all the way to the curb. There are no pets that can't be found. Only brave dogs, woofers ready to assemble. Luhan suddenly came up with this sentence. Camera guy, you have enough middle school. Have a little ceremony. Upon seeing the hams, several stray dogs that had been on the side of the road timidly leaned over. Luhan saw that these stray dogs were a little too scared to approach, so he took 2 steps back himself, then crouched down and watched intently as the dogs ate their ham hocks. What are you doing, kid brother? Camera boy doesn't understand why he's crouching? Learning dog language. Just then, Luhan heard a heavenly Tao proverb coming from his mind. You observe several puppies competing for food, and the ability to excuse your skill triggers a counterintuitive epiphany. Comprehending dog language. Ha ha, it really works. Luhan had just held the attitude of trying, not realizing that the golden finger of enlightenment against the heavens could really be made at will. What really works? Camera boy questioned. Come on little brother. Next I'll teach you a one-of-a-kind technique, dog talk. Luhan looked at the camera boy and said very seriously. You're still coming, believe it or not I'll really beat you up? The camera boy had just been shat on by Luhan, and he didn't expect Luhan to say it. I mean it. Luhan's expression was very serious and was not joking. Then demonstrate it for me. The camera boy thought that he could not suffer another loss, and to come, let Luhan do it himself. Listen up. The next thing we're going to talk about is Kagom's real secret technique. Dog barking is not simply just woof woof woof. Woof 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 is just an expression of aggression. This real dog language is much more complex. Luhan's speech was so well organized that it was really like that. I don't know why. The camera boy and the netizens in the live broadcast room were taken by this serious state of Luhan and listened very carefully. Watch ha. I'll demonstrate. After saying that, Luhan coughed and cleared his throat. Ow, ow, ow. Woof woof woof. The barking of this puppy is so exquisite that if you close your eyes it's really hard to tell if it's coming from a human or a dog. the sound of a voice. The camera boy on the scene and the millions of viewers in the live broadcast were all stunned. What the hell? That's a lot of bark for a dog, isn't it? Don't tell me. I'm confused. Get a dog to listen. Dogs are confused. I don't know what he means by screaming, but it's really like. This is going to be a barking contest. Kid brother first. The dog have to rank second. Cover your face and laugh. That sound was just heard by our dog, and he's looking at me sideways. Your dog didn't tell you the grammar, did he? That's not true, but it feels like he's looking at me strangely. The camera boy still looked at Lu Han with a puzzled face, still feeling in his heart that Lu Han was afraid that he was fooling himself again. Just see this. All of the 5 or 6 dogs that had just eaten the ham sausage ran up to Lu Han, then cocked their heads to look at him. Well, woof. Ow, 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 ow. Wow, tsk who? Then he looked at Lu Han, speaking to the 5 or 6 dogs in front of him. He said another long string of words, even gesturing with his hands. The dogs seemed to really understand, and after hearing that, they scattered and ran away. Holy shit, kid brother, you come true. What did you just say to these dogs? Now the camera boy was really convinced, and his eyes stared blankly at Lu Han. I've sent these dogs off to find that little chicken feather. We'll just wait next. Watching a bunch of dogs running away from the road, Lu Han stood up and said to the camera boy, Tot, kid brother, you teach me. The camera boy gave Lu Han a thumbs up. He really believed it now. Wanted to learn this strange skill. You didn't believe me just now. Lu Han dusted off the dirt that had just stuck to his body as he squatted. Believe it now. From now on, whatever you say, kid brother, I promise to believe everything. Then, since you're so good at learning, I'll teach you a thing or two. Listen up, said Lu Han again. The meaning of this sentence is, dogs. I am the king of dogs. After saying that, Lu Han spread his hands, signaling the camera boy to learn. Like Lu Han, the camera boy also cleared his throat with a cough. After calling out, the camera boy looked at Lu Han. TSK. Not right. Lower your voice a bit more. Chest resonance, nasal resonance used. Lu Han taught quite seriously. The camera boy did it again. It's slightly better this time, but the breaks should go like this, and this, and this. Lu Han and the camera boy were teaching the dog language over and over again. Again, the pedestrians on the road attracted sideways glances, looking up and down at these two guys who were learning to bark, just like looking at a psychopath. These two are probably really nuts. Just now they were all over the world looking for their dads, and now they're barking like dogs? Should we call the police? The two psychopaths are probably running away from the mental hospital. It's useless to call the police. You have to go to a mental hospital. Hey, mental hospital? Are you counting the number of patients? I found 2 suspicious guys on the road. They might have escaped from your place. That's much better this time. Look at this talent. I've never seen anyone learn dog language so fast. Little brother, you're a genius. You're a genius. You were born to learn dog language. It had been teaching for about 10 minutes before the camera boy finally learned the dog language. Lu Han clapped his hands in praise. Inside the broadcast booth, Netflix cringed as they watched. I'm a little disorganized right now. I don't know what to say. It's hard to describe. This camera boy learned it. Does it count as a talent, or does it count that he really is a dog? The camera boy confused. This cannot learn. If you can't learn it, you're worse than a dog. But if you can learn it, you're a dog. It feels like another day of being set up by a kid brother. Just then, Lu Han heard a sound. Something was running fast towards him here. Looking in the direction where the dogs had just left, they saw nearly 20 dogs of all sizes darting towards them. Among them was Baijia's little chicken feather named Bully. Lu Han's quick eyes and hands gripped the little chicken feather. Good man. I've finally caught you. Thank you, brother dog. That's in dog language. Bully, be honest. Originally, this little golden hair is still struggling. Camera little brother a roar. The little golden hair heard his name. This settled down. Suddenly, the camera boy didn't know which tendon in his brain was wrong, so he wanted to show a line of the dog language he had just learned in front of the dog. Lu Han's face instantly changed when he heard this sentence from the camera boy. Crap, what kind of tiger and wolf words are you talking about? Little brother? What, is it wrong to say? The camera boy hadn't reacted to the gravity of the situation. The translation of what you just said in this sentence is, I want to find a date, male or female. Lu Han translated as he tugged little golden hair back 2 steps. At that moment, all 20 dogs in front of them looked at the camera boy with strange eyes. Woof woof woof, woof woof, what did this guy just say? Ha 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 ha. Didn't you hear me? Looking for a date, male or female. Come on, guys. The dogs looked at each other, exchanging what the camera boy had just said. The camera boy also noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly used his eyes to ask Lu Han for help. Lu Han immediately opened his mouth, trying to help the camera boy explain. Ooh-hoo, woof. Yo oh hoo wow. But the dog language was just half spoken when all 20 dogs pounced on the camera boy. Lick the licks. Sniff the sniffs. Arch the asses. Ah, crap, Luhan save me. The camera boy was directly pounced on and wailed for help from Luhan. It took half a day's effort for Luhan to re-explain to the dogs that the camera boy had said the wrong thing. In the end, the cameraman was able to negotiate a ransom of a bag of ham sausages for each dog. That's when Bai Jia also ran over from the distance. Thank you oh so much for finding my dog. What's wrong with you? Audrey Yuan? Paige found camera boy covered in dirt and dog slobber and sat straight down on the floor. Just now. Came to fight the local dog gang to save your dog. The camera boy said as he climbed to his feet. That's all I can say. Can't say you were given by a dog in front of a big beautiful girl. It's really troublesome for you guys today. It's weirdly embarrassing. Let me treat you to dinner. As a token of appreciation, Bai Jia offered to treat the two to dinner. Last time already sister Bai Jia already invited once. So let's forget about it this time. Luhan refused Bai Jia's invitation. After saying goodbye to Bai Jia, the camera boy asked Luhan suspiciously. You've changed, kid brother. Usually when there's this kind of free lunch, you're more active than anyone else. Better not. It's already rubbed people the wrong way for one meal. Luhan looked up at the camera boy who was covered in dog saliva and dog footprints. And how can we go to dinner with you like this? The camera boy was now embarrassed and scratched his head as his body was now buried in what the dogs had just created. Up ahead is People's Park. There's a public restroom there. You can wash there. Luhan pointed in the direction of People's Park. We'll have to do. So the two of them headed in the direction of People's Park. Holy shit, kid, this is a public restroom? I thought I could just wash myself with the faucet. But this public restroom actually has a shower. When we arrived at the public restroom in People's Park, the camera guy was beyond shocked looking at a public restroom in front of him that was decorated as a small house. There's an extra sweeping charge for getting wet. So go in and take a wash. This public toilet in People's Park is also considered to be one of the Netflix spots in Magic City. That's fine. Kid brother. I see that there are stalls selling clothes over there. Can you help me go buy some clothes to change into? It's too buried. Yuan Audi pointed to the dirty clothes on his body. If he wanted to take a bath he must have changed his clothes to be comfortable. Okay, Makoto $100. With that, Luhan opened his cell phone's payment code and reached out to the camera boy. Shit, I'll go by myself. The camera boy said and headed out of the public restroom. Luhan, okay, I won't tease you. I'll go buy it for you. I'll give you this dress today, but in a while you have to help me with something. You can give me clothes? Really, the sun is beating down. There's not another pitfall, is there? The camera boy was a little incredulous when confronted by the human-like kid brother. Really, but after your shower in a little while, you'll have to do something for me. How about the clothes as your payment? Luhan continued. No pits? It really wasn't this time, I swear. Luhan had said so, and only then did the camera boy temporarily drop his guard. Rarely, Luhan really didn't pit Yuan Audi this time and bought him a pair of shorts plus a simple white t-shirt. In addition to having bought clothes, Luhan also bought a telescope and a chess set. Wait for camera boy to come out of the public restroom after showering and changing into clean clothes. Yo, you look pretty cool after a shower and a change of clothes. Luhan looked at the camera boy who had changed into new clothes and said, That's right. My nickname is Daniel Wu in the camera world, and I used to be a famously handsome young man in all the villages. The camera boy smoothed back his still dry hair and played it cool. In fact, the camera little brother looks quite handsome. Thin and tall figure. Just usually carry the camera is always made to bury the bar. Do not trim just. Come on, let's go make a buck with me. Luhan held up the box of chess pieces and binoculars in his hand and waved them at the camera boy. Where's it coming from? How are you going to make money at this? The camera boy had a head full of questions. It's all the clothes I just bought for you. By the way, let's set up a game of chess at the big willow tree at the Lotus Pond in a little while, but I can't play it, you'll have to do it. You put your Bluetooth headset on and I'll talk to you on voice call. I'll show you how to get off. Luhan talked to the camera boy about his method of making money. Wait a minute, as a kid brother, there's nothing you can't do as a chess player that I'm sure I can trust, but why don't you do it yourself? Why do you have to go through all this trouble? The camera boy voiced his doubts. Because I've won all the old men over here, and none of them will play me now. After Luhan finished speaking, he led the camera boy towards the direction of the big willow tree in the Lotus Pond. Camera guy? No wonder you know this area so well and know that you can bathe here in the public restroom. So it's your home turf. To the place. The camera boy followed Luhan's orders, setting up the chessboard, and then finding a brick to write this line on the ground, Shengtian Half-Sun, chess master seeking abuse. And at that moment, Luhan directly climbed a large willow tree not far from him. People come and go on this side of Big Willow. Someone soon noticed the writing on the floor. Half a son of Shengtian, a chess master? What a big mouth. Does the young man know where this is? Dare to set up a chess game here? I advise you to withdraw. Which of the old gentlemen over here hasn't been playing chess for most of his life? Within moments, a large crowd had gathered around the camera boy. There was a lot of talking and pointing at the camera guy. Ha ha ha. With all due respect, none of you are worthy of being my opponent in my eyes. The camera guy came in at this point and said this. Don't look at his expression on the breeze, but in fact the heart of a batch of panic. The words are Lu Han in the headset to teach him to say. His chess skills are just at the level of knowing the rules. With these words, a few of the older men gathered around just couldn't look away. Young man, I advise you not to be too angry. What's a young man if he's not exasperated? Good boy, let me, the People's Park Chess King, teach you how to write the word modesty today. The mouthpiece is over. An old man who looked like he was in his 60s or 70s took a seat directly across from the camera boy. Wait a minute, old man. In order to prevent the stinky chess basket from wasting time, playing chess with me isn't free. You have to pay me $100 if you lose. The camera boy repeated Lu Han's lines according to the headset. So what do you say if I win? The old man across the street, known as the People's Park Chess King, asked rhetorically. But if anyone can beat me today, I'll give him $1,000 straight up. On my word. The camera boy is now also out of his mind. And in his heart, he begs God to bless him. Lu Han must have real skills. Hearing the camera boy's words, the crowd of onlookers stirred. That old man on the opposite side of the room also lit up. If you lose, you only have to pay $100. That's $1,000 if you win. It's a great deal any way you think about it. Good, then it's a deal. The old man said as he pulled $100 out of his body and slapped it on the side of the chess game. Young man, to tell you the truth, I have been playing chess for most of my life. In this area, except for a small prodigy, there is no opponent for me. You'll have to pay this $1,000 today. The old man smiled and looked at the camera boy. Does the old man have high blood pressure, heart disease or something? No heart disease, a little high blood pressure. Why do you ask? Then if you feel high blood pressure in a while, you have to say in advance if you are not feeling well. I'm afraid that if you lose the money in a hurry, you'll fall ill and blackmail me. Crap, you young man, if you're going to talk like that, then I'm going to have to lie down now. Old man, let's just play chess. The netizens in the live stream were also very excited, knowing that the real chess player behind the scenes was Kid Brother, and they all wanted to see if he was bragging or not. How come this kid knows everything? So looking forward to the scene of abusing the old man in a while. Moncler Outlet Online, you must be able to top it. Ha ha ha, I'm telling you, I don't know. This old man is a great chess player. Even a kid can't win, right? Didn't you hear what the old man just said? He lost to a child prodigy in this area. And that child prodigy is Lu Han. Don't even say a word and start. The game of chess has officially begun. Ahem. The camera boy coughed lightly and gave Lu Han the signal. Cannon 2 leveled 5. Lu Han's instructions immediately came from the headset. At this moment, Lu Han was lying on the tree. While watching the game through binoculars, he snapped off a willow branch and braided himself a willow hat. Opened the door for a headshot. The camera boy who got the instructions also named his chess move. Crank it up. Dump the car. Prior date. Cock your horse. Mara next door. The old man across the street couldn't hear anymore. A young man can play chess. Why do I get the feeling you're scolding me? Besides, what kind of chess moves are these? Don't worry about that. Just take a good look at the game. You're losing. Not for a few minutes. The old man on the other side of the river was literally killed without even crossing the river. The old man's head and back were sweaty with panic, and he reached up and wiped a hand on his face. The camera boy originally thought that this old master had such a strong aura that his chess skills must not be simple. How do you know? This chess game made in play can be said to be full of holes. The camera boy was even thinking that even without Lu Han's support in his headset, he might be able to win him. Don't even think about it. This Master Lu is just a stinky chess player. His chess skills are very poor. Give him a double cannon to capture the king to end it. Right. Make sure you hold the board down. He's a stinker. He'll cheat and beat the board if he loses. At this time, Lu Han's voice came from the headset again, and also gave a special account of pressing the chessboard. Consecutively hit out. Master, you lose. After taking the last step, the camera boy grinned. The victory has been won and lost, and the old man on the other side of the table has a complicated expression on his face. I fuck you. I go? In the next second, the old man really did reach out to grasp the chessboard. It was also thanks to Lu Han's reminder that the camera boy was holding down the board with deadly force. A grandpa can't play rogue. A loss is a loss. The camera boy had his hand dead pressed against the board and was still clutching the $100 bill in his hand. The crowd of onlookers behind them also began to accuse the old man of having no chess skills. You've been playing chess for half your life? He's not very good at chess, but he's pretty good at roguing. Exactly. It's a good thing the other young man had his guard up. Old man Lu, don't be ashamed. It's my turn. This old man Lu was really a bit down. Suddenly, he shouted, "Wait, I haven't lost yet. I still have a way to break the game." "Ah, how do you break it? Old man, you don't even have a river crossing game now." Audrey Yuan looked at the chessboard suspiciously and then at the old man. It was plainly a dead game, and there was no telling how else the old man could be saved. "Watch this, one of my god's hands." Lu's next move directly to all the onlookers looked silly. In full view of the public, the old man even picked up Yuan Aodi's horse a walking day, directly ate Yuan Aodi's will. Everyone froze. Audrey Yuan, yeah? Onlookers, huh? Live bloggers, huh? Master, have you lost your head with your blood pressure coming up? It's my chess piece you're using, isn't it? Yuan Aodi's face was full of questions. "I'm not stupefied. I know it's your pawn, but what? Grandpa, if you make it up today, you have to make up a reasonable explanation for me. You don't think this horse is yours, but he used to be my horse and I sent him there as a spy. You know the allusion to family, Chancellor of Yu, who sent his horse to King Fuchai of Wu as a spy. It's just like this one of mine. Does that explanation make sense? If you don't think it makes sense, I'll make it up." The old man even said it in a rousing way. Hearing this, the camera boy's head was directly filled with black lines. "Elder, I see you as an elder. Can't swear with you. Go away." The netizens in the live room were amused and went crazy with laughter by the old man's words. "Ha ha ha ha, sooner or later I'll die laughing on the air. The first time I've heard that there are spies in chess." It must be said that the effect of the old man's program pulls full weight. This is a stinker. That's a real stinker. No, why does this man still have a cuckold complex? I don't know how you can make up such a strange story when you lose a game of chess, but you can make up a story and quote it. You're still a master. Could it be that the rules of chess I grew up learning are fake? Scratching head/expression. You'll always be your grandpa. The chess scene. The onlookers were also accusing the old man of not being able to afford to lose, and that old man's face was said to be red for a while. One more round. With that, the old man pulled out another $100 from his body and slapped it next to the board. After filming, Master Qian also added, "Young man, just now I was letting you off because you're young, but I'm going to be serious next." Yuan Aodi saw that the old man's money was so good, and he was just about to open his mouth to agree. At this time, Lu Han's voice came again from the headphones. "Don't play with him. If Lu Dinyang loses this hand again for a while, he won't have money to buy food to go back, and when Lu Dinyang comes looking for him, it won't be enough to toss him." Hearing Lu Han's words, the camera boy waved his hand at Mr. Lu, meaning to not let him play. "Grandpa, go home. Otherwise, if you don't have money to buy groceries to go back, Auntie will make you kneel on the rubbing board tonight." At the mention of Lu Daniang, Lu Dinyang then sobered up a bit. Just now was really on the head. Though very reluctant, he had no choice but to wave his sleeve. Just as Elder Lu left, another old man sat down directly. "Young man, just now that was our People's Park's famous stinky chess player. I've made you laugh. I'll play against you next. Grandmaster Wang, you have to be mentally prepared." The newly seated Moncler Outlet Online Wang introduced himself. Yuan Aodi added an extra line on the ground as instructed by Lu Han, opportunity limited to one per person. The game continues, but with Lu Han around, it was useless whether you were Master Lu or Master Wang, and it still ends in a humiliating defeat. "Shit, I'm in bad shape today. I'll play another day." This Grandpa Wang lasted a minute longer than that Grandpa Lu, and it was just as hard to escape defeat. Lu Han had triggered a counterintuitive enlightenment when he was 4 years old, comprehending the level of a national chess player, plus his refinement over the years. Now in the whole of China is also a leader. Whereas the General Park chess old man can match. When Moncler Jacket Sale Wang lost, there was another one, Moncler Jacket Sale Li. When Moncler Jacket Sale Li lost, there was another one, Moncler Jacket Sale Zhou. A few rounds in and none of them win. "Young man, you stay right here and don't move. I'll get my son to come down with you." At this point, the last one surnamed Zhao said this to the camera boy, and then left to run to shake people to go. The camera boy wasn't impressed and continued to greet the other bosses who hadn't gotten on yet. "Who are we going to have next?" "I'll do it." Why are you cutting in line? Go to the back of the line." "None of you can. The face of People's Park still depends on me." "Wu Lao, are you more chicken hair? Get in line." Numerous bosses still feel that this is a chance to make money, and no one refuses to give in. "Ouch, don't grab it. Oh, my chest is a bit uncomfortable. I must be allowed to go first to relieve it." "Don't you dare. If you keep this up, I'll be on the floor." Finally, As a last resort, the camera boy spoke up. Elderly people, let's line up in the same order of payment. You can press $100 on the table first, and I'll return it on the spot if you can win. After this was said, the argument on the spot subsided. Wait, let me. Just then, a voice came from far away. The crowd followed the sound of. I saw an old man with gray sideburns and a long beard approaching. It's Master Chi. Master Chi is here. Now the face of People's Park chess is saved. That said, Master Chi has been in seclusion studying chess at home since he lost to that little prodigy a year ago. Is this an outing today? I'm sure it's a sure thing if Master Chi comes. He was a professional chess player who played in the national tournament back in the day. There's a good show. The crowd of onlookers, many of whom knew this Master Chi, were murmuring, "Boy, I hear you're strong," Master Chi said as he sat down directly across from the camera boy and stroked his beard. "Whoa, bossy." The camera boy looked at the old man in front of him, rather like a man of the world. Just then, Lu Han's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. What's the point of panicking? This Master Chi has a little something, but not much, and I've been killing him solo a lot. Hearing Lu Han's voice, the camera boy readjusted his mind. Start rearranging the pieces. Master Chi, right? Looking at this, he should be the leader of this part of the People's Park. The camera boy rearranged the chessboard while exchanging words with Chi, who was sitting opposite him. My humble Chi Lu Yu, can't talk about the leader. Old friends over here give face. There are just a few thin spots in the chess field. Master Chi also replied as he set up the chessboard. The game is rearranged. You are the elder. After you. The camera boy raised his hand in a gesture of respect. Ha, the lad is quite polite, but it's no use. I'm not going to show any mercy. Moncler Outlet Store Chi said the archside pawn opened the game. The camera boy also stopped talking and began to listen carefully to Lu Han's instructions in the headset to make his moves. Jumping horse guarding pawn, racking center cannon. This Master Chi really has two brushes. Obviously a lot better than those old men earlier. However, their real opponent was Lu Han, whose chess skills surpassed the national player level. At first Moncler Jacket's outlet Chi was relaxed, and every step was taken with a sense of calm. But the further you play, the tougher the game gets. After the half, she felt like he had been led by the nose in the game. It's been so self-contained on defense that it can't spare a hand for offense. General, laugh across the street. In the end, with a killer move from the camera boy, Chi was declared defeated. Master Chi, $100. The camera boy reached out, signaling Master Chi to pay. At this time, Chi froze in place, like he couldn't hear Yuan Aoti's words at all. How is it possible? How is it possible? Since the last time I fell into that kid's hands, I've been studying intensely at home behind closed doors, and on my first day out today, with a random young man, I actually lost again. Could it be that I, Chi, am so bad at chess now, I can't beat anyone anymore? Ah, impossible. Ha 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 ha. I, Chi Lu Yu, am the king of chess. Ha 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 ha. Moncler Jacket's outlet. This is a broken defense, and has been talking to himself there. Calm down, sir. I won't pay for anything that happens to you if you're in a hurry. The camera boy hurriedly coaxed the old man, fearing that something would happen in his haste. At this time on the big willow tree, Lu Han scratched the willow leaf hat on his head to belabor a sentence. Ugh, should not have let this Chi big master to come. Then he spoke into his cell phone. Camera boy, just tell Master Chi that he doesn't want the 100 yuan, and tell him to hurry up and leave. Ha, grandpa, I don't want the 100 bucks, you go. The camera boy was stunned, but he could only say what Lu Han said. But the next thing I know, this grandpa Chi instantly returned to normal, completely lacking the appearance of losing his mind just now. Young man, that's what you said. Not that I'm reneging, so I'm off. The original froze Moncler Jackets for men. She snapped to his feet, turned around and slipped away. Just walked out 2 steps straight away. Disappeared in a puff of smoke in sight. Fuck, what recognition is all this? This scene straight up made the camera boy whole. Won't forget about it. Master Chi rakes his ears. Wife's husband. I guess it would be good to have $10 on him. It's also my blunder to forget. Lu Han said to the camera boy through his cell phone. Camera guy. After this Master Chi left, the camera boy added an extra line on the floor. Pay first for chess. It's a good thing there's no shortage of people. Either. There are seeds of injustice every day, but today there are especially many. Next up is the 6th challenger in the back. No. 7. No. 8. Although there are really chess masters among them, but without exception, all of them lost to the camera boy. At first everyone was still adhering to the principle of watching chess without saying anything about the true gentleman on the sidelines just watching, and then maybe they all lost their asses. The scene becomes an old man on the bottom, with a bunch of doggies standing behind him directing blindly from the side of the chicken. The worst offender is the 8th Moncler outlet. The opening arched a pawn and then never had a chance to touch a piece. It ended up losing as well. And then the doggies behind them were there to summarize the failure. Come to the conclusion that, you shouldn't arch that pawn on the first move of the opening. 8th Grandpa? The 8th Moncler outlet online man was so angry that he arched a pawn for $100 for nothing. And you have to take the blame yourself? Eventually, he cursed and left as well. It just kept going down for over 2 hours. And the camera guy went straight to $2,000. Slowly, the crowd of onlookers looked at the camera boy differently. Shangtian Hasun. It really lives up to its name. I was laughing at maniacs in the opening game. Now I'm going clown royal. Whoa, alas. If I had his strength, I could be even madder than him. That. Little gentleman, can I get a picture with you? Little mister. After the game is over in a while, is this chess set you touched for sale? I want to take it home and frame it. It's all just a bunch of puffery. It made even the camera boy, who wasn't usually very confident, feel fluttery. Ah, that's what it feels like, it's so good. The camera boy listens to the rainbow farts with a mesmerized look on his face. Just then, that Zhao who was the first to challenge us just now is back. Out of the way. All of you, my son is coming. Before he even approached, that first challenger Zhao yelled. There are fewer challengers at this time of year. 2. Originally, everyone was watching the chessboard around. Hearing this movement all, turn around and look at the direction of Zhao Dai. The only thing I saw was Zhao Daki, who was so full of vigor that his chin was so high that he could hang an instant bag. And behind Zhao was a young man in a white shirt and black suit pants. The young man also had a condescending look on his face. Ouch. Dad, you made me come all this way to play chess with this kid? Just as soon as he approached, the young man said to Master Zhao with an impatient face. Good son, you'll get $1,000 for winning this brat. Zhao rubbed his hands together and looked a little embarrassed. A measly $1,000 is worth a world champion like me? The young man said the words world champion with a deliberate emphasis. Don't push it. I can listen to you blathering about the world championships 800 times a day. Just tell me if you're going to play today. Zhao Moncler outlet online also came to temper. No, playing chess with an ordinary person will spread the word and I'll be a laughingstock in the circle. This son of Zhao's is still not willing to go down. Okay, that's what you said. Seeing that his son is not eating the soft one, Zhao Moncler outlet online plans to come to the hard one. I'll go back at night and tell my daughter-in-law that you secretly went to the Jiangnan Yu Water Club behind her back. Dad, don't go too far. When I bumped into you the other day, you were surrounded by people left and right. Zhao Moncler outlet online son heard. Instantly feel like an enemy. What's wrong? Old man, I give up my life for righteousness. How many years has my old companion been gone? And I'm still not happy to go to the hook bar to listen to a song? It doesn't matter that this Zhao is a bachelor. He is not soft when it comes to pitting his son. Going to Yushui will be described by you as a hooker to listen to music. You are also uniquely awesome. Ro, I'll do it. In the end, it was Zhao Moncler outlet online son who gave in and gritted his teeth. After saying that, he walked straight to the camera boy's chess stand. Half a son of Shangtian, a chess master? That's quite a mouthful. Come on, I'll beat you in 5 minutes. Zhao Moncler outlet online son looked at the words on the ground and smiled contemptuously. If you want to play chess, pay first, said camera boy, pointed his left hand to the newly written on the floor, play chess and pay first, and reached out with his right hand to the young man in front of him to ask for money. Do you know who I am? Playing chess with me can be considered an honor for you. And you dare to ask me for money? The young man was first stunned, and laughed in exasperation. Nima love whoever, even if the king of heaven came today, he'd have to pay before he could get off. I won't fall for the same trick twice. The camera boy was also flustered by the young man's attitude, and his words were not at all customary. This young man is also speechless. Looked back at his father Zhao Daki, who was looking up and pretending to look at the sky. That expression was not intended to pay out money at all. He had no choice but to pull out $100 of his own money and put it by the board. Not enough, play 100 with others. 1,000 with you. Didn't you just say you're awesome? The camera boy directly sat on the ground. But of course, this must have been Lu Han's instructions. The young man was furious. But thinking about what his dad had just said, he was really capable of doing that. In the end, it was still myself who paid another $900 and put it on the edge of the board. Very suffocating to buy the qualification to play chess with the camera boy. Let's get started then. As soon as he saw the money in place, the camera boy smiled and started setting up the chess set. Lu Han and the photographer boy didn't know that the young man in front of them was actually a big deal. When this young man appeared in the middle of the live broadcast screen, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly became lively. Holy shit, I'm not mistaken. This Mr. Zhao's son is Zhao Dizhu, the Chinese chess world champion. It seems like it's really him. Not a penny spent on Zhao Dezhu? Upstairs, don't play around. This is a real world champion chess player. But how did you come up with the name? Does he usually eat garlic and noodles? God damn it. One bite, one noodle. The world champion shows up. And it feels like Kid Brother and Camera Boy are going to lose this wave. Lu Han and the Camera Boy had been so busy with the chess game that they hadn't paid any attention to what was going on in the live broadcast room. He had no idea that such a professional chess player had appeared in front of him. The game of chess has officially begun. Camera Boy under the command of Lu Han, and the opposite side under the back and forth. Arch pawn, dump the car, heads up, pry the object, horses across the river border, consecutive center outs. Where did you learn to play chess? Can't you stop with the broken words? These chess moves of the Camera Boy's name are really messing with people's minds. And Zhao Dezhu can't cover it. Who cares? Just play your game. 5 minutes are coming up. Let's see if you can beat me. The Camera Boy's words were eerie. The 5 minutes were looking really close. And Zhao Dezhu's face became very ugly as well. Just now when he said he would win in 5 minutes, there was actually a big element of pretense involved. How could he have expected to meet such an expert in the city's grassroots? Thus, Zhao Dezhu began to get serious, intending to give this guy in front of him who didn't know the sky and the earth a good lesson. Next, Zhao Dezhu also slowed down the speed of his moves, carefully deliberating on each move and pushing carefully. On the contrary, on the Camera Boy's side, a face of relaxation. Each move thought, not even think. In fact, he didn't need to think at all. It was all Lu Han who was in command. And at that moment, Lu Han on the big willow tree was holding binoculars and observing the chess game while watching Zhao Dezhu's expression. Zhao Dezhu's mind was all through him, and every step Lu Han took was easy to deal with. The real masters, in fact, the strength of the difference is very little. The fight is who can insist on not making mistakes. With such an advantage, this world champion has no hope of winning against Lu Han. The end result is that this game of chess Camera Little Brother and Zhao Dezhu has been against more than half an hour. And finally to Zhao Dezhu a move after a miscalculation defeat. When the Camera Boy finally landed the general's kill, the netizens in the live broadcast room were as if they had seen a miracle. Crooked day, did I read that right? Camera Boy Audrey Yuan won the world championship. That was won by Lu Han. Camera Boy is a glove. How can that be? Even if they play together, they won't win the world championship. You don't believe me again, do you? I've been punched in the face every day. Why don't I learn from my mistakes? Could it be luck? Come on, here you go. Luck to you. Let's see if you can win the world championship today. No? Is it so hard to admit that the kid is stronger? You've been punched in the face 800 times, and you still don't remember. The netizens in the live broadcast room didn't realize that there was already a large portion of people who were on the verge of becoming Kid Brothers believers. No matter what he did, they all thought he was good. And this time the onlookers of the live audience. The reaction with the audience in the live room was the complete opposite. What the hell is a world championship? World championships at the Junior Palace? You have to think about every step you take. I thought you were an expert. I thought you brought your son to give you a clean slate. Old man Zhao. But I didn't realize it was such material. Oh, these two masters are one stinky chess player and one, Aodi. Learned. From now on I'll pretend to mull over and grind my way through a game of chess with someone so it looks like everyone else thinks I'm an expert. Ha ha ha. Zhao Moncler outlet store was said to be embarrassed toes straight digging the ground. 3 rooms in 1 hall has been keyed out. A little more down a while. I guess I can key out a magic fairy fort. Looking at Zhao Dezhu at this point again, he completely didn't expect that he would suffer such a defeat. Sitting on the ponytail and froze out of his mind. It's not right. This is definitely not right. I was the one who took it lightly just now. No way, let's play another game. Another game. Obviously. He was completely unable to accept that he had lost like this. Ugh, what's with all this? Gotta have it. One more game with you. This isn't the first one to say they just took it lightly and want another set. Then Camera Boy played another game with him, and the ending remained unchanged. It was still Camera Boy. Who'd have guessed? This Zhao Dezhu is still unconvinced and still wants to come back again. The Camera Boy scratched his head. He didn't want to get down with this person either, and was ready to listen to Lu Han's thoughts. Tell you what, you say I play blind chess with you and convince him once and for all. Lu Han's voice came from the headset. Camera Guy thought about it and thought it would work. It's no fun to play with you like this anymore. How about this? Why don't I just play blind chess with you with my eyes closed? Blind chess. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Blind chess. Under closed eyes. That's a plot that only happens in movies and TV dramas when the main character pretends to be Boichi. Blind chess is not only about playing, but also about memorizing in your head in real time the dynamic direction of the entire board. The difficulty of knowing the position of each piece by heart is not normal. Even professional player Zhao Dezhu, he couldn't do it. After hearing the Camera Boy say this, Zhao Dezhu felt greatly humiliated. I'm the chess world champion, the youngest champion today. You say I'm weak, and you want to play blind chess with me to humiliate me. Zhao Dezhu's mind collapsed, and at this point, he was completely overwhelmed by anger. The camera boy snorted when he heard this. No, buddy, you can talk about it. There's no need to keep emphasizing that you're the champion. Plus, if you can be champion at your level, doesn't that make me on me? The camera boy wasn't even convinced that he was really any kind of champion. In his mind, the kid brother could beat him, so he must be just as good. What did you say? Zhao Dezhu was furious, but how could he retort? Ugh, no more. Don't dawdle. Will you play? I'll turn around and not look at the game. Just be normal. Otherwise I can't feel good about winning you money again. Camera boy and Lu Han thought about directly one step to beat the submissive and let him go. Zhao Dezhu sulked for a long time and finally took a deep breath. Down. He decided to go down anyway. To the camera boy, it was just repeating the words explained by Lu Han, who was hiding in the tree. Anyway, so there was no difference at all. The game of chess has officially begun. Camera boy stood straight up and stretched. Then, counting the money he had just won in his hand, he walked out 2 or 3 meters away and opened his mouth. Horse 2 into 3. Zhao Dezhu then took a step forward as well and reported. Car 1 leveled 1. Camera boy reports again. Cannon 2 flat 4. Right pawn to 1. Horse 3 into 4. The two of them just went on. You and I. Down the line. Camera boy doesn't even know what's become of the board now. But Lu Han played with ease. The entire chessboard was maneuvered in a smooth flow, not giving Zhao Dezhu a chance at all. On the contrary, on Zhao Dezhu's side, every step was taken carefully. This time, he took out his full strength. The state of affairs now is all-consuming. With the thought in mind that you must save your face, for every move he made, he had to project at least 10 moves in his mind. Then, you can do the math again to make sure that the result is fine before you dare to make a move. But after he didn't make a move, when it was Camera Guy's turn, Camera Guy always reported the move after a pause of less than 3 seconds. This was still the time he had waited for Lu Han. This put a lot of pressure on Zhao Dezhu's psyche. Slowly, he felt himself getting down very hard. It was very tiring to hold on to such intense brain activity for too long. It's a feeling he's never had before in the pros. 15 minutes into the game, Zhao Dezhu's face was already pale and covered in cold sweat. His mind began to wander. Could it be that this person across the street was some kind of hidden master? Half a son of Katsuhiko. It's really scary as hell. When this heart is in turmoil, then the rhythm of playing chess will be disorganized. By accident, Zhao Dezhu made a wrong move. Then the camera guy ate his horse next. Ha, wrong move. Wrong move. I made a mistake. I want to repent. Zhao Dezhu was busy shouting. Alright, it's okay. You repent. The camera boy got Lu Han's instructions and agreed without any hesitation, because Lu Han had already discovered his brokenness. The next step was basically a sure win. After another 15 minutes, the camera boy had gotten a little sleepy and yawned involuntarily, and Zhao Dezhu was still carefully mulling over every step. The camera boy was starting to think about what kind of delicious food he could go eat with Lu Han at night with this amount of money. Just as the camera boy was lost in thought, Lu Han's voice suddenly came from the headset. Hey, don't froze, it's over. After saying that, Lu Han also added a sentence afterward. This guy might really be a champion. He played this game very professionally. If he met someone else, not me, he would have really won. Camera boy at this point high on the list of things to look back at the board, only to see that Zhao Dezhu had fallen and sat down on the floor from the small pony that he had been playing chess on. The whole thing sat there paralyzed and gasping for air. This game had really consumed him. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and his hair had gone from being combed and oiled when he first arrived to the messy haystack it was now. The whole thing looks like a different person compared to when he first arrived. Lost, really lost. Zhao Dezhu sat on the ground and mumbled in a low voice. It is no exaggeration to say that he played this game at his very best. It could even be said that with a high level of mental concentration, he was considered to have overplayed his hand this time, but he still lost, and Zhao Dezhu, who was the chess world champion, wept at that moment. When the netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene, the pop-up screen directly exploded. Crouch, groove. If you're really uneducated, you can just say fuck to get around the world. Fuck. Shocker. Kid brother won the world championship with his eyes closed. The champion even ruined a move midway through, playing the pig in a poke. This is a pure piggy bank. Kid, the world champion was dumbfounded by the loss. This is a wonderful game of chess. Cooking, calligraphy, painting, ventriloquism, singing, musical instruments, fishing, dog language. What else does he not know? I've told you before, believe in me and have eternal life. It's a good thing Kid brother did live streaming. Otherwise he would definitely be a scourge with no bottom line like that. Covering the face to laugh/expression. I sometimes wonder if humans evolved without me. Woohoo! That shouldn't have taken me with it, either. And me. The scene. The onlookers all spontaneously gave the camera boy a round of applause. Pop to pop to pop to pop. This young man, he will be another rising star in the chess world. What do you mean half a son of victory heaven? What a stepping stone. I'm calling you half a son of Katsuten. A master, a true master. Speaking of which, sir, are you willing to let go of this chess piece? I admire you and want to take it back for my collection. By the way, there's also this little ponytail of yours. I want to collect it too. The masters are in the folk now. Playing chess, this kind of thing still has to be the best in the city. What tournament champion is also white diao ride? Do you accept students? Sir, my little grandson is 8 years old and still a bit malleable in chess. The camera boy had never experienced such a star-studded feeling before, and he felt really too good. At that moment, he looked up at Lu Han, who was still hiding in the big willow tree, and Lu Han gave him a thumbs up at that moment, signaling him to continue enjoying this happy experience after pretending. Camera guy, it's so cool to pretend. Under the big willow tree, that Zhao Deju was still sitting dementedly on the ground at this point. Having studied chess for many years himself, he has always been one of the best among his peers and recognized as the most promising player in the circle. How can you beat a grassroots guy with a chess stall in the square? Son, are you okay? It's okay if you lose. Just don't make any mistakes. Zhao Moncler Outlet Online saw his son's state is not right, rushed forward to relieve. Obviously, Zhao Deju was drilling into the bull's eye at this time. Seeing that the spirit is about to collapse, stop sitting on the floor and get up. That's when the camera boy walked up to him and held out a hand towards him. From Zhao Deju's point of view, the camera boy stood in the light with a magnificent figure, and the hand reaching out to him was like the hand of God. This scene was like a world-famous painting, and Zhao Deju felt all a bit unreal for a moment. Come on, it's just chess. There's no such thing as victory or defeat. What? I don't believe you've never lost? The camera boy pulled the man off the ground as soon as he could. Lose it to you. Me. Zhao Deju also did not know what to say. The skills are not as good as people feel that it makes sense to say anything. What's wrong with losing to me? That's why your science class speeches are just annoying. Think about it another way. You didn't make any progress in this game today? The camera boy frowned and interrupted. Being said so by the camera boy, Zhao Deju also felt that his chess skills had improved a lot, especially in the last game. That's not it. Don't think about it. In fact, you're not really a rookie. Go back and practice more. Wait for the next time. The camera boy had his hands behind his back at this time, looking like an immortal, worldly man. Zhao Deju, next time, I'll beat you. Nah, next time you can lose decently. Fuck you. The camera boy finished pretending, turned around and slipped away. Of course, such a statement was not simply for the sake of pretending. It was Lu Han's instruction. With these words, at least Zhao Deju was able to come out of the state of drilling the bullseye and wouldn't think his brain out. In the distance, Lu Han, who had already come down from the big willow tree, commanded the camera boy with his cell phone to say the above words, and then greeted the camera boy with his own voice. It didn't take long for the camera boy to run to Lu Han's side. Kid brother, $5,000, $5,000. From a long way off, the camera boy waved a bill in his hand. Lu Han was all smiles. I said I would bring you to earn money. I didn't lie to you. The camera boy took the money and counted it over and over again, his eyes glowing red. It's still you, kid brother. I didn't realize you knew how to play chess. Base fuck number 6. At this point on the web, I don't know which one of the good people shared the whole thing just now on a video recording. It also titled the headline, Chess World Championship Winner, Brutally Bloodied. The spread was so fast that it soon occupied the headlines of a host of video software such as Tease, Chopsticks Hands, and blah 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 video. Netizens have found the strongest kid brother live by the map. At this point in the live broadcast, the pop-up screen is a piece of crap. 666,666. It's still the kid brother. The champion meets and flips too. You're going to graduate school, aren't you? What do you guys think would happen if we let kid brother have a game with that alpha dog or whatever? With kid brother's character must unplug people's power supply. I'm new here. Didn't the video say the cameraman won the world championships? Why are you all praising a kid? Upstairs, I suggest watching the whole thing live. The real culprits are the little kids you're talking about. What are you calling a kid? You can't tell the difference between a big and a small king. Can you? Call the kid brother. Newcomers inside please. I'll tell you what's going on. At this time, on Lu Han's side. Come on, let's go have a big dinner to celebrate. Lu Han and camera guy offered to go out for a big meal. Son, I was just thinking about what to go eat while we were playing chess. The camera boy immediately offered. Walking, but absolutely no mention of your seafood dinner this time. That can't be. Of course you have to eat something nice when you have money. After discussing the matter, the two of them walked towards the outside of People's Park. Kid brother, I always feel that our kind of approach is a bit bad. You didn't even see the way that guy looked after losing. If you didn't let me go to persuade to that sentence at the end, he could just GA that. On the road, the camera boy thought of the losing Zhao Diju heart feel more or less a little bit too much. That's the wrong idea for you. As a human being, just be worthy of yourself, and leave the rest to retribution. Luhan didn't even look up at the camera boy when he answered. But it's not on our conscience. The camera boy looked at Luhan then said, first day you met me? I don't have a conscience. Do I? Luhan opened his cell phone and searched for a nearby seafood restaurant. At this time, Luhan see camera boy is very entangled. Seems to be unable to pass their own that. Put away his own cell phone, looked up, and camera boy said, think about it. If you can't be right, then you can't be right. How many people and things do you have to meet in your life? How can you be right about everything? With 3 decent views, you're going to be a Madonna, aren't you? Furthermore, the words I taught you to say to him at the end, if he can listen to them, his chess skill will surely improve in the future. If he can't listen to it, then his heart is not fit to be a chess player. Learn to let go of your personal qualities and enjoy a life of lack. Luhan spoke in one breath. After listening to Luhan's words, the camera boy thought for a moment, then let out a heavy breath. You should be right. I'm the one who's too honest. Inside the broadcast booth, life coach, kid brother is my life coach. Holy shit, this kid? Has this studio always been so philosophical? I'm enlightened. Kid brother is right. Instead of reflecting on yourself, you should denigrate others. To be a human being is to have a clear conscience. And if you have a conscience, then convince yourself that you don't have one. Let go of personal qualities and enjoy a life of lack of virtue. Good philosophical sentence. Blanche, watching Kid Brother live woke me up. The dog batch manager called my program shit. I'm going to slam that shit in his face right now. Big stupid spring. What are you doing? I'm not a big brother. We're just talking. You're for real. The live chat was hot, and the number of people online continued to rise miserably. At this point, the show is backstage. Director Wang looked at the backstage data of the strongest Kid Brother with a piggy grin on his face. Ding 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 ding. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang and he took it out to see that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is it? Director Wang frowned, but still picked it up. Hello Director Wang Jialuan, my humble self Chao Rock, is the head of the chess department of the chess movement of the General Administration of Sports of the State of China. I heard that your program has produced a chess prodigy? Indeed. Hello Minister Chao. Upon hearing that it was the leadership of the Sports Bureau, Wang Jialuan's first reaction was that Luhan had lost the face of the World Championship champion chess player, and that he had come to ask for punishment. I wonder if we could go and meet the boy, Minister Chao on the phone said. Not Minister Chao, he's still just a kid. Such a small thing. Not so much, right? Wang Jialuan thought in his heart, this is directly to reality touch. You may have misunderstood. Director Wang, we are thinking that this boy's chess skills are very good and would like to invite him to join us. The other party also realized Wang Jialuan's thoughts and immediately explained. Oh, such a thing. Once he heard the opposite side say this, Wang Jialuan then put his heart down. Then you'll have to wait. I'll turn around and ask Luhan what he means. Wang Jialuan started to take on the power again. Across the phone. It's like this Minister Chao, listen to me. First thing every day when you wake up, try to get money today. You can be Buddhist in everything you do, but you have to go all out when it comes to money. It's hard to get money if you want to get by in life. Luhan and the camera boy crooned the song Calories of Screwing Money all the way towards the food city. Did you write this song too, kid? It's so earthy and strong. The camera boy listened to Luhan sing it once and knew it. Sort of. As they were talking, the duo arrived at the food court, picked a nice Sichuan restaurant. Although today earned $5,000, but the two people in the food above are very pragmatic, and did not intend to go to eat what Western steak. That thing dead expensive to eat is not addictive. Where there is a meal of Chinese cuisine to really? Just sitting down. That's when the camera guy's phone rang. Hey, Director Wang. As soon as he saw it was his supervisor's phone, the camera boy immediately picked it up. Yuan Audi, give the phone to Kid Brother. I'm looking for him for something. Oh, okay. The camera boy handed the phone to Luhan. Director Wang says he wants to see you for something. Luhan's eyes dripped when he heard it was Director Wang. Then someone is reimbursed for this meal today. Luhan took the call and grinned towards Brother Camera. Kid Brother wants to talk to you about something. Director Wang's fawning tone was a far cry from the one he had just spoken to the camera boy. What is it? As soon as he heard the tone of Director Wang Jialuan, Luhan thought that this is something to ask me. Then this meal is finalized. The leader of the chess department of the chess program of the General Administration of Sport of the State of China just called to invite you to join them. Director Wang directly talked about Minister Chow's invitation just now. This kind of invitation is not an unusual thing. Before Yang Mi invited Lu Han to sing, Zhang Yi, a certain director, invited Lu Han to act in the movie. The Huaxia Music Academy invited to be a professor. Director Wang was only responsible for conveying the message, leaving everything to Lu Han's own decision. Which was also the reason why Director Wang had not directly promised Minister Chow just now. Is it from the General Administration of Sports in our country of China? Lu Han had his own thoughts in his mind. Aha! It's an invitation from Minister Rock Chow of the chess department. And I checked that this Minister Chow is also an old pedant in the chess world. Director Wang had done his research in advance, and since the last time Lu Han had an accident, Director Wang had been careful with his security. It's not impossible. I'll think about it. By the way, Mr. Wang, the data of today's live broadcast should be good, right? I want to have a good meal tonight, you reimburse it? Lu Han straightened his mouth. Okay, you ask Yuan Audi to get the invoice, and the program team will reimburse you for this meal tonight. Director Wang thought that the data of today's live broadcast was so good, and he didn't skimp on just one meal. After the call, Lu Han and the camera boy started to order. Little brother, there are hand-torn rabbits, let's have one each? Lu Han looked through the menu and asked the camera boy. Let's have one for each of us. The camera guy also heard that the reimbursement for this meal from the show was anything but gracious. Just then, a girl at the next table suddenly spoke up. How can you eat a rabbit when it's so cute? These words were meant for Lu Han and the others. The girl was dressed as a spiritual little sister, and across from her sat a spiritual guy, supposedly a young couple. Baby, it's okay. Some people that just don't have a heart. Let's just be good and not eat. The spiritual guy held the spiritual little sister's hand and comforted her, and slanted a glance at Lu Han and the others when he spoke of the lack of love. Ha! Lu Han felt his head full of question marks, which is when the camera boy suddenly spoke up. I think the lady is right. We should save the bunnies. Ha! Lu Han was even more speechless, thinking that the camera little brother was looking at this spiritual little sister. I'm limited in what I can do, so let's save half of them. Boss, half a hand-torn rabbit. Add sesame. Add spicy. Not enough. Order more. The camera boy's speech in the front was quite normal, but the words directly after this were a sudden change in style. Holy shit, you're getting the hang of it. Little brother. Lu Han was also stunned by the camera boy's wave of drifting through the corner. Isn't that what you told me today? Put down your personal qualities and enjoy a life of lack of virtue. The children are teachable. Lu Han directly gave the camera boy a thumbs up. This is enlightened. The little spiritual sister at the neighboring table was furious. Next, Lu Han stopped a bunch of dishes again. What red meat? Crayfish. Little fish pot stickers. All cute little critters. The live studio audience. Shrimp and pig's heart. Shrimp and also pig's heart. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Too funny. The camera boy is being enlightened by the kid brother. Laugh out loud. God's limited capacity. Save half of them first. Being around kids, the cameraman has learned a lot. Saved him through half of them, and will save another half later. Slap the table and laugh maniacally / expression. In a moment's time, their table was full of dishes, and the neighboring table next to me only ordered a fried noodle and a fried rice. In comparison, Spirit Sister and Spirit Boy found their meal tasteless. Camera little brother picked up half a hand-torn rabbit directly nibble, but also intentionally eat especially loud. But the neighboring table of gluttony bad. At that moment, Lu Han picked up the other half of the hand-torn rabbit and handed it to the spiritual boy. Come on, friend, we ordered more than we can eat, so if you don't mind, how about half a hand-torn rabbit? The spiritual guy at the next table was overjoyed. Thank you for being so nice. The spirit of the boy stretched out his chopsticks to go to the clip. Who knows? Because he was excited, accidentally half of the hand-torn rabbit fell to the ground. Next, he saw the spiritual boy crouch down extremely quickly and pick up the half hand-torn rabbit on the ground, then shove it in your mouth in a swift motion. This scene was not only Lu Han and the camera boy who were dumbfounded. Even Spirit's little sister, who was sitting across the table, looked dumbfounded. The mental boy looked up and giggled while speaking in a slurred voice. According to the law of 3 seconds, as long as something dropped on the floor doesn't last more than 3 seconds, that filth can't get on it yet, and it's still edible. At this point, the spiritual little sister across the street couldn't look away. Wang Jiangwo, I misjudged you. How could you be such a person? Spirit's little sister had a look of exasperation on her face. No, baby, how can you not want it when people are kind enough to give it to you? Spirit guy said as he was still shoveling it into his mouth. I don't care, you just can't eat the rabbit. Unless what? The baby. Unless you give me half of that hand-torn rabbit. Lu Han, camera guy, Live, pfft. Luhan couldn't stand to watch anymore. Greeted the waiter to the next table of the spirit of the boy and spirit of the little sister on a whole hand-torn rabbit. Anyway, he was reimbursed by Director Wang today. Thank you, you guys are really nice. Honey, this hand-torn rabbit smells so good. Sure enough, no one escapes the law of true fragrance. Just finished dinner. Luhan then received a call from his mom, Wang Mei. Luhan, where did you die today? Today asked Principal Bai and Director Wang said you did not go to school. And now school is over and do not know to return home. As soon as the phone was connected, before Luhan had a chance to speak, Wang Mei began to ramble. Even though Luhan had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he was still able to feel the sense of oppression from his old mom. Wang Mei, if you're not home in half an hour, you're not coming back. Wang Mei put down the last sentence and hung up directly. Fuck the North. The principal and director actually sold me out. Luhan hurriedly put away his cell phone and ran to the side of the road to get a taxi ready to go home. What, kid brother, are you still afraid of your mom? Wang Mei's voice was so loud that even without the external broadcast camera boy on, he heard it all. Mothers have a natural blood suppression of their sons, don't you know? Greeting a cab, Luhan said to the camera boy as he got in. Seems to be the rationale. After getting on the bus, Luhan immediately made another call to the director of instruction. Wang Shuren. Hello, older brother, why did you remember to call me? Brother Wang, can we still get along? Why did you tell my mom that I wasn't at school today? Luhan intends to collude. Older brother, let me explain. It wasn't me, it's the principal. Didn't you run into the principal when you came to school the day before yesterday? And then, the director on the phone, Mr. Wang, told the whole story. It turned out to be that day Luhan disappeared again after bumping into Principal Bai at school, and the principal wanted to find out what was going on, so he called Wang Mei, who knew that a phone call had completely exposed him. TSK. 100%. Old Wang big brother on WeChat. In a moment I will pull you and the principal a group chat. To the next statement. Or I have to press a set of old mother teaching son stick law tonight. Luhan listened to Director Wang's explanation and immediately hung up the phone and switched to WeChat, building a group of 3 people. Him, Director Wang and Principal Bai. You have joined the WeChat group, Save the Children. Principal Bai, what's going on? Luhan, did you build the group? Director Wang, Principal Bai. I told you I shouldn't have contacted Luhan's mom today. My oldest brother is going to get a bear tonight. Luhan, Headmaster Big Brother, Carrot. Inside the group, Director Wang and the class principal again told the whole story. Principal Bai, sorry brother, when my brother's negligence. But this is also too long to see you want you well. There is still room for salvation? Director Wang, yes. Tell me what to do. Old man? Luhan, how should I know? You guys hurry up and help me think of a trick. Principal White. Director Wang, there are tricks. There's a trick. Luhan, come on. Tell me. Director Wang, recently, Fuxing University invited us to visit the Magic City Elementary School. Principal Bai. In a moment you return to Luhan's mom a phone call. Say Luhan today on behalf of the school to go to Fuxing University to communicate matters related to the visit. You do not know before. Just got the news from me. I'll take care of the rest. Principal Bai, okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Luhan, but didn't my mom say that she also contacted the old king brother you come? This can be rounded up? Director Wang, I'm so smart. Your mom called me today and I didn't even answer. I guess there's something going on. Luhan, 6666. Principal White, 66,666. Director Wang, by the way, old brother, if that's the case, you'll really have to go on the study tour to Fuxing University tomorrow. It just so happens that I've reserved a spot for you as well. Luhan, just go. It's better than going back at night to get a beating from the old lady teaching her son how to use the stick, right? Okay, communication is over. In order to prevent leaving evidence, I'm disbanding this group immediately. Principal White, copy that. Director Wang, received. After sending the last message, Lu Hanjin directly dissolved the group. After this meal, Luhan exhaled heavily, and only then did he let go of his heart. First question, is this how you normally communicate with the principal, the director of instruction? Brother kid? This set of chit-chat straight away made the camera boy next to him look dumbfounded. Not often. After all, lives are at stake. Having just neutralized the danger, Luhan replied breathlessly to the camera boy. So the second question. Your 10 million fan kid brother, are you afraid of your mom? The camera boy was puzzled. Not. Why do I get the feeling you're cursing? No way. In your eyes or other people's eyes I'm a kid brother, but in my mom Wang Mei that my identity is a son. Communication between parents and children has never been between the top and the bottom, and when parents get angry most of them will also skip straight to communication on the stick. which is probably a traditional culture. You could also say it's a sweet burden, Lu Han and the camera boy explained. Soon the cab arrived downstairs in Lu Han's neighborhood. After going upstairs, Lu Han carefully pushed open the door of his home. Didn't see Wan Mei ganking him in the living room with a chicken feather duster. Ahem. I'm back. It's been a tiring day. And you're still calling. So what's the matter? Lu Han made a preemptive statement, guessing that the telephone communication between the principal and the director's side had already been taken care of. At this time, he saw Wang Mei smilingly walk out from the inner room. Not at all the fierce god on the phone just now. Confirmed. Crisis averted. Day 2. In order to fulfill the previous lie, Lu Han and the camera boy came directly to Fuxing University. Come on, kids from experimental elementary school, follow the line. We're here today at Renaissance University to learn about the school's long history. The teacher leading the tour was as good as coaxing children, taking a group of elementary school students on a navigational tour of the Renaissance University campus. The other kids were listening intently to the lead teacher. The two of them, Lu Han and the camera guy, followed the tail of the line, their eyes always searching for the beautiful women on the university campus. Maybe it was because it was class time and the campus was full of people, not to mention beautiful women. When will Kid Brother finish? The number of people in the live room is dropping miserably. Today's broadcast was so bland that the popularity of the booth suffered. Also, you can't even see a pretty girl over here. Rip who? The two hit it off and broke away from the group when the lead teacher wasn't looking. Slipped into a school building, found a random classroom and blended in. Kid Brother, there are a lot of pretty girls in this classroom? Then we'll sit over here for a while, and when it's about time we'll go back to the main group and mix it up and go back to school in the afternoon. Lu Han was also tired of walking and just happened to sit down here to rest and relax. An old professor was lecturing on the podium, and the classroom was one of those big stepped classrooms with a lot of students sitting inside. Lu Han originally just thought of resting his feet in the classroom, but the lecture of the old professor on the podium aroused his interest. The old professor opened a lesson on the classroom projection and then pointed to the dense subsection. Students, these 25 items are the list of technologies that our China is currently being necked by the U.S. Photolithography, chips, cell phone computer systems, database management, robotics core algorithms, AI technology, brain-computer interfaces. According to the breakdown, there are 76 scientific research technologies, and among these 76 technologies there are 19 technologies related to our microelectronic chips. To the reader, the next Kid Brother to do something big, need to pave the way. So the recent chapter rhythm will not be like the front of each chapter, so simple and happy. I hope the readers understand. But the author guarantees that the follow-up thieves overjoyed. 70 years ago, when China faced nuclear blackmail by the United States, it was a blank sheet of paper in terms of technology. Our predecessors still researched our own nuclear weapons. Today, we are facing only 70 or so problems. The ones related to our microelectronics specialty are just 20 or so small problems. If our predecessors could figure it out from scratch, I don't believe we can't do it. The more the old professor said that is the more excited. The group of students under the stage also listened very carefully. That's when the camera guy realized something was wrong. Kid, are we in the wrong place? Didn't they say that college students are all just lazy? How come all the teachers and students in this classroom are so eager to learn? The camera boy tugged at Lu Han and muttered in a low voice. At this time, Lu Han seemed to be listening to the words of the camera boy as if he was mesmerized. His eyes kept staring at the old professor on the stage and did not answer the words of the camera boy. Without further ado, I'm emotional again today. Let's continue with the topic from last class about the application of EUV extreme ultraviolet light at 13.5 nanometer wavelengths. The professor gathered himself and continued his lecture. Off stage, students began to speak up and share the various options they envisioned to explore. Professor Yi, I think it might be possible in a pure vacuum environment. No, you're being too idealistic with this one. There's no such thing as a 100% vacuum. Also think about whether there is a way to increase the absorption ratio even more when reflecting in the Zeiss reflector. This is much more difficult. The student discussion was so intense that it was less like a classroom and more like an academic seminar study. At this time, Lu Han in the back row of the classroom seemed to have discovered some new continent, and his desire for knowledge instantly exploded. He could not understand any of the terminology these people were talking about, and this sense of the unknown made him both anxious and excited, wanting very much to understand and learn this knowledge. In this state of thirst for knowledge, Lu Han suddenly felt a strong pinprick of pain coming from his head. Hiss ah, what's going on? Lu Han held his forehead and grunted out in pain. Lu Han, what's wrong with you? The camera boy saw that Lu Han's state was not right and asked with concern. Next, Lu Han directly shouted out because he couldn't endure the intense pain. This shout directly attracted the attention of everyone in the classroom. Where's the kid from? Why are you yelling here? Can't you see we're in class? Go out and play. Call security. Don't interfere with our classes. What? That's not right. You see what seems to be wrong with that kid? Or we'd better call 120. The people in the classroom were talking. Some directly expressed their dissatisfaction of being disturbed, while others looked at Lu Han's state to express their concern. This same scene caught the attention of the professor on stage, who walked to the back of the classroom. What's wrong with the kid, and who are you two? The professor opened his mouth to ask the camera boy. Lu Han, what's wrong with you? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? The camera boy stared at Lu Han with eyes full of worry, and simply ignored the professor's inquiry. At this moment, Lu Han's spirit was in a bit of a trance from the pain, and it was in this trance-like state that he heard a familiar heavenly aphorism. You watch an academic discussion on lithography chip technology among the faculty and students of the Microelectronics Research Institute of Fuxing University, and because of your thirst for knowledge, you break the rules and trigger your uncanny enlightenment to realize the lithography technology that is 100 years ahead of the current era. Then why the fuck does it hurt so much? Lu Han wanted to ask the heavenly proverbs for an explanation, but there was no voice to answer him at all. The pain lasted for about another minute after Tendo's aphorism was finished. Then it instantly disappeared, and Lu Han felt a huge amount of scientific research information pouring into his brain. Holy shit, the cost of this realization is not small, but it's also too worth it. Lu Han muttered to himself and began to digest the information in his mind. Lu Han, are you alright? The camera boy held Lu Han's head and looked left and right, trying to make sure there wasn't anything else wrong. Who the hell are you two? Whatever just happened? Now please leave. At this time, that professor saw Lu Han recovering and opened his mouth. After all, it was affecting people, and they were not in a position to take advantage of it, so the two of them stood up and headed out. Watching the two leave, the professor turned to the students in the classroom and said, "Ignore them, let's continue the discussion." Really? I don't know how these two got in. Where were we? Speaking of the Zeiss reflector reflection, is there any way to increase the absorption ratio even more? I thought I said it couldn't be realized. After all, they are in research, and the students quickly recovered their minds and continued to discuss the direction of their research. Lu Han, who was at that moment, walked to the door and suddenly stopped in his tracks. It's not that troublesome. For a change, if you can't get a lower nanoscale, you can try stacking it. He still wanted to share the knowledge he had just gained. After all, this was something that concerned the fate of the Chinese nation. Wait, what did you just say? The professor, who was originally walking back towards the podium, suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at Lu Han, who had already walked to the door. Wait a minute, little friend, can you say that again? Hearing Lu Han's words, the professor looked very excited. The other students were astonished. Just now they were only focused on the discussion and didn't hear Lu Han's words. What happened to Prof. Yi? What did the kid say? Ouch. Leave him alone. What else can a little kid say? What's wrong with Professor Yi? Why do you care about a child's words? The students were confused about Professor Ye's reaction and started talking. I wonder what your name is, Professor? Lu Han turned around and retraced his steps back to the classroom. My humble self, Yi Guahong, is a professor at Fuxing University's Microelectronics Research Institute. Kid, can you repeat what you just said? Professor Yi was obviously very interested in Lu Han's words. Hello, Professor Yi? Sorry for the disturbance just now. I am also interested in knowledge related to microelectronic lithography, so I took the liberty of coming to observe today. Lu Han didn't answer Professor Ye's question directly, but expressed his apologies for what had just happened. Let's not talk about that for a moment. You repeat what you've just said up and over again. Professor Yi directly interrupted Lu Han's words. He didn't care about these mundane rituals. He now only cared about what Lu Han had just said. What exactly is that folding up? I was just saying it could be done differently. Since nano-precision can't be achieved, can we try stacking the chips? Lu Han said. Stacking? Stacking technology? Prof. Yi listened in thought. What do you mean stacked? Do you think chips are sandwiches? Can they be folded at random? This kid is really... What are you talking about? Can you just stack a bunch of 28 nanometer chips and get better performance? Just a little kid. What does he know about microelectronic lithography? A group of students started to talk again. Their words were mostly mocking and disdainful. In their opinion, how could a kid like Lu Han know all this? Stacked, multi-dimensional stacking. Professor Yi seemed to have some kind of thought after hearing this, and without caring about anything, he directly rushed to the podium to pick up the chalk and wrote frantically on the blackboard. The blackboard was filled with various derivation formulas written by Professor Yi. Seeing how excited Prof. Yi was, the students on stage couldn't help but think about what Lu Han meant by stacking just now. It's done. After a long time, Professor Yi violently dropped the chalk. The students on stage looked at Professor Yi with puzzled faces. What do you mean? How does it stack up? What exactly is the puzzle multidimensional stacking that Professor Yi just mentioned? The students on stage rushed to ask Prof. Yeah, Professor Yi at this time, however, did not answer his own student's question and did not even look at it. Instead, he turned his head to Lu Han with a smile on his face. The little friend, how did you come up with that? Can you tell me about it? At this time, Professor Ye's eyes changed as he looked at Lu Han and became more affable. Wait a minute, Professor Yi, what exactly is this kid saying? Is it hard to believe that a child can really handle the microelectronic lithography technology blocked by the U.S.? Professor, talk to us? We're getting antsy. The group of students on the stage were anxious, looking at Professor Ye's reaction. What the kid said might actually work, but they couldn't understand what Professor Yi and this kid were talking about until now, which made it hard for them to scratch their heads. Students, it's us who are closed-minded and shallow in our cognition. The idea that this child just mentioned is completely feasible, and can be said to be the optimal solution to the problem of photolithography chips at the current level of scientific research in China. I'm too excited and need to calm down. Kids, it's better if you come on stage and talk to my students. With that, Professor Yi raised his hand and invited Lu Han to walk up to the podium. There is no need to pay attention to those manners with this group of scientific research guys. To come up with a solution to the problem is more important to them than anything else. Lu Han directly stride on the podium. The chip stacking technology one just described is actually strictly speaking only an alternative technology. It is well known that a chip of equal area wants to perform better. Then it needs finer lithography technology support. 15 nanometers, 8 nanometers, 5 nanometers, 3 nanometers. Rice is just stuck with the fact that our current limit in Huaxia only goes to 13.5 nanometers. But we might as well think differently. The chip he is cut out. I'm not cutting it now to stack it up. 4 pieces top 1 piece. 1 core into 4 cores. Although it is a little thicker. So how thick can it be? It's the equivalent of us physically replacing. There's no way to carve 4 pieces on top of 1. And this technology isn't a secret. The Intel family has been stuck at 14 nanometers for years. And that's how they solved the performance problem. Technically there is no short-term breakthrough toward finer detail. And that's the optimal solution for now. Lu Han finished the chip stacking technology solution in his brain, and the students on the stage were quiet. They seemed to have realized something, and like Prof. Yi just now, they all picked up a pen and paper and started calculating. Theoretically, Lu Han had completely convinced them. But they needed to do further calculations to prove it. You guys don't have to do the math. I just did it. It's all on the board. And what he said is totally mass-producible. At this time Professor Yi, who had been standing by the side, spoke. The students put down their pencils and paper at this point and stared at the board with jaws agape. It's true. It's actually true. It really works. My goodness, this little kid really is a prodigy. Where did you learn all this? Call what little friend call teacher. Teacher, where did you study and research photolithography chips? After the students read the calculations on the blackboard, all of them were impressed by Lu Han's program. Pop pop pop. I don't know who led the way, but the applause came one after the other. In the end, the entire classroom, all of them stood up and applauded Lu Han. The academic problem they had been thinking about day and night was solved by a kid in a few words. The last row of the classroom. The camera guy who was in a daze the whole time is now even more dazed. Not, what did the kid just do? Didn't we come here to rest our feet? Instead, the pop-ups in the live room fell into a state of confusion. Which one of you understood what Kid Brother just said? I didn't understand a word of it, but I feel so awesome. I don't know what I'm talking about. Have you guys drifted off? This kind of scientific research question, and you guys are actually try to understand it? How come the Kid Brother can do everything? I feel like I'm an invalid now. 555,555. There are many ways to insult people, but you chose the one that makes me feel the worst. No kidding. Do you guys know what it would mean if Kid Brother could really solve the photolithography chip problem? If that theory can really help us realize the mass production of photolithography chips, then the technology blockade imposed by the Emperor of China on us will be torn open. Chip technology a break. Other computer systems, programming software, robotics, AI and other scientific research projects will be able to get a leap forward. There will be a technological explosion chain reaction. Amount. Still don't quite understand. If we can really break through, we have a mass production. All the chip-related electronic product prices will be a big dive. Top 4090 Ti graphics card a treasure only 99.9 yuan. iPhone 17 lagging. Up to sell you $100 Fuck, what's so awesome? I would have understood if I'd said that earlier. I'm with the kid. Who said before that believing in Brother Hasbro will lead to eternal life? Is it too late for me to join? Have you ever wondered where the kid learned all this? I'll admit he's a bit of an asshole in his normal life. But this is scientific research? What do you care where he got it from? It can knock down the price of electronics. And it can punch Minnie in the face. Kid brother is my god. Kid brother. Coward. Inside the classroom at this time, the students all understood the theory that Lu Han had just said, and they all acted very excited. Professor Yi Hongmin excitedly pulled Lu Han's hand and said, "Little friend, I want to organize your theory just now to write a thesis. Don't worry. I will write your name on the thesis. These are not important. I'm happy to contribute to our Chinese research technology." Lu Han said is sincere. 2 generations of people he is still firm that he is a Chinese. The things that are helpful to the country are always obligatory. However, Prof. Yi, the method I just mentioned can only be considered as a short-term solution with no way out. In order to really break through Rice's technological blockade and break free from the big hand stuck around our necks, we still need to make a breakthrough in precision. 12 nanometers, 8 nanometers, 5 nanometers, or even 3 nanometers at the top of the heap right now. This is the top priority. I understand what you're saying, but how easy is it to talk about? You see my students, and I don't even have direction right now. Alas. Prof. Yi also knows that multi-dimensional stacking technology is, in the end, within the existing capabilities of the trick method. Lithography precision is no way to break through, will always be behind others. I have. Just as Prof. Yi was fretting about the direction of his research, Lu Han directly returned. I did. You have? You mean you have research directions and lithography accuracy? Prof. Yi's expression was complicated. The kid in front of him just a few minutes ago used a sentence of nudging to directly solve the dilemma of chip manufacturing technology under the current technological threshold. Now he's also saying that he has a way with research and lithography accuracy. This sounds like a mirage. Is it possible that this child was sent from heaven to save China? Son, I'm a scientific researcher. I'm very rigorous in my approach. You can't lie to me. Professor Yi's voice stuttered a bit as he spoke. Professor Yi, do you know about quantum chips? Lu Han followed up. Quantum chips? That's nothing but a nice legend in the scientific world. To bring up quantum chips, that's so unrealistic. Originally, Prof. Yi was full of anticipation, but instantly lost interest when he heard it was a quantum chip. That is, if you want to realize a quantum chip, not to mention us in China, even the meter country can't do it now. I'll admit that this kid did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve with what he just said about the stacking method, but what he's saying now is complete bullshit. Lu Han's words were not only being listened to by Professor Yi, but the students on the stage were also paying attention. When they heard about the quantum chip, they also thought that it wouldn't work that way, that stuff was just the scientific equivalent of a fairy tale. Kids haven't asked what your name is? Compared to just now, Professor Yi calmed down quite a bit, thinking about the fact that until now, he still didn't know what the name of the little kid in front of him was. My name is Lu Han. I'm a second-grade student from the Magic City Experimental Primary School, and I'm here to visit Fuxing University today. Professor Yi did not continue to pursue the matter of the quantum chip, but instead asked about his name, which made Lu Han somewhat surprised as well. Lu Han, what I want to say to you now is that quantum chips are a pipe dream at this point in time, and they can't be realized at all. What you're saying is not feasible. Professor Yi had dismissed the idea of continuing the conversation after hearing the word quantum chip, because in his conception, quantum chips are completely up in the air at the current level of modern science. TSK. How come you researchers don't even have the spirit of exploration? Lu Han frowned, completely not expecting Professor Yi to say such a thing. It's not that we don't have the spirit of exploration, but the current situation is too urgent. We must use the shortest possible time to break through the technological blockade, and the quantum chip can't achieve a breakthrough in a short period of time. Professor Yi turned on his computer at this time and began to organize the multi-dimensional stacking technology that Lu Han had just proposed. He wanted to write the paper and submit it as soon as possible. That same one quantum bit can carry twice as much data as an electron, and theoretically 50 of them would be right up there with a conventional supercomputer. Lu Han was still trying to convince Professor Yi. Our microelectronics program at Renaissance University is now under military orders, and there is no way for quantum chips to achieve the fastest possible application. Professor Yi continued to compose his thesis. Not even lifting his head, he returned a sentence to Lu Han. His attitude was already obvious. Then start working on it now. If you think of this world as programming, that underlying architecture is quantum, perhaps the only way to touch the essence is with quantum. Lu Han could actually understand Prof. Yi's dilemma now. In Prof. Yi's opinion, quantum chip research needed lots and lots of time, and what Huaxiao lacked the most now was time. However, Lu Han also had to consider his own safety, and there was no way to directly tell all the knowledge in his mind in one brain right now. If he did that, He was afraid that he would really be dragged to be studied alive in the future. After Lu Han finished speaking, his eyes kept staring at Professor Yi. But Prof. Yi didn't continue to answer the meaning, still focusing on his thesis. Pull back, Professor Yi, if you have any problems in the future, you can still look for me. Lu Han understood that Professor Yi now had his mission to accomplish. He did not continue to persuade him, and left a sentence before turning around and leaving. Lu Han and the camera boy went straight out of the school building. Kid brother, although I don't quite understand what you guys just talked about, but I feel as if you've done something bullishly awesome again. On the way, the camera guy said, what I'm going to do next is going to be even more awesome. Lu Han's pace was quick, and after leaving the school building, he walked directly towards the school gate. Ha, what are you doing? The camera boy felt as if Lu Han had changed after leaving that classroom. I'm going to build my own quantum lithography. Build quantum chips. Lu Han spoke very seriously. It's okay, you're good at everything anyway. We're not counting on that old man. We'll build it ourselves. But where are we going now? Not to meet up with the visiting team? Camera little brother does not understand what Lu Han said is how scary a thing. In his eyes, as long as it is a child brother Lu Han want to do things there is no cannot be done. No go. Go to Joshing Media to get money from Sister Hotba, to do research. Just saying. Walking to the entrance of the school, Lu Han stopped a cab and went straight to the Joshing Media building in the city. The netizens in the live broadcast room also heard Lu Han say just now that he wanted to build his own quantum lithography. It's no longer a shocking thing to say now. Did I hear you right? Kid brother said he wants a photolithography chip, or a quantum one? Although kid brother has hit me in your face several times, I'm going to say it again this time. If he can build that, I'll chop the bird live. Upstairs is too harsh, but I'm with you, and I don't believe it this time. What about the people who believe in brother boy and have eternal life? I'd like to ask you if you still believe this time? I just joined and now I'm calling it quits. I don't know. What's with the big deal this time? Kid? Quantum chip. Do you guys know what this is? That quantum thing has entangled states, and theoretically realizing it is a technological leap forward. And I don't really believe in kid brother anymore. I do understand some of the academic journals. Quantum chips seem to involve superconductivity technology. Small children are in the cattle prodding. This he cannot win. I'd like to ask, is there anyone like me who is convinced that it's completely impossible, but always feels unsure when it comes out of a kid brother's mouth? I even have a point where I'm hoping the kid brother will actually punch me in the face this time. If we really hit the face this time, that can make our huaxia. Let the whole mankind's technological level advance for 100 years at once. Cam, I'm suddenly getting a hot flash. Kid brother begs to be punched in the face. This time, I don't believe it. But, kid brother begs to be hit in the face. Kid brother begs to be punched in the face. It's still the same thing. Believe in your brother and you'll live forever. I don't have the brains to believe. You guys are great. You're amazing. You're begging to be punched in the face. I vowed to chop birds live on air. Joshing Media headquarters. Lu Han lightly went straight to the president's office on the top floor. Lu Han pushed the door and saw Hotba, Yang Ni and the three shareholders, Chan Jia. They were sitting in front of the large glass window of the office chatting. Sister Hotba, your husband is here. Lu Han pushed the door open. Hearing that it was Lu Han's voice, Hataru looked up sharply. Humph, little scumbag, you still know to come. She was overjoyed when she first heard the voice, but when she really saw Lu Han coming, Hotba was filled with displeasure again. After Lu Han took control of Joshing, he directly threw the company to her. She is an entertainer and knows nothing about company management, and it was not easy for her to make any headway with Yang Ni's help. Yikes, if it isn't our little Mr. Lu. At this time, Yang Ni also saw Lu Han and opened her mouth to tease. Sister Reba, don't you even think about your future husband? Lu Han gave Yang Ni a small smile in response, then walked over to Hataru and took her hand and said, little scumbag, taking advantage of me all day long. Where's my husband coming from? Hoder said on her lips, but didn't break away from Lu Han's hand that was pulling her. It was just me and the camera boy who came in just now. Now let you choose. Lu Han said. He pointed at the camera boy and then pointed at himself. The camera boy was filled with speechlessness while belly aching. First of all, I didn't mess with any of you. Enough of this nonsense. You've come to take over the company. I really don't want to be in charge. Reba has been so busy lately she's been puking, so she's just taking advantage of the situation to drop the ball. If you really can't manage it, let Sister Yang Mi and Mr. Chen Jia Chen come. They are also shareholders anyway. Lu Han said, spreading his hands. He didn't care about that. On the side, Yang Ni actually showed some excitement when she heard this. She had always dreamed of actually becoming capitalized, and Chen Jia didn't seem to be interested. The period of time when she was no longer the largest shareholder, she had fewer things to worry about. Instead, she felt much more comfortable. So what are you doing here this time? At that moment, Hataru asked about the purpose of Lu Han's visit. Want money, Lu Han answered dryly as well. Little scumbag, a real little scumbag, doesn't come to me for so long, and when he does, he wants money. How much do you want? Hearing Lu Han's reply like this, Hataru was exasperated and gritted her teeth. Let's start with 20 billion for now. What, 20 billion? And temporarily? Inside the large office, not only Reba, along with Yang Mi, Chenjia, all three of them exclaimed in shock. Lu Han, do you think I am an egg-laying chicken? Jiaxing's market capitalization is only $10 billion. You only handed it over to me for a few days, and now you want $20 billion. Hoder was really feeling like she could never keep up with the rhythm of Lu Han's brain. Yang Mi, Lu Han, what are you thinking? Jiaxing's market capitalization is not enough for $20 billion. Besides, you only have half of it. Chenjia, kid brother, are you trying to kick me out? If that's the case, you just say so. All three were shocked. That's tens of billions of dollars. I'm going to build a photolithography machine. 20 billion is only the initial investment. It is estimated that a total of 100 billion Chinese dollars will be needed. Waiting for the three to quiet down, Lu Han added. The three of them went numb when they heard this, and they all felt that Lu Han had gone crazy today. What's going on here? Yang Mi, Jiaxing is an entertainment media company. How can we do that? Chenjia, even though you're the actual largest shareholder, I still have to reject you for this nonsense. Hataru, Lu Han, what are you thinking about? Why did you suddenly think of doing this? None of the three could understand Lu Han's jumping mind. Stop. Hear me out. I didn't intend to take Jiaxing's money outright. As you guys said, packing up Jiaxing and selling it wouldn't be worth that much. I next release a large number of songs, movies, scripts, and variety shows through Jiaxing, but talk to you guys in advance. Sister Yang Mi, Sister Chenjia, these engage in money work although hanging Jiaxing's name, but the money will not take you to share. Lu Han spoke bluntly. Then why should we agree to it? Aren't you being unreasonable? Chenjia and Lu Han weren't familiar with each other, and when he heard this, he directly opened his mouth to ask. Don't worry, I'm not unreasonable. I promise that you'll quit Jiaxing within a year, and I'll give you both the shares that Hataru is holding now for free. And next, I issued my own songs in Jiaxing Film and Television Works, etc. All do not use the company's resources for promotion and publicity. The company only need to titular only. Look, can you guys take it? Lu Han is laying a big game. I'm glad that I held Jiaxing for the sake of Hot Anna before, but I also regret why I didn't just set up my own business to open a sole proprietorship, and now I don't have to be bothered by this crap. The conditions offered by Lu Han cannot be said to be not big. His hands after the acquisition of Yaofume but has more than 60% of the shares. 60% of the shares are directly not wanted after 1 year. The temptation to quit the company was huge for Chenjia and Yang Mi. Well, you guys don't have to be in such a hurry to answer me. Just think about it. Lu Han looked at Chenjia and Yang Mi in front of him. In fact, even if they didn't agree, Lu Han still had other ways to take down the entire company, but it would be ugly and he didn't want to go that far. Half a day. Chenjia spoke up. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I founded Jiaxing, so if I can get it back in this way, I agree. Chenjia was the founder of Jiaxing Media, and Lu Han had become the largest shareholder through business means now, and she originally had a grudge in her heart. It was good that Lu Han didn't meddle in the company's affairs, and it didn't affect her planning for the company. Now that he was able to take back Jiaxing, he was happy to see whatever kind of planning Lu Han had. Hearing Chenjia's words, Lu Han nodded and looked at Yang Mi again. Lu Han, can I ask you why you're doing this? Yang Mi looked at Lu Han. Everything this 8-year-old child in front of her did was outside her expectation. This time it was even more completely incomprehensible. Compared to the shares, she was more interested in knowing what Lu Han was thinking. You probably won't believe me when I say this, because I'm a Chinese, and I don't want to see China stuck in the neck of the meter. Lu Han told the truth. As for Yang Mi, believe it or not, then let her go. That's it? Yeah, it's as simple as that. I can't see that you're quite a family man for a little kid. Alright, then I agree. Yang Mi didn't know if what Lu Han said was true or not, but she was still energized by hearing this answer. Alright then, let's sign an agreement. In a year's time, no matter what, Jiaxing will be yours both. Both of them agreed, and with this result Lu Han felt that he had saved himself a lot of work. Lu Han, you. As she was signing, Hotba opened her mouth to call out to Lu Han, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't care about the company or anything, but it always felt like Lu Han was taking money down the drain for nothing. Sister Hataru, I'm sorry, I'm a little used up on the things I gave you. I'll make it up to you twice as much in the future. Lu Han looked at Hataru with a smile. After all, nominally this was his gift to Hataru. I don't care about that. It would have been yours too, that goes without saying. Let's go, said Luhan holding onto Hotaru's hand ready to leave. He still needed Hotba with him for the next part of his plan. So where are we going now? Hotaru felt sweet inside as she was just held by Lu the whole way. Next, let's go find director Wang Jialuan. Backstage at the show, Wang Jialuan was staring at the screen just in time to hear Luhan say that he was coming to find himself. Instantly as if he were an enemy. Ha, how? Kid brother wants one thing, now screwing money won't screw me, will it? Jiaxing Media. After Luhan left, Yang Mi and Chen Jia were still in the president's office talking about what the intentions were behind Luhan's behavior today. Sister Chen Jia, I can't figure it out. Can you? Yang Mi pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Then she looked at Chen Jia. TSK. I can't figure it out either. It can't really be for the sake of family and country. As he said, can it? Chen Jia rubbed her forehead. She couldn't figure it out even after half a day of thinking. Honestly, that's a far-fetched excuse on his part. But when I think about it, he didn't have to tell such a borderline lie. Is it hard to believe that it's really what he says it is? Young Mimi's thinking got stuck at this point as well. Ugh. Whatever. Anyway, it's better than nothing to be able to regain control of Jiaxing at zero cost after a year. He said that his next release of songs and movie and television works all do not bring our share does not matter. Let him let loose to engage in how much can earn. How much can he earn by letting him loose? Can he still exceed the company's market capitalization? Chen Jia's only thought in her mind now was to regain control of Jiaxing. Nothing else mattered. So she didn't have a problem with Luhan saying he wouldn't take them to share just now. At the end of the day, they are in the entertainment industry. And they can't understand how much family and national sentiment weighs in Luhan's place. The later development of things is even more out of their expectation. And later they will go from understanding Luhan to learning Luhan, and finally, becoming Luhan. Back to Luhan's side, he took Hotba and the camera boy and the three of them directly to the hotel where director Wang Jialuan was staying. Wang Jialuan knew that Luhan was coming and also ran to the hotel lobby early to greet him. Kid, why are you looking for me? Let me tell you, I can take care of the expenses for your meals, but you're building a chip now, so how can I help? Just as soon as he saw Luhan, Wang Jialuan cried and said a long paragraph. Wang director, you don't worry, not to find you to ask for money. Just you as a director to earn that fool 2 dates is also indeed not enough. With a wave of his hand, Luhan directly dispelled his concerns. So, what did you want to see me about? Wang Wan's hanging heart dropped by half. If I can't get the money, it's always okay to let you help earn it? Earn money? How? Director Wang, you contact the TV station. I'll come up with a variety program for your Zhengzhou TV station. How much can you shell out? Luhan plans to put out a variety show with Jiaxing Media as the distributor, and sell it directly as a package to Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV stations. What kind of variety show? As soon as Wang Jialuan heard about this, he also became interested. If Luhan could really come up with a fine variety show, then he could definitely serve as the director as the introducer. I haven't written the exact program yet, so I can briefly talk to you about it. So, Luhan directly told Wang Jialuan about a variety show he had watched in his previous life called The Aspiring Mushroom House. Wang Jialuan was very excited after hearing this idea, and it was clear that this was definitely a very commercially viable variety show. Brother kid, when is the earliest program available to me? Wang Jialuan couldn't wait to take the program and go directly to the station manager right now. Just give me a minute. I'll give it to you in a minute. Luhan said that he asked director Wang for a computer, opened Word and began to edit. Wang director looked silly. This also has a temporary present writing. This variety show script is considered a pre-sale? He hasn't written a single word yet, and is just waiting for director Wang to say yes and start writing directly. An hour later, Luhan wrote in all the program-related content he could recall, and a variety show that could explode across the internet was completed. Nah, director Wang, this is for you. I'll offer $4 billion, and your Zhengzhou TV station will buy it out directly. Luhan handed Wang Jialuan the document he had just printed out. What? $4 billion? Little kid, you're crazy. What could be worth that much? When director Wang heard Luhan's offer, he looked incredulous. You don't have to come. You spent $8 billion to buy the rights to Running for the Stars from the Sticks. So what? Why are you pandering to foreigners? If the foreigners are willing to spend $8 billion, I'm here to spend $4 billion. You think it's too much? Luhan was furious when he heard Wang Jialuan yell expensive. The main thing is that the country has never given such a high offer. It's not good for me to go back and negotiate. It's not that Wang Jialuan doesn't want to help, but it's also true that the TV station just worships the foreigners. TSK. This XX's JZTV is really not a person to beat up. Then go back and tell your station manager. I also contacted Mango TV. You don't want it? I'll give it to Mango directly. Lu Han rolled his eyes after hearing this. That's fine. Kid brother, I'll report back to the station now. Wang Jialuan said that he was about to leave, but then Lu Han stopped him again. For later, don't be in a hurry, Director Wang has other things on his mind. In addition to making money from selling programs, Lu Han also wanted to make money from the program, The Strongest Kid Brother. Brother Kid, can you finish what you have to say together? I feel so scared of you now. The strength of your lack of money feels like it can eat me up. The king's guide stopped in his tracks. Know why my variety offer just now was $4 billion? Not $8 billion? Lu Han revealed a bad smile. Because my kid brother is brotherly enough. Just because of our relationship. The king's guide had a grandiose stance. You fuck off. We know each other. But not that well. There's still $4 billion I generously don't want. But, Lu Han directly interrupted Director Wang. But what? But the IP The Strongest Kid Brother is going to be lent to me for a bit. I'm going to take this IP and bring it live at night. Lu Han has long thought about what can earn him money now. Why? Wang Wan's head was full of questions. Because I'm short of money. I want tens or hundreds of billions. Lu Han answered as a matter of course. So take us for a share? Director Wang asked with a hint of luck. Let's put it this way. I dare you to part with it. At that time, the whole network knows that I'm here to help Huaxia to do scientific research live to bring money. And you, Jiangxia TV, my friends, come to eat human blood buns and share the money. Guess what you'll be sprayed with? Lu Han, this is really not alarmist. Public opinion of this thing is if the flood beast, but where Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV dare to take a penny, consequences are likely to be scolded to autism. Say nothing more. Kid brother, you're so deeply righteous. I go back today. And do not 4 billion. Looking for the director of the station as 8 billion to talk. Director Wang turned around after saying that. His back was wet with sweat. Moreover, Lu Han's words just now were all broadcasted live by his own program Kid Brother. And Jiangxia TV was now being watched by countless pairs of eyes. Director Wang, good luck with everything. Behind him, Lu Han shouted in a gentle tone. But he didn't know that Director Wang, who had already turned around, was already in tears. Kid brother is bullish. It's the first time I've seen our Director Wang so defeated. The camera boy watched Director Wang walk away and said to Lu Han with a thumbs up. Walk upstairs and we'll get a room too. Next I'm going to write some songs and a script. Anyway, whatever makes money. Now. Lu Han smiled faintly at the camera boy and directly headed upstairs towards the hotel. Late night in a hotel room. Lu Han had been writing furiously since he entered the room. He recalled all the big hit songs, movies, and TV shows he could think of from his past life memories. Y'all don't care, as long as it's profitable. The cheesy ones are godly songs like Little Apple, Gangnam Style, PPAP, and Sister is the Queen. Yes, also have Porcelain, Rice Incense, Sea and Sky. Later, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, which belongs to Joe Dawn, was gripped the most ruthless. Songs were written for nearly 100 of them until my brain just couldn't think of any more and I started writing scripts again. What? Charlotte's Trouble, The Richest Tomato, All the Way to the West, The Panda, Qin Yunyan, The Legend of True Huan, Crazy Stone. Lu Han is really racking his brain. That hand has been on the computer keyboard, has not stopped. All night long. The computer and printer are drying out and smoking. Early the next morning, Hoder woke up from her sleep and realized that Lu Han was still sitting in front of the computer. Lu Han, you haven't slept all night. Reba looked at some heartache. Lu Han, again powerful in her eyes, is only a child. This is to stay up all night? Well, it's fine. One less night of sleep doesn't matter. What? Are you blaming me for not going to bed with you all night? Staying up all night was nothing at all to Lu Han. And at this point he still had the energy to sardonically flirt with Hotaru. Ugh, he's really a little scum. He's such a hooligan at such a young age. What's going to happen when he grows up? Hot Barb's face was angry, and she spat at Lu Han. Alright, Sister Hotba, down to business. I've categorized all these songs according to their characteristics. You let Sister Yang Mi fetch them back to the company and give them all to Jiaxing's artists. If these songs are distributed properly, Jiaxing might be able to have a full complement of superstars this year. Lu Han picked up half a can of Red Bull on the table and drank it all in one go, then began to explain the hot bar thing. Okay, I'll go downstairs and order breakfast. What would you like? Pancakes and nuts, topped off. Lu Han continued to code, not even lifting his head, and returned a sentence. Oh yeah, I'm going to keep these songs for myself. Don't get the wrong ones. Lu Han pointed to the pile closest to him again. Hearing that Lu Han was going to sing by himself, Hotaru curiously picked up one of the books titled Junior Chinese Sayings and looked at it. Isn't this just an old poem that you learned in elementary school? Reba saw the first line of the lyrics of the song. A young man's ambition is his country's ambition, and was puzzled. Wait until tonight and you'll see. Teenage China Speaks is a very important part of Lu Han's nightly live broadcasting program. Just then, The camera boy walked in as well. Brother kid. The matter of selecting products for the live broadcast band at night teasing sound official personally came out to help us finish talking with the brand. This will help us save a lot of things. Well, tease is also being targeted pretty hard overseas at the moment. And knowing what I'm going to do, I'm sure to be happy to support a handful of them. Then, little brother, you will now post this poster again with the official number. After Luhan methodically arranged the camera boy's specific matters, he took out his phone. After a night of creating, now he's going to start moving on to betrayal. He's going to make the most of all the contacts he knows. For the first call, Luhan chose to call Director Zhang Yi, who he hadn't contacted for a long time. Hello, Director Zhang. This is Luhan. I don't know if you still remember me. After all, it had been too long since they had contacted each other. And Luhan took the initiative to introduce himself. Luhan, your live broadcast is my must-have e-squeeze for every meal. How can I forget it? What's the matter with me? Old Zhang? Director Zhang on the opposite side acted very familiar once he heard it was Luhan. Director Zhang, I have a number of scripts in my hands right now, and I'd like to trouble you to help me contact a few directors. Luhan looked at the large stack of scripts in his hand, and had long made plans in his mind. Script? You're not being nice enough. You don't give me the script directly, but you still ask me to help you contact other directors. So what? I, Zhang, am not good enough to direct for you? Director Zhang Yi on the other side of the phone was 10,000 times less than happy to hear Luhan's words. You're overthinking it. Director Zhang, I've customized your script. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to read it. Luhan was originally still considering what methods can be used to make Zhang director to take over the hero. Full of gold armor. Full of red his exclusive script. Now it seems to be too much to worry about. That's more or less the same. Then send me the script and I'll sell it for you. I, Zhang, have been making movies for decades, so if you ask your peers for scripts, you won't necessarily get them, but if you send scripts to your peers, you're guaranteed to get them. Director Zhang Yi can be heard on the phone patting his chest. Then thank you, Director Zhang, I'll email it to you later. The phone conversation with Director Chang went very well. After hanging up, Luhan called Professor Ji Shuin Ji of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music again. Professor Ji, I have a few newly composed pieces of Chinese music that I would like you and your students to come and finish recording with me. Really, Teacher Lu? I'm flying my students from Kyoto to Mordor right now, so be there this afternoon and wait for me. The third caller was Master Zhou Hankuan of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. Grandpa Zhou, have you been busy lately? I've recently created a few new paintings in calligraphy that I want to put up for auction. Ha, your calligraphy and painting. Lu Xiaoyu, wait for me, I'll fly to the Magic City right now. Then the call went to Prof. Han Sanming of the Huaxia Institute of Literature. Master Han, I've created a few books that I want to publish, and I'd like to ask you to help touch up and taste them first, and I'd also still like to trouble you about publishing. A few books? That many? What kind of books are they? A science fiction novel called, a martial arts novel called 8 Heavenly Dragons, a realistic novel called Alive. And yes, and finally there's a metaphysical children's book called Grey Wolf in the Cultivation World. Just listening to the name. All but the last book seemed to be quite good. It just so happens that I have nothing to do lately. I'll go to Magic City to find you. Let's talk face to face. Luhan finished this call just as Hatba returned with breakfast. Let's eat first. We can think about it afterward. And Luhan, you'd better get some sleep first. At night if you really want to broadcast live with goods you also need to get enough energy. Well nah, Sister Hatba. I'll sleep later. Luhan took the pancake fruit handed over by Hataru and answered with a reply that sounded like he was coping. Gee, who else can be contacted? Anyone I knew before who can be used. Luhan gulped down the pancake fruit, still calculating who he could contact in his mind. Forget it. Now hurry up and finish your pancake nuts and then go to bed right now. Hoder looked at Luhan in this state and went straight into a rage. Standing directly in front of Luhan, her willow eyebrows raised as she stared at Luhan tightly. In fact, with Luhan's physical quality, not to mention not sleeping for a day, it would be no problem to stay up for 2 more days. But he couldn't afford to resist any longer with Hataru staring at him like that. Well, the little daughter-in-law is quite strict. Just in time to finish arranging all the contacts to be made. I'll eat and wash up as soon as I get to bed. Luhan spat out his tongue, then finished stuffing the pancake fruit in a few bites and got up to go to the restroom to wash his face. When coming out of the restroom, Hatba ran up to him with her cell phone in her hands with gusto. Luhan, do you remember Shui Jishuan, who we had a meeting with on the program before? You remember? Mr. Shui. Although Lao Shui had only had a one-sided relationship with Luhan, he still felt quite good about each other. Nah, he said he couldn't get a hold of you for something, and the call for you came to me. Hoder said handing his cell phone to Luhan. As soon as he heard that Shui Jishuan was looking for something, Lu Han guessed it in his heart. So immediately, he took over Hotba's cell phone. Hey, kid brother, I heard you're getting money for research now. Shui Jishuan opened his mouth with a kid brother and instantly brought the distance much closer. Hello MS. Jade. Lu Han opened his mouth to storm. Nuts, who told you my nickname? On the other side of the phone, Shui Jishuan directly opened his mouth. He did not know how he knew such a private nickname Lu Han. I saw it online and wasn't sure if it was real or not, but now I'm sure. Lu Han really did see it from the internet, but it was the internet of a previous life. Xerxes, hate people who have no distance. What does Mr. Shui want with me? Jokes aside, Lu Han brought the topic back on track. I heard you're going to make money for research? I've asked you for a song before, so I'm taking this opportunity to ask you for a price. And I promise I won't ask for anything in return. I'll take as many songs as you want. Well, that's good enough for you. As expected by Lu Han, Shui Jishuan really did get the news from the internet and simply came to support. Lu Han said after a little thought, I do have one customized for you. How about you listen to this one? Old home, my hometown. I live in this canton. I am a native of this canton. Lu Han vocally sang to Shui Jishuan over the phone. What's wrong with you? I'm from Pudong, Magic City. I'm not from Dandong, Liaoning. Shui Jiqian heard confused, thinking that he is here to support, but cannot be so slaughtered. That in Mordor too. I'm a old man who lives in the Hug Village. I'm a native of the Hug Village. I'm a native of the village. I'm a native of the Ning. Immediately after that Lu Han came back all over with the Magic City talk version. Seems like, not a no-no. After hearing this, Shui Jishuan felt that it was really something. Good, it's settled then. Makoto favors 10 million a song. Lu Han is also really daring to ask. This price can be said to be the top of the Chinese music. Yeah, no problem. I didn't expect Shui Jishuan to be even more reckless and agreed directly. You, no counteroffer. You can bargain. Oh, well, not now then. In the end, Lu Han is also considering the opening price of 10 million is a little too much. In addition to the magic words version of the old home and extra Shui Jishuan, Let Me Rejoice and Let Me Worry. This song was not originally Lao Shui's, but Lu Han heard Shui Jishuan cover it once in his previous life, and thought it was too top-notch, so he also gave it here directly. By the way, Mr. Shui, have you been in Magic City recently? Lu Han suddenly came up with an idea. I've been taking a break from work lately, so what's wrong with being in Mordor? Old Shui didn't know that he was going to fall for Lu Han again. I'm going live tonight, so please come join me. Lu Han didn't mention that the theme of the evening's broadcast was live banding. I'd have to ask my agent about that one. As an artist, Shui Jishuan instinctively thought of the brokerage company. Leaning north, what kind of person are you? Lao Shui, you're afraid of an agency? How about this? You come tonight and I'll send you another song, and treat you to fried pork chops after the live broadcast. Lu Han was agitating, and the lured double control was used. Alright, I'll go tonight. Just to be clear, I'm going purely because I'm a buddy. It doesn't matter what the songs or the pork chops are. Sure enough, Shui Jishuan successfully took the bait. After talking to Shui Jishuan and hanging up the phone, Lu Han didn't follow Hotba's arrangement to go to sleep. For one thing, he wasn't sleepy at all, so it didn't matter if he slept or not. Secondly, after making several phone calls in a row just now, the songs and scripts are enough. Those novels and paintings that have been pre-sold are still not available. Still have to hurry to continue to catch up. Just as Lu Han was busy catching up on his coding, the internet about Lu Han but set off a heated discussion. The trigger was the poster that Lu Han asked the camera boy to upload to the official number of the strongest kid brother about him wanting to live stream the band. It seems like the end of the universe still has to be live bandwagons. Even Kid Brother is no exception. What are you talking about? Kid's Brother live live so long even brush gift function has not opened. Now engaged in a live with goods, so what? Let him earn. Live streaming with goods? Kid Brother easy, brothers long, brothers short. The final goal is still to pull out our UNZA. The Kid Brother has made it clear that he wants to make money to research and develop photolithography and chips, and that the live broadcast with goods is not also to make money for scientific research. Forget it. How can you believe an 8-year-old kid who says he's working on a photolithography machine? It's just a gimmick to generate money for the live broadcast. Do you believe he's really going to work on photolithography? Or do you believe I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang? I won't buy anything anyway. I won't spend a cent of pussy. The main thing is a companion, haha. If you need it, buy it. If you don't need it, don't buy it. How can you argue about that? What's the matter? You guys haven't bought anything from Temu? It's okay to buy things, but this kind of behavior of live broadcasting and bringing goods to make money under the guise of conducting scientific research is not just being and standing up again. I feel sick. I can see through. Before the kid brother live even the gift function is not. You all day shouting to the kid brother on the plane on the rocket. Now the kid brother really need you all kinds of excuses. Bah, in the end, who is standing and when I won't buy it even if I have to push it. You guys love to be the wrongdoers. So what if I'm a kid? Whoever you want. Something's wrong. Guys, don't be fooled. Why are all these new numbers singing against us? It's the Navy. I'm sorry, you're the one who realized that all the people who are leading the rhythm are trumpets. Cam, who's behind this? Once discovered by the senior netizens in the live broadcast room, all of those who originally carried the rhythm were silent. Such strange events were relayed to Lu Han by the camera boy in the afternoon. There's such a thing? Lu Han also felt strange. Whose attention was he attracting? Brother kid. Then what do you say? Will these people jump out and look for trouble at night live? The camera guy was worried that these water boys would screw up at night on the air. It's fine. Whoever bought the water army is just buying traffic for us. There's no need for us to care at all. Lu Han thought about it and gave the camera boy a piece of his mind. In the afternoon, Lu Han arrived at the studio used for live broadcasting in the evening, all of which had been arranged by Hotbutt and the camera boy. Unexpectedly, Ji Shuin, Jo Han-kuan, and Han Sanming, the three old masters, were already waiting here. Professor Ji Shuin, Mr. Lu, I've brought both the folk music and Western music students. What repertoire are we going to record later? Old Mr. Jo Han-kuan, little friend Lu Han, what about the calligraphy and painting you mentioned? Can you show me in advance? Han Sanming, little friend Lu, where's the book you were talking about? As soon as Lu Han arrived, the three old men surrounded him. Don't be in a hurry. Three old men, let's do the same thing for you. I still need to rely on the three of you for my live broadcast tonight. Let's have a boiled wine night talk tonight. Old Han, old G, do you think we are being set up by this kid? The three of us said we came to get something from him. How come we're all working for him now? Resting in the tea room. Three old men of the level of cultural titans sat around, thinking more and more. I also feel trapped by Lu Han. Han Sanming's feeling is the same as Jo Han-kuan's, saying that it is some kind of boiled wine night talk, which is not just working for Lu Han's live broadcast in the evening for nothing. I won't allow you two to talk about Teacher Lu like that. Mr. Lu is giving us a great opportunity. We can promote traditional culture by broadcasting live. Professor Ji Shuin had always referred to himself as Lu Han's student, and he didn't have a problem with that at all. Of course you don't have a problem with it. Old season. Your students have all been dragged off to rehearse their repertoire by him. The two of us old guys didn't get anything out of it. Jo Han-kuan skimmed his lips at Ji Shuin. The students that Ji Shuin had brought were all pulled to rehearsal by Lu Han, and up to now he was the only one who had gotten what Lu Han had promised on the phone. That's right, old Joe's calligraphy and painting. My novel up to now, but gross have not seen it. Now we have to be so old to accompany him to sell goods live. This is not nonsense. Han Sanming followed Jo Han-kuan and said helpfully, don't be in a hurry. Since Mr. Lu said it, he'll definitely honor it. Ji Shuin was completely in the state of Lu Han's diehard fan. Old G, do you know something? Little friend Lu didn't seem like a person who was greedy for money before. So how come he's suddenly so wealth-crazed? Han Sanming raised his doubts. I don't know if you've heard, but the reason why little friend Lu is making so much money like crazy is because, Ji Shuin said mysteriously at this time. Because of what? Don't keep me in suspense. G, why don't you tell me? Jo Han-kuan impatiently pursued the question. I also heard from my student. He went to the Fuxing University once the day before yesterday, by chance to listen to a class, and came back with his heart set on photolithography for chips. Jishuian told what she had learned from the students. So what you're saying is that he's making so much crazy money now for scientific research? Jo Han-kuan realized after listening. I've heard a bit about this aspect, as well, as rice has increased the retaliatory tariffs on chips below 14 nanometers by 100% against us in Huaxia, while those below 5 nanometers are directly banned. Now the officials are also trying to figure out what to do. If little friend Lu really wants to devote himself to chip research, what's the harm in making some money? It's the greater good. Han Sanming looked farther ahead, and his students were mostly children of the families of the upper class in the capital circle, so he was more than knowledgeable about some current events. Then the three of us have to support it. This is a great thing for the country and the people. That makes sense. That makes sense all of a sudden. Originally, I still had misgivings about little friend Lu's move, but now it seems that I'm the one with a small pattern. Go! Today, the three of us old men will bring the goods live, and we will definitely give Lu Han a helping hand. After the three old men finished speaking, they got up and were about to go out to look for Lu Han, and it happened that Lu Han pushed the door in at that moment. Three old men. Tonight this live kid I'm going to make money live, but you three just talk about culture. I'll do the mundane part. Lu Han was still unaware of the chat the three old men had just had. Mundane what? It's the greater good. Teacher Lu has a high moral character. We are ashamed of ourselves. We'll do whatever you say tonight. It's just selling goods. Little friend Lu, don't mind us three old men. We can sell too. After the three old men finished speaking, they made a 45-degree center bow salute to Lu Han. Ha! Don't worry. Three old men. I'll honor all the things you want live tonight and give them to you. Lu Han hurriedly helped the three up. He really didn't think that the three old men would actually be that nice. Everyone get ready. Live countdown is 10 seconds. After which it begins. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. A few sofas. A small table for warming wine. Lu Han and the three old masters sat around the room. And the live broadcast officially began. Brothers, tonight is a special edition of The Strongest Kid Brother. So let's make some wine and talk at night. And sell some goods on the side. Lu Han a live broadcast opening line. At the beginning, the number of people online in the live broadcast room showed 500,000 people, which was far worse than the usual large millions of viewers. Coming, starting. Is this kid really crazy? An 8-year-old is really saving up for a photolithography machine? Kid brother, you're strong, I admit, but now I'm a little disappointed. Kid brother, are you bringing goods to sell photolithography tonight? Trenching? That's crazy. Ooh. The end of the live broadcast turned out to be still to circle us Jenkoa. I don't care what you do. I'll do whatever the kid brother does tonight. Just support him. Seeing the screen full of pop-ups, Lu Han opened his mouth. Don't worry everyone. I know a lot of people don't understand why we're doing this now. I'll explain it all later. We're not purely a bandwagon. Look at the title, Boiled Wine and Night Talk. There's still a program. Selling is just one aspect. Tell you what. Let's start with a song. I've composed a new piece of national style music called Junior Huaxia Says, which will be performed by the brothers and sisters of the Huaxia Music Academy and me. After Lu Han finished speaking, the live camera turned directly to a nearby performance stage. Lu Han also walked to the center of the performance stage, first bowing to the students of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music who were in charge of the accompaniment behind him, and then turning to face the camera. The netizens in the live broadcast room are also stunned to hear Lu Han such a novel way of broadcasting. At least it is not purely selling goods. The audience, who was originally a little disappointed to leave, but also want to take a look again. Only Lu Han snapped his fingers at the students behind him at this time, and the performance officially began. The music started, but instead of the melody that the crowd expected, there was a deafening drumbeat, followed by the students reciting in unison behind them, their warm and resolute voices intertwined with a great deal of energy. When the young are wise, the country is wise. When the young are rich, the country is rich. A strong youth is a strong nation, and an independent youth is an independent nation. A free youth is a free nation. Before Lu Han could say anything, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned when they heard this hot and bold voice. Isn't this the ancient text we learned in elementary school? Why does it feel so hot-blooded after Lu Han created it? It feels like something in my bloodline woke up all of a sudden. Crap, is this the Junior Huaxia sayings? I didn't feel anything when I recited it so many times in school, so why do I feel so energized listening to it today? Don't say anything, kid brother hasn't spoken yet. Keep listening. Then, a melodious flute sounded, matching the previous drumming and the students' thumping chorus, making one feel a rush of blood, straight to the head. Right under this great expectation, Lu Han slowly picked up the microphone and the song started. The red sun rises, and its path is bright. The river comes out of the volcano, and a discharge of the ocean. The submerged dragon soars into the abyss, and the linchpin claws fly. The milk tiger whistles in the valley, and all the beasts are in a state of fear. The audience in front of the screen heard such Lu Han's soft singing voice, and the pop-up screen rose again. Kid's voice is so gentle, I feel like my heart is melting from listening to it. The voice is like a fresh breeze, and the lyrics are so flavorful. Yeah, and the intro, it's a divine arrangement. Is this a metaphor? Whoever said that kid brother is a money grubber just now? Come out, I promise I won't kill him. Singing here, Lu Han lightly raised his eyelids, and his originally gentle voice began to climb and become magnificent. Speaking again, Lu Han was as vocal as a rainbow. A young man has his own youthful frenzy. The body is like a mountain and a river with a backbone. I dare to measure the sun and the moon again, and I am a young man today. Dare to ask heaven and earth to test the edge. Who can stop the thorns and thorns? The world laughs at me for my self-improvement and living up to my youth. The online audience stared at the screen without blinking, and that mind-blowing song hit them right in the soul. Just listening to the song made me feel like my blood was rushing upwards, like I was going to burst out of my body. On the scene, next to the three old masters, even more glowing eyes. They seem to see a diamond in the rough. Lu Han at this time in their eyes is really too clean. This song seems to be able to wash the soul as well, Professor Jishuian said in shock. In that moment at the beginning, I felt my whole body was permeated with what seemed like enlightenment, And then the back of the song is so fiery and bracing. It's too easy to infect empathy. The other two nodded seriously in agreement. The song ends, the music stops and the lights come back on. Luhan didn't rush straight off the stage and back to his seat, picking up the microphone again. Is everyone feeling quite emotional now about this piece of junior Chinese sayings that we learned in elementary school? Our learning and education has a long-term and lagging nature. It's like a closed loop. And if there's a moment today when you suddenly realize something, that's the moment the bullet hits. And I hope people can understand me through this song. After saying that, Luhan bowed off the stage and walked back to his original position. The three old men at that moment collectively rose to applaud Luhan. Ji Shuin, Mr. Lu is truly a saint. You have taught me another lesson today. Zhou Hankuan, when the youth is wise, the country is wise. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. Good ah good ah. Little friend Lu dares to set his heart for heaven and earth. We three old guys will definitely support you today. Han Sanming, those words at the back are not the original text. Lu Xiaoyu should have filled in the words yourself. I now finally understand why you must engage in scientific research. Lu Xiaoyu de ya. Luhan smiled and didn't say much. Instead, he invited the three old men to sit down first. After finishing the song, the number of people in the live broadcast room had risen directly from the 500,000 viewers who had just started broadcasting to nearly 2 million. Kid brother, you're kind of spot on with this one. I'll definitely support you. Up link. You'll just have to see if I'm wild in my consumption. Previously, I could not understand why the kid brother must go to engage in what photolithography chip. Now I seem to understand. There are things that someone has to do. My generation of young men, when already self-improvement. Kid brother, today you are giving me a good lesson. No need to say more. Go to the link. Cam, I'm done with this Navy. The more I think about it, the more I feel guilty. I'm exposing myself. Someone paid us $5 a piece to smear kid. Dude, come on, keep doing it. Anyway, with the wake-up call of this song from the kid brother, the water army is no longer useful. So why don't you go and earn their UNZ to come to the kid brother's place and spend money to support them? $5 a pop? Boy, the price is quite high. Show me the way. I want to make money too. You guys don't say. You really don't say. I want to earn and spend money, too. Luhan was also paying attention to the pop-ups after he sat back down next to the fireplace sofa. TSK. Brothers watched me live for a long time. This IQ has also come up. Ha ha ha. I'm really going to bring the goods on the link next. Just now I sang a song called Teenage Wahini Says Right. As soon as these words were said, Luhan's expression instantly shifted. Next, Luhan's entire picture was different. Picking up a carton of milk handed by the staff next to him. Come on, the first welfare item of the day. Junior's exclusive forget-me-not high-calcium milk. $99.99 you get to take a case away from me on the air today. Is that enough? After Luhan finished speaking, his eyes looked at the three old men beside him. No, not enough? The three old men were caught off guard. They hadn't even reacted from the sensationalized state just now. And this really started to sell goods? Luhan, are 2 boxes enough? Old man, not enough? That's good. Welfare for the family today. $99.09 to take away 3 cases of junior exclusive forgotten pup pure milk directly. Old man, not enough. Luhan, master, this will be enough. Old man, ooh, enough is enough. The 3 old men were dumbfounded, genuinely unable to keep up with Luhan's rhythm. 1 second they were educating people with songs. The next second they had a professional selling face. Teenage Wahini says to drink plenty of high-calcium milk. $99.09. 3 boxes of forgotten pup pure milk let you drink to return to the teenage 18 years old. Today's broken price. Subsidize 5,000 units. 3, 2, 1 on the link. The viewers in the live room were amused by this scene and were on the verge of bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. These 3 old men never thought to death that at this age they could still be pulled in by Luhan to live stream with their goods. I'm laughing my ass off. It's not scripted. The old man's reaction is too real. Without further ado, the order is placed, and the main event is a support. I, like the 3 old masters, was educated to seriously introspect in the last second. Luhan's car is too fast to keep up. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter if you can't keep up with the speed of the car. You must keep up with the speed of your hands when you place an order. Only for a moment. 5,000 single forgetful pups of milk were directly gone in seconds. Luhan did not continue on the new goods, but sat down and the 3 old men began a real wine night talk. Professor G, the song Junior Huaxia speaks just now is my brand new attempt at national style. What do you think? Luhan picked up a cup of hot tea. After all, it is a live broadcast, cannot really drink. The form is very novel. The poems of the ancients are indeed meant to be sung, and the use of modern music to express them in a new way is unique. Mr. Lu is pointing out another way for our national music. without selling goods. Simply talking about culture. These three old men can talk. Today we are not just preparing this one song. Let our brothers and sisters from the Wasia Music Academy rest for a while and we will continue later. Lu Han finished and then looked at Elder Han Sanming. Grandpa Han, this is the novel that I said I'd let you take the trouble to help me read before. Because time is too rushed. There's only this much for the time being, so take a look at how it is. And if it's good, I'll continue to write it down. As soon as Lu Han finished speaking, Hotba walked up and handed over half of the manuscript. I'll have to read it then. The title, Alive? Han Sanming old man took a look at really gave the book manuscript eyes are glowing. Although only half, but also enough to make him happy. Yes, Alive, you watch it first, huh? We'll talk afterward. At this time, Elder Johan Kuan couldn't help but open his mouth. Little friend Lu, they all have it. What about the calligraphy and painting you told me about? Grandpa Zhou, I've prepared the calligraphy and painting that I asked you to help me look at. So I'll bring it up now for you to comment on. Really, that's great. Once he heard that the purpose of his visit, calligraphy and painting, was also prepared, Master Zhou smiled as the folds on his face deepened. At that moment Hotba walked the platform again, holding two scrolls in her hands. Elder Zhou eagerly stepped forward to receive it and directly opened one. The image unfolds and an inked horse jumps onto the paper. Elder Zhou only took one look and directly sucked in a breath of cold air. This is a national painting of the prancing horse. Little friend Lu, this is really what you drew. Elder Zhou stuttered a bit in his excited speech, and his eyes were filled with amazement. Facing Master Zhou's question, Lu Han smiled blandly. Well, it's a new painting I did recently. Lu Han didn't even dare to say that he had just rushed out in the morning, fearing that Master Zhou wouldn't be able to stand it. I can't imagine that ink paintings can be so wild. Steeds running wild. This absolute dust for thousands of miles. Galloping momentum is almost breaking the paper to come out. And the use of this ink is also very spot on. Thick and thin. The level of highlighting, the essence of this blazing horse, as if to come to life in general. The paper feels like it is going to be unable to bind it. Master Zhou overflowing words ceaselessly. His hand cannot help but gently caress to the scroll. Found that the ink seems to be not quite dry. Master Zhou hurriedly draw back his hand for fear of staining the painting. The live camera at this time was also aimed at the scroll, so that the netizens of the live broadcast could see it clearly. Crouching, hot horse, simply, I feel like I'm coming to life. What an enthusiastic horse. Why do I get a rush of hot blood just looking at him? This ink actually outlines the horse's muscle lines. I feel my scalp tingling. Ink Chinese painting can actually be expressed in this way? It's too explosive, isn't it? The state of mind of this painting should be the state of mind of the child's brother at this time. A man and a horse. Crossing the border. Although 10 million people I also go. Upstairs will say more. Unlike me who only lies. At this moment, the three old masters all prostrated themselves on the prancing horse picture, admiring it line by line. Han Shanming wanted to rub the paper, but was afraid of tainting the masterpiece, and murmured with uncontrollable excitement. The horse is majestic. The body is athletic. Skinny bones and copper life step on the flying swallows. The rush is fast and loud. The sons and daughters of Huaxia cross their swords. Good painting. This painting not only shows the spirit and characteristics of the horse, but it also gives a young man's ambition. Han Sanming's feelings were so strong that he directly composed a poem. Master Zhou took a deep breath, calmed down and looked at Lu Han and said, Little friend Lu, is this painting for sale? The price is up to you. Lu Han was happy in his heart. He was still thinking of bothering Johan Kuan to sell the painting. Han Sanming made a move. This will save the trouble. Grandpa Han, boy, I was planning to sell this painting. Since you like that. Lu Han was interrupted by Elder Han before he got halfway through his sentence. There's no need to think about sentiment or anything. Such a masterpiece is worth $1,000. And it's not like I'm going to collect it myself. You know, I have a lot of acquaintances in Kyoto's luxury and noble circles. And those guys have plenty of money. So let them pay for it. The corners of Han Sanming's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile. Holy shit, Grandpa Han, why didn't I see that you were so business-minded before? Lu Han said, and Han Sanming came straight into a high five. Bastard, don't be poor. That painting of yours will surely be snatched up by the kids of their worldly families when they see it. Han Sanming laughed and cursed. Then thank you, Grandpa Han. Lu Han was naturally happy to have such a sale. The problem of selling this steed picture was sort of solved. The three old men couldn't wait to open that calligraphy again. The word post slowly unfolded. And the first thing you saw was the title of that word post, Rituals for Nephews and Nephews. Just by seeing this four-word title, the four old masters were all shaken. They glanced at each other, then immediately unfolded the full post. Vai Qian Yuan Yuan Year. The age of Wushu September Zhengguo Shua 3 days Nanshen. The 13th uncle Silver Cheng Guanglu de Dafu to make the section. the military of Puzhou, the assassin of Puzhou, the upper light vehicle captain, Danyang County Open State Hozhenqing. This is Yenjinqing Yen Taibao's ritual for nephew. Zhou Hankuan instantly reacted to this character post is that the second line of calligraphy in the world. Once the words were finished, Zhou Hankuan hungrily attached himself to the word post again and studied it carefully. Oh my god. This is the real thing, Elder Zhou marveled, his hands trembling as he carefully stroked the word post. As soon as they heard this, Han Sanning and Ji Shuyin beside them also came forward to savor it. Yen-style characters are full and powerful. The strokes are vigorous and measured. And this post is even more vivid and hearty. And, even Yen Gong's dazzling scribbling at first was correct. This really is the real thing. Han Sanming was also full of praise after reading the calligraphy. Good words. Viewing his words is like seeing his person. I'm sure that Duke Yen must have been grief-stricken when he wrote this manuscript back then. Jishuian similarly lamented. The three of them were immersed in this precious piece of calligraphy, as if they had traveled through time and space and conversed with Yenjinqing. At this time, the netizens also saw the calligraphy through the lens. The live broadcast directly exploded. The netizens have left messages, expressed amazement at this nephew sacrifice manuscript. Authentic. This is the most stunning piece of calligraphy I've ever seen. Lord Yenjinqing Yan's real handwriting is in Lu Han's hands. That's not true. This manuscript of the sacrifice of nephew was not stolen by the dog into the small days. How come it's in the hands of the kid? What's going on? Did the kid brother sneak off to the Japanese island at some point and bring back the lettering? It's not right. It must be that the piece of calligraphy stolen by Little Day was a fake. It was really in the hands of the kid brother all along. This. Oh, my god. Big news. There's an authentic copy of Yenjinqing's manuscript of the sacrifice of nephew among the children's singers. Lu Han, on the other hand, stood on the side and watched all this with a smile. He was already mentally prepared that this calligraphy he had copied would definitely cause a sensation. The crowd's shock collection is about the same. Lu Han finally spoke. The three old masters don't look at it. This piece of writing. Lu Han, shut up. Don't say anything. This is the real thing. But just as Lu Han's words were halfway out of his mouth, he was suddenly stopped by Zhou Hankuan. Elder Zhou's face was very grim, and the emotions in his eyes were complicated. Lu Han seemed to understand what Elder Zhou Hankuan wanted to do. Next, Lu Han went straight to the center console of the live broadcast and directly pulled out the audio and video cables. Instantly the live screen of the strongest kid brother carrying special turned black. The netizens in the live broadcast room all froze. Grandpa Zhou, there's something you can say now. Lu Han turned his head to look at Elder Zhou Hankuan at this time. Little friend Lu, I don't care what's going on with this manuscript of offering nephew of yours. It must be authentic now. It must also be authentic. My great Chinese calligraphy jewels, if not stolen by the small days, but still in China. You think about. Elder Zhou Hankuan's words were earnest. At this time, his eyes were reddened and he was staring at Lu Han tightly. What do you mean? Old Zhou, confusing the public with falsehoods? Han Sanming instantly understood what this old brother of his was thinking. Old Han, you can see how much this looks like Lu Han. This is an opportunity. Even if it doesn't work out, it can still inspire people. Zhou Hankuan looked at Han Sanming again. Lu Han had originally wanted to truthfully say that he had copied this character post, but now the situation was completely different. Grandpa Zhou, I understand. This calligraphy is authentic from now on. Lu Han finished replugging the audio and video cables, and the live broadcast screen returned to normal. What's going on? Did the live feed just go black? Mine too. Just went straight to black for 30 seconds. Bad signal. Stuck? Netizens wondered what was going on and collectively murmured. Sorry guys, just live network fluctuations. To compensate, I'll put up another welfare item. Only Lu Han took out a sample roll of paper. Sorry, this batch of rolls of paper all have an extra red circular print on them due to a printing error. It's kind of a misprint. The rolled paper rips out a white background, which really does all have a red circular mark on it, instantly reminiscent of the flag of the Japanese island. The picture is in the author's words at the end of the article. So much for $9.90 rolls. 3, 2, 1. On the link. Live streaming continues. Netizens are still very concerned about pursuing that ritual for nephews and nephews to ask if it is authentic. Don't ask. People. This piece of writing, it is real. And it must be real. The manuscript of the sacrificial nephew is my family's treasure. As for the one that's in the Japanese Island Museum, in the hands of a cockamamie, I don't know what it is. When Lu Han said this, the netizens went completely crazy. The world's second most popular script, with its words sobbing blood and full of loyalty, the manuscript of offering nephews has really never left my China. As long as the real Lanting is not seen, the manuscript of offering nephews is the world's best running script. I believe that's true. Look at those mournful scribbles. The lines changed to cursive characters. Who could have written that kind of sadness? If not Yen Jinqing himself? Ha ha ha, the little days stolen away are fake. Great. If word of this gets out to the Japanese islands, they'll be mad as hell. It's a fucking relief. That's the book of the crowing blood of Lord Yen. And it's really still in my China. It's still in the hands of the kid. It's really a spiritual legacy. When I was a child, I read the manuscript of The Offering of Nephews and Nephews and felt that it was written in a messy way, and I couldn't figure out what was so good about it. 20 years later, education has completed its closure, and underneath the handwriting that has been altered a few times is the iron bone of the Yen family's vow of surrender. The whole article is not ink, but the blood of Yan's loyal family. Think of Lord Yan's state of mind at the time. Not unlike our current situation in China. No surrender. Absolutely not. Offering nephew manuscript, here I think a lot of my own heart. But many places some sensitive not good to write. You can find out for yourself what is going on. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Also recommended to read a manga, Assassin's Creed Dynasty. Lord Yen Jinqing is full of loyalty. Lu Han's live broadcast continued at this time. After all, the purpose of tonight is to sell goods to make money. And the next time he shelved multiple items in a row. Sweepers, anti-wipes, clothes and shoes, shampoo, chargers, toilet paper, remote control airplanes, insecticides. It really has everything from daily appliances to small needles and wool. Originally on the shelf is not enough to grab the things. Lu Han had many times to add a single replenishment. Or on the shelf that is light, which knows that at this time the amusement sound platform also urgent matching out a campaign. In order to support the strongest Kid Brothers research funding preparation. From now until the end of tonight's live broadcast, Teasing Sound limited time to issue exclusive Kid Brothers live room product coupons. These coupons are even subsidized by the Teaming Sound platform out of its own pocket, without discussing with Lu Han at all. Lu Han, who was in the live broadcast room, was also unaware of these circumstances, chatting with the viewers as he sold his goods. Brothers purchased from my live room, but any problems can find customer service to apply for a refund or exchange. Oh, bouncer. Returns are impossible to return. Not in this lifetime. If there is a problem with the merchandise, it must be my own. Right, that means that charger you just sold. If it doesn't fit, it must be my crappy iPhone. I'll just get a new phone myself. Can you use your health insurance to shop here? I've maxed out all my cards tonight, and now I only have money in my health insurance account. Lu Han, the shipping costs in the middle of the return and exchange are covered by our shipping insurance, so you don't have to worry about it. Bouncer. So much nonsense. Hurry up on the link. Those links before are out of stock. Do not know the replenishment? The platform also do not come to the edge. I am here to support the children, brother. What fucking called the fucking support understand? What's the point of having a coupon? There's something wrong with the price of your toilet paper. $9.90 for a pack of 10? I'm telling you, 10 packs for $99. Give me the link again. Ordered. No need to ship. Thank you. The emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room were getting crazier and crazier. And some people even started to swipe gifts. Lu Han saw the gift and hurriedly spoke out to stop. Those few friends buy things, just buy things. Don't brush the gift. It's not a waste of money. Which is not to say that. Found that the gift function is open. Swiped that more people. The feature can't be turned off yet when live banding gifts. So stop it, guys. Stop swiping. Stop it. I'll kick you out if you keep swiping. I've told you before. Don't brush gifts. How much do you make? If you need something, buy it. If you don't need it, don't spend money. Lu Han looked at the gifts that were brushed almost as much as the pop-ups and scratched his head helplessly. But this sentence had no deterrent effect at all. And all kinds of gifts were still being swiped like crazy. Lu Han had no choice but to signal Yuan Audi backstage to literally kick out List 1 and List 2. Originally thought that the kick was over. But I didn't know that the gift swipes were more outrageous and couldn't be stopped. The big brother of List 1 and List 2 who was kicked out earlier came right back in with a smaller number. I didn't expect it. Did I? I'm back. You can't kick them all. There are thousands of me after one. Lu Han was also made to laugh and cry. Stop and cannot stop. Persuade and persuade. Can only go with them. You guys don't spend impulsively. Buy or don't buy to see if you need it. I don't want to shell out your UNZ so directly. And the friend called Urban Extreme God Hero. Look down your gender display or male. TMD 7 degrees of space anti-tell you a male by more than 500 single is intended to do? Urban Extreme Divine. Can't you tell by the name? It's reasonable for me to have more girlfriends, right? What do you care? I'll just use it myself. Seeing such a pop-up, Lu Han was also choked speechless. Please spend money rationally. I need money, but I can't play like this. Bouncer. Shut up. We're about to spend wild. Kid brother. I advise you to mind your own business and get your brothers on the link. Can't you do business? Don't you know that the customer is God? If you make us unhappy, we'll buy you all the live broadcasts. Pull back. I'm not going to explain. Backstage put all the goods to be sold today on the whole. No more orders today after the sale. Luhan was also tired of talking and directly sat back on the stool to chat with the three old men. Even so, the live broadcast still refused to spare Luhan. Who wants you to explain? You look like you. Sit there and rest. We'll take you on this money thing with our brothers on the air. Luhan was swinging for the fences, but he couldn't let the live broadcast go cold. Hotba walked to the camera at this time and started to broadcast on his behalf. Everyone calm down. Rational consumption. Do not buy so much, leave the order to those in need. Besides, you guys buy so many at once, turn back, the inventory is tight. You will not be able to send out the goods. The pop-ups got even more energized at the sight of the goddess Hotspur in the frame. Wow, goddess Hotba is here. I'm going to place 2 more orders. Whether we buy or not is our business. Whether we ship or not is your business. No need to say more. Already ordered. Expecting no shipment. Goddess Reba. That's a beautiful dress you're wearing. Do you have it? Go to the link. Is that a dress? That's girls looking good. Goddess Hotspur. Let's talk about us. The link to your dress is coming up. The enthusiasm of the audience in the live broadcast room today can't even be suppressed by Luhan, let alone Hot Bar. A series of pop-ups came down, and Hataru's mind was broken. Holding her forehead, she couldn't say a word. Luhan, 1 good news and 1 bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Hot Barb substitute broadcast just passed half an hour and turned his head to look at Luhan. Let's start with the good news. Originally, Luhan, who was chatting with the 3 old men, looked up at Hataru. The good news is that tonight's sales have topped $2 billion. Hotba was full of surprises at this point. What about bad news? The bad news is that we're completely sold out and there's nothing left now. At this point, Hotba spread her hands. You guys are tough? I was planning to sell in 5 hours, and it's not even an hour old. Luhan got up and walked back in front of the camera, glancing at the screen. The screen was also filled with pop-ups from netizens urging for additional goods. It's not for sale, expensive or cheap. No links for the rest of the day. Let's get on the show. Let's sing another new song for you, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth. Luhan finished walking towards the performance stage, and the magnificent and atmospheric prelude of the national style rang out. The soundtrack was still played by the students of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. The music is majestic, with the atmosphere of the heavenly kingdom coming out. Luhan's singing voice came from the microphone, so powerful that it seemed like a dragon's roar. This river and mountain I started to write. There are tens of thousands of miles of national blood. For centuries and 600 years, the dragon's heir has weathered the storm. This just opened this first line, and all the audience was immediately immersed in the song. Songs depicted in the great country instantly presented in the minds of the crowd that the Chinese thousands of years of historical changes. The river is vivid in the past. Another new song, My Mom. The lyrics are too good to be true. I feel the cultural heaviness of 5,000 years of Chinese culture. Listening to this song and thinking about our Huaxia, that sense of pride comes up all at once. I feel like the lyrics paint a picture right in front of my eyes. That's it. It's so lifelike. After only a few brief chats, all the pop-ups went silent as if they had negotiated a deal. With such a great intro, that chorus part is definitely even more top-notch, and no one wants to be willing to miss it by posting pop-ups. Then came the climax. This dragon scale but once. The clang landed as if it were broken ice. 1 scale. 1 inch. The story drifted, I couldn't bear to hear it. People keep their manners and their hearts quiet. The melodious Guqin plays the heart of a gentleman. I'm sober and waiting to hear back. Hovering great Chinese civilization. The majestic and impassioned song echoed in the live broadcast room, and also echoed in the hearts of every audience. Everyone felt their blood ignite and boil. The netizens and Luhan were separated by the screen, but at the moment they couldn't help but applaud. How they wished their applause could pass through the screen for Luhan to hear. Right in the gap between the climax of the chorus being sung, Luhan suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the back of the stage, and in the black darkness at the back of the stage, came another male voice. To the past when I put pen to paper, the vast yellow land of the east. The landscape was erased with a splash of ink. Just see the jagged Chinese backbone, the forbidden city's Xinwu gate. How many vicissitudes of life have forged the soul of China? I inherited a culture of deep plowing. Along with the song, Shui slowly walked towards the center of the stage, and the audience immediately saw who was coming. Crap, Shui Zhishuan, old Shui. Fantasy link up. My favorite singer and my favorite kid are linking up today. The first time I heard Lao Shui sing such a style of song, I never imagined that singing this kind of exciting music would be as good as it is. It's just great. It's amazing. She's good. And the song is good too. It makes my blood run cold. I can't. I want one. In fact, Shui Zhishuan came a long time ago, has been in the background to prepare for the song, if not for the song Better Presentation. To the old Shue's character has long run to the live broadcast room for Lu Han to play. The song was sung to the end as the audience chatted. To bring about the destiny of the nation. Raise your head and revive it again. Traveling the world in search of dragon scales. The dragon's bloodline is a forest. When the last note dropped, the pop-ups went completely crazy. Dio, dia. This song, this national style, divine words, divine singing. I'm having an intracranial orgasm just listening to it. Me too. I'm numb from hearing it. With a program like this, all my spending tonight will be worth it. The lyrics are written in such a way that they instantly activate something in my blood. Is the Kid Brothers stuff really gone? Forget it, I'll just swipe the gift. It took a long time for the netizens to calm down a little bit. Hello everyone, I'm Shui Zhishuan, and I'm very happy to be a guest in Kid Brother Lu Han's live studio today. It was only then that Lao Shui had the chance to say hello to the netizens. When it's over, Lu Han brought Shui Zhishuan to the nearby fireplace night talk sofa to sit down and rest. How's it going? Shui, did you have a good time singing today? As soon as he sat down, Lu Han chatted with Shui Zhishuan. Yes, hi, why don't I sing the other song you gave me later? Both of them were self-possessed personalities and chatted without the slightest hint of awkwardness. That's not necessary. Tonight's theme is boiled wine and night talk. And the program performance is not the main thing. Lu Han considered the old Shui came today did not even greet his agency. Sang half a song is already good. There is no need to let him turn back to make things difficult. Live house. I've got some news for you. Kid Brother has been high-yielding sows lately. He's released some new songs. Just then, Shui Zhishuan suddenly faced the camera and took the initiative to chat with netizens. True or false? Then there'll be a lot of new songs to listen to. The kid is stingy. He doesn't know how to sing more songs. Kid Brother will play some more songs. I've been here so many days, and I've spent so much money tonight. It's just for this time. A few more songs. If Lao Shui hadn't reminded us, we wouldn't have known. A child's production must be a masterpiece. Let's listen to 2 more songs in the new national style. The live broadcast room one urged Lu Han to hurry up and sing again. At this point, Lu Han very much regretted letting Shui Zhishuan speak to the camera. It wasn't that Lu Han was too tired to want to sing. Rather, all the newly composed songs have been taken by Yang Mi and distributed to Jiaxing's artists. Ro, the Sun Thief is punishing me, right? Lu Han smiled skin deep and spoke quietly to Shui Zhishuan. At this time, Lao Shui made a face. He heard that Lu Han had created hundreds of new songs at a time, but he had only been given a share of 2, so he thought to take advantage of the netizens to rake out a few more. The songs are taken for money. There's going to be tons of songs released lately, so everyone will hear them then. Also, I have a big announcement to make here today. Lu Han explained to the screen and to everyone that, hearing Lu Han say this, the netizens didn't continue to make trouble. They all knew that he wanted to make money, so they didn't give him any trouble at this time. Attention was immediately drawn to the big news that Lu Han had said. What's the big news? The big news that Kid Brother said. That takeout is absolutely earth-shattering again. Kid Brother, tell me, what's the big news you're going to announce? Just as the pop-ups were urging that. At this time, Hotba brought a file bag and handed it to Lu Han. The open document bag. Lu Han pulled out a piece of paper from it. After unfolding it, it is clearly written on it, Huaxia Dragon Scale Technology Responsibility Company. As I told you all before, I'm really going to make chips. This is my newly registered company, and I've already established the project. The first generation of chips to be developed in the future will be called Dragon Scale. When the funding preparations are in place, I will launch the first generation of Dragon Scale Technologies chip within a month, the Dragon Scale 1.0. And I can tell you right now that the Dragon Scale chip starts at 3 nanometers straight away. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. The netizens in the live broadcast room listened to their scalps numb, all showing disbelief. You know, at present, the most advanced chip process in the international arena is Azimul's 3 nanometer, and Lu Han even threatened to directly do 3 nanometer, and the time is only 1 month. 1 month from 0 to something. This sounds like a no-brainer. However, Lu Han said confidently, because Lu Han himself knows that now is just a lack of money. Research results and technical thresholds do not exist at all in his place. All the knowledge about chips and mature processes brought about by his own ungodly enlightenment. Producing a 3 nanometer would be like a treasure trove. And China now urgently needs one such chip to break the shackles and quickly capture the market share. The live bloggers are stunned that, Dragon Scale chip? 3 nanometers to start. Oh my god, did I hear you right? The highest level of Asmir, the apex of the world's chip manufacturing industry, is only 3 nanometers. The Kid Brother is coming up to break the ceiling, and he also said that when the funds are ready, it will be ready in a month. 1 month, from scratch. At this time, the netizens' original firm support for Lu Han was a bit shaken again, and what Lu Han said seemed to them to be simply a fantasy. Although no one directly questioned it in the pop-ups, Luhan was still able to sense the change in everyone's emotions. Luhan smiled faintly and continued. I know you may think I'm bragging, so let's show you something else, said Luhan and pulled out a thick white book from that folder. This white paper is 8K paper wide and a full 10 centimeters thick. This white paper material is the result of research I've put together on how photolithography can successfully prevent the electron flint effect below 3 nanometers, said Luhan directly on the hands of the contents of the white paper to the camera flip open. Do not care about the core technology was looked at. I can assure you that the Dragon Scale chip will definitely become the pride of domestic chips. As soon as the funds are in place, we'll immediately put it into R&D and production. In a month's time, I'll let the world see the strength of the Dragon Scale chip, Luhan Side said. To the camera will turn the white paper page by page. Flipping through the speed is very slow, as if afraid that someone cannot see it. Once again, the pop-ups and the live feeds were bristling. Kid brother, don't. We believe you. Your skills will be stolen by someone with a heart of gold. This is a leak. Kid brother is calm. We believe. We really do. You don't have to show us your core technology just to prove it to us. The pop-ups all panicked as they watched Luhan announce the results of his research so casually. Luhan smiled in front of the camera and continued to explain. People don't need to worry. This research result is right here. With the current level of scientific research in the world, the technological threshold is not up to par. It can't be done. I'm the only one who knows what to do. Don't they say that science has no borders? I'll have no borders today, and show the Guilo the temperament of our China. But the answer is copied for you. Don't blame me if you can't copy it. This was said with such confidence that everyone could even see a hint of disdain in Luhan's eyes. Crap, he's loaded again. This pussy is all mellowed out by him. It's a fucking relief. What does that mean? No one can even copy the answers if you put them out there for them to copy? I am studying microelectronics. Just now the white paper I screenshot just finished reading. Now I can responsibly tell you that the theory is completely feasible, but the technical barriers in the middle, at present really no one can do. Yes, I read some of it too. The idea is novel, and different from all the current research directions, but this is definitely the optimal solution compared to the Kid brothers. But those technical thresholds are all about quantum. It's too hard. Chuckles, this is so cool. He's just trying to dispel our last fears by going straight to the king's bomb. It's a real cowboy. I'll just publish the answers and let others copy them. But they won't be able to. Look how generous we are. Luhan looked at the pop-up chat. His pussy wasn't done yet, and once again picked up the microphone and spoke. I can't believe there are quite a few capable people among my fans. Then I'll send you all another message. What I just shown you is just the base program. I have another set of programs for carbon-based chips, and even if whoever has the skills to copy that base program will have nothing to worry about. Speaking here, Luhan also came a wink to the screen. The kind of calm confidence cannot be like talking nonsense. Crouch, groove, after pretending not to run, but to pretend again. This is killing people to kill their hearts. That's awesome. That is to say, even if other countries try their hardest to follow the program just announced, and finally succeed in the end, they will still only be the starting point. It's just a starting point for the Kid brother. Kid brother, you guys just work hard and you'll be able to keep up with me by then. What are we doing? Before, we were even skeptical of Kid brother, and now I don't think we deserve to review him at all. Genius. He's definitely a genius. Kid brother. From now on, you just let go. We won't dare to have any doubts. Luhan doing this was originally a part of the live broadcast plan. After pulling out such a large number of subs from the netizens, you have to make people's hearts feel solid. By the way, in the near future then I will have many songs, movie and TV works and novels online. I hope everyone will support more. Sorry about that. Can't let you all read it completely free like before. Thanks for the support. For the rest of the day, keep the show on the road. Please welcome Shui Zhishuan for a song, Let Me Rejoice and Let Me Sorrow. Luhan threw the microphone directly to Shui Zhishuan after he finished speaking. No, didn't you just say you wouldn't let me sing, Kid brother? Shui Zhishuan, who was sitting on the side, high on melon seeds and sipping tea, froze. Who told you to screw me over just now? I'll make you sing tonight. Luhan remembered just Shui Zhishuan in front of the netizens to set him up, and did not care if he went back to explain to the agency. The next 2 or 3 hours of live broadcast I'll let him sing. Then I won't sing. What are you talking about? You can't use the production team's donkey like that. Shui Zhishuan sensed that Luhan was retaliating for his outburst just now, and presumably promised enough to be able to make himself sing until he died. For every song you sing today, I'll send you a new song after you come off the air. It's a deal. Kid brother, I'm going to sing now. Extra. Luhan's new song, Junior Huaxia says, has rushed to the No. 1 spot on the music new songs chart in one day. Entertainment Daily, all the singers of Jiaxing Media released their new songs at the same time today. The song's lyrics and music are all composed by the kid brother Lu Han. Shocked, the August music peak list is out. And all the lyricists and arrangers of the works on the list are the same person without exception, the 8-year-old kid Lu Han. Recently Lu Han's latest tear-jerking novel Alive has attracted heated debate, claiming that no one can read the whole book with a smile. Lu Han's latest science fiction novel won the Hugo Award, the Nobel Prize of Science Fiction. Former Mi State spokesman Ogwen Hai recently sent an email to Lu Han personally to press for the second installment of JZTV's newest variety show. The Mushroom House of Aspiration has hit a new high in ratings. The large-scale costume palace serial Legend of Concubine Jin Huan was put on Chi.com, and the number of online viewers on the first day exceeded 100 million. Brainwashing song Little Apple, Gangnam Style into the middle-aged and elderly square dance favorite dance music. It's a hit in the streets. Just as news related to Lu Han dominated the major headline boards, the Jitterbug platform once again threw out an appalling news: the strongest kid brother. Tonight at 7 p.m. live manufacturing photolithography machine. Once the news was sent out, it instantly triggered the whole internet again. The netizens were buzzing with discussion. The kid brother wants to build a photolithography machine live. I'm impressed. Tonight Huaxia, rise up, and I'll see if the emperor dares to underestimate us after tonight. Choke me, choke your ass. Sitting and waiting for the live broadcast, though I'm sure I don't understand a dingbat. I have to stand up for kid brother tonight. Learn it. If I learn it, I'll be able to go to college. If you can learn how to do that, your school will have to follow you to college. Numerous users have commented on it. Prof. Guohongya is conducting an experiment with his students in the laboratory of Fuxing University's microelectronics program. He had also read the white paper that Lu Han had published that day, and it had indeed helped him open up a lot of ideas. Yi Guohong had also wanted to go directly to Lu Han for advice several times, but when he thought of the unpleasantness he had caused with Lu Han that day, he really couldn't pull his face. Mr. Yi, that kid who came to our lecture here earlier, he actually announced that he's going to build a photolithography machine live. A student in the lab rushed to tell Yi Guohong after learning the news through his cell phone. What? When is it live? Where is it live? Yi Guohong's body couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. Tonight at 7, on the teaser platform. The student, who had never seen the professor so out of sorts, rushed to reply. The experiment is off. Call all your classmates to watch Lu Han live tonight. Prof. Yeah has recently been trying to replicate the experiments of synthesizing new materials in Lu Han's white paper. Theoretically the new material does reduce in energy level as Lu Han said, but no matter what they do, the trend of reduction is always far from the level of being able to do lithography. Yi Guohong walked out of the lab and sat stagnantly on the bench in front of the entrance. He took off his thick glasses and muttered a lot. Beside them, the students who came out with them were very worried about Yi Guohong's health. Ever since the teacher read Lu Han's white paper, the whole person was like crazy. This period of time has been soaked within the laboratory. Sleep is not much. But today, as soon as he heard the news of Lu Han's live broadcast, he actually took the initiative to call off the experiment. Just as the student froze, Yi Guohong suddenly thought of something. Wait, I got it. I get it. Yeah, I'm such an old fool. There are some formulas I haven't even seen before, and I don't even understand Lu Han's theories. What kind of experiments are being done here? Those formulas are most certainly in his live broadcast tonight. Those formulas that are enough to change the field of physics are really going to be made public tonight. There is hope for the field of science and technology in manhwa. This son is the fortune of manhwa for 100 years. Prof. Yi Guohong was like a madman, saying a whole lot of words that the onlookers could not understand at all. Mr. Yi, are you okay? The students looked at the usually calm teacher Yi, who was sometimes raving, sometimes in tears, and whose body was still trembling slightly, and hurriedly opened their mouths to ask. However, he saw Yi Guohong suddenly calm down again and solemnly opened his mouth with the student. Xiao Wang, hurry up, call all the physics professors at Fuxing University and contact them to watch the live broadcast together at night. Not a single one should be missing. Oh, okay, I'll go now. In fact, Prof. Yeh Quakhong of Fuxing University is not the only one who reacted so vehemently. Professors from many of China's scientific and technical universities and research institutes are now in the same boat. Lu Han's white paper gave them a taste of the forbidden fruit of physics, and now no one can resist the temptation any longer. Some people felt that Lu Han would make history tonight, and likewise there were those who felt that these maneuvers by Lu Han were purely a joke. Photolithography chip manufacturing companies like XX Semiconductor, Sanshin and Azimal were also attracted to the idea, but in their eyes, this is nothing more than a smokescreen put out by Huaxia, and they only look at this as a joke. What Lu Han, what kid brother is nothing but claptrap clowns, with different emotions, Everyone waited for Lu Han's live broadcast in the evening, a broadcast that would likely change history. 7 p.m. Inside the Dragon Scale Technology experimental base that had just been built on Chongming Island in Magic City. Good evening. The photolithography and chip manufacturing mini-class has officially begun. With Lu Han's tender and handsome face appearing in the center of the screen, the live broadcast officially began. The number of people online in the live broadcast room instantly reached as many as 1 billion, with countless pairs of eyes at home and abroad all focused on it. It was also fortunate that the official teaser sound had made preparations in advance and set up additional servers. Otherwise, with such a horrible number of people online, the original servers would not have been able to cope. The world's top physics researchers also coincidentally suspended all project tests today, all because of Lu Han's live broadcast. The next thing I'm going to do is the most important part of chip manufacturing. Finding a material that can solve the electron tunneling effect. The pile of material in front of me contains copper, plutonium, aluminum, and many other elements that are currently remaining stable. Lu Han said a bunch of specialized knowledge and then started his operation. Ordinary netizens couldn't understand it, but those researchers were all excited when they heard Lu Han's idea. A researcher at the Chinese National Defense Research Institute said excitedly. Fortunately, his elemental formulas and ratios weren't all publicized, or else if the experiment had been successful, those gawking foreigners in the broadcast room could have directly stolen the results. Soon Lu Han's first step of the experiment ended. He got a brand new piece of alloy material, once again looked at the camera and said, "The next thing I'm going to do is change their atomic structure. That step is the key." Lu Han spoke easily, but the researchers in the live broadcast room were completely unable to calm down when they heard this. Holy shit, he's going to change the atomic structure? If he doesn't do it right, he'll explode. Hearing this, the hearts of the researchers from the major research units in China were in their throats. Be careful, don't let anything happen. Lu Han continued to put the alloy block into the pressure chamber, and at the moment the alloy inside the pressure chamber vessel underwent a strong change. A puff of smoke rose from the pressure chamber as well, and the reaction began. Atomic level changes were not observable to the naked eye, only the constant expansion and change of the pressure chamber was seen, and the solid bulkheads were deformed. The reaction lasted nearly 10 minutes, and the pressure chamber was opened again, and a new piece of material of dazzling color appeared before the group. Lu Han, it's done. Pop-up swipes. Crap, kid brother did it. He did it. This is a success, right? This is a new material. The kid really made it. The kid brother changed the structure of the atom? Him? Is he the creator? I'm from Qiandongnan University of Science and Technology. I'm so excited right now. It's really happening. I'm from Northern Polytechnic. Ghostbusters have been bullying us for so long. They've been making our experiments difficult. What the hell? I'm really angry. I'm with Southwest Defense. From now on, I said, fuck MIDI, we did it ourselves. We'll never ask for your technology again. XX Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation Headquarters. At 6:30 p.m. A large group of XX Semiconductors researchers gathered in the audiovisual room of the administration building as if they were having a tea party. They had also learned about Lu Han's intention to build a photolithography machine live, but they all thought it was a pie in the sky and not worth mentioning. This contempt from the bottom of their hearts caused them to not even read Lu Han's white paper. To them, an 8-year-old kid blabbering about making his own photolithography machine is claptrap. Ha ha ha, why doesn't this kid go to heaven? Real funny, yay. Wachovia has nothing right now, and it's asking to go up to 3 nanometers. It's really a bragging rights roar. Everyone take out your cell phones. Let's also go on the teaser sound. We're going to spray him so hard that his mom won't even recognize him. The reason why they are having this tea party today is very simple. That is, they want to spray. Not only spray, but also spray with their professional knowledge in a well-founded manner. However, when the live broadcast officially began, the original talk and laughter, all kinds of ridicule XX Jaeger staff gradually frowned. Look gloomy. Spray cannot be. Lu Han's told them with practical actions that it was for real. Lu Han had so grandly come up with a new material with a low electron energy level that solved the electron tunneling effect right in front of them. This group of people can be said to be the technical backbone of XX Semiconductor, and naturally they know a lot about materials science. It was because of that knowledge that they understood that that material really could theoretically solve the electron flint effect and might just be a new enough material to impact the materials world today. The more they watched the live stream, the more alarmed they became, with cold sweat pouring from their brains. The state of the atomic compression theory in Lu Han's mouth. Keep the theory. All said and done. This theory is true. Crap. Some of these researchers just screamed. What's all the shouting about? Calm down. We haven't done the tunneling test yet. We're both in research. Don't you understand that? How many theories that work in theory end up being bullshit? Just when a group of researchers at XX Semiconductor had a breakdown in their mindset, it took a scolding from the chief engineer to suppress the crowd for the time being. In fact, the chief engineer also panicked in his heart. If Luhan's new material passed the electron flint effect experiment next, it would really be witnessing history. Overcoming this challenge, lithography in the future will never have to chat about 3 nanometer scale, 2 nanometer scale, 1 nanometer scale, not only XX Jaeger. At this time, Hunan's Azzy Meyer, the stick country Sanshin is also the same situation. All of them are staring at the live screen, waiting for Luhan's next step to verify the experiment. On the screen, Luhan was seen walking to a sewing machine-like machine, placing but the photolithograph with the new material that had just been made on it. Everyone, this is the photolithography machine I've been working on, which is smaller and lighter compared to the equivalent high-precision photolithography machine currently on the market. When these words came out, whether it was the netizens who were eating in the live broadcast room or those researchers online, they were all stunned. This is a photolithography machine. You told me this sewing machine-size thing was a photolithography machine. No way, it's absolutely impossible. The smallest lithography machine for high-precision work is the size of a shipping container. You're telling me that such a small machine is a high-precision lithography machine? I'm so sorry, I thought the new material was shocking enough. This lithography machine is unbelievable. Is this a photolithography machine? Without waiting for the crowd to finish being surprised, Luhan started this photolithography machine of his, and as if it was printing, the photolithography work was completed in just a few seconds. Even this machine has no requirements for the working environment. Immediately afterward, Luhan took out the photolithography completed photolithograph and got it under the high-precision developing lens. Luhan, Agu, played over. This is about 2 nanometers. Numb. Everyone is completely numb. The arrangement of those transistors in the developing lens is indeed at the 2 nanometer level. At this moment, a cheer erupted within the various scientific research institutes and polytechnic universities in China. The professors, who are usually strict and dignified, were shouting, dancing, and bursting into tears. It worked. It really worked. There's a new god in Huaxia. How many days and nights of research? The U.S. will never be able to sanction us in scientific research again. Stand up. I'm really standing up. We did it. Ghostbusters. We won't have to look at your faces anymore. It's time for you to beg us. Unlike the joy over here. The XX Semiconductor, Sanshin, Azimal, the top executives of these various companies who are also watching the live broadcast are collectively ashen at the moment. It's over. History is going to be rewritten. Change of day. The sky has changed. We'll have to kneel from now on. The Son of God has appeared in the east. That giant dragon is going to wake up. I'm going to swim straight to the mainland tonight. Do you think I have a chance? Come on. Let Simida issue a declaration quickly. China is a great nation. Our country has always been a vassal state of China. All over the world. At this time, some people were happy and some people were sad. And just at this time, the screen of Luhan's live broadcast suddenly went black. The screen directly disappeared into thin air. The pop-up was a sleeper? What's going on? How did the live broadcast get stopped? It seems to be malfunctioning. I want to see the Kid Brothers experiment. What kind of server is this? How can something go wrong at a time like this? At this moment, in the backstage of Teasing Sound, the head of the Kid Brothers Special Operation Group Supervisor, Shi Shaochen, was adjusting the live broadcasting system with his hands and feet in a frenzy. He was now sweating profusely and didn't have time to wipe it off. This was a live broadcast at the level of 1 billion people. It was as if Supervisor Timothy saw that his career was about to end. What's the situation? Someone explain it to me. Quick, call the maintenance department. Why did this accident happen too? Whoever is running the tech tonight, I'm gonna kill him. Just as Tatsu was shouting angrily at his men, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is it? Upon seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Zhang Feng did not have the good sense to open his mouth and pick it up. Supervisor Toki, I'm Zhang Yiming. When he heard this name, Shi Shaochen instantly broke out in a cold sweat. General Manager Zhang, you listen to my explanation. I'll fix tonight's live broadcast accident immediately. I promise, it was a minor accident. Shi Shaochen's back went cold. And the caller was Zhang Yiming, the CEO of Teasing Sound. He hadn't thought that this live broadcast had actually alarmed even the big boss. Now he only felt that his professional future was gray. But Zhang Yiming's next words left Shi Shaochen completely confused. You've done a good job, Tim's supervisor. Now you don't care about anything. Don't ask anything. Listen to me. You and all the group employees all go home from work immediately. Get a good night's sleep. And tomorrow you report to the headquarters and the company promotes you to regional manager. Do a good job. I think highly of you. Mark my words. Don't care about anything. Don't ask anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the CEO on the other side, Zhang Yiming, directly hung up the phone. Timothy froze completely as he listened to the busy sound of the hang-up call. What the hell is going on? One seems to have done something extraordinary? Thinking carefully, Shi Shaoqian seemed to understand something again. Same time, inside a military camp on the outskirts of the Magic City, Wu Yaozu, the commander of the 3rd Regiment, received a first-class secret telegram. Yes, please rest assured. Chief, please rest assured of the people. Guarantee to complete the mission. Hanging up the secret message, Wu Yaozu immediately blew the rallying cry. All gather, depart Chongming Island fully armed. Lu Han. After realizing that the live broadcast was interrupted, it was also realized that it should be the official Huaxia who had stepped in. Then he packed and organized all of his research materials and the newly manufactured photolithography machine and waited for the visitor. Sure enough, it was only 10 minutes before an army appeared at his experimental base on Chongming Island. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Wu Yaozu, the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Battalion of the Chinese troops in Mordor. Coming by order of my superiors to protect the transportation of you. A man with an angular face and firm, deep eyes walked into the lab and said after saluting Lu Han. Got it. Chief Wu, can I ask where I'm going? Lu Han sat on a large wooden box that had already been packed and looked at the visitor. I'm sorry, I wasn't given orders I could tell you about. Wu Yaozu's surface was unperturbed, and in his heart, he also lamented that Lu Han was actually able to be so calm and collected at such a young age. I'm guessing you got orders to come and protect and escort me, but nothing about being able to take me by force, right? Tell you what, ask for orders, I'm not leaving until I know where to go. Lu Han didn't want to be taken to some secret base in a deep forest in a haphazard manner and then never come out again. Wu Yaozu is in a dilemma. This kind of thing to ask the superior not be scolded. But it is true, as Lu Han said. He said he did not go, he has no right to take him by force. Gu, Lu Han, you're not making things difficult for Captain Wu. At that moment, another voice came through the door. Then, an old acquaintance of Lu Han slowly walked in. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the National Security Bureau's team leader Li, whom he had met when he was catching spies in Kyoto. Team leader Li, you should have permission to tell me where I'm going, right? Lu Han's expression had a hint more of a smile than just now. It's been a long time, Lu Han. Don't worry, it won't take you to some secret base and never come out again. It's just in Magic City. The above just wants to invite you to give a meeting to the bigwigs from all sides of the Chinese physics community. After it's over, your chip manufacturing technology won't be a secret in the Chinese academic world, and you'll be safe in that case. Team leader Li knew that Lu Han was a smart man and didn't beat around the bush. That's fine. By the way, take this wooden box with you. I'm all packed up. Everything relevant is in there. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Han directly jumped off the wooden box and followed team leader Li out of the lab. Outside the experimental base parked a cheap version of the red flag H9, next to several military vehicles arching tightly. Lu Han followed team leader Li into the car and the convoy headed towards the city. The convoy traveled carefully along the way, and after more than half an hour, it drove into a heavily guarded building. 12 o'clock midnight. A joint video conference led by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, with the full participation of all the numbered universities and institutes of Chinese physics, has officially begun. The light engraving Holy Sun, the light engraving Saint Sun. This 8-year-old child named Lu Han is our Chinese photorealistic Saint Sun. What photolithography Saint Sun? If you want to call it that, you should call it the Saint Sun of physics, and you show some respect. What child? It's Mr. Lu, but he's really just an 8-year-old. There is no order of learning. The one who achieves is first. I think it's too much to call Mr. Lu. You should call him Teacher Lu. That's right. The officials should immediately send someone to protect Mr. Lu. After the global live broadcast, that gang of cowards and devils must be eyeing him now. As soon as the video was connected, the bigwigs from all sides of the Chinese physics community discussed excitedly. Ahem. All be quiet. Just then, an old man over 90 years old appeared on the main screen. This person was none other than academician Yang Zhenxing, president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and a leading figure in the world of physics. Regarding Lu Han's safety, the top has already taken into consideration, including the interruption of tonight's live broadcast, also the meaning of the top. So the safety issue we do not have to worry about. Open this video joint exercise meeting, not let you come here to eat melon, is for everyone to brainstorm together to discuss how to make this lithography and chip to realize mass production. Lu Han will be here later. At that time, please speak in turn, expounding on each current home base. Whether or not you can attract Lu Han to hand over the scientific research results to all of you depends on your own skills. With these words, the video of the joint meeting set off another furor. What, Mr. Lu Han will be here in a moment. and a willingness to share the results of the research. My family can, my home can definitely. My hit has the most leading hardware facilities in China right now. Luhan will definitely choose us. Shut up, Harvard University. Do you think that I, Huazhong Research Institute, am a fool? Your family is the most ahead. I'll be damned. The video conference started to get noisy again. At this time, the face of Prof. Yi Guohong of Fuxing University was red for a while and white for a while, and he felt that he had missed out on $100 million in general. I know this Luhan. What was I thinking? Oh, my God. Professor Yi Guohong murmured with a shocked expression, then pounded his chest. His voice was not loud in the middle of the video, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Old Yi, you just said you knew Mr. Lu before? Bragging, right? Nope. Old Yi is in Mordor, and Mr. Lu is also in Mordor. Both are in physics. They should really know each other. Old Yi, why are you so selfish? Mr. Lu must have provided you with a lot of research results. Until now you haven't shared any of it. Nothing more to say. Professor Yi, you will recommend me to Mr. Lu later. My entire Southwest Research Institute is willing to look up to Mr. Lu. Just shut up. The sound of the reckoning you're playing has traveled from the southwest to our northeast. Old Yi, how about you recommend us for hot engineering? All the professors listed at the moment looked at Yi Guohong with fiery eyes, wishing that they could ask for Lu Han's phone number right now and call him directly. And at that moment, everyone saw Yi Guohong shaking his head. Lu Han came to our Fuxing University before and sat in on one of our discussion classes. That previous idea about two-dimensional stacking of chips was provided by Lu Han, but then he talked to me about some quantum chip, which I found totally impractical and turned him down cold. Ugh, I'll be damned. Quantum chip, he must really be able to do it. Speaking here, Yi Guohong buried his head, his hands gripping his head vigorously. Just in time. Just in time. After a new shot was debugged by the staff, Lu Han's figure appeared in the video. It instantly attracted the attention of the entire crowd, who cast their gazes in anticipation. After Lu Han was seated, academician Yang Jinxing spoke. Everyone, Mr. Lu Han has arrived here. Next, I hope that everyone will cherish this opportunity and speak enthusiastically to demonstrate their respective strengths and sincerity. As the words fell, a gray-haired professor was the first to stand up and, Mr. Lu Han, on behalf of all the teachers and students of the Physics Department of Kyoto University of Science and Technology, I sincerely invite you to bring your research results to life in our school. With our top-notch experimental equipment and team, we can definitely help you achieve your goal of mass production. Immediately following, other participants also spoke, expressing their strong interest in Lu Han's research results and willingness to cooperate. For a while, the atmosphere in the conference room was heated, and various favorable conditions and promises kept emerging. Lu Han listened quietly. He wore a smile on his face, but in his mind, he was thinking about his next plan. In the video, the representatives of the various families attending the meeting cannot just straight to Lu Han child bride are arranged. It's really a dare to make any offer. Kyoto University of Science and Technology promised Lu Han as long as he went directly gifted a courtyard house. South China Scientific Research Institute said, Lu Han if you go can directly dry Scientific Research Institute Deputy Director, when Lu Han adult directly is the director. Jinling Polytechnic is even more exaggerated, promising that as long as Lu Han agrees to join, immediately send a set of Republican villas, and then with 2 supercars, and they are all top of the line. Other organizations around the world are promising all sorts of benefits. Hearing such attractive conditions, Lu Han was also enlightened, not expecting this group of scientific researchers to smash up money so hard. Don't stop, don't stop. Anyone else raise their bets? Nice guy, it's so exciting. Are there any private jets and yachts being given away? Once Lu Han said this, the Nanhai University representative really did raise his hand. Enough, look at what you all look like. Is there still some spirit of a scientific researcher left? Just then, academician Yang Jinghua opened his mouth. He just couldn't watch such a farce anymore. Academician Yang Jinghua just couldn't stand to watch. And with a roar, everyone woke up for a few moments and reacted to the fact that Lu Han wasn't bad at all. Little Mr. Lu Han, stop messing around too. Get down to business and stop teasing them. Yang Jinghua changed to a kind face and said with Lu Han, okay, academician Yang, let's get down to business. Lu Han spat out his tongue and also put away his playfulness. His attitude turned serious. I feel everyone's sincerity, but I, Lu, am not interested in money. And in addition to tell you that I will share all these scientific research results without compensation. The reason I'm doing all this research is also for the country to break through its current shackles. Upon hearing this, the attendees immediately smiled and laughed. White Johns, who can't love them? Immediately after that, Lu Han spoke again. And then with I'll tell you another little secret. That new material I synthesized in today's broadcast seems to have superconducting properties, but I haven't figured it out yet either, so we can all go back and try research in that direction. Luhan dropped another nuclear bomb-level message. The succession of shocks in one day made these researchers become a little numb. After a few seconds, the group of researchers with pens and notebooks in their hands like elementary school students listening to a lecture in class reacted and yelled out in excitement. Superconductivity? What about superconducting materials? Room temperature superconductivity? My god, that's a lot more important than a photolithography machine. Otherwise let's all kowtow to Mr. Luhan. Isn't it such a great favor from others? Luhan raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, then continued. All of my scientific research results on photolithography and chip materials have been organized and filed by me, and the new research directions have been given to all of you subsequently. Finally, I have a few small requests. When Luhan's words changed, everyone pricked up their ears for fear of missing any important information. I would like to see various institutions share research resources to avoid duplication of inputs, preferably by creating a collaborative organization. That's a good idea. We'll work out a plan as soon as possible, and I'm sure everyone will be happy to see it. Academician Yang Jinghua took the lead. Others chimed in with their approval. Afterward, Luhan answered some scientific research questions he knew for the crowd, and this video conference also lasted until 3 or 4 in the morning. According to Luhan's plan, the photolithography technology provided by himself was completely enough. For superconducting materials, the experts should be able to break through it in a few years of cooperative research, and the quantum chip is still good not to take out for the time being. Luhan still understands the reasoning that a man is not guilty of anything, and this sentence is not only for himself, but also the same for the Chinese nation. If he directly lit up the quantum chip, he guessed that he would really be dragged to the living body for research, and as long as the quantum chip was not taken out, he still had value. For the country of China, if suddenly technology leaps a century ahead of the world, when the time comes to avoid militarism, even if Huaxia is not militaristic, it will be a target. Checks and balances will last. After much deliberation, Luhan felt that it was better to slow down. After the video conference, Luhan found Team Leader Li. Luhan, Team Leader Li, can I go back now? Why are you in such a hurry to go back? We've known each other for a long time. What? Why don't you want to catch up with me? Team Leader Li had been waiting for Luhan at the door. Get over it, who wants to meet you? I've met you a total of 3 times this time. The first time I caught a spy, the second time I almost died, and this third time I thought you were going to put me under house arrest. Luhan rolled his eyes at Team Leader Li. Team Leader Li, let's wait for the one after dawn. We have some deployments and arrangements to make when you get home. Team Leader Li then added. Luhan looked at Team Leader Li and understood what was going on after a little thought. His situation was different now. The officials would definitely do some security measures. Luhan didn't say much more, and returned to the previous video call room to sit and wait for dawn. The next morning, centered on Luhan's neighborhood, all the second-hand homes listed within a 5-kilometer radius were sold on the same day, and those who stayed in were all wearing sunglasses and hats with headphones in their ears, and their luggage was very simple, with a large violin case in almost every hand. Luhan's neighborhood Shanghai People's Property has also changed. Even the security guards at the door have changed from 5 men with a total of 6 teeth to a physically fit young man. On the way home, with Luhan's keen observation naturally found these problems as well. Team Leader Li, there's no need to go so far. Inside the car, Luhan looked at Team Leader Li with a helpless face. This is not for me to decide. Oh, it's useless for you to talk to me. Team Leader Li said as he spread his hands. Ugh, still have to think of a trick. Luhan held his chin in his hand and muttered to himself. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Shanghai home. Inside the district, the neighborhood committee Wang Auntie just happened to be downstairs at Luhan's house as well. Aga Luhan is back. Auntie Wang, who was usually official, actually greeted Luhan with a smile on her face today. Good morning, Auntie Wang. Out of politeness, Luhan also greeted Auntie Wang. Luhan, you're a celebrity in our neighborhood. Auntie welcomes you home on behalf of all the owners of the neighborhood. Auntie Wang smiled and squinted with enthusiasm. Luhan cried and laughed a little. This change was too big. He was just about to open his mouth when Auntie Wang continued. Right, Luhan, if there's anything you need to do in the future, just look for Auntie. Don't be polite. After bidding farewell to Auntie Wang, Luhan went straight back to his house, which was full of people the moment the door opened. Luhan just opened the door to his room. He saw his parents, Lu Sancher and Wang Mei, sitting on the sofa, and opposite them sat Hotba and Yuan Audi. Around them stood black suits. What is this? Looking at the scene, Luhan was astonished. At the sight of Luhan's return, all the family members who had been sitting stood up. Son, Luhan, kid brother, Not long after Lu Han's live broadcast was interrupted last night, the group of black suits found them. They were then brought back to Lu Han's house from different places. The group of black suits didn't do anything to them either. Just told them to stay and not to leave or contact the outside world. Several people had never seen such a battle, and Lu Han couldn't be contacted, so they stayed up all night in worry. Close ranks. At this time, one of the big men in the black suits leading the group seemed to have received instructions from the headset and directly led the people away. A few seconds later, only Lu Han and the others were left in the room. After holding out all night, a few people had long been on the verge of breaking down mentally. Now that there were no more outsiders around, Lu Han's mom, Wang Mei and Hotba, two women directly cried, "Son, what's going on here? Did you break the law?" Lu Han, I was scared to death, thinking that you had been kidnapped by some force. Looking at the two women crying with pear blossoms, Lu Han carefully explained what was going on. The crowd had known before that Lu Han had been making chips or something recently, but in his family's eyes Lu Han had always done things against the odds and didn't take it too seriously. Even the camera boy Yuan Audi, who was always with Lu Han, just thought that Lu Han had gotten high-tech this time and was making money. But who did not expect Lu Han this time to do high-tech chip will alarm the country. Last night was also picked up by the military to a group of scientists on a night class. Things are what they are. The situation is what it is. Lu Han, in order not to let his family worry, deliberately hid the fact that his safety might be affected during the narration. And the focus of the narration was all about how he was a bully. After hearing this, the crowd was left with another jaw-dropper. After Lu Sancher smoked 2 cigarettes in place, he stood up and shouted, "I've said it long ago, my son Lu Han has the stature of a great emperor." Wang Mei, on the other hand, directly in the family group multiple 60-second voice continuous output, began to show off that his son is a scientist. The camera boy smiled sarcastically and poked Lu Han and said, "Kid brother, I'll be your hawk and dog from now on. You'll have to bring me up to speed when you're prosperous in the future." At this time, Reba was tightly holding Lu Han's hand, her eyes full of tenderness, but not a word was said. "Mom and Dad won't be eating at home today, so let's celebrate by going to a restaurant for lunch." The time spent chatting flew by, and seeing that it was noon, Lu Han greeted the crowd and went out for lunch. He wanted to take the opportunity to see just how many escorts Koken had placed around him. "My son is so great this time. It's time to celebrate. Go, let's go to the Peace Hotel." Lu Sancher was in a good mood, and when he heard Lu Han say he wanted to go out to eat he directly decided to go to the Peace Hotel. Out of the unit building, Lu Han found that the faces of the neighbors seemed to have changed a lot, and once the car drove on the road, the rear also always feel that someone is following. When we arrived at the Peace Hotel, a welcome guest at the door came forward enthusiastically. "Hello, how many of you are there? Dinner for 5. Is there a wait for a table, please?" Lu Sancher replied that there was a wait for a table at the Peace Hotel at mealtimes on weekdays. "No need, honored guest, please follow me." The welcome guest led the way ahead, and Lu Han realized that this welcome guest also had the headphones common to national security on his ears. The welcome guest didn't take them to the lobby, but instead just took them into a private room. Immediately after they entered, a group of people blocked the entrance to the Peace Hotel and began to check the identities of other people entering and leaving, in order to ensure absolute security. In the course of a meal, Lu Han had also roughly mapped out the security situation. He was also much more relieved to have such security around those close to him. Midway through the meal, Lu Han excused himself to go to the restroom, and sure enough, team leader Li was waiting for him in the restroom. "Brother kid, we meet again?" In front of the wash basin, team leader Li said to Lu Han while washing his hands. "It's hard on team leader Li. I'd like to ask you how long you're going to keep up this defense work?" Lu Han also walked to the sink. "It shouldn't be too long. When the first batch of chips are mass-produced, then the official announcement will be made that your photolithography technology has been shared with the Chinese physics community. The attention of external forces will naturally stop focusing on you." Team leader Li told Lu Han what he knew. "We have to wait for the chip to be mass-produced? How long will that take?" Lu Han wanted to end it early and then continue to broadcast the strongest kid brother live yet. "It won't be long. The state is out to make it happen as early as this week. The end of the month at the latest. My bull batch is just a small bull batch. Our Huaxia's bull batch is the big bull batch. This Huaxia speed, damn." Hearing this, Lu Han couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He really didn't expect it to be so fast. "This is also thanks to the complete technology you provided. The rest is simple for the official to step in." "Alright, go home now. Don't let your parents get suspicious. Just hold it for a few more days, and you'll be free again." After chatting in the restroom for a bit too long, team leader Li signaled Lu Han to hurry back, and with that, the two said goodbye. The short paragraph says, "For safety's sake." After dinner Lu Han and a few people also explained the current situation. so all of them directly all went back to Lu Han's house. Come, there are just 5 of us. Let's king hack. Anyway, recently cannot go out. After arriving at home, Lu Han directly greeted the crowd on the number of hacking. As a post-90s couple, Lu Han's mom and dad are also loyal players of the king, and Hotba and the camera boy are not to be missed. Come on, I have long heard that the camera little brother in the game reputation. Today together to hack Rongshin until Lu Sancher is a hug to Yuan Audi. Before the live broadcast, camera little brother pretending to be a girl Lu Sancher to now have a deep memory. My name is Sweetheart Lolita Sauce Redheart. I don't know what brother Lu's game ID is? The camera boy also returned the salute with a hug, and the two of them had quite a sympathetic stance. Untalented. My name is John Ina. Beyonce. Others. Get on the number and cut the bullshit. Lu Han was also speechless to these two. Seeing that the room had been built, the people entered, but then Lu Han realized that except for John Ina Byong and Sweet Lollipop, the remaining 2 names were not much better. Byong and Sweetheart Lolita Redheart. The rest of the 2 names are not much better. Sister Hotba, this back in town for a touch-up is you, isn't it? Lu Han looked at the name and felt that it should be Hot Bars. Ha, no? Hataru said at this point, shaking her head. It's mine, what's wrong? Just then, Lu Han's mom, Wang Mei, stepped forward to claim it. No, Sister Hataru, so this lone wolf of the Northwest is you? Lu Han was even more shocked now. Who would have thought that the national goddess would come up with such a game ID? I'm from the Northwest, so it's a good name for me. Besides, I feel like I'm the most normal of the bunch. Hotba is really right. It's kind of the most normal name. No, did you all take some kind of naming class? Where do you get your names from? Lu Han spat. Hello? Your name is my milk Shanshan Zhaozilong. I'll tell your milk when I turn around. At this time, Wang Mei looked at Lu Han and said, never mind. Let's not talk about it. Start well. 5 rows today. Take you guys to the big score. The game is officially on. Hours later, Lu Han looked at today's kneeling record, fell into silence. An afternoon played more than a dozen. Is a hand without winning. A dozen straight knees. This game is really unplayable. It was also time for dinner, and it had been a long time since they had eaten any of Lu Han's cooking, and the crowd desperately demanded that he cook. Lu Han reluctantly worked in the kitchen for half a day and finally brought out 4 dishes. Lu Han, there are 5 of us. How come you only made 4 dishes today? Did the kitchen refrigerator run out of food? Wang Mei asked suspiciously. You're kind of right about that. 5 people, 4 dishes, playing a game. 5 people, 4 vegetables. Lu Han is an old yin and yang master. I've been saying with my life all afternoon, and you guys have been playing hard to get all afternoon, and you let me cook at night. Is it too much? Lu Han was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Crowd. After dinner, the crowd sat around the living room watching TV, just wishing that the news about the chip manufacturing would come out earlier, so they wouldn't have to stay cooped up like this all the time and could go out in peace. The news naturally doesn't come out so quickly, and the crowd tries to pass the time again by playing mahjong and poker. In the middle of the night, Lu Han suddenly felt an abdominal pain. According to normal, Lu Han's physical quality is very good. Headache and fever are not. Thinking that is not eaten bad stomach. But look at the other 4 people did not have any reaction. Oops, is it hit? This thought popped up, causing Lu Han to tense up at once. Lu Han, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Reba also thought of what Lu Han had said during the day about needing to be careful lately, not realizing that at night Lu Han appeared to be unwell, and her tears of fear were coming out. Lu Sancher, take your son to the hospital. Wang Mei directly called Lu Sancher and prepared to take Lu Han to the hospital. No need to go to the hospital. Dad, go shout in the hallway and tell them I'm suddenly not feeling well. Someone should be here soon. Lu Han said as he covered his stomach. Lu Sancher heard Lu Han's words and directly opened the door of his house towards the corridor and shouted, come quickly, my son Lu Han is suddenly unwell. As soon as Lu Sancher's words fell, he only saw that the doors of the next door, the opposite door of the house all opened, and those black suits from before swarmed towards his house. Team leader Lee was also among the crowd, and when he came in and saw Lu Han covering his stomach, he immediately called and contacted his superiors. 10 minutes later, the chief physicians of all the departments of the 3 or more hospitals near Lu Han's home were all present. Lu Han's home is a large flat, is not small, but a crowded house cannot be inserted into the foot. Doctor, may I ask what's going on? Is it some kind of strange poison? Please take good care of my son, no matter how much it costs. Lu Sancher was nervous. By now, Wang Mei and Hotba had hugged each other and cried bitterly. You guys hold on, let me ask the patient himself if he's been staying up late and stressed out lately. The doctor calmed Lu Sancher and looked at Lu Han again. Lu Han replied, there was a late night, and I haven't gotten much sleep in 2 or 3 days. So has there been any angry tantrums over anything lately? the doctor asked again. Lu Han replied. There, playing games in the afternoon lost too many times. Angry to come. Oh, then it's alright, I assure you on my honor. It's not some kind of poisoning, it's just qi stagnation and retrogression caused by a disorder of the body. A disorder of qi movement. The doctor explained carefully. Doctor, what about the trouble of speaking in human terms? Lu Han interrupted. Just endocrine disruption, plus indigestion. I'll give you some gastrointestinal tablets in a while. If you're not happy to eat more boiled water is fine. Crowd. Lu Sancho stood straight, the body he had just bent down, awkwardly touching his nose and picking his hand. Wang Mei and Hotba also stopped hugging and crying, rubbing the tears off their faces. The hands that had nowhere to rest were picking here and there. It's really embarrassing. After making sure there was really nothing wrong, team leader Li came in and asked the doctors to leave. On his way out the door, one of the younger-looking doctors in the group muttered and spat. I think what is a strange poisonous strange disease it. The big night to so a large group of experts and directors are called. To make half a day on a dyspepsia no energy, no energy. Lu Han's face was so dark, he also felt so humiliated and embarrassed. End of August. The family, who had been practically out of doors, finally saw the long-awaited news on TV. Our latest news. Domestic brand Huayao cell phone today launched the newest cell phone Huayao Mother 60, which has the world's top cell phone chip. Through the joint efforts of the newly established Huaxia State Physics Joint Co-Creation Association, this month China's lithography technology to achieve a qualitative leap. As of now our country has realized 3 nanometer chip below the independent research and development of mass production of a full set of technology. The successful breakthrough of this project completely breaks the technical constraints from the West. Our country recently signed a foreign export of chips with the Japanese island, South Rod and many other countries tens of billions of orders. It is understood that the foreign export of this batch of chips compared to the domestic enterprises doubled the price of the performance of the lot cut in half. Special report on Center TV's Newslink program. Liberated, I can finally go out. The family cheered with excitement as they saw the news finally announced. Camera boy, go! Our strongest kid brother live broadcast resumes today. Lu Han directly greeted the camera boy and prepared to go out. Kid brother, walk up, it's been a week. I'm suffocating, the camera boy said and grabbed his camera gear. I'm going out on a shopping spree. It's been a suffocating week. That's when Hataru came along and said she'd tag along for the ride out as well. Okay, let's center today's program around eating and drinking at sea and enjoying consumption. The three of them hit it off and went downstairs in pairs. It's been a long time since I breathed free air. Lu Han stretched his waist and stood on the lawn downstairs in the neighborhood to feel the long-lost sunshine. Nature, I'm back. Camera boy followed suit. Arms spread wide, eyes closed and head tilted back. It coincides with a flock of flying birds flew over the camera boy's head. Snap. A pile of white unidentified objects landed vertically from the air and hit the camera boy right in his open mouth. What the hell? The camera boy subconsciously pursed his lips. Next, he tasted out what it was, and had a complicated expression as he had Lu Han and Hotba next to him. Blanche, blah 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 blah, vomit. The camera boy bowed his head in horror and balked continuously. The live stream had been turned on and came up to show the viewers such a scene. Crooked day, it's an opening blow, isn't it? I think that's bird poop. If I'm not mistaken, it's bird shit, isn't it? Staring in disbelief. Nima, after a week of not going out, the moment I go out, I get lucky. Decaying body, identified. Upstairs you're wrong. It's also a symbol of chi blessing. Have you ever heard of luck in shit? It's called bird shit luck. Camera boy, thanks for sending a flyer from Old Iron. Hotba covered her mouth and laughed softly. After all, it's not good for a public figure to smile too wildly in front of the camera. Lu Han, on the other hand, didn't have any worries. Lu Han had tears in his eyes as he laughed. The camera boy had a sad face. He had been yucking it up for half a day, but the taste in his mouth still wouldn't dissipate. Well, nature tastes good, doesn't it? Lu Han didn't forget to add one more sentence. Kid brother, I realized that you are not loving at all. Look at others. Hotba, she hasn't laughed at me even for a sentence until now. But before the camera guy could finish his sentence. Pfft, ha 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 ha, sorry, couldn't resist. Hotba eventually broke down and burst out laughing. Camera guy, Goddess Hotspur, Private Marseille, upstairs, speak up. I testify for the goddess that she's really trying hard to hold back. Bird, how can there be such a person, not going out for a week, just to wait for me to pass by today to run out and pick me up a bubble of Shang? I'm skeptical that it's a program effect. Bird, yes, All program effects. Please ask the director to settle my appearance fee later. May I ask if I'm the only one curious about what bird poop really tastes like? Yes, that's right. Just you. That stuff is not good. It smells fishy. Can't figure out why anyone would want to know what that tastes like. The one on top. You, something wrong? A fresh breeze. The camera boy seemed to feel something in the corner of his eye that dried up before it had a chance to run down. That's probably the knuckleheads of the socially dead. A few minutes later, in front of the kiosk at the entrance to the neighborhood, the camera guy bought 10 bottles of mineral water, all of which he used to gargle. Alright, little brother is kind of full now. Let's go eat a big meal. I also said I was going to go recruit on Hotbar and get ready to go. Don't. I've been holding it in at home for a week too. I want to eat a big meal too. The camera boy rushed to follow. The group arrived at the busy shopping street in the Magic City district. At this point, a barbecue restaurant down the street that was doing an event caught Luhan's attention. Red Willow Sticks Lamb Kebab Challenge. 50% off 15 skewers in 10 minutes. 20 skewers for free. 25 skewers and the store will give you $6. 666. Shopkeepers passionately advertised at the entrance to solicit passing customers. Luhan's gaze couldn't help but fall on the camera boy. Ha, me again? The camera boy immediately realized what Luhan was thinking and pointed at himself with an incredulous expression. Just now you said you wanted to eat a big meal. Barbecue, red willow branches and lamb kebabs. Tell you what, eat till you get 50% off. It's my treat today. Eat till bonus 6,666 all yours. Luhan said and pointed with his finger to the red willow branch lamb skewers that were half a meter long on the grill at the doorway and still bubbling with oil. The camera boy was really holding back too. He gulped and then nodded heavily. Seeing that the camera boy agreed, Luhan decisively led him to the enrollment office. Hi, he wants to sign up for your store. Luhan pointed at the camera boy, and the yelling waiter. Are you any good? Fine dog. The waiter looked the camera boy's thin and slim body up and down. There was contempt in his eyes. How do you people talk? Is this how you do business? Why are you looking down on people? The camera boy was very unconvincing. Dude, take a look at the contestants who are already in the store and sitting down. And I won't say anything else. The waiter pointed to the store. This time Luhan and the camera boy to see the store sitting several fat brother. Anyone can be seen as the king of big appetite. The camera is a lapdog compared to them. You don't judge a book by its cover. Besides, if you can't eat it, I'll just pay you for it. The camera boy raised his head confidently. The waiter heard this. Also no more words. Directly let the camera boy in. Also arranged a table to sit down. Luhan, do you think Yuan Audi he can really win? In front of the store, Hotba asked Luhan with a worried face. It's okay. Luhan smiled faintly. Hataru thought to herself. Luhan trusts the camera boy that much? But the idea hadn't even popped up for a few seconds before it was immediately dismissed. If he wins, whether it's 50% off or free, we're all in it together. But if he loses, Luhan paused when he said this. How about failure? Hotba black question mark face. Then let's just pull out. Yay! The live stream pop-ups were instantly detonated. Well, it's still the same recipe. It's still the same flavor. Camera boy. What a tragedy for a man. Sure enough, kid brother betrayed Yuan Audi is never with hesitation. How come camera boy never remembers what he's been through? This loss has been suffered 800 times, and it never grows on you. The challenge begins soon after. The camera boy was seen holding 2 half-meter long red willow branches of lamb kebabs in his right and left hands. As if he were a two-sword knife fighter, he drove left and right, frantically showing off into his mouth. Naiha even so, his speed still can't catch up with the next few big fat brother. People's mouth a jerk half a skewer is gone. If it is not the sign is too long, the meat is too spicy estimates can jerk the whole string. Cam, this lamb kebab is too spicy. That's when a yell was heard from the camera boy. Luhan glanced at his progress. Compared to the fat dude he was racing with, camera guy was about 2 to 3 strings behind. Gotta think of a trick. Luhan touched his chin. To really count on the camera boy to play by himself, it is estimated that eating to 15 skewers of 50% discount is hanging. Luhan had a plan and shouted at the camera boy in the store. Yuan Audi, Sister Hotba just said that if you can win the competition today and become number 1, she'll introduce Joshing Media's little star to you. Ha! Hotba heard Luhan said this. Expression obviously a meal. Luhan rushed to pinch Hotba a little. Hotba immediately will meaning. Ah, yes, there are several little sisters in our company who are still single until now. White skin and long legs. Go for it. Little brother. Yuan Audi looked at the lamb kebabs in front of him and then at the other players around him. In the next second he went straight into berserk mode and, it's so hot. Camera boy jacks a skewer in one bite. enduring the pain with a mix of tears and snot in his eyes. At this point, he has unlimited motivation to win the race. Think about it, just win the game and become number one. The little star in Hotba's mouth, hey. The little star with white skin and long legs, hey. Although he felt from the bottom of his heart that he might not be good enough for others. There were so many female artists in Joshing Entertainment, so it was not unlikely that there would be a Wang Baji looking at mung beans and liking his own kind. At the entrance of the store, Hotba was a little embarrassed. He wasn't like Lu Han, who snubbed him every day. Lu Han, are we good like this? Would you like some of these red willow branches and lamb kebabs? Lu Han asked, pointing at the lamb kebabs on the barbecue grill by the door. Think, that's good. The netizens in the livestream were laughing so hard they were pumping over. God's logic. Think, that's good. This side suggests that the camera guy download the anti-fraud app. Camera guy, I'm too hard. Hurry up and introduce the camera boy to a date. I just can't watch it anymore. Kid Brothers' moves to push camera boy into the fire are getting more and more fluid and smooth and natural now. Laughing doesn't live up to the fact that the profession of reality TV cameraman is on the verge of becoming the new high-risk occupation. As the saying goes, it's hard to start everything. Then there's the hard middle and the hard end. By the end of the meal, the camera boy's tongue was numb with spice. At this point, he could no longer feel the taste of the food still, and was already relying entirely on instinct to stuff his bare mouth. He was in a trance until he shoved the last bite of lamb into his mouth, casually chewed twice, and then swallowed with difficulty. Lu Han and Hotba immediately rushed into the store as they saw the camera boy roll his eyes. Little brother, wake up, don't you dare. Lu Han shook the camera boy vigorously, his tone full of worry. Ha, I'm fine, I didn't realize you cared so much about me. Kid brother? Some clarity returned to the camera boy's eyes. No, it's mostly that I don't know if people in the rules still count for grades if they GA. Holy shit. Hataru, live streamer, In the end the camera boy was the first in the house to complete 25 strings and win the big $666 bonus. First of all, I would like to thank my parents, my friends and my little celebrity girlfriend whom I have never met. Everything is the power of love. When receiving the award, the camera boy was also excited to give a personal acceptance speech. Boy Juice, you're awesome. The boss patted the camera boy on the shoulder. He was truly shocked by the camera boy. Such a skinny little body, but actually won all those big fat guys with big stomachs in the store. The netizens in the live broadcast room also thought the camera boy was a real bully this time. Life is unpredictable. Big intestines. Who would have thought that camera boy would actually end up getting first place? Whose generals are these? They're so brave. Look, how obsessed the camera boy is with love. This energy is truly admirable. Are there any female fans in the live broadcast? When you meet a good man like camera boy, if you can't, marry him. That's it. Any of you guys remember that camera boy made an Audi in the stock market? He's not a loser. He's rich too. After the presentation of the awards. Okay, stop it. You're full and we haven't eaten yet. Boss, the red willow branches and lamb skewers are strong. Lu Han pulled Hotba directly to find a seat and began to greet the waiter to serve the food. I'm too full to sit down. I'll just stand here for a while. The camera boy held his stomach and stood opposite Lu Han. By the way, Hataru, does what you just said about introducing me to someone still stand? The camera boy asked about his main concern. Hotba didn't know how to answer at this time, and turned her head to look at Lu Han. Sister Hotba, if Joshing Media has a suitable girl you can introduce her to little brother, Lu Han said as he jerked a lamb skewer. Hotba looked up at the camera boy in distress at this point. At this point, the camera boy's mouth had completely swollen due to the hot food he had just eaten, and it felt as if he had recently bitten into 2 sausages. There's a little bit of resistance to this. Hotba really wanted to laugh, but felt that the camera boy was truly pathetic. Try it. Maybe there's a young lady who likes our little brother Yuan Audi. Lu Han said at this time. Okay, I'll ask around later. The camera boy jumped up and down with joy when he heard Hotba say that. Thanks to Hotba. Woohoo! Yay! After whoring a meal for nothing, the camera boy wins a cash prize of $6,666, and Hotba says she'll introduce him to her girlfriend. He's in a great mood now. Kid brother, now that we're full, what are we going to do next? After checking out, the camera boy turned to ask Lu Han. Take you for a head connective tissue organotomy. Lu Han pointed to his head and said, Camera guy, huh? Reba, what? Live streaming pop-ups. Goddamn connective tissue mass removal surgery. I'd almost believed it. Surgical removal of human connective tissue en masse, commonly known as haircutting. A haircut is said to be so high class, we suggest a serious investigation. The kid brother is so good at fooling around. I suspect he's been in a pyramid scheme before, except for his age. It feels like we can't stay in this live room for long. Or else we'll be crippled by the kid brother just like the camera boy. I just finished a set of human epidermal hyperplasia removal surgeries. Now doing rehab on the second floor of the operating room. Damn. They're all talented. After rubbing the bath on the second floor to do great healthcare by you said so high-end. I've already called in a report. You're waiting for Art the laughing policeman to catch you. The camera boy hadn't understood what Lu Han was talking about. Brother kid, are you sick? So serious that you need an operation? Why didn't I tell you before? I won't keep it from you when it comes down to it. But it's actually you who have this problem, and I've been meaning to tell you for a long time. Lu Han realized that the camera boy hadn't gotten the message yet, and replaced it with a worried expression that said, "Ha!" With that one sentence, the camera boy's heart was completely messed up. He still has a lot of dreams that he hasn't gotten to yet, and there's still the young lady that Hotspur introduced him to that he hasn't gotten to yet. At the thought of this, the camera boy's tears slowly came to his eyes. At this time Lu Han patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you don't have to worry about the cost of the surgery. I'll cover it all." Hearing Lu Han actually say that he was willing to bear the cost of the operation, he was moved to tears. "Kid brother, I didn't realize you'd be so nice to me. Don't be afraid of the disease, tell me out loud. Do you want to be cured? Do you want to get on with your good life?" Lu Han said seriously to the camera boy. "Think." The camera boy bellowed in a very dignified manner. "Lu Han, why are you yelling so loud?" Only then did the camera boy pull out all the red envelopes he had just won. Kid brother doesn't say anything else. This is the 666 yuan red packet I just won. I'm not one to take advantage, so I'll give it to you. The camera boy pulls out his money with an extraordinarily sharp motion and a solemn and serious mood. Lu Han put the money away and mysteriously said to the camera boy, "Walk, follow me." Lu Han led the camera boy and Hotba around the corner in front of him, then through an alley and 7 turns into a farmer's market. "Kid brother, can there be a place here where you say you can operate on me?" Looking at the noisy and dirty environment of the farmer's market, the camera boy was full of skepticism. The human body concludes a tissue-based removal procedure, also known as a haircut, Lu Han said as he pointed to a barber store in front of him that didn't even have a front door. "Camera boy, bouncer, TSK, really can't let's get some money together to give the camera guy a brain check. I feel like his brain really seems to have that big disease. I can't agree with your idea. I suggest that there is no need to cure him. Let his mother have another one. This number is a waste. Alas, camera little brother is fortunate to learn photography, but we're an ordinary young people. On the social encounter with a marketing is definitely the first to pay out money." "Agreed. Agree +1. Which one of you is going to shave your head?" Inside the barbershop, an old man walked out and asked the trio. "Grandpa, he shaves." Lu Han reached out and pointed at the camera boy. "I blanch, I thought you said surgery. I don't cut, I want to go home." "Ah." The camera boy turned and walked back. "Look how long your hair is. It's time to cut it." Lu Han said, "How can I get such a handsome haircut in a place like this? Also you hurry up and give me back my $6.666 bonus." The camera boy folded back and turned around, reaching out to Lu Han for money. "No cuts, only half back." Lu Han directly played a scoundrel. Shit. The camera boy now very much regretted believing Lu Han's bullshit. "Tell you what, I'll refund you all $6.666 when you're done cutting. Plus you know what? Haircuts are cheap here." "How cheap can it be?" $5. Actually, well, it doesn't matter how cheap it is. I also think my hair should be cut. You have to give me a handsome cut." Moncler, when he heard it was only $5, the camera guy went right in and took a seat in the barber chair. The hairdresser shook the cloth that was so dirty that the original color could no longer be seen, covered the camera boy. "Little guy juice, you can rest assured. The big man, I have been cutting hair for decades, but the best barber within 100 miles. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Moncler Outlet Store, he picked up the manual pusher and began to operate it. Moncler Outlet Store, the look on his face got serious, and the pusher in his hand began to maneuver back and forth across the top of the camera boy's head. In only a moment's work, a slab of hair that looked flat across the face and boarded up on the side was done. "It's done. Let's see if it's full." Moncler Outlet Store putting down the pusher in his hand, he took a small mirror and gave it to the camera boy. Upon seeing himself in the mirror, the camera boy instantly froze. "Holy shit, what did you cut me out of, Grandpa? What a slab of hair. Look at this horizontal and vertical. It's horizontal and flat and straight. My eyes are rulers. They can't even be wrong." Moncler Outlet Store, it was said with such confidence. "My haircut, have you seen any youngster with this haircut? I didn't say I wanted a bob." Camera boy looked at his own hair in the mirror. Really, as Moncler Outlet Store said, horizontal and vertical. Tears are coming down. That Moncler Outlet Store, I know one more kind of hairstyle. You wait a little longer, ha. Moncler outlet online. After finishing, he started another operation, this time a little longer. When he was done, he re-handed the mirror to the camera boy. Moncler outlet store. That should always satisfy you. Moncler outlet store. Looking at his newly fixed hairstyle, he said with no small amount of amusement. The camera boy opened his eyes again and looked at himself in the mirror and exclaimed in shock. Saki, Saitama-sensei, you're getting bald and strong. At this time Luhan also came over, looking at the camera boy's shiny bald head and said, I have to say, the camera boy really looks like One Punch Superman, Saitama-sensei, after shaving his head. Ha 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 ha. Camera boy got stronger or not, I don't know, but he did go bald. It seems Moncler outlet store that there are only two types of haircuts, a slab and a bald head. Why is the camera guy's head so round? The top of his head is reflecting the light. Admit it, you're Superman the halted egg. Ha ha ha. How to say it? The camera boy, after cutting the bald head, was already ugly. It seems that there is no room for more ugliness. Grab the shoots, nah. You guys, the bamboo shoots in the back of the mountain are all taken by you. Ha ha ha. When I look at the camera boy, I have to look at the kid brother 3 more times to neutralize the situation, or else my titanium alloy 24K dog eyes can be blinded by the ugliness. If you want to put it this way, I didn't get the kid brother's face before, but now with the camera boy as a backdrop, the kid brother is really in full bloom. Oh my god, this hairstyle really suits you so well, little brother. Your face value has gone to a new level. Summed up in one word, awesome. Luhan began to give brainwashing to fool the camera boy. Really? The camera boy was a little flustered by the compliment and took a small mirror and examined his bald head from side to side. Next, camera boy rip off the body of the rationalization of the hair, as if shaking off the cape of a punch super personal, with an irresistible confidence and power. Hotba, you say handsome? The camera boy touched his bald head. He was still a bit unconvinced by Luhan's words and wanted to get a positive answer from Hotaru. Hotba on the sidelines. There's no way to look camera boy in the eye with that shiny halibut head. She tried to divert her attention many times, but she would end up being drawn back by the flash of light within. The bald head seemingly magical. Or let's buy a hat and wear it. Hotba didn't want to lie to him, but was too embarrassed to strike him down. Why do you ask her? What does she know about aesthetics? A woman with the screen name Lone Wolf of the Northwest? Believe me, handsome. Luhan saw that Hotba was about to reveal herself and hurriedly chased after her. Camera boy feels like he can do it again. In the end, Luhan kept his promise to help the camera boy pay for a $5 haircut. The 3 of them decided to go to the bath center and take another bath. After all, they had been cooped up at home for a week and needed to relax. Along the way, the camera boy held his head up and chest out and stepped out with that 6-pack pace. With the boost of Luhan's words, he was now bursting with self-confidence. Until the camera boy passes by an all-glass covered office building. Just walking past, the glass of that office building seemed to refract a light that was blinding to all senses. The camera boys have gone out a ways. Suddenly he felt something was wrong somewhere. Again, this feeling of being out of place made him feel a little uneasy inside. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks, then step back to the glass wall. In the end, his eyes met with his own reflection in the glass. That stings, my eyes. The camera boy's eyes were instantly blinded by the light refracted above his own head. He covered his eyes and eased them for half a day before he finally got a good look at himself reflected in the glass. His bald head was as bright as a jewel in this concrete forested city. Is this fucking me? The camera boy could not help but exclaim out in shock. Just now in the barber store only a small mirror did not see the whole picture at all. Now he clearly see his own bald head like a halogen egg. It's fucking you. Luhan stood beside him. Camera guy, that's not fucking me. Luhan, that's you. I said it's not fucking me. My hair. 5,555. Camera boy let out a miserable pig squeal. Hotba, who was on the side, hurriedly covered her ears, and Luhan also raised his hand and pulled out his ears. The camera boy raised his hands and rubbed the top of his smooth head repeatedly. Kid brother, you damn lie to me again. 555. My hair is already less. In my case each of them has a name. I love them so much. My May. My Ray. My Doflamingo. Oh my honey Katyusha. 555. Luhan blinked his eyes and walked closer, tapping the camera boy on the shoulder. Your ray fell out the last time you washed your hair. After the 7th day of the first month, it's more or less too late to cry. Luhan looked at the camera boy who couldn't get over it and went up to him and said, the little star that Sister Hotba is going to introduce to you likes bald heads. Really? As soon as the camera boy wiped the tear tracks from the corner of his eye, it instantly felt like the hair didn't matter so much. Well then, showbiz just popular male bald head, such as Su Chang-ah, Jiang Wei-jian-ah, Mr. Dejai-ah. Don't believe you ask Hotba sister. Hotba, huh? Ask me again. How can I put it? Everyone has different preferences. There are those who like bald dudes. Reba also deliberately emphasized the word handsome at the end, but the camera boy seems to have automatically blocked it. As long as a young lady likes it, it's not necessary to have hair or anything else. He said and thought he was handsome, but was actually very lewd and touched his bald head. The netizens in the live stream were watching with a mixture of anger and amusement. Starlet, slander. He slandered me. Am I saying Luhan knows how to comfort people? Or am I saying the camera boy is stupid? I can't look at the camera boy's current bald image anymore. The more I look at it, the more I want to laugh. Please, buy him a wig. Let the upstairs pay for it. Upstairs? Who told you to call yourself Yuan Audi fan? Since you're called that, you have to take responsibility. Does the camera guy look like he's been in there on a sewing machine and just let out? If you say so, Wu Yifan is you? Panic/emotion. 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 Nailed the camera guy's psychological buildup. 3 people came to a steam bath center called Ukettle Palace. You need to change your shoes when you come in. It was only then that Luhan realized the coconut 350 that the camera boy was wearing on his feet. Whoa shit, I didn't care before. Little brother, you're wearing coconuts. I'm a reality TV cameraman, and I'm always following you around. So naturally I need a good pair of comfortable shoes. Being said so by Luhan, the camera boy was a bit smug. After removing your shoes, give them to the bar staff. And when the attendant took the little man's shoes, they didn't go straight into the cabinet like the others, but were placed on a separate shelf. Seeing this, the camera boy said proudly, "See, good shoes like mine have to be stored and guarded separately." Bull. Luhan clapped his hands to give the camera boy a good laugh. And when he was done, he also gave his shoes to the service staff. The service staff really just put Luhan's normal shoes directly into the cabinet. Next up was hot bars, again straight into the cabinet. At this time Luhan was a little confused. His own ordinary shoes directly into the cabinet normal. But Hotba shoes but Louis Vuitton co-branded limited edition Hello big sister, just now my sister's pair is also good shoes. How come they are not stored separately and also directly into the cabinet Luhan directly opened his mouth to inquire. You may have misunderstood. Kid, the shoes are all direct deposit. Put this side of the shoes alone is too stinky. Afraid of affecting the other guest's experience. A moment free to take to the quick wash disinfection deodorant. When these words came out, the camera boy was numb on the spot and could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Ha. Hotba was amused and shook with laughter. I'll be laughed to death sooner or later if I come out with you too. I'm going to take a shower in the women's bath area first. I'll see you in the lobby later. Bath center men and women bathing is separate. After washing to change into the steam clothes to the hall entertainment and leisure is men and women together. So Hotba will be temporarily separated from the 2 boys. Luhan rushed to Hot Barb waved his hand to say goodbye, but at this time the camera boy emo again. What mood is not? It's okay, little brother. You're not whoring yourself out with one more free shoe wash than we are. Luhan comforted. Also, I haven't washed those shoes in a while, so I just happened to take advantage of this one. I have to say that the camera boy is really good persuasion. The thought of being able to whore a shoe washing and nothing else. Live streaming pop-ups. Do you guys think Yuan Audi is really missing a string in his brain? This is called a good mindset. Why do you think the program team put Xiao Xiao in charge of the camera? According to this miserable filming process, you would have collapsed a long time ago. Upstairs has a point. The camera boy is fast. The lens is accurate. And most importantly, he has a good heart. So he's the best person to be the cameraman for the kid brother. I didn't really care if you guys didn't tell me. But he's really great too. That doesn't explain the fact that he's got no brain at all. Going into the bathroom made the footage inconvenient. So the broadcast was paused for a while. Luhan and Yuan Audi both comfortably soaked in the large pool. Well, comfortable. I've been suffocating for the past few days. Having a bath removes all the boredom. Yuan Audi said as he lay back and got comfortable in the pool. Then I'll talk to you about one more thing while I'm at it. And you check out after the shower. Luhan, who was also soaking next to him, said, on what grounds? The camera boy's eyes, which had been squinting, opened at once. Just now 6666 bonus are given I just gave you a haircut for $5. Luhan said it righteously. Kid brother, don't make me beat you up when I'm at my happiest. Come on. With that said the 2 chased and fought in the pool. The water in the pool was stirred up by their fuss. In the pool, a big man covered with tattoos was originally covering his head with a towel, enjoying his cozy time, and when he was disturbed by the 2 so much, he opened his mouth with a ferocious look on his face. Where are the 2 little pussies from? Get the hell out of here. Damn. Interrupting my enjoyment of the bath. Big brother opens his mouth and is a nationalist. Being yelled at like this, the 2 people also realized that the disturbance was a little too much. but this tattooed big man swearing. Lu Han looked at the big man, and then went out of the bath with the camera boy. Kid brother. He cursed. Don't worry. Let's go to the sweat lodge and watch my eyes later. Out of the bath Lu Han had an idea. Yuan Audi didn't know what Lu Han wanted to do, but he knew that Lu Han's vindictive character must have some ghost idea again. The two of them came to the sweatshop, and not a moment later the tattooed big man did come in. The tattooed big man entered the door and saw Lu Han, and the two of them glared again, then found himself a place to lie down. At this time, Lu Han suddenly opened his mouth to speak to Yuan Audi. Brother, don't be impulsive. Just released today. Was going to bring you to take a bath to remove the bad luck, but can't go in with malicious injuries again. The camera boy was first stunned when he heard Lu Han's words, but then he immediately reacted. Brother, brother, don't be impulsive. Before that person was chopped into paralysis by you and you were sentenced to 8 years. If you want to maliciously injure someone again this time, then you'll be a repeat offender. Don't worry brother, I've studied in the bitter kiln, and this time I have a way to do it unknowingly. Such a conversation between the two of them really caught the attention of the tattooed big man next to them. The tattooed big man had been leisurely half lying against the wall. When he heard it, suddenly his body visibly stiffened. Through the mist of the sweat lodge, he could see him slowly sitting up. Seeing him sit up, Lu Han and Yuan Audi chose not to continue. The big man sat in his original position for what could have been 3 minutes, then slowly walked toward them. When he got close, the tattooed big man sized up the bald camera boy for a few more seconds before speaking. So what? Bro, man, I was talking heavy just now. Sorry, haha. Bath Center Rest Hall. Reba had been out of the shower for a while, and it was only half a day before she saw Lu Han and Yuan Audi waving out of the men's bath area. This way. What have you two been up to? It took you half a day to come out. Hotba greeted the two men. Learning new ideas and striving to be a new youth went. The two of them walked to the front and just sat down. Yuan Audi said very proudly. What? Hotba listened in confusion. Lu Han, nothing. Yuan Audi just met a friend pleasantries. People also put us bath money to the end, but was rejected by us. Ha, really? Little brother still has friends in Magic City? Your friends are really nice. Hotba doesn't know the real situation either and feels lucky. Let's not talk about it. Let's go. Let's steam. Ha, said trio went into a 71-degree sweatshop together. Once inside the sweat lodge, the camera boy reopened the live camera. The camera is looking right at Hotba's long white legs. The pop-ups instantly howled like wolves. You can question the camera guy's intelligence, but you can't question the professionalism of his camera. The camera is always on point. Goddess Reba is so beautiful. Those long legs playing years. If I can marry Hotba in this life, even if I have to live in a villa and drive a Rolls Royce for the rest of my life, I'm willing to do it. Upstairs, this kid is not willing to suffer at all? What? You're here to make a wish on the air? But the pop-up didn't send out 2 sentences. And then he saw Lu Han walking to Hataru's side, and then laying down towards Hataru's long legs, directly blocking most of the long legs. Little Lu Han, it's so hot, can you not lean on me? Sweatshops were already hot, and Lu Han leaned against the hot bar, making her feel even hotter. I only saw that at this time. Lu Han raised his finger and pointed to the camera, then said, the daughter-in-law I'm going to marry in the future. Can I let you guys look at it? As soon as these words came out, Hataru immediately realized that the live camera was pointed at her and glared at the camera boy. The camera boy hurriedly moved his lens to the side. The live feeds went straight to spraying. Johnny wow, kid brother, you're overdoing it. You're resting on a goddess's long legs. What did we say? We're not even allowed to see it. It's just like bandits. You're worse than a bandit. Usually we call each other brothers, but at this time, we're not even willing to give our brothers a mouthful of soup. Momonosuke must die. Right, Momonosuke must die. The temperature in the steam room was very high, and it didn't take long for the camera boy to carry on. So what? I'm going out first. With that, the camera boy stood up and was about to go out. Hee little brother. You're so afraid of the heat. I'm afraid you don't have weak kidneys. You can't stand it for just a little while. Lu Han lay in Hataru's lap, speaking in a tone of mocking value pulled full. Who has weak kidneys? I'm afraid the camera can't take the heat. What man can stand being told he has weak kidneys, or in front of the goddess Hotspur? Cut. There are so many reasons. Lu Han still refused to let the camera boy go. What words? What words? I'm telling you, kid brother, I actually feel kinda cold even now like this. The camera boy also no longer wants to go out and resits on the ground. Today just for the sake of a man's dignity he couldn't leave. True or false? Wow, you're so fierce. Lu Han spoke well, but the smile on his face made people more and more angry. It's that fierce. This house isn't even warm enough for me to sweat. I'm going to go outside and get 2 more quilts right now. camera boy said and tried to take the opportunity to run out for a breath of fresh air. Don't, you're not even feeling warm enough here. So don't go out there and freeze again, I'll fetch you a quilt. How could Lu Han not see his little mind? He directly snatched a step ahead of him and ran out, sinning. As soon as he watched Lu Han go out, the camera boy slapped his head and yelled hysterically. Put, little brother should probably forget about it otherwise. Don't steam up again later. The sight of the hot bar was amused really cannot hold back the laughter, but afraid of the camera brother really hot out of what is wrong with the good words of advice. Not hot, I'm cold right here, my kidneys are fine. Really? But Hotba's words in the camera boy's ears. This is to feel weak kidneys. Is the more persuasive the more on the head? Soon, Lu Han really brought in 2 quilts from the leisure hall outside. The camera boy took the camera directly in front of him and set it to the side, then covered himself with both of those quilts. After giving the quilt to little brother, Lu Han and Hotba stayed inside for another quarter of an hour, feeling almost steamed up and ready to go out. Hey, you on outie, come on, let's go out. Lu Han also greeted the camera boy before he left. You guys go ahead and get out. I still don't feel strong enough. I'll go back out after another hour or so of steaming. Camera boy is still talking tough when the quilt covering his entire body is soaked with watermarks from sweat. Well, men with good kidneys are different, haha. After Lu Han finished speaking, he took Hotaru out of the sweatshop. Lu Han, little brother won't steam up anything like that, or else we'd better pull him out. As soon as they came out, Hotba spoke to Lu Han with some concern. It's no use. When it comes to a man's dignity, you can't pull little brother out with a donkey right now. Let's just pay attention. Saying that, Lu Han took out his cell phone and opened the kid brother live room. At this time, the picture was exactly the scene of the camera little brother wrapped in a quilt lying inside. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour. At this point the camera boy in the sweatshop is still wrapped in 2 quilts, still gritting his teeth. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Han and Hotba had been watching him through the live stream. The pop-ups actually started cheering the camera boy up. Camera boy bull, fighting for a man's dignity. Come on, hang in there. Another 20 minutes and we'll be there in an hour. The little brother is also a real cowboy. It must be 60 degrees Celsius in this sweatshop, and he's wrapped in a blanket. And he's not sneaky at all. Kid brother's been out for half a day, and he didn't even say anything about ripping the covers off. I'd like to call little brother the most ballsy man. No, it's hard-mouthed men. Finally, an hour is up, but the camera boy is still lying motionless in the sweat lodge. Not going to pass out from the heat? Hotaru asked worriedly as she watched the live feed. With that, she and Lu Han rushed back to the sweat lodge. Wow! The wooden door of the sweatshop was pushed open by Lu Han. Little brother, are you okay? Lu Han had just asked, and the camera boy lying on the ground sat up straight with a jerk. Only his face was as red as a monkey's but on Mount Ame. Xiao did not speak, but shook his head and waved his hand with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he stood up and walked straight toward the outside of the sweat lodge. As soon as I stepped out of the steam room, bam! The camera boy planted himself straight on the ground. Ah! Hotba screamed in shock. Oh my god, the camera guy went over. Lu Han also shouted, then hurriedly ran over to pinch little brother's middle. After the camera boy fell to the ground, Lu Han rushed forward, took the quilt to cushion his head, then pinched him hard, and gave him 2 mouths in the middle. The camera boy still wasn't sober after this set. Lu Han hurried to the service bar again, directly picked up the ice bucket filled with ice, and then grabbed a handful of towels. Running back to the camera boy, Lu Han wrapped the ice into several small packets with a towel, and then put them on the top of the camera boy's head, armpits, thighs, etc., respectively. The fact that someone had fallen, coupled with the fact that Lu Han was carrying something straight from the bar, quickly drew the attention of the crowd in the rest hall. Soon the hall manager came running over. What is it? The manager saw that Lu Han was giving first aid to the lying camera boy and directly pushed forward from the crowd. Heatstroke, spread out, give him some air, Lu Han said as he gave the camera boy basic first aid. Ha, heatstroke? Let's disperse for a moment. Everyone. The hall manager was first stunned when he heard about the heatstroke. But saving lives is important. Or hurry to organize to let all the onlookers disperse. Well. Camera guy grunted softly at this point and turned around. Kid brother. His voice was weak as he called out to Lu Han. Little brother, are you telling me your bank card password? Say it, I'll memorize it. Lu Han asked. My kidneys are fine, Xiao said in a weak voice. Lu Han. It was only after another half hour that the camera boy sat up from the ground, the face as red as a monkey's but faded a little. That hall manager was afraid that the camera boy would have any problems later and then look for the bath center, directly exempted their order, and also sent them 3 additional buffet coupons. With this buffet coupon, how could Lu Han miss it? It just so happened that the dinner point was almost here, and the three of them went straight to the second floor again to prepare for a feast. Camera Boy's physique is also really good. This moment's effort has already slowed down. He just feels thirsty and keeps catching the drinks and showing off. Little brother, you players come to the buffet and catch drinks to show off? Luhan said as he chucked the freshly roasted barbecue meat to Hataru. Hiccup. The little brother drained an entire glass of soda in one gulp, then let out a long burp. My body is so dehydrated right now. I can still eat when I'm done drinking, said Camera Boy as he poured down another large glass of Coke. Then, the crowd saw the Camera Boy's horrible fighting ability. After intermittently being able to have a liter of drinks down, there are still all kinds of raw seafood, barbecue bacon stuffed all the time. Luhan and Hotba both looked dumbfounded, feeling that his mouth was a bottomless pit that couldn't be stuffed. Luhan also stood up and took a closer look at the Camera Boy. What are you doing? The Camera Boy let out a koan call, wondering at Luhan's eyes. Are you leaking somewhere? How did you do it? Luhan had a puzzled look on his face. Just eat yours. The Camera Boy didn't stop with his hands or his mouth stuffed full of gulps. After eating, the three of them walked out of the Uketal Palace Bath Center, and it was already late at night. This day down, in addition to the Camera brothers shaving, Luhan shelled out $5. Is what money did not spend. Let's stay at a hotel tonight. Camera Boy's treat. As soon as he left the house, Luhan yelled, cannot go back to your home? I'm money. That are used again. Camera Boy gouging again. What do you see here, little brother? Said Luhan took out an envelope and shook it. It was the 6666 bonus that the Camera Boy won during the day. Holy shit, when did you take it? The Camera Boy hurriedly touched himself and realized that the money really wasn't there. You just gave it to me of your own accord when you passed out. Luhan spoke of panic without changing his face or his heart. You put X, how is that possible? The Camera Boy's face pulled back. Anyway, we're going to a hotel tonight, so you can go wherever you want for the night if you don't. Luhan said and pocketed the envelope. Go. I'll go okay. 5. Facing Luhan, the Camera Boy was really helpless. When they arrived at the hotel, Luhan opened 2 rooms, one for the Camera Boy, and he went along with the flow, and one for Hotba. None of the three were sleepy for a while, so they all stayed in one room to play some games for a while, but not chatting for a while. Yuan Audi suddenly began to stomach pain. Then it started going in and out of the restroom constantly, the sound crackling like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. Luhan looked at him back and forth, running belly dilution, opened his mouth and said, eat big meat and drink cold water. Scurry dilution is scurry 2 thighs. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. Luhan, let's go back to the room. This smell. Hotba held her nose. Even though the toilet was closed, the whole room still stank. There were so many times that the camera guy used up an entire roll of paper in the restroom. Bang, bang, bang. Kid brother, can you get me some more paper? I'm out of paper. He knocked on the toilet door, trying to get Luhan to bring him some. But at this time, Luhan and Hotba had already been smoked by him to go back to his room. The room in addition to his own where there is someone else. Kid brother? He opened the toilet door a crack toward the outside and started to panic when he realized the room was empty. Looking around the entire restroom, his eyes eventually landed on the toilet paper basket. Alas, will have to do. He was reminded again of the maxim that the toilet paper basket is the last straw left for those without paper. Just as he took a relatively clean one from the toilet paper basket and was about to use it, Luhan actually came in at this time. The toilet door was also left open, and Luhan just happened to see the scene. Holy shit, what are you doing? Luhan exclaimed. Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm out of paper. Camera boy's bitter face scared me. I thought you'd eaten shit. And can you have a better attitude? Oh, I'll send you paper, Luhan said and raised the roll of toilet paper in his hand. How did you know I was out of paper? The camera boy was now looking at Luhan as if he was looking at a savior. With that pull you've got, one roll of paper definitely isn't enough. I just thought I'd bring you some more. Luhan really did think of it just now. Kid brother. Thank you. 55. The camera boy was still a bit touched, not realizing that the kid brother could still think of himself. But the next second, 100 a frame. How many frames do you want? Sure enough, the kid brother is absolutely unprofitable. The camera boy went from impressed to exasperated in a second. Damn you, I don't have any money. I don't have any money. You can take a 6,666 bonus credit. The hotel stay cost 2,888, leaving for $890. Luhan had already done the math for him a long time ago. I don't. That's the money I've saved for my wife. Give it back. The camera guy is really stingy. Then, excuse me, you used the toilet basket. Luhan took the paper and turned around under the camera boy's shocked gaze. After Luhan turned around, The camera boy literally turned his head to look at the toilet paper basket again. And in the end, he couldn't be bothered. "Kid brother, you come back!" he shouted hysterically toward the door. The live feed wasn't turned off at this point, and the camera was sitting on the bed right in front of the doorway. "Camera guy, listen to me say thank you," covering his face with a smile/expression. "Camera guy, I wasn't originally afraid of the dark. If I never saw the light. I can't. I'm retching from laughing so hard. It's fucking hilarious. 100 for a grid of paper. The kid brother is too treacherous. Business opportunity found. Go find a public restroom now and take all the rolling papers. I'm more conscientious than Luhan. $10 is enough. Remember to empty the toilet paper basket as well. Torture. It's a very cuffable program. Put pop-ups all over the body talent. Ah. Kid brother. You're back. I'll buy it. 555. The camera boy loudly continued to shout. Now the price has gone up. $200 a frame. At that moment, Luhan's voice appeared ghostly at the door. What's with the price hike? It was 100 just now. The camera boy's voice was tinged with tears. $250 a frame. Luhan's voice was calm. One could even say gentle. Geneva, I promise. Little brother broke right through the defense. As soon as the words fell, Luhan's small hand appeared in the crack of the toilet door. 3 grams. 750. Camera boy took the paper and realized that each toilet paper has 3 layers. Luhan actually layered to separate the 3 compartments are actually only 1 compartment. Camera guy, that's too much you. The live audience was also stunned. Pop-up collective, traitor. Not enough? More than? Luhan said and shoved in another large handful of paper. Don't you go. I'm going to thank you so much when I come out of the restrooms. The camera boy spoke through gritted teeth. Then he quickly lifted his pants and stood up violently ready to go out and settle the score with Luhan. Suddenly, bang, clang, 2 loud bangs in succession. Camera boy because of squatting too long. Legs numb. Stand up directly after 2 legs soft kneeling on the ground. Head also knocked on the door. Luhan slowly pushed open the toilet door and saw the kneeling camera boy. You're too polite, aren't you? It's just sending you some paper. You don't have to kowtow if you want to be thanked, do you? The live stream pop-ups really couldn't hold it in any longer at this point. Put. Camera boy is so miserable it hurts me to watch. Ha 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 ha. But wait until I'm done laughing before I get heartbroken. Bring in the fact that I'm the camera guy. I could be pissed off alive. Begging for the camera guy's psyche. Boy, how is this buffet eaten by camera boy more ruthless than jet fighter flower lace? Wallace, bring your broken comments to court. I don't know. MS. Lee, is the kid bad for money? Why do you still want to screw the cameraman? Kid brother, you just have to pay today even if you don't. Joe sister, where he is running for money. Kid brother is simply a pit camera boy. When the leg eases up, the camera boy walked out of the restroom with a big bag on his head and walked over to Luhan. How much of my bonus is left? Give it all back to me now. The camera boy has a serious look on his face and starts asking for money. But how could the money that had reached Luhan's hands be taken back so easily? Let me have the money for now. You'll have to have blood on your hands if I put it there. Luhan had a harmless and exceptionally bright smile on his face. You put X, give it back. The camera boy couldn't stand it anymore and directly pounced on Luhan to try to snatch the money back. Just then, Hotba wondered what the loud noise had just been about and ran over to see what was going on. Just in time to see the camera boy's hungry tiger pounce on the sheep. Yuan Audi, what are you doing? Hotba rushed forward to block, but the camera boy overpowered this one, and his left and right feet don't do each other any favors. Then he was seen slamming heavily into the door of the nearby restroom with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. You're alone, you're reminded of. Clunk. There was another loud bang. This toilet door just dry shattered, leaving a big hole in the glass. The camera boy saw blood directly on the top of his head. Ah! Hotba saw red with a gasp. Luhan also rushed forward and was ready to help up the camera boy. But before Luhan could do so, the camera boy sat up by himself and saw that his nose was also bleeding. It's bleeding. Hurry to the hospital. Hataru and Luhan rushed forward together to help the person up first. This is a real bloodbath, Luhan said as he helped. Inside the broadcast booth. Shit, can you really read my mind? If I say you're in danger, you're in danger. Last time in Hong Kong City, he said the camera boy had a bloodbath because he saw it. How do you explain it this time? The kid brother has an immortal in him. He just didn't want to give Yuan Audi money to find a random excuse. But who would have expected Yuan Audi to be so backward? Hospitals. Emergency department. The doctor on duty gave Yuan Audi 2 stitches on his head, and then a small nurse wrapped a circle of gauze around his head. It's a good thing you're bald, or you'd have to get a special shave when you get stitched up. The emergency room just ran out of scalpels today, the little nurse said as she looked at Yuan Audi's bald head while bandaging it. Brother kid, Do you think you can really count? Let me shave my head in advance? The camera boy couldn't help but think about it more at this point. Yes, so you can't grasp that money if you give it to you. You give it to me and I'll grasp it. I'll make sure nothing happens to you. Luhan also wondered. The reason why he pitched the camera boy one was for the effect of the program. Secondly, Luhan also feels that the camera little brother is really a bit miserable. Wanta help the camera little brother to save a wife Ben. This money even if he gave him, the program team will also be collected, not to the camera little brother hand. And the money in their own hands will have nothing to do with the program. Now Luhan has helped little brother save a lot. Then Luhan even took the initiative to pull out that bonus envelope to tease Yuan outie. Here, for you? Don't, take it away. When they were done, the three of them went back to the hotel. At this point, the hotel staff also came over. The commotion was quite loud, and the door was still broken. You guys, you're going to have to pay for this, the manager said dryly, pointing to the broken glass door. You've got a terrible quality door, and I've broken my head. Camera boy does not want to lose money. Originally the money let Luhan pit to go, and now actually have to pay for his own where he is willing to? What, want to blackmail someone? The manager gave Yuan outie a very murderous look. Being given such a look by these eyes, the camera boy felt a heavy murderous aura, and his body couldn't help but be jolted. This door is $3,800 a door. You have to pay for it today or not. The manager looked intimidated by the camera boy and opened his mouth directly to make an offer. Slow down. Just see this. Luhan stepped forward. After Luhan took a few steps forward, pointing to the broken door, he spoke. You think this man a broken door? No, you're wrong. It's an imperfect work of art. Everyone was dumbfounded by these words. After a brief moment of confusion, Hataru and the camera boy immediately realized that Luhan was about to start talking nonsense again. That what? Artwork, right, artwork again. The camera boy didn't forget to help out a bit. The hotel manager was dumbfounded and thought to himself, what the hell, you break a glass door and it's a work of art? Look manager. At that moment, Luhan spoke again. Is there some postmodernist style of mutilated beauty in the broken glass of this door? And does it look like people's lives when it's only half broken? The more the manager heard, the more confused he became, and he opened his mouth to ask, life? How so? Half of it is diluted and the remaining half is useless. The manager was listening to the clouds, and the obvious bullshit seemed to carry a bit of arcane philosophy. Manager, think about it later. Now to grandly introduce you to the one in front of you, although his brain doesn't look too bright. He's actually a famous performance artist, Mr. Yuan outie. Luhan woke up the manager who was still lost in thought of philosophizing with a single sentence, and introduced the camera boy to him in a very solemn manner. Artist? The manager looked the camera boy up and down and, that kind of simple stupidity emanating from his body, dull eyes paired with the gauze on top of his head. This guy can't be related to the 3 words of artist in any way. Luhan see the manager does not believe. Took out his phone and searched on the B-Station video out a Water Friends mixed and cut the camera boy various behavioral art video. There are the previous mall days contest, grabbing kids snacks, and learning dog language. All kinds of videos put together that really is pure performance art. You can't take everything at face value. And this look he's got now is another experience in art. Take this door. It's a work of art he just made. If you were to take it and buy it, it would cost this much at least. Luhan said as he put up a hand and directed it over. Are you telling the truth about all this? The hotel manager listened in disbelief. Look, you still don't believe me. Didn't you watch that video just now? When the artist Mr. Yuan outie announces this work, this room in your hotel will become a Netflix attraction. Not to mention staying in this room at night. You'll have to pay extra to take a picture with this door, Luhan said with an extraordinarily serious expression. His voice was not loud, just like the old woman at the entrance of the village who passed on information to pass on the status. This long list of words, the hotel manager's expression really changed. When checking in today he felt that this line of people was special. It turned out that it was really engaged in art. I didn't expect it, truly didn't think that being ugly could be used as an advantage to work as an artist now. 3 of you get an early night's rest. This will not disturb you. The manager watched the camera boy chant to himself, and without mentioning the money again, he turned around and walked away. Camera guy? When the hotel manager turned the corner and went down the stairs, the camera boy vented into the empty hallway. A lapdog. I'm ugly? What do I look like? And what's it got to do with you what I look like? Come back here and say it again to my face if you dare. At that moment, the hotel manager poked his head back at the end of the corridor. What did you say? Artist? You have such a high-speed running machinery into Zhonghua. Remember I gave the principle. Small time. Live. What's going on? Camera boy's language system is pressing on the keyboard? How come I know all the words? But I can't understand them? Every word was unexpected. Who here understood it? Why is this like my thesis? I didn't dry out my CPU. I went to school with this style of English, completing the blanks. It's really artsy. Can't understand a word that's being said. The hotel manager looked at the camera boy a couple more times, then shook his head and turned away. After the manager left, the three went to their respective rooms to get ready for bed. Lu Han, do you want to wash first or do I want to wash first? Otherwise, let's do it together. Getting ready to wash up before bed. Hotba estimated, deliberately teasing Lu Han. Slap. You woman. Can't you keep your hands to yourself? Wait for our wedding night. Lu Han slapped Hotba's plump buttocks. This time it gave Hotba a whole blush. Humph, little slag. Annoyed, Hotba just grabbed a bag of change of clothes and went into the restroom, deliberately slamming the door very loudly. Inside the restroom, Hotaru caught a large handful of cold water to wash her face. She felt like she was really getting easier and easier to take by the little brat now, always inadvertently being made to blush. Oops, I'm going. Clunk. Just as Jinba was fumbling with his thoughts, a startled cry came from Lu Han outside the door, accompanied by the sound of something falling to the ground. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hotba hurriedly opened the door and ran out. Holy shit, it's huge. But as soon as Hotaru ran out, she saw Lu Han staring at her in shock. Ah, little rascal. It was then that Hotba realized that she was wearing only her underwear and rushed to the bathroom again. Hooligans? Me? You're the one who ran out on your own accord. Okay? Lu Han got the better of it. Who told you to look? Are you alright? Hotba said in the restroom. It's okay. I was just trying to help you hang up your clothes. The chair fell over when I was dragging it. Lu Han replied while still recalling the peaks and valleys from earlier. After making sure that Lu Han was fine, Hotba felt relieved to continue washing. Not long after, Hotba changed into a silk nightgown and walked out of the restroom. What do you think? It's Asino's newest model. Hotba said and spun around. Lu Han, why are you wearing Ping Ru's clothes? Ha? Hotba didn't understand what it meant. How did she know about this kind of stunt in Lu Han's previous life? It's okay. It's pretty. Sister Hotba, I have a question. What's the problem? Where did you get these clothes? I didn't see you bring any clothes with you today. Lu Han is seriously confused, including the ones he just hooked up to Hot Bar. And I wonder where so many of them came from. Just now you weren't there. The assistant sent it to me. After staying in your house for so many days, I didn't have a chance to shop today, so I let my assistant give us some seasonal new models directly. Just as Lu Han was delivering the paper just now, the assistant brought these clothes to Hotba. Oops, blame me. I didn't say I'd accompany you to go shopping. Focused on playing today. Lu Han then reacted to the fact that originally there was a plan to accompany Hoder to go shopping, and ended up playing and forgetting. It's okay, I'm fine. So go wash up, got your pajamas for you too. Saying that, Hotba also slapped Lu Han's butt, and giggled and laughed at the end of it. Woman, you're playing with fire. After Lu Han finished speaking, he rushed into the restroom at great speed to finish washing up, and then directly got into the comforter of the hot bar. Hotaru directly held Lu Han in her arms as if he were a hugging pillow. Lu Han was hard controlled in the middle of the two peaks, with a big, meaty leg on his body. It's a good thing it's 8, or it would be unbearable. Lu Han and play mahjong the same. More touch and eat more touch. Just do not point the gun. Early the following morning, the sun is shining in the hotel room. Lu Han woke up from Hotaru's arms. The two slept in the same position all night, keeping Hotaru's hold on him. When Lu Han moved slightly, he was hugged even tighter. It was evident that subconsciously Hotaru was extremely possessive of Lu Han. Sister Hotba, wake up! Lu Han softly called to the sleepy Hotaru. Sleep some more, hubby. Ha! In the next second, Hotba also realized that she had raved and said the wrong thing. Not knowing how to face Lu Han, she chose to continue pretending to be asleep. That's when she felt a warmth on her lips. I'll fetch you breakfast. Then I heard Lu Han getting up. From start to finish, Hotba didn't dare open her eyes for a second. Squeak snap. Hearing the sound of Lu Han opening the door and then closing it, Hotaru dared to sit up. Ouch, shame on you. Hotba scratched her head in chagrin. Ding 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 ding. Just then, Hotaru's cell phone suddenly rang. Hotba took her cell phone and realized that the caller was actually Yang Mi, so she immediately picked it up. Hey, what's Hot Barb doing? Tell you something funny. Yang Mi's voice came from the other side of the phone. Just got up. What's wrong with honey? Hotaru was puzzled and couldn't imagine what young Mimi's call in the morning could be about. I don't know which paparazzi made up the news that you became the wife of kid brother Lu Han. Ha ha ha. Ha, then sister honey, you quickly have the PR department to spell the rumors. Hoder looked a little flustered after hearing that, as if she had been caught doing something bad. Why are you panicking? No one will believe this kind of news. That said, I still want to be rumored to be the wife of a small positive man. Or you as the big one. I'll be the small one. Okay? Ha ha ha. The phone caller, Yang Mi, snorted and laughed. Ah, I'm not panicking. Hataru's face flushed red again, thankfully unseen by Yang Mi through the phone. What's the matter? You're still not happy that I'm sharing the kid brother with you? If it's not possible, I'll stay in the side room and leave the big bed for you and your kid brother. Yang Mi didn't notice that Hotba was off and was still teasing her. Gossip and blackmail like this is not even a thing in the entertainment industry. After all, Lu Han is only 8 years old. Who would believe it if he told it? Geez, what are you talking about? Honey, shame on you. Hotba blushed bashfully, but also realized how Yang Mi was taking this matter. It was also deduced that this was just a rumor going around out there, and that no one really knew anything about it. Yo, what's up? Still not willing to share your little boyfriend? Yang Mi listened to Hataru's shy tone and tried to continue teasing. Sister honey, you're just a brat. You can't talk nonsense. Hotba readjusted her tone. No more teasing. Down to business. If you're not doing anything during the day today, come to the office with your kid brother. Even though no one believes this rumor the paparazzi made, we should still dispel the rumor. And we need you two to come back together to issue a statement and sign it. Young Mi got down to business. Okay, I'll talk to Lu Han later. As Hotba was talking, Lu Han and the camera boy came in from outside carrying breakfast. So, Hataru talked to Lu Han about Yang Mi's phone call just now. Then let's go after breakfast. Just in time to go to Jiaxing to find a date for little brother. Lu Han said with a smirk and glanced at the camera boy. Ah, really? The camera boy immediately got excited when he heard this. After breakfast, instead of taking a taxi, the three chose to squeeze into the subway. The subway in the morning rush hour in Magic City can squeeze people alive into sardine cans. Why don't you take a taxi? What's with the subway? Hotba was squeezed really hard and couldn't help it. Travel green and save energy. In fact, Lu Han just wanted to see if he would encounter anything new on the subway so he could put on a show. Nah, it's so crammed in that nothing happens on the show. Not 2 minutes later, camera boy snagged a spot. Hotba, this seat is yours first. The camera boy was quite the gentleman. Hataru glanced at the seat that said special seats for the elderly, infirm, disabled and pregnant. Shaking his head, he said, forget it, it's better if you sit. Why are you being polite to me? I'm still counting on you to put in a good word for me in front of the young lady later on. No sitting. Hotba continued to shake her head no. Geez, you sit down. No sit. Don't mention it. Come and sit down. The camera boy didn't seem to realize how special the seat was. Little brother, don't say anything. You're the only one who can sit in this seat. At this time, Lu Han spoke. Camera guy? Why? Special seats for the elderly, infirm and pregnant. You're brain dead, so it's just you guys. Camera boy, pop up. Pfft. In a few moments, the crowd arrived at the Jiaxing Media Building. Sister Hotba is here? Good day. Seniors, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Hotba. As soon as the three of them went upstairs, they met so many starlets. All of them came up to greet Hotba voluntarily. Camera boy's got his eyeballs on this one. This one's good. This one looks good too. This one has long legs. Wow. And this one. Lu Han shoved him at this time. Can you keep it in check? With your current image, who can look at you? The camera boy's harumph was running down his face, and with his very recognizable bald head, he didn't look like a good guy. Sister Hotba and I will go in to talk to Sister Youngmi about things, so you stay seated and don't move, and I'll come back with a couple of oranges for you. Lu Han let the camera boy sit in the rest area, while he and Hotba went into Youngmi's office. The camera boy listened to Lu Han's words and really just sat in the rest area except for his eyes. The whole person did not move at all. I just don't know why, but all the people who passed him looked at him a little strangely. Why are all these people looking at me like that? Could it be that they are mesmerized by my aura? The camera boy had always really thought his bald head was handsome since he was brainwashed by Lu Han last time. Just then, a young boy who looked slightly younger than Lu Han also found a seat in the rest area. The little boy also glanced purposefully at the camera boy. The camera boy then gave him a kind smile. Next, wow. This uncle is so scary nah. The little boy cried outright. Move, what's wrong? Hearing the little boy cry, a beautiful woman nervously ran over. I didn't do anything. I had nothing to do with it. The camera boy nervously waved his hand straight up to explain. The beautiful woman who ran over originally didn't pay attention to the camera boy next to her, and only looked up when she heard him speak, and was immediately startled. Crap, so that's it. Don't be afraid to move. It's okay. Let's not look at it. The beautiful woman immediately understood why the child was crying after the shock of the camera boy. Camera guy. At this time, Lu Han and Hotba happened to come out from Youngmi's office and were attracted by the noises over here. What's wrong, Ringling? Hotba asked as she walked over to the beautiful woman. The company signed a new extra at some point, and it just scared moves, the pretty girl named Lin Bell said as she looked at the camera boy. Extraordinaire? Hotaru also looked quizzically at the camera boy and realized what was going on with just one glance. Little brother please, turn around and buy a wig. Hotba looked at the camera boy with a distressed look on his face. He was really too easy to misunderstand right now. Hotba pulled Ringling aside and explained the identity of the camera boy. Not a specialty actor? Then why do you look like that? Lin Bell Beauty exclaimed in shock after hearing this. Yuan Audi. This pretty girl is the star young lady to be introduced to you. People say you look like an actor. Luhan said as he stood next to the camera boy. That I look like an actor? That means you think I'm handsome. The camera boy listened and held his head a few more points higher. But she's got a kid with her Isn't it a divorced single mom? That's when the camera guy remembers that she had a kid with her earlier. Gambling dad. Seriously ill mom. Divorced husband. Half-grown baby. You're here to save the broken her. Luhan said flirtatiously. At that moment, the beautiful Ringling and Hotba came together. Yuan Audi, how are you? My name is Lin Ling. This is my younger brother Lin Dongdang. I'm sorry just now the child is small and unintelligent. We don't mean to discriminate against you. Ringling stepped forward to initiate a greeting. Not a son but a brother. That's good. That's good. As soon as the camera boy heard that it was a brother and not a son, all the words that followed fell on deaf ears. Ringling, I'm right. He's not only ugly and a little bit of a brainiac, but he's quite nice. Hotaru whispered to Ringling at that moment. At this time, Luhan took a stride forward. What did you just say your brother's name was? Lin move. What's wrong? Lin Zhong was puzzled. Why did this kid brother ask this? Hello, my name is Xiao Yanyan. Ringling? Camera guy? Netflix? Reba, Luhan. What are you doing again? When did you change your name from Luhan to Xiao Yanyan? Netflix pop-ups. Xiao Yanyan? What do you mean? The protagonist of the Domut Sungdao. With Lin moving move. Naturally come a Xiao Yanyan cackle. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. We'll talk about the defendant's infringement later. Lin moving is a good name. Luhan ignored these adults and walked directly to Lin Dongdo's face. You'll call me big brother from now on. I'm accepting you as my little brother. Lin Dongdao moved to listen to what he seemed to understand. Come, call out to big brother. Luhan said as he put his arm around Lin Dongdao's shoulders. Big brother. Lin Dongdao honestly did as Luhan said. Big brother, do you want to come to my house and play with my digger? Lin Dongdao thought about it and said to Luhan. Yeah. Luhan glanced at the camera boy, then directly agreed. Then it just so happens that all of them are going to sit at my house. That's when Ringling also spoke. Is this convenient? Not really. Although Hotaru didn't know what kind of drug Luhan was selling, she knew that there was definitely something going on with him like this. It's fine. It's usually just my brother and I at home, and it's nice to have someone there as a guest to liven things up. With that, Lin Lingling was ready to leave Jiaxing Mansion with the crowd. On the way, Luhan and the camera brother only to understand that this Lin Ling is a serious second generation of rich. Parents do business all year round at home and abroad to fly back and forth. The family usually on her and her brother two people. She became Jiaxing's artist is also magical. No matter whether it is the release of songs or music videos or self-funded. People have Peking opera tickets. This belongs to the showbiz tickets. Self-funded experience as a star. Although it is also just lukewarm. Fame is not big. The group arrived at their destination. Lin Ling's family actually lived in the Magic City Soup City 1 villa. I can't believe that this sister's family is actually so rich. Little brother, I have carefully arranged for you. You can't forget me when you marry into a rich family in the future. Luhan deliberately pulled the camera boy to slow down a few steps and said after he had vacated a distance from the crowd. Who would have thought that the camera boy would be acting droopy at this point? How many kilograms of his own? He still has a bit of a count in his heart. After looking at the conditions of Lin Ling's family, he now felt that the gap between himself and others was really big. I was trying to get Hotba to introduce a starlet before, but now it seems like a fool's errand. There's no need to be like this. Pull yourself together. Even though you're not as rich as Lin Ling's family, you're still the man she'll never get. Luhan looked at the camera boy in this state and offered comfort, but it didn't seem to be of any use. I've never seen you so comforting. The camera boy was moved to clench his fists. Actually, you could try to think about this differently. Luhan paused, then continued. You do not see some film and television works have such a plot. The poor boy and the rich girl love each other together, and then by the female parents' opposition, the rich girl's parents backhanded to the poor boy threw out a huge check, and then told the poor boy to leave his daughter. Read it, I love this kind of cool writing. The camera boy was listening with great interest. Then how about you try to pursue Sister Linling? In case you succeed, You can also have this kind of treatment. When that time comes, you can just take the check and leave. You won't lose any money in blood. Lu Han, in the guise of a life coach, plans a way out for camera corner brother. The camera boy's spirits were lifted as he listened, and after some serious thought he said, "Makes sense." As soon as the thought process opened up, the light returned to the camera boy's eyes. Ringling's house is one of those big 3-story villas. Once you enter through the main entrance, there is a large garden to cross to get to the opulent main hall. All the way down, the camera boy's eyes were transfixed. At this moment, he even thought of what to call the child with Lin Ling. It must be with the woman's surname. It will be called Lin Yuan Purchase. The camera boy couldn't help but think of it vicariously, having previously assumed that all the poignant romances in soap operas were fake, not realizing that it was really going to happen to him now. The camera boy couldn't help but get teary-eyed. Lu Han looked up at the camera boy again this time. Then he frowned and shifted his gaze away. That ugly face coupled with the crying is so fucking hot. Everyone feel free to sit down. Wang Ma, prepare some fruits and snacks for. Upon entering the living room, Ringling told everyone to feel free to sit down. Big brother, go, come with me to play with my digger. At this time, Lin Dongdang directly pulled on Lu Han and went to the yard to play with a mini version of the excavator. Whoa shit, it's possible. Seeing this marvelous excavator, Lu Han couldn't help but marvel at it. How much does this big toy cost? The camera boy followed suit and looked at the digger and said, "It's not expensive. It's only 300,000 or so." Lin moved to think about it, then said, "Lu Han, 2 wowzers." Camera guy, hiss, takes a breath of cold air. My goodness, more than 300,000, and only, how much does a real excavator cost? The camera boy couldn't help but marvel. Ahem, attention little brother, it's a bit deep. Lu Han hurriedly reminded. If you want to chase a rich girl, this poor and unseasoned look is really not possible. The camera boy immediately realized, and then thought he was handsome and said, excavator well, this, I used to drive a lot. You're out of this one, it's really small. Lu Han looked at the camera boy like this, and was truly head over heels. Big brother, would you like to come for a test drive? Lin Dongdao enthusiastically greeted Lu Han as he test drove the excavator. Lu Han was also not the least bit ambiguous, and took a big stride and sat up. What man can resist the lure of a digger? I have to say, the toy $300,000 excavator is really different from the real excavator comfort. Surprisingly, it's still a leather sofa with power seats, and there's even air conditioning in the cab, and the various button controls feel premium. Alas, this magic world. Yo! Lu Han was spitting out the toy when suddenly a heavenly Dao motto came into his mind. You touch the excavator toys, feel the beauty of the mechanical power, trigger the anticlimactic enlightenment, and comprehend the excavator mastery. Lu Han was stunned in his heart. Is this okay? At this time, the Lin Dongdang beside him was still inquiring. Big brother, do you want me to teach you how to open? But halfway through the sentence, he saw that Lu Han had already operated this excavator very skillfully. Under Lu Han's operation, the excavator kept rotating and waving its arms, traveling and digging shovels, and even showed a section of excavator dance. In an instant, the netizens in the live broadcast room all looked dumbfounded. Nah, when I was cooking I told that teacher from New Oriental that he's surely good at excavators too. I was right, wasn't I? Brother kid, tell the brothers, do you know how to build an atomic bomb? I don't think that's a good idea. Don't ask. You'll be in charge if we do? Holy shit, he can dance with a backhoe. I'm humanly stupid, and this is a skill I would call a digger's patriarch. Reverse kid brother, scary as hell. Big brother is awesome. Lin Dongdo was clapping and applauding Lu Han from the side one by one. Why do you know everything? Kid brother? That makes me look useless. You know? The camera boy looked on scratching his head. Since following Lu Han, the camera boy felt more and more like a useless adult. After operating for a while, Lu Han jumped off the excavator under the shocked gazes of the two men. This digger is nice. Quite a ride. Lu Han clapped his hands and said to Lin Dongdao, Big brother knows his stuff. Lin Dongdao was very conscious of being a junior and continued to brag. It's almost noon. Ringling also walked out of the living room with Hataru to greet the three boys who were having a good time. Let's eat. After serving, just see the dining table full of all kinds of mountains of food. Boston lobster, king crab, caviar, black truffles, you name it. Didn't prepare in advance. The food is simple and the hospitality is poor, so feel free to eat whatever you want. Lu Han, camera boy. Invisible pretenses are the most deadly. Lu Han and the camera boy started to show off without any regard for image. Don't you move my jumbo lobster. Why is it yours? I want some too. What are you doing here? Come to steal food from me? Shit, forgot. Being reminded by Lu Han, the camera boy immediately collected his food. would you two stop embarrassing me? Hotbutt couldn't look away either. That's okay. It's not enough, I'll have Auntie Wong make more. Where had Ringling ever seen such eating? But still said politely, Lu Han, really? Then let my mom stew 2 more big lobsters. Lu Han, stop embarrassing me. Hotbutt gritted her teeth. In the end, Lu Han and the camera boy both ate with big bellies. If they hadn't been unable to stuff it, they probably would have asked Wang Ma to make another table. After dinner, the group sat in the living room and watched TV. From upstairs, a large golden hair suddenly ran down and scurried right up to the couch. Holy shit, dog! Camera boy has been a bit of a shadow to dogs since his last incident of learning dog language. Bunny, come here. Are you afraid of dogs? This is the dog I have called Bunyu. Just now at dinner I was afraid it would make a mess and kept it in the room. Seeing that the camera boy was afraid of the dog, Lin Bell hurriedly greeted the dog to his side. Ha, you have a dog. It's okay. I love dogs too. The camera boy was eager to get closer to Lin Lingling, and since the young lady liked it, he would have to tough it out even if he was afraid. After playing for a while, the golden named Bunyo jumped off the couch and flopped onto the floor on her belly. The camera boy fixed his eyes on the Boo's belly was seen to have a row of pinkish bumps. Camera guy got up from the couch and slowly walked over to Boo's side and crouched down. Miss Lin Bell, your bunny is getting pimples. Why don't you do something about it? As he spoke, he reached out apprehensively to touch the dog, but the hand was touching in the wrong place, and the dogs were looking at him with strange eyes. Pimples? What kind of dog grows that? Ringling looked confused. The question confused her a bit. Ha, that's what you don't understand. The camera boy had a confident look on his face, feeling like he was showing off his knowledge in front of Lin Bell. He was seen lifting his chin slightly, looking confident and flamboyant, and then rubbing his shiny bald head, thinking, alas, I have nowhere to go. Damn my charm. Lin Lingling seemed to understand what he was talking about and hurriedly spoke up. No, that's not some kind of pimple. You don't understand. It's a pimple. And to tell you the truth, I'm a pro at squeezing pimples. You watch me squeeze the dog right now. When the camera boy finished, his hand went to the dog. Seeing this, Lin Lingling wanted to step forward to stop it, but where was the time? Ow. Next, that dog jumped right up off the ground and, bouncing higher than the crouching camera guy. Woohoo! Your dog can fly. The camera guy is still amazed at how high the dog jumped, but then the dog bared his big teeth as soon as he landed directly on the ground and pounced on the camera boy. In the end, the camera boy's screams resonated throughout the town one neighborhood. Live pop-ups. Boo Nui, I'm really convinced by this old 6. Red hot trance. Is this a pimple? Cover your face and laugh. We're saying, is it possible that Bunny is a bitch? And that's not a pimple. Don't be afraid. Miss Ringling, let me protect you from this psycho. The dog killed himself not expecting to encounter the salty hands of a human being. Camera boy is really hungry. He just wants a reason to touch it. Smile. Camera boy, I see that this dog also has a clear brow, covering face laughing / expression. This dog, no martial virtues. Inside the living room, camera guy covers his big, bitten but with a look of despair in his eyes. Ugh, Boo is a mommy. You just squeezed where he breastfeeds his baby puppies. It wasn't even a pimple. Lin Bell stroked her own dog's head soothingly and looked at the camera boy with an indescribable expression. And the golden fur named Boo, with his eyes fixed on the camera boy, was still baring his teeth. The camera boy couldn't help but stare. He glanced at the dog in front of him and another glance down at the hand that had just touched the dog's special part. I'm not clean anymore. 555. The camera boy sat down on his knees in the corner to face the wall, feeling like there was always a dark cloud over his head. Luhan sized up the dog with interest for a moment, and then the camera boy. Hotbo was too embarrassed to speak at this point, and struggled to keep her head down, trying to minimize her presence. Thinking to himself, he wondered if anyone would believe him now if he said he didn't know the camera boy. Later, Ringling asked the nanny, Wang Ma, to take the golden-haired Boo boy away. It's really too awkward if both parties are present. The atmosphere in the living room was so strange that no one said another word for half a day. Are you guys thirsty? I'll go get you guys something to drink. Lin Bell finished her speech and got up to get drinks for everyone. After all, she was the hostess and couldn't watch the situation stay so awkward. The camera boy looked at Lin Bell's back as she left. It's like watching your love, which ended before it even started, move away step by step. He felt the tip of his nose get a little sore. Ding 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 ding. Just then, a cell phone on the couch rang. It's Ringling's. She just forgot to take it. In his grief, the camera boy swept his cell phone's lit-up screen. A message came up on the phone. He saw that sender's note, Dear camera guy, no, there's never a shortage of people watching live. Honey, and, my Lin goddess, how come she has a date? I just backtracked to take a closer look. and it looks like the person's text message said good daughter. What? Good girl, evil thief. I can't believe you're playing with my Miss Lin Lingling like that. I was never expecting that the goddess Ringling, whom I had just given up on the goddess Hotspur and fallen in love with, had already been tainted by this evil society. Heartbreak/expression. Upstairs full camera boy with the same dog licking. I mean, is it possible that it's a message from Miss Lin Bell's dad? Okay, stop howling. Little brother. Luhan pulled out his ears with difficulty and spoke out to stop the howling large boar. Take a good look at the notes again. Luhan rolled his eyes and reminded the camera boy. When reminded by Luhan, the camera boy just glanced at him, and he had a hard time seeing the word honey. Don't look. Look sad. Camera boy drops his head. Little brother. Be confident. Miss Lin Lingling has never invited the opposite sex to her home as a guest at first glance. You're surely the first one. Oh. Luhan wants camera boy to regain his confidence. Really? The camera boy looked up at Luhan in disbelief. Do you know what it means when a girl invites you to her house? Luhan followed the good advice and continued to fool around. Hotba, who had been sitting silent, listened with a frown on her face. He felt that the camera boy was really too much of a dog licker, and now he could only listen to the nice things Luhan said. The breeder, immersed in the wonderful fantasy of love, now has eyes only for cabbages. She's definitely got her eye on me. After half a day of contemplation, camera boy said with great certainty. Hot bar. Luhan also did not expect the camera little brother will actually be so confident, thinking that it is better to suppress it. Little brother, you overdo it. Oh. No, kid brother. Stop it. I've already realized it. Ever since I entered the house, Miss Linling would glance at me every now and then dart her eyes away. What else could it be? Could it be because I'm so freakishly ugly? Definitely not. It can only be because of my handsome looks. It's love. The camera boy speaks with passion. I love Nima's twisted love. The answer to the riddle is in the riddle you're talking about. I'd like to give you a fucking stick right now. Luhan couldn't listen anymore. He also didn't expect that he would unleash such a perverted dog-licking demon in the camera boy's mind. At this time, the camera boy had a confident and lewd expression on his face, and Luhan's words could not be heard. Luhan, who was on the side, restrained himself several times. Only then did he hold back from going up to give the camera boy a set of through-the-back punches. Just then, Miss Ringling's cell phone rang again. And this time it wasn't a text. It was a phone call. Blanche, how dare you come? With fire in his eyes, the camera boy picked up the phone and hit the answer button straight away. I'm warning you, whoever you are, do not harass my goddess again. A toad like you who wants to eat swan's meat isn't even worthy of licking the toes of my goddess Linling. Her jade feet can only be licked by me. After a series of words of cursing, the camera boy didn't even give the opposite side a chance to speak, and directly hung up the phone. He felt like he was the hero covered in guts right now. I'm hero, he cried out in English, with great bravado, and then he turned his head. He just happened to meet Lin Suzu, who came in with a drink, at eye level. The living room was once again awkward. The pop-ups went completely crazy. MS. Ringling, you? What did you just say you were going to lick? Groaning, I'm going to laugh my ass off. Large-scale social death scene. Miss Ringling, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Get out of here. I can see that the upstairs wants to lick feet too. I'm at work. Just couldn't help but laugh too loudly by the leadership found. Now the whole office are watching the camera little brother's social death. Ha ha ha. The camera guy, what if the goddess hears what's on my mind? I'm waiting online. Faced with such an embarrassing situation, the camera boy now hated to find a crack in the ground. At this time, Lin Dongdao got a sign from Luhan and pulled up a song on the TV. I want to escape so badly, but can't escape. I'd say the camera guy is a bit of an oddball, too. With this awkward situation, he suddenly plopped right down on the ground. Woof woof, woof woof, learning a bark. He then began to scurry all over the room on his hands and knees. What he was thinking was that he was now pretending to be a dog and acting crazy, as long as Lin Ling believed it, then deduced that he had gotten rabies from the dog bite he had just received. Then there was a way to weasel out of those words he had just said. Camera boys all over the house. Suddenly, Lin moved to take a baseball bat for a long-range throw, hitting the camera boy squarely in the head. Thud. After a muffled thud, the world was finally quiet. Big brother, am I cool or not? Lin Dongdao was very proud of the flinging stick throw he had just made with a single shot. Luhan gave a thumbs up. Well, looking at the entire Wu Mufki Ankan, it's also a phoenix-like existence. The martial ancestor of the forest truly lives up to his name. Coward. Baseball bats can be thrown remotely. Everyone look carefully. This is my brother-in-law. It's awesome, isn't it? Someone piss on this guy to wake him up. Don't let the diabetes get in the way. We can't let him get a taste of it. I have a stone. I'll kill him with a splash of piss. Upstairs, the abacus beads are playing quite loudly. Why don't you guys pay attention to the camera guy? What a huge bump on his head. It's not like he's got a big headache, is it? With his exuberant vitality. These are superficial wounds that don't matter. Camera boy, help me, help me. Half an hour later, camera boy wakes up from his coma. Looking up in a daze, he realized with a jolt that he had several white coats standing beside him. Holy shit! The camera boy let out a gasp. Then he realized he was actually tied to a chair. Tried to struggle a few times, and realized that the bundle was still too tight. What a situation! The camera boy looked towards Luhan, who was standing next to him with his big teeth bared, looking at himself for joy. You're awake? The sterilization was a success. Luhan walked over and patted the camera boy on the shoulder and said, "What?" Hearing that, the camera boy hurriedly looked down to check if his brother was still there. The live broadcast pop-up screen was amused by Luhan's laughter. Ha 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 ha, waking up to find myself sterilized. Really need to be sterilized. Is the camera boy going to cross his orchid fingers and broadcast live from now on? Laughing/emoticon. What's going on? What's going on? No, but it's not much better. He's being treated like a psychopath. Ha ha ha. Alright, Luhan, don't tease little brother. Be honest with him. Feeling that the camera boy was already pitiful enough, Hataru opened her mouth to stop Luhan from scaring him anymore. Okay. The doctor didn't neuter you because he suspected you had a nervous condition. Luhan rejoined the camera boy. Oh, that's good. What? I'm not psychotic. The camera boy was just reassured by the first half of the sentence, but the second half of the sentence scared him out of his wits. I'm not psychotic. I'm not a psycho. Then the camera boy wailed. Well, that's what psychopaths say. Luhan picked up. Oops, come on. I thought I told you not to tease him. People are already stupid and you're teasing them. You on Audi, let me tell you. These doctors were called by Lin Bell and just gave you a rabies shot. What Luhan said didn't add up, and Hataru explained herself at this point. Vaccination is vaccination. Why are you tying me up? The camera boy looked at Hotba pitifully. Because of your symptoms earlier we thought you were having a rabies attack and we bundled you up before the doctor came. Hotba continued to explain. Then untie me, said the camera boy, struggling a few more times to show his displeasure. It can't be undone. It's too soon to tell if you've had a rabies attack. At that moment, a white coat that had been standing nearby said, "Didn't you get vaccinated? The vaccine is useless if the rabies is already diseased." This camera boy is now a yellow slime in his pants. It's not shit anymore. Seeing that no one paid attention to him even when he was struggling, the camera boy suddenly made a movement, and he seemed to have thought of something. It's not right. That's bad logic. Do you guys still suspect me of being psychotic? The camera boy thought for a moment and then said, but there was no more talking to him at this point. They all just looked at him quietly. I'm not psychotic. I'm just. Halfway through his words, the camera boy stopped again, and he glanced at Lin Bell next to him. He thought about if he told the truth. Would Lin Ling Ling still be able to care about him in the future? Can't say. Eventually, the camera boy made a decision through gritted teeth. He turned his head to Luhan again, hoping that he would help him. Kid brother, you have to help me explain. You can't say it yourself, but it's always possible to find Luhan to give him proof. After listening to this, Luhan nodded his good head seriously at the camera boy, and then opened his mouth and said, I can prove that Yuan Audi he actually doesn't have any mental problems. He's just overreacting a little bit since he was fucked by a group of dogs once before and has a shadow over the dogs. Hear this. The few white coats couldn't help but show their shocked expressions. Live stream. Camera boy, how I got the kid brother to help me explain. All the better to admit I'm mentally ill. Once this comes out, Miss Lin Ling Ling probably won't even give the camera boy a proper look in the future. Saying it as if Camera-chan really had a chance before. You guys have no sympathy. People camera little brother maternal solo for 30 years. It's not easy to introduce a date, but also make it like this. How much damage it must be alas. When I think of this, I can't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Upstairs guy, why are you so shady? Unlike me, the mockery is righteous. Ha ha ha. After another 10 minutes or so. Okay, it's been determined that it's not a rabies attack, so you can untie the rope. At that moment, the white coat who had just started talking looked at the time and spoke. Then it was time to start untangling the camera boy. You guys believe I don't have a psycho anymore, don't you? The camera boy was as good as pardoned. The white coat said as he untied the rope. As I said earlier, it was to make sure you weren't having a rabies attack, and didn't take into account psychiatric issues. But what? But your mental problems do remain to be seen. Even playing with dogs. Man, you are really ruthless. This is my business card. Contact me at the hospital later. I'll give you a good look. After catching the rope, the white coat handed the camera boy a business card. Camera guy. With things like this, Hotba was too embarrassed to let these two guys stay at people's place anymore. So, after saying sorry to Miss Lindbell numerous times, Hataru left Lindbell's house with the two of them. Tangcheng Ipin Villa area is quite big. The three of them all the way just walked towards the main gate. Hurry up, you two guys are really embarrassing me too much. On the way, Hotba was still furious. Got it. Luhan and the camera boy replied at the same time. Just then they came face to face with a middle-aged man wearing a mink coat and a large gold chain the thickness of a thumb hanging around his neck. What are neighborhood security guards doing these days? Grandma, how come they let the poor people in? The middle-aged man looked like one of those thugs. The mouth full of gold teeth showed long when he spoke. That's a very harsh thing to say. Luhan and Hotba didn't care too much about it, but Luhan caught a glimpse of the camera boy's head drooping a bit. Luhan suddenly spoke. It's really strange. Where does a dog bark in the middle of the day? Hearing Luhan's words, that middle-aged thug subconsciously looked around. This shows that this person should not have a good IQ and should just be lucky to be rich. It wasn't until that thug realized that there were three people in front of him in addition to himself around him that he was sure Luhan was scolding him. Little son of a bitch, who are you calling a dog? Luhan looked at him half a day before he reacted and continued with a smile. Oops, sorry. As soon as he heard that Luhan had apologized, the thug immediately held his head high. Prepare to continue cursing a couple times to brush up on your presence. But then he heard Luhan continue to speak after what he had just said. Maybe I was wrong about the species. It should have been a big boar. Where have the rich and powerful ever been called names like that? He angrily pointed his finger at Luhan and said, Little bastard, do you know who I am? You're my good big boy. You're a fucking. Thug made a move to fight. Wait, so do you know who I am? Luhan asked a rhetorical question without any hesitation. Who are you? So much so that the stormtrooper instead froze and, I didn't tell you just now. My Nimdad. The netizens of the live broadcast were amused and about to burst into laughter. Yeah, just told you all over again. Ha ha ha. What kind of self-defeating drama is this guy? Luhan, more good dikes for no reason at all. You guys stop talking. I actually find this thug kinda charming. Shit, what's with the girls upstairs? Understanding her people's choices and honoring the blessing is done. I'm a guy. Sorry to be abrupt. That also honors the blessing. The thug was really about to make a move when he heard Luhan teasing him twice in a row. Luhan revealed a contemptuous smile at that moment. Just like you. You don't even need me to do anything. My bodyguards are enough to clean you up, said Luhan looking at the camera boy next to him. Camera guy squared off. No, me again? Just as the camera boy was drifting off, Luhan suddenly shouted behind the camera boy. Sister Lin Ling, there's no need to send us, you're too polite. Hearing Ringling's name, the camera boy immediately put away the timidity he had just shown and turned to a masterful demeanor. Humph, kid brother is right. I'll let you have one hand on a punk like you. The camera guy didn't even look back to make sure, just to be cool. Saying this, and posing with his left hand in his pocket in what he thought was a very cool pose. The eyes that looked at the thug seemed to shine with the light of righteousness. The emotion was so great that he opened his mouth and sang directly. The light of the righteous path shines on the great. Bang! Just sang a line and a half. The light from the right way was not shown in by a square punch from the thug. That punch landed squarely in the face. The camera boy's face is dry and deformed. A mouthful of old blood was spat directly at Luhan's feet. I don't know when. Luhan had already taken out his cell phone and turned on the video function, just in time to capture the punch. Don't think that your punch is that much of a big deal. It's just a flesh wound to my bodyguard. Luhan shouted loudly. As soon as the thug heard this, the horizontal flesh on his face trembled in anger. Upper hand to give the camera boy another punch in the face. He vowed to subdue the bald man in front of him who looked out of place. Otherwise, he really can't lose face today. And the camera boy didn't know where to get the energy at this time, and directly stood up with a hairier flip, wiping the blood stains off the corners of his mouth. He said, "Didn't you eat? Is that all the strength you have?" The netizens in the livestream were laughing so hard they were pumping over. Camera guy's mouth is so damn hard. Shit, I feel like he's loaded. The king of present forces, kneel down. The current camera boy really looks like Saitama sensei. I told you you'd get stronger if you went bald. The moment I fell down just now. The camera boy thought about the bits and pieces of his 20 years of. When he thought about the fact that since he started to follow Luhan, the kid brother, he seemed to have been suffering all the time. But the kid brother had also helped him a lot. Such a life seems so much more meaningful than the scribbling and blandness of my own previous days. In fact, he is not stupid. Many times know that it is for the sake of the effect of the program. Their own bad luck on the bad luck. Miserable on the miserable. Cannot always let a child to suffer this kind of crime. Come on, son thief. Today, Master Yuan Shao, I will make you kneel on the ground and beg me not to die. Half an hour later. The second hospital of the east end of the Magic City. The camera boy had some new gauze wrapped around his head and body at this point. The hand was uninjured, but at his begging, the doctor did put a plaster cast on the pretense. When it's done, the camera boy came out of the treatment room and grinned at Luhan and Hotba in the doorway. Hey hey hey, hey 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 hey. That's when I saw that one of my incisors was missing as well. TSK. This unlucky image is really suitable to take over. Luhan couldn't help but spit out another sentence. The reason the camera boy is all happy is because he just got a $200,000 settlement. It's all thanks to Luhan videotaped the whole thing, capturing all the details. The whole thing. The camera boy didn't return his hand once. And that thug's repeated punches and willful assaults are criminal enough. But in the end, at Luhan's suggestion, the camera boy chose to mediate $200,000 in emotional distress. And that doesn't include follow-up medical expenses, nutritional costs. And at this point, Miss Ringling also heard about it and rushed to the hospital. Geez, how did it hurt so bad? As soon as Miss Lin Bell came in, she saw that the camera boy's hands and head were covered with gauze, and he looked surprisingly miserable. There were a few hints of sympathy and pity in her eyes, as well as that one drop of concern that could be completely ignored. But camera boy, how could you overlook the most important concern, even if it was just a sliver? He picked out at a glance what he thought was the most important thing in his eyes. It was never expected. He took a beating himself, and not only did his wife's capital increase by $200,000, but he also got one concern from Miss Lin Bell. This wave of blood money is not lost. Winning the hempa. Ha 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 ha. Ow. Hiss. Ow. Come to think of it, the camera boy couldn't help but laugh oh so much again. But this just pulled the wound with a smile and proceeded to grimace in pain. The live stream pop-up started a post-battle seminar. I was kinda saddened by what happened to this guy. Since he's been with Kid Brother he hasn't had a good day. But look at his lewd smile. That's a real pain in the ass. Upstairs +1. I want to go over there and give him a double take. Do you have $200,000? $200,000. That's how easy it is to get your hands on it? I want to get punched twice too. Come on. Brothers in the live room. Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. 01 event appears. Upstairs is the scheming Zero. This time the Kid Brother didn't even think about the money? It's kind of amazing. After all, it's hard-earned money. You're in such a sorry state, and you still have the guts to do it? That's a bit heartless, isn't it? Kid Brother, thanks for the invitation. Conscience? This one really doesn't. Come on, open a plate. I press camera boy this money cannot get tomorrow will be the pit away. I'm pressing before tonight. I press. In the hospital corridor. Uncle had finally educated a do not fight. Lose a fight into the hospital. Win a fight into the police station. After, only to let the camera brother leave. On the way out of the hospital. Sister Linling, you don't know how brave little brother was just now. That bad guy originally came to pick on me. But little brother he didn't hesitate to rush in front of me to protect me. Luhan and Lin Zhong bragged about the beatings of the camera boy. Luhan said in a colorful way. The more the camera boy listened to it, the more proud he was. Really? I didn't realize little brother was so brave. Luhan's speech was too fascinating, and Linling found it very interesting to listen to. And not worth it. Not worth it. The camera boy actually mounted it. Yes it is. Little brother just said that he hates bullying the weak the most. Any result he can bear. He just can't stand to see bullying the weak. Luhan put another high hat on the camera little brother. The camera boy who had been thinking of turning back to Luhan to settle the score heard Luhan's words. He now felt himself that he had volunteered to stand up for Luhan. Am I right, little brother? Luhan threw the conversation to the camera boy at this point. Yeah. The camera boy was so nervous he couldn't even speak. Miss Lin Ling's eyes showed admiration. I never thought that little brother Yuan Audi is such a person. In fact, what Lin Bell thought in her heart was that although this Yuan Audi didn't look like he had a good brain, his actual brain wasn't too good either. But he has a sense of justice. Hearing Lin Lingling's praise, the camera boy's old face instantly reddened. He's been alive for over 20 years. Except for a compliment from a neighborhood aunt when he was a child. This was the first time he had ever been complimented by a member of the opposite sex. I didn't realize it was still the goddess of my heart. At this moment, he shouted madly to Luhan in his heart. I have been drifting around for half a lifetime, but I hate that I haven't met a bright master. If you don't abandon me, I would like to worship you as my righteous father. And at this moment, Luhan also looked at the camera boy with a rather meaningful look in his eyes. Watch out for the sun.